Traversing the Marvel Universe, I find myself commencing as a level 10 criminal within S.H.I.E.L.D, destined to languish in prison until death. Fortunately, I have activated a remarkable ability, a travel frog capable of bringing back unique treasures from myriad realms. The frog ventures into the world of Tomcat, returning with enhancement potions facilitating my escape from confinement. Your frog has returned with a souvenir, Sword St. Guy Nice Legacy. Your frog has returned with a souvenir, the mechanism techniques of S.H.I.E.L.D's moon. Your frog has returned with a travel specialty, the supreme mechanism non-aggression of the MO family from S.H.I.E.L.D's moon. Your frog has returned with a souvenir, artificial intelligence Red Queen. Your frog has returned with a travel specialty, Ring of Ains, Old Gown Bone King. Iron Man, what? Is this the pinnacle of Chinese technology? How can this crimson serpent mechanism slay my mecha battalions? Thor, by Odin's beard, am I truly the god of thunder, or is he? Why do I feel like a mere imposter? Banner, hey race a joke, the rampaging Hulk has been rendered mute. Egg, damn it, I should have killed him from the start. I regret it. I am Yumu, the shepherd of deities. My tale begins on that fateful day. Chapter 1, Crossing into Marvel, starting as a level 10 S.H.I.E.L.D criminal. A voice only I can hear resonates within my mind. Yumu, undeterred by this prompt, sits in the dining area, expressionless as he consumes what appears to be leftover slop. With each bite, he struggles to swallow. Clad in an orange prison jumpsuit, shackled, I find myself within a facility known as the Icebox Prison, situated deep within the Rocky Mountains of the United States. I, Yumu, a man with a story, have inexplicably traversed into the Marvel Universe, yes, the very realm where even the most mundane villain can annihilate countless lives. Curiously, this world seems slightly different from the Marvel Universe I am familiar with. Marvel Universe, Earth 9527. What sort of universe is this? It eludes my memory. I can only hope it is not the horrifying world depicted in Marvel Comics, where bosses abound and Odin is of little consequence. Regrettably, I am assigned the identity of a level 10 criminal within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even worse, I am to take the place of the original occupant, imprisoned here for 5 centuries. This identity, also named Yumu, is an ordinary human of Asian descent, with dark hair and eyes, devoid of any supernatural abilities. The only noteworthy aspect of my predecessor is that he was a discarded disciple of Kunlun, possessing knowledge of their cultivation methods. Yes, cultivation is not a supernatural power, it is a rigorous discipline. The silver lining is that my predecessor is not a feeble individual. The unfortunate truth, however, is that the energy cultivated from Kunlun has its limits, and reaching its peak merely puts one at the pinnacle of humanity, on the verge of becoming superhuman. Without extraordinary opportunities, achieving top-tier strength on Earth within this lifetime is impossible, capping my existence at a mere century. How can I possibly compare to those outside? As I glance up, I observe the dining area, where nearly 100 peculiar entities silently queue for their meals. There are sharks, ferrets, werewolves, some humans have mutated in bizarre ways, sprouting horns or wings, and even creatures that defy classification, like that walking starfish. What on earth is that? What merit do I possess as a time traveler to stand alongside such formidable beings? According to the memories I have assimilated from the original occupant, he collaborated with Hydra to assault S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base housing the Cosmic Cube, resulting in the deaths of nearly 50 agents, the destruction of 2 armories, and a dozen safe houses. From the subsequent interrogation reports, S.H.I.E.L.D. estimated losses nearing $50 billion, with 1/3 attributed to Egg's personal assets. Reflecting on this, I find myself aghast. Nick Fury, that Blackheart Egg, undoubtedly inflated the losses. This bastard is profiting from the chaos instead of seeking retribution. Thus, I, Yumu, resort to mimicking a dog's bark. As for the entire assault plan, it was predictably unsuccessful. It was equally predictable that the original occupant was abandoned, used as bait for Hydra's retreat, and subsequently captured. Following intense interrogation by S.H.I.E.L.D, he divulged vital information on Hydra and was exiled to the Icebox Prison, receiving a sentence of 500 years. In the 3 days since my arrival, I have gathered sufficient intelligence to grasp the rules of this place. The Icebox Prison consists of 3 tiers, with deeper levels housing increasingly dangerous criminals guilty of more severe offenses. The first tier contains relatively minor offenders. The second tier is reserved for those deemed a threat by S.H.I.E.L.D, including Inhumans, mutants, and terrorists among humanity, all of whom can be found here. The third tier, only those whose existence poses a grave danger to Earth or the nation are confined there. Currently, I reside in the second tier. From the information I have gathered, the second tier comprises 20 dining areas, each accommodating nearly 300 individuals, meaning close to 6,000 inmates inhabit this level. This facility is equipped with high-tech defenses to restrain various abilities. Each superhuman wears a black collar, an energy suppressor, constantly monitoring their power fluctuations. Should they attempt to use their abilities, a powerful current will incapacitate them instantly. Additionally, a microbomb is in place for those who resist. They will experience the true beauty of art. Fortunately, I am merely an ordinary human, lacking superpowers, and thus spared from such contraptions. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As for the Marvel timeline, it appears to be set before Tony Stark becomes Iron Man. Yet, this detail is insignificant. The universe I find myself in differs from my previous knowledge, and the timeline may be equally chaotic. My paramount objective is to survive. I must live on. The memories of my past life are but fleeting shadows. The visage of my sister, Bai Li, who succumbed to illness, lingers vividly in my mind, along with her wish for me to embrace life fully and witness the wonders of this world on her behalf. Having been granted a new lease on life, how can I squander this opportunity? Thus, my primary goal is to escape this wretched place. 500 years? 3 days in this hellhole is already more than enough. Fortunately, I have obtained a remarkable ability known as the traveling frog. Indeed, it is that envy-inducing frog that ventures forth to explore, enjoying life, savoring delicacies, and socializing far more than its master ever could. This ability is rather straightforward. It allows me to possess a frog capable of traversing various realms. Be it anime worlds, cinematic universes, or film realms. As long as they exist, my frog can journey there. As its host, I am tasked with preparing the frog for its travels. The tadpoles embark on their own journeys, returning to their master with an array of local specialties and souvenirs. This implies that as long as the tadpoles exert themselves, they can bring back treasures from various dimensions. More significantly, these items are directly usable by Yumu. After 3 days of gathering 3-leaf clovers, Yumu finally amassed the necessary items for the tadpoles' inaugural expedition and set them free to travel. I wonder where the tadpoles will venture for their first journey, he mused. I hope they return with something worthwhile. If only they could procure items that enhance my strength, allowing me to escape this loathsome prison. As Yumu silently anticipated the tadpole's return, a figure abruptly tossed a tray onto the table before him. This individual, with skin as pale as parchment, deep red eyes, and sharp fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth, was none other than Dr. Knight, the infamous vampire, Mobius. You claim to have a means of escaping this dreadful place? Mobius fixated his scarlet gaze on Yumu, his impatience palpable. How much longer must I wait? Yumu remained unfazed, methodically consuming his meal. Just as Mobius's impatience reached a boiling point, he finally spoke. The agreed payment. There are no issues, I trust. 10 billion is excessive. I have never possessed such wealth in my life. 10 million at most, Mobius lamented. As a vampire shunned by society, this represented his entire fortune. Without it, he would be reduced to a mere beggaro, no, a blood drinker. However, as long as he could flee this wretched place, such material possessions seemed trivial. He yearned for the breath of freedom. As mealtime concluded, the prison intercom began announcing that the inmates should return to their respective cells. All prisoners, please return to your rooms promptly. Any delays will result in electric punishment. The monotonous announcement echoed repeatedly. Yumu glanced at the surveillance cameras and intercom above the dining area, casually responding, I will notify you of the specific time later. Just wait. Moreover, if you have acquaintances here, I can assist them in escaping for a fee of $100 million. The terms remain unchanged. He added, bring one person, and I shall grant you $1 million. Then we shall meet again tomorrow, Mobius. The sound of Yumu's footsteps resonated in the silent corridor as he entered his designated room. It was barren, devoid of windows. In the center stood a solitary suit of silver armor, capable of accommodating a single occupant, resembling a holy figure bound to a cross and anchored to the ground. Subject 4396, please return to your original position. The voice echoed ominously. Failure to comply will result in electric punishment. Countdown initiated. 10 seconds. The incantation-like voice filled Yumu's ears as he expressionlessly approached the silver armor, his body becoming ensnared in a peculiar manner. The machine whirred to life. The armor's legs, waist, and arms sealed tightly around him, and ultimately, the helmet closed over his head. Yumu's silent visage was engulfed by darkness, vanishing entirely. The room was plunged into silence, save for the imposing suit of seamless steel that loomed. If one were unaware, they would hardly perceive the presence of a person within. Such was the nature of this place, now housing an individual. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, A gentle nursery rhyme began to resonate within the room. Softly blows the wind, the night grows dark, brother sings to lull you to sleep, dreams filled with flowers and butterflies. Chapter 2. The Mouse Poison of Tom and Jerry. On the second floor of the Icebox prison, in Dining Area 19, Yumu continued his battle with the food before him. 2 days had elapsed since his last conversation with Mobius, marking his 6th day in the Icebox prison. At that moment, Dr. Knight Mobius arrived with a man, expressing his exasperation to Yumu. Do you seriously believe you can find a white lotus in this prison? What do you mean by the 3 types of individuals not being saved? What have you endured to harbor such disdain for them? According to your criteria, no offenses against women, no gambling, no drugs, and able to afford $100 million, Mobius continued. The only individual I can contact who meets these requirements is this one. Mobius, with a pained expression, glanced at the unyielding Yumu. His quest to find someone who fit Yumu's specifications had been arduous. In this prison, many sought to escape, and while there were several who met the criteria, only one dared to attempt it. The seasoned inmates knew all too well that those who acted upon such desires met with grim fates without exception. As a result, whenever someone mentioned the possibility of escape, they regarded him with disdain, as if he were a fool. It was a consequence of their lack of funds. Otherwise, why would a distinguished figure like the Doctor of Night lower himself to converse with such mindless individuals? Did they truly believe he was foolish? Had he not discerned Yumu's extraordinary potential due to his abilities? Fortunately, unlike Yumu, whose confinement was stringent, Mobius had ample time to seek out a target. Yumu paid no heed to Mobius's complaints. Some matters were simply non-negotiable for him. In his previous life, he had traversed the Golden Triangle, mingling among a myriad of characters. He held a profound contempt for those tainted by such vices. At that moment, a tall, muscular man emerged behind Mobius, his physique indicative of rigorous training. Beneath his orange prison garb, the outlines of solid muscle were discernible, marred by numerous scars that told of his past. He is Frank Castor, known outside as the Punisher. Mobius interjected. Frank, the Punisher, regarded the young man before him with a serious expression. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, slender yet strikingly handsome, particularly his eyes, which seemed to radiate light and were unforgettable. Are you the one who claims to have the means to liberate us from this accursed prison? Frank's deep voice inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Having been trapped here for 2 years, he had never encountered anyone so audacious. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau's Icebox prison was no ordinary facility. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed numerous arrogant characters, all convinced they could escape the Icebox prison, yet none had succeeded. The walls and locks were crafted from specific alloys. Those stripped of their extraordinary abilities became as helpless as crabs without their claws. Ordinary individuals devoid of powers lacked the strength to breach such fortified barriers. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau was no fool. During the transfer of inmates to the Icebox prison, they conducted comprehensive assessments of their capabilities. Anyone admitted to the Icebox prison possessed abilities that could not breach its defenses. The Punisher, Frank, could hardly fathom why the youth before him remained so resolutely confident in his ability to escape, and not merely for himself, but alongside others as well. I care not whether your claims are genuine or fabricated. I possess no money. However, should you grant me my freedom, my life shall be yours. This is my pledge of loyalty. Are you satisfied? Frank, the Punisher, articulated his terms. At that moment, Yumu, who had been fiddling with the cutlery, finally cast a direct glance at Frank. To be frank, he held little interest in the loyalty of others. His experiences from a previous life traversing the globe had taught him that trust is a fragile thing. One should never place faith in anyone, even those with whom one shares a deep acquaintance. For him, this was merely a transaction. Once free, he would require funds to sustain himself in the Marvel Universe. He had heard of Frank, the former Marine, a paragon of combat prowess in the realm of ordinary humanity, transformed into the Punisher after witnessing the brutal assassination of his family at the hands of gangsters. What use is your loyalty to me? What I seek is currency without wealth. Yumu appraised him from head to toe before stating, then your body shall serve as collateral. You will work for me, and I shall compensate you. When your debt of $100 million is fully repaid, you shall be free. Of course, there are conditions. I cannot simply lend you $100 million without expectation, as interest must be maintained. Let us agree on an annual interest rate of 15%. I prefer relationships bound by mutual benefit. You may also use this opportunity to discreetly slip away once you emerge from this prison. However, be mindful of the consequences. Yumu's eyes, reminiscent of a starry expanse, bore into Frank's. If you agree, you may stay. If not, you are free to leave. Yet, Yumu had underestimated Frank's resolve without the slightest hesitation. Frank acquiesced. He recognized the weight of his mission. He could not afford to languish in prison. For as long as evil persisted in the world, the legend of the Punisher would endure. The specifics of our operation will be communicated in due course, Yumu casually remarked, then turned his attention back to the sticky meal before him. Your frog spawn has returned, bringing back travel souvenirs. As it's your first exploration of the world, an additional travel souvenir has been gifted. Go take a look. It has arrived at long last. Whether he could escape the prison now hinged on the capabilities of the frog spawn. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yumu lost all appetite and immediately focused on the system interface. As he utilized his consciousness to maneuver, there was no need for manual clicks to onlookers. It merely appeared as though Yumu was staring blankly at the glop before him. Dr. Mobius of the Night and Frank the Punisher paid him no mind, presuming it was merely a newcomer struggling to adapt to the food. As a veteran, Frank had grown accustomed to consuming such fare without a change in his demeanor. In fact, through prolonged exposure, he had even learned to appreciate the sweet and sour nuances within the sticky concoction. And Mobius? He was a vampire, accustomed to drinking blood. The scene displayed before Yumu bore a striking resemblance to that of Traveling Frog, featuring the same three-leaf clover collection and abode. In the interface, the inventory was categorized into 4 types: bento, items, amulets, and souvenirs. At that moment, the indicator of souvenir marked 2, signifying the frog's recent acquisitions. Yumu eagerly opened the details of souvenir. Inside, 2 boxes containing 10 vials of potions materialized. Rat poison, a specialty from the world of Tom and Jerry. Rat poison eye, a rodenticide crafted by Tom, which, due to unforeseen magical interference, transformed into a temporary enhancement potion capable of exponentially amplifying the user's strength, easily surpassing hundreds of times, allowing one to pierce through alloy with ease. Rat Poison 2, a one-tin replica crafted by Jerry, which, due to the same mysterious influence, turned into a temporary shrinking potion, reducing the user's size 100-fold, while diminishing their strength. Note: each potion type comes in 10 vials, and effects last for 10 minutes. Excitement coursed through Yumu as he felt a long-lost thrill. Splendid. These were precisely the items he desired. With the aid of rat poison, the specialized alloy walls of the refrigerator prison would no longer pose an obstacle. Escape was within reach. Suppressing his elation, Yumu addressed Mobius and Frank, who were still dining. The opportunity has arisen. We can take action now. Chapter 0003. The Tadpole's son and Father Yumu. At this moment, Mobius found himself utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Yumu had suggested waiting for further instructions. In the blink of an eye, he proclaimed it was time to take action. What transpired in such a brief span? Could it be that the unpalatable meal had awakened this fellow? Such a notion seemed absurd. In that instant, Mobius felt akin to a heartbroken maiden, deceived by a scoundrel who, moments ago, spoke of parting ways, only to suddenly propose a rendezvous. The transition was seamless. What do you intend to do? I cannot remove the bomb from my neck, and escaping this cursed prison is utterly impossible. Mobius cast a sidelong glance at the surveillance camera in the dining area. The bomb collar unique to this refrigerator prison was his foremost concern. If he could rid himself of that explosive device, he could regain his full strength. Although he could not break through the specially crafted alloy, evasion would be manageable. However, should they commence action now, the ever-watchful guards would undoubtedly notice something amiss. In such an event, the tiny bomb around his neck would be remotely activated by the guards. If Yumu failed to swiftly deal with this predicament, he would transform from a living vampire into a deceased one, aptly termed a dead ghost. Yumu retrieved a vial of potion from his prison garb, conjured from his unique space, and quietly handed it to Mobius beneath the table. Drink this shortly. I shall handle the remaining issues. This was unmistakably the rat poison concocted by Jerry, capable of shrinking the user's body. What is this? Feeling the vial's texture, Mobius was momentarily stunned. A potion? How did this fellow manage to smuggle it past layers of inspection? Did he have accomplices within the prison? Or was he a hidden mastermind? No, that was irrelevant. Could this potion truly assist him in overcoming his dilemma? Was it the fabled enhancement potion rumored to provide resistance against explosions? Ha ha ha. Who would have thought he would one day become a human shield? At that moment, Mobius realized he had made the right gamble. He had always sensed that Yumu was no ordinary individual. His hope of escape now resided in the vial he clutched tightly. Yet, what about the specially crafted alloy door? While the prospect of resolving the bomb collar issue was indeed exhilarating, the door remained of paramount importance. Could this mere vial suffice for their escape? Yumu was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within the seemingly stoic Mobius. Were he aware, he might have remarked, another mentally disturbed individual driven mad by imprisonment. Silently calculating the time, Yumu calmly stated, "Leave the matter of the alloyed door to me. Our immediate priority is to eat. Only with strength can we accomplish our tasks. Prepare yourselves. The moment the broadcast sounds after the meal concludes will be our cue to act. There are merely 3 minutes remaining." Upon hearing the call to dine, Mobius immediately indulges in his unique synthetic blood, a delicacy of his own making. He eagerly anticipates the moment of his rebirth amidst flames, following the impending explosion. Meanwhile, Frank, who is unfamiliar with Yumu, begins his meal with a methodical approach. Seizing this fleeting 3 minutes, Yumu consumes his food while simultaneously checking on his prized possession, the tadpole. He must prepare for the tadpole's second journey. Traveling through myriad realms is not always a seamless endeavor for the tadpole. It is susceptible to injury, though not fatal. While it may suffer bloodlocking, the tadpole's adventures would be halted, necessitating a return home for recuperation. Gazing at the tadpole's almost empty backpack, he notices only a solitary permanent 4-leaf clover amulet, a gift from the novice phase, languishing in a corner. The quantity and quality of items in the backpack dictate the duration of the tadpole's excursions. Theoretically, the longer the tadpole ventures forth, the better the treasures it returns with. In just 2 days, the tadpole has managed to procure such a potent item as rat poison, igniting Yumu's anticipation for future treasures it may bring back. He desires little else. Merely the ability of a molecular being would suffice, for he is a man easily appeased. To ensure the tadpole's second journey yields valuable goods, Yumu accesses the interface shop, ready to equip the tadpole adequately. Instantly, he is dazzled by the plethora of items on display. The shop is categorized into 4 main classes: bento, amulets, items, and abilities. Each type of bento, amulet, and item offers distinct effects, profoundly influencing the duration of the tadpole's travels, the quality of souvenirs, and the unique products it brings back. Abilities, however, are of utmost importance, representing the world-tier selections available to the tadpole during its journeys. Before acquiring abilities, the tadpole was limited to roaming the human realm. Yet after learning abilities, it could ascend immediately, seeking out celestial maidens in the heavenly realm. With an increase in strength, it would not find itself incapacitated by a mere sneeze from a celestial being, forced to return home in a weakened state. Although the cost of acquiring bento, amulets, and items with the 3-leaf clover is considerable, it pales in comparison to the expense of abilities. Just look at the staggering number of 3-leaf clovers required for the abilities listed: Silver Superman cells, 10 billion Doomsday cells, 9 billion Speed Force, 8 billion Deadpool's regeneration, 1 billion Wolverine's healing factor, 100 million. Fortunately, as indicated by the Guagua system, he can exchange US dollars for 3-leaf clovers. This exchange feature was unlocked upon his first acquisition of 10 million, coinciding with the day Mobius, this veritable ATM, placed the funds in his hands. According to the Guagua system, this exchange feature was devised. Upon his escape, his primary objective became amassing wealth. Accumulating riches would enhance the prowess of the tadpole, allowing it to yield more formidable treasures, thereby indirectly augmenting his own strength. This was his goal for survival in the Marvel Universe. Currently, he had gathered a total of 500 4-leaf clovers. The sole avenue for free collection of these clovers, akin to the game, was at the pond located at the tadpole's doorstep. A luxurious meal currently ranged in cost from 10 to 100 clovers. It was essential to provide something of quality. After all, who could endure hardship like the tadpole? In his heart, Yumu silently calculated the number of clovers and opted for 2 extravagant meals priced at 50 clovers each. Subsequently, he spent 200 clovers to purchase a permanent 4-leaf amulet. Being a permanent item, it was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. In the inventory, he procured a 200-clover solid-colored scarf for the tadpole, aimed at enhancing its luck, hoping to attract more fortuitous outcomes. This flurry of expenditures drained his 500 clovers, returning Yumu to the status of a 4-leaf refugee. Observing the tadpole's joyful expression as it relished the luxurious meal, he couldn't help but smile with paternal warmth before turning to consume the sticky, ominous dish before him. 3 minutes swiftly passed. The announcement in the dining area resonated, an opportune moment. All inmates, please return to your rooms promptly. Any delays will result in electric punishment. The voice echoed. The prison break plan begins. A low, resonant voice drowned amidst the broadcast. In an instant, Yu-Mu and Mobius down the potion. Crash! Crash! The vials shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Ever since they ingested Tom's specially crafted rat poison potion, a profound transformation surged through every cell within Yu-Mu's body, his strength escalating exponentially. 10-fold, 20-fold, 100-fold, 200-fold. His power soared rapidly until he attained a strength equivalent to 10,000 tons. This was the essence of power. Yu-Mu felt an exhilarating sensation surging within him, as if he could obliterate the earth with a single punch. Momentarily lost in reverie, he quickly regained his composure and declared, "Prison break plan, execute." "Huh, could be my day to become a tank," Mobius exclaimed, brimming with excitement, eager to relish the ultimate experience of being a meat shield. Yet in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. Huh? Is this what being a meat shield feels like? Damn my body. Standing still, Mobius suddenly shrank and vanished. Then came a cacophony akin to buzzing flies. Just as the explosive collar was about to detonate upon Mobius's escape, Yu-Mu grasped it with one hand and hurled it away, the collar streaking like lightning towards the surveillance monitors in the dining area. Boom! En explosion érupted. A massive fireball ascended, and a terrifying shockwave instantaneously claimed the lives of those nearby. The flame spread. Blood flowed. The criminals have descended into madness. For them, it is a veritable feast. The seasoned offenders revel in celebration, while the new inmates seize the chaos to escape from prison. Another escape. How long do you suppose they will last? I wager these fellows will soon meet the Red Ghost. Upon hearing this, the veteran criminals fell into a stunned silence, not uttering a word. Chapter 0004. The Red Tank. K. Marco. The Icebox prison is currently enduring its first internal assault since its establishment. Surely, the original builders never envisioned that their meticulously constructed defenses would be undermined from within. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds gradually reverberated from the vicinity of Area 19 on the second floor, ascending to the upper levels. An invincible figure dashed through the corridor with remarkable speed. It was Yu-Mu. If one were to look closely, they would also see a diminutive figure, the Knight, Dr. Mobius, trailing closely behind him. Following them was the Punisher Frank. The trio of escapees consisted of Yu-Mu leading the way, with the other two following in his wake. Mobius, transformed into a small figure, was astounded as he gazed at the imposing silhouette of Yu-Mu. It is worth noting that even those extraordinary beings capable of effortlessly toppling tanks and armored vehicles, possessing strength nearing 100 tons, could only leave mere fist imprints on the alloy. Yet this man before him, a specialized alloy, and with a single punch, he actually shattered the entire door panel with just one strike. Mobius realized that his only option was to cling closely to Yu-Mu, this formidable ally. As they wreaked havoc and ascended, a trail of mangled alloy doors was left in their wake, some twisted and deformed, others featuring human-shaped voids. This tumultuous uprising captured the attention of numerous prisoners. Those ordinary terrorists without explosive collars around their necks were filled with excitement as they rushed toward the passage leading to the upper levels. The guard of the Icebox prison acted swiftly. However, Yu-Mu and his companions moved even more rapidly. In less than a minute, they breached layer upon layer of alloy doors and were nearing the sole entrance from the second to the first floor. Observing this, the prison commander immediately concentrated all forces at the entrance of the second floor. Perplexed by how the adversaries managed to conceal such potent agents, they wondered what kind of elixir could possess such strength, capable of breaking through specialized alloys. Unprecedented and unheard of. Yet, just as the guards arrived at the entrance of the second floor, boom! The reinforced alloy door was torn apart by immense force, flying outward in an instant. A few unfortunate souls happened to be standing in front of the door. There were no screams, only a spray of blood. Bang, 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 like crimson fireworks. They erupted in a ghastly display. Their bodies were pierced, disintegrating on impact, with with blood and fragments soaring through the air. At the entrance, a torrential downpour of blood rained down. The guards, taken aback and filled with trepidation, beheld the figure of Yumu, who appeared as a god of wrath. With a crunch, the specially designed alloy beneath his feet was crushed. His footsteps resonated like the heartbeat of those around him, as he declared, "Those who yield shall live. Those who obstruct shall perish." Simple and brutal. What are you waiting for? Open fire. The commander, overwhelmed by fear and unable to confront Yumu directly, issued the order through the screen. A small leader among the guards, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Fire! Damn it, fire at will!" Bang! 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 In an instant, a multitude of firearms unleashed their fiery tongues, showering Yumu with a storm of bullets. However, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The guards stood in shock as the specialized bullets, capable of penetrating steel, merely clinked against Yumu's seemingly frail body, falling harmlessly to the ground, sparking but achieving no effect. "It seems you have made your choice. Do not blame me for the consequences." A cruel smile crept across Yumu's lips. The harsh experiences of his past life had thoroughly taught him how to navigate this world. His kindness would only be bestowed upon those deserving. "Good advice is wasted on the damned," echoed Yumu's cold voice across the scene. In the next moment, he stomped his right foot down, sending the remnants of shell casings soaring into the air. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned the casings back with tremendous force, propelling them towards the guards with greater velocity than any firearm could muster. Screams of horror erupted, wails of despair. From all directions, sprays of blood blossomed. Arms and limbs scattered wildly. With but a single strike, no one remained standing. The ground was littered with remains and cries of anguish as all the guards were annihilated. Time waits for no one. Yumu turned to Mobius and the other companion behind him, stating calmly, "Let's go." Amidst the chaos wrought by Yumu, the super criminals on the first floor of the refrigerator prison erupted in excitement. Let me out, let me out. Brother, I have money, I have women. Just release me, and I will even offer my wife to you." Damn, well done. Ha ha ha, splendid work. Little brother, let me out, let me out. $100 million, $100 million. Handsome, look at me, look at my sister. If you release me, my body is yours. A cacophony of human depravity swirled around. Upon hearing the promises of wealth, Yumu paused momentarily. He surveyed the excited faces in the cells and asked, "Answer me this. If I release you, what will you do?" "Ha ha, money, women. I want to conquer and gallop through life. Destruction, annihilation. This world deserves to be obliterated. Beautiful women, countless beauties. They're my goal, they are everything. I will devour them, one by one." The young man declared, "I shall grant you boundless joy. My skills are exceptional, as all the fathers proclaim." A cold voice interrupted. "Your words are unworthy of my granting you passage." The implication was clear. The chance to emerge from this existence would have to await a future life. With a piercing gaze, he regarded the individuals who had uttered disparaging remarks about women, exercising an absolute dominion over power. "As for you, it would be better if you ceased to exist." With a forceful step, he summoned countless spikes that materialized within the confines of their cell, swiftly ending their lives. Surveying the astonished crowd around him, he strode forth, turning to depart. The night was profound, and the moonlight shimmered like silver. In the Colorado Rocky Mountains, the entrance to the prison was violently breached. The trio burst forth into the fresh air, exhaling deeply. "Ah, we're out, we're out," exclaimed Mobius of the Ant-Man, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, we have truly emerged." Frank clenched his fists tightly. "Excellent. I can once again wield the power of retribution." "Have you rejoiced too soon?" came the calm voice of the young man. Enhanced beyond measure, he discerned a formidable figure standing in the shadows. A man, muscular and massive as a tank, clad in deep crimson armor, with a metallic helmet adorning his head. The red tank, Cain Marco. He had acquired unstoppable power through contact with the malevolent deity, Sidorak, and within the Marvel Comics, he was also known as the half-brother of Professor Charles Xavier, a being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hulk. Now he served as the guardian of the prison, the ultimate barrier. Many had sought to provoke him in the past, only to be effortlessly defeated and slain, their deaths gruesome. Thus, the red tank, Cain Marco, was referred to as the Red Devil among seasoned criminals. Return or perish. A voice like thunder reverberated in their ears. Do not assume that breaching the prison door grants you dominion in this place. A force exceeding 100 tons? Huh. For a true monster, that is merely the threshold. Chapter 0005, One Punch. At the entrance of the prison, the red tank, Cain Marco, emerged from the darkness. His overwhelming presence instantly raised the hackles of Dr. Mobius and Frank, the Punisher. No, we cannot contend with him. We will die. The initial exhilaration of their escape was shattered in an instant by the red tank's mere presence. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, an instinctual awareness of danger urging them to flee. This is, Mobius stammered, astonished that such a formidable being resided within the prison. Even he had heard whispers of the red tank's exploits. As an agent of the malevolent deity, he was bestowed with magical powers, rendering him nearly invincible in strength and defense, complemented by the immortality granted by the dark god's sorcery. This made him a formidable opponent on a physical level. The tales of Mobius's exploits included victories against the Red Tank in battles against Steel Titan and the Thing from the Fantastic Four, both of which ended in triumph for him. Steel Titan faced a crushing defeat, while the Thing managed a slight struggle before succumbing. S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you have any means to counter this? The opponent is... Mobius was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted. Yumu raised an eyebrow and addressed the red tank, Cain Marco, saying, "Spare us? Return to that prison resembling a pigsty?" His expression darkened instantly. "Where do you find such audacity? Is your physique the source of your bravado? If you wish to fight, then do so without further ado. I have little time to waste." At such a towering size, it seemed his intellect was lacking, filled only with excess flesh. The red tank had never endured such humiliation. Those who had dared to provoke him lay buried beneath unmarked graves. He recognized this individual as the newcomer recently sent to the icebox prison. Indeed, a novice, far inferior to the seasoned inmates. Unbeknownst to him, the Red Ghost was another moniker of his. The red tank licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "You are utterly ignorant of true power. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a god." With every muscle taut, the ground beneath him trembled under the sheer kinetic force unleashed at his feet, tearing apart the earth. A localized tremor erupted instantaneously. Boom! The red tank rocketed forth like a miniature meteor. The Rocky Mountains of Colorado swayed under the influence of such overwhelming strength. The eyes of Cain Marco sparkled with excitement, as if he were on the verge of witnessing the disintegration of the loathsome figure before him. Torn into countless fragments by his terrifying might, the red tank charged forth with an unstoppable force, causing Mobius' scalp to prickle with dread. Move aside, he thought, grasping that he could not withstand this. It was divine power, a level unattainable by mere mortals like them. The only strategy against the red tank was cunning. Not brute strength. Yes, cunning. Although the red tank appeared invincible, he possessed numerous vulnerabilities. The Dark Knight, Mobius, was filled with anxiety. Would they truly meet their end at the hands of this fearsome entity as easily as swatting a fly? He had yet to rid himself of the vampire's curse and discover a remedy for his affliction. How could he perish so easily? As he gazed at the approaching red tank, watching the fist rise, and Yumu remaining motionless, despair enveloped Mobius. He even closed his eyes, fully aware of what that punch signified. It was a blow capable of effortlessly defeating creatures with 100 tons of strength. Now, there was no salvation in sight for them. But in the next moment, there was no sound of bones fracturing, no splattering of flesh, only a dull thud, as if striking a steel plate. The massive form of the red tank seemed to freeze in place, halting less than half a meter before Yumu. His fist was caught by a hand. The smile on the red tank's face froze. He lowered his head, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. How could you catch it? How could I be obstructed? For so many years, few had managed to defeat him on a purely physical level. With the power of the Dark God, he had torn through countless renowned figures of strength. But now, what sort of monster had S.H.I.E.L.D. brought forth? At that moment, the voice of the dark-haired youth echoed in the red tank's ears. The power of the gods? The youth retorted with a tone laced with mockery. It seems your deity is not so impressive after all. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. I too worship a god. Its name is Tom. Then, a shadow of a fist loomed larger in the red tank's vision. Thud! The body, claimed to possess invincible defense, was pierced through. A gaping wound appeared in his chest. Blood spilled from the red tank's lips as his vision began to fade to darkness, fixating intently on his opponent. In his final moments, the red tank emitted a soul-searching inquiry. Tom, which ancient demon is this? Without waiting for an answer, the red tank's eyes widened in shock, completely succumbing to silence. With a crash, Yumu casually tossed the red tank's corpse into the debris of the alloy door of the refrigerator prison, sealing off the breach. Even in death, his physical strength remained unparalleled. As for why he sealed it, Yumu was well aware of the group behind him, eager to take advantage of the chaos. They could wait for another lifetime. Then, in the astonished gazes of Mobius and Frank, Yumu calmly remarked, S.H.I.E.L.D must have reacted by now and will dispatch reinforcements. These pesky ants are quite bothersome. We should take our leave. You're all too slow. Hold on tight to me, and I'll let you experience the thrill of aerial acrobatics. The enhancement serum still had 6 minutes left, ample time for them to make their escape. At that moment, Frank, who had been silent, spoke up. Where are we going? Yumu cast him a glance and replied serenely. New York? We're headed to New York. Given the current circumstances, there was no place more fitting than Hell's Kitchen in New York. As Mobius and Frank held on tightly, Yumu mimicked the Hulk's leaping technique. He pushed off the ground with great force, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. In the next instant, the trio vanished from sight, leaping into the vast night sky, disappearing without a trace. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the refrigerator prison, a group of ordinary terrorists arrived at the breach, only to find the exit blocked by a lifeless body. What on earth is happening here? The corpse lies as stiff as a board. Some attempted to move it, yet remained completely immobile. The prisoners were driven to madness. The exit was tantalizingly close, and this opportunity was indeed a rare one. Yet, they found themselves thwarted. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. Some kicked the head of the corpse with great force, while others suggested finding tools to dismember it. A few began to gather explosives to blow the door open. Amidst the prisoners' frenzied activity, no one noticed the vacant chest of the corpse emanating a crimson glow. A faint sigh resonated from the void. Subsequently, the red glow surged forth from the hollow of the chest, weaving and intertwining. The area covered by the red light on the corpse became animated with flesh and muscle, blood vessels sprouting forth as if conjured from thin air, mending the body's losses. The malevolent deity S.H.I.E.L.D had intervened from beyond. Before long, the lifeless heart of the red tank, Kay and Marco, began to beat once more. Thump, thump, thump. The red tank resurrected. Upon regaining consciousness, Kay and Marco shook his head, surveying the ants before him. He quickly comprehended their intentions. A surge of wrath ignited within him, for he knew these wretches were to be his outlets for fury. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he licked his lips, ready to make them his sacrificial offerings, allowing them to contribute one final time. That night, the number of prisoners in the refrigerator prison decreased by a staggering 30%. The name of the Red Demon once again echoed through the halls of the refrigerator prison. That night would forever be remembered by the inmates as the day of blood sacrifice. Chapter 0006, Hydra Spy, Spider-Gwen. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Triskelion building, Nick Fury, with his egg-shaped head, faced dozens of screens displaying surveillance footage from the refrigerator prison. The screens showcased the complete video of inmate 4396, Yumu, during his time in the prison. How could this be? How could this happen? This is not what the intelligence indicated. Fury stared in shock at the footage, his mind swirling with questions. Where had the error occurred? The intelligence had clearly stated otherwise. Fury exclaimed. Beside him, the tall and striking Agent Hill, clad in a black leather jacket, looked perplexed. What is different, Director Fury? She inquired, sensing that there was information he was withholding. Moreover, how had the individual betrayed by Hydra acquired the serum? Every inmate entering the refrigerator prison underwent comprehensive screening to ensure they entered in a state of complete exposure. Could it be that a traitor lurked within the prison? As she watched the gaunt figure shatter the alloy door like paper, a chill ran through Hill. It was utterly terrifying. Nick Fury shook his head, asserting no, Hill. You do not understand. The egghead gazed at the image of Yumu above, his voice laden with gravity. This individual is far more complex than he appears. Are you not curious as to why, among the multitude that invaded the base, only he was captured? It is noteworthy that the other Hydra members left no survivors. Yet this particular individual remains. Egghead did not conceal his loyalty from his subordinates, whispering, according to the intelligence I possess. This man was clandestinely fashioned by Hydra as an operative to infiltrate the icebox prison. His identity is genuine. He is indeed a forsaken disciple of Kunlun. However, his true allegiance lies with Hydra. Upon hearing this, Hill was taken aback. Hydra? Indeed. Egghead paused momentarily before continuing. Nevertheless, he is no longer the person he once was. Hydra has subjected him to brainwashing, erasing all memories of his activities within their ranks and implanting a fabricated narrative in their stead. Intelligence reports indicate that Hydra has embedded a trigger within him. Upon receiving a specific command, the memories that have been suppressed will be fully restored. Once his memories resurface, he will commence executing Hydra's clandestine agenda. These vermin of Hydra have set their sights on a perilous figure located on the 3rd level of the icebox prison. It must be said, Hill was genuinely astonished. Her visage was one of disbelief. She could not fathom that these inhumane terrorists would resort to such madness, altering memories to circumvent S.H.I.E.L.D scrutiny, employing specific commands to unlock memories for the execution of their schemes. Do they not fear the potential failure of this plan? If his memories remain unrecovered, would they not be squandering a formidable asset? Hill, with a look of foreboding, questioned, who are they attempting to rescue from the 3rd level? Magneto, Black King Sebastian Shaw, or someone else entirely? Egghead replied with unwavering certainty. Ultimately, regardless of their intentions, from the moment we became aware of their plans, we have achieved a victory. I have been awaiting the moment this individual regains his memories. This is our greatest leverage in understanding Hydra's intelligence. The lesser catches we previously secured pale in comparison to this significant prize. However, an unexpected turn has arisen. Egghead Fury fixated on the footage of Yumu as he ascended through the layers of the upper levels, even rescuing 2 criminals he had never encountered before, leaving Egghead in a state of bewilderment. The inexplicable appearance of certain substances and the audacious prison escape left him profoundly shaken. What is the situation with this Hydra spy? Has his memory truly returned? Yet, his actions diverge significantly from the intelligence we possess. Is the 3rd level not below? What does it mean to escape in reverse? No matter how Egghead racked his brain, he could not comprehend the true intentions of this Hydra spy. Why are they attempting to escape from prison? Furthermore, if Hydra possesses such potent substances, why do they not directly assault the icebox prison? Who among them is the Mantis, and who is the Yellow Bird? Where has this fellow Yumu vanished to? Could this also be part of the Hydra's scheme? With a heavy heart, the egg-headed man lamented, alas. Everything can only be revealed once we capture this individual again. He immediately reached out to Agent Natasha. Her assistance was indispensable at this juncture. In a warehouse somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, New York, Yumu finally touched down in safety. Gazing at the ruins before him, a wave of discomfort washed over him. It must be said, Tom's craftsmanship is unparalleled. In merely 6 minutes, the trio of fugitives had experienced a breathtaking aerial journey, soaring through the night sky. From Colorado to New York, a distance of nearly 3,000 kilometers was traversed in less than 6 minutes. Truly a terrifying feat. And this was all due to his currently weakened physical state. What might it be like when one day his strength reaches 100 tons or even 1,000? At that moment, Yumu profoundly realized the immense value of the rat poison agent he possessed. Contemplating this, as the creditor, he cast a glance at a recovering vampire nearby and resolved that the $1 million was now forfeit. Unaware that the bounty for heads had been consumed, the vampire surveyed the surroundings in astonishment. Had they stumbled into a den of thieves? Hearing this, Yumu looked around, momentarily taken aback. As the smoke began to dissipate, moonlight streamed through a gaping hole in the warehouse roof. It was then he comprehended the gravity of their predicament. They lay amid the debris, surrounded by a group of vigilant gangsters brandishing firearms, easily numbering over 100. Black and white faces were scattered throughout the scene. In the distance stood a line of young girls in their 20s, shackled by chains around their necks, weeping like rain-soaked blossoms. Had they inadvertently stumbled upon a human trafficking transaction? How fortuitous! Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, Yumu addressed the parties involved in the transaction in a calm tone. It seems you failed to consult the almanac before venturing out today. On a night like this, shrouded in darkness, it is advisable to stay indoors and rest. In simpler terms, death has come knocking at your door. Though the preceding words were not entirely clear, The final proclamation of doom sent a jolt of tension through the crowd. Confronted by this unexpected interloper who threatened to ruin their dealings, the gangsters swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at the audacious speaker. At that tense moment, a crash resounded as the glass ceiling on the opposite end of the warehouse shattered. A figure clad in white descended gracefully amidst the moonlight refracted by the broken glass, resembling an angel gracing the earth. With a white hood and mask concealing her face, her perfect silhouette surveyed the scene. A melodious voice emerged from beneath the mask. "Wow, it appears I've arrived just in time. How could such a lively gathering be complete without your Spider-Woman?" Chapter 0007. I, the first disciple of Kunlun, come to collect debts. Spider-Gwen gazed at the figure clad in a white battle suit, her curves accentuated, leaving Yumu astonished. Indeed, this world is utterly absurd. Mutants, the brother of Professor Charles. Red Tank, and now a female version of Spider-Man, Gwen. Huh, if a crocodile version of Loki were to appear next, I wouldn't be the least surprised. Hey, do you need assistance? The Spider-Girl waved her hand, inquiring of Yumu, who stood amidst the ruins. Fortunately, Yumu had changed out of his prison attire during his journey, donning garments belonging to some unfortunate soul. Otherwise, the valiant Spider-Girl might have resolved the gang's dealings only to turn her attention to him next. Thanks, but that's unnecessary. Yumu declined the girl's kind offer, turning his gaze towards the nearly 100 individuals in the distance. It wasn't that he couldn't handle them. His peak human physique was no mere decoration. He had no habit of owing favors. Just ensure those girls are safe. I'll take care of the rest. Yumu casually picked up a steel rebar from the ground, chuckling at the ragtag group before him. I hope you can endure a while longer. Don't let it be that I barely start. And you all crumble? He kicked Mobius lightly. Hey, get up and get to work. Meanwhile, the Punisher, Frank, eagerly rose, stretching his limbs as he addressed Yumu. Your enhancement effect must have worn off by now. Shall I take action? You can just watch. Huh. Yumu shook his head, responding, even without the enhancement, these miscreants cannot impede me. If you wish to stretch your legs, then join me. Without waiting for Frank's reply, Yumu charged down the ruins like a tiger among sheep. As he passed by Spider-Gwen, a faint scent of perfume mingled with her youthful fragrance filled his lungs. Observing this, Spider-Gwen released her webbing, swinging towards the trapped girls, her voice unwavering. If you can't hold on, just give a shout. I'll take over. Simultaneously, the gang members engaged in trade noticed the three men descending from the sky as if impervious to firearms, charging toward them. Bang, bang, bang. The battle commenced. Despair washed over the gang members. The three individuals seemed inhuman, slaughtering their way through the ranks with sheer physicality. Their reactions were terrifying, rendering the gang's handguns utterly ineffective as they struggled to land a single shot. Under the night sky, this one-sided battle concluded in an instant. Clap, clap, clap. The Gwen of Universe 9527, unlike any Gwen one might imagine, sat upon a table, swinging her legs, unable to contain her applause. Marvelous, splendid, truly remarkable. She had not anticipated that these three seemingly disheveled individuals possessed such immense strength. Even she must exert considerable effort to resolve the conflict. These individuals are on par with her. When did such beings emerge in Hell's Kitchen? Aside from the night dwellers she knows, Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke, and others, there seems to be no one else drawn to this place. Gwen fixed her gaze upon the group, an inexplicable feeling stirring within her. Hell's Kitchen appears to be on the brink of transformation. The scent of blood permeates the air. Dr. Mobius, sensing the fragrant aroma, couldn't help but scratch his head. Hey, what's this? A blue blood bag was tossed in his direction by Yumu. Mobius caught the blood bag, momentarily taken aback. Is this a blood bag from the refrigerator prison agents? How did you come by it? I didn't notice. Mobius suppressed his curiosity. Yumu, unfazed, replied. I stumbled upon a pile of boxes on the way and just grabbed some. I didn't expect them to be filled with blood bags. This was, of course, a fabrication. Yumu silently observed a certain vampire greedily consuming a blood bag. The entire scenario traced back to his prison escape plan. Since he had resolved to take Mobius with him, how could Yumu neglect to prepare contingencies? The first step was to deplete Mobius's savings, rendering him financially incapacitated upon his release. The second step involved using the blood bags as bait to entice Mobius to follow him. One would emerge from prison penniless, struggling for sustenance, while the other would enjoy a lavish lifestyle without the burden of homelessness. Surely, any rational individual would know how to choose. Furthermore, since there were readily available blood bags in a refrigerator prison, it would be foolish not to take them when leaving. Thanks to the system, his backpack could store these items, so he casually collected a couple of years' worth of blood bags. Yumu turned to gaze into the distance, watching Gwen, who had freed numerous captured girls. He did not wish to miss this opportunity to forge a connection with her. Regardless of Gwen's strength, her high-ranking police officer father, or her extensive knowledge of New York's heroes, all warranted a solid relationship with her. His interest in Gwen was not solely based on her identity as a female hero or her alluring figure. He, Yumu, was a person of trustworthy character. In an instant, an idea sparked in his mind, and he devised a plan. "Hey, little spider, we are ready to leave." Igrecumu approached Gwen, inquiring, "Where are you headed, little spider?" Gwen's brows furrowed. Hands on her hips, she retorted, "Hey, I'm not a child. What is wrong with you? And by the way, I am Spider-Woman, not some little version." Under the moonlight, the white suit accentuated the youthful curves of its owner, her displeasure adding an endearing charm. Igrecumu, inadvertently stepping on a landmine, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a rocky start. "No need to panic. Continue." Yumu touched his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem. "My apologies, a slip of the tongue. The beautiful and formidable Miss Spider. Are you satisfied with this appellation?" He adapted swiftly, his years of diligent practice in acting finally coming to fruition. Gwen let out a slight huff, begrudgingly accepting this somewhat perfunctory compliment. "Miss Spider, are you familiar with the Hand Association?" Yumu promptly delved into the crux of the matter, his voice tinged with animosity. "Those traitors. I know only that they are in New York, but I am oblivious to their whereabouts. If you possess any knowledge, please share it. My gratitude shall be unspoken." Gwen was visibly taken aback, not anticipating to hear that term. An association? She, Gwen the heroine, certainly knew of it. Rumor had it that its members hailed from the 5 fingers of Kunlun, expelled by Kunlun, one of the 7 great heavenly cities. Now, they had allied themselves with a powerful entity known as the Beast, a primordial demon with traits of an evil god. His existence granted the Hand Association dark magic, abilities of resurrection, and the power to corrupt the hearts of men. Gwen spoke gravely. "You seek them? I advise you to abandon that notion. They are a band of lunatics, utterly reckless and exceedingly dangerous." She paused to add, "Much of the turmoil in Hell's Kitchen is tied to them. Anyone who gets entangled with them is unlikely to meet a favorable end. Since you have just arrived, it would be wise not to provoke them, lest you find yourselves in peril." Upon hearing this, Yumu showed no sign of fear. He brushed off the dust from his clothing and stated earnestly, "To be candid, I am the foremost disciple of Kunlun, sent down by my master on a mission to collect debts from the Hand Association." Mobius, who was nearby, nearly spat out the mouthful of blood he had just ingested upon hearing this declaration. The foremost disciple of Kunlun? Wait, isn't that the abandoned disciple of Kunlun? Does this fellow not even bother to draft his boasts? Collecting debts? Gwen blinked, her mind filtering through the information, leaving her with just 2 words. Collecting debts? Did the Hand Association owe him money? Or had they stolen treasures from Kunlun? A smile spread across Yumu's face, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Indeed, I seek to collect the debts of their lives." Chapter 0008. Solitary. Life debts? Upon hearing those words, Gwen was instantly electrified, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Her restless spirit was imbued with a thirst for adventure and a fervent desire for justice. She had longed for an opportunity to address the Hand Association, a malignant tumor entrenched in the underworld of New York. "What would you have me do?" Gwen was unusually exhilarated, eager to take action. Yumu observed her every movement, knowing that this matter had been sealed. Seizing the moment, he declared, "Miss Spider, you should be more aware than I that the Hand Association has committed heinous acts in New York. They are a malignant tumor that must be excised from the city's body. My primary task, as mandated by my sect, is to uproot them completely, to honor the spirits of our ancestors in Kunlun." However, Yumu shifted his tone, expressing difficulty. "Yet, as you can see, I am new here, utterly ignorant of the geography and power dynamics of New York. More importantly, due to certain, shall we say, special reasons that cannot be disclosed to outsiders, I am currently unable to reveal the identity of the Kunlun heir, which makes my actions rather inconvenient." If Miss Spider would be so kind as to extend a helping hand and assist me in eradicating the vile members of the Alliance. I assure you that the Kunlun lineage will offer a generous reward, and I shall not go back on my word. Beneath her white hood, Gwen tilted her head and remarked, helping you deal with the Alliance sounds infinitely more entertaining than going solo. However, what exactly are these special reasons? And when you mention a generous reward from Kunlun, are we talking about lost martial arts manuscripts, or perhaps an elixir of immortality? The girl's curiosity was indeed insatiable. Yumu feigned an air of profundity, responding solemnly, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. When the time is right, I shall inform you. He then summoned his inner energy and struck forward with a palm. Boom! A colossal handprint materialized on the wall 10 meters away. Beautiful Miss Spider, all you need to know is that I am not deceiving you. As long as our goals align, everything else is of little consequence, is it not? Bathing in the moonlight, Yumu smiled at Gwen. Humph, so mysterious, Gwen pouted, masking her astonishment. Very well, it's a deal. But let me be clear. I am not after any rewards from Kunlun. I simply find the Alliance detestable and have long desired to teach them a lesson. Gwen extended her small hand. Adorned with a white glove, Yumu grasped it gently, feeling the unique warmth and softness characteristic of youth. A pleasant collaboration, Miss Spider. Gwen furrowed her brow and scanned their surroundings. This is not the place for conversation. Allow me to take you to my secret base. With that, Gwen leaped gracefully to the top of the warehouse like a white sprite, playfully glancing back. You all can keep up, right? Seeing this, Yumu blinked and sighed. Let us go, keep up. Time passed, and a man clad in a dark red, form-fitting combat suit, with a mask adorned with 2 small horns, appeared in the warehouse. It was Night Devil, Matthew Murdoch. Observing the scene of carnage before him, his gaze flickered in shock as he murmured, who did this? What other forces in Hell's Kitchen dare to challenge the likes of Kingpin? The Alliance? The Black Cat Gang? The Green Goblin Gang? Or someone else? Not long ago, the military was chasing a green giant through the city. What a tumultuous time we live in. At Gwen's secret base, after completing their introductions, Yumu, Gwen, and the Punisher Frank were engaged in discussing intelligence related to the Alliance. Meanwhile, Dr. Mobius, in the shadows, was shedding tears and yawning. To be honest, Mobius had not anticipated that beneath the white mask, the girl would be so breathtakingly beautiful, with fair, taut skin, a delicately featured profile partially obscured by her flowing hair, and large, glistening eyes. He thought to himself that had he been a decade younger and back in high school, he would have certainly pursued this enchanting young lady. Mobius gazed at Yumu's somewhat mischievous yet handsome profile, then turned his attention to the strikingly browed and wide-eyed Frank, inexplicably feeling an urge to whisk him away. Huh, one oblivious fellow. Well, that will suffice for now. Yumu rose to check the time and casually remarked, the hour grows late, Gwen. You must still be a student, I presume. You should retire early. You have school tomorrow. All right. Just like my father always nagging. She replied, then I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. Indeed, see you tomorrow. Yumu watched Gwen's graceful figure vanish into the moonlight before retracting his gaze. He lifted his eyes to behold the luminous moon suspended in the night sky. The moonlight was cold, illuminating the slightly somber expression on Yumu's face. A level 10 criminal of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once this label is donned, is not easily cast aside. He had no intention of shouldering the burdens of his predecessor. The misdeeds of that former self bore no relevance to him. Yet the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would evidently not entertain his explanations. Having escaped from a prison of ice, S.H.I.E.L.D's modus operandi would not relent easily. It was likely that the agents pursuing him were already en route. Who could they be? Black Widow, Hawkeye, or perhaps someone else? To extricate himself from S.H.I.E.L.D's relentless pursuit, there are but 3 paths before him. One is to personally obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D. The second is for the agency to implode from within. The third is for Hydra to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D. As a level 10 fugitive from S.H.I.E.L.D., it is unlikely Hydra would concern themselves with him. Contemplating this, Yumu let out a cold laugh, his mind conjuring the visage of Nick Fury, the egg-headed man who had thrown him into the Iron Man cage. Relishing in the special treatment he received. You old rascal, do you truly believe I lack temper? Yumu thought. Every day, you confine me to a single cell, and you dare to label it as special treatment for a special prisoner? You, Egghead, are fond of collecting extraordinary individuals across the globe, aspiring to form a team of Avengers for the sake of world peace. Are you not? It is settled. Yumu resolved fiercely within himself. This time, I shall play the role of the yellow-haired one. Every hero you hold dear, one by one, I shall bring low. Let them understand that following you, Egghead, holds no promise of fortune or future. I will ensure you experience the terror of a fraudulent syndicate. Let you truly grasp the meaning of solitude and isolation. Chapter 0009. The Return of the Golden Frog. The Death of Lady Gao. The following day, at Gwen's secret base, Yumu enjoyed the most comfortable sleep since his arrival in this new world. Comfortable at last, he was no longer standing while asleep. In ancient times, the little dragon maiden slept suspended by silk, while now, Yumu stood, hoping to ascend. The little dragon maiden slept on ropes for cultivation. My standing slumber aims for transcendence. Yumu stretched lazily, noticing Mobius and Frank still fast asleep. In light of the adage that early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health, Yumu extended his hand. After a flurry of chaotic commotion, the day began anew. Bias, bearing the weight of 2 dark circles beneath his eyes, labored tirelessly to vanquish the artificial blood bags before him. Alas, when will this relentless cycle of blood-sucking come to an end? Have you finished your meal? If so, depart swiftly. The promised sum of $10 million must not be diminished by even a cent. The oppressive voice of Yumu, laden with the aura of a creditor, echoed in Bias's ears, causing his heart to leap with trepidation as he lamented. Here it comes, here it comes. The Swiss bank, a shared sanctuary for Marvel's villains, where depositing money incurs no stress and laundering it leaves no trace. Even superheroes can do little more than fret, and the S.H.I.E.L.D can only sigh in despair. Even Hydra operatives find themselves queuing to open accounts. With a heavy heart, Bias transferred the entirety of his $10 million to Yumu's account. Beep. Detected host assets exceeding $10 million. Initiating currency exchange function. $10,000 can be exchanged for 1 clover. Note: other currencies will be converted according to the current exchange rate. The host currently possesses funds sufficient to convert into 1,003 clovers. Shall the exchange proceed? What? As Yumu absorbed the croaking notification in his mind, he was taken aback. $10,000 equating to a mere clover? Are you the reincarnation of the Golden Toad? Are you certain you haven't wandered into the wrong realm? Yumu could scarcely believe that the money he had just acquired was already under the watchful gaze of an ill-intentioned entity. No, it wasn't merely about the current funds. Even his future earnings seemed to have been ensnared by this croaking system. Breathe, stay calm. Money can be earned anew, but losing the system would mean repaying the debts. In the realm of cultivation, one slays for treasures, while in the domain of systems, one kills for cash. After reciting a few verses of the Bible in quiet meditation, Yumu's heart regained its composure. Gazing at the funds in his account that no longer belonged to him, he recalled past experiences of being deceived in scam zones. It was all the same, merely a different creditor this time. Upon rejecting the exchange, an inexplicable urgency enveloped Yumu. He realized he had underestimated the croaking system. This will not do. The plan to forge a connection with Gwen through the impending mission could not be delayed. Tonight, he would seize the day. Moreover, it was time to collect interest for the Kunlun sect, the legacy of his predecessor. Gwen, I find myself longing for you. Perhaps you should forego school and join me in the pursuit of gold coins. Beside him, Bias observed Yumu's shifting expressions, sometimes smiling, at other times gritting his teeth, or reminiscing wistfully. A jolt surged through him. Could it be that this fellow intended to devour his 1 million? He recalled a prior conversation while soaring through the skies, where Yumu had mentioned that the Punisher, Frank, had not made any payment, hence it did not count towards his bounty. Initially, he thought it was merely a jest. However, witnessing Yumu's demeanor now, it appeared this individual was truly not inclined to fulfill his obligation. As Bias prepared to take his leave with the money, he suddenly realized, alone, it seems I can no longer proceed. The night in New York is rife with malevolence. Under the guidance of the Punisher, Yumu and his companions are fully equipped with false identities and weapons, and have even acquired new attire. At their clandestine base, they finally await the return of Gwen. who has completed her training. Yumu thinks to himself, at last, she has arrived. Yumu exclaims, finally, we can unleash the gold coins. Gwen responds, at last, we can enact justice. Yumu gazes at Gwen hovering above the base. Gwen says, so shall we proceed? Yumu, brimming with eagerness, inquires, shall we go? Friends, Gwen exclaims with enthusiasm. In Hell's kitchen, within a secret warehouse belonging to the Hand, Lady Gao directs her subordinates in a drug transaction with the Gross Gang. Ah, the purity is sufficient. The taste is exquisite. The small-time leader of the Gross Gang nods in satisfaction. This batch is undoubtedly of the highest quality. Lady Gao nods, and both parties prepare for the next phase of their exchange. Just then, a feminine voice cascades with the moonlight. Wow, it seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Who? The members of the Gross Gang and the Hand are simultaneously startled, raising their guns or drawing their knives, warily glancing towards the source of the voice. Crash! The glass of the warehouse shatters, as four figures descend into the scene illuminated by the moonlight. Leading the charge is a figure clad in a white battlesuit and hood, none other than Spider-Gwen. Yumu, Morbius, and Frank follow closely behind. The unexpected turn of events catches everyone off guard. They initially fear they have been discovered by the police. However, it is only four individuals. Attack! S.H.E.L.D. Not granting the adversaries any time to react. Gwen lets out a playful laugh, her webbing already in action, deftly swinging towards the nearest gunman. Yumu, like a phantom, lunges forward, his fists gathering the energy of Kunlun. With each punch, the sound of shattering bones and anguished cries from the gangsters fills the air. The Punisher, Frank, wields a gun in each hand, unleashing fiery death upon the gang members. After dispatching several henchmen, Morbius maneuvers around the periphery of the battlefield, ensuring none escape. The battle begins swiftly and concludes even more rapidly. In less than 30 seconds, aside from Yumu and his companions, only Lady Gao remains standing. Her cane trembles slightly in her grip, yet she strives to maintain her composure. Who on earth are you? Lady Gao's voice is parched. She has encountered numerous outlaws, but such efficiency and ruthlessness are indeed rare. Yumu steps before her, his fist stained with blood, declaring, who we are is unimportant. What matters is that you must answer a few questions for me. What do you know about the beast? Lady Gao's pupils constrict suddenly. The beast? You are aware of its existence? After a moment of silence, Lady Gao despondently replies, the beast is the great entity that bestows us with power. It is the true sovereign of the Hand. It is not human, but an otherworldly dark god that grants its followers the curse of immortality and boundless dark power. Our five fingers are merely servants of the beast in this realm. Yumu spoke plainly, stating that if he revealed the location of the beast, he could grant a swift end. Lady Gao offered a bitter smile, for the beast had found a new incarnation. It now resided within the body of Arikana Chesos, the entity you refer to as the Black Void. As long as the beast exists, she shall remain immortal, and the Hand Association will never truly perish. She paused, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes, proclaiming that its power is boundless, and those who oppose it are destined for a path of death. Is that so? Yumu remained non-committal, having gleaned the information he sought from Lady Gao's words. I have shared all that I know, she said, gazing at Yumu. Well, may our collaboration be pleasant. Yumu nodded in agreement. In the next moment, a sharp wind accompanied his hand as it descended before the incredulous eyes of Lady Gao. Thud! Caught off guard, Lady Gao, whose combat prowess was no match for Yumu, could not resist. Her eyes widened in shock as her neck was severed, and she slowly crumpled to the ground. Gwen watched from the side, curling her lip but refraining from further comment. She had never felt any sympathy for the Hand Association, a group notorious for its heinous deeds. Frank quietly began to inspect the scattered weapons and cash on the floor. Yumu approached a few boxes filled with US dollars, casually opening one to find neat stacks of bills inside. Roughly estimating, he concluded that their haul amounted to around $15 million. Indeed, it is a truth that wealth is often acquired through bloodshed and fire, while noble endeavors are rarely rewarded. How could one achieve such financial gain through legitimate means in such a short time? The three primary instruments of wealth, drugs, robbery, and fraud, prohibited in my previous life, are now practically unregulated in the Marvel world. Death surrounds them in vast swathes, and this paltry sum is but a drop in the ocean. Just as Yu was tallying the spoils, a croaking sound interrupted him. Your tadpole has returned, bringing back a travel souvenir and a travel memento. Go take a look. Chapter 0010. The tadpole returns from the world of Cheen's moon. Gwen's secret base had become the temporary residence for the trio, with no ties to bind them. Where they stayed mattered little. Free accommodations are indeed the most desirable, especially with charming companions for conversation. What more could one ask for? At that moment, Yu excused himself under the pretense of training, retreating to a corner of the base. Detection indicates the host possesses $15 million, which can be deposited into the Quack system for immediate access. As a condition of use, any deposited funds will accrue interest, which belongs to the Quack system. A middleman profiting from the difference? You truly take advantage of me. If $15 million were invested, a modest annual interest rate of 10 to 20 would be easily achievable. For an expert, doubling the amount is a simple task. And this is what you present to me? How absurd. Very well. Yu sighed, reflecting on how little time had passed since his arrival in the Marvel world. Merely a week. A year feels like an eternity. The realms of investing in stocks, real estate, or operating a red light district seem far removed from my reality. I have saved. As I watch my vanishing wealth, I feel no nostalgia and instead begin to examine the treasures my frog companion has brought me. In the system interface, the special products section gleams brightly with the number 3. I wonder which world my frog has explored this time. Is it the realm of Tom and Jerry once again? Astonishingly, my frog has returned with 3 extraordinary artifacts. My frog is truly remarkable. Eagerly, I click to unveil the treasures it has procured. Supreme mechanism of the M.O. family, a specialty from the world of Cheen's moon. This top-tier mechanical weapon, refined by generations of M.O. family masters, boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities with the ability to switch forms at will. Offensive mode, sword, crossbow, boomerang, reverse shark teeth. Defensive mode, shield, jade halo, which rebounds damage, mantis leap for rapid evasion. Functional form, sky climbing cord for agile maneuvering, hidden dragon silk for stealthy binding. Note, new forms can be added. Mechanism arts, a souvenir from the world of Cheen's moon. This is an encyclopedic inheritance of the essence of M.O. family S engineering arts, integrating the core techniques of 2 major schools. M.O. family mechanisms, M.O. family mechanical birds, 4-clawed iron spiders, upgrades for the art of non-aggression, construction techniques for mechanized cities, and the fabrication of the 4 divine beasts. Gongshu mechanisms, the crafting of bloodbats, self-destructive explosive units, the creation of the earth-breaking 7, miniature reconnaissance. Core designs for the attacking Red Lance mechanism snake, the unparalleled human modification weapon, the Mirage warship, and the domineering gear assembly. Note, can be enhanced with modern technology, such as laser alloys. Legacy of the sword, Saint Gainya, a souvenir from the world of Cheen's moon. This encompasses all of Gainya's combat prowess at his peak. Techniques, 100 steps flying sword, long rainbow piercing the sun, sword techniques combo, sword blade storm. Empty-handed against blades, passives, ghost valley breathing technique, swordsman S intuition, reaction speed. Strategic vision note, must be adapted to the energy system of this world, such as transforming internal energy into chi. What a treasure. Has my frog truly extracted the secrets of the M.O. family, the Gongshu family, and the Zohing family? My lips twitch as I feel an overwhelming admiration for my frog companion, akin to an unending river. This is no mere traveling frog. It is a dimension-hopping plunderer. With a thought, I absorb the essence of the mechanism arts as if enlightened. In an instant, my mind sparks with countless ingenious ideas. Equipping the mechanical bird with a miniature camera and high-energy laser, reinventing the non-aggressive form with adamantium or vibranium. Perhaps even crafting a mechanized version of Iron Man's armor? How intriguing. I must admit, the Gongshu family possesses remarkable ingenuity. A plethora of delightful trinkets abound, and there are several for everyone. Might it be possible for the M.O. family and the Gongshu family to amalgamate their ingenious mechanisms to create some captivating inventions? It warrants consideration. Subsequently, Yu chose to embrace the legacy of the Sword Saint. A magnificent surge of sword intent instantaneously enveloped his entire consciousness. This was not mere knowledge impartation. It resembled an immersive experience. He felt as though he had transformed into the solitary and proud Sword Saint in white, enduring countless life and death battles. Each sword swing, every evasion, and all judgments were deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. The inner breath circulation method of the Ghost Valley's breathing technique automatically operated within him, harmonizing with the energy he had cultivated. The two subtly fused into one, rendering his internal energy even more refined and pure. With a resounding boom, a sound echoed from within him. At that moment, Yumu's entire demeanor underwent a transformation. If he was previously a blade concealed within its sheath, occasionally revealing a hint of brilliance, now he was an unparalleled divine weapon unsheathed. Even when standing still, he exuded an aura that was both striking and formidable. Yumu sensed his 5 senses sharpened to an unprecedented acuity. Every muscle and nerve in his body brimmed with explosive power. The world seemed to slow within his perception. One of the Sword Saint's philosophical tenets proclaimed, "Embrace the weight of 1,000 June with gentleness, guide the unpredictable with wisdom, shatter constraints with strength, and govern the populace through the Tao." Yumu felt capable of harnessing this principle, and certainly not limited to this alone. He could contend with those several times stronger than himself. Now, Yumu had become a formidable existence capable of piercing through the throngs to seize the head of a general. This was not merely an enhancement of techniques and skills. It represented a profound leap in combat awareness and realm. A realization dawned upon him as he murmured, "So this is the transcendence of swordsmanship, the state of holding no sword in hand, yet possessing a sword in heart." At this moment, he comprehended that his previous combat skills were trivial in the presence of a true swordsmanship master. Yumu raised his hand, fingers gently curled as if grasping an invisible sword. An unprecedented sense of power surged through his entire being. This strength was not merely an accumulation of force, but an exquisite mastery over his own capabilities, a profound understanding of the art of combat. He even sensed that, should he desire, he could effortlessly wield a branch to unleash astonishing sword techniques. He can now manifest sword energy. Yumu exhaled deeply, feeling exhilarated. This sensation of ascending to great heights was truly exhilarating. In the distance, one might wonder if this fellow has indeed changed. Mobius furrowed his brow, perceiving Yumu as a sharp sword, his formidable aura uncontainable, exuding an undeniable arrogance. What an incredible individual. Are all those emerging from Kunlun so extraordinary? Do I still have a chance to enter? Ah, indeed. It appears that Yumu has become even more dashing. Gwen, as a woman, is particularly sensitive to appearances. She muses uncertainly. It seems to be his aura. His demeanor is markedly different from before. Indeed, the Punisher Frank asserts, this transformation is the result of prolonged training and countless battles, culminating in a formidable combat aura. To possess such a warrior's spirit at such a young age is truly remarkable. Yumu, however, remains oblivious to the trio's discussion. Even if he were to overhear, he would not mind it. Instead, he would openly acknowledge, "I am merely concealing my true strength." At this moment, Yumu is faced with a challenging decision. In order to continue aiding the frog spawn on their journey, 2 extravagant meals and an array of 200 items are indispensable. This expenditure swiftly depletes his recently gathered clover. As Yumu gazes at the newly acquired 15 million, he knows it will soon vanish. Before him, the frog spawn's ability section, a veritable consumer of clovers, showcases a plethora of skills. Martial Arts Master, 1500, Guns Master, 1500, Magic Apprentice, 1500, Knight Apprentice, 1500, Gourmet, 1500. The multitude of options leaves Yumu bewildered, yet he ultimately resolves to act. The 15 million obtained through underhanded means swiftly dissipates, exchanged for 1,500 clovers. He purchases the Magic Apprentice ability, bestowing it upon the frog spawn. Observing the frog spawn as it consumes its meal, Yumu secretly anticipates what new abilities or treasures it may bring him next. Presently, the need for funds arises from multiple sources. The frog spawn requires money, and crafting mechanisms demands funds as well. Damn it, the New York branch of the hand is a gold mine. I must secure it. Chapter 0011. A man must pursue wealth. The hand's gold. The following day, Gwen's secret base experiences a renaissance. Within this nearly 200 square meter loft, a cacophony of sounds reverberates. Yumu is diligently crafting his first batch of combat tools, utilizing the recently acquired principles of mechanism crafting. The craftsmanship of the Gongshu family and the Mo family's expertise in mechanism art is truly formidable. As Yumu observes the bloodbath mechanism taking shape in his hands, a glimmer of astonishment flickers in his eyes. In merely half a day's time, he has mastered this intricate art. The modern 3D printing technology, combined with the exquisite designs of classical mechanism techniques, produces results far exceeding his expectations. The nocturnal Dr. Mobius, bored as he sips from a blood bag, gazes vacantly at Yumu, who is transformed into an inventor. No, brother. We are all inhabitants of Earth. Why are you so extraordinary? Not only are you immensely powerful, but your dexterity is unparalleled. Is this the legendary Hwasham mechanism art? Those creations, blending wood and metal, are nothing short of artistic masterpieces. If sold, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome profit. If Yumu were to learn of his musings, he would surely take action. This notion had crossed his mind upon its inception. Regrettably, it necessitates the addition of various elements to forge a unique technological barrier. Otherwise, it is but a matter of time before it is compromised. At present, he lacks the luxury of time to thoroughly explore these intricacies. Meanwhile, the enforcer Frank remains diligently engaged in gathering intelligence, meticulously sorting and categorizing information from television news, online sources, and his exclusive channels. The New York Times reports, the ingenious inventor Tony Stark has been kidnapped by the Ten Rings in the Middle East. Over 2 months have elapsed with no updates. Stark Industries, represented by Obadiah Stane, has expressed unwavering resistance against the terrorists, with no timeline for Stark's return in sight. Yumu, undistracted, continues his work. Tony's capture? It bears no significance to him. With sufficient funds, investing directly in company stocks is far more appealing. At this moment, the priority lies in accumulating gold coins and awaiting the return of the already dispatched tadpoles. A day is a lengthy stretch. Gwen endures her time at school, finally relieved when the bell rings to meet her new friends. A day is but a fleeting moment. Yumu has crafted nearly 300 mechanical bloodbaths, and a day has slipped away. Thanks to the mass production capabilities of modern technology, I can individually create nearly 1,000 small mechanical creations once I become proficient. Yumu observes the hurried arrival of the girl, Gwen, casually storing away all his mechanical artifacts in a system backpack, and with a smirk, inquires, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" Gwen, unfazed by Yumu's seemingly magical act of storage, this is not her first encounter, dismisses the notion with a wave of her hand, responding, "Rest? My cells are boiling. My blood is rejoicing. I have been contemplating how to dismantle the hand association for quite some time. However, due to their formidable strength, I have had to bide my time. Now, an opportunity has finally arisen." Yumu, observing the gleam of excitement in the girl's eyes, silently shakes his head. It is merely a small hand association. The world that lies ahead is what she should truly anticipate and be exhilarated about. Then let us embark. Our target is the Hand Association. The moon hangs high, stars sparse. At the Hand Association's New York headquarters, the Midland Environmental Control Building, figures gather in a circle within the conference room. Alexandra, the gambler, Soanda, Murakami, and the now enshadowed Erica Nachos. Lady Gao is dead. Which faction is responsible? Sawanda's voice is low and filled with fury. Alexandra's countenance is as dark as water, expressing dissatisfaction. A full day has passed, yet we have no news. It seems New York has been too tranquil for too long, emboldening someone to set their sights on the Hand Association. Disseminate the word. It is time for New York to bleed. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions reverberate through the air. The grand meeting room trembled violently, with the chandelier above swaying wildly. Fragments of stone cascaded down like raindrops. The members of the Hand Association were momentarily stunned. How could such a heavily fortified headquarters be subjected to such a brazen assault? Who was audacious enough to challenge them in their own domain? What on earth was happening? Alexandra bellowed as she activated the communication device. Before anyone could respond, the heavy alloy doors of the meeting room burst open with a thunderous crash. The massive door flew across the room, crashing onto the conference table, scattering documents and cups in every direction. Amidst the swirling dust, 4 figures emerged at the threshold. Leading the charge was a figure clad in a white battle suit, hood obscuring her face, none other than the young Wen. Close behind was the pallid Dr. Mobius of the night. Following them was the coldly menacing Punisher, Frank. Bringing up the rear was Yumu, wearing a white mask adorned with a smiling visage, wielding the legendary MO family sword in its non-offensive form, a uniquely crafted weapon. The blade bore a somber hue, and its hilt was intricately designed, as if concealing countless mechanisms. Kill! Frank, ever succinct, growled as he unleashed a barrage from his firearm. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted, bullets piercing the heads of the high-ranking members, Botu and Sawanda, before they had a chance to react, their bodies collapsing in a pool of blood. Damn it! Murakami roared as he lunged at Frank. Yet, faster still was the dark figure of Erika. Like a bolt of black lightning, she appeared before Frank in an instant, her sharp Ronin fork thrusting forward. A seasoned warrior, Frank raised his weapon to block. Clang! Sparks flew as tremendous force reverberated through him, causing pain to shoot through his hands as he staggered back several steps. Mobius, witnessing this, let out a low growl and transformed into a blur as he charged at Erika. However, Erika's movements were uncanny. She countered swiftly, forcing him back with a deep, bone-exposed wound on his arm. Be careful, Gwen cried out as she unleashed her webs towards Erika's arm. With a cold snort, Erika wielded her Ronin fork, slicing through the webs effortlessly, resembling a Valkyrie on the battlefield, holding her ground against 3 foes without faltering. Alexandra and Murakami exchanged glances, their hearts settling slightly. The power of the Dark Void was indeed formidable. At that moment, Yumu, still wearing his white mask, made his move. He stepped forward, his presence seemingly weightless as he silently appeared beside Erika. Having inherited the legacy of the Sword Saint, he perceived the world through an altered lens. Erika's rapid and seemingly flawless assaults revealed countless openings to him, vulnerabilities galore. With a deft flick of his wrist, he skillfully prodded the tip of the non-offensive sword, precisely striking at the weakest point of the Ronin fork. Ding! A soft chime rang out. Erika felt a sudden numbness in her hand, nearly losing her weapon. She gazed in shock at Yumu, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Who was this masked man? How could he so effortlessly thwart her assault? A smirk graced Yumu's lips as his voice filtered through the mask. The Black Void? Merely a trifle. Chapter 0012. Beasts? Wolves and foxes. A pang of alarm surged within Erika. The Ronin fork transformed into a multitude of cold stars, enveloping Yumu's vital points. Death! She exclaimed, pouring all her strength into this strike. Yet, in the next moment, the non-offensive sword in Yumu's grasp seemed to come alive. Whether thrusting, piercing, sweeping, or entangling, the glimmering blade produced a continuous, crisp symphony of metal clashing. Clang, clang, clang. Each collision was unervingly precise. Erika's apprehension deepened with every exchange. She felt ensnared in an invisible web. No matter how she exerted herself or altered her tactics, the peculiar sword of her opponent always anticipated her moves, countering her assaults with the simplest, most effective means. She found herself losing control over her own strength, akin to a burly man grappling with a masterful dancer, possessing raw power yet unable to touch the opponent, instead being led around like a puppet. This is impossible. Erika's mind screamed. She was the Black Void, the most formidable weapon of the Han Alliance, the embodiment of beasts upon the earth. How could she be so toyed with by a man in a ridiculous mask? She couldn't comprehend his swordplay. It appeared to defy any school of thought she knew. Each move, seemingly unremarkable, was imbued with a brilliance she could not grasp. In a mere dozen exchanges, the once imposing Erika found herself in a pitiful state beneath Yumu's blade, sweaty and breathless. The speed and strength she prided herself on seemed like a joke in the face of her opponent. Beside her, Alexandra and Murakami stared in utter disbelief. What kind of swordsmanship was that? Murakami swallowed hard, priding himself on his mastery of various martial arts, yet he had never witnessed such an enigmatic and efficient technique. Alexandra felt a chill creep into her heart. She sensed that the masked man was not even exerting his full strength. It was as if he were toying with the Black Void. Frank, Mobius, and Gwen also paused, watching in astonishment. This fellow was truly terrifying, Mobius murmured. He had previously thought Yumu's might stemmed mainly from some miraculous potion, only to discover that his martial prowess was equally formidable. Gwen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She could perceive the flowing elegance within Yumu's swordplay, an art of combat she had never witnessed before. A fierce roar escaped Erika's lips, filled with defiance. Beast! Grant me strength. The malevolent divine beast within her sensed the host's fury and impending peril. A surge of even greater, sinister power erupted from her being, coursing through her limbs and bones. Boom! Erica's aura surged dramatically, casting a chilling and ominous aura over the surrounding air. Empowered by the dark force, Erica moved with increased speed and ferocity. With a light step, the ground shattered beneath her feet. The Ronin fork, accompanied by a piercing wail that rent the air, lunged once more at Yumu. This time, she abandoned all finesse, resorting solely to raw brutality. Yumu regarded the aggressively advancing Erica, a slight smirk curling beneath his mask. Now, this is intriguing. He ceased merely to defend and parry. As Erica's full-force strike, imbued with the power of beasts, approached, Yumu sprang into action. He inhaled deeply, channeling the pure energy formed from the fusion of the Ghost Valley's breathing technique and his own chi into the non-attack sword. A single earnest strike. No ostentatious names adorned this move, only the most unadulterated essence of sword intent. The non-attack sword emitted a faint hum, and in a flash, it moved, swift beyond comprehension. No one present could discern the trajectory of this strike. Clang! The Ronin fork in Erica's grasp shattered into pieces, the breakage as smooth as glass. With a splutter, a line of blood erupted from Erica's chest. In disbelief, she lowered her gaze, staring at the grievous wound that exposed bone and the severed weapon. The once mighty force within her receded like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of weakness and terror. How is this possible? She could barely articulate a complete thought before collapsing backward, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. One strike, merely a single blow. The once mighty Erica, now engulfed in darkness, had been felled in an instant by her opponent's sword. Alexandra and Murakami felt as though they had plunged into an abyss, chills coursing through their bodies. They gazed upon the man, donned in a smiling mask and wielding the non-attack sword, standing ominously as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Fear, unprecedented fear, gripped their hearts. At that moment, from the fallen Erica, the dark, malevolent energy that had once belonged to the beast surged violently, as if stimulated, almost exhilarated. From the swirling darkness, a deep, inhuman roar resonated, imbued with greed and longing. A colossal shadow materialized above Erica. That is the true form of the beast, with a ferocious visage, burning eyes, and an aura of repugnant malevolence. Foolish human warriors. The beast unleashed a thunderous roar, daring to offend the great me. Before the echo of its words faded, Yumu stepped forward, his sword aimed directly at the beast's phantom. The intent of his blade surged like mountains and seas, causing the entire conference room to tremble. Mortal, I am the embodiment of shadow and chaos, the sovereign of darkness. Yumu rose and wielded his sword. Crack, crack, crack. No strikes to the face, please. The beast's tone shifted instantly. I surrender, is that not enough? Just moments ago, a formidable dark deity, it now resembled a frightened kitten, utterly devoid of any semblance of divine authority. Truly, the strength of the powerful is remarkable. To be honest, I find you quite agreeable. How about becoming my pet or my partner? Yumu gazed at the cowardly shadow before him. The expression beneath the mask was utterly captivating. Is this the legendary dark deity? Is this the alleged mastermind behind the Hand Association? Is it truly so? Submit or perish, Yumu spoke calmly. We submit. We submit. The beast completely faltered, nodding repeatedly. How could a dignified dark deity be so intimidated by a mere human? Yet it was powerless to resist. It sensed a peculiar force emanating from this man, akin to an otherworldly power that could manifest the impossible. This was a force capable of genuinely inflicting harm upon it. Most importantly, it perceived that this man possessed 9 opportunities to wield this power. Having journeyed from hell to earth was no small feat. It could not perish so easily. There were still unfinished endeavors. Detaching from Erica, it sought to inhabit Yumu, casting its gaze around until it landed on a Garfield cat in the corner. I shall inhabit that cat. The onlookers gasped. This scene is too beautiful to behold. A dignified dark deity, reduced to residing within a Garfield cat. It was nothing short of a disgrace in the realm of dark deities. Is this truly what is called a dark deity? Gwen looked on, her face a canvas of questions. The Hand Association has been played like puppets? Frank murmured under his breath. Mobius stood in shock. The disgrace of a dark deity? Surely, it is more flexible than the limits of the Hand Association. Observing the beast now poised to inhabit the plump cat, Yumu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. From this day forth, the New York Hand Association shall disband. You are all now my followers. Alexandra and Murakami exchanged knowing glances. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Yes, master. The two knelt simultaneously. Thus, the New York Hand Association surrendered completely. Meanwhile, far away in the Cherry Blossom realm, the strongest of the Hand Association, the Cherry Blossom mutant, effortlessly defeated Wolverine in single combat, suddenly realized that the connection with the beast had been severed. What is happening? The beast's presence has vanished? Gorgon furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What transpired in New York? He promptly dialed the branch office in New York. However, he was met with silence. Had something gone awry with the Hand Association in New York? Or was there an issue with the beast? Gorgon clenched the katana in his hand. Regardless of the reason, he could not remain passive. New York. He must make a visit. Chapter 0013, Peter Parker's Red Worm. News of the Tadpole. 2 days later, in Manhattan's Upper East Side. Within a sprawling, independent villa exceeding 1,000 square meters, Yumu languidly reclined on a leather sofa, perusing a financial report. Quite impressive, Alexandra. Yumu leafed through the documents, noting how, in the span of 2 days, the sordid affair of human trafficking had been entirely eradicated, pivoting towards the entertainment industry. The efficiency was remarkable. Alexandra stood respectfully to the side, acknowledging the praise. The Hand Association had operated in New York for many years, and its network was substantial. The legalization processes for the red light district and bathhouses could be completed within 3 days at most. Excellent. Yumu nodded in approval. Over these 2 days, his decisive actions had left the New York branch of the Hand Association in awe. He had resolutely abolished all dark dealings related to human trafficking. His harrowing experiences of being ensnared in a fraudulent scheme in a previous life instilled in him a profound disdain for human trafficking. Those ignoble and sordid dealings must be eradicated entirely. In their stead, a lucrative and relatively clean red light district industry emerged. Bathhouses, upscale clubs, massages. Though these entertainment sectors teetered on the edge of legality, at least they would not destroy innocent lives. Nearby, the once mighty evil deity, now reduced to residing with a Garfield-like cat, yawned in its designated cat nest. The corpulent orange feline stretched lazily, a bowl of premium cat food at its side. The once noble evil deity had become a disgrace in the realm of deities. Yet, for the sake of its ambitions to indirectly control the earth through Yumu, it could only endure humiliation and quietly influence him from the shadows. Brainwashing was its forte. Having subdued the entire New York Hand Association, Yumu garnered an astonishingly stable income through meticulous asset restructuring and allocation. The New York branch of the Hand Association could now provide him with a net profit of $1 million daily. This was without him needing to manage any of it. Essentially, it was akin to receiving 100 clovers each day effortlessly, coupled with the natural accumulation from the pond. He enjoyed a steady daily influx of 300 to 400 clovers. In just 2 short days, Yumu's total clover count effortlessly surpassed the monumental threshold of 1,000. Host, Yumu, total clover, 1,100, ability, inheritance of the Sword Saint. Overview of mechanism arts, items, rat poison, strength 9 bottles rat poison, shrink 9 bottles, supreme mechanism of the MO family non-aggression, observing the rapidly increasing numbers on the system panel. Yumu felt elated. The sensation of effortlessly accruing wealth was utterly delightful. Just as he contemplated further expanding his influence, the doorbell of the villa suddenly chimed. Alexandra approached the entrance, glanced at the monitor, and turned back to say, "Master, it appears to be a young man, seemingly a student." Yumu raised an eyebrow and beckoned him to enter. Upon opening the door, a youthful figure donned in casual attire, sporting a backpack and exuding an air of naivety, stepped inside. Yumu found himself face to face with an unexpected yet familiar individual, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. As fate would have it, during Yumu and his associates' assault on the Hand Association, Peter Parker happened to be patrolling nearby and witnessed one alongside a group of unfamiliar individuals. Among them was a criminal he recognized, Morbius the Living Vampire. As an exceptional student at Empire State University, Peter felt compelled to intervene. Unable to stand by while Gwen mingled with such dangerous company, fearing her descent into darkness. In truth, his concerns stemmed from a deeper affection for Gwen, a sentiment he buried deep within, too timid to voice. "Hello, I'm Peter Parker, a classmate of Gwen at Empire State University. Is Gwen Stacy here?" Peter inquired politely. "Gwen? She's upstairs taking a shower," Yumu replied, his curiosity piqued regarding the young Spider-Man's intentions. Peter Parker took a deep breath, looked earnestly at Yumu, and stated with gravity, "Sir, I hope you will keep your distance from Gwen." "Oh." Yumu observed him with keen interest, intrigued by the young man's audacity. "Gwen is a good girl. She shouldn't associate with people like you." "Oh." A playful smirk crept across Yumu's lips, sensing an undercurrent of jealousy. Peter mustered his courage, declaring, "I cannot stand by and watch my friend spiral into depravity. You are unworthy of being in Gwen's company." In response, Yumu maintained a smile and replied calmly, "Gwen's life should be defined by her own choices. No one, including myself, has the right to interfere with her decisions. Adults should not make choices for others. If she wishes to leave, she is free to do so. I will not hinder her." Peter Parker was momentarily taken aback by this response. He had anticipated anger or denial from Yumu, only to be met with such serene composure. Peter's face flushed, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "But," Yumu gently interrupted him, "I comprehend your concern for your friend's emotions, yet you have employed an inappropriate method. Genuine care entails supporting her choices rather than making decisions for her." At that moment, Gwen descended from upstairs and, upon seeing Peter, expressed her surprise. "Peter? What brings you here?" Peter Parker glanced at Gwen, then at Yumu, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. "You will pay the price for your actions," he remarked to Yumu before turning away from the villa. As he approached the door, he looked back and declared, "One day, you will face the consequences of your actions." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Gwen, puzzled, wondered how Peter had known about this place. A beauty brings disaster. Yumu shrugged, noting how jealousy could distort perceptions. "That guy clearly has some feelings for you." "What?" Gwen blushed. "Don't be ridiculous. We are merely ordinary friends." Fortunately, Peter had already left. Otherwise, she would have been struck by the blow of her heart's idol. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Yumu's mind. "Ding! Your tadpole has sent you a commemorative photograph." Oh, the tadpole has finally decided to send a photo, Yumu thought, and with a mere thought, an image materialized on the system interface. In the photograph, his tadpole was posing closely with a terrifying figure draped in a magnificent cloak. A skeletal visage with glowing red eyes. That figure was none other than the undead king, S.H.I.E.L.D, from the world of Overlord. Even more astonishing was the sight of a throng of death knights queued up in the background, eager to take a picture with the tadpole. In the corner, Albedo, clad in a pure white gown, gazed adoringly at the skeletal king. Goodness! Yumu was struck with immense shock. The tadpole had ventured into the world of Overlord. That realm was brimming with high magic, treasures, and formidable spells. "What are you looking at?" Gwen inquired curiously. "Oh, nothing, just pondering some intriguing matters," Yumu replied, concealing the system interface. He began to anticipate eagerly what marvelous items the tadpole might bring back this time. Calming his excitement, Yumu contemplated his forthcoming plans. Although he had control over the hand association, the power dynamics in New York were intricately woven, and Nick Fury, with his egg-shaped head, would certainly not relent easily. He required greater strength. While the non-attack was exquisite, its material ultimately limited its potential. Yumu needed a more robust and powerful metal to enhance it. The thoughts of vibranium, adamantium, URU metal, and Antarctic vibranium suddenly surfaced in his mind. Currently, the most accessible option was vibranium. According to his recollections, the most reliable source for acquiring vibranium was the arms dealer Ulysses Claw. A glint of determination flashed in Yumu's eyes as he swiftly mobilized the underground intelligence network of the Hand Association to trace Claw's whereabouts. Soon, news arrived. Ulysses Crow is currently engaged in a clandestine transaction with the notorious Ten Rings gang in the Middle East. Yumu nonchalantly remarked, "Perfect, let's intercept them." Chapter 0014. I am innately good, yet some insist on seeking their own demise. In the heart of the Middle Eastern wasteland, engulfed by swirling sands, a heavily guarded clandestine arms trading post comes into view. The sun blazes fiercely as dozens of mercenaries, drenched in sweat, stand vigilant with automatic rifles. Ulysses Crow, A figure infamous in the black market as an arms dealer awaits his significant client, the Ten Rings Gang. He sits in a hastily erected tent, intermittently wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. A rugged vehicle approaches slowly and halts outside the encampment. Yumu, Mobius, and Beast disembark. The Punisher Frank remains in New York, fulfilling his retributive mission. The sudden appearance of the trio sends a jolt of tension through Crow, who is keen to avoid any complications before his transaction with the Ten Rings Gang. His mercenaries promptly raise their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed at the unexpected visitors. Don't be alarmed, Crow. Yumu's calm voice resonates. We are here to discuss business. Business? Crow squints, scrutinizing the Oriental man before him, along with the pallid figure beside him and a seemingly innocuous fat cat. This combination appears decidedly unusual. I don't recall scheduling an appointment with you. Crow's hand subtly inches toward the pistol at his waist. Now you do. Yumu snaps his fingers. I hear you possess vibranium. $1 billion for the vibranium in your possession. What? Crow's pupils constrict, nearly convinced he misheard. $1 billion. Such an amount rivals the military budgets of certain small nations. The vibranium he intended to trade with the Ten Rings Gang had been offered at a fraction of this sum. The overwhelming aura of wealth before him nearly engulfs him. Crow's initial wariness swiftly transforms into avarice. He gestures for his men to lower their weapons, rubbing his hands together as a merchant's characteristic sycophantic smile spreads across his face. My friend, it appears we have much in common. Those rustic fools from the Ten Rings Gang hardly deserve my precious vibranium. A wise choice, Yumu responds, unfazed. The adage that money can move mountains holds true in any realm. After an animated exchange of bargaining, primarily Crow's unilateral attempts to inflate the price, an agreement is swiftly reached under Yumu's unwavering resolve and the irresistible allure of $1 billion. The first transaction involves 10 kilograms of fully refined vibranium at the price of $1 billion. Crow promises that henceforth, Yumu will be his preferred partner for any future supplies. The smooth completion of the deal leaves Crow grinning from ear to ear. However, he was oblivious to the fact that he had been branded with the label of a long-term benefactor by Yumu. With the precious vibranium in hand, Yumu felt a surge of exhilaration. This cache of materials would allow him to upgrade and transform the non-aggression project. Just as both parties prepared for the exchange of goods, far away in the mountainous regions of Afghanistan, the leader of the Ten Rings Gang received alarming news from his subordinates. What? Vibranium has been intercepted? The leader's roar echoed through the cave, causing dust to cascade from the walls. Who would dare to act so brazenly on our territory? The vibranium he coveted had been snatched away right under his nose. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Investigate this. Bring those reckless fools to justice, and let them meet a gruesome end. Those who dare to intercept my plans and expect to leave unscathed are courting death. Orders were swiftly dispatched. The armed members of the Ten Rings Gang, akin to hyenas sensing blood, charged towards the transaction site. Outside the arms trading venue, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the desert, a fireball shooting skyward. Nearly 100 armed members of the Ten Rings Gang, undeterred by the threat of death, surged towards the arms trading venue, their eyes ablaze with excitement and cruelty. Just moments ago, a precise shot had struck the arms trading site. However, the explosion occurred over 20 meters away from Yumu and his companions, having no impact on them whatsoever. Mobius's eyes glinted with a crimson light, ready to take action. The beast lazily stretched, showing no interest in these insignificant foes. Ulysses Claw, witnessing the unfortunate fate of his mount, grimaced. Those dogs from the Ten Rings Gang dare to turn on each other? TSK. Yumu stood up, flexing his wrist, his tone icy. I have shown you mercy by not seeking you out, and yet you come knocking at my door. I had intended to conduct my business quietly. Yet, it seems there are always flies eager to seek their own demise. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes, given the circumstances. The original plan was to wait for Tony Stark to extricate himself from the cave. He would then make his timely appearance, employing a palladium poisoning solution to gain his trust, thereby staying one step ahead of Egghead and achieving the first minor objective of Egghead's solitary scheme. However, it appeared that everything could be expedited. Alas, some individuals are fated to walk into the line of fire. Yumu casually picked up a stone from the ground, raising his hand to flick it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several stones flew forth like bullets, precisely piercing the foreheads of those armed assailants. Blood sprayed forth, and before they could even utter a cry, the enemies lay lifeless. The mercenaries, who were still struggling to resist, felt an immediate release of pressure. In a matter of moments, the invading foes were entirely annihilated. "Claw, where's the Ten Rings gang's camp?" Yumu inquired, glancing at the visibly shaken Ulysses' Claw. The swift execution of those few flicks had utterly astounded this seasoned arms dealer. Claw unhesitatingly pointed towards the depths of the desert. Having witnessed Yumu's enigmatic prowess, he certainly did not wish to become the next target of such supernatural precision. Yumu displayed a smile reminiscent of his compatriots, and in the spirit of reciprocity, he declared that they would present a grand gift to the Ten Rings gang as well. The Ten Rings gang's encampment was less a mere campsite and more a rudimentary military stronghold. Sandbags, barbed wire, and patrolling armed men formed formidable lines of defense. The gang leader, Raza, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Ulysses' Claw promised us vibranium, only to turn around and betray me. How infuriating! What a wretched creature!" Beside him, a sycophant reassured, "Fear not, my leader. We have dispatched a 100-man unit. Attacking this arms dealer, Ulysses' Claw, will be exceedingly simple. We can acquire what we need without incurring any costs. What is not to relish?" Raza shot him a sidelong glance and replied sternly, "Ensure that no witnesses remain. We must create the illusion of an accident. If this matter is exposed, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Ten Rings gang. Do you understand?" The sycophant patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, my leader. We will leave no trace, and none shall be the wiser." At that moment, a minor officer burst into the tent, addressing Raza, "Leader, the 100-man unit has returned." "What? They have returned already?" Raza stammered, bewildered. Had they not just been discussing the assault on Ulysses' Claw? The swiftness of their return filled him with a sense of joy. Perhaps the arms dealer's defenses were more lax than anticipated. "What the vibranium? Have they secured it?" The minor officer's face turned as pale as a sheet as he stammered, "Leader, the what?" Raza furrowed his brow, an ominous foreboding creeping into his heart. "They're all dead." Boom! This revelation struck like a thunderclap, rendering the tent silent. Raza's expression morphed like a chameleon. Hope transformed into shock, and shock erupted into fury. He bellowed, "What did you say?" "The 100-man unit is annihilated, with not a single soul returning alive." The minor officer trembled as he attempted to explain, but before he could finish, chaos erupted outside the tent. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! My God, what is that?" The sounds of screams, gunfire, and explosions melded into a cacophony. Raza dashed out of the tent, his pupils dilating at the sight before him. In the center of the encampment stood a young man of Eastern descent, wielding a sword with a gleaming blade, blood splattering in his wake. Behind him trailed a pallid man, moving with ghostly speed, each flicker of his presence claiming a life. Most absurdly, a plump cat sauntered elegantly alongside them. Wherever the members of the Ten Rings gang appeared, they inexplicably fell, as if struck by an unseen force. What manner of creatures are these? Within the camp, the Ten Rings members unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire. Yet, the bullets failed to reach the man wielding the sword. With a deft twist of his blade, he conjured a shield that deflected every projectile. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The long sword reappeared mysteriously, transforming in his grip into the scythe of death. The glimmer of his blade sliced through the air, and the members of the Ten Rings fell one after another. There were no flashy techniques. Each strike was precise and fatal. The man moved as if he were in a realm untouched by others. "TSK, these petty minions are rather fragile." Yumu hummed an unknown tune, and where his sword pointed, the armed members of the Ten Rings fell like wheat before the sickle. Mobius had fully unleashed his bloodthirsty instincts, gliding through the crowd like a crimson specter. The speed and strength of a vampire created an overwhelming advantage against these ordinary mortals. Though trapped within the corpulent body of Garfield, the beast was nonetheless an evil deity, more than capable of dealing with these mere mortals. It lazily flicked its tail, sending invisible mental shockwaves that could shatter brains. With a soft, adorable meow, several armed men collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices. In mere minutes, the entire camp transformed into a hellish battleground, a river of blood flowing amidst a sea of corpses. Laza sat paralyzed on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Who are you?" "Demons. You are all demons." As he sensed the impending doom, he rose to flee. Did you not wish to kill me? How quickly you forget. In your youth, restrain your urges. Yumu stepped in front of Laza, blocking his escape, and spoke coolly. What? Laza never expected that the one who had seized his vibranium was standing right before him. In that moment, he was filled with regret. Indeed, how could one seize his position from the arms dealer, Clow, without a hint of skill? What? What do you want? Spare me. I have money. I have money. You give me the money. You give me the money. In his fear, Laza stammered incoherently. The dead have no need for such knowledge. With a casual swing of his sword, Yumu ended the life of the terrorist leader amidst Laza's disbelief. Drawing back his blade, Yumu remarked nonchalantly, Money? Do you possess more than Tony Stark? The leader of the 10 Rings collapsed onto the sandy ground, lifeless. The battle concluded. The camp fell into a deathly silence. Yumu surveyed the devastation around him. TSK, these fellows are far too fragile. With such meager strength, they dare to call themselves the 10 Rings? I think 10 rings of vegetables would be more fitting. Mobius wiped the blood from his hands and inquired, Yumu, is there anything else that requires investigation here? Certainly. Yumu pointed towards the depths of the camp, remarking that since they had arrived, they should make full use of their resources. Perhaps they might stumble upon something valuable. The beast, clutching a piece of dried fish of unknown origin, mumbled, This place holds a certain intrigue. There's a peculiar atmosphere in the depths. It almost resembles the scent of genius. The trio ventured deeper into the cave, where the darkness thickened with each step. Ultimately, they arrived before a formidable iron door, adorned with an array of chains and reinforcement mechanisms, clearly intended to secure something of great significance. A rhythmic tapping reverberated from behind the door, akin to the sound of a hammer striking metal. Yumu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. How amusing. It seemed someone was clandestinely engaged in mischief. Approaching the door, he flexed his wrist and declared, Let me ascertain the strength this door can withstand. Channeling the energy within him, he lifted his hand and struck with force. Boom! The heavy iron door shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris in all directions. As the dust settled, a humble workshop within the cave came into view, cluttered with various metal components and tools. In one corner, several seemingly intricate devices lay idle. At the center of the workshop stood a man clad in a black shirt, his face adorned with stubble, wielding a hammer. He had been the source of the earlier clamor. Before him on the workbench was a rudimentary suit of iron armor in the making. Tony Stark. Yumu instantly recognized the renowned genius inventor from the Marvel Universe. However, the Tony before him appeared quite disheveled, with unkempt hair and several visible wounds, starkly contrasting the confident persona portrayed on television. Inside the cave, Tony Stark was engrossed in his work at the makeshift bench when he heard the commotion. He glanced towards the entrance, freezing in place. A young man with an Eastern visage stood at the threshold, brandishing a bloodied sword. Behind him trailed a pallid man, resembling a corpse, accompanied by an innocuous-looking orange cat. Who are they? Tony's voice trembled, betraying either excitement or fear. He had been confined here for so long, constantly devising escape plans, and now, unexpectedly, someone had burst through the door, their attire distinctly different from that of the 10 Rings organization, clearly indicating they were not affiliated with them. Could it be that he might finally escape? Yet these individuals appeared far from benevolent. On the opposite side of the cave, Dr. Ethan stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding scene. The anguished screams from outside resonated clearly in their ears. Now, confronted by this formidable figure, all that remained in their hearts was sheer terror. Yumu scrutinized Tony and then glanced at the crude mech he was assembling, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, We are here to rescue you, Tony Stark. Chapter 0016, Tony, The Secret Return. In a cave belonging to the 10 Rings, Tony Stark found himself grappling with existential doubts. Hey. Yumu interrupted Tony's stupor with dissatisfaction. These are my terms. Make it quick. I am pressed for time. Finally returning to reality, Tony regarded the man named Yumu with a wry smile. Just moments ago, after introducing himself, this man had made an unexpected proposition. Of course, our rescue is not an act of charity. You must pay a corresponding price. $1 billion and your unconditional technical support will suffice. Tony felt somewhat bewildered. He had imagined himself encountering a legendary event akin to those in films, where fate intervened and he forged a heroic bond with the savior, embarking on an epic journey of brotherhood. But what was this absurd beginning? Was it truly this real? Tony was called back to attention. Taking a deep breath, he replied in a somber tone, "Money is not an issue. However, I will no longer engage in the production of weaponry." "Deal." Yumu clapped his hands in agreement. His intent in acquiring Tony's expertise was not to produce trivial armaments. He sought to enlist Tony's skills to aid him in crafting the non-aggression. Having Tony involved in this process would spare him considerable hassle. Simultaneously, Yumu reflected on his previous misconceptions. Rescuing Tony was indeed necessary. Just consider it. $1 billion coupled with Tony's technical support. Had he not intervened with the 10 rings, how could he have reaped such rewards? Even the funds for purchasing vibranium would be covered by others. How delightful. And then there was Froglet. After all this time, only a single photo had been sent, leaving the old father unaware of what it could bring back. Let us depart. What are we waiting for? I no longer wish to linger in this place. Tony took the lead and exited the cave. As they stepped outside, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Tony and Ethan beheld a scene of carnage, the camp resembling a battlefield, offering them a stark realization of Yumu's terrifying prowess. Tony felt a tumult of emotions. He was grateful to Yumu for saving him, yet apprehensive of such brutal methods. Boom! 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 The relentless sounds of explosions erupted as Yumu and the others emerged from the cave. The explosives he had strategically placed obliterated the cavern, ensuring that no information within could possibly be compromised. Let's return to New York. Oh, wait. I crave a hamburger. Back to the arms trading hub. Yumu and his companions bid farewell to Ulysses Crow, leaving behind a trading location in New York. Subsequently, they boarded a specialized aircraft of the Hand Association, carrying the first batch of vibranium acquired from the deal, and departed. On the flight to New York, Tony found himself locked in a stare-off with this creature known as Beast. Hey, fallen genius. Are you interested in joining the cult of beasts? Beauty, wealth, and everything imaginable can be yours here. Moreover, if you are dissatisfied with your current form, I can offer painless modifications. Whatever shape you desire, it shall be yours. Piercings and beads. Everyone who has tried it sings its praises. Even if you yearn to explore a different side of existence, I can assist with that too. So, what do you say? Interested? Beast wore what he believed to be an enticing expression. Yet, to Tony, it resembled nothing more than a talking orange cat. Who would truly pay attention to a cat's expressions? What genuinely astonished Tony was that this feline could speak. Why was it that Yumu, a man shrouded in mystery, had such an extraordinary pet? His curiosity about this man intensified. Yumu glanced at the scene unfolding between the man and the cat, and casually remarked, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Tony, this fellow is a malevolent deity, full of deceit. If you truly believe his fabrications and choose to worship him, the consequences are likely to be undesirable, such as having your consciousness and body manipulated." Tony was taken aback. Admittedly, he had felt a flicker of temptation just moments ago, albeit due to primal instincts at play. Could any man remain indifferent upon hearing promises of enhancement? Surely not. Moreover, a malevolent deity? Is it the kind he dreaded? For reasons unknown, Tony felt as though his worldview had been shattered. He muttered to himself, "God? Does it truly exist?" Beast shot a sideways glance at Tony, clicking his tongue and haughtily responding, "Of course they exist. However, in this era, it is not easy for the average person to behold a deity. Mortal, come forth and worship me. I shall bestow upon you the sacred waters of the divine." In the midst of their playful banter, the group returned to the villa in New York. Yumu instructed Tony not to rush back, but rather to assist in crafting weapons first, after which he could do as he pleased. In the basement of the villa, within Yumu's exclusive laboratory, Tony Stark held the non-aggression artifact in his hands, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This was nothing short of a masterpiece. He scrutinized the mechanical weapon in his hands, from the blade to the intricate mechanisms, each detail revealing the exquisite beauty of classical craftsmanship. What astonished him even more was that this weapon was entirely composed of pure mechanical structures. Without any electronic components, it could achieve such complex transformation functions. A sword, a crossbow, a shield. Good heavens, this design philosophy utterly shatters my understanding. Tony, engrossed, marveled at the fact that mechanical artistry could reach such heights. Yumu, standing beside him, remarked nonchalantly, "This is the culmination of the Mo family's mechanical arts. a wisdom crystallized over 2 millennia, is far more reliable than your electronic toys. Tony, oblivious to these details, gazed at Yumu with fervor and said, "This is nothing short of the holy grail of mechanical engineering. How did you come by it? No. How did you conceive of such a creation?" Yumu smirked slightly, wisdom coupled with a touch of creativity. He patted Tony on the shoulder. "So, are you interested in making it even stronger?" "Stronger?" Tony looked bewildered. He could not fathom how such a masterpiece could be enhanced. "This is it." Yumu opened a nearby box containing vibranium for Tony to see. This was his confidence. "Is this vibranium?" The moment Tony laid eyes on the vibranium, he was astounded. He never imagined that the so-called enhancement would involve vibranium. At that moment, he understood what this mysterious man intended to create. A weapon entirely forged for vibranium. With the current quantity of vibranium available, consuming 1/3 would be more than sufficient. Tony, gazing at the vibranium and the mechanical weapon, exclaimed excitedly, "I can hardly wait to see this mechanical marvel reforged with vibranium." Chapter 0017. The return of the frog spawn. 2 days swiftly passed. In a laboratory, Yumu and Tony were finalizing the vibranium weapon crafting plan. All right, don't move, steady now. Just like this, 1, 2, 3. It's done. Finally. It's perfect, truly perfect. Tony's face radiated excitement as he stared at Yumu. There. Yumu was meticulously completing the final assembly of the intricate puzzle on the workbench. The MO family's supreme mechanism, Fei Gong, had finally been forged through the dismantling, reforging, and upgrading efforts of Yumu and Tony. Yumu held the Fei Gong, entirely crafted from vibranium, a 1-to-1 replica in style, color, and function. Thanks to the overarching principles of mechanical arts, this upgrade was accomplished without any difficulty. The newly reforged Fei Gong not only exhibited a significant increase in hardness, but also possessed the terrifying ability to absorb energy. It could perfectly withstand various magical and physical attacks. It's finally completed, though I didn't expect it to consume 5 pounds of vibranium. Yumu murmured to himself as he controlled the Fei Gong through a series of transformations. The process of reforging various components of the non-aggression was far more consuming than anticipated. Primarily, I had not foreseen the extensive involvement of intricate mechanisms, which significantly surpassed the initial expectation of 3 pounds. Meanwhile, as Yumu undertook the reforging of non-aggression, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. He also took the opportunity to exhaust the remaining vibranium, successfully crafting a completely vibranium-made Gongsun family mechanism, the Red Snake. Yumu gazed upon the completed non-aggression Red Snake with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With these 2 mechanisms in his possession, coupled with the legacy of the Swordmaster, Ganya, he could confidently assert that his strength had considerably amplified before the return of the frog. After all, external objects constitute a part of one's power. In the presence of foes like Night Demon and Spider-Man, he regarded them as mere children. These creations were indeed masterpieces. Tony, captivated, toyed with a mechanical snake. He had not anticipated that Yumu's mind harbored such remarkable innovations. This path of mechanism, entirely divergent from the trajectory of technology, left even Tony, who regarded himself as a genius, in awe. The wisdom of the Huaxiao people is truly formidable. Just these 2 mechanisms, casually crafted, if not witnessed firsthand. Tony would never have conceived the existence of such items that are completely independent of energy. To him, it was nothing short of a miracle. He wondered what other extraordinary ideas resided within Yumu's mind. Tony reflected on the past 2 days, which had been immensely fruitful. His original concept for a battle armor form now incorporated new insights. He contemplated whether this technique could be seamlessly integrated into his own mecha. Yumu, with a grin, looked at Tony and said, "Want to learn? I can teach you. However, it won't be for free. These mechanisms are just the beginning. The true art of machinery extends far beyond non-aggression." Now that the mechanisms had been crafted, he felt it was time to return and assure everyone of his safety. Tony, prepared to bid farewell, felt a pang of reluctance to leave, having only scratched the surface of mechanical arts. Nevertheless, after being missing for so long, he ought to inform everyone of his safe return. "No problem," Igrecumu replied nonchalantly. There would be ample opportunities for them to converse in the future. Moreover, he had prepared a surprise for Tony, hoping that upon receiving it, he would not be so overwhelmed with joy as to shed tears. As the two engaged in their farewell conversation, a long-awaited system notification echoed. Quack! Your froglet has returned, bringing back A-Travel's specialty and A-Travel souvenir. Go take a look. Good news seemed to arrive in a continuous stream, unstoppable in its flow. It has returned, finally. A smile crept across Yumu's face, one he could hardly contain. Without further ado, he disregarded Tony, leaving him momentarily aside, and began to inspect the froglet. Yumu gazed at the interface of the system, observing the tadpole diligently scribbling on his diary. Curiosity piqued. He felt an irresistible urge to uncover its secrets. To his surprise, the tadpole exhibited a remarkable sense of counter-surveillance. Sensing its little secret was on the verge of exposure, it promptly ceased writing, closed the notebook, and began to amuse itself. However, as soon as Yumu refrained from peeking, it resumed its writing fervently. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Yumu's childhood, when he first acquired a mobile phone. Stealthily, during homework time, he would play with the device, ever watchful of his surroundings. At the slightest sound of his parents, he would feign diligent study, though in retrospect, his childish antics were laid bare. Even the pretense, tinged with impatience, mirrored his own youthful self, truly a reflection of his essence. After several unsuccessful attempts to pry into the tadpole's activities, Yumu, unable to suppress his feelings, shifted his focus to the items the tadpole had brought back. His heart raced with excitement. It was noteworthy that this time, the tadpole had ventured into the world of the undead king, S.H.E.L.D, a man of true prowess renowned for his exploits. What skills might he bestow upon Yumu? From the moment the photograph with the Bone King was sent back, his curiosity had reached a fever pitch. He clicked on the special items section, and instantly, a ring and a scroll came into view. Could it be? Eagerly, Yumu examined the items. S.H.E.L.D, Bone King, ring, a specialty from the world, establishes a designated area as an exclusive domain, allowing unrestricted teleportation within it. Without cooldown, lightning sorcerer class scroll, a commemorative item from the world. Upon use, it grants mastery of all abilities related to the lightning sorcerer class, including but not limited to lightning strike, chain lightning, thunderstorm, lightning prison, and the ultimate spell, Wrath of the Thunder God. Those who inherit this class can communicate with the heavens, channel electricity into their spells, vanquish foes, control the battlefield, sever thoughts, and dismantle machinery. Oh my goodness! The tadpole has truly exceeded expectations. From this moment forth, Yumu too would acquire the power of teleportation and unleash crackling thunder. The S.H.E.L.D ring would enable the wearer to traverse the various realms of the great tomb of Nazarick freely. Was the tadpole engaged in some transaction with the Bone King? If only he could also obtain the hidden class, Eclipse. And let us not even entertain the idea of drawing the skeleton mage class. If he couldn't rid himself of the negative effects of becoming skeleton, it would be best to forego that notion altogether. Life is beautiful. Why embrace the skeleton? Thus, Yumu mused. From this day forward, he too would be a mage. It is well known that Marvel's mages are primarily melee combatants. However, Yumu aspired to be an authentic ranged mage. Thor is present, and I wonder whose thunder is mightier, yours or mine. After fully absorbing everything, Yumu consumed the job transfer scroll. A flash of lightning enveloped him, startling Tony, who thought the laboratory was experiencing an electrical malfunction and instinctively took several steps back, distancing himself from Yumu. The system guarantees excellence. In an instant, Yumu completed his job transfer. Now he possessed the ability to wield various lightning-related magic. Concealed within him was immense power as he finally turned to the astonished Tony. Allow me to escort you, Tony. Without further explanation, Yumu departed the laboratory, leaving a bewildered Tony to follow suit. In the villa, as Yumu emerged from the laboratory, they passed through the grand hall where Mobius was engaged in a spirited duel with Gwen in a fighting game. Their laughter and exclamations filling the air. Watch my punch. I defend. Behold my ultimate move. I interrupt. Ah, this is infuriating. Meanwhile, Punisher Frank continued to observe the news for information. The New York Times reported with sorrowful news. Dear viewers, a tragic event has transpired. A respected individual has passed away today. Stark Obadiah Stane, who faced arrest in the Middle East concerning Tony Stark, succumbed to a sudden heart attack in the early hours of today. Let us mourn his loss. Tony, who was preparing to leave, froze at the news. his body jolting in disbelief as he turned to gaze at the television screen displaying Obadiah Stane's black and white portrait. No, it's impossible. How could this happen? Chapter 0018. Obadiah's heart attack in passing. The first Tom cat arrives. Gorgon strikes. Within Yumu's villa, he and others watched as Tony returned to hold a press conference. Once again, New York was abuzz with the affairs of Stark Industries. All due to Tony Stark's return. Amidst the turmoil engulfing Stark, the genius inventor addressed the public. During the conference, Tony expressed his profound sorrow over the death of Obadiah Stane, whom he considered his right-hand man, yet acknowledged that life must go on. I will be shutting down the weapons development division of Stark Industries, Tony stated on the screen. Alexandra stood respectfully by, assuring Yumu, rest assured, our ninjas have executed their tasks flawlessly. No one will discover that Obadiah's death was a result of human intervention. Indeed, I understand, Yumu waved his hand dismissively. Obadiah's incident is merely a trivial matter. He was just a minor obstacle in Tony's path, a little assistance to clear the way, insignificant in the grand scheme. As for the tadpole, over the past few days, Yumu had been harvesting clover and with the financial contributions from his endeavors. The total amount of clover had reached 2,000. In a display of extravagance, Yumu generously treated the tadpole to 2 lavish meals, each costing 100. With the remaining 800 clovers, I spent 500 to purchase a martial arts master for the tadpole and casually allocated 300 for a tactical outfit. Now, the tadpole is no longer merely an apprentice in magic, but has also become a formidable close combat expert. The foundational setup is nearing perfection. Once I enhance the tadpole's physical attributes and weapon proficiency, I can begin accumulating leaves to acquire more potent skills. My tadpole, Yumu, shall possess no deficiencies. Surviving in any realm is of utmost importance. Now, it is time to address the matters at hand, Yumu mused. According to the intelligence from the Hand Association, Gorgon, the leader of the Sakura Hand Association branch, is set to arrive in New York tomorrow. This individual clearly harbors malicious intent. Gorgon, who boasts the ability to defeat Wolverine and possesses the petrifying gaze reminiscent of the Gorgons from myth, is endowed with extraordinary intelligence, strategic acumen, and martial prowess. A world-class master of swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and qigong. Does he truly believe such abilities render him invincible? New York is my domain now. Yumu's eyes narrowed as he caressed the ring of S.H.I.E.L.D gown in his hand. Host, Yumu, total clovers. 100 abilities sword St. Gaine's legacy. Mechanism arts compendium, thunder mage, items, rat poison type, strength 9 bottles, rat poison type, shrink 9 bottles, MO family supreme mechanism non-aggression. Ring of S.H.I.E.L.D gown, bound location. New York. Yumu reflected on the details regarding Gorgon. Ha, Gorgon, New York shall be your grave. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new abilities. Do not disappoint me. Meanwhile, Gwen, clad in a dainty dress, emerged from the kitchen, pushing a cart. Everyone, come and taste the apple pie I made. After a frenzied devouring, the cart brimming with apple pie was thoroughly decimated. One cannot deny Gwen's culinary prowess. It is no wonder Peter is so infatuated with her. However, you should seek out your Mary Jane instead. Yumu gazed at Gwen's delicate, fair visage and found himself lost in thought. Why is he staring at me? Gwen furrowed her brow at Yumu. Ever since Peter arrived, Yumu has frequently exhibited this behavior. Did Peter and Yumu say something before she came out? He was similarly distracted at school. These two are truly a source of concern. Little did Gwen realize that this all stemmed from Peter's jealousy and Yumu's carefree disposition. In this new life, it is time to do something different. For instance, it is time to take a life. Ribbit. As the frogling welcomed a friend, Yumu's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, leaving him somewhat bewildered. A frogling? A friend? Yumu immediately focused his thoughts and examined the system interface. In the next moment, his consciousness was transported into the abode of the frog. Before him stood a gray-blue cat. Tom God? Yumu was instantly astonished. The frogling had remarkably managed to entice the illustrious Tom to its home. Truly, the frogling was a social prodigy. Tom the cat grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He gestured animatedly with his paws, drawing circles in the air, as if to convey, "You wish to see the frog." Goodness! How peculiar was that Yumu could comprehend Tom's antics so clearly. It seemed the system had automatically translated for him. Understanding this, he decided to inform the frogling upon its return. Yumu mimicked a gesture, wary that Tom might not grasp it. Tom responded with a thumbs up, then, as if recalling something, pulled out a revolver from behind him and handed it to Yumu as a token of their visit. Upon seeing Yumu accept the gift, Tom broke into his signature, silly grin. Then, with a wave, he transformed into a whirlwind of feline energy and departed. Tom was indeed courteous, bringing a gift even during a casual visit. Yumu shook his head, his consciousness returning to his body, and, in his hand, a silver revolver materialized out of thin air. "What are you doing performing magic?" Gwen exclaimed, taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Yumu could conjure a handgun in such a manner. Her keen perception failed to ascertain how he had executed such a trick. There was only one possibility. Yumu's speed had far surpassed her ability to perceive it. "Sort of," Yumu replied, then began to fiddle with the revolver. "Wait, the cylinder wouldn't open? Was it sealed? How? Then, was it supposed to hold bullets? Could it be? Frank, quickly, let us head to the backyard shooting range." At the backyard shooting range, on Yumu's insistence, Frank stood perplexed, holding the revolver Yumu had handed him. "Shall we commence shooting?" Yumu instructed, looking at Frank. If his assumptions were correct, this weapon would be nothing short of a divine artifact for Frank. Frank muttered, "All right," though he was puzzled by Yumu's eccentricity. He wouldn't refuse his benefactor. Bang! The first shot rang out. Soon, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously throughout the range. Frank's expression shifted from initial indifference to growing confusion, and finally to an exuberant flush of excitement. Trembling, he exclaimed, "What is this? Unlimited bullets?" In a fleeting moment, Frank unleashed nearly 100 shots, utterly bewildering the serious man before him. What on earth? Initially, it was presumed that Yumu sought to test his abilities. However, it became evident that he was merely testing his weapon. Nearby, the enigmatic Dr. Mobius gaped in astonishment, his jaw agape, as if he could swallow a goose egg. This defied the laws of science. Deeply ingrained in modern education, Mobius found it impossible to accept such phenomena that contradicted the principles of physics. The bullets fired were undeniably real. How could there still be ammunition after such a barrage? What about the conservation of energy? The transformation of matter? This was utterly unscientific. Gwen's eyes sparkled with curiosity at this little contraption. Wow, infinite bullets. How fascinating. Indeed, being in Yumu's presence meant witnessing the extraordinary. Not only was there the beloved red snake, but now there was also the revolver. To Gwen, Yumu was cloaked in an aura of mystery. The beast, feeling a surge of instinctual power, instinctively arched its back. It sensed that formidable force once more, even more intense than before. What was this power that could threaten the dark gods? From where did this individual derive such terrifying strength? Alexandra's respect deepened. The man before her was truly formidable. Any lingering doubts in her heart vanished in an instant. It was at this moment that a shadowy figure clad in black appeared. The ninja knelt on one knee and whispered, "Leader, Gorgon has arrived in New York." Chapter 0019. Heroes gather in New York. The Defenders Alliance faces defeat. In the night, in Hell's Kitchen, a clandestine gathering was underway. Daredevil Matt Murdock, Moon Knight Mark Spector, Iron Fist Danny Rand, Jessica Jones, and Luke Cage were secretly executing a mission. According to whispers from the underground market, a terrifying figure, Gorgon, was set to arrive in Hell's Kitchen tonight. Allegedly, he was a mutant from the land of cherry blossoms and the leader of the Sakura division of the Hand. Do you think his arrival will truly alter the landscape of New York? Jessica furrowed her brow. New York was already chaotic enough. Kingpin, Green Goblin, Electro, Sandman, Molecule Man, all have been unusually quiet lately. Fear not, for with the Defenders Alliance, no one shall wreak havoc in New York, declared Daredevil Matt with utmost seriousness. As long as he was present, no matter the foe, evil must be quelled. Where the law could not reach, he would be there. Hush, someone approaches, whispered Moon Knight Mark, a silhouette clad in a tight black leather outfit, alluring and graceful, advanced from a distance, oblivious to the concealed figures of Daredevil and the others lurking in the shadows. Is it her? Luke appeared utterly bewildered, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of an old acquaintance and formidable rival, Felicia Hardy, the enigmatic Black Cat. What could this woman possibly be doing here? Jessica's visage was etched with indignation. As a woman herself, she harbored an inexplicable animosity towards such a captivating figure. Surely, Felicia's presence heralded no good tidings. Jessica scoffed, continuing, She is not one to act without cause. What possible benefit could prompt her visit? Shall we venture out to meet her? Daniel, the Iron Fist, suggested in a hushed tone. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a discreet camera was surreptitiously capturing their every move. In a chamber somewhere at the docks, Yumu fixated on the plethora of screens before him, each displaying live footage of the bustling wharf. Whether it was the defenders, the alluring black cat, or a lurking, envious spider, one could confidently assert that the docks were teeming with superheroes. Even a few villains were in attendance. All of this transpired as a direct consequence of Yumu disseminating information through the underground networks of the Hand. His grand ambition was to stake his claim in New York, and he intended to make a bold entrance. As for subtlety, one must not succumb to despondency. Since S.H.I.E.L.D sought to apprehend him, he would instead unveil himself in a commanding manner, announcing to the world his arrival. And this was merely the inception. A series of meticulously orchestrated plans lay ahead. The turnout was less than he had anticipated. He had expected to encounter the Fantastic Four here. A twinge of disappointment flickered within him. On the screens, the black cat flickered into view before vanishing into the shadows. That mischievous little thief. Morbius smirked, recalling the numerous encounters he had with Felicia before his confinement in the raft, during which she had pilfered many valuable items from him. Truly, a past best left unremembered. As various heroes, both overt and covert, awaited in silence at the docks, Gorgon finally arrived. He was an East Asian male, with light brown skin and short black hair, occasionally shrouded by tendrils of dark energy, a hallmark of his practice in dark sorcery. Gorgon's expression was as cold as ice. From a moment he disembarked from his flight, he had been under constant surveillance. The Watchers had even left instructions for him to rendezvous at this very dock. Who was Gorgon? A high-ranking leader of the Hand, a mutant, a super-terrorist, and a former member of the Hydra organization, notorious for its anti-human agenda. He had no reason to fear meeting with an inconspicuous individual. Even Wolverine had found it impossible to survive under his reign. Without his healing factor, he would have perished long ago. I hope this encounter brings me some modicum of pleasure, Gorgon mused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He intended to make those who toyed with him pay dearly for their transgressions. Now that the incompetence of the New York branch had been removed, it was time to incorporate the Cherry Blossom Hand into his dominion. The defenders, hidden in the shadows, finally encountered the enigmatic figure who has been circulating in the underground world. It is crucial to note that the information disseminated within these circles labels him as Gorgon, an entity coveted by the Cherry Blossom people and the leader of the Hand, branding him a quintessential super-terrorist against humanity. What shall we do? Iron Fist Daniel eagerly inquired. Let us engage, the Daredevil commanded, and the entire alliance sprang into action, converging before Gorgon. Igarakumu, who had initially ventured out to meet Gorgon, cheerfully resumed his seat, intrigued to observe the intentions of these formidable individuals. Gorgon, New York is not a playground for you. Return from whence you came. Daredevil stepped forward, his gaze intensely fixed upon Gorgon. Gorgon was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to confront him. Is this the Daredevil? Although Gorgon resided far away in Cherry Blossom, he was well acquainted with the prominent heroes and villains of New York. His ambition to dominate New York had long been fervent, making it essential for him to comprehend the local dynamics. With the Hand's 5 members embroiled in chaos, this was his opportunity, and he would not tolerate any interference. Thus, for the adversary before him, there was only one fate: death. So perish. Gorgon's eyes shimmered with energy. In the next moment, Daredevil realized he could no longer move his lower body. Good heavens, Matthew, your legs! Iron Fist Daniel exclaimed in disbelief. Matthew's lower half was gradually turning to stone, swiftly reaching his waist. Daredevil, astonished, recognized that the enemy had already made his move and instantly issued a combat command. Caution, do not meet his gaze. No, do not allow him to sense your mind. Be wary in battle. In the secret observation zone at the docks, Yumu savored the unfolding combat scene, utilizing his petrifying gaze. Gorgon rendered all opponents hesitant to make eye contact, thereby gaining a significant advantage in the skirmish. He effortlessly dominated Iron Fist and the others, executing punches, evading attacks, and delivering kicks with the finesse of a close combat master. Let us make our entrance. If Daredevil were to perish, it would be quite unfortunate. From the shadows at the docks, Black Cat Felicia licked her enticing red lips and chuckled. The more brutal the fight, the better. It would truly justify my presence here to witness such a spectacle. Oh, wait, who are these newcomers? Felicia's keen eyes caught sight of a group of 5 emerging from a small shack at the docks. At the forefront stood an individual of Eastern descent, with black eyes and hair, wielding a peculiar sword. Behind him was a white-suited Spider-Woman and a pallid man clad in a black trench coat. Who could this be? Felicia felt a rush of excitement as she realized she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. This group must be the shadowy figures disseminating information in the black market. The white spider suit. Could this be the Spider-Woman? And that vampire-like figure, is he Dr. Morbius? I recall that Mobius was imprisoned. How intriguing. The Punisher Frank Alexandra, the leader of the New York Hand, and a cat? Who is that young man of Eastern descent at the forefront? From their positioning, Felicia could clearly sense that this young man was indeed the leader among them. To gather such formidable individuals is no small feat. This young man is certainly extraordinary. Felicia felt a surge of excitement within her, as if she had stumbled upon a significant secret. She had a premonition that the events of this evening were orchestrated by that young man, cloaked in darkness. With her arms crossed, she smiled and declared, "Indeed, my presence tonight was not in vain. A splendid spectacle awaits." Yu Mu and his companions made their way to the battlefield, garnering attention from all sides. The Green Goblin, Sandman, Spider-Man, chaos reigned in this small battleground at the docks. The transformed Moon Knight was met with a brutal assault from Gorgon, sent hurtling from the battlefield, crashing into nearby containers, creating a substantial dent. Following this were Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke. Huh, a bunch of weaklings attempting to obstruct me? Gorgon scoffed disdainfully at the fallen warriors, including the Nightcrawler, who had already been petrified from the chest up. You know nothing of true power. A pitiful bunch. As Gorgon mockingly berated the defenders, a light and rhythmic applause echoed through the air from the shadows. A voice emerged from the distance. What ignorance! What a pitiful group! Gorgon of the Hand, indeed, is far more audacious in person. Does your mother know she would give birth to such a creature? Chapter 0020. Iron Fist, brother. Is it you? Brother. Who is it? You seek death. Gorgon's expression darkened, taken aback by the mention of family. From the shadows emerged several figures, with Yu Mu leading the charge, wielding the non-offensive and approaching the defenders step by step. The fallen defenders were astonished, realizing that, besides Black Cat, others were present. They could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the young man, stepping forth from the darkness. It was an overwhelming presence, sharp as a blade capable of cleaving through all. Jessica and Luke, lying on the ground, exchanged glances. Jessica remarked, "This individual is formidable." Luke replied, "Indeed, gazing upon him feels akin to beholding a celestial sword, majestic and grand." Iron Fist Daniel furrowed his brow, recognizing a familiar essence from the young man. He must have encountered him before. However, due to the distance and the faint moonlight, Daniel struggled to recall the young man's identity, lost in contemplation. Who could it be? Moon Knight Mark exhaled softly, finally able to relax. Just moments ago, he withstood the brunt of the attacks from the leader of the Hand Association. Simultaneously, the incessant voice of the Egyptian moon god Khonsu echoed in his ears. "Mark, you coward. If you cease to fight, I shall seek another agent. This young man before me seems quite promising, far more powerful than you. Should he become my agent, my long-cherished ambitions shall undoubtedly be fulfilled. Rise, Mark. Engage in battle. All crimes must be repaid. The sinner stands before you. Annihilate him. Mark." Khonsu suddenly paused, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from the young man. "Wait, is that? No, it cannot be. Is it the power of an evil god? No, that is not right. It is that cat." Khonsu cast a dismissive glance at the beast, which emitted an annoyed click of its tongue. What on earth is this young man about? Keeping an evil god as a pet? Yu Mu gazed at the defeated members of the Defender Alliance, a flicker of admiration stirring within him. Regardless of their individual strengths, their morale was unwavering. Among the fallen, not a single pair of eyes displayed retreat or fear. In the shadows, the Black Cat Felicia's eyes sparkled with realization. According to her secret intelligence, the New York Hand Association had been vanquished, existing now only in name. The assailant was a Chinese youth wielding a peculiar sword. It must be him. What secrets do you harbor? Felicia's gaze fixated eagerly on the non-aggression held by Yumu. Based on her experience, this strange weapon must possess considerable value. Felicia felt a surge of desire. She yearned to pilfer this weapon. In the arena, Yumu regarded Gorgon with disdain. Since you are here, you may as well leave your life behind. Did you not wish to find me? The hand association was shattered and apprehended by none other than myself. I hear you are the top lackey of that beast. Quite the discerning eye you possess. Upon hearing the mention of the beast, Gorgon's expression shifted, recognizing he had found the true target, his fury erupting forth. What have you done to the black beast? Suppressing his rage, Gorgon declared, if you divulge the whereabouts of the black beast, I shall leave you intact. Such superfluous chatter, Yumu retorted, flourishing the non-aggression sword, pointing it menacingly at Gorgon. Curious about the black beast's whereabouts? Perhaps in your next life. For now, consider yourself a moving target for my practice. In an instant, Yumu vanished from Gorgon's sight. You had your chance. Do not blame me now. With negotiations having failed, Gorgon erupted, his form merging with the night. On the dock, shrouded in ethereal moonlight, the sounds of clashing weapons resonated. Yumu and Gorgon exchanged a flurry of strikes, their swords clashing dozens of times within moments. A sharp crack resounded through the dock as Gorgon stared in disbelief at his beloved sword. Now cleaved in two, the pain within him indescribable. This sword has accompanied him for decades, yet was unexpectedly severed here. TSK, you wretched miser, unable to afford even a decent sword, resorting to a broken blade. Would you like me to sponsor you $1? Yumu, astonished by the prowess of the non-aggression, smiled broadly as he spoke. He had initially intended to test the might of the Sword Saint's technique, but it seemed that such an opportunity would not arise against Gorgon. Now, the farce ought to conclude. Just as Gorgon was about to speak, he noticed the dark-haired youth opposite him shimmering with lightning. This fellow is also a mutant? Then he heard the distant voice of the dark-haired youth declare, Thunder Abyss. No sooner had the words left his lips than a thunderous clap resounded, and a torrential deluge of furious lightning cascaded from the sky. Crack, crack. Strands of violet lightning surged toward Gorgon at breakneck speed. What in the world is this? Gorgon felt an alarm ringing in his mind, instinctively wanting to flee the area. Alas, it was already too late. Though swift, his speed paled in comparison to the lightning's swiftness. Boom! Countless bolts of thunder erupted, enveloping Gorgon in an instant. No! Gorgon let out a desperate roar. The dock was illuminated by the dazzling lightning as if it were midday. Figures concealed throughout the dock were also revealed. The Green Goblin, Sandman, and Spider-Man Peter, along with the somewhat sinister visage of Yumu, came into view. The fallen Iron Fist Daniel froze, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Yumu in the distance, rubbing his eyes vigorously. A thrill coursed through Daniel's heart as he exclaimed, Senior brother? Jessica, taken aback by Daniel's outburst, questioned, Daniel, what are you saying? Senior brother? Do you know this young man? Luke, Moonlight Night Mark. And others turned to him in unison, their astonishment akin to an earthquake of magnitude 12. This formidable individual is actually Daniel's senior brother? Not only does he possess swordsmanship that utterly overwhelms Gorgon, but he also wields this bizarre, terrifying lightning. Are those emerging from Kunlun all so formidable? What is the nature of this miraculous place? Gorgon, who had dominated us, is now being toyed with by him? Jessica watched Yumu, strolling amidst the thunder, in disbelief. This man exuded an aura, as if he were playing a game among mortals. New York, when did such a terrifying figure emerge? Daniel, recalling that his senior brother had departed Kunlun years ago for certain reasons, was astonished to find him here again. He was unaware of the specifics surrounding Yumu's departure, only vaguely recalling Master Thunder's lamentations, as it seemed that his senior brother left Kunlun due to issues of power, never to return. He often witnessed Master Thunder sighing over matters concerning Yumu. With my senior brother present, we are saved, Daniel exclaimed. Senior brother is the foremost among our generation. His mastery of chi cultivation has reached its pinnacle. Had it not been for his inexplicable departure, the title of Iron Fist would never have fallen to me. However, it seems that my senior has undergone a subtle transformation. He is no longer the same as before. Daniel, with a determined expression, began to meticulously organize his thoughts in his mind, and continued, Indeed, I will employ tactics during battle to disrupt the enemy's psyche. It has truly been years since we last met. and my senior has changed remarkably. Has he finally found what he has been seeking? Iron-Fist Daniel gazed at Yumu, whose presence crackled with thunder, resembling a deity of lightning, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Who would have thought that my senior, even without the power of the Iron Fist, remains the prodigious talent capable of surpassing all others? Meanwhile, a group of distant onlookers, consisting of various heroes, stood in astonishment. They were taken aback to discover such a formidable warrior in New York. The very individual who had overwhelmed the Defenders' alliance was now being thoroughly outclassed. This revelation left the spectators utterly dumbfounded. Behind Yumu, Gwen and the others were equally perplexed. "Hey, vampire, isn't Yumu supposed to be a swordsman?" Gwen inquired, her small mouth slightly agape in confusion, urgently questioning Mobius and the others. "I've told you countless times, I'm not a vampire. I am human, a human." Mobius retorted irritably at Gwen before shifting his gaze back to Yumu, a smirk forming on his lips. "You ask me? I wish I knew. Our relationship is merely that of prison escapees. I am entirely oblivious to this fellow's past." Although he thought this to himself, Mobius blurted out, "This is undoubtedly the secret art of Kunlun. Kunlun is one of the 7 heavenly cities on Earth, home to the terrifying power of the Iron Fist, which was once capable of shattering the Phoenix Force in ancient times. The instances of the Phoenix Force appearing in the present day are merely fragments of that power. Wouldn't it be reasonable for such a sacred place to wield the power of thunder? Is that so?" Gwen, filled with skepticism, was unaware of the true nature of the Kunlun sanctuary and could only accept the vampire's explanation. In the distance, a green-skinned figure, resembling a goblin, stood atop a flying vehicle with a sly grin. How intriguing, truly fascinating. This fellow spreading rumors and gathering people here is certainly no simple matter. Is he attempting to intimidate everyone present? My curiosity is piqued regarding his true intentions. Chapter 0021. The Hero Employment Agency commences operations. No, it can't be. How can this individual be so powerful? Peter, the Spider-Man, felt a tremor in his heart, sensing that Gwen seemed to drift further away from him. Aware of Gwen's affinity for the strong and the mysterious, he was certain that this person named Yumu could captivate her interest profoundly. After all, even he found himself intrigued by this young man who had suddenly appeared beside Gwen. Unable to resist the allure, Peter could only watch in despair as Gwen became increasingly enmeshed in this newfound fascination. In the arena, Yumu felt a surge of thunderous energy coursing through him, elevating his very being. The sensation of wielding thunder and lightning intoxicated him. Beneath the thunderous onslaught, Gorgon's voice diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Bang! The encased sphere of lightning erupted under Yumu's control, revealing the grotesque form of Gorgon within. Covered in blood, Gorgon exhibited numerous signs of carbonization. "No, it cannot be. I am strongest. I shall not be defeated." Gorgon could scarcely believe that such a formidable man existed in this world. If the Black Beast were still present, harnessing its power, I would not have faltered. I refuse to accept this fate. Igrecumo approached Gorgon, observing the man sprawled on the ground. "The Black Beast? You mean it?" With a flick of his hand, the dimmed dock illuminated under the moonlight, revealing an elegant Garfield cat gracefully striding into the scene, akin to a model on a runway. Upon seeing the creature approach, Yumu was instantly filled with indignation. Grasping the beast by the nape, he lifted it up. "You truly have some nerve. Did you think this was a stage for a fashion show?" The cat's expression drooped as it responded ingratiatingly. "I did this all for you. With so many onlookers, how could I not project your formidable presence, boss? Let them know that even a cat under your care is unique. This is far superior to those who boast that their cats can do backflips and invite others to see. Next time, you can say that my cat not only performs backflips, but can also stand on one leg like a golden rooster." Stunned, Gorgon, who lay on the ground, recognized that familiar voice, causing his mental state to crumble. Could this truly be the Black Beast he had so longed for? How had it transformed into a cat? And a servile one at that? Where was your majesty as an evil deity? Where was your pride? Where was your dignity? As a formidable evil god, do you possess no sense of shame? Gorgon recalled their previous communications, filled with the Black Beast's oppressive aura, an overwhelming dominance that could not possibly be associated with the plump feline before him. No, no, what sorcery have you unleashed? As an evil god, how could the Black Beast be reduced to this? I refused to believe it. Yes, you must have cast some illusion upon me. Release me. Release me. Gorgon fell into a mental abyss, shutting himself off from reality, rejecting all thought. Ah, yet another wretch unable to bear the truth. Observing Gorgon's collapsing faith, Yumu recognized him as a mere shell of a man, spiraling into madness. With non-aggression, transformed into sword form, he swiftly ended Gorgon's existence. The dock fell into an immediate silence. Night Demon Knight Matthew, too, found his petrified state instantly lifted with Gorgon's demise. All eyes at the dock were fixed intently upon the young man, whose sword still dripped with blood. They sensed that the events were far from over. Indeed, Yumu casually flicked away the bloodstains, surveying the surroundings as if to see through all those lurking in the shadows, and spoke, "I appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules. What transpired moments ago was merely an appetizer. The real reason for gathering you all here is yet to unfold. From this moment forth, I, Yumu, officially declare the dissolution of the New York Hand Union." Shock, disbelief, and confusion rippled through the crowd. None had anticipated such startling news from a youth in their midst. The Hand Union, a formidable force of assassins in New York's underworld, was to be disbanded just like that. Who was this young man? The dissolution of the Hand Union? Alexandra trembled, her face a mask of bitterness. She had known this day would come, but the swiftness of its arrival took her by surprise. The Hand Union, painstakingly constructed by their 5 fingers, had ultimately met its end. The curtain fell on an era. Yumu continued, simultaneously, I announced the establishment of the New York Hero Employment Agency. This company is dedicated to providing a platform for superhumans, mutants, and heroes to thrive. Too many heroes, for various reasons, find it challenging to survive and are forced to make ends meet through odd jobs. This agency was born to remedy that situation. By joining us, you shall no longer worry about basic sustenance or the troubles of equipment. The Hero Employment Agency warmly invites you to join our ranks. The mention of the Hero Employment Agency left all present momentarily stunned. A company? Employment? Luke, the mighty hero, felt a stirring within. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of resonance welled up inside him, as if he had been contemplating this very matter for ages. Life had become exceedingly arduous. Despite his extraordinary abilities, society did not elevate his quality of life. The establishment of this company earned his heartfelt approval. Unbeknownst to him, Yumu's initiative was inspired by Luke himself, who had once founded a similar agency in Marvel Comics, aimed at allowing heroes to live with dignity. Moon Knight Mark felt a surge of emotion. Having endured a life of hardship, the news ignited an undeniable excitement within him. He was thoroughly exhausted from his mundane job at the museum gift shop. His struggles with schizophrenia rendered him incapable of securing stable employment, and his daily existence was nothing short of tragic. Yumu's revelations sent ripples through the assembly, stirring their hearts. Was this truly your objective? The Green Goblin sneered, sensing the complexity of the situation. If that fellow named Yumu could indeed gather a following. Under the formidable leadership of this power, it is certain to establish a stronghold in New York, potentially rising to prominence to rival the likes of the Fantastic Four. The X-Men and the Hellfire Club. The Sandman, initially merely a curious observer, felt a stirring within upon hearing this news. The thought of his daughter's grave illness and the suffocating burden of exorbitant medical expenses ignited a fervent hope within him. He believed he had found his purpose. A glimmer of hope to save his daughter. Chapter 0022. News of the Tadpoles. The 7 great heavenly cities. At the docks, the alluring black cat, Felicia, clad in tight black leather, brightened at this revelation. How intriguing, truly captivating, naturally spirited, she relished such ventures brimming with adventure. Imagine a place teeming with heroes. And even villains. How delightful. There was even a possibility of collaboration on quests. It was simply marvelous. Without a second thought, Black Cat sauntered forth from the shadows, playfully waving to Yumu in the distance. Hey you, I wish to join. Is that acceptable? Initially, Yumu hadn't anticipated anyone would wish to join. However, upon seeing Black Cat approach, a smile broke across his face. Of course, beautiful lady. On behalf of the Hero Employment Agency, I cordially invite you to join us. This unexpected invitation planted a seed of intrigue among the others present. Yumu remained unhurried, allowing events to unfold further. This was merely the beginning. He had an array of strategies to enhance the appeal of the Hero Employment Agency. As for heroes or villains, he welcomed all who came, provided they did not cross his boundaries. Noticing the silence from those around, Yumu turned and, accompanied by his companions, began to depart. Black Cat, delighted, followed suit. For now, they were comrades, destined to stand together. Iron Fist Daniel quickly called out to Yumu, "Wait for me, brother." Daniel disregarded the puzzled expressions of his fellow defenders, hastening to catch up. Moon Knight Mark gritted his teeth and soon joined as well, followed by Luke. This left only Daredevil and Jessica standing in the cold wind. Daredevil, Matthew sighed, "Jessica, if you wish to go, then go. I too am curious to see what this Yumu intends to accomplish." The Hero Employment Agency made its inaugural appearance, culminating in the recruitment of a formidable ally in Black Cat. Quack, quack, your tadpole has sent you a postcard. In a villa on Manhattan's Upper East Side, Yumu heard Daniel's excited chatter in his ear. "Brother, brother," Daniel exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Master Thunder, I, along with many others, have missed you dearly. I never imagined I would encounter you in New York. What have you been up to all these years?" Yumu sighed, rubbing his temples in mild discomfort. Wait. Once Daniel quieted down, Yumu surveyed the surroundings, observing the members of the Defender Alliance and the Black Cat who had accompanied them. He recounted to Daniel the memories of his journey since departing from Kunlun, detailing his quest for power, albeit omitting any mention of his collaboration with Hydra. Even now, Yumu remained unaware of the memories sealed by Hydra that pertained to his previous existence. "Brother, you have truly endured much these past years." Daniel's eyes glistened with tears, astonished by the hardships his brother had faced. "By the way, brother, the Grand Assembly of the Seven Heavenly Cities is about to convene. With your presence, our chances of success will surely increase." Yumu was taken aback. The Grand Assembly of the Seven Heavenly Cities? Upon hearing that name, distant memories resurfaced in his mind. The Grand Assembly is a martial arts competition held every 88 years among the Seven Heavenly Cities, intended to contest for the priority of their manifestation in the multidimensional reality. These 7 cities are concealed within the dimensions near Earth, and the Assembly determines the timing of their appearance in the mortal realm. This event also serves as the primary means for these cities to acquire resources. Cities that rank lower in the Assembly face diminished resources and may even be subjected to blockades. Given my identity as a member of Kunlun, it would be a disservice to my heritage if I did not seize the opportunity presented by this formidable force of the 7 heavenly cities. Yumu pondered for a moment before declaring, "Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall return." "That is truly wonderful. Master Thunder has been thinking about you all along. If he knew you were coming back, he would be overjoyed," Daniel exclaimed excitedly. "But enough of that. As your junior, shouldn't you show some support?" Yumu gazed at Daniel with implied meaning, suggesting he ought to express his support for his brother. "Alexandra, please bring forth the contract for joining the company. From now on, Daniel will be part of our family." "Yes, leader." Without waiting for Daniel's response, Yumu instructed Gwen to entertain the guests while he excused himself to the restroom. After being delayed for so long, he was eager to see what the tadpole had sent him. Finding a secluded spot, Yumu began to inspect the postcards sent by the tadpole. Upon opening it, his previously excited heart came to an abrupt halt. The postcard depicted the tadpole clad in practice attire, diligently performing martial arts. Beside it stood a burly yet endearing figure. No, that's not right. This is before Yumu could delve deeper into his thoughts. The crooked handwriting on the postcard clarified everything. Invited to be Neza's martial arts instructor. Neza. In a moment of clarity, Yumu finally recalled where this was. Is this not the realm of 100,000 absurd jokes? I had a feeling that this robust figure, coupled with an endearing youthful visage, seemed strikingly familiar. How astonishing that the frogling could venture into such a nonsensical world. Father, the likes of Zaijin Gang, Fushi, Niwa, Wangda Chui, Dogta, and the River God. One wonders what experiences await the frogling in this realm. Might it encounter Niwa as she creates life, perhaps acquiring her extraordinary skills in the process? Or perhaps it will critique the sardonic abilities of the critique aliens? Frog, the strength of your father hinges upon you. Awaiting Yumu's return, the crowd had already melded into a cohesive unit. The good news is that, aside from Black Cat and Iron Fist, all remaining members of the Defender Alliance have resolved to join the Heroic Employment Agency. Initially, Daredevil had reservations about joining, but upon hearing Alexandra's introduction of the agency, which promised intelligence access commensurate with rank, he found the temptation irresistible. This meant that Daredevil could gain access to the agency's intelligence system without any obligation, a siren call he could not dismiss. Even more surprising was Black Cat's decision. Not only did she choose to join the agency, but she had also selected a room in the villa, intending to reside there long-term. Igarakumu, uncertain of Black Cat Felicia's true intentions, remained indifferent to such trivial matters. He had chosen this nearly 1,000 square meter mansion to serve as a headquarters, one that would ideally accommodate a multitude of allies. Alexandra, after a moment of contemplation, Yumu spoke, "Prepare for departure. We are heading to the Sakura-Han Alliance." Chapter 0023, The Arrival of Black Widow and the Bet. The following day, Yumu and his companions readied themselves for their journey to Tokyo. Accompanying him were Beast, Gwen, Black Cat Felicia, Alexandra, Iron Fist Daniel, Dr. Mobius of the Night, Moon Knight Mark, and Power Man Luke. Yumu regarded this endeavor as the inaugural mission for the Heroic Employment Agency. Completion of the task promised a reward of $10,000. An enticing proposition that stirred excitement among the group. With Yumu leading the charge, it was essentially a risk-free venture, a pure profit. Let's depart. Leading the vibrant throng, Yumu donned a white suit, exuding the aura of a gang overlord. Beside him, Beast was gathering insights into the structure of the Sakura-Han Alliance. With Gorgon's demise, the only figure of significance left in the alliance was the upper ninja, Tiandao Jinshuan, the nominal leader of the Sakura-Han Alliance. If we can assert control over him and eliminate his subordinates, the entire alliance shall be ours. The most notable aspect of the Sakura-Han Alliance is its cadre of 10 ninjas, each possessing combat prowess equivalent to that of Daredevil. There exists a high priest, devoted solely to the study of dark magic, while the others are merely obedient pawns. Yet, even these pawns surpass the strength found in New York by a considerable margin. At this juncture, the Beast, with an ingratiating grin, remarked, "How could these wretched fish and rotten shrimp ever compare to your formidable presence, my esteemed leader? The moment you reveal yourself, they shall undoubtedly kneel in submission, pleading for your mercy." Well said. Keep up the good work. Yumu did not chastise the Beast for its flattery, despite the latter's abilities being significantly lacking. Suddenly, Yumu's form trembled and the non-aggression technique materialized in his grasp, transforming into a sword. In a flash, he swung the blade through the air ahead of him. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds resonated. The remaining individuals were instantly taken aback. What was happening? Were there enemies? Was Yumu truly that formidable? They had not perceived any anomalies. Had the previous attacks been aimed at them, they would have long since departed for the afterlife. Yumu casually severed 3 bullets and glanced toward the source of the incoming fire, casually informing the others, "I'll investigate. Stay vigilant." Without waiting for a response, Yumu vanished from sight. The ability of the Ring of S.H.I.E.L.D activated, enabling instantaneous teleportation. After several instances of teleportation, Yumu surveyed all potential points of gunfire. "At long last, I have located you." As Yumu descended from the air, he spotted a figure clad in a tight black leather suit and possessing fiery red hair atop a nearby skyscraper, his eyes narrowing. "It turns out it is you. Perfect. I have intercepted Tony, and now you have conveniently presented yourself to me. I shall gladly accept this gift. The egg-headed one has truly delivered an exquisite offering." On the rooftop, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, realized that her 3 consecutive shots had missed and that her target had vanished from view, leading her to silently lament her predicament. The mission had failed. She needed to retreat swiftly. Just as Natasha began to pack away her sniper rifle, a shadowy figure loomed behind her. Without revealing any sign of distress, she slowly positioned her hand near her waist. In the next instant, she felt her wrist ensnared, as a wave of masculine energy approached her. Natasha's heart raced as she beheld a figure mere centimeters from her, and she heard Yumu's voice. "Natasha, it has indeed been a while. The last time we met, you were the one who placed me in that frozen prison. What is this? Has it only been a short time, and you're already yearning for me? Orchestrating such a grand reunion?" Yumu firmly held Natasha's restless right hand, grinning mischievously. Natasha, unfazed by the unexpected turn of events, responded coolly, "Yumu, you Hydra scum, the prison is your ultimate destiny. Currently, You are nothing but a wretched fugitive clinging to life. Simultaneously, Natasha's mind raced as she sought a way to extricate herself from the current predicament. She withdrew her hand, feeling as though a pair of enormous pincers had firmly ensnared her. With no means of escape, she could only devise a way to compel her captor to release her. At that moment, Natasha's face suddenly flushed as an unusual sensation coursed through her body. Yumu observed Natasha's reaction with evident satisfaction. He, or rather, his previous incarnation, had long desired this moment. With his left hand, he gently caressed Natasha's delicate hand, while his right hand assertively grasped her fair chin, forcing her to tilt her head back and fix her gaze upon his eyes. Yumu leaned closer, whispering warm breath against her ear. You dare to kill me? Now that you find yourself in my grasp, I trust you can imagine what may unfold next. I must express my gratitude to that fellow with the peculiar egg. How do you know I crave flesh? You believe such threats can intimidate me? Natasha retorted, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of her lips. You are but a solitary fugitive, surrounded by adversaries. Should you dare to harm me, S.H.I.E.L.D will swiftly locate you. A glint of amusement in his eyes. Is that so? Do you truly believe you possess any leverage for negotiation at this juncture? Indeed, it seems that a woman of your stature is merely intended for such folly. His gaze roamed downward, appraising her with unabashed audacity. Natasha refrained from a direct response, instead probing further. You have captured me. What now? What do you desire? Intelligence, or perhaps my life? Yumu narrowed his eyes, releasing her chin. What I seek has never been something you can offer. Natasha met his gaze with icy defiance. What does your capture of me matter? S.H.I.E.L.D will never abandon one of its agents. Everything you do today will be accounted for. She remained unaware of what this man, capable of easily taking her life, truly desired. Was it her body? Natasha was certainly aware of the allure her form held for men, a living embodiment of desire. Of course, Yumu continued, shifting the conversation. You can offer part of yourself. I want you entirely. Or perhaps we should wager on it. If you win, I shall willingly walk myself into the refrigerator prison. If I win, you will henceforth be mine, bound to obey me, and S.H.I.E.L.D will no longer be your sanctuary. From this moment on, starting with Tony, you will become the very limb I sever from that peculiar egg. Those who provoke me find that death is not the end, but merely the beginning of something far more terrifying, such as severing an enemy's lifelong faith, reducing them to a mere shell of their former selves. Natasha narrowed her eyes, attempting to discern any flaw in Yumu's demeanor. How do you propose we wager? Yumu smiled faintly, stepping into the center of the room, and began to explain. The rules are quite simple. Do you not hold faith in S.H.I.E.L.D? Let's wager on whether S.H.I.E.L.D is truly worth your devotion. I shall confine you for 72 hours without laying a finger on you. Are you not their top agent? As long as S.H.I.E.L.D can rescue you within these 3 days, I shall willingly return to the icebox prison, even if it means kneeling. However, if they forsake you for any reason as trivial as a lack of priority, then from that moment onward, you shall belong to me. The instant faith falters will mark the beginning of your rebirth. Natasha clenched her teeth and ultimately nodded deal. Yumu smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. I hope you will not regret your choice when the time comes. Chapter 0024. Tony, Cherry Blossoms, and the Young Lady. Outside the villa, everyone awaited in anticipation. In the next moment, Yumu's figure materialized, cradling Natasha in his arms. This was not an act of intentional appropriation. Rather, the wretched teleportation range was so limited that they had to embrace tightly to be transported together. Yumu rubbed his sore chest, exclaiming, "It truly is hard." Meanwhile, Felicia, the black cat, chuckled softly as she observed Yumu's return with a radiant red-haired beauty. Wynn was astounded to see Yumu return with a woman, questioning how he could be so fortunate with the ladies. At that moment, Mobius's voice broke through. Have you resolved the issue? What exactly transpired? His indifference towards the woman was palpable. He was eager to depart for Tokyo. He had never visited Tokyo before, yet he felt a profound connection to the city. He was oblivious to its adult entertainment, hostess bars, or the allure of its animated maidens. He yearned to broaden his horizons, to witness the vastness of the sea, and to explore the secrets of the deep ocean. Well, Yumu replied nonchalantly, "This is our new member. You may call her Natasha. She is currently an agent of S.H.I.L.D. Gwen was taken aback. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? So, she was the one who had just attacked everyone? As she scrutinized the red-haired Natasha, she was struck by the chilling realization that beneath such beauty lay a heart of ice. Pretty, a femme fatale. The others also regarded Natasha with a subtle air of suspicion. They felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. Yumu paid no heed to their thoughts and said, "Give me 10 minutes. I need to meet someone. She is someone I trust, so please keep an eye on her for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in another instant of teleportation. "Hey, wait," Gwen exclaimed. Abrupt departure. Left behind was Natasha, standing in silence before the others, her mind consumed by Yumu's wager. At Stark Tower, Tony was currently engaged in an in-depth conversation with Pepper. Tony was startled by the sudden appearance of Yumu in the office. Having endured the harrowing experience of a kidnapping and the loss of Obadiah, he had matured significantly. He gestured for Pepper to leave. Opening his arms, he yearned to embrace Yumu, exclaiming, "My friend, what brings you here? I was just pondering inviting you to witness the mech I have crafted. Thanks to your ingenious mechanisms, I have completely revamped the design. If you could see it, you would undoubtedly be astonished." Tony resembled a child eager to showcase his creation to a parent, wishing to share his work with a mentor and friend. After spending several days collaborating in the lab, their bond had grown to a level where they could comfortably share a bath. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Yumu extended an invitation. "I am preparing to visit the land of cherry blossoms. Would you care to join me?" Cherry blossoms? Tony's eyes lit up. How splendid. This would afford me the opportunity to share my talents in rescuing wayward women, allowing the little sisters over there to recognize my greatness. Ha ha ha. Tony smirked mischievously. "So, you're finally thinking of inviting me out to play? You have been rather quiet these past few days." Yumu offered no explanation, merely stating, "If you don't wish to come, I shall take my leave." He feigned departure. "Wait, hold on." Tony quickly intercepted Yumu. "Of course I will go. Why the urgency?" Tony was eager to accompany him. If there were anyone in this world whom he admired, it would undoubtedly be Yumu. This individual possessed the legacy of ancient Chinese mechanical arts. Such premier knowledge of mechanisms was something Tony yearned to learn from him. The blood of the genius inventor surged within him, compelling him to draw closer to Yumu. This knowledge, entirely distinct from modern technological systems, captivated Tony. Given this splendid opportunity, I must join. With a grin, Tony added, "However, you must not keep any secrets from me. Teach me to create mechanical beasts. In exchange, you may use the mech I have built without restriction." This was Tony's utmost sincerity. Yet, Yumu shook his head, declining, "No need, I'm not interested in that." Tony was taken aback. "Not interested?" A sly smile graced Yumu's lips. "The term shall be set by me, but as for now, I have yet to decide." Relieved to know there was still hope, Tony exhaled deeply. "Before we proceed, however, Tony, I believe it is essential that we discuss that glowing trinket upon your chest. It will inevitably lead to your demise. Palladium poisoning, isn't it?" Tony's expression paled, caught off guard that his concealed struggles had been unveiled. His gaze flickered uncertainly, and he instinctively touched the reactor on his chest. Exclaiming, "How did you know?" Yumu shook his head. "After spending so many days together, if I still cannot discern your peculiarity, it will be quite a failure on my part. To put succinctly, resolving this issue is remarkably straightforward. Tony, the city model left by your father warrants thorough examination. The answers you seek lie therein." Tony, in his contemplation, had never anticipated that the source of his vexation would be revealed through Yumu's words. Even more surprising was the fact that the solution to his predicament resided within the city model his father had bequeathed to him. What? How could it involve my father? Tony refrained from questioning Yumu, having come to understand through their prolonged interactions that he was not one to speak frivolously. He was a man of substance. Tony stood in a daze, gazing around the room, lost in thought about the city model his father had left behind. Enough with reminiscence. There would be ample time for that. Yumu interrupted, stating, "Now we must set forth. When we return from the cherry blossoms, it will be your moment to prove yourself, Tony. But wait, allow me to organize matters first. If I lose contact just like that, Pepper will surely have my head." Chapter 0025. Tadpole. The return from the world of 100,000 cold jokes. Yumu and his companions boarded their flight to Tokyo. The news concerning Black Widow had already spread through the resources of the hero's employment agency. Crow, your tadpole has returned, bringing with it travel souvenirs and local specialties. Go take a look. Yumu, who had been in slumber, stirred. The tadpole has returned? His mind, initially blank, gradually regained focus, and he jolted, startling Gwen beside him. Gwen, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Do you also have nightmares?" "Of course. I am human, not a deity." Igrecumu responded, attempting to deflect. Women merely hinder his progress in becoming stronger. Now is the time to receive the resources that Tadpole has brought back. Everything else is inconsequential. Yumu directed his attention to the system. The returning Tadpole was, as always, engrossed in writing in its diary, occasionally nibbling on the pen tip. It was an utterly endearing sight. This was indeed the joy of nurturing games. Yumu smiled knowingly, choosing not to disturb the tadpole as it chronicled its experiences, and instead focused on the current gains. He opened the section on specialties. 100 empty-handed against a blade. Souvenir from the world of 100,000 cold jokes. Originating from Li Jing of Chintang Pass, this ability can be activated or deactivated at will. Note, the most potent control skill, you deserve to possess it. Alchemy Furnace, specialty from the world of 100,000 cold jokes. A whimsical rice cooker that has cultivated the fortune and prosperity Little Gold King. It can automatically synthesize and refine objects. Note, there is nothing that synthesis cannot resolve. If there is, it simply means you haven't synthesized enough. 100 empty-handed against a blade and Alchemy Furnace? Yumu's heart filled with joy. Unexpectedly, the little frog has bestowed upon itself these two treasures. From this moment forth, it too possesses formidable control skills. While not particularly lethal, the insult it inflicts is exceedingly potent. In the future, should anyone displease me, I shall first deliver a strike, compelling them to kneel in repentance before any further discourse. What? You refuse to repent? Surely, you have not knelt long enough, nor have you encountered enough of society's harsh realities. The alchemical furnace boasts the remarkable ability to perfectly synthesize all things, conveniently resolving the dilemma of seamlessly merging various alloys that has troubled him. This alleviates the burden of seeking methods to harmoniously blend different alloys. Furthermore, this is merely one of the myriad capabilities of the alchemical furnace. This extraordinary furnace can even forge a small diamond, with its properties still awaiting exploration. Thanks to the boon of destiny, the items brought back by the little frog can be directly assimilated. In an instant, Yumu mastered the potent control skill, perfectly unarmed against arm. I recall that Edelman alloy has been encountered in the Cherry Blossom region. If it can be procured, the upgrade plan for non-aggressive may be realized. Igrekumu contemplated eagerly. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the new, non-aggressive, forged from the perfect compatibility of vibranium and Edelman alloy. Observing the amassed 500 clovers, he swiftly expended 500, ensuring that the little frog was well equipped. The remaining 3,000 clovers could be used to select a powerful ability to bolster the frog's strength. The ability shop for the little frog dazzled with various skills. Novice Knight, 3,000 Novice Mage, 3,000 Master Combat, 3,000 Mechanical Proficiency, 3,000. The frog already possessed offensive capabilities, thus he opted for Novice Knight to enhance the frog's physical defense and overall attributes. After expending the clovers once more, Yumu felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. All his troubles stemmed from a lack of firepower. If only he were a wealthy man, casually recharging tens or hundreds of billions, he would not be so tormented by the choice of abilities. The world of adulthood is one of relentless demands. Ribbit, your little frog has eaten well and is ready to embark on its journey. Who would have thought the little frog would be so industrious? Barely home, it set off traveling again. Wait, it seems it has yet to mention anything about Tomcat before dashing off. Yumu recalled the previous exchange and indeed realized he had not spoken of it. This swift-footed frog. Alas, it seems he must wait until next time. Yumu then donned a paternal expression. What marvels will the little frog bring back next time? Moreover, it appears this journey shall not be a solitary one. Yumu turned to glimpse a tall man positioned diagonally behind him, accompanied by a spirited young woman with fiery red hair. Yumu never anticipated encountering an unexpected figure. Wolverine, Logan, aboard the aircraft. Upon first laying eyes on Logan, Yumu couldn't help but gaze at him intently for quite some time. Logan was en route to Sakura. Could it be an invitation from Shirakawa Taro? How intriguing. Observing Logan's cold demeanor, Yumu instantly realized that this journey to Sakura would not be a simple affair. Hey, kid, Wolverine Logan furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. You've been staring at me for quite a while. What's the matter? He wasn't some alluring beauty to warrant such persistent attention from a young man. Was this individual not just an ordinary person? Did he perhaps recognize Logan's identity and intend to cause trouble? It's merely that you remind me of an old acquaintance. Yumu waved his hand dismissively, offering an explanation. Puzzled by Yumu's remark, Logan found himself no longer the focus of Yumu's attention, leaving him to harbor suspicions and wariness. Suddenly, Tony interjected. You wouldn't be staring aimlessly. Does that man possess any unique traits? Unique traits? Yumu chuckled softly. Perhaps, if given the chance, you shall discover for yourselves. Silence enveloped the group as they journeyed onward. 12 hours later, they arrived in Tokyo without delay. Yumu instructed the ninjas from the New York Hand Association, who had been lying in wait in Tokyo, to lead the way to the Sakura Hand Association headquarters. The headquarters, located in the remote mountains of Kyushu, span an area of 4 square kilometers. After a long trek, Yumu and his companions finally reached their destination. Is this truly the headquarters of the Sakura Hand Association? Yumu scrutinized the distant village ahead, furrowing his brow. Not to mention, the disguise was quite remarkable. Had he not been informed beforehand that this was the headquarters, he would have assumed it was merely a tranquil village. Indeed, Chief, Alexandra replied respectfully. Moreover, this place is far more complex than it appears. Yumu countered, how so? Alexandra continued. Unlike New York, where the headquarters is situated within the city and lacks space for defensive formations, here, various illusions and traps are omnipresent. And this is merely the surface situation. Beneath the ground lies 3 additional layers, where the high-ranking shinobi and the high priest reside in the deepest level. If the chief wishes to seize control here, he must overcome numerous obstacles, either by eliminating them or compelling their submission. Are they underground? Igrekumufraund. Having hoped to execute a swift operation akin to their previous endeavor in New York, this development posed significant complications. Very well. Yumu turned his gaze toward the distant village, a thought igniting in his mind as he began issuing orders. Commence the operation. Codename, attack the ninja village. Mobius exclaimed with excitement. Finally, it begins. Yumu, once this is over, you must treat me to a night out at the club. Gwen and the others exchanged glances, ready to embark on their grand undertaking. Tony, unable to contain his eagerness, eagerly retrieved a small box from his bag. Press and hold the crimson button above. In an instant, a suit of armor envelopes him in a tight embrace. This entire mechanized exoskeleton, grounded in advanced technology, has been further enhanced by principles of mechanization gleaned from Yumu. As it supplies energy to his core, the suit employs a mechanistic structure, thereby reducing energy consumption by half compared to its initial design. This significantly augments the operational duration of the armor. Tony's objective is to ensure that, aside from energy attacks and basic functionality, all other operations utilize the mechanistic framework, thereby maximizing the suit's operational time and conserving energy for the blade's edge. With a wave of his hand, Yumu declares, let us commence. To the Hand Union Village. At the village gate, a weary ninja yawned and glanced at the setting sun. Finally, it's time for a shift. Sakura must be quite eager. Huh? Ha ha. Today, I vow to engage in 300 rounds. Suddenly, the gatekeeper froze, thinking he was hallucinating, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In the distance, a group of figures approached the village, clearly harboring ill intentions. Before he could react, the alarm bell rang. A man in the distance raised his hand, summoning dozens of terrifying golden lightning bolts that struck directly into the village. Boom! 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 The thunderous roar reverberated throughout, leaving the villagers in stunned silence. What is happening? Are we being invaded? Simultaneously, a voice echoed through the village, following the thunderous clamor. I am Yumu, the leader of the New York Hand Union. At the behest of Gorgon, I have come to take command of the Sakura Hand Union. High-ranking ninjas, High Priest, why do you not come forth to greet me? Chapter 26. The Dissolution of the Sakura Hand Union. This audacious proclamation resonated throughout the village, leaving all present momentarily aghast. People from New York? Whispers began to circulate among the villagers. What is going on? Gorgon? Wasn't he supposed to depart for New York just a few days ago? Could something have transpired above, prompting a change of leadership? I only hope they do not send another fanatic. I haven't had a day off in 3 months. If I hadn't secretly poisoned my superior, we might have been assigned a normal person. You all might never have seen me again. I'd have perished from fatigue on these missions. Wait, did you just say something you shouldn't have? I just remembered I have some matters at home. Let's meet again. Hey, don't leave. I still don't know you. You've killed who knows how many of your wife's lovers. My little secret is hardly a secret. At the entrance of the Hand Union village, the grand gates were forcefully blasted open. The streets lay pockmarked from the lightning strikes. The events unfolding here are beyond the authority of a mere low-ranking ninja. The power struggle among the higher-ups indicates your judicious approach, signaling that you possess a modicum of intelligence. By the way, are both the great shinobi and the high priest currently in the village? Yumu inquired of the gatekeeper before him. Yes, they're both present, the gatekeeper replied, trembling with fear. Then I implore you to convey this message promptly. We have no desire to spill blood. However, should anyone seek their demise, they shall not blame us. Certainly, I shall notify them at once. The gatekeeper, visibly shaken, hurriedly dashed into the village. Alexandra, please relay the message. Do your utmost to leave survivors. These foundational personnel are invaluable assets. This time, Yumu had brought forth only the elite among elites, more than capable of handling the individuals on the ground. Alexandra acknowledged his command. Yumu stepped into the Hand Alliance village, making his way toward the heart of the settlement. There lay the entrance to the underground realm. Accompanied by nearly 30 elite ninjas, Yumu approached the village center. Whispers echoed in his ears, predominantly from the children training in martial arts, ranging in age from 15 to 18. The ground was dotted with various training facilities for the young ones, while the training of regular ninjas occurred entirely underground. The deeper one ventured, the fewer the ninjas, yet the stronger they became. Wow, look at that man in the white suit. He's so handsome. Pfft, you shallow fool. Always chasing after the next pretty face. Just yesterday, you professed your affection for me. Are they all from the New York branch? It doesn't seem much different from our place. Indeed, they just mentioned taking over our operations. Can the great shinobi and the high priest possibly agree to that? After all, Gorgon has never truly compelled their allegiance. What makes those outsiders think they can? Am I the only one who noticed that Gorgon is absent from the crowd? Oh, indeed. I was too distracted by those 2 beauties in black bodysuits to notice. No kidding, those 2 are stunning. I fancy the one with red hair. The big sister type is my favorite. I prefer the one with white hair. Watching her walk makes me feel like I might be crushed. Isn't her innocence appealing? I like the one in the white bodysuit. She is pure yet alluring. Yumu cast a glance at the audacious children around him, silently contemplating their boldness. Were they unaware that at such close proximity, anyone with decent hearing could easily eavesdrop? Meanwhile, Felicia, the Black Cat, and Natasha, the Black Widow, remained unfazed, while young one could hardly endure such teasing. After exchanging a brief greeting with Yumu, she stormed toward the unfortunate little ones outside. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails erupted, accompanied by the girl's reprimands. Let that be a lesson to your insolent mouths. Am I pure? Am I desirous? Yumu casually instructed a few individuals to remain behind to safeguard Gwen, while he and the others continued forward. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground passage within the village, they pressed on. A few unexpected figures have appeared. The great shinobi? The high priest? Alexandra gasped in astonishment at the sight of the 2 individuals standing at the entrance. You? Could they truly be the leaders of the Cherry Blossom Alliance? Yumu had not anticipated encountering them on the surface. He had thought that it would require a daring venture into the underground realm, followed by a bloody massacre, before he could lay eyes upon them. Yet, here they were, so easily within reach. Behind them stood 10 individuals, the most formidable ninjas, known as the 10 Shinobi. The great shinobi was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, while the high priest was an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow. You actually emerged? Yumu expressed his bewilderment. The high priest and the great shinobi exchanged glances. Might I inquire, where's Gorgon? The high priest stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yumu scrutinized the high priest, yet discerned only an unwavering calm in his eyes. A cunning old fox, Yumu mused internally. What he had initially envisioned as an opportunity for bloodshed now seemed less appealing. He was not one to revel in violence. If he could avoid conflict and conserve his energy, it would indeed be a blessing. Dead, Yumu replied. The high priest displayed a look of expected dismay. Indeed, I had warned him. How could one who could sever the ties with the black beast be so simple-minded? Alas, he did not heed my counsel and squandered his life. The high priest clutched his head in despair, embodying a demeanor of regret. Intriguing. Yumu's lips curled into a smile as he inquired. What leads you to say such things, high priest? The high priest paused, then hastily responded with feigned sorrow. Since you possess the ability to sever our connection with Lord Blackbeast, it signifies that you are indeed favored by him. Our entire alliance was founded upon the power of Lord Blackbeast. Thus, does this not imply that you, my lord, are the true new master? You are the beacon of hope bestowed upon us by Lord Blackbeast. Our alliance has languished in silence for far too long. Even the despicable Hydra and its emergent influence can mock us at will. Our Cherry Blossom alliance has suffered greatly. We possess the strength of Lord Blackbeast, yet have never truly dominated. My lord, you are the chosen heir of Lord Blackbeast, our star of hope. The high priest wiped his tears and lamented the prolonged weakness of the alliance. Yumu's companions were left astounded. Alexandra, too, was incredulous. Was this truly the wise, dignified, and ruthless high priest she had come to know? Yumu gazed at the high priest, who seemed intent on portraying him as a savior. He felt a sense of ease. Although he recognized that the high priest had ulterior motives, he was not inclined to interrupt the praise being lavished upon him. After all, in his previous life, had anyone ever fawned over him in such a manner? The individuals he encountered were either enamored with the goddess or were on the path of adulation. Thus, are you prepared? Yumu relished the moment before diving straight into the core of the matter, unwilling to engage in further games with his cunning old fox. Upon hearing this, the high priest exchanged a knowing glance with the Grand Shinobi. Thud! The high priest, the Grand Shinobi, and the 10 ninjas all knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome the young master." Witnessing this, the villagers began to kneel one after another. Even young children were pulled down alongside them. As the crowd fervently chanted, "We welcome the young master. We welcome the young master." The echoes of their voices reverberated through the tranquil village, gradually expanding outward. Unbeknownst to them, outside the village, within the forest, an elderly man holding a wooden staff stood in silence. Chapter 0027, Boiled Egg. This can wait. The tadpole is injured. Good heavens, is this the legendary aura of dominance? Dr. Mobius felt a pang of pain in his heart. Why had he never experienced such treatment? Why, as a fellow refugee, could others thrive while he could only cling to the sidelines? He too desired to savor such a feeling. The black cat, Felicia, smirked, her gaze fixed on Yumu's retreating figure. This fellow was indeed full of surprises. To conquer without battle, perhaps? Tony was taken aback, unable to resist polishing his gleaming mech. All this preparation, only to show me this? Iron Fist Daniel and Moonlight Knight Mark reveled in the delight of an effortless victory. What they had initially anticipated as a grand confrontation now appeared to be a mere false alarm. A fight? Hadn't they already seen their opponents kneeling in surrender? Mark exclaimed. "This is truly a gratifying way to earn money," Daniel asserted. "As expected of my senior, you are formidable, with just a minor skill. Our adversaries have already crumbled in 3 minutes." The echoes lingered. Yumu observed the kneeling crowd, his brow furrowed. This rhythm was amiss. Incredibly amiss. The assault had yet to commence, and already the enemy was in disarray. Despite the loud proclamations, one could only wonder what thoughts lay hidden in their hearts. Yet, the intended show of force was thwarted. The proverbial chicken had yet to emerge. Perhaps enough was enough. Yumu's calm voice transcended the clamor. The members of the Sakura Hand Guild exchanged bewildered glances, mistakenly believing that the young master disapproved of the ritual. Just as the high priest was about to speak, Yumu raised his hand to interrupt. "I care not for your sentiments, be it discontent or resentment. What I, Yumu, desire will be seized by my own hand. Today, the Sakura Hand Guild shall be obliterated. From this day forth, there shall be no distinction between New York and Sakura. There will only be the new organization. The Hero Employment Company. Everything you held dear is now but a memory. Do any of you dare to dissent?" Yumu's voice drifted through the crowd, leaving them in a state of discomfort. What? The guild is no more? What will become of us? Is my newly acquired shinobi certification now lost? The high priest gasped in shock, while the senior shinobi seethed with anger. Yumu observed the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around him and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is the sensation I sought. He gazed intently at the senior shinobi, who, regrettably, remained subdued by the high priest's authority and did not dare to speak out. What a pity! At that moment, the beast sauntered forward with feline grace. Under Yumu's directive, it spoke in human tongue. Those who follow the master shall live. Those who defy him shall perish. The bewilderment of the others was palpable. The high priest and the senior shinobi, being among the very few who had encountered the voice of the black beast, exchanged astonished glances. The third individual had long since departed this world. They were taken aback as they beheld the creature resembling a Garfield cat. Could it be the esteemed Lord Black Beast? The high priest stammered, never anticipating such an encounter. I shall state this only once. Those who comply shall survive, while those who resist shall meet their demise. The beast calmly licked its paw. The high priest and the senior shinobi exchanged a glance. The high priest's dissatisfaction faded, replaced by exhilaration, while the senior shinobi's fury extinguished, giving way to a profound fear of Yumu, who held dominion over the black beast. The two pledged, "We shall faithfully obey the commands of the young master and the esteemed Lord Black Beast." The onlookers, witnessing their leader's submission, echoed in unison, "We shall faithfully obey the commands of the young master and the esteemed Lord Black Beast." Is this truly the conclusion? Gwen expressed her discontent. How can it end without any action? She had only dealt with a few troublesome children and had accomplished nothing beyond that. What was her purpose in coming here? Yumu turned to Gwen with a mysterious smile. End? No, this is merely the beginning. There will be a time for you to take action. As for now, let me take you all to indulge in revelry. Tony and Mobius' eyes sparkled with excitement. Had the exhilarating nightlife segment commenced? Natasha, as a captive, remained silent. It had been 18 hours since her capture, and Yumu truly appeared unconcerned for her well-being, save for the fact that she could not leave his side. Surely, Fury must have received news of her capture by now. They ought to be taking some action, right? In Washington, at the Triquill Wing building, the furious voice of Egghead resonated. What? Natasha has been captured? Is there any pertinent information? The situation had unfolded too abruptly, leaving no time for preparation. Only the airport images remained. Egghead scowled as he scrutinized the transmitted photographs. In one, Natasha was closely nestled against a man, none other than the fugitive Yumu he had been intent on capturing. Was this truly a capture? Egghead's heart raced with suspicion, pondering whether Natasha was employing forbidden tactics of seduction. Initially, he feared she was in grave danger. However, it now appeared that Natasha herself was quite safe. If there were any issues, would she not have sent out a message? It seemed that all was well on Natasha's front. Perhaps it was time to turn his attention elsewhere. Egg, after retrieving a file from the table before him, began to examine the events surrounding Tony Stark. The document detailed the sequence of Stark's capture and subsequent return, hinting at an invisible thread woven throughout. Regardless, Tony Stark is a figure deserving of close scrutiny. It is time to arrange a meeting with him. Then there was that despicable old man, Ross. Just the thought of him made Egg grit his teeth. Ross, in his relentless pursuit of Banner, displayed a complete disregard for the consequences. Last week, chaos erupted once again, leaving an entire block in ruins. And Captain Steve, astonishingly, survived. He is currently undergoing rehabilitation in New York, striving to reintegrate into society. Then there are the troublesome mutants, who have just incarcerated Magneto and Black King. Yet now someone dares to stage a prison break. How naive. If it were anyone else, it might be different. But should it be the mutants attempting a breakout, they shall witness the terror of the mutant graveyard, the refrigerator prison. Countless matters cluttered Nick Fury's mind. Natasha? There shouldn't be any immediate issues. Nevertheless, with so many concerns, Egg felt the weight of pressure. Perhaps he should seek the scrolls to transform into his likeness and assist him in addressing these matters. Since one person's energy is finite, having an additional ally could only be beneficial. Oh, there was one more thing. Egg suddenly recalled someone and contacted Agent Hill, instructing seal off information regarding Natasha for now. Do not let Hawkeye Barton know. His current mission is of utmost importance. Do not disclose Natasha's situation to him, lest it distract him. Hill nodded in response. In Tokyo, in the vibrant district of Ginza, Yumu led the group to indulge in delectable cuisine. with a platter of tempura, strawberry yokon, akazuke, yakitori, and sushi. Moon Knight Mark was thoroughly enjoying himself. Delicious. It has been far too long since I've savored such delights. Oh, what days have I endured? He lamented. Nearby, Iron Fist Daniel patted his shoulder, offering comfort. From now on, hardship will drift further away from you. Black Cat Felicia, Gwen, and a slightly melancholic Tony fought valiantly against the food. Natasha, however, found herself unable to eat, staring blankly at the others. It had been ages since she had relished such an atmosphere. Now, she was uncertain where her fate would lead her. Hey, aren't you going to eat? Don't let it be known that Yumu, mistreat women. Yumu pointed at Natasha's plate, asserting, Yumu, also have my pride. Eat. Natasha's fleeting moment of sentimentality was shattered. Her gaze fixed on Yumu, her heart stirred. This man truly was unlike any other. As Natasha encountered Yumu, she bore an expression that conveyed, if you do not eat, I shall not relent. Reluctantly, he began to partake in the meal, while an unfamiliar sensation arose within him, a warmth in his heart, evoking an emotion that felt so foreign yet comforting. Amidst the flurry of dining, a sudden system notification startled Yumu. What? Someone has bullied my frog. Meanwhile, in the residence of the steadfast S.H.I.E.L.D, Wolverine Logan found himself face to face with the woman who haunted his dreams, Mariko. Chapter 0028. To earn for the frog. The Blade Warrior emerges. Question. Is it arduous to amass $1 billion in the Marvel Universe? If it is not, shall we establish a deadline? At this moment, Yumu, seated in a Japanese restaurant, found himself in dire need of funds. The system interface displayed a sorrowful sight. The frog, adorned with a large bandage on its head and leaning on a cane, bore an expression of distress. The frog had finally incurred its first injury during its exploration. In a fit of anger, Yumu exchanged $500,000 for 500 clovers and procured a healing elixir from shop. Restorative potion, instant recovery from moderate injuries, 500 clovers. Upon recovery, Yumu engaged in a soulful exchange with the frog. The little creature retrieved a drawing board and began to sketch fervently, simultaneously producing photographs that it had not yet sent back. As Yumu gazed upon the images, he immediately recognized the world the frog had ventured into. Was that not Alice? The world of Resident Evil? Through the information conveyed by the drawing board, Yumu comprehended the tribulations the frog had faced. It turned out that after embarking on its journey, the frog had entered the world of Resident Evil, mingling with the protagonist, Alice. Unfortunately, it had encountered the formidable Weskier of the Umbrella Corporation amidst their battle. In attempting to assist Alice, the frog was caught in the fallout of their confrontation and was promptly transported back to Yumu. Thus, he was informed of the frog's injuries. Upon hearing this, Yumu glanced at the 10 million in his wallet, feeling a tinge of melancholy. It seemed he had not exerted enough effort. The pace at which he earned was slower than that of the frog's world explorations. Currently, he could muster a maximum of 500 clovers daily by consolidating all his resources. Yet, considering the frog's current predicament, if he did not bolster its strength, the little creature would surely feel discontented. Observing the frog, who was now in a state of fatigue, performing plank exercises, Yumu realized it was time to employ a method of investment. His son had been harmed, and, as a parent, it was imperative that he take action. Otherwise, it would be a source of mockery. One might even assume it was not his biological child. Fear not, my son, leave it to your father, he declared. Is it merely a matter of enhancing strength? Yumu began to explore the myriad of abilities available in the frog's capability shop. In an instant, a remarkable ability caught his attention. Iron Cloth, 10,000. Note, upon acquisition, one gains formidable resistance to impact, rendering the body as hard as steel, while also possessing commendable close combat skills. 10,000 clovers equate to $100 million. Fear not, my son, for I shall elevate you to divinity within a day. Casually, he treated his companion to a luxurious meal before exiting the system. The question arose, where to acquire such funds? It was inconceivable that the Hero Employment Agency could muster 100 million. This gap needed to be bridged through personal effort. He surveyed the diners, musing inwardly. Nearby, the ever-animated Tony and Mobius had indulged in numerous drinks. They clamored for him to join them in revelry at the nightclub. Indeed, the affluent Tony insists, he declared as he reached for his wallet. After the meal, the group dispersed. The women prepared for a night out, while the men set their sights on the club. One must admit, the quality of the nightclubs here is exceptional. On stage, a group of dazzling women clad in shimmering fabric performed acrobatic dances. Each of them selected a partner and engaged in games. "Yes, you lost," exclaimed several young women in black stockings, pointing at Tony. "Truth or dare?" "A truth," Tony replied, and the woman he chose handed him a truth card. It read, "When did you lose your virginity, and to whom?" The question was far too simple. Tony raised his glass, took a sip, and scanned the room of women, shrugging as he added, "I can't quite recall her name, but on my 15th birthday, it was my most significant first experience." Oh, and in the back seat of a Bentley. The women erupted in applause, the atmosphere instantly electrified. While Yumu and his companions reveled, a sudden gunshot rang out, disrupting the joyous ambience. In an instant, joyous revelers scattered in panic. The scene spiraled into chaos, as no one wished to become a casualty of gunfire. Yumu, taken aback, turned towards the source of the shot. He beheld a man in black, thrown back violently, crashing into tables and chairs. "Eric Brooks, I can't believe you found this place. You truly are a dog." The black-clad man lay on the ground before a middle-aged gentleman clad in a white suit, who disdainfully regarded him. "They say you're a daywalker, a blade warrior, a vampire terminator. Yet, upon closer inspection, you are nothing more than this." A blade warrior? Yumu possessed keen hearing. Despite the clamor of the environment, he discerned the key terms amidst the cacophony of voices. His gaze fell upon the fallen man, and he immediately fused the memories of the blade warrior with the man in black. "Fear not. With us here, this is but a minor inconvenience." Yumu offered a gentle consolation to the young woman before continuing to watch the fierce battle in the distance with great interest. Before him, the blade warrior was engaged in a skirmish against vampires, only to meet an unfortunate humiliation. "Deacon Frost, do not rejoice too soon." The blade warrior, Eric, rose, casually wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I shall avenge my mother, and you I will also slay." Deacon laughed dismissively. "With your lackluster skills as a half-breed vampire? How amusing. Your blood is mine. How can you contend with me? Moreover, did you not kill your own mother? I must admit, her essence was truly delightful. What a pity. I shall remember her fondly." As the two exchanged barbs, applause erupted. Are even vampires indulging in such theatrics now? Yumu clapped his hands as he approached, accompanied by a throng of inebriated men. Tony remarked, "A married woman? I've yet to try." Daniel chimed in, "Brother, let us take down the monster." Mark laughed, "Vampires, let us eradicate them all." Mobius interjected with fervor, "Damn these bloodthirsty fiends. You wretched vermin, the refuse of society, deserve nothing but death. I battle daily against this accursed thirst for blood, while you revel in the slaughter of the innocent, intoxicated by power and desire. If it weren't for your kind, life would not be so arduous, nor would I be so misconstrued by the world." It was unclear which of Mobius' words struck a nerve with Deacon Frost, whose eyes darkened with menace. "You seek death," he hissed. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Deacon Frost surged toward Mobius with astonishing speed, extending his elongated hand, poised to sever Mobius's head. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Deacon Frost lunged at Mobius, Yumu drew the non-attack, sword transformation, silently activating the perfectly unarmed against Blade's ability. With a resounding thud, Deacon Frost's cruel smile morphed into one of confusion. The onlookers beheld the sight of Deacon Frost's body tracing an arc as he knelt, hands ensnared by Yumu's sword. The technique of unarmed defense against blades was executed with remarkable precision by Deacon Frost himself. Both Deacon Frost and the blade warrior Eric gasped in unison. How is this possible? Chapter 29. The Vampire Apocalypse. The tadpoles set off. In a nightclub, amidst the gunfire, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Deacon Frost wore an expression of disbelief, his face flushed. He had never assumed such a humiliating position. As a proud, pure-blood vampire who had lived for centuries, he had witnessed countless horrors, yet this moment was unprecedented. His body seemed to act independently, moving involuntarily. He spared the man his consciousness wished to kill, instead kneeling on the ground, as if in prayer before a stranger. Such a grand gesture was unnecessary. His gaze fixed on Deacon Frost. Two words, comfortable, who claimed he was weak. Quite the contrary, he was formidable. Without lifting a finger, the enemy had presented himself willingly. "Who are you?" What sorcery have you employed? Deacon Frost exclaimed, horrified. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. He could not rise. TSK. Mobius, observing the scene, staggered forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Deacon Frost, instantly reddening his cheeks. Deacon Frost's eyes blazed with fury. When had this proud vampire ever endured such humiliation? Can you still move? Yumu disregarded Deacon Frost's impotent howls, turning his attention to the Blade Warrior, Eric, who was still in shock at the bizarre scene before him. This was his lifelong enemy, the vampire he had clashed with numerous times, always emerging defeated. Yet now, the seemingly invincible Deacon Frost knelt before him, utterly powerless. Can you still move? Yumu posed the question once more. Is this truly such a spectacle? You lack experience, don't you? Just wait until a myriad of strange beings appear. You'll be left in awe. If you can move, come over here and deliver a strike. If not, we shall handle this ourselves. Yumu had no habit of stealing kills. After all, there were far too many fragile hearts in this world. Who knew what kind of creature faced them? It was merely a wild creature. After all, could they not discern the difference in ranks? A disagreement could lead to chaos. And the world was rife with nauseating individuals. Such tension was unbearable. The Blade Warrior might not possess a fragile heart, but psychological scars could certainly arise. To think he could not personally end the life of the vampire he had despised for a lifetime would surely haunt his dreams. Upon hearing this, the Blade Warrior Eric shook off his astonishment and stood up. May I strike? He asked uncertainly. He still did not grasp the intentions of this group. If they could subdue a vampire so effortlessly, surely he could be subdued with equal ease. Seeing Yumu's confirming gaze, the Blade Warrior could no longer contain himself. He drew his long blade and approached Deacon Frost. The vampire, disregarding his shame, exclaimed in alarm, "No, you cannot do this. Spare me, spare me. I possess wealth. Immense wealth." Yumu's eyes sparkled at this revelation. The Blade Warrior, sensing the opportunity slipping away, hurriedly declared, "I know everything about this guy and his riches. I can assist you." "Oh, look at you," Yumu said to the pallid vampire. "This is your fate." The Blade Warrior rushed forward, aware that hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Amidst the vampire's anguished wails, he swiftly ended the creature's life with a single strike. "You shall descend into hell." Deacon Frost gazed at the blade embedded in his chest, uttering his final words. In an instant, his body ignited spontaneously, vanishing into thin air. Yumu slowly sheathed his sword, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze upon the Blade Warrior. "Eric, is it? You must fulfill our agreement and guide me to this unfortunate wretch's hidden treasure. I hope this unfortunate vampire is not a pauper. Otherwise, the plan for 100 million will require rethinking." The Blade Warrior, Eric, nodded in affirmation. "No problem. This fellow has 3 residences in Tokyo, one of which is where he conceals his wealth. He has also established an organization in Tokyo, populated entirely by sub-vampires or artificially created vampires." At this juncture, Eric glanced at Yumu, implying many individuals in this organization are quite affluent. Yumu comprehended the unspoken insinuation from the Blade Warrior. Was it not merely a matter of buying one's life? Such a delicate way of phrasing it. The child remains too naive. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. This night is particularly arduous. The nightmare for this vampire organization has commenced. In their territory, 6 men appeared, including several elusive ninjas, along with the shadow of the Daywalker. Just as they reveled in the pleasures brought by the nightfall, they were suddenly ambushed. A peculiar event unfolded. Those who intended to scatter in panic found their bodies unresponsive, collectively kneeling with their hands clasped in reverence, mimicking the gestures of worship typically seen in temples or shrines. "You truly are a master of concealment." Tony, regaining clarity from his inebriation, finally sensed something amiss. How did Yumu's mere unsheathing of his sword compel such submission? It defied logic. Furthermore, was it not just an individual, but rather a collective control? As Tony regained his composure, he was taken aback by the sight of hundreds of people sincerely prostrating before him in worship. A wave of jealousy washed over him. Why did he not possess such an intriguing ability? This power was undeniably formidable. "What do you wish to learn?" Yumu asked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Of course. Can you teach me?" Tony replied, excitement evident on his face. "Alas, I cannot. It is a unique ability inherent to me." Tony's expression fell at this revelation. Yumu instructed the other individuals, along with the ninjas, to question the hundreds before them. In essence, the message was simple. If you wish to live, pay up. These individuals had never anticipated that they would face such an overt act of robbery. Do you expect us to hand over our money? Ha ha ha. Do you even know who our leader is? Cross us, and you shall never know peace in your lifetime. In the wake of significant benefits bestowed upon him, Yumu observed as Blade, the warrior, dispatched several adversaries with a single stroke. Igrecumu remarked nonchalantly. Dakin Frost has already been sent to the afterlife. Are there any among you who wish to venture into hell to meet him? Amidst the ensuing chaos, the crowd was compelled to confront the grim reality. Those with fragile emotional fortitude began to weep quietly. After this ordeal, the group engaged in amicable discourse. Yumu instructed the ninjas from the accompanying hero mercenary company to account for the assets they had amassed. Report, boss, a total of 235 individuals, with funds totaling $80 million confiscated, came to reply. Indeed, the spoils of robbery proved to be swift. Yumu's eyes brightened. The deficit of $100 million was thus reduced by more than half in an instant. True to his word, Yumu released everyone. Blade, known as Eric, yearned to annihilate these vampires, yet refrained from doing so without Yumu's consent. He dared not act. Eric continued to lead Yumu in the search for gold coins. At 2 additional locations, the group joyfully unearthed gleaming gold bars, amounting to a total of $21 million. This venture into the realm of vampires had proven fruitful in accumulating the funds necessary for Yumu to purchase skills for his frog companion. He exchanged all the money he had gathered. Host, Yumu, clovers, 10,100. The total number of clovers surpassed 10,000 for the first time. Iron skin, 10,000. Bye. Yumu watched as his frog offspring's form swelled momentarily before returning to its original state. The frog child effortlessly lifted a 100-kilogram barbell from the home gym, displaying remarkable strength as if completely unaware of its weight. The frog child nodded in gratitude towards Yumu and eagerly stepped out of the house, heading towards the boundary, disappearing from sight. Wait, you haven't packed your belongings. So, quack. Your frog offspring has set off once more. Due to its deep-seated obsession, this exploration will once again take place in the world of Resident Evil. The frog offspring will return with specialties and unique souvenirs from its travels. Please remember to collect them. Chapter 0030. The Emergence of the Spirit Butterfly. News of the frog offspring. The following day, the hero mercenary company fully assumed control of the vampire organization's assets. Blade, Eric, parted ways with Yumu and his companions, for there remained numerous vampires in the world that required his purification. Yumu also took the opportunity to introduce the hero mercenary company to Eric, who expressed his intent to visit them upon his arrival in New York. At that moment, Yumu and his companions found themselves at the residence of the vampire Dakin Frost in Tokyo. After a night of revelry, Yumu sipped a cup of hot coffee while engaging in a video call with Alexandra. Above all, this is a summary of the assets and information I have accounted for, Alexandra stated respectfully in the video. Indeed, Yumu waved his hand, focusing intently on the latest information provided by Alexandra. In summary, there were 2 matters that required attention. The first matter, recently, the Shoha Association received an assassination assignment targeting the heir of the Yazida family, Mariko Yazida. This task has been entrusted to Tsuruha Matsuo, a distinguished senior commander of the Sakura Shoha Association, who is currently engaged in an external mission, unaware that the Sakura Shoha Association has been annihilated. In another matter, the Sakura Shoha Association has apprehended a white female mutant with telepathic abilities within their territory in Hong Kong. Matsuo values this woman's telepathic power and intends to bring her back to Sakura, seeking to employ the Spiral Woman for an experiment aimed at reviving the consciousness of his brain-dead lover, Canon, through telepathy. Unexpectedly, the Spiral Woman harbors ulterior motives and clandestinely conducts a soul transfer operation, swapping the consciousness of the 2 women. Although Canon awakens, her consciousness is now that of the White Woman, and the White Woman's body is inhabited by Canon's essence. Astonishingly, the Spiral Woman facilitates a mutual sharing of memories during the transfer, resulting in a fusion of their recollections, where each is intertwined within the other. This incident has become a subject of ridicule within the Shoha Association. Is this Lingdai? Yumu mused while playfully twirling the Anzu Ergon ring on his left middle finger. A smirk of intrigue gracing his lips. How fascinating. Truly captivating. Yumu had not anticipated that surprises awaited him, if his assumptions were correct. The narrative of this world was not far removed from his understanding. This enigmatic woman was none other than Elizabeth Betsy Braddock, also known as Ling-Dai, a member of the X-Men. Current intelligence suggests that both women are in a state of fragmented memories and brainwashing. How amusing indeed. Igarakumu contemplated. With Ling-Dai in my grasp, I possess leverage to establish a connection with the X-Men. Where are these two women now? Igarakumu inquired. Chief, they are currently undergoing ninja training and daily brainwashing, Alexandra replied. Very well, I must see them at once. Igarakumu paused momentarily. Additionally, instruct Tsuruha Matsuo to conclude his mission. I shall take over this task. Furthermore, relay the message. All ninjas currently on missions must return immediately. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors. Alexandra acted swiftly. In merely 3 hours, she brought Ling-Dai, Cannon, and Tsuruha Matsuo to Yumu's residence. Chief, they have arrived, Alexandra announced respectfully. At that moment, Yumu was engaged in a discussion with Tony regarding mechanisms. Naturally, it was a pedagogical exchange, with Yumu teaching Tony the methods of crafting MO family automaton figures. Upon glancing up, his attention was captivated by Ling-Dai, a tall and strikingly elegant Asian woman clad in a purple fitted combat suit. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin as fair as snow, and her long purple hair fashioned into a ponytail. Cannon, equally impressive, stood alongside Ling-Dai. Matsuo Tsurugi, a man of Asian descent, clad in a black suit, bore a stern countenance. Matsuo Tsurugi, you are aware of the circumstances, are you not? Yumu suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the silent Ling-Dai. It appeared that the two had yet to recover from the aftereffects of their consciousness exchange. In fact, after numerous rounds of brainwashing, they had long forgotten their past. Matsuo Tsurugi replied in a low voice, Indeed, young master. That is good to know. Your position is now rendered obsolete. The new regulations of the Hero Employment Company will be communicated to you in due course. Yumu waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Yumu's primary focus was on Ling-Dai and her companion. Matsuo Tsurugi was merely a secondary concern. With a nod of acknowledgement, Matsuo Tsurugi slowly retreated. Bang! The door to the office was shut forcefully. Outside, Matsuo Tsurugi's expression contorted in an instant. Damn it! How could this happen? These two women belong to me. I intended to present them as a gift to Masterman. He is due to arrive in Tokyo soon. How shall I account for this? As for Guanyin, his original beloved, to him, she was merely a tool to be exploited, a bargaining chip. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Matsuo Tsurugi dialed Masterman's number. Inside the room, Yumu ended the call. He had reached out to the elite ninjas brought in from New York, organizing them into teams of 3 to monitor the movements of the upper echelon of the Sakura Front Alliance. He could not believe that the leaders of the alliance would remain indifferent to the organization's dissolution and reformation. Back in the Kyushu Ninja Village, some may have feigned submission under pressure, but their subsequent actions remained uncertain. Such a ticking time bomb could be exploited at the slightest sign of weakness, allowing him to justify a purge within the organization, thereby minimizing the potential fallout and unrest. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the 2 female ninjas before him. Female ninjas. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of Ling-Dai in her vengeful guise reminded him of an anime he had once watched, featuring magical ninjas. The resemblance was uncanny. Igarakumu. Are these 2 twins? Their aura and appearance are simply flawless. A fire seemed to ignite within Tony at the sight of such beauty, his innate playboy tendencies taking precedence. Suddenly, he yearned to indulge in the world of magical ninjas. With the evening approaching, he planned to invite everyone to a nightclub in Sakura. Unbeknownst to Igarakumu, Tony had already settled on the evening's itinerary. He addressed the 2 female ninjas. From this day forth, your titles shall be Ling-Dai and Revenge. Ling-Di, the embodiment of Becky, who occupies the body of an Asian woman. Revenge, the incarnation of Guanyin, who inhabits the form of a Caucasian woman. Kneeling on one knee, they responded in unison, yes. There was little further exchange. The primary objective remained the line concerning the truth. Upon resolving this matter, there will be ample time to communicate with the 2 individuals. Yumu focused intently on the video intelligence displayed on the large screen within the room. The footage revealed Wolverine and Mariko Yashida attending the funeral of Ryo Yashida, only to be ambushed by an unidentified gang. Amidst the chaos, Wolverine, Logan, fled with Mariko, their whereabouts unknown. Tony, having concluded his studies in mechanical arts, gazed at the video and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that the man who resembled a wolf from the airplane? Your judgment of character is truly remarkable. Is he capable of projecting metal? Could he be a mutant?" Yumu watched the retreating figure of Logan on the screen, chuckling. "Did I not mention that our journey to the cherry blossoms is far from over? Tony, would you be interested in causing a ruckus?" The mere mention of mischief invigorated Tony, who eagerly responded, "What do you mean? I've never played the role of a villain before. This time, let us embody the ultimate antagonist. Quack, quack, your frog offspring has sent you a travel photograph." The frog offspring has replied. Chapter 0031. Wolverine is anxious. A cycle of brutality. Yumu disregarded everything else, concentrating entirely on the system interface. In the email, 3 photographs had been sent back by the frog's offspring. Yumu scrutinized them earnestly. The first photograph depicted the frog and Alice on a desert highway, basking in a blazing sun, leaning against a motorcycle for a snapshot. The second displayed the frog and Alice in an unfamiliar city, facing a grotesque creature resembling a meatball. Nearby lay a man in a black suit, sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him. The third photograph revealed the frog and Alice atop a circular skyscraper under the moonlight, with the entire structure engulfed in roaring flames. Cascading torrents of fire flowed downward, while the ground was teeming with countless zombies. It appeared that the frog was faring quite well, even donning anti-terrorism attire. Quite dashing indeed. "Oh, is that man Weskia? Ha! The frog has finally avenged his grievances." The final photograph depicted the building ablaze while the zombies perished. Does this imply that the world of Resident Evil is on the brink of liberation? Yumu observed the frog atop the skyscraper, armed and adorned with ammunition. A red scarf atop his head, and a knowing smile spread across his face. It seemed the frog was enjoying himself immensely. One must strive as well. Yumu exited the interface, turning his attention to Tony, Ling Dai, and Vengeance, gesturing grandly. "Prepare yourselves, we are departing." Where to?" Tony inquired, perplexed. "Of course. We are off to reconnect with our Wolverine. The cherry blossoms await us in a small town in Nagasaki, where Logan and Mariko Yashida are hiding." Yumu easily located their whereabouts through the intelligence network of the Hero Employment Agency. The seemingly concealed location of Mariko was, in fact, already under surveillance by various factions. At this moment, shadows enveloped the quiet town, filled with the watchful eyes of Umu, loyal to Takeda Shingen. With a mere wave of his hand, he commands his 50 ninjas to spring into action, swiftly neutralizing both the visible and hidden threats. Accompanied by his band of men and women, alongside the spirit butterfly, they seek vengeance. They soon arrive at the doorstep of Wolverine and Mariko, entering the abode. Inside, Mariko, clad in a kimono, is intimately entwined with Wolverine, Logan, engaged in activities unsuitable for young audiences. Wow, Gwen truly embodies the exuberance of youth. Gasping at the unfolding soap opera, one observes. TSK, under the bright blue sky. A lone man and woman, a fiery encounter. Black Cat, Felicia, remarks with a knowing smile. "Tony, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. I should have brought a fridge and drinks to enjoy movie night." Moon Knight, Mark, adds, "This scene resembles my chaotic approach to crime fighting, rife with disorder and awkwardness." Iron Fist, Danny, chimes in, "Wow. Does this count as their special training time?" Luke interjects, "Hey, they have their own methods. I don't mind. But we have more pressing matters at hand." The group's banter serves as a sudden dousing of cold water, extinguishing the fervor of the two within the room. Mariko emits a startled cry, hastily adjusting her attire, her face flushed as she retreats. She had nearly found herself performing a reality show in front of so many. Logan furrows his brow, casting a displeased glance at the gathering outside, on high alert. Had those in black found them? He locks eyes with the leader of the group, momentarily taken aback. "Is it you? Is it truly you?" Logan frowns, recalling their brief encounter on the plane. "Surprised, are we?" Umi smirks. "Logan, someone has placed a bounty on your lives. What do you propose I do about it?" Logan, smirking, strides towards Umi. As he approaches, he inquires, "Who are you?" "I recognize the mark of the Takeda clan on the assailants at the funeral. Are you of Takeda lineage?" Umi, unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to Logan's approach, continues, of course. Takeda Shingen has spared no expense, hiring us for a staggering $100 million. You're nothing but walking printing presses. Logan's eyes narrow, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had suspected it was not merely a coincidence. It was indeed the machinations of Takeda Shingen. Inside, Mariko, upon hearing this revelation, is struck with disbelief. She never imagined her own father would resort to such treachery regarding her inheritance as the Takeda heir. Boom! Before Umi can finish his sentence, Logan forcefully stomps the ground, the reverberation propelling him swiftly towards Umi, his adamantium claws unsheathing. Umi appears unfazed, still smiling, while the others show no inclination to assist, having previously agreed to merely spectate. The physical confrontation is left to Logan alone. Clang! A slender figure emerged from Yumu's pocket, rapidly lunging towards Logan. In an instant, Logan was pushed back by this elongated shadow. On the ground lay a 3-meter-long crimson mechanical serpent, continuously exuding strands of its kind. Yumu shook his head, exclaiming, "You don't even allow me to finish my words. I did not come here to engage in combat with you. Besides, you're not my match. Mariko, you now face 2 choices. The first, we escort you back to the Yashitani clan, where you shall meet your demise. The second, we assist you in seizing control of Yashitani. The cost will be all the Edmund alloy held by the Yashitani family, along with secondary Edmund alloy, plus a ransom totaling $200 million. You have 30 seconds to deliberate." Logan chuckled, a wild glint igniting in his eyes. "Then I choose the third option. You perish while we survive. We will also eliminate Shin Gen Yashitani, allowing him to join you in the afterlife. How mischievous of you. Would it not be better to remain a quiet wolf dog?" Yumu was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity for a substantial profit. $200 million. That equates to a staggering 20,000 clovers. Not to mention the Edmund alloy possessed by the Yashitani family. A set of silver samurai armor and 2 katanas, all forged from Edmund alloy. Yumu doubted that the Yashitani family, capable of crafting such armor, would not have any remnants left. Given his current inaccessibility to the American military, this was the simplest path for him to acquire Edmund alloy. As Logan advanced once more, Yumu realized that unless he subdued him, there would be no peace. Thus, they would engage in a duel to forge their acquaintance. The bonds of male camaraderie are often formed through conflict. With a flourish, Yumu summoned non-aggression. Wielding non-aggression, Yumu unleashed a radiant sword light, piercing the heavens. As a white sword aura surged forth, Long Rainbow pierces the sun. Before Logan's Edmund alloy claws could even touch Yumu, he was impaled through the chest by the sword light. Blood splattered. Wolverine crashed heavily to the ground, his life force extinguished in an instant. No! Mariko's heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the room. She dashed towards the fallen Logan, kneeling in the pool of blood, trembling hands desperately trying to staunch the torrent of blood flowing from his chest. "You killed him. You monster." Tony and the others exchanged glances, fully aware of Yumu's strength, yet never anticipating such overwhelming prowess. A white sword aura? A one-strike kill? Is this even human? However, just then, a peculiar sound emanated from Logan's chest. Gurgle, gurgle. In the astonished gaze of everyone present, except Yumu, Logan's flesh began to writhe, and the wound healed at a visible pace. "What in the world?" Gwen exclaimed, her eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Logan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he sat up. The fatal wound on his chest has completely vanished, leaving only tattered clothing as evidence of the recent events. Astonishing. Has this fellow activated some sort of cheat? Tony's lips twitched. Logan stretched his neck, his joints cracking audibly. "Kid, your swordsmanship is commendable. But to think you could kill me? You're far from it." With a swift motion, his claws sprang forth once more, and Logan charged ahead without hesitation. Yumu could only shake his head in resignation. Truly stubborn, isn't he? The gleaming blade danced again, and Logan fell once more. This time, the demise was more profound, with his head nearly severed, exposing the grim visage of his adamantium skull. 3 minutes later, Logan stood yet again. What is this? A scene from a science fiction film. Felicia couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Time and again, Yumu dispatched Logan in 3 distinct manners: a piercing thrust, a throat slash, and an eye jab. Yet, each time, The man resurrected flawlessly. By the fourth instance, the onlookers had fully acclimated, even engaging in discussion. "Brother, what manner of creature is this?" Daniel inquired with curiosity. "A mutant, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities," Yumu replied, sheathing his sword and clapping his hands together. "Theoretically, as long as his brain and heart are not completely obliterated in an instant, he cannot truly die." Breathing heavily, Logan's fighting spirit intensified. "You know me?" "Indeed, Wolverine Logan. A product of the Weapon X program," Yumu responded nonchalantly. "With adamantium skeletal structure, a super healing factor, and over a century of life under his belt. You ought to be grateful to me. Had I not shown restraint, you would be thoroughly dead by now. After all, while your recovery is impressive, I possess numerous methods to eliminate you." Logan was taken aback, detecting a hint of sincerity in Yumu's tone. The previous attacks had indeed skillfully avoided his vital points. "What is it that you desire?" he asked, retracting his claws. Yumu turned his gaze back to the trembling Truth-Child. "Now you should comprehend. This man is not my adversary. If I wish to take your lives, do you believe you would have any other options?" Truth-Child hugged her arms tightly, quaking with fear. The sights of repeated death and revival had utterly shattered her psychological defenses. "I agree to your terms." Her voice was as faint as a whisper. "But I have one condition. Do not harm Logan." Yumu nodded in satisfaction. "It's a deal. However, as compensation, I shall require an additional $10 million for mental anguish. After all, battling this wolf is indeed quite taxing." Chapter 0032. Truth-Child Ascends. The tadpole returns to the world of Biohazard, the Yashida family estate. At this moment, within the main residence of the Yashida family, Shinobu Yashida was in a furious rage. Those treacherous scoundrels of the Hand Association, taking money without delivering results? Immediately contact the Yakuza. If the Hand Association refuses to act, there are others who will undertake assassination missions. And what of the pursuers of Mariko? Why has there been no word from any of them? You incompetent fools. Swiftly uncover what has transpired. Shinobu glared at his kneeling subordinates. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. The tranquility was shattered by the cacophony of explosions, furious shouts, and anguished cries. In the brief moment of distraction, a young man clad in a white suit and with dark hair entered with a smile. As his gaze shifted backward, Shinobu was taken aback by the sight of a graceful figure behind the young man. "Mariko?" Just as Shinobu Yashida was about to speak, Yumu interrupted him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Shinobu Yashida, your time has come. Mariko is now aware of the malevolent deeds you have committed. She intends to reclaim all that is rightfully hers. Do not even think of resisting. Those guards outside cannot come to your aid. You are utterly forsaken, and surrender is your only escape." Yumu did not hasten to eliminate this man. The matters within the Yashida family were for Mariko to resolve as she saw fit. Moreover, killing a father in front of others is hardly a noble deed. Even without Mariko's insistence, such an act would undoubtedly leave a mark on her heart. Yumu had plans to engage the Sakura division of the Hero Employment Company in collaborative ventures with the Yashida family to enrich himself, and he preferred to avoid actions that might diminish his standing without any tangible benefit. As Mariko stepped into the main house, her footsteps hesitated momentarily. She gazed at her father, Shinobu, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. With her grandfather deceased, even her father harbored intentions to harm her due to her status as the heir. What a lamentable family. "Why?" Mariko's voice was barely audible. "You are undeniably my father. Is the status of heir truly so paramount?" Shinobu Yashida frowned, responding with arrogance. "It is you who fail to recognize your standing, having accepted the responsibilities of the heir. Despite my contributions to the Yashida group, you have so easily seized all that belongs to me. And what of my daughter? I have awaited this moment for far too long, and you have effortlessly acquired everything I desire. Do you not bear any guilt?" Yumu observed the intense exchange between father and daughter, patiently awaiting news. Soon, a red-clad ninja approached him swiftly, whispering urgently in his ear. "Old man, I have finally found you." A spark of excitement ignited in Yumu's eyes. "Finally, I have located the hiding place of the supposedly deceased Yoshida Ichiro." Yumu observed the unceasing quarrel between Mariko and her father and interjected, "I shall introduce you to a familiar acquaintance, Yoshida Ichiro." The two bickering individuals were instantly struck dumb, as if thunder had struck them. Yoshida Shinjin's face turned ashen. unable to fathom that he would hear the name of a man he had believed to be dead, a name that had haunted him throughout his life. "What nonsense are you uttering?" He trembled. "My father has long since passed. I buried him with my own hands." Mariko, too, took an involuntary step back, murmuring, "This cannot be. I witnessed my grandfather's death with my own eyes." Yumu waved his hand to silence them and continued, "If you wish to uncover the truth, follow me. Surely, you do not wish to engage in a futile competition only to discover that everything is a mere illusion?" With that, he turned and strode outside. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, and a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Yoshida Shinjin's eyes. He was eager to discern what this young man was truly up to. Upon exiting the main house, they were greeted by a scene engulfed in flames. The Yoshida family estate was ablaze, flames reaching for the sky. A steel mech hovered ominously in the night sky, intermittently firing lasers. Gwen, along with Black Cat and others, was engaged in dispatching numerous guards. At that moment, a multitude of guard corpses lay sprawled across the ground, blood pooling around them. Once Gwen had dealt with her adversaries, she swung down on a web and landed beside Yumu. "Have you managed everything?" Yumu gazed at the girl, illuminated by the firelight, feeling a playful urge arise within him. He could not resist the temptation to ruffle Gwen's hair. She froze for a moment, her face flushing a deep crimson. "Only one more key player remains," Yumu remarked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "The grand performance is about to commence." He then summoned the others. The group traversed the battlefield littered with corpses, making their way towards a traditional Japanese castle not far from their location, the Yoshida family castle estate. With a resounding crash, Yumu kicked open the heavy wooden door. The guards within the castle had no time to react before they were swiftly dispatched by the red-clad ninjas of the Hero Mercenary Company accompanying him. Blood spread across the stone floor. As they entered the castle hall, Mariko and Yoshida Shinjin simultaneously gasped in horror. A colossal silver samurai sat quietly upon the throne, its steel armor reflecting the flames and resembling a war deity returned from the depths of hell. The serpent woman stood beside him, ready to speak upon seeing the group. However, before she could utter a word, Yumu interrupted her. "Silence, you wretched creature. This is not a place for your words. Dare to say even a single syllable, and I shall eliminate you on the spot. Ugh, I have loathed women like you my entire life." The serpent woman was instantly enraged, her features contorting with fury. How dare he silence her? Such arrogance! She yearned to retort. A palpable aura of terror emanated from the man across the way, instilling in her a profound sense of impending doom. The serpent woman acutely sensed that should she dare utter a single word, she would be met with a thunderous retribution. Fearful of the gamble, she could only regard Yumu with a gaze laden with venomous intent. Yumu, however, dismissed the wretched woman completely. Others would attend to her fate, for she was unworthy of his intervention. Turning his attention to the distant silver samurai, he called out, "Yashida, Aikir, I am aware of your presence. Cease your pretense of death, you old relic. Do you not covet Wolverine? Do you not yearn to seize his regenerative abilities and reclaim your youth? I have brought him to you, and what of your dear son and beloved granddaughter? Are you not eager to meet them, you old scoundrel?" The assembled crowd gasped at Yumu's declarations. What? Seize his abilities? Wolverine, Logan, stood momentarily stunned, casting a disbelieving glance towards the distant silver samurai. To take his abilities meant to covet his life. Yashida, Shinjin, and Mariko shared incredulous looks at the distant figure, their realization dawning that if Yumu spoke the truth, they were but puppets manipulated by unseen hands. Silence reigned in response. A heavy stillness that suggested even the occupant within the silver samurai had not anticipated such a confrontation. Meanwhile, Tony, captivated by the sight of the silver samurai's armor, began a thorough analysis, akin to a cat spotting its prey. Ah, behold this creature's exterior, 3 tons of ambition and 1.5 tons of insecurity. They have encapsulated the aesthetics of the Sengoku era with pre-industrial revolution technology, banking on it to be lethal. I do not deny its coolness. It resembles a walking samurai sword, yet it lacks even a wireless interface. Can this contraption connect to the internet? Just as Tony unleashed his torrent of critiques, the head of the silver samurai suddenly opened. In the astonished gazes of Mariko and Yashida Shinjin, they glimpsed Yashida Aikir within the cockpit. Truly, the reality of the situation was astonishing. Father, grandfather, they were indeed alive? Father, You're not dead? Grandfather, you still live? S.H.I.E.L.D paid no heed to their exclamations. His gaze fixated intently on Wolverine Logan, scrutinizing every aspect of his being. That stare was as ravenous as one who had not eaten for days, seemingly intent on devouring Logan whole. I have heard that the hand was unified and dissolved by a young man with black hair, rebranding itself as the Hero Consultant Company. S.H.I.E.L.D held Logan's gaze for a few seconds, then abruptly turned to Yumu. Yumu, wearied by the exchange, retorted, "Pa, it is the Hero Employment Company. Since death is imminent, one ought to prepare for a proper funeral. Yet with all this scheming, you truly fear the end, do you not?" With fervent eyes brimming with yearning, S.H.I.E.L.D fervently proclaimed, "Had I never witnessed a miracle, I would not entertain such thoughts. However, I have beheld the extraordinary and grasped the madness of this world. Logan, my friend, have you not always lamented the burden of existence? Now, the opportunity presents itself. Allow me to carry on in your stead. You may finally rest in peace." This audacious declaration left all but Yumu and the Serpent Woman in a state of shock. Look, such words are indeed human. The beast licked its claws, gazing at the dying S.H.I.E.L.D in the distance, unable to restrain its lamentation. They label us as evil deities, as demons. Yet we conduct ourselves with utmost propriety. Even when forging contracts with humans, the terms are explicitly laid out, crystal clear. And what of you humans? More terrifying than us demons, you cloak your malevolence in benevolence, leading others to their demise while demanding gratitude. Truly, you possess no shame. The machinations of demons pale in comparison to your cunning. The beast's voice reverberated throughout the castle. A piercing echo. Daniel mused, "This is humanity, this is human nature. Like the poles of a magnet, extremes exist at both ends. Most of the world resides in the middle, yet it is often the few at the fringes who can alter the entire magnetic field." Suddenly, the Serpent Woman's phone rang. S.H.I.E.L.D appeared to shed his facade, laughing heartily. "Did you think I was merely conversing with you? My ally has finally arrived. You believed you were numerous? I had already summoned reinforcements from a gang." Boom! At that moment, a tremendous noise emanated from the depths of the castle. S.H.I.E.L.D froze, peering down through the castle. He beheld a throng of several hundred gang members being effortlessly dispatched by a formidable warrior. Not among those entering, the Guardian, the divine hero Luke, had made his move. Witnessing this, the Moonlight Knight Mark and Iron Fist Daniel could not refrain from joining the fray. Before departing, Daniel assured, "Brother, fret not. We shall handle these insignificant foes. You may engage this old wretch without concern. I guarantee no one shall disturb you." Among the assembly, one was consumed by rage. Shinobu glared at his father with eyes filled with hatred. Why do you old wretch, refuse to meet your demise? Why do you persist in emerging? Now I comprehend why you bequeathed the inheritance to Mariko. Was it merely due to her ease of control? Should your scheme succeed, you could effortlessly reclaim your power? You cur, how many more years do you intend to oppress me? Father, I implore you, meet your end. In a shocking turn of events, Shinjin Yazida, a middle-aged man, suddenly erupted in fury, brandishing a blade with the intent to slay Shiro Yazida. The man had succumbed to madness. Had his father still been alive, he would have never been able to seize control of the Yazida group. The only solution was to ensure his father's demise. The onlookers were astounded by this scene, except for Yumu, who had meticulously orchestrated this very moment. It was all a means to pave the way for Mariko, a woman ill-suited for violence. You deceived me. You deceived the entire Yazida family. Shinjin roared as he charged toward the Silver Warrior. Shiro cast a cold glance in his direction, devoid of any warmth. Did you not also deceive me, claiming you would uphold the family's honor? Yet, for the sake of mere power, you would have Mariko kill? You are as spineless as your worthless mother. Ignoring his son, Shiro turned his gaze toward Logan, his eyes burning with a pathological fervor. Give me the regeneration factor, and I shall attain true immortality. Logan, do it. He was prepared to take matters into his own hands, dismissing everyone else present as inconsequential. Piloting the Edmund mech, the Silver Warrior was invincible. I am the rightful heir of Yazida. If you seek immortality, you must first step over my corpse. Infuriated by being disregarded, Shinjin approached and swung his katana viciously at the Silver Warrior. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Shinjin unleashed a flurry of strikes. Shiro, exasperated, countered with lightning speed, the Silver Warrior's blades slicing through the air. Shinjin, skilled and agile, evaded and retaliated with precision. For a moment, the air was filled with the dance of fire and steel. But alas, Shinjin was merely flesh and blood. After several exchanges, he finally succumbed to fatigue. His left arm severed, blood gushing forth. Clutching his arm, he defiantly declared, "Father, you do not deserve immortality. You should die." In the next moment, the Silver Warrior delivered a fatal strike, cleaving Shinjin in two. Blood sprayed forth, staining Mariko's trousers a crimson bloom. She froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. "Father, you died just like that, eliminating a troublesome insect." Shiro turned to Logan, his resolve unyielding. With a swift activation, the Silver Warrior's dual blades glowed a fiery red. Just as he locked onto Logan, a sudden sound pierced the air. Thunk. A hidden arrow shot through the gaps of the Silver Warrior, striking Shiro directly in the chest. Before him, Mariko held the pose of having released the arrow, her arm adorned with a set of concealed projectile devices. "What is this? What is happening?" Shiro gazed at the tiny arrow lodged in his chest, confusion clouding his expression. "Why? I was piloting a mech forged from Edmund alloy. Why was I pierced by a tiny arrow? Is there anything in this world harder than adamantium?" Musician Shiro gazed at a minuscule hole in the silver night, as if the adamantium were melting away. In the distance, Yumu silently rejoiced. It was fortunate that it penetrated. Otherwise, I would have faced a disastrous outcome. Indeed, my thoughts were not misplaced. With a point striking the surface and the decomposition and melting effect of Antarctic vibranium, even adamantium could be breached. It turned out that the sleeve arrow on Mariko's right hand was specifically crafted by Yumu for her before arriving at the Musician clan's territory. The entire mechanism of the sleeve arrow was constructed from vibranium and other alloys. However, the crux of the matter lay in the singular arrowhead, forged from Antarctic vibranium. Antarctic vibranium is a variant of vibranium, sourced from the depths of Antarctica, possessing entirely different properties from Wakandan vibranium. It is one of the rare materials explicitly known to be capable of dismantling fully solidified adamantium, destabilizing its structure and reverting it to a liquid state. Yumu had ingeniously utilized this characteristic of Antarctic vibranium to create an exquisite sleeve arrow from the entire stock of the New York Hand Association, which amounted to merely a minute quantity for the arrowhead. A sense of dread washed over Yumu. He had confidently assured Mariko that this device could pierce anything. Although there was a hint of exaggeration, virtually all alloys could not withstand the melting prowess of Antarctic vibranium. Consider this. Had the Silver Knight's armor been thicker, had he not used Wakandan vibranium in the construction of the sleeve arrow, had the arrowhead not been designed in a spiral to enhance its potency, and had he not maximized the arrow's power to the utmost of his capabilities, the remarkable feat of penetrating adamantium would not have been possible. If Mariko's hopeful strike had proven utterly futile, like a mosquito colliding with a wall, yielding nothing but a trickle of blood and a sense of disgust, what would become of his pride? At that moment, a flicker of hatred appeared in Mariko's eyes. Even if her father had issues, he did not deserve to die. You are no longer grandfather. You are a demon. A monster who will stop at nothing for the sake of immortality. Musician Shiro stared blankly at Mariko's figure, feeling his vision grow increasingly blurred. "No, I cannot die. There are still many things I must accomplish. I was meant for a brighter future. I was so close to success. I will not perish." Musician Shiro's anguish cry, akin to that of a dying beast, reverberated through the silver night. The mournful sound echoed within the castle, ultimately fading into silence, extinguished in bitter resignation. Your tadpole has returned from the world of Resident Evil, bringing with it travel souvenirs and local specialties. In Chapter 33, A Frantic Ascension, Earth-Class Excellence. At the residence of the Yashida clan, Yumu, alongside many others, indulged in a sumptuous feast led by Mariko as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance. Seizing this moment, Yumu expressed his intentions for a business collaboration between the Hero Employment Agency and the Yashida Group, to which Mariko wholeheartedly agreed. Once the meal concluded, Yumu ventured alone to a lakeside of the Yashida estate to inspect the spoils brought back by the tadpole. Unbeknownst to him, a group of idle heroes, intrigued by Yumu's solitary departure, transformed into curious stalkers. Tony, Black Widow Natasha, Black Cat Felicia, Gwen, Moon Knight Mark, Power Man Luke, Iron Fist Danny, Beast Mobius, Spirit Butterfly, and the Avengers, including a proud Logan, all followed suit. Gwen whispered cautiously, fearing detection by Yumu. "What do you suppose Yumu is up to?" Danny replied, "My brother's realm is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps he is secretly cultivating his skills." Mobius interjected, "I'm not concerned with any of that. I'm in dire need of blood. The special supply provided with tonight's S.H.I.E.L.D is simply dreadful." Mobius failed to notice that Mariko had stealthily accompanied him, continuing, "It has a foul odor. Is this aged blood? I need to rinse my mouth with the blood pack stored by Yumu." Suddenly, he realized Mariko was present, and she blushed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry." The special supply was sourced from the nearby hospital. The hospital, in turn, had acquired it from homeless individuals selling their blood for survival. Mobius turned pale. "What? Homeless people? Ugh, I can't handle this." Tony urged, "Hey brother, hold it together. Swallow it back. It would be disastrous if Yumu found out." Amidst the commotion, Yumu had already accessed the system to review the rewards brought back by the tadpole. He began by harvesting a wave of clovers, purchasing a health-focused, fat-burning meal for the tadpole with 100 clovers. Upon examining the rewards, the system interface indicated 3 items under the specialty category, revealing that the tadpole had procured 3 distinct rewards for him. Yumu suppressed his excitement and began to investigate further. Artificial Intelligence Red Queen, Resident Evil World Souvenir. The most advanced system of the Umbrella Corporation, replicated from the Hive's main control system. The intelligent core Red Queen possesses all functional modules of the Red Queen. Note, its data houses a wealth of research findings on various pathogens within the zombie domain and numerous scientific achievements. Prototype Virus Serum, a specialty from the Resident Evil world. The original, undiluted, and unrefined initial sample of the virus, developed by the Umbrella Corporation's genius researcher William Birkin, based on the progenitor virus. The virus embodies William Birkin's mad pursuit of perfect evolution. Potential effects include an extraordinary capacity for cellular regeneration, a significant enhancement of physical abilities, heightened perceptual acuity, and latent evolutionary possibilities. However, it is noteworthy that this may lead to uncontrollable mutations, a loss of consciousness, and alterations in physical appearance, among other unforeseen consequences. Refined Serum, a unique product of the world of Resident Evil. This serum formulation is derived from a prototype of the virus, having undergone a certain modification and stabilization process. Its enhancement aims to mitigate the risks of uncontrollable mutations while preserving or selectively amplifying certain beneficial traits of the virus, such as improved physical constitution, resilience, and the awakening of potential. Simultaneously, it endeavors to suppress characteristics that undermine rationality or lead to uncontrollable deformities. As Yumu quietly absorbed this information, a moment of silence enveloped him. The Red Queen, the virus, the inhibitors. How could the offspring of a frog be so attuned to my thoughts? It brought tears to my eyes, dear family. Yumu had long coveted Tony's artificial intelligence, and now he could finally possess one of his own. Under the control of the system, there would be no concerns of it spiraling out of control. What of Ultron or the Terminator Skynet? They would be rendered powerless, unable to wreak havoc. Moreover, compared to Tony's well-mannered AIs, JAR, VICE, and Friday, the alluring allure of the Red Queen was undeniable. Wouldn't a connoisseur of lowly be overwhelmed with delight? Those who cherish raising daughters would surely be ecstatic. And all this without delving into moral and ethical dilemmas. What? Are you uncomfortable with a lowly gazing at you with a disdainful expression? How could a lover of lowly endure such a predicament? Yumu mused. Now, I can extricate myself from the burdens of busy affairs and focus all my mental energy on what truly matters, my enhancement of power. In this perilous world, strength begets composure. As the secret wars, the annihilation campaigns, and the harbingers of world destruction loom on the horizon, it is of utmost importance to elevate my prowess as swiftly as possible. In this train of thought, a ripple appeared on the lake before Yumu, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a girl clad in a white dress. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to glimpse his younger sister, S.H.I.E.L.D. He murmured softly, S.H.I.E.L.D, rest assured. Brother knows that your greatest concern when you departed in your past life was me. I shall live on, no matter the sacrifice. With great resolve, he steadied his heart and emerged from the depths of sorrow. Yumu redirected his gaze to the remaining 2 items. Once again, A voice echoed within the depths of his heart. Mutation and suppression. This represents humanity's trajectory toward inevitable evolution. The super soldier serum of Marvel? In comparison to biochemical agents like the virus, it barely merits mention. The viral agent signifies the transcendence of human limits, a leap toward boundless possibilities. Rather than merely reaching the meager threshold of human capability as the super soldier serum does. In this realm, the Marvel Universe stands as a mere shadow behind the world of Biohazard. Without further hesitation, Yumu conjured 2 vials of potent elixirs in his hands. Gwen exclaimed, "Here it comes again. My spider sense warns me that something dreadful is about to unfold." Upon witnessing the spectacle for the first time, Tony was taken aback, questioning, "What kind of ability is this? The power to materialize objects from thin air?" Daniel, with a sense of pride, responded, "Fear not, my apprentice. Do not be surprised by anything I do. This is the true worth of Kunlun's foremost genius." For those intrigued, an invitation to join the Kunlun sightseeing tour is extended, allowing you to experience the allure of this sacred land, with discounts for acquaintances. We welcome enthusiastic signups. Luke, astonished, remarked, "Even you, a wealthy individual, are so relentless in your pursuit of wealth. How are we commoners to survive?" Daniel replied awkwardly, "Ahem, these earnings are not for my benefit. They are supplementary income for the Kunlun Sanctuary, a means to bolster our foreign reserves against financial risks." The crowd responded with surprise. Is the sanctuary so progressive? By the lakeside, beneath the moonlight, Yumu gazed at the deep crimson liquid swirling within the vials. With his heightened hearing, he was acutely aware of the movements behind him, yet he remained unfazed. What he sought was merely an excuse. Afterward, it would be understood that no one was aware of the events that transpired. If no one spoke of it, would it not be as though nothing had occurred? Thus, he thought, let the experiment commence. With a hiss, the 2 elixirs were swiftly injected into Yumu's body. He was eager to witness the extent of enhancement the viral concoction could bestow upon his already formidable human physique. The virus began to provoke a reaction in every cell of his body, causing a transformation. As the virus spread, his skin exhibited a vivid change, turning a bright red, reminiscent of a ripe lobster. Fortunately, with his back turned to the onlookers, they remained oblivious to his distress. In the unseen microscopic realm, an epic battle raged. The virus acted as a legion of death, leaving no cell intact in its wake. The original cells faced either assimilation or annihilation. Yumu's native cells were in retreat until reinforcements arrived. The serum emerged as the strongest support, casting enhancement spells to fortify the original cells, significantly boosting their capabilities and allowing them to engage in a stalemate with the invaders. Outside, Yumu's entire being flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, this hurts. It was nothing like the comfort he had experienced when receiving the Sword Saint's legacy. He felt as though his body was being torn apart, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. In that moment, the inner workings of Gaguzzi's internal energy surged uncontrollably. The newly fused inner power, a blend of Kunlun's and the Sword Saint's energy, began to circulate autonomously throughout his body, preparing to expel the harmful toxins. The lightning sorcerer's electric magic also surged uncontrollably within Yumu, resulting in an explosive eruption of energy surrounding him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning surged forth from Yumu's body, resembling purple serpents racing outward in all directions. By mere chance, several strikes were directed towards Gwen. Instantly, her spider sense heightened. Not wishing to be electrocuted, she instinctively grasped an object and hurled it forward. "What are you doing, little girl?" A chilling cry echoed as Wolverine, Logan, collapsed to the ground, convulsing. In her urgency, Gwen reflexively tossed Logan away. Nearby, Tony, Mariko, and Felicia, the black cat, were struck with a wave of dread. Imagine if she had thrown us instead. How embarrassing that would have been. They looked at Logan, who was emitting smoke from his mouth. Don Gayer, truly. My senior brother is remarkable. Even the slightest remnants of his training are beyond our reach. Moon Knight Mark interjected. Hey, this is getting out of hand. I can't take it anymore. Khonshu, are you there? Khonshu, please check this guy's mind. Where has the old Daniel gone? The Egyptian moon god, Khonshu replied haughtily. I can't even cure your madness. How could I possibly treat others? Mark responded by the lakeside. It has now become a forbidden area where the living are prohibited from entering. Yumu was enveloped in a relentless cascade of lightning, as if the place had transformed into a domain of thunder. Viruses, serums, the techniques of Guguzi, and the powers of the storm surged violently within him. At one moment, Yumu felt as though he might explode. No, this cannot continue. I must devise a means to stabilize my body, teetering on the brink of collapse. I refuse to become some monstrous abomination. What can I do? What do I have that can assist me? Yumu rapidly reflected, and suddenly a realization struck him. Eureka! He promptly summoned a vial of potion and swallowed it. The perilous state he was in vanished instantly, transforming his body from a fragile state to one as unyielding as steel alloy. In this moment of crisis, Yumu utilized the enhancement potion crafted by the divine Tom, stabilizing his form and imprisoning all the tumultuous energies within him. Consequently, the violent lightning outside ceased, and tranquility returned to the world. Only Yumu remained, motionless, seated by the lakeside. As time flowed on, at a certain moment, a terrifying white shockwave erupted from Yumu, instantly radiating outward. The wild grass by the lake bent under the pressure. Daniel, has my senior brother achieved a breakthrough? Ha ha! He truly is the genius of our Kunlun sacred land, surpassing all others. Achieving strength is as effortless as eating and drinking. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant sound, akin to ancient giants beating war drums, reverberated, causing the hearts of all present to race. That was the sound of Yumu's heart being revived. The powerful thumping invigorated his terrifying blood flow, fully activating his body. His tightly shut eyes instantly opened. I had become stronger, yet also bald. Igarakumu quipped. With the divine assistance of Tom, he navigated this enhancement without peril. Tom has aided me on numerous occasions. When he visits next, I must express my gratitude. As for exterminating rodents, that is out of the question. Jerry is far too formidable. Perhaps I should present Tom with a guide on becoming a gentleman. It would be wise for Tom to learn the nuances of romantic pursuits. After all, one cannot merely indulge in cat licking. To win over lady cats, one must begin as a high-value tomcat. Tom ought to inspire female cats to chase him willingly, rather than resigning himself to the pitiful role of a mere backup, subjected to emotional manipulation. I must carefully consider how to entertain the divine Tom. Yumu shifted his focus inward. Now, he was terrifyingly powerful, easily surpassing the strength of his previous 10 selves. In the past, lifting a car had been his utmost limit. Yet now, with his own strength, overturning armored vehicles, large tanks, and railway trains posed no challenge whatsoever. The world before him seemed to have been pressed into slow motion. The ripples on the lake's surface, the minuscule flutter of insects in the night sky, even the hushed conversations of the sneaky figures behind him, all became strikingly clear. Yumu rose to his feet, resembling a war deity emerging from the depths of an abyss. Beneath his skin, intricate patterns of lightning flickered. This was the culmination of all power. The essence of the thunder sorcerer's might fused into a network of lightning lines adorning his exterior. Whenever Yumu engaged in battle with full force, these lightning patterns would manifest. He had also gained perfect control over the virus. Now, he no longer possessed the passive trait of contagion. Yet he could actively initiate infection while remaining immune to all zombie viruses. His regenerative abilities had significantly improved, comparable to a contest of recovery prowess with Wolverine, Logan. Yumu gazed at the tranquil lake before him. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within. With a single punch, before the wind could arrive, the pressure from his strike stirred the water's surface. Suddenly, the lake's surface collapsed into a half-meter-wide crater, and the surrounding water began to churn violently. It was as if an invisible bomb had detonated on the lake's surface, sending waves of water soaring skyward, erupting into a column reaching 5 meters high. With a foot firmly planted on the ground, he struck down. Boom! The earth cracked, forming a spiderweb of fissures extending 3 meters deep, as though struck by a heavy hammer. In the distance, Tony's eyelid twitched. This is beyond human capability, isn't it? Who can create an air cannon with their bare hands? He just struck my armor with a punch. I'm truly uncertain if I can still take flight. Gwen half-joked. What? Do you wish to fight him? Tony retorted. How could that be? I have no inclination towards masochism. Natasha, the Black Widow, felt her heart skip a beat, secretly pondering. This fellow has indeed grown more formidable. My path to return seems to stretch endlessly. If S.H.I.E.L.D. truly comes knocking, will he genuinely honor his promise to release me? Promises are merely the excuses of the weak. The strong abide by no rules, for they are the very essence of rule itself. At that moment, witnessing Yumu's explosive power, Natasha's heart was thrown into disarray. She simultaneously yearned for S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive, yet dreaded their coming. She felt helpless and lost. Black Cat, Felicia remarked, it is the powerful man that incites a desire for conquest. Mark added, aligning oneself with a big shot will surely enhance one's life. Luke chimed in, this is the mightiest combat force of the Hero Employment Agency. The company's prospects must be splendid. I wonder if there are internal stocks to purchase. Perhaps I could invest a little, and, who knows, it might go public. Then I would never have to fret over money again. Ideally, I should invite Jessica to invest as well. No, it would be best to involve all the defenders. Such good fortune should not be hoarded alone. How selfish of me. By the lakeside, Yumu began to acclimate to his rapidly ascending power. Moments later, he had returned to a state of primal purity. Had one not been privy to his prior capabilities, it would be inconceivable to fathom the terrifying strength that lay beneath Yumu's exterior. According to the widely accepted hierarchy of power in the Marvel Universe, Earth level, sub-celestial level, celestial level, single universe level, multiverse level, hyper-universe level, and omniversal level. At present, Yumu firmly established himself at the forefront of Earth-level prowess. With the inheritance of the Sword Saint, he could rival the singular vocation of the Bone King's lightning sorcerer. And the physical enhancements brought about by the virus even matched or surpassed those of the Thing. When these elements coalesced, he embodied the strength of an entire legion. Chapter 0034. Unremarkable, Rice Cooker. A night passed. In the guest room of the S.H.I.E.L.D family, Yumu and Tony were busy configuring a service cluster. Tony looked at Yumu in confusion. What are you doing with this? Have you finally realized the terror of technological power? Yumu shook his head. You will see shortly. 3 minutes later, the server was finally operational. Yumu inserted a disk into the server connected to a large screen. Instantly, a line of code appeared on the pitch-black display. As the code cascaded, it formed the image of a little girl in a red dress. Greetings, Master. I am Red Queen. With that, the Red Queen curtsied elegantly towards Yumu. Tony, in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, what in the world is this? A super artificial intelligence, lowly? He stared at the screen, where the graceful little girl performed her curtsy, his face etched with profound confusion. Wait, she's called Red Queen? This is the only artificial intelligence I've encountered aside from JRVIS. Moreover, the design of this character is exceedingly charming, inexplicably reminding Tony of his own creation. Hongho nodded gracefully and said, thank you for the compliment. Without paying heed to Tony, who was momentarily captivated by the anthropomorphized Hongho, Yumu exclaimed with enthusiasm, from this day forth, I entrust you with the management of everything in my life. Yumu had longed to experience the sensation of being served entirely by artificial intelligence. However, Hongho doused his excitement with a splash of cold water, stating, I apologize, Master. But at present, only your mobile phone can be controlled via the network. Thus, I am unable to manage your life. Yumu replied, hey, your words are rather polite. I see. It's a matter of insufficient hardware, is it? Tony, regaining his confidence, patted Yumu on the shoulder. Do not be disheartened, my friend. At another location belonging to the S.H.I.E.L.D family, Hongho was successfully deployed. Yumu hurriedly made his way there to examine another significant item. The efficiency of Mariko was beyond reproach. Perhaps it was Yumu's displayed prowess that compelled Mariko to be so obedient. Bang! The guards opened the door to the room. In the center stood a silver mecha, the Silver Warrior. Tony, following closely behind Yumu, felt a wave of envy. Regardless of how rudimentary the mecha appeared to him, its materials were undeniably superior. Edelman alloy. Alas, it was not suitable for him. If only the Edelman alloy did not possess weight and had the permanent molding attribute that prevented it from being remelted once cooled, it would undoubtedly be the metal most suitable for crafting the most formidable mecha. He could hardly fathom the strength his mecha would possess if not for these limitations. Tony couldn't help but exclaim, what is the most excruciating agony in this world? It is to see and touch something, yet be unable to utilize it. Yumu disregarded Tony's peculiar remarks and placed his hand on the ground. In an instant, a rice cooker materialized before the two. Tony exclaimed, "Wait, why has a rice cooker appeared?" Unable to contain his sarcasm, Tony quipped, Yumu, are you planning to watch the Silver Warrior while having a meal?" Yumu shook his head. "This is no ordinary rice cooker. It is a synthesizing rice cooker." This rice cooker was, in fact, the legendary cauldron of 10,000 cold jokes, an automatic refining rice cooker endowed with miraculous synthesizing capabilities. Yumu continued, "In a moment, you shall comprehend its purpose, and it will surely astonish you." He took the Edelman alloy long sword from the Silver Warrior and, to Tony's astonishment, gradually inserted it into the rice cooker. "Isn't this a beaver?" Tony felt as though his worldview was being upended once more. How could such a diminutive rice cooker accommodate a sword several meters in length? Was it him who had fallen behind, or had the world itself transformed? Yumu continued to produce the artifact, placing it into the rice cooker and shutting the lid. Beep, beep, beep. He tapped a few times on the control panel, setting the synthesis function with the artifact as the primary material, while the other components served as auxiliary materials. Ding! A 3-minute countdown began on the rice cooker. The synthesis had commenced. Yumu could not help but exclaim. Had he possessed this miraculous device while forging the vibranium artifact, there would have been no need to spend 3 days re-refining it. At this moment, Tony, finally dispelling his doubts, exclaimed with excitement, "Synthesis? This device has the capability of synthesis? It can seamlessly combine materials? Even alloys of different metals and properties could merge flawlessly?" Tony's gaze was fixated on Yumu. Upon witnessing his slow nod of affirmation, a fervor ignited within him, consuming him with enthusiasm. He could hardly contain his astonishment. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted in the depths of Tony's consciousness. It signified the collapse of the formidable walls of material mechanics and material science. If all this were indeed true, Tony could scarcely fathom the future that this rice cooker could herald. This heralded the dismantling of one of the barriers that constricted the advancement of modern technology, the shackles binding it to the realm of materials. The vexing material barrier, a source of frustration for countless scientists, was shattered in that instant. Yumu might still be unaware of the profound implications of this miraculous rice cooker. However, Tony, a leading engineer, scientist, and inventor, grasped the significance of a breakthrough in the field of materials. It signified monumental transformations in architecture, medicine, aerospace, energy, and numerous other domains. The very fabric of human civilization would undergo reconstruction. Humanity might even leap to a new echelon, entering an interstellar age and embarking on universal exploration. Tony was entranced, gazing at the seemingly ordinary rice cooker. In Yumu's hands, it was merely a tool for synthesis. Yet, he believed that if it were in his possession, he could render the world a better place. He envisioned transforming scenes from science fiction into reality. Furthermore, he aspired to create a miraculous metal, enduring through the eons and resilient against countless trials, a truly eternal divine metal. Tony's eyes shimmered with desire. He longed to speak, to request the use of this rice cooker. With the opportunity to wield this synthesizing device, he was confident he could alter the world. Yet, he found himself at a loss for justification. Could he simply voice his desire and expect to acquire another's possessions? He was not one of those opportunistic individuals seeking to deceive for personal gain. Moreover, this rice cooker, as he said, should not be shown to anyone. The slightest hint of its existence could invite endless troubles. It can be asserted that as long as there are no significant breakthroughs in the realm of materials, this rice cooker shall forever remain a deity in its field. Fortunately, Tony remains oblivious to the terrifying existence of the little King Kong that this rice cooker has produced. Otherwise, his worldview would undoubtedly shatter into countless fragments. Summoning his courage, words poised on the tip of his tongue, Tony hesitated once more. He is a man of integrity, fully aware of the epic-making significance that this rice cooker could bring. Any rational individual could recognize the immense value contained within it. This is a rice cooker brimming with infinite possibilities. The fact that Yumu so confidently presented it to him signifies a genuine belief that Tony is one of his own. However, how could he leverage this rice cooker for his own purposes? As Yumu and Tony exchanged longing glances, a profound understanding dawned upon Yumu. Tony's eyes mirrored the yearning he had experienced as a child when he first beheld the rows of arcade machines in a store window, eyes filled with desire. Yumu was, of course, well aware of the implications that the rice cooker held. It appeared that he had successfully conveyed his intentions regarding the rice cooker to Tony. At that moment, Yumu made a momentous decision. He yearned to witness a different Marvel. Yumu aspired to transform the current Marvel universe into the most formidable entity within the multiverse, even surpassing the Marvel 616 main universe. From the instant the Golden Hand emerged, he had tacitly accepted that this 9,527 universe would serve as a stronghold. His objective was to gradually seize control of it, molding it to his vision. To accomplish this, Yumu required manpower and abundance of it. Only a cohesive team could unlock the fullest potential of their endeavors. A lone wolf has no future. Does one not recall how Zhuge Liang, in the Three Kingdoms, took on every task himself, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion? This was the aspect of the story that left Yumu feeling most regretful. The illustrious Zhuge Liang met such a fate. Thus, Yumu learned from this lesson and prepared to construct his own team. This endeavor would demand not only charisma, but also the dedication befitting a leader. A leader is not merely a symbolic figure. They are the one who provides assurance to the masses, the one who bears the burdens of others. With a leader in place, all problems cease to be problems. This aligns perfectly with Yumu's intention to ensnare Lu Dan, rendering him a solitary figure. Opportunities to amass Tony's tears would surely arise. Moreover, the rice cooker holds little utility for Yumu, especially as he has already acquired the Gua system. Furthermore, Yumu is gradually assembling his team. Gwen, Mobius, and Frank. As Iron Man, Tony had long intended for Yumu to be a member of the team. Yumu was also ready to designate this multifunctional rice cooker as a communal item for the group. It was time for his performance to commence. At that moment, a beam of sunlight poured in, illuminating Yumu's face, transforming him into a radiant figure in Tony's eyes. All Tony could perceive was Yumu basking in the golden sunlight, his stature seemingly growing taller. The elegance of his demeanor, paired with the immaculate, wrinkle-free white suit, complemented his handsome, slightly mischievous visage adorned with a gentle smile. In that instant, even Tony, a man of resolve, was entranced. Tony heard Yumu, pointing at the still operating rice cooker, exclaiming with a refreshing charm, "Tony, would you like to use this rice cooker? I can lend it to you." The moment was punctuated by a series of enthusiastic thuds. At that instant, Tony felt a stirring in his heart, a sensation akin to that which he experienced while watching The Godfather, inundating him with profound emotions. It was not love. It was the essence of friendship, surprise, uncertainty, and deep sentiment. Tony was compelled to step forward and elevate Yumu in celebration. In a fleeting moment, Tony was emotionally vulnerable. His gaze moistened. He sensed that henceforth, Yumu was not merely his close brother, but a companion with whom he could entrust his very life. A bond that could withstand the severest trials. In that moment, Tony resolved within himself that from this day forth, as long as he had a morsel to eat, Yumu would certainly have a share. Receiving the rice cooker from Yumu instilled in Tony an inexplicable sense of responsibility, a grand vision to lead humanity and propel its progress. Acquiring the rice cooker from Yumu was akin to receiving a key that opened the door to infinite possibilities for the future. Rest assured, I shall not allow this rice cooker to go unnoticed, Tony declared earnestly, gazing intently into Yumu's eyes. It is done, Igarakumu. Witnessing the depth of emotion in Tony's expression, realized that at that moment, he had completely won over the man. Yumu believed that from then on, regardless of any trials, Tony's resolve would remain steadfast. As for the rice cooker, Yumu had his own plans. He envisioned a collaborative effort among the team to utilize this tool. He eagerly anticipated the collective ingenuity of his comrades, for after all, a tool is meant to be employed. Moreover, this item is ultimately his tool. If any issues arise, it can be summoned back at any time and from anywhere. Yumu is genuinely curious to observe how the genius Tony will utilize this miraculous rice cooker. Will he create various armors, akin to those in the comics? Using the rice cooker, the symbiotic armor, the god-killer form, and the new and unique shapes. What profound impact will they have on this world? Can it truly enable Tony to achieve something monumental? Yumu currently possesses a mindset akin to that of a gamer, finding an interest in altering the world. After all, he has already invested in Stark stocks, and will reap the dividends. Ding. Synthesis complete. Thank you for your usage. A brand new weapon, forged for vibranium and adamantium, named non-offensive, has been born. A tribute to Kung Fu. Stephen Chow, want to learn? I will teach you. Chapter 0035. Fully Armed Tadpole. Natasha's Concerns. In the storage room of the Silver Samurai, Yumu dutifully hands the rice cooker to Tony. How he chooses to use it is beyond Yumu's concern. No matter how he employs it, it cannot possibly create an alternative small Iron Man. Can it? Yumu briefly contemplates the mad, genius Tony and suddenly feels a twinge of uncertainty. However, it is not a significant worry. After all, there are numerous extraordinary individuals in this world. Who could possibly rival them? Yumu's attention is focused on the non-offensive in his hand. It has become heavier and harder, now weighing 10 kilograms, a threefold increase. The vibranium from Wakanda, which should not have perfectly fused, has melded seamlessly with the adamantium, inheriting the characteristics of both materials flawlessly. He gazes at the silver samurai before him, swinging the sword in his hand. A direct thrust suddenly lunges towards the silver samurai. Clang! A resounding echo reverberates. A shallow sword mark appears on the adamantium armor of the silver samurai, while the non-offensive remains utterly unscathed. The adamantium, reputed to be indestructible, has been left with a mere trace. This is indeed a lethal weapon. Yumu gazes at the sword form of the non-offensive, unable to suppress his admiration. It is fortunate that he wields it. If a person with ill intentions were to possess it, they could instantly forge a formidable antagonist. It is essential to note that the non-offensive is not limited to just one sword form. Its potential remains far from fully realized. This is truly a divine armament. Tony, having recovered from his initial excitement over acquiring the rice cooker, notices Yumu testing the sword and cannot help but exclaim, "A divine weapon deserves a hero." To Tony, the current Yumu embodies that very hero. Not only did he save him in the Middle East, but he also tirelessly imparted knowledge of mechanisms and even entrusted him with the opportunity to alter the future. These gestures have rendered Yumu exceedingly significant in Tony's eyes. Yumu was equally delighted, for he had not anticipated such pleasant surprises upon arriving in Sakura. With humility, he remarked, "I still have a long way to go. I am aware that there are others in this world whose weaponry is far more formidable." Astonished, Tony inquired, "Who is it?" "I have not heard of anyone like that." Yumu replied, "You will have the opportunity to meet him. He is famously known as the God of Thunder. I shall eagerly await that moment." During their leisurely conversation, a notification chimed on Yumu's phone. Ding. Your offshore account has been credited with $200 million. Excitement surged through him as he read the message. Finally, he could purchase some well-deserved items for Froglet. This time, he intended to equip Froglet to the fullest. After chatting with Tony for a while, he took the opportunity to teach him the intricacies and precautions of operating a rice cooker. Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed his desire to witness a miracle and commenced to experiment with the device. Yumu was pleased and began to check the system interface. He casually collected some clovers and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Froglet exercising at home. Thankfully, Froglet had heeded his advice and refrained from traveling, waiting for him instead. Without hesitation, Yumu exchanged the newly acquired $200 million for 20,000 clovers. Host, Yumu, total clovers, 20,500, abilities sword St. Ganny's inheritance, mechanism arts, lightning sorcery, virus mutation, items, rat poison type, strength 8 bottles, rat poison type, shrink 9 bottles. MO family supreme mechanism non-aggression, Ains Olgown's ring, bound location, New York. With such an abundance of clovers, Yumu was determined to fully enhance Froglet's configuration. He presented 200 fruit salads and subsequently began to explore the items in the store that he had previously been unable to access. Froglet's world. Food will influence its travel direction, distance, and duration. Items will affect the companions it encounters and the content of the photographs it takes. Talismans will impact the probability of visiting specific, rare locations. This time, Yumu resolved to maximize the items and talismans for Froglet. He opened the items section. Lucky Bell, an essential artifact for traveling. This is a splendid item. Purchase. Scarf, adorably worn atop the head. Purchase. Water bottle, the perfect thirst quencher for sweltering summer days. Purchase. Ink wash paper umbrella. Capturing the charm of the Jiangnan water towns, it ensures a cheerful disposition even on rainy days. Purchase. Travel tent. Comfortable, portable and foldable. It brings the warmth of home to the outdoors. This is a must-buy, essential for Froglet's adventures. Universal fire starter. Ignites even in damp conditions. The premier choice for wilderness survival. Purchase. Solar lamp. A lighting solution that requires no electricity. Never fear a power outage again. Buy. Lacquer bowl. Exquisite lacquerware. The preferred choice for boating. Buy in abundance. Finally, Yumu clicked on amulet. Jade pendant. The immensely popular koi jade pendant. Buy. Golden bell. Gleaming with gold. Luck shall always accompany you. The ultimate safeguard for a safe journey. Buy. Peach-colored charm. Enhances the chance of encountering rare companions. A serendipitous encounter is just a moment away. Buy. Green talisman. Increases the success rate of ventures into forested areas. Buy. Silver talisman. Boosts the likelihood of expeditions to snowy terrains. Buy. Red talisman. Elevates the chance of explorations in volcanic regions. Buy. Blue talisman. Enhances the success rate of journeys to oceanic locales. Buy. Purple talisman. Guides one in exploring peculiar dimensions. Luck remains unknown. Purchase all. After a flurry of actions, Yumu entered a frenzied buying mode. The 20,000 clovers were swiftly depleted, even prompting Yumu to dig into his meager savings before finally halting his purchases. Shopping is truly exhausting. Yumu rubbed his temples, the exhilarating state of buying gradually subsiding. He had procured a substantial number of value-for-money, permanently usable items, talismans. Once acquired, these items would no longer be available in the store. As for the disposable ones, not worth a glance. The only debt remaining was the 10 million owed by Truthchild. Otherwise, this shopping spree would have left Yumu bankrupt. He mused, but what a thrill. No wonder so many people adore shopping. Money truly is king. Only with wealth can one ignite the desire to purchase. The ancients did not deceive me. Having completed his shopping, Froglet received word and, fully equipped, scampered away in an instant. One could only wonder where Froglet would venture this time. Surely, with so many enhancements, the initial gains cannot be trivial. Alas, such thoughts are mere childish musings. I must not linger. Time passed as Yumu indulged in shopping. He glanced at Tony, engrossed in the rice cooker, choosing not to disturb him as he prepared to meet someone. In the women's housing area, Gwen, the black cat Felicia, Spirit Butterfly, Revenge, and Natasha were engaged in hushed conversation. Felicia remarked with a hint of implication, "Yumu is truly a man of hidden depths." Gwen replied, "Indeed. Who would have imagined that a mere acquaintance could possess such strength?" Spirit Butterfly added, "I can sense a unique aura emanating from our boss." Revenge nodded in agreement. Gwen countered, "Sister Spirit Butterfly, Sister Revenge, do you still not recall any memories from the past?" Ling Dai shook her head in anguish over Revenge. Fragments of memories frequently flickered through their minds, yet due to their disjointed and fragmented nature, they could not piece together their recollections. Unbeknownst to them, this was a consequence of the soul transfer technique. To resolve this issue entirely, they required a powerful telepath to aid in restoring their memories. If the two relied solely on the passage of time, it would take several years. Natasha observed the silent women around her. As a captive, Yumu refrained from divulging the truth, offering her a semblance of respect. However, Natasha still struggled to integrate with the others, her mind a tumult of confusion. The time agreed upon with Yumu was swiftly approaching. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. Natasha was the first to see Yumu enter. "Ladies, I would like to borrow Natasha for a moment. I trust you won't mind?" Gwen jested. "Just ensure you bring back our dear Natasha unscathed." "Of course, beautiful ladies." Igrekum replied. "Then we grant you permission." At a secluded lakeside pavilion, Yumu gazed at the increasingly agitated Natasha and spoke calmly. "You are aware of my purpose for coming here. 3 days have nearly passed, and S.H.I.E.L.D has yet to provide any updates. You should comprehend the implications better than I do." Natasha forced herself to regain her composure and replied, "Of course." Yumu's penetrating gaze locked onto her eyes. "You know the power S.H.I.E.L.D wields. I'd already left traces for you before my arrival. They must have received word by now. Yet, no one has come to rescue you. Moreover, only 3 hours remain until our wager concludes. I must reiterate, if S.H.I.E.L.D fails to send anyone, you must sever ties with them and join my team." Natasha closed her eyes and responded calmly, I understand. However, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her outward calmness. Then we shall wait here quietly. We will see shortly whether I am the one to raise the flag and welcome, or if you gain your freedom. With that, Yumu fell silent, waiting patiently. Nearby, a timer he had set reminded Natasha of how much time remained for her fate. Yumu mused, Don't disappoint me, Dan. If you send someone, it will tarnish the image you hold in my heart. Revenge will not feel as satisfying if I am merely bullying a good person rather than a hypocrite. Chapter 0036. The second guest, Tian-Yen arrives. Natasha, you have lost. At the lakeside pavilion, Yumu's weight was genuine. While others might be captivated by Natasha's alluring beauty, Yumu was a proponent of gender equality and would never engage in lewd behavior. He who is favored will strive, while he who is not will not impose. He is a being guided by his upper body. Time flows, minute by minute. In this silence, Yumu rarely enjoys the precious tranquility of days gone by. From his past life to the present, apart from his childhood, he has spent most of his time embroiled in conflict. It has been long since he felt the fleeting joy of a stolen moment of leisure. Yumu and Natasha gazed at each other, as if time could stretch into eternity. Suddenly, the fatigue that had been rising within Yumu vanished. Was there another visitor? Who could it be? Tom Cat had come before. It was unlikely he would return soon. Could it be from Chin's Moon? Or perhaps 10,000 cold jokes? Or even the latest travel saga Resident Evil? Yumu delved into the system, his consciousness swiftly arriving at the froglet's abode. As he opened the door, he was met by a woman of stunning beauty. Her skin was as smooth as jade, surpassing even the charm of peach blossoms, luminous and translucent. Akin to the moon high above. Was it she? Tian-Yen, the daughter of a peasant family, also known as the top assassin, the surprising salamander. Although surprised, Yumu graciously invited her into the froglet's home. Tian-Yen. This woman had seemed rather unremarkable through a screen, but in person, her unique allure was palpable. She spoke, her red lips parting. Is Froglet not at home? Yumu shook his head. Froglet has stepped out. Tian-Yen covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Froglet often mentions you, saying you are unconventional and free-spirited. I once thought it was mere bravado, but seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Tian-Yen could vaguely sense the terrifying strength emanating from Yumu. Such a figure belonged to the upper echelons of her world. To her surprise, this visit brought unforeseen rewards. How did you come to know Froglet? Yumu raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat audacious. Yet he had not seen her in the photographs that Froglet sent back. Tian-Yen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied calmly. I suppose I was the first person it encountered upon entering this world. A thought seemed to cross her mind, and a smile graced her lips. The reason I didn't let it take a photo is, of course, due to my identity. As its owner, you surely understand that my identity must remain concealed. Tian-Yen and Yumu engaged in a spirited discussion. With no reservations regarding this individual from beyond her world, she freely expressed the secrets that had been suppressed within her heart. In this moment, she felt a release. The surprising salamander, the peasant girl. Now she was simply a young woman seeking connection, hoping to meet someone who had brought a splash of color to her otherwise dim life. In the serene little room of the froglet, the sound of laughter, like the chiming of silver bells, occasionally echoed. Tian-Yen's laughter spilled out of the window, causing even the budding three-leaf clover in front of the frog's abode to sway gently. After a considerable time, the guest, feeling satisfied, rose to take his leave. Just before departing, the young girl playfully winked and declared, I've left you a gift. I know that the frog travels the world just for you. Once I leave, take a look. As Tian-Yen stepped outside, her long, open-collared robe could not conceal the radiance she exuded. She turned to Mu-Yi with a smile and, without a trace of reluctance, vanished into the expanse of sky and water. That smile seemed to herald the arrival of spring, leaving a lingering sweetness in its wake. Mu-Yi gazed at her receding figure until her graceful silhouette completely blended into the hues of sky and water. He exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, This girl must be even more complex than I had imagined. Quack! The item gifted by Tian-Yen has been received. Please check your inbox. What could this girl possibly gift him? Martial arts, formations, medical skills. The 6 halls of the Farmers Guild had much to offer. Not to mention the unique skills of various hall masters, such as Tian-Mi, Tian-Zhong, and the Zhu family. Mu-Yi opened his inbox to peruse the messages. Perception. Qin Shi Mingyu World Gift, a product of Tian Yan's personal abilities. A core technique of her discernment skill, meticulously crafted by the master of Lianshan Hall. Tian Yan, derived from her keen insights into human nature, honed through her long-term engagement in assassination and infiltration tasks. This ability is not a martial art, but a highly refined psychological judgment module. Note, it does not rely on supernatural powers or tricks. With just a few words, one can discern how much truth the other conceals. Mu-Yi absorbed and comprehended perception. In an instant, he grasped the essence of this ability, which was far more than merely distinguishing truth from falsehood. It was a comprehensive technique for combat, strategy, and the discernment of human nature. It could unveil the trajectory of energy, perceive subconscious microreactions, assess physical conditions, and identify lies and illusions, among other things. However, the sole drawback of this ability was the mental strain it imposed. Once activated, it required constant mental vigilance, with the brain operating at high speed to analyze various information about the target. Every word, every glance, every movement. For those who are purely cerebral, this would be a divine skill. Mu-Yi caught a whiff of the lingering, subtle fragrance in the frog's room and couldn't help but exclaim, Tian Yan's taste in sachets is truly exquisite. Withdrawing his consciousness, he returned to reality. Mu-Yi opened his previously narrowed eyes, his pupils shifting from a pale gold back to their normal state. Meanwhile, time dwindled to the final 10 minutes. His leisurely conversation with Tian Yan had spanned nearly 3 hours. He couldn't deny that chatting with her was indeed a pleasure, he mused. The last 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes remaining. Nick Fury, you hypocrite. On the crumbling foundation of your S.H.I.E.L.D, I shall strike with fervor once more. The last individual who provoked my ire has long since been unearthed from the grave of their past life, and you shall not be an exception. The Black Widow, Natasha, is merely the beginning. I shall thrive, while you shall descend into despair. With mere minutes remaining, Yu Mu sought to test his ability of insight. Natasha, a seasoned operative, was the perfect candidate for this endeavor. You have been glancing at your watch. What are you waiting for? Yu Mu broke the silence with this sudden inquiry, activating his insight ability. The influx of information surged into his mind, previously unfocused details now flooding his consciousness. His brain raced, processing the incoming data as though he had acquired a second mind. In essence, he felt as if he possessed two brains. It is not waiting. It is confirming the time, Natasha replied calmly. Under the influence of insight, her subtle movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. The flicker of her peripheral gaze, the dance of her hair, the delicate motions of her fingers, the slight convulsion of her throat, all propelled by the rhythm of her heartbeat, were details he had previously overlooked, now inundating his mind like a tidal wave. In that moment, Yu Mu resembled the true master of this skill, having practiced it for years. Her gaze shifted downward to the left, her breath hesitated slightly before responding, her voice lowered. Conclusion. She is indeed waiting for something, yet unwilling to reveal it. Yu Mu remained impassive. Do you believe you still have a chance? Time is running short. Natasha fixed her gaze upon him, silence enveloping them for 2 seconds. Yes, there will be. Her shoulders sagged too quickly. Her speech slowed, her eyes locked onto his, yet her pupils dilated slightly. Conclusion. She is forcing herself to believe, but lacks absolute certainty. Intriguing. Has she done something in these past few days? Yu Mu had not been by her side, unaware that after Natasha sent a message to the egghead, she felt precarious and left clues for her ally, Hawkeye Barton. Within S.H.I.E.L.D, this was her final struggle, for in her heart, Barton was far more reliable than Nick Fury. Yet, unbeknownst to Natasha, the duplicitous egghead had long since severed communication with Barton for the sake of a mission. In short, she had been abandoned. In Nick Fury's eyes, Yu Mu was merely a Hydra fugitive, a threat that paled in comparison to the true monsters of Earth. Moreover, threats beyond Earth, at a cosmic level, were of utmost importance. Had it not been for Yu Mu's actions resulting in the loss of nearly 30 minor targets, Fury would not have retained any significant memory of him. Time slipped away swiftly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Beneath Natasha's seemingly tranquil demeanor, her subtle movements betrayed her. Her breath quickened slightly. Her legs appeared straight, yet subtly shifted, muscles taut. The conclusion. She had begun to feel anxious, a sensation that intensified as time drew near. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang. At the end of time, Natasha ultimately did not receive the hope she had clung to. Nothing happened. It was eerily calm. It seems no one is coming, she murmured. Beneath the veil of black silk, the muscles on the inner thighs trembled, her back slightly arched, hands interlaced. Shoulders relaxed and drooping, while the right jaw clenched ever so slightly. The conclusion, a complex interplay of relief, self-mockery, resentment, and despair unfolded within her. It was evident she had truly given up, and Yumu instantaneously shut down his ability to read emotions. A profound sense of exhaustion enveloped him, akin to the fatigue one feels after discovering a mountain of homework left undone late at night, forcing one to burn the midnight oil. Upon activating his perceptive abilities, Yumu thought, I'm gaining wisdom. Yet, upon deactivating them, he lamented, where has my intellect gone? Just as he was painfully massaging his temples. A swift arrow shot forth from the distance, aimed directly at him. He caught it with one hand, halting its advance. Who dares? From a distant rooftop, a silhouette bearing a bow and quiver called out, Sister Natasha, I have arrived. The newcomer was none other than Kate Bishop, the pupil of Hawkeye Barton. Chapter 0037. Unexpected Incident. Tony unconscious. A new element born in New York. Yumu regarded the figure atop the roof with a cold stare. Since she knew Natasha's name, she must be someone familiar to her. Observing the pale visage of Natasha, he remarked calmly, What a pity. Had you arrived a moment earlier, the outcomes might have differed. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. This is reality. You must adhere to the agreement. Yumu restrained Natasha from rising. He reached for the mechanism, the Crimson Serpent. Go! At once, the Crimson Serpent obeyed the command, lunging towards the girl in the distance. The battle concluded abruptly. One could hardly say there was any resistance. The appearance of the Crimson Serpent signified the end of the conflict. The girl, Kate Bishop, whose prowess did not even surpass that of Hawkeye, was swiftly vanquished by the vibranium-forged Crimson Serpent. Yumu gazed at the girl bound by the Crimson Serpent and chuckled coldly. You truly have some audacity. Daring to shoot at me? Do you not realize that eliminating someone of your feeble strength is as simple as squashing an ant? How dare you? What have you done to Sister Natasha? Kate seethed, her anger escalating with each thought. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D's interference, she and her mentor Hawkeye would not have received word so late. Even now, Hawkeye is engaged in a mission, forcing her to set out on her own. The messages Natasha left along the way have already indicated her predicament. To her dismay, despite her hurried efforts, she ultimately arrived too late. How infuriating! Just as Yumu was about to inquire further, a voice suddenly emanated from his phone. Master, Tony has suddenly collapsed. What? Yumu, disregarding everything, immediately rushed to check. There lay Tony, weakly opening his eyes, seeing Yumu sitting beside him, flanked by Mobius and their companions from New York. Do not speak. Yumu raised his hand to halt him, his expression laden with regret. This was my oversight. I did not anticipate the palladium poisoning would advance so rapidly. Luckily, our affairs in Sakura have concluded. We must return to New York at once to address your condition thoroughly. Yumu truly had not expected the dreadful palladium poisoning to escalate so swiftly. In the films, Tony was required to take medication daily to alleviate the issue, likely due to his lack of precautions. He had thought he could remain in Sakura a few more days. However, that was of little consequence. The remaining matters would be handled by Alexandra, sparing Yumu any further responsibilities. Without delay, they boarded a flight back to New York. At the airport, Mariko gazed longingly at the group and finally addressed Yumu. Mr. Yumu, Logan and I are planning to get engaged soon, and I did not expect your sudden departure. Yumu was momentarily taken aback. Engaged? This turn of events diverged from his understanding of the narrative. It seemed fitting for the Marvel Universe, was it not? This storyline bore a resemblance to a particular Marvel comic he was familiar with. Yet in this version, Wolverine Logan faced a tragic fate. Just as he and Mariko entered the blissful phase of engagement, her father Shinjin had arranged for his assassination, dying in Logan's arms. But the circumstances have changed. Mariko's father is deceased, and no one can threaten her anymore. Mariko and Logan have a bright future ahead. A smile crept across Yumu's lips as he said, Then allow me to extend my early congratulations. Do inform me once you have set a wedding date. I shall prepare a surprise for you. Mariko beamed with delight. Then it is settled. I will eagerly await it. Indeed, Igreku nodded, glancing at the stoic Logan beside him. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "What is this? I am about to leave, and you want to bid me farewell?" Logan, with a haughty demeanor, replied coldly, "It's not as if we won't meet again. We will be going to New York as well. What is there to say? In my life, there is no such thing as until we meet again. Goodbye is an eternal parting." Upon hearing this, Yumu immediately grasped the sentiment Logan was trying to convey. Throughout Wolverine Logan's life, he had endured countless farewells and separations, leaving the seemingly robust warrior's heart shattered beyond repair. I recall a version of Wolverine from Marvel Comics, where he is ensnared by the manipulations of a mysterious entity, leading to the massacre of all members of the X-Men. Merely perusing the comic evokes an overwhelming sense of anguish. It is unfathomable to consider the depth of pain and despair that Logan must have felt upon uncovering the truth. However, now that Yumu has arrived in this realm, he shall act according to his own inclinations. His desire is to reshape this universe in the image he envisions. This is one of the few joys Yumu experiences within the Marvel Universe. In his previous life, he was powerless to alter the course of the world. But in this incarnation, he vows to make it bow before him. Everything that transpires now is merely the beginning. He intends to create a tumult within Marvel, ensuring that his name echoes throughout the multiverse. In this manner, when Yumu recounts the tale of himself and his sister S.H.I.E.L.D, no one shall ever forget. In this world, there once existed a gentle girl who adored wearing white dresses and relished strawberry-flavored ice cream. Her existence should never be forgotten. Yumu gazed at Wolverine for a moment before breaking into a smile, suddenly reminded of the words of the brave S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, as long as one continues to journey, there will always be opportunities to reunite. He turned and departed, waving farewell. We are leaving New York after more than 10 hours of flight. Yumu and his companions finally returned to the place where it all began. They departed with 10 individuals and 1 cat, but returned with 2 new faces, Ling Dai and Revenge. The group subsequently disbanded. Yumu, until we meet again. Gwen and the others waved goodbye. Yumu and Tony returned to Stark Tower, accompanied by Ling Dai and Revenge. In the Stark Tower laboratory in New York, Tony held a dusty city model, his expression a blend of skepticism and a glimmer of hope. Can this truly work? He inquired, glancing toward Yumu. Ye, is. Scan it and construct the elemental structure, Yumu commanded without hesitation. JARVIS, familiar with Yumu, would not decline such a modest request. Instantly, a virtual projection unfolded in the air, revealing an unprecedented, stable, and powerful elemental structure diagram. Tony's astonishment was frozen on his face. The blueprint left behind by his father, Howard Stark, was indeed a life-saving design. The alternative solution to the palladium problem that had troubled him was concealed within this childhood memory model. Do you see it? This is the answer. Yumu's voice remained calm and steady. Let's begin, Tony. Use the prototype of the arc reactor in your chest and transform it into a particle accelerator. You have all the materials and equipment you need here. Yumu was determined not to delay any further. In his vision, Tony was an essential part of the plan, and he could not afford any mishaps. Yumu was resolute in ensuring that Tony faced no such misfortunes. Tony gazed at Yumu, feeling a sense of warmth in his heart. Since the passing of his father, he had long been devoid of that feeling. For reasons unknown, a terrifying thought flashed through Tony's mind. I wish to be your brother, yet you desire to be my father. He hastily shook his head, attempting to dismiss this dreadful notion and delve into the research of the new element. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. 3, 2, 1, commence. Waves of mechanical vibrations coursed through a sinister energy, converging to strike the bullseye. In an instant, the entire laboratory was enveloped in a blinding white light, which then dimmed. The new element had come into existence. Chapter 0038, The Dimension Connecting Multiple Universes. News from Frog Spawn. A combined chapter, Stark Tower. Tony, utilizing the new element reactor, engaged in profound dialogue with Yumu. So, your vision is to establish a toy company, and the products within would be those mechanical beasts? Tony's business acumen was remarkably keen, instantly recognizing the immense commercial potential. Based on his judgment, should these mechanical creatures be brought to fruition, they would undoubtedly be beloved. Indeed, I intend to weaponize those diminutive mechanical beasts, make them endearing. Yumu had contemplated this endeavor for quite some time and seized this opportunity to finalize his plans. Subsequently, Yumu and Tony deliberated over various details of the mechanical toy company. With Tony's presence, the overall framework of the company was swiftly refined. Within this structural design, Tony was an indispensable component for Yumu. Yumu aimed to leverage Tony's technology to create a technical barrier surrounding the diminutive mechanical beast from Qin's moon, preventing reverse engineering. Rest assured, I've got this covered, Tony assured, thumping his chest. It's a mere trifle. Simultaneously, in accordance with Yumu's envisioned blueprint, the toy company would operate as a fully automated factory. With the aid of Red Queen, Yumu had no need to worry about automation. As technology advanced, the entire production process could function without human intervention, thanks to Frog Spawn for providing him with this super assistant. Once all was settled, Yumu had also devised a name for the company, by Mu Workshop, by being a character from his sister by Lee's name in his previous life. In the Upper East Side of Manhattan, at Yumu's villa base, Mobius was idly following a show. Nearby, a flurry of protests erupted. "Hey, vampire, let go of me. My master is Hawkeye Barton. You know him, right? The top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a 100 mission success rate. He has never failed. If he were here, you lot would be doomed." Mobius, growing impatient, threatened. "You're Kate, the female Hawkeye, aren't you? If you don't shut your mouth, I will strip you of your clothes." Indeed, this tactic proved effective in dealing with women. Kate immediately fell silent, her eyes betraying a sense of humiliation. Mobius could not help but let out a sigh. What a dreadful situation. Not only have I been deprived of enjoying the cherry blossoms, but now I must also guard a girl at home. As if that were not enough, I am compelled to leave him alone in a room with her. Morbius, with his bloodthirsty gaze, fixated on Kate, who was bound to a chair. The young girl, merely 18, was in the prime of her allure. With her enchanting visage, porcelain skin, and innocent, straightforward eyes, she was indeed a paragon of beauty. Morbius inhaled deeply, captivated by the fragrance emanating from her body, a scent that stirred the primal instincts within him, urging him to devour the unsuspecting lamb before him. The essence of her maidenhood wafted through the air, confirming to Morbius that she was untouched. "No, I must resist." He abruptly stood and approached Kate. Before her, Morbius licked his lips with a predatory grin. "Do not blame me. Blame your intoxicating scent." Kate, transfixed by the desire evident in his eyes, shuddered involuntarily. What did he intend to do? Could it be, "Why you, don't come any closer. I will scream. Natasha, Sister Natasha." However, her pleas fell on deaf ears. This Villa-S basement was specifically designed for imprisonment. Even a raucous party would not penetrate the silence outside. Kate writhed in desperation, while Morbius smiled wickedly. "I'll finally peace." The alluring aroma had dissipated, replaced by a faint metallic scent that pleased him. Bound to her chair, Kate was drenched, her expression void of hope. As tears streamed down her cheeks, a subtle stench emanated from her form. Green gel coated her collarbone, head, and hands, an invention of Morbius aimed at suppressing his vampiric instincts. Whenever he found himself unable to control his craving for blood, he would consume this gel to quell his primal urges. As a Nobel Prize-winning biochemist, creating such a foul-smelling substance was a trivial task. Its sole purpose was to emit an odor potent enough to counteract his bloodlust, to spare himself the agony. Morbius had applied the suppressive gel on Kate, obstructing the scent of her blood. He spoke calmly. "Rest assured, this odor will not dissipate for at least a week. You are quite safe." Just then, the basement door swung open with a thud. Yumu entered, followed by a conflicted Natasha. Morbius exhaled in relief. "Thank heavens. You have finally returned. You have worked hard. I shall take it from here." Having resolved Tony's issues at Stark Tower, Yumu had hurried back to address the troubles at home. "What is that smell?" he exclaimed, shocked. The odor was overwhelmingly pungent. What on earth had transpired between them? Kate initially believed she had spotted her savior. Just as she was about to call out to Natasha, she caught a glimpse of Natasha's apologetic expression, remaining motionless, devoid of any action. "Kate, return and inform your master Barton that Natasha has voluntarily withdrawn from S.H.I.E.L.D. You are to cease any further disturbances. From this moment onward, you may leave." Click, click, click. The shackles binding Kate were released automatically, restoring her freedom. Kate was taken aback by how events had unfolded. Was this truly the conclusion? She refused to accept it. Sister Natasha must have been coerced. Do not worry, Natasha. To rescue you. Just as Kate stood, the foul stench that could bring even the mightiest to tears assailed her senses once more. Well, I suppose it is best to wait here for 7 days before venturing out. The young Kate still had her pride, given her current predicament. The notion of spending 7 days outside was unfathomable, conjuring nightmarish images. I think I'll stay here for a few days. Thus, Kate's inquiries came to an end. Yumu received a remote communication from Alexandra. As for Kate, the girl could remain for as long as she wished. It was a perfect opportunity for her to keep Natasha company. Leader, Sakura has gradually found its footing and has begun engaging in business dealings with the Yashida Group. We anticipate a daily influx of funds amounting to $500,000. Moreover, the engagement ceremony between Mariko and Wolverine is proceeding as planned. Attendees will include not only various groups from Sakura, but also members from the X-Men. A photograph was transmitted to Yumu through the network by Alexandra. Upon scrutinizing it, he observed 5 individuals approaching to congratulate the grinning Wolverine, Logan. Among them were Beast Hank, Colossus Peter, Cyclops Scott, Jean, and Storm Ororo. Yumu gazed at the youthful faces captured in the photograph, a stirring in his heart. It seemed his early return was indeed fortuitous. He was aware that Psylocke was affiliated with the X-Men. Should they spot her in Yumu's company, a conflict might ensue. Although Yumu was unafraid of them, he wished to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to a fierce battle, especially not at Logan's engagement celebration. Such conduct would be unbecoming. Furthermore, Yumu still had need of Psylocke. He wished to prevent her from returning to the X-Men prematurely, needing her presence alongside him, whether for understanding, allegiance, or something else entirely. They must forge a connection that transcended life and death. Yumu remembered well that in the Marvel Comics, Psylocke hailed from the Empire of the Setting Sun, which possessed the unique ability to connect to the multiverse through its otherworldly dimension. This otherworldly dimension served as a nexus to the multiverse. The realm of Avalon is comprised of numerous nations, both grand and modest. The Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Blood, and the land of fairy spirits, within a dimension of the otherworld. This dimension also houses a star fortress, the crucial link to the multiverse. Currently, Yumu cannot conceive of how to harness the power to connect to the multiverse. This is the sole objective he can proactively pursue. At the heart of this endeavor lies the key figure, the brother of the spirit butterfly, Captain Brian Braddock. As a guardian of the otherworld, Brian Braddock wields the authority to traverse the dimensional boundaries. Yumu intends to employ a strategy of indirect confrontation, thereby rescuing his own cause. Thus, whoever dares to contest him for the spirit butterfly shall face his wrath, a fierce one at that. Seeing Yumu's gaze turn towards her, Alexandra's expression darkened as she said, "Leader, there's another matter that requires your attention. Senior Commander Matsuo Tsurugi has defected. According to credible sources, he has aligned himself with Masterman. Rest assured, we have already issued a bounty for his capture. We shall secure his life." Defection? It is surprising that he possesses the audacity to betray us and seek refuge with Masterman. His boldness is astonishing. A smirk played on Yumu's lips as he commanded the pursuit, while simultaneously announcing a bounty in the black market. Whoever succeeds in claiming his head shall receive a reward of $50 million. Betrayal, after all, must come at a price. In the living room of the villa, the Punisher Frank continued to watch the news, gathering and organizing relevant intelligence. Recently, he had stirred a tempest of bloodshed in the underground world of New York. Thanks to the incredible infinite ammunition revolver gifted by Tomcat, he had acquired a new moniker in addition to his title as the Punisher, the Unceasing Shooter, signifying that his bullets never cease to fly. With this advantage, he had repeatedly bested opponents such as Daredevil and Hawkeye in their encounters. Today, the U.S. military unexpectedly mobilized at a university in New York to apprehend the Hulk, resulting in a scene that spiraled into chaos. The television broadcast shifted to show the Hulk engaged in a fierce battle with the military. The overwhelming tide of the conflict made Frank's heart race. This power is truly formidable, Frank murmured to himself. Is it? Yumu materialized, holding a cup of coffee. After his discussion with Alexandra, he had intended to take a moment to rest. However, passing through the hall, he happened to overhear the news. He took a sip of his coffee and remarked, "The current strength he possesses is far from his full capacity. If he were to unleash his complete potential, he could obliterate a planet. At this stage, he has yet to even reach 1% of his capabilities. However, perhaps it is for the best that he remains undeveloped." "What? Obliterate a planet?" Frank exclaimed in astonishment. In his mind, the most powerful entity he had ever encountered was the long-vanished Magneto. Magneto was once a terrifying entity capable of obliterating an entire city. What does it mean to be planetary? It is beyond imagination. Yumu chuckled, remarking that, nonetheless, he shall not have the opportunity. Earth is far more enigmatic than one might conceive. Here, countless mysterious beings silently safeguard our planet. Rest assured, for even if the heavens were to fall, there would be those tall enough to support it, would there not? Quack, quack. The tadpole has sent you travel photos. Please check them promptly. At last, the reply from Frog has arrived. Yumu's eyes sparkled as he immediately summoned the system interface to take a look. A photograph leaped into view. In the image, Frog was amidst a forest, perched atop a grand tree, reaching out for something. Yumu mused in surprise. A peach? Where could this place be? Aside from this, there was nothing more. Yumu was utterly baffled as to the location. Peaches are indeed a common sight across myriad realms. After all, who does not relish the taste of a peach? With no clues to guide him, Yumu shook his head, realizing that he must wait for Frog's return to uncover the mysteries of this world. He casually harvested a batch of clovers outside his courtyard, bringing his total clover count to 1,600. Host, Yumu, strength, Earth class elite, total clover count, 1,600. Abilities, legacy of sword Saint Gagne, mastery of mechanisms, lightning sorcery, perfectly deflecting blades with bare hands, viral mutation, insightful observation. Items, rat poison, strength 8 bottles, rat poison, shrink 9 bottles, supreme mechanism of the MO family non-aggression. Anne's Ergon's ring, bound location, New York. Artificial intelligence Red Queen. Yumu reflected on the astonishing speed at which Frog traverses back and forth. His rations hardly last a few days before he must relinquish them. He wishes for Frog to return with a bounty, enabling him to venture forth in splendid attire. It is not a matter of his lack of effort. Rather, Frog is exceedingly diligent. To ensure Frog enjoys a sumptuous meal, he must strive to earn more. Who would have thought that, across 2 lifetimes, the singular constant would be the pursuit of wealth? For now, Yumu simply wishes for Frog to delay his return, allowing him to accumulate a bit more clover. Simultaneously, he must devise a means to generate income. A toy company must be established, for this is a lucrative industry. Once the company's reputation flourishes, he can explore merchandise like action figures, blind boxes, and limited editions. By developing mechanized beasts, he is confident in their profitability. After all, he is aware that many enterprises in his past life thrived in this manner. However, he does not excel in this domain and must find someone close to manage it. He shall merely oversee the finances. Choosing the right candidate proves to be quite the challenge. Yumu cast a glance at Frank, who was engrossed in his scribbling, feeling a pang of disdain for his lack of ambition. What merit lay in a life spent merely in violence? Surely, existence ought not to be a drain on resources? But of course, Frank bore no such burden, as it was Yumu's own finances that sustained him. Frank, perplexed by Yumu's unwavering gaze and increasingly unfriendly demeanor, sensed an inexplicable tension. Surely, it must be the weight of overwhelming responsibilities that darkened Yumu's mood. After all, Frank himself harbored no fondness for labor. Otherwise, he would not have opted for military service, which not only provided shelter, but also sustenance. Engaging in conflict was hardly a challenge, and the daily stipend was nothing short of delightful. Chapter 0039. The Sandman joins. The Green Goblin sends money. In the heart of New York's Hell's Kitchen, the headquarters of the heroic mercenary company stood amidst chaos and crime, a modest 6-story building adorned with a surprisingly warm ambience. Upon nearing this establishment, one could readily discern a dissonance when compared to the criminal undertones of the surrounding Hell's Kitchen. Today, the heroic mercenary company welcomed a unique visitor, the Sandman, William Baker. This weary middle-aged man found himself at the end of his rope. His daughter, Petty, had been diagnosed with a rare blood disorder, and current medical advancements offered no definitive cure, only medication and periodic treatments to alleviate her suffering. The exorbitant costs of treatment, coupled with the ongoing expenses, ensnared him in a relentless cycle of despair. Having depleted his savings, William, in his desperation, turned to the heroic mercenary company. If this establishment could not provide assistance, he would be left with no choice but to venture into a life of crime. For his daughter, he was prepared to undertake any measures, even if they were unlawful. Petty was his everything, his sole reason for existence. 10 kilometers away, at the villa base, Yumu received news from the heroic mercenary company regarding 2 matters. The first was the announcement of William Baker's enlistment. His conditions were straightforward. As long as the heroic mercenary company could facilitate the funds necessary for his daughter's treatment, he would devote his life to their cause. In essence, this was akin to a variant of a servitude contract. William offered his loyalty in exchange for an advance on the funds required for his daughter's care. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Yumu had not anticipated such a swift recruitment. Securing the loyalty of the Sandman in exchange for mere monetary support was an exceptional bargain. Just give him the money, Yumu commanded without hesitation. In this world, money truly held little value. What does wealth truly signify? Ultimately, it is prowess that prevails. In the realm of Marvel, possessing strength indeed allows one to act with impunity. The acquisition of Sandman is merely the inception. Yumu aims to elevate the reputation of the Hero Employment Agency. From dimensional anomalies and urban devastation to extraterrestrial threats, down to minor incidents such as theft, stalking, and harassment, all fall within the purview of the agency's operations. The ninjas, under the guidance of their predecessors, have incorporated a new requirement into their latest training missions. Each ninja is mandated to partake in agency tasks monthly, regardless of the financial constraints of the task issuer. Even if the remuneration fails to meet the minimum threshold, they will accept whatever is offered. Naturally, this applies solely to the impoverished. Wealthy individuals are exempt from this stipulation. The number of ninjas will be utilized to address the multitude of tasks and alleviate personnel shortages. In another development, Osborne Industries has presented a substantial assignment valued at $800,000. They require the transportation of a batch of serum reagents from Washington to New York and have inquired whether the agency will accept the task. Of course, there are conditions. Should any issues arise during transit, the agency must compensate tenfold the task's funding. The receptionist, recognizing her lack of authority to manage such a complicated matter, escalated it through the proper channels until it reached Yumu. What is Norman Osborn's scheming? Yumu pondered, fully aware of Osborn's clandestine identity as the Green Goblin. What could this fractured personality desire? After some contemplation, Yumu could not discern the motive behind his intentions. Surely, the Green Goblin was not merely seeking to provoke him for sport. Dismissing further speculation, he resolved that one would be a fool to turn down money that presents itself. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are rendered futile. Thus, the task shall be accepted. At that moment, outside the Hero Employment Agency, Sandman William gazed in disbelief at the $100,000 that had been deposited into his bank account. This sum was sufficient to cover his daughter's treatment for a time. His daughter's life was now within reach of salvation. William promptly transferred the funds to the hospital, ensuring there would be no interruption in his daughter's medication. After completing this flurry of activity, he noticed 2 men and a woman approaching, none other than Power Man Luke, Moon Knight Mark, and Jessica. The trio had received a company notification regarding a potential escort mission involving superhumans and individuals with extraordinary abilities. If they succeeded, each would be rewarded with a sum of $50,000. Additionally, a new partner would join them in the endeavor. When money is involved, these individuals certainly must participate. $50,000 is no trifling amount for them. However, Iron Fist Daniel, the billionaire, displayed no interest and did not join. At this juncture, Sandman William also received a notification. A mission to escort 3 individuals has been assigned, accompanied by a reward of $50,000. Jessica tilted her head, casting a glance at the Sandman. William, you're from the Villa base. Yumu received the news that the team had already set out. Before him, the image of the Scarlet Queen materialized. The young Scarlet Queen spoke calmly. Master, I have now fully taken over the internal network security of the Hero Mercenary Company. Additionally, as per your request, I have created a simplified subbody to oversee the Hero Mercenary Company. From this moment forth, all personnel within the Hero Mercenary Company can avail themselves of subbody services. Yumu nodded in satisfaction, stating to distinguish, the subbody shall henceforth be known as the White Princess. Furthermore, a severely stripped-down version must be produced expeditiously. Every mechanical beast toy produced by the White Moo Workshop must be equipped with an intelligent agent. This is our proprietary technological barrier, and we must not be careless. The Scarlet Queen acknowledged his directive. She continued, "Master, I have found a lead on the White Queen. She is located in a bar in New York. However, it seems her circumstances are rather dire." Upon hearing this, Yu Moo's eyes brightened. Indeed, the White Queen, Emma, was in New York. According to intelligence gathered prior to the merger of the Hands, the Hellfire Club and the Brotherhood, two of the three major powers among mutants, have been in disarray due to the mysterious disappearance of the Black King, Magneto. Once a formidable force, they have gradually fallen apart, with most members departing. Only a handful remain operational, and the Hellfire Club has shifted from light to shadow, struggling to survive under the White Queen's leadership. In Yu Moo's mind, the White Moo Workshop executing the White Queen is the sole option. It is well known that the White Queen possesses one of the sharpest business acumen in the Marvel Universe, ranking among the top 10. She is also the only one Yu Moo can potentially conquer. Furthermore, he requires the White Queen's Omega-level telepathic abilities. Currently, with time passing, there is a significant possibility that the likes of Psylocke and the Scarlet, which may one day regain their full memories. The White Queen, possessing telepathic prowess far superior to theirs, is a crucial asset. Yu Moo intends to have the White Queen suppress their memories to prevent their recollection from returning while gradually fostering a bond. Thus, Emma, the White Queen, is an indispensable figure that Yu Moo must strive to recruit. Now that her location has been established, the next step is to witness his performance. Yu Moo must employ his silver tongue to persuade Emma, the White Queen, to join his ranks. Time is of the essence. He must set out immediately. Quick action will allow him to still enjoy Gwen's freshly baked apple pie. Yu Moo activated the instantaneous teleportation function of the Ring of Ain's Ulgown, and his body vanished in an instant. Chapter 40. The White Queen joins the fray in the borough of Queens, New York, at the Liberty Cup Bar. Yu Moo's silhouette emerged at the entrance. He raised an eyebrow, surveying the establishment, which was far from the pinnacle of nightlife. It seemed the Hellfire Club was indeed enduring hard times. As dusk had yet to arrive, the bar remained closed. Yu Moo pushed the door open and entered. Inside the bar, a woman sat at the counter, her long legs elegantly crossed, her delicate foot playfully swaying in her high heels. She was steadily pouring drink after drink in her mouth, the bar littered with empty glasses. Possessing a visage of unparalleled beauty, she was strikingly enchanting. Her eyes sparkled like lightning, exuding an unusual allure that captivated the soul. Her figure was graceful and poised, her complexion flawless and radiant. She was none other than Emma, the White Queen. Emma, the White Queen, was indulging in her habitual escape through intoxication, a consequence of a recent series of events that had finally overwhelmed this seemingly resilient woman. It was not merely the mysterious disappearance of the Black King, S.H.I.E.L.D, that had triggered her descent into despair. That was merely the catalyst. Following S.H.I.E.L.D's vanishing, the Hellfire Club plunged into a tumultuous struggle for power among its higher echelons. During this internal turmoil, the military seized the opportunity to launch a widespread assault on mutants, led by the deranged Colonel William Stryker, who captured mutants to subject them to inhumane experiments in secret facilities. Under the military's backing, Stryker intensified his attacks against mutants, with the Hellfire Club, now leaderless, becoming his primary target. The loss of the Black King rendered the club incapable of mounting effective resistance, resulting in devastating casualties for the Hellfire Academy, which Emma had meticulously established as a counterpart to Professor Charles's school for gifted youngsters. A significant number of mutant students were apprehended, leading to the club's disintegration as many members abandoned ship. Only the White Queen remained, steadfast in her resolve, driven solely by the desire to rescue her beloved students. After the club's collapse, Emma, leveraging her Omega-level telepathic abilities, meticulously unraveled the threads of secrecy to locate the hidden base where her students were detained. She orchestrated a daring raid, yet yielded no success. During the military's rampant assault on mutants, they had developed a prototype robot known as the Sentinel, a creation that decimated her mutant strike team. Now, the secret base was an impenetrable fortress to Emma, a veritable no-go zone, rendering any hope of rescuing her students a distant dream. In her heart, she simmered with both rage and helplessness, anger directed at the military and frustration at her own limitations. The White Queen, fully aware that her students might fall prey to those vile humans and be subjected to various experiments, found herself utterly powerless. The only solace she could find was in the numbing embrace of alcohol, which temporarily dulled her heart and allowed her to escape her sorrow. The liquor trickled down the alabaster neck of Emma, the White Queen, soaking the hem of her dress. Is the illustrious White Queen truly nothing more than a common drunkard? How disheartening! A voice echoed in her ear, startling the White Queen. She was taken aback to encounter a foolhardy individual on her own turf. With a slightly dazed head, she turned to the side and beheld a casually dressed man of Asian descent, scrutinizing her. While I am in good spirits, I suggest you depart swiftly. Otherwise, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. The White Queen set her wine glass down and stretched, her white gown tightening to reveal her alluring curves. How unfortunate! Today's celestial forecast warned against missing fateful encounters, suggesting that some individuals appear solely to alter your world. Yumu casually pulled over a high stool, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it down in one gulp, entirely disregarding the hostess's consent. The White Queen narrowed her eyes, her telepathic abilities instinctively directed at the uninvited man before her. Bang! Her powers were suddenly repelled. The probing attack she initiated returned to her in vain. Startled, she realized her abilities had been thwarted. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Yumu's eyes as his ability to read emotions dissipated. With Tian Yin's insight, his resistance to psychic powers had significantly increased. An unexerted probe could hardly affect him. To avoid a drawn-out battle of wits, Yumu spoke calmly. Do not waste your energy. Let us discuss serious matters. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. What a jest. Just now, I merely refrained from unleashing my full potential. The White Queen, momentarily taken aback, felt an unusual sensation on her leg, as if someone were caressing her. She saw the mechanical beast, the crimson serpent, coiling around her thigh, its jaws agape, awaiting Yumu's command to strike. The current version of the Crimson Serpent was the latest iteration, enhanced with the Red Queen control module. This meant that this mechanical beast, crafted from vibranium, had become an external manifestation of the Red Queen. Unfazed by the serpent constricting her leg, the White Queen chuckled lightly. Speak, what brings you to seek me? Someone of your stature would not venture here without reason. Huh, how could one call it a small place where the White Queen resides? Igarakumu, relieved by the White Queen's temporary acquiescence, continued, I sincerely invite you to join my ranks. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Yumu observed the Queen of White. Emma, as a mocking smile graced her lips. He discerned her thoughts and remarked coolly, according to my intelligence, you have not left this bar in the past month. Among the recent significant events, one is the military's breach of the Hellfire Club. The time frame between the two occurrences is rather short. Historically, you have not lingered in one place for so long. As Yumu cast a glance at the scattered array of glasses on the bar, he pondered how a woman as formidable as the Queen of White could appear so despondent. Pouring himself another drink, he suddenly inquired, could it be related to the students of Hellfire Academy? Emma's heart raced at his words. How could he possibly know of the disastrous raid, which had been meticulously planned to avoid detection? Anger surged within her as she misconstrued his intentions. What was this man insinuating? Was he mocking her? Perhaps I have a way to assist you, to rescue your students. Yumu baited her, continuing, in fact, I am currently assembling team. This team aims to create a sanctuary, a homeland for those endowed with extraordinary abilities and mutants who are ostracized by ordinary humanity. Chapter 0041. The Queen of White joins the fray. Part 2. Emma's heart halted at Yumu's declaration. What? This seemingly youthful man possessed the means to save her students? He aspired to construct a refuge? Wait, how did he know about her students' plight? Yumu seemed to perceive her confusion as he sipped his drink casually. Is it so difficult to discern this information? I have compiled all the data regarding your arrival in New York and extracted relevant clues. When combined with the recent events surrounding the Hellfire Club, it becomes quite evident that your emotional turmoil is tied to your students. Emma felt a flicker of hope. Yet she responded with anguish, you have no understanding of what we endured. The mutant experimentation facility is filled with monstrous sentinel robots. Mutants stand no chance against them. The only outcome is annihilation. The more she spoke, the more vivid the memories of that fateful night flooded back, when the sentinels had mercilessly hunted them down. Had it not been for her subordinates' desperate efforts to shield her, she too would have perished. And there stood that demon, William Stryker, with his cold, indifferent eyes, looming at the entrance of the mutant facility. Sentinel robots, you say? No problem. Yumu waved his hand dismissively. They are merely a nuisance. Such entities designed to target mutants are hardly my match. The modules of the Sentinel robots, specifically designed to target mutants, prove utterly ineffective against him. The ordinary Sentinel robots, when faced with the Hulk, are dispatched with a mere punch. Given Yumu's current prowess, it would not be an issue to dispatch them with 2 punches, if not 1. Even if they were indeed futile, the U.S. military has developed an extreme, specialized version of an Ultron-class enhanced Sentinel. Yumu possesses a contingency plan. The remarkable miracle elixir type, produced by the illustrious Tom, serves as a steadfast support. Tom is eternally trustworthy. I will resolve these matters, and I shall return all of your students, without exception. Yumu's gaze was fiercely fixed upon the White Queen's eyes, imbued with an unmistakable aggression. He caressed the ring of Ain's-Ul gown on his hand and asserted resolutely, "Indeed, this is my offer. My condition is simply you. I grant you 10 seconds to contemplate, to demonstrate my sincerity." Rising to his feet, he channeled his strength and formed a sword gesture with his hands. A blade of thunder, infused with the legacy of the Sword Saint and the power of the Thunder Sorcerer, burst forth from his fingertips, instantly piercing through the blade of an ice-breaking machine 5 meters away, leaving behind a small, molten hole. The unease and confusion that had plagued Emma Frost dissipated with the passage of this sword chi. In shock, she exclaimed, "You are from the Kunlun Sacred Land?" In her understanding, only those from the 7 celestial cities wielded such incomprehensible power. A sudden heat ignited within her. Perhaps there was indeed a glimmer of hope for her students. The Sentinels, designed for the sole purpose of combating mutants, could truly only be overcome through external force. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, Emma Frost could only wonder when another might arise. She could afford to wait, but the children in the mutant research facility could not. Delaying further would endanger their lives. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, Emma Frost, amidst her intense internal struggle, finally sighed and gazed earnestly at Yumu, declaring, "I can agree to your terms. If you can rescue my students, I will do whatever it takes. Welcome to my team, Ms. Frost." Yumu replied with a radiant smile. He held out 2 elegantly crafted wine glasses filled with red wine, offering one to the White Queen. They exchanged knowing smiles and drank heartily. Observing the White Queen, who had shed her despondency, Yumu seized the opportunity to invite her to the evening's banquet. "Since we are now allies, we have a gathering tonight. Might I have the honor of your presence, Ms. Frost? It would be a wonderful chance for everyone to get acquainted and strengthen our bonds." This presented an opportunity to introduce Emma Frost to the others, as well as to bridge the gap between her and his circle. At last, a mutant has emerged within his sphere. This dinner also serves as an opportunity to discuss the offensive against the military's clandestine mutant experimentation facility. Yumu harbors no vendetta against mutants. He recognizes that both humans and mutants can embody virtue or vice. Moreover, the positions of good and evil are perpetually in flux. Identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the human heart. As long as the heart strives for goodness, Yumu believes it is worthy of understanding. Rescuing those innocent young mutants is, in his eyes, a noble act. The White Queen, Emma, chuckled behind her hand. "Are you attempting to woo me?" Yumu replied with a playful smirk. "Is this your method of flirting with handsome men? How kitsch. I'm not so easily pursued." "Well then," Emma nodded in agreement, "no problem. I shall take this chance to see who associates with you. By the way, after all this time, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Yumu, the shepherd of the gods." As the clock struck 8:30 in the evening, the Hero Mercenary Company's escort team arrived in Washington to collect the task-related serum. They drove a specialized armored vehicle, encountering minimal danger on their journey to New York. Whether it was a rival of Osborne Industries or someone else entirely, they faced numerous obstacles along the way, with minor antagonists appearing one after another. Inside the vehicle, Jessica could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, "Are escort missions always this perilous? We've been halted 8 times. I can't comprehend it." Luke, behind the wheel, chuckled. "If the company assigns us tasks at this frequency, it won't be long before we achieve financial freedom. Becoming millionaires is no longer a dream. This statement ignited a fervor within William, who had already bonded with the trio and was thrilled to learn that his new companions were members of the Defenders, the renowned vigilante organization from Hell's Kitchen. We're almost there. What plans do you have for tonight? Jessica proposed a feast to celebrate the successful completion of their first mission. I'm in. Me too. Count me in. Meanwhile, atop a tall building in Harlem, the Green Goblin stood on his glider, watching the escort vehicle below and chuckling to himself. Indeed, he intended to deliberately vex the hero mercenary company. He had no intention of joining them, but was equally unwilling to allow them to establish their company without difficulty. He felt as though he had discovered an amusing toy and could not resist the urge to destroy it. Such was his boredom. Chapter 0042. The Green Goblin's Marvelous Adventure. The escort team calls for help. Little did you expect that I would set so many obstacles along the way merely to lower your guard. I can hardly wait to witness the demise of the precious serum you have worked so hard to protect. Suffer. Weep. Only through such torment can I find delight. It is the ultimate honor. The Green Goblin stood atop his flying apparatus, a fierce gust accompanying him as he plunged toward the escort team below. Tremble mortals! In the blink of an eye, he soared above 125th Street, the designated route of the escort. His appearance sent the pedestrians into a frenzy of screams. The Green Goblin. Indeed, flee everyone. Wherever the Green Goblin treads, death follows. He paid no heed to the chaos beneath. In days past, he would have effortlessly unleashed a pumpkin bomb. However, as he gazed at the approaching transport vehicle in the distance, he allowed the insolence of the pedestrians to go unpunished. Wait, something feels amiss. What are military personnel doing here? The Green Goblin's inquisitive eyes fell upon the soldiers communicating via their radios below. Sir, we have a situation. The Green Goblin has unexpectedly appeared at the mission site, requesting instructions. An aged voice crackled through the radio, commanding, eliminate him on the spot. Before the words had fully faded, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from a nearby street, hurtling toward the Green Goblin. A jolt of alarm coursed through him as he swiftly adjusted the direction of his glider, narrowly avoiding disaster. That was close. I almost faced annihilation, he mused with self-deprecation. His emerald gaze shifted toward the source of the assault. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed like a primordial giant beating a drum. Before him loomed a grotesque figure, covered in bone spikes and oozing with pus and blood. The abomination had arrived. Hulk, hunk. Come forth and face me. A powerful sonic wave erupted from its mouth. Fortunately, the pandemonium caused by the Green Goblin's presence sent the street's inhabitants fleeing in terror, leaving him suspended alone in the air, locked in the frenzied gaze of the abomination. Green Goblin. The goblin must die. The Minotaur must perish. The Green Goblin felt a surge of indignation. It was unclear which of the abomination's words had struck a nerve. With a sudden twist of his glider, he launched 3 pumpkin bombs directly at the monster. Boom! 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 In an instant, the abomination was engulfed in flames. However, before the Green Goblin could revel in his triumph, he witnessed the abomination emerge unscathed from the inferno. With a powerful leap, it propelled itself toward him. The Green Goblin stiffened, locking eyes with the creature's terrifying gaze. Bang! In a flash, the abomination delivered a devastating punch, sending the Green Goblin hurtling into the distance. Vanishing from sight. Pathetic. The abomination scoffed, landing with disdain and rubbing its hands together. It could not afford to be tainted by the genes of the weak. At the far end of 125th Street, the escort team chatted leisurely. Suddenly, a green streak, akin to a shooting star, zipped past above their transport vehicle. Am I seeing things? I believe I just witnessed a green meteor streaking by, Luke remarked, momentarily taken aback. A green meteor? You certainly have a flair for the dramatic. Are you implying something? Chuckled the Moonlight Knight Mark, casting a knowing glance at Jessica across the way. He was well aware that the two had shared an intimate encounter. Luke, Jessica, Luke. Just as Luke was about to voice his thoughts, he suddenly froze, his expression darkening. Everyone, we are in trouble. The group paused, looking through the car window to see a giant relentlessly pursuing a reversing armored vehicle. Luke attempted to back away, but the speeding vehicle behind him was invisible, and he couldn't halt in time. Bang, bang, bang. A cascade of vehicular mishaps ensued. At the villa base, a lavish banquet was in full swing. Yumu, White Queen Emma, Ghost Spider Gwen, Black Cat Felicia, Punisher Frank, Dr. Mobius, the Beast of Shame, Spirit Butterfly, Vengeance, and Natasha were all relishing the exquisite cuisine. Yumu raises glass, declaring, Tony is en route. Once he arrives, our gathering will be complete. Allow me to introduce this lady, the White Queen Emma, who from this day forth shall be one of us. Gwen, unable to contain her curiosity about the stunning woman, adorably covered her mouth in astonishment. The White Queen? The very same from the Hellfire Club? The one of unparalleled strength among mutants? Goodness, Igrekumu. You managed to bring her here. Pray tell, did you engage in some covert dealings during my school days? Haha, don't rush. I shall disclose everything. Not just Gwen, but the others were equally familiar with the illustrious name of White Queen Emma. She was a prominent figure within the apex mutant organization, the Hellfire Club. They gazed in awe at Emma, realizing that her icy, noble demeanor was entirely fitting. Mobius couldn't help but internally critique, why do I sense an imbalance of power? Does Yumu harbor some undisclosed preference for surrounding himself with women of diverse allure? If there weren't any men in the group, I might draw a definitive conclusion. Yumu must have some peculiar inclinations. Fortunately, Yumu lacked telepathy. Otherwise, he would impart a lesson to Mobius about the perils of speaking one's mind. Was he truly that kind of person? Accidents, merely accidents. As the conversation flowed, the Red Queen's figure abruptly materialized. The petite girl wore a grave expression. Master Trouble. The escort team has reported an incident. They cannot reach the designated location within the agreed time frame. There has been a mission failure, invoking compensation for the task's risks. A request for additional personnel has been submitted. The Red Queen gestured with her hand. A luminous screen manifested before the gathered crowd, displaying the real-time scene of 125th Street. Within the frame, 3 colossal titans were engaged in a fierce battle, one clad in green, another in yellow, and a third made of sand. These were none other than the Hulk, the Abomination, and Sandman, William, transformed into a sandy giant. Above, a red armored mech unleashed a barrage of firepower to shield Sandman, relentlessly attacking the Hulk and the Abomination. Witnessing the spectacle, Yumu was left utterly speechless. No. How did you esteemed gentlemen come together? Are you playing Mahjong? Chapter 0043. The man with the smiling mask takes action. The Green Goblin returns. 1. In Harlem. On 125th Street, an extraordinarily intense battle raged on. The Abomination, Hulk, Sandman William, and Iron Man Tony were embroiled in a breathtaking confrontation. Furthermore, this clash was being broadcast live over the internet. On the periphery of the battlefield, white energy formations flickered. Yumu arrived via the Ring of Enzulgan. At that moment, he donned a white, smiling mask, reminiscent of the regalia of power. None of the combatants revealed their true identities, if he were to appear barefaced. How would it maintain their formation? A jest, of course. The truth was, the risk of exposure in such a bustling area was far too great. He had no desire to become a celebrity, especially with the title of a level 10 fugitive from S.H.E.L.D. still looming over him. His gaze quickly fell upon the trio of the defenders not far away, who were gazing in awe at the fierce battle, utterly unable to intervene. Mark lamented, indeed. We are mere novices, aren't we? Our new teammates are simply extraordinary. Luke countered, Mark, you needn't belittle yourself. You stand behind a being of divine power. We are the true rookies. Enough of this. Focus on the mission, Jessica exclaimed, pointing at the armored vehicle at the center of the battlefield. Inside, a large crate of potions awaited. Jessica sensed the palpable malevolence of Osborne Industries. It was no wonder they were transporting a crate as tall as a person. Should an unexpected situation arise, moving it would be exceedingly difficult. Ignoring the 2 slackers, Jessica mused, fortunately, William is incredibly powerful. He provided us with time to escape during the initial onslaught and safeguarded the potions. Otherwise, this mission would have been a total failure. But now what? We can't retrieve the items, and the mission is still doomed. A voice suddenly emerged behind the trio. The mission items are in the vehicle. Startled by the unexpected voice, they turned to find it was Yumu. Boss, you're here, Jessica exclaimed with delight. Looking at Yumu, who wore the smiling mask, she anxiously replied, yes. The potions for this mission are indeed in the vehicle. Now, with less than 20 minutes remaining until the deadline agreed upon with Osborne Industries, we must devise a solution, or we will be unable to deliver the goods. We will incur penalties. Yumu gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, do not worry, since I am here. I shall take care of it. This task will be accomplished flawlessly. As for the origins of this predicament, Yumu had lost interest in the matter. Although Tony's arrival surprised him, it was likely that he stumbled upon this situation en route to the banquet. Given Tony's character, he would not turn a blind eye, especially when involved Yumu's company. Yumu quietly observed the distant battlefield. He watched Hulk delivering powerful blows and a loathsome abomination engaging in fierce combat. He noticed William, the Sandman, whose physical attacks proved ineffective, and Tony, who intermittently unleashed firepower from the skies. In his mind, he had already established a standard. Hulk's current strength was estimated to be around 1,000 tons, and it continued to rise as the battle raged on. It was time to summon the divine. Yumu produced a bottle of Tom's brand powerful rodenticide and downed it in one gulp. Previously, when his physical condition was subpar, he had attained a strength of 10,000 tons. Now, with his physique improved tenfold, how much could he elevate his power? High above New York, aboard a helicopter, a voice filled with frustration erupted. Damn it! What on earth is happening? How did this Sandman and Ironclad come here? General Ross's face was contorted with rage. This was intolerable. The presence of one abomination was already beyond his expectations, and now the addition of two more combatants had escalated the battlefield's volatility. He could not allow the conflict to expand further. Otherwise, the military's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Meanwhile, online, news of the battle on 125th Street in Harlem was flooding in. Just as Ross prayed that Banner could resolve the crisis, he suddenly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. On the live broadcast of the battlefield, an unexpected guest appeared, a mysterious figure wearing a smiling mask and casual attire, strolling unperturbed towards the combatants amidst the chaos. This enigmatic individual was clearly no ordinary person. Ross shut his eyes in despair. It was over. It was all over. He had unwittingly unleashed the denizens of New York's underworld. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to fruition. As a military general, Ross was acutely aware of the world's inherent dangers. Mutants, inhumans, and various monsters born from serendipitous circumstances. The current street battlefield resembled a dark vortex, exuding an insatiable magnetic pull, attracting those who were different and shunned by society. Ross's suspicions had proven correct. The current battlefield on 125th Street has captivated millions of viewers, including those endowed with extraordinary abilities. On the periphery of the battlefield, a clandestine congregation of enigmatic figures has silently gathered. In the center of the fray, Yumu steps onto the battlefield without the slightest hesitation, disregarding the terrifying white shockwaves unleashed by the clashing Hulk and Abomination. From the outskirts, he swiftly approaches the transport vehicle, which has suffered minimal damage under the protection of Sandman William. With deliberate strides, he reaches the most intense edge of the battleground, extending his hand to block the iron fist of Abomination. With a casual swipe, he sends Abomination soaring away as if swatting a mere insect. A few steps further, he finds Hulk standing before him. Raising his hand, he seizes Hulk's ankle and hurls him towards Abomination. The two engage in a fierce collision, embracing in a tumultuous embrace. In just a few steps, Yumu stands before the colossal figure formed by Sandman William and calmly declares, "I have come to fulfill the final task. You may rest now, William." In mere seconds, the tumultuous battlefield falls into an eerie silence, brought to an abrupt halt by Yumu's intervention. Tony descends from the sky, unexpectedly encountering Igrekumu. Having spent considerable time with him, Tony recognizes him instantly, despite the mask obscuring his features. Suppressing his shock, Tony reflects on how the two titans, who had once posed insurmountable challenges, now appear as helpless as infants, toyed with by Yumu. The sudden turn of events and the abrupt cessation of combat leave Tony at a loss for expression. Thankfully, the armored suit conceals his face, allowing him to mask his astonishment. Good news, the boss has arrived. Bad news, the show is over, Tony exclaims, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Yumu's smiling visage. Yumu nods in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, I have come. I will handle matters here, and we shall converse over dinner later." Upon hearing Yumu's voice, Sandman William immediately recognizes the masked figure before him as the formidable Yumu, his current employer. Relinquishing his steadfast guard over the transport vehicle, Yumu acts without hesitation, lifting the vehicle with one hand before disappearing in a flash of white light. His intention is to deliver the serum to Osborne Industries and fulfill his mission before addressing the remaining issues. Meanwhile, the trio of spectators, who had been observing the battle from a close distance, are utterly astonished. Mark turns to Moon God Kong Su and inquires, Kong Su, the boss's strength has become increasingly terrifying. I can no longer comprehend his power. Can you, as a deity, discern it? Moon God Kong Su manifests beside Mark. Remaining silent for a moment before responding, it is often said that a mortal can stand shoulder to shoulder with a deity. Your boss, however, has taken it a step further, able to defy the divine with his mortal form. Ordinary deities are no match for a master like you. Behold, I shall now perform a song titled Wishing Good Fortune for a Lifetime for Everyone. Chapter 0044. The Man in the Smiling Mask takes action. The Green Goblin returns. Part 2. Outside the battlefield. The moonlight night. Mark felt a tremor within his heart. An inexplicable sense of winning the lottery washed over him. A feeling of connection with those around him blossomed. If life is indeed a gamble, then the hardships of the past have led to the fortune of the present. Is our master a monster? Luke swallowed hard. He believed his power was considerable, yet the earlier scene revealed the insurmountable gap between himself and true strength. Jessica sat down in disbelief. Now, I finally understand why our master dares to run a hero recruitment agency. Her voice trembled. With such power, what task could possibly be unachievable? The three exchanged glances, each reading shock in the other's eyes. They finally comprehended the nature of the being they followed. On the fiercely contested battlefield, a moment of silence descended due to Yu Mu's actions. Tony, Sandman, Hulk, and Abomination were momentarily interrupted by Yu Mu's sudden appearance. His unpredictable style rendered them bewildered. Abomination kicked Hulk off himself in disdain, his entire focus drawn to Yu Mu. That strike was terrifyingly inhuman. Resistance was utterly futile. Where are the people? Where are they? Abomination raged, his eyes fixated on the spot where Yu Mu had vanished, his chest heaving with fury, nearly bursting from the pressure. Consider this. In the midst of a fierce battle with your arch-nemesis, someone arrives on the scene, delivers a slap, and then turns to leave, disappearing without a trace. How infuriating is that? Yet by the time one regains composure, the culprit has already fled. This is Abomination's personal experience. He wished to unleash his wrath, but found no perpetrator. Possessing immense power yet rendered impotent, he could only roar in frustration. Who dares? Abomination's voice erupted in an intense roar, generating powerful sound waves that shattered the glass of buildings lining the street. Hulk, from a distance, stood up and shook his head. Even now, he struggled to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, regardless of the opponent, he would charge forth. There is nothing that cannot be resolved through battle. If there were, it would be due to the battle ending too swiftly, depriving him of the time to gather his rage. If his adversary disregarded the rules of combat and afforded him even a moment to channel his fury, victory would inevitably be within reach. Through the Red Queen, Gwen, and others, far away at a villa hosting a banquet, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Yu Mu, who usually wore a cheerful demeanor, could evoke such a reaction. As soon as the action commenced, there was no hint of hesitation. A masterful exchange of blows revealed the truth of their prowess. Being superhumans, they were acutely aware of the terrifying strength represented by Yu Mu, who effortlessly lifted a vehicle with a single hand. The onlookers, both online and from a distance at the scene, stood in stunned silence. The previously surreal display of power was beyond their comprehension. What had they just witnessed? A man donning a smiling mask, lifting an armored transport vehicle with one hand? An extraordinary machine weighing several tons. One hand? What sort of absurdity was this? Had they not seen it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe such a spectacle. Given the government's information blackout, such exhilarating scenes could only be witnessed in films. These ordinary people had never encountered such thrilling events in reality. By heavens, what manner of creature is this? That punch that sent the hideous yellow giant flying. Surely I did not missee? Goodness, this is even more thrilling than watching an adult film. I feel invigorated. Perhaps I can join the ranks of those who abstain from indulgence through this video. So, who exactly is this individual behind the smiling mask? The livestream comments flooded in with fervor, while the spectators at the scene fell collectively silent. They had borne witness to a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. The overwhelming power exhibited by Yu Mu sent shivers through the souls of those observing the battle. Such a sense of dread could not be conveyed through the internet. Only by being present could one truly grasp the weight of the masked figure's capabilities. In the sky, General Ross' expression had turned a ghastly shade of pale. Who was this masked figure? His voice trembled, not from fear, but from a profound rage. General, based on the analysis of the situation, this individual's power level. The 8S words were abruptly cut off by General Ross's furious interruption. I do not wish to hear any analysis. I demand to know who he is. This man could ruin me. General Ross's gaze was fixated on the battlefield below. He realized that the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. What began as a simple operation to capture the Hulk had transformed into what? A grand gathering of superpowered beings? Meanwhile, Yumu placed the damaged armored vehicle on the ground, much to the astonishment of the Osborne Industries personnel, confirming that the test substance was accurate and the delivery was timely. With that, Yumu vanished once more. On 125th Street in Harlem, after Yumu's departure, Hulk and Tony, along with their companions, rekindled their fighting spirit and resumed the battle. Outside, as the conflict continued to unfold, countless heroes and villains gathered in the shadows. The first to arrive were the entire team of the Fantastic Four, who resided in New York. Following a heartbreak, Spider-Man Peter finds himself once again ensnared by the throes of love. The Electric Man, Captain Steve, the Mutant Beast Hank, and the ever-elusive Mystique Raven lurk in the shadows of New York's sanctuary, where the Ancient One, the Master of Sorcery, inspects the magical defenses to ensure their proper functioning. A piercing green light streaks across the night sky, accompanied by maniacal laughter that shatters the fragile equilibrium of the battlefield. The Green Goblin, riding upon his glider, makes his triumphant return, eliciting astonishment from all who behold him. His gaze is fixed intently on the abomination below. This monster shall taste the bitterness of a fall, for he has long been haunted by the phrase, "Goblin, the Minotaur must die," a refrain that reverberates incessantly in his mind. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Did he think the Goblin Slayer had not crossed his path? How dare he label him as a lowly, imbecilic creature? A grotesque race conjured by the Creator in a moment of folly? Could he endure such an affront? Certainly not. This is not merely a humiliation. It is a degradation of his madness and terror into a mere jest. Everything he embodies goes unacknowledged. Now he has resolved to demonstrate what the true Goblin King embodies. With a snap, the glider erupts in a barrage of firepower. Simultaneously, the Green Goblin's hands are in constant motion, launching an array of specialized weapons. Pumpkin bombs, sonic needles, chemical gas grenades, charged impact bombs, and razor bats, all unleashed in an instant, striking the abomination that dares to disregard him. Beef. Oh, Brutuscavoda. Explosions erupt, casting forth bizarre, colorful mists. The purple haze is a potent paralysis gas, the yellow one a hallucinogenic toxin, and the green, a specially concocted smoke that induces profound slumber. At that moment, blinding light, deadly poison, sound waves, and plasma converge upon the abomination. The earth trembles beneath the onslaught. Shockwaves send debris from surrounding cars and the shattered glass of buildings flying, reducing them to mere dust. The asphalt melts under the intensity, transforming into a quagmire. At last, the attention of the onlookers is drawn to the Green Goblin. On the battlefield, sigils gather, and a radiant light descends. Yumu reappears, surveying the scene, and upon spotting the Green Goblin in the sky, a moment of clarity dawns upon him. He comprehends how this calamity unfolded. All of it, a consequence of his own actions. Damn it, Yumu realizes. It was his establishment of the Hero Employment Agency that attracted the Green Goblin's interest, leading to the ensuing chaos. The Sandman's presence here is also due to him. Tony's attendance at the gathering is a result of his own orchestration. Thus, he concludes, having searched far and wide, this mess is all because of me? This insane world. Yumu sensed that the power of the potion was dwindling. With only 3 minutes remaining, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon several distant figures. Seizing the opportunity while the power lasted, he resolved to eliminate this troublesome lot once and for all. Iron Man, Tony, descended back beside Yumu. Tony inquired, "What shall we do about these nuisances?" As a newcomer to the extraordinary world, Tony was still uncertain how to tackle such matters. "Fear not, leave it to me." Igrecumuside, wishing for a pair of gauntlets at that moment. In his hand, the non-aggression transformed instantaneously into a shield form. He weighed it in his hand. It resembles a massive slab. It would suffice. A beastly roar erupted from the abomination's position. As the smoke dissipated, the abomination stood unscathed. No, that was incorrect. A half-meter long, slender wound marred its chest. The Green Goblin had actually wounded the abomination. Despite the abomination's formidable nature, it had incurred some damage from the Green Goblin's relentless assault. Moreover, the inhalation of copious amounts of chemicals ignited a searing pain within the abomination's lungs. To force such a creature into this state with mere mortal means and technological prowess, the Green Goblin indeed proved to be a formidable opponent. However, the far sincere, with a single step, Yu Mu's presence cracked the ground beneath him, and his body vanished in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared before the abomination. The shield in Yu Mu's hand enlarged rapidly before the abomination, striking down like a frenzied brick. Bang, bang, bang. With the first blow, the abomination staggered. With the second, it collapsed convulsing. With the third, its consciousness faded, and its visage was utterly disfigured. Under Yu Mu's superhuman strength, the abomination resembled Hulk after being mercilessly beaten by Thanos. No, it was even worse. Blow after blow, the abomination was reduced back to its original form, restoring its humanity. Amid the terrified gazes of onlookers, the seemingly invincible abomination was vanquished in a single move by the masked figure of Yu Mu. Following suit, Yu Mu approached the grim-faced, warily vigilant Hulk. A single shield strike ensued. Bang, bang, bang. Amid Hulk's agonizing roars, Banner 2 was stripped of his monstrous guise. Outside the battlefield, Mr. Fantastic Reed appeared troubled. The scene before him was exceedingly brutal. Two giants were being mercilessly battered by a single human, as if in a cruel game of bullying. Reed suddenly turned to the thing beside him and said, Ben, you are quite familiar with strength. How do the Green Giant and the Abomination compare to you? The Stone Man paused for a moment, surveying the dilapidated street before him, and remarked with a hint of bitterness, the strength of these two giants far surpasses my own. Yet it remains within the realm of my understanding. However, the power that this enigmatic entity, capable of effortlessly defeating them, possesses is beyond my comprehension. I cannot fathom it. All I can say is that this smiling mass before me is terrifying, far more than you can imagine. In my recollection, entities that exceed my understanding include the likes of Hyberlin and Captain Blue. Today, yet another mysterious figure has entered this esteemed list. Chapter 0045, the fame resounding in New York. The explosive rise of the smiling face. Even you hold him in such high regard. Just how formidable is this mysterious individual's power? Reed Richards, the fantastic Mr. Fantastic, wore a look of astonishment. It was unexpected that the powerhouse within our team would hold this mysterious figure in such esteem. What is there to fear? Exclaimed Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, with a nonchalant expression. As long as we stand together, what danger can we not overcome? We are invincible. Nearby, Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, remained fixated on the battlefield. She observed as the mysterious figure conjured a rectangular weapon that, through an enigmatic transformation, morphed into a strangely shaped longsword. With a swift slash towards the heavens, a white blade of energy was unleashed, resembling a radiant crescent moon. In an instant, it struck the hovering aircraft beneath the Green Goblin. The mysterious individual's control over his power was impeccable. After obliterating the aircraft, the energy dissipated without inflicting harm upon the Green Goblin. Only the Goblin, in his astonishment, plummeted to the ground with a dreadful scream. What kind of ability is this? Susan gasped, covering her mouth in awe. The force seemed unlike any known superpower, distinct from all recognized abilities. The only similar power appeared to stem from the mysterious martial arts of the Eastern Realm, specifically the 7 great heavenly cities that cultivate Chi. As Susan understood, there was currently an active hero in New York, Iron Fist, who harnessed this mysterious energy of Chi. However, his capabilities were far below the level of this enigmatic individual. Not only in terms of power display, but also in control, the disparity was immense. She exclaimed in astonishment. This person is incredibly strong. In the central battlefield, Yu Mu gradually sheathed his sword. With a single move, long rainbow piercing the sun, he had swiftly concluded the battle. Against an opponent like the Green Goblin, He did not even need to exert himself. After all, in his current state, enhanced by substances, Yumu could easily humiliate the likes of Hulk and the grotesque abomination. The fallen phoenix was no more than a mere chicken. With the loss of his aircraft, the Green Goblin's threat had diminished significantly. Just as he contemplated resistance, a red serpent ensnared him, binding him tightly. Damn it, what is this thing? The Green Goblin struggled against his bonds, but the mechanism crafted from vibranium, known as the Crimson Serpent, was clearly beyond his means to escape. Observing the capture of several dangerous individuals, Yumu instructed his companion, Sandman William, to escort the Green Goblin, Banner, and Blonsky to the villa base. He then cast a sweeping glance around the surroundings. With the extraordinary vision bestowed by the viral injection, I discerned numerous familiar yet unfamiliar figures on the periphery of the battlefield. The Fantastic Four, Spider-Man Peter, and Electro. Wait, what is this? A fiery-skinned skeleton clad in leather has intruded. A profound silence enveloped the scene, for the reappearance of this enigmatic figure was utterly terrifying and gruesome. Two superhuman giants fell victim to his most vicious techniques, each strike landing with brutal force, rendering them unconscious. The subsequent wave of sword energy sent shivers through the hearts of all present. Little did they anticipate that sheer physical might was not the pinnacle of his prowess. Neither the spectators watching the live stream, nor the onlookers, heroes, or villains at the scene uttered a word. The battle transpired with astonishing rapidity, unfolding in less than a minute. The emergence of Yumu brought this calamity to a definitive end. Whether it was the Hulk, the loathsome abomination, or Yumu's terrifying strength, all were profoundly shaken, imprinting his smiling visage into their memories. Was this the power humanity could wield? Through the frigid screen, those watching the live broadcast seemed to share in the despair of Hulk and Abomination, especially in light of Yumu's nonchalant demeanor, as if he were merely disposing of a few bothersome pieces of refuse by the roadside. This indifference instilled a deeper chill than sheer violence ever could. At that moment, the silence before millions of screens across the globe erupted instantaneously. The barrage of comments in the live stream, having paused for several seconds, exploded into a frenzy. What just happened? Did my computer freeze? Am I blind? Did he strike the giant with a gigantic shield, akin to a brick? The brutality of that scene was so overwhelming, I could hardly bear to watch. I'm so exhilarated I could leap from my seat. This is true power. This is the absolute aesthetic of violence. Did you see the despair in the eyes of those two giants at the end? A beam of light, a white sword energy. Did you not see? One strike cleaved the flying vehicle, and the individual landed unscathed. What kind of divine maneuver is this? Who on earth is this person? When did New York harbor such an ultimate being? I've noted the emblem of the smiling mask. From now on, I will steer clear of anyone wearing it. This transcends the question of strength. He cannot possibly belong to the human species, can he? I declare, from this day forth, I'm the foremost fan of the smiling mask. Absolutely magnificent, ruthlessly decisive. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. I stand with smiling brother. A new king has been born, and we remain unaware of his name. The torrent of comments relentlessly reshaped everyone's understanding. The shock at the scene was even more palpable. Spider-Man Peter's spider sense was continuously triggered, warning him of the extraordinary danger posed by the figure before him, urging him to steer clear. As they watched the live broadcast, Gwen and her companions sat in disbelief, their mouths agape. The stone man felt a tremor in his heart, realizing he had underestimated the situation. His previous assertions were not entirely accurate. The mysterious figure was even more ruthless than Captain Banshee and Hyborian. For the first time, Johnny Storm found himself engulfed in confusion, questioning whether their team could truly contend with this enigmatic adversary. The mysterious one's combat style was strikingly decisive, starkly contrasting with the lackluster performances of the Fantastic Four, which felt as unsatisfactory as an unfinished task. General Ross slumped in despair in his aircraft seat, utterly hopeless. Even his invincible representative, the Hulk, had succumbed to defeat. What was there left to fight for? These extraordinarily gifted beings were truly disheartening and infuriating. How was he to reclaim Banner now? Ross was engulfed in uncertainty. Eliminating the monster was a positive outcome, yet Banner had been caught in the fray as well. Who else on site could possibly stand a chance against this mysterious figure? True brothers do not concern themselves with wealth or poverty. Only Tony Stark's boisterous laughter echoed through the venue, his joy resonating across the space. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride as the anger directed at Hulk and the abomination dissipated. This was Yumu. This was his dear brother. Was this the true extent of their leader's power? If only he possessed such strength, money would be a trivial matter. William, the Sandman, stared vacantly at Yumu, who stood poised with a long sword in the distance, suddenly recalling his decision to join the hero's mercenary company. Initially, he had deemed Yumu arrogant for issuing an invitation to everyone present at the docks. However, it was clear now that he had underestimated this individual. He understood that from this moment forward, the hero's mercenary company would gain notoriety in New York's underground, and even in the broader world. Had he not joined early on, he might have missed the opportunity altogether. Future entry requirements would undoubtedly be far more stringent. He had seized a pivotal moment in the company's nascent stage. He was set to profit immensely. Chapter 0046, Threatening Ross. The tadpole returns from the world of Journey to the West. At the villa base, the White Queen, witnessing Yumu's combat prowess for the first time, was profoundly shaken. This cold beauty finally recognized the terror of Yumu. Emma Frost's chest heaved with intensity, her gaze entranced. This battle was not at all comparable to Yumu's earlier display of the bar. With newfound confidence, she believed that under Yumu's leadership, they could vanquish the initial Sentinel threat and liberate the students once and for all. Now, her priority was to act swiftly to rescue the students. The sooner they could depart, the sooner her beloved students would be freed from the mutant experimentation facility. The battlefield lay in ruins, streets ravaged, flames soaring into the sky. This, too, is the result of Yumu's meticulous restraint. He gazed at the unconscious Banner and Blonsky, indifferent to their fates. To others, the Hulk and Abomination symbolized destruction, an embodiment of rage, a failure of experimentation, and a monster born of human avarice. Yet for Yumu, they are merely pawns to be manipulated at will. Accumulating anger for the Hulk? Surely, only the fools of Marvel would entertain such a notion. In battle, to act with deliberation and await the opponent's gradual eruption of latent power. What absurdity, what naive intellect. As he sensed the diminishing effects of the serum, Yumu emerged from his drug-induced state of mind. Presently, he still required the substance to maintain his strength. However, with the increasing treasures brought back by the frog spawn from across the realms, there would come a day when he could suppress the Hulk with a mere flick of his wrist, without reliance on the serum. There was one final task to complete before he could return to revelry with Tony. Yumu looked up at the helicopter hovering above, as a white teleportation array shimmered into existence. In the next moment, he found himself before a shocked Ross and a worried Betty, who fretted over Banner's well-being. How did he arrive here? Ross was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend it. Yumu wasted no time, stating plainly, Ross, from this day forth, do not disturb Banner. Should I learn that the abomination below is your doing, it will be your end. Do you desire power, yet lack the courage to test your hypotheses? Would you dare use yourself as a subject to validate your theories? After delivering this ultimatum, Yumu dismissed Ross entirely and turned his attention to Betty. Madam, I shall take Banner with me. Rest assured, he shall be safe in my care. I shall even address his issues, ensuring that when you two are intimate, you need not fear his sudden transformation. A small portion of Betty's anxiety eased, yet the greater part remained, a lingering sorrow over the impending separation from her beloved. Perceiving her distress, Yumu offered reassurance. If all proceeds smoothly, it will not be long before you see him again. Within a month, at most 6 months. Dream of the future, for henceforth, no one shall obstruct your love for Banner. Upon uttering these words, Yumu utilized his ability to gauge emotions, confirming that Ross had indeed absorbed his message, albeit struggling to accept this new reality. As the array pulsed with energy, Yumu vanished amidst Ross's silence. With the chaos of battle dissipated, Yumu and Tony returned to their villa base to indulge in a celebratory feast. The Sandman and the trio of defenders transported the trapped individuals to the basement and took their leave. The four of them, clutching $50,000, prepared to feast heartily in celebration. During the banquet, alongside drinking and jovial conversations, Yumu also recounted his agreement with the White Queen, Emma, elucidating the sequence of events that led to this moment. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Gwen was the first to voice her outrage, exclaiming in disbelief that someone would dare to experiment on minors. Regardless of whether it was the military, such actions constituted crime. If no one else would intervene, she felt compelled to take action herself. Tony furrowed his brow, astonished by the dark underbelly of modern society that remained hidden from the public eye. Mobius asserted that he would be the first to act, having long harbored discontent towards the military. Natasha's expression turned icy in an instant. Having undergone rigorous training in the Red Room, she was particularly sensitive to such incidents. The military's inhumane experiments on underage mutants carried a significant risk of unforeseen consequences and casualties. Frank, the Punisher, remained silent, drawing his Tom revolver to convey his stance through action. Beasts, Spirit Butterfly, and Revenge all aligned with Mu, expressing no dissent. Thus, the decision was made. There was no time to waste. The sooner they set out, the sooner they could liberate the students from their nightmare. Mu surveyed the group, solidifying the plan for the rescue mission. Suddenly, he was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected notification. His frog companion had returned from the world of Journey to the West, bringing back a special product. Slightly inebriated, Mu felt a rush of excitement. The frog's return was timely indeed. It seemed to be a significant contribution to his grand endeavors. As the banquet concluded and the others departed, Mu found himself alone in the backyard. Without hesitation, he accessed the system and clicked on special products to investigate. Peach of Immortality from S.H.I.E.L.D, a special product from the world of Journey to the West, ripening once every 3,000 years. Note, this is an immature peach of immortality, relatively small in size, having grown for 1,800 years, having been prematurely picked. It has lost its efficacy for attaining immortality. However, it still possesses formidable effects, granting the consumer a semblance of divine appearance and exceptional talents. Goodness! Did the frog unearth the Queen Mother's prized possession? Mu pondered. Yet, upon reading the information about its immaturity, he sighed in disappointment. What a pity! It was not a mature peach. Nevertheless, Mu's feelings were not tinged with dissatisfaction. After all, without his frog, he would never have had the opportunity to taste such a delicacy in his lifetime. Countless individuals longed for such a fruit, yet had no chance to experience it. The peach of immortality was renowned in the world of Journey to the West. Common peaches ripened every 3,000 years, with effects unknown. Superior peaches ripened every 6,000 years, with effects unknown. Extraordinary peaches ripened every 9,000 years, reserved solely for the ruler of the heavens, their effects remaining a mystery. At this stage, the peach of immortality was indeed the finest item available to him, without exception. Upon consumption, it would grant him a semblance of divinity and exceptional talents. What if the frog were to venture into martial worlds or other realms of cultivation and bring back techniques for him? With this peach in hand, he would no longer have to worry about insufficient talent or slow progress in his training. With that thought, he closed the interface, observing the frog fervently penning a diary. Yumu refrained from interrupting. He selected the item, Yaoqi Pan Tao, and clicked the icon, prompting a notification. Would you like to retrieve the Yaoqi Pan Tao? Yes. Upon completion of the click, a flash of brilliance enveloped him, and the Yaoqi Pan Tao appeared in his hand, its weight noticeably shifting. Truly, it was the Yaoqi Pan Tao. The fruit boasted a vibrant hue and an intoxicating aroma. Its surface shimmered intermittently with ethereal light, exuding an extraordinary essence. Yumu opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. Juice splattered as it dissolved instantly upon contact. With several satisfying chews, the peach settled in his stomach. Yumu felt a surge of warmth continuously emanating within him, creating an unparalleled comfort, far exceeding that of any massage. The transformation brought forth by the peach was devoid of agony, incomparable to any viral concoction. He could sense that after consuming the peach, an invisible hammer was relentlessly solidifying and refining his physical attributes. Thud, thud, thud. This was the sound of his foundation being polished and elevated. The Pan Tao fundamentally altered the potential of his body. The internal energy inherited from the Sword Saint's legacy merged with the Kunlun cultivation technique, resulting in a newly formed essence. Under the constraints of the human body, he had reached his zenith, with no further room for enhancement. However, as his foundation continued to be refined, the once insurmountable essence began to revitalize. At an indeterminate moment, a resounding explosion occurred. Yumu's human limits were shattered. The the shackles binding him to human energy cultivation disintegrating layer by layer. Energy surged ceaselessly from within him. Yumu became the first, and possibly the only, individual in the world free from the terrifying constraints of bottlenecks in energy cultivation. This was the boundless potential bestowed by the Pan-Tao, a gift of false immortality. Simultaneously, the astounding effects of the Pan-Tao continued to unfold. Yumu was astonished to discover that the peach, which merely promised enhanced qualifications and longevity, also imparted a terrifying increase in strength. Should anyone assert that the Pan-Tao solely extends life, he would be quick to contest them. After all, he was the man who had consumed the Pan-Tao, unlike those unscrupulous sellers who boastfully peddle counterfeit goods. He possessed the most authentic authority to speak on the matter. The Pan-Tao was indeed a rare treasure that fortuitously augmented the strength of its user. Nevertheless, Yumu pondered whether it was his own inadequate strength or the Pan-Tao's overwhelming potency that led to such effects. Even a mere premature Pan-Tao left him with the sensation of having consumed a grand elixir that elevated his cultivation, despite never having experienced it before. Ultimately, the immense energy bestowed by the Pan-Tao converged within him. With a thunderous boom, it erupted explosively inside Yumu. In that fleeting moment, Yumu radiated a brilliant aura, as layers of impurities evaporated under the formidable power of the peach. His entire demeanor transformed, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Under the overwhelming force of the peach, his physique transitioned from an acquired body to an innate one. The circulation speed of his internal energy surged exponentially, far exceeding 100-fold. Consequently, his energy realm also experienced a breakthrough, reaching the innate realm. Chapter 0047, The Innate Realm of Martial Arts. Inform Wawa, Tomcat, and Tianyin of the visit. With a thunderous sound akin to the drums of the heavens, Yumu fully attained the innate realm. An immature peach propelled him to this state, shattering the shackles of his body. Remarkably, this was merely an early blooming peach from 1800 years ago, hardly noteworthy. One can only imagine the splendor if he were to consume an authentic 3,000-year peach, a 6,000-year peach, or a 9,000-year peach. The 10 realms of martial artists are as follows: unorthodox, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, celestial being, and void-shattering. Yumu's return to the innate state positioned him at the pinnacle of the food chain among Earth's elite. The subsequent master realm corresponds to the true zenith on Earth. Above me, there is no one. Below me, there are countless millions, such as the terrifying realm. The Grandmaster realm corresponds to the subcelestial father level. The celestial being realm corresponds to the celestial father level, a singular universe level. The void shattering corresponds to the multiverse and beyond. The innate realm is currently unparalleled in the Marvel Universe. Aside from the Iron Fist's legacy of martial arts, Yumu stands as the sole individual capable of transcending the Earth level without relying on the Iron Fist's power. In Marvel Comics, the peak inheritor of the Iron Fist, Wu Fengji from the Ming Dynasty, utilized the power of the dragon, later known as the Iron Fist, to disperse the power of the Phoenix. Of course, it cannot be overlooked that Wu Fengji was quite extraordinary. Prior to acquiring the dragon power, she was already endowed with the Phoenix power. Unlike the Iron Fist's Daniel, who is often regarded as the weakest Iron Fist and a disgrace to the legacy, the current strength of Yumu transcends mere energy. In his mind, he mused innate. Thus, this newfound power shall be termed the essence of the innate. Now, with the innate realm, Yumu stands as a paragon on Earth. This status is not solely due to the elevation of his foundation, but also because upon reaching the innate state, his spirit has been highly compressed. Although there are no techniques available for him to wield his spiritual power, even the mere capacity for passive defense renders him immune to nearly all forms of illusion and mental manipulation on Earth. As this chapter of gains concludes, Yumu has reaped substantial rewards. He is now, in the truest sense, a hexagonal warrior. Not only does he possess formidable physical strength, but the energy within him has also reached a pinnacle level. His power steadily ascends, firmly establishing him at the apex of Earth's elite. It will not be long before he stands on equal ground with the peak formidable beings of this planet. With a casual gesture, he snapped off a 10-centimeter blade of grass. Energy surged forth from his being, enveloping it in an ethereal glow. A soft golden light cloaked the grass, rendering it akin to a diminutive sword. He thrust it toward a steel alloy training pillar in the distance. Whoosh! The blade of grass sliced through the 50-centimeter diameter steel pillar soundlessly, leaving behind a narrow void that pierced through the column. Having sensed his progress in power, he suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he must not forget the most crucial matter. He retrieved a book titled The Guide to Romantic Strategies, The Rise of the Affectionate Admirer, and, through the system, transmitted it to the frog. The frog gazed at the romance guide with intrigue. Moments later, he heard his voice. Young frog, during your travels away from home, Tom and Tianyan visited. If the opportunity arises, please present this book to Tom as a token of gratitude. Do spend more time with them. The frog's eyes lit up, and with a sketch pad in hand, he swiftly drew a smiley face to indicate his understanding. Shifting his focus, he stepped outside to gather a batch of clovers. Suddenly, he froze. What on earth? What was the situation with these clovers? Host, Yumu, Strength, Earth Level, Clover, 99, 999, Abilities, Sword Saint Gaine's Legacy, Comprehensive Mechanism Arts. Lightning Mage, Absolute Defense Against Blades, Virus Mutation, Insightful Observation, Items, Rat Poison, Strength 7 bottles, Rat Poison, Shrink 9 bottles, MO Family, Supreme Mechanism Non-Aggression. Ainsley Gown's Ring, Bound Location, New York, Artificial Intelligence Red Queen, Rice Cooker, Tony's Custody. No way. Yumu was taken aback. Why had the clovers suddenly multiplied so exponentially? A surge of joy filled his heart. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Such fortuitous events befalling him? He remembered that previously he had not even accumulated 3,000. How could there suddenly be so many clovers? Was there some unfortunate soul who mistakenly recharged the wrong account, bestowing upon him 99,999? This is truly extraordinary. However, something felt amiss. Why was his mailbox overflowing? Yumu pondered in confusion. He observed a multitude of system notifications and felt a sense of foreboding. Why was his mailbox overflowing? With a sense of trepidation, he opened the mailbox to check the messages. After a while, his expression darkened, and he couldn't help but exclaim a curse. What the hell? The email read, detected immense energy overflow. The game automatically absorbed it for recharge, increasing the clover count by 1,000. The message was densely packed with red notifications, all products of the absorption of the peach of immortality's power. As the energy overflowed, Yumu murmured to himself, his fists unconsciously clenching. I had previously pondered, how could such a magnificent peach of immortality elevate me merely to the innate realm? Surely, I should at least reach the master or grandmaster level. Now, I comprehend everything. The energy was appropriated by the system. Upon realizing the reason, Yumu could only weep silently at the interface, displaying 99999. These were all experience packs. Alas, the past cannot be reclaimed. Yumu resolved to focus on financial gain. So be it. After all, it would serve to enhance himself. Now, he merely redirected the resources meant for his elevation towards the frog. Nearly 100,000 clovers. This way, apart from purchasing essential items for the frog, he could thoroughly examine the abilities section to bolster the frog's strength. He need not worry, although Yumu understood that such opportunities were rare. There would inevitably come a day when the speed at which the frog returned surpassed his ability to earn and save money. Yet the later that day arrived, the better. The early stages were precisely the time for Cuckoo's upgrades. Each return of the frog was crucial. He needed to maximize all configurations for the frog. But therein lies a dilemma. Should I fully enhance the frog's basic configuration, or should I boost its combat strength? This essentially represented two different paths for allocation. The first option was to create a somewhat weaker, yet extraordinarily lucky novice frog, while the second option would yield a significantly stronger, but ordinary combat-oriented frog devoid of luck enhancements. After contemplation, Yumu ultimately chose the first option. In any world, the child of destiny is always the object of envy. They stumble upon treasures effortlessly, facing no obstacles in their endeavors. Even enemies may find themselves beset by misfortune due to your overwhelming luck. This is precisely the ability Yumu currently requires. For instance, if the frog's luck were maximized, could it not possibly bring back not merely a premature peach, but an authentic 3,000-year-old peach instead? Given the frog's current strength, it sufficed for Yumu. Furthermore, as time extends, the frog would inevitably acquire the things and abilities it deserves. This was merely a step taken ahead of time. Once the purchases were complete, any surplus could be utilized to procure an ability for the frog, which would be nothing short of perfection. Gazing at the 999 clovers before him, Yumu felt a surge of fervor once again. The memory of his previous shopping experience with 20,000 clovers lingered vividly in his mind. To his astonishment, this time he could indulge in nearly 5 times that amount. With a grand gesture, he succumbed to the frenzy of purchasing. Bye. Chapter 0048, A Shopping Frenzy. The arrival of Gui. At last, he had exhausted his resources. Entering a sage-like state, Yumu's heart was devoid of tumult. The 999 clovers had thoroughly fueled his shopping mania. This time, he had completely cleared out the system's items, amulet shop, acquiring every permanent item available. These included essential travel tools, luck-enhancing items, and various artifacts that increased the probability of encountering mysterious events, an entire array of enduring possessions. If one were to quantify the luck of the frog prior to this as a mere 100, it had now quintupled under the influence of these items. Remarkably, he still had 30,000 clovers remaining. Subsequently, Yumu meticulously sifted through the abilities section, ultimately selecting the most cost-effective option among the 30,000 clovers. Absolute disguise. Note: once activated, all traces of the frog's presence are concealed, detectable only by the most formidable beings, effectively nullifying any sensory perception. This ability, Yumu deemed the most potent at this stage. What was the frog's greatest fear when venturing out? Being sent back home. During its travels across realms, remaining undetected was paramount. If the frog were to be banished upon entering a new world, how could Yumu harness its power? This ability represented the frog's strongest skill for transcending to higher realms. As for enhancing the frog's strength, no ability could match the miraculous nature of absolute disguise. This was a divine capability that allowed one to rise above their current station. After all, should the frog encounter an insurmountable opponent, it would simply be outmatched. However, with absolute disguise, the situation transformed. The frog could endure. As long as it survived, it would ultimately yield satisfactory outcomes. Moreover, with the frog's extraordinarily high luck value, the likelihood of encountering a disastrous outcome remained uncertain. Observing the frog, sated and ready for slumber, Yumu exited the system, patiently awaiting the frog's rest before their journey began. At the precise moment Yumu attained the innate realm, the 7 celestial city dimensions hidden around the earth trembled in unison. Deep within the Kunlun sacred land, a colossal crimson dragon, spanning 100 meters, abruptly awoke from its slumber. Its golden slit pupils brimmed with astonishment. What was happening? Why did it sense the emergence of a new power from the outside? One that rivaled the strength of the 7 celestial city legacies. An 8th force? What has transpired in the outside world? It remains uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Will this have repercussions for the 8th city? The Crimson Dragon's visage reflects deep concern. The 8th city, a forsaken realm often referred to as the Hell of Forgotten Souls, lies concealed behind the 7 celestial cities of Marvel. It is a place of neglect and confinement, designated for the imprisonment of criminals, traitors, and failures. Within its confines reside the exiled rebel from the 7 celestial cities, warriors who have erred and remain unforgiven, along with ancient beasts and the uncontrollable Iron Fist. This scarlet dragon is none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, the guardian of the Kunlun Iron Fist power. S.H.I.E.L.D fears that this inexplicable force could have unpredictable effects on the seal of the 8th city, worrying that the exposure of the 8th city might unveil the dark past hidden by all celestial cities. Alongside S.H.I.E.L.D, the other 6 guardians of the celestial cities express their astonishment, uncertain of the implications this incident may hold for the forthcoming martial arts tournament among the 7 celestial cities. Tonight, the moonlight shines exceptionally bright. Yumu, bathed in its glow, suddenly murmurs, "Your Excellency has been watching for quite some time. How long do you intend to remain unseen?" Yumu had long sensed the presence of an observer, but this feeling intensified upon entering the innate realm. The owner of the voice, seemingly taken aback by Yumu's awareness, fell silent for a moment. An orb of orange flame materialized before Yumu, from which emerged the bald female, Supreme Mage, Ancient One. Ancient One scrutinized the young man before her, her heart filled with contemplation. Indeed, there is something amiss with this individual. She had taken note of him when he overpowered Hulk with disdain. She had casually performed calculations on the combatants during the battle, only to be astonished by the discovery that this smiling visage concealed a colossal Buddha within this person's future timeline. She witnessed an array of events that left her utterly astounded. This young man is destined to evolve into a formidable force that will cause tremors across the multiverse. Countless dimensions will shudder at the mere mention of his name. Ancient One gazes silently at the youth before her. Why has she come? She seeks to discern what makes this individual so exceptional. Is he a force for good or for ill upon the earth? Among the myriad futures she has glimpsed, one stands out, a vision of this young man annihilating the earth. Ancient One believes it is imperative to meet him in person. Most importantly, she is drawn to the faint aura of malevolence surrounding him, an essence not belonging to Earth, but rather emanating from other dimensions. As the guardian of Earth, she must ensure that this matter poses no threat to her realm. Yumu could never have imagined that he would attract Ancient One's attention. He is astonished by her arrival, perplexed as to what might have drawn her focus, despite the absence of any prior interaction between them. Yet, he is acutely aware. The arrival of the Ancient One is undoubtedly a harbinger of trouble. After all, her duty is to safeguard the Earth from the encroachment of dimensions and arcane forces. If not for such matters, she would not intervene in the affairs of mortals. With a benevolent smile, she introduced herself. I am the Ancient One, the leader of the mystical sanctuary of Taj. I have come to pose a few inquiries to you. Her eyes held the vastness of an entire galaxy, brimming with wisdom as she spoke kindly. Of course, you may choose not to respond. However, depending on the nature of your answers, I might take action, so I hope for your cooperation. The Ancient One maintained her smile, unperturbed by the strange request she had made. After a brief pause, she added and I emphasize if, you choose not to answer. She regarded Yumu earnestly before lifting her right hand with a sudden gesture. In an instant, the space surrounding Yumu and the Ancient One shattered like glass, layers fracturing away. Reality folded and tilted, as if the entire world spun like a symmetrical space. A mirror dimension had formed. At this moment, Yumu found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was he being detained? Was the Ancient One here merely to ask him a few questions? He was taken aback, yet he discreetly activated his ability to read intentions and discern emotions. To his relief, he realized the Ancient One was not deceiving him. She genuinely sought to inquire without any intention of harm. But was she truly this abrupt and forceful? He preferred not to deal with domineering women. To alleviate his mental strain, he entertained himself with musings as his mind raced to formulate a response. A moment later, he was astonished. Taj? Magic? What kind of place is this? Surely, a mere question does not warrant such theatrics. Furthermore, does the sorceress not perceive the unfairness of this situation? I am merely sitting at home when calamity descends upon me, to be confined and interrogated like a criminal. Is this the manner in which the Ancient One treats others? Nevertheless, Yumu shifted the conversation, thinking, if you wish for me to answer your questions, I am open to it. He smiled at the Ancient One, adding, however, compensation is in order. Even children know the principle of exchange. Surely, a sorceress would not be less astute than a child. The Ancient One regarded him calmly and replied, I have no money. Money is not a concern. Yumu waved his hand dismissively. Since there is no money, let us agree on one question in exchange for a promise within your capabilities. He revealed his cunning, locking eyes with the Ancient One. This should pose no issue, I trust. The Ancient One, hearing Yumu's terms, exhibited no anger. On the contrary, she appeared quite relaxed and replied with a smile, very well. This shall be quite straightforward. Yumu felt an unexpected sense of loss, as the ease of the situation provided him no sense of accomplishment. No, that is not correct. The expression on Ancient One's face suggested that she seemed to have witnessed this scenario long before. Goodness, could it be that Ancient One has glimpsed countless futures through the time stone? What in the world has she seen? Why has she come here? Yumu furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. However, lacking sufficient information, he found himself being led by Ancient One. Uncertain of where the future would lead, he resolved to seize the initiative. Ancient One adjusted her yellow robe and, with her hands clasped behind her back, gazed at Yumu. She fixed her eyes upon him and posed the first question. Do you believe you are truly yourself? One must admit, This was a thought-provoking inquiry. For a fleeting moment, Yumu felt as if Ancient One had uncovered something profound. Yet, having traversed the treacherous realms of the Golden Triangle for many years, he was adept at maintaining his composure. With a calm demeanor, Yumu replied, "My name is Yumu. I am merely an ordinary person. My parents have passed away, and I was raised by the Kunlun's sacred land." Without pause, Ancient One proceeded to ask her second question. "What do you wish to achieve?" "I have investigated you. You have been recruiting extraordinary individuals from around the globe. Are you gathering these powerful beings to protect the world or to alter it?" What an enigmatic question. It felt almost like a gift. After a moment of contemplation, Yumu responded, "I seek nothing more than to survive. This world harbors deep-seated prejudices against those with extraordinary abilities. I merely wish to create a place of my own." He spoke the truth. After all, the insatiable Gua system required a substantial influx of wealth. If he relied solely on himself, when would he amass tens, hundreds, or even thousands of billions? Earning a living through conventional means was exceedingly arduous. Being a cog in a machine was not the answer. The strength of numbers was paramount. Ancient One regarded Yumu intently before posing her third question. "You carry the aura of an evil deity. Are you aware that you're being watched by such a being?" "Huh? The aura of an evil deity?" Yumu was taken aback. He had not anticipated hearing that term from Ancient One's lips. In that moment, all his doubts dissipated. He finally understood how she had discerned his anomaly. Despite his precautions, he never expected a traitor to emerge from within. That malevolent entity was utterly unworthy of its title. Did it not realize the sin it emanated? Yumu glanced at his hands. These hands, which often found themselves fondling the head of that mischievous feline, must have drawn Ancient One's attention and revealed his peculiarities. Yumu grimaced in disdain, exclaiming, "It is merely a minor character from the depths of hell. I have it thoroughly bound to my will, and it poses no threat to the world. I will keep a watchful eye on it, and will take action if necessary." Upon hearing this, Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a demon from the abyss. In that moment, the air was thick with the weight of their revelations. Yumu felt an extraordinary sense of dissonance. "No, Master Gu-E, your demeanor is so grave that I presumed you were about to pose an exceedingly intricate question. Yet, is this all?" It was akin to lifting something heavy only to set it down gently, leaving Yumu with a profound sense of distortion. There was something decidedly amiss, intensely, utterly so. Gu-E could not possibly be this casual. Was she truly so idle? What was her ultimate objective? As Yumu reflected on the three questions, he failed to discern anything of substance. They were merely three straightforward inquiries, devoid of complexity. Gu-E, still wearing a smile, addressed Yumu, and thus, "My questions are concluded. According to our agreement, I now owe you 3 favors." Yumu had not anticipated that the events of the evening would unfold with such twists and turns. Even more surprising was Gu-E's prompt acquiescence after her questioning. The favor from Gu-E had been secured, yet Yumu remained incredulous. Gu-E had achieved her aim and waved her hand to retreat from the mirrored space, bringing them both back to reality. She lingered no longer, as an orange-golden spark encircled her before she bid farewell to Yumu and returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, leaving him in contemplative silence. Gu-E had accomplished her intended tasks, and in the process, tested this young man named Yumu. Although the questions were simple, they were not her true purpose. Her visit bore another significant reason. Amidst her countless simulations of the future, she had observed various scenarios in which she and Yumu would be interconnected. In the myriad timelines, Earth was plagued by cataclysmic wars and myriad troubles. Alien deities, cosmic wanderers, diverse extraterrestrial races, and even concepts like eternity and death would manifest on Earth, intricately linked to the mysterious dimension of the empire on which the sun never sets. This realm became a pivotal nexus within the multiverse. Among the millions of futures she had glimpsed, several critical junctures foretold dire complications. Earth was destined to face grave tribulations, and even the future Stephen would pay a heavy price for these unfolding events. Gu-E's calculations revealed that no matter how she reasoned, she could not circumvent Yumu. This was precisely the purpose of her presence. She was here to bestow upon Yumu her promise. Much like her commitment to Stephen, Gu-E was willing to sacrifice her very life to ensure that he became the supreme sorcerer of the future. This dialogue with Yu constituted a transaction. Her promise aimed to steer the future she envisioned onto the right path, thereby safeguarding Earth from impending harm. No matter Yumu's intentions, as long as he remained on Earth. When the cataclysm descends upon the Earth, one cannot remain an uninvolved observer. It remains uncertain how he will utilize these three opportunities. The Ancient One smiled and shook her head, her form dissolving within the sanctum sanctorum as she ventured into the multidimensional space to conduct her routine inspections. As night fell, Yumu, burdened with heavy thoughts, drew the day to a close. The experiences of this day were indeed profoundly enriching. Encounters with the White Queen, a mission involving a transport vehicle, and the peculiar favor bestowed upon Yumu by the Ancient One, which left him utterly perplexed. What could the Ancient One's true intentions be? What visions did she glimpse of the future through the Time Stone? It seems that the answer to this question must await a later time. Quack. The tadpole rests for a night, rejuvenated and ready to embark on a journey once more. The tadpole will intermittently send back photographs from its travels. Please keep an eye out for them. Upon its return, the tadpole will bring back local delicacies and unique souvenirs from its adventures. Do remember to check them out. Chapter 0050, Aftermath of War. The Sentinel appears in Harlem on 125th Street. The aftermath of the great conflict left behind a scene of devastation. The neighborhood lay in utter ruin, the concrete streets thoroughly obliterated, pocked with craters as if bombarded, instilling a sense of dread. George, the chief, exhaled a deep puff of smoke, releasing rings into the air as he surveyed the damaged thoroughfare. Damn it, those military fools, he exclaimed. How could they engage in such perilous operations in the heart of New York City? Have their brains been muddled by the women of the red light district? They ought to have their heads cleansed with toilet water. This band of inept buffoons only knows how to leave me to clean up their mess. Tossing aside his cigarette, but George crushed it underfoot, gazing at the uneven terrain, unable to restrain his thoughts. Fortunately, the ordinary citizens have escaped unscathed. This is indeed a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Little did George know that all of this was thanks to the Green Goblin. Had he not intervened in advance and frightened away the civilians, the casualty count would have been far from zero. Chief George. At that moment, a police officer hurried over. Speaking in hushed tones, we have located the origin of that vehicle. Which company does it belong to? The officer glanced around before lowering his voice. It belongs to one of New York's most powerful enterprises, Oscorp Industries. George furrowed his brow, astonished that the matter was connected to Oscorp. So, the frenzied viral smiley face circulating online was indeed the handiwork of Oscorp? In that case, the increasingly popular Iron Mech and Sandman on the internet must also have intricate ties to Oscorp. George fell into contemplation. He understood that he lacked the authority to handle such superhuman incidents and could only report the acquired information up the chain for higher authorities to address. And my dear daughter, Gwen, she has been returning home later and later these days. She, who had never once stayed out overnight, had begun to neglect her return home. A shadow descended upon George's heart, as though something of great significance was slipping away from him. No, he must find a moment for a heartfelt conversation with his daughter. As a girl, the more beautiful she is, the more vigilance she must possess. In this era, even men cloaked in the guise of righteousness may not be virtuous. The outside world is fraught with peril. George had witnessed too much darkness in his lifetime, and he wished for his daughter to encounter none of it. In a word, his daughter must not suffer any grievances. If there were to be losses, they must fall upon others. At the villa, Gwen sat on the sofa, indulging in the company of her cat. Though the feline was reluctant, its body was undeniably honest. The cat bore an expression of profound satisfaction, further embracing its role. Before Yumu stood a gathering of individuals, some standing, some seated. Among them were the White Queen Emma, Mobius, Frank, Felicia, Ling Dai, Revenge, Natasha, Tony, and others. To summarize, Yumu's central philosophy was, let me handle the battle, you take care of everything else. This, of course, was also to ensure the safety of the others. Even if the Sentinel was a first-generation model, its power was beyond the capacity of the others to withstand. Among all present, only Yumu possessed the ability to confront the Sentinel, hence the battle fell squarely upon his shoulders. Well, let us embark. In upstate New York, on the edge of the Adirondack National Forest, lay the former Cold War military radar station, codenamed Zeta Deep Well. This site had been secretly transformed by the military into a mutant research base, deeply embedded within the mountains. A multitude of mutants were imprisoned here, the vast majority of whom had been captured from the Hellfire Club. This subterranean edifice was now being approached by a group with ill intentions. Yumu and his companions concealed themselves behind the lush foliage, gazing towards the silent and desolate mutant research facility. The place was dilapidated and forlorn. A facility spanning 2 kilometers had been abandoned. The ground lay barren, save for a towering steel gate approximately 5 meters high, embedded in the mountainside. Behind this gate lay the mutant research base. The last time, the mutant team led by the White Queen Emma had been mercilessly slaughtered by the Sentinel here. Even now, faint traces of dark red blood could still be seen upon the distant ground. Emma's gaze bore a deep-seated hatred as she fixed her eyes upon that seemingly impenetrable steel door. This time, the White Queen Emma was determined to reclaim all that was rightfully hers. "Is it truly the case that there are no guards here?" Gwen exclaimed in astonishment. Thud! Yumu delivered a sudden thump to the girl's forehead. Gwen, struck by the unexpected blow, clutched her head, casting a pitiful glance at the man whose hand had dealt the blow. "Why did you neglect to listen during class? What were you doing instead? Only when faced with challenges do you think to seek assistance." Yumu, with his unwavering integrity, showed no leniency because Gwen is a girl. After all, he is a staunch advocate of true gender equality. Do not be deceived by the current absence of individuals. This place is likely encircled by countless concealed cameras. Yumu glanced around and remarked, "It is possible that we have already been detected." His awareness of this situation did not stem from any extraordinary foresight, but rather from the warning issued by the artificial intelligence, Red Queen, which had informed him in advance of the surveillance zone surrounding the mutant experimentation base. As for why Yumu did not instruct Red Queen to sever these connections, simply put, it was unnecessary. His objective was to obliterate this location, and stealth was not applicable to this mission. Thus, he refrained from taking unnecessary precautions that could alert the military at the mutant experimentation base to his presence, allowing them to gather and mount a coordinated response. Of course, Yumu did not forget to order Red Queen to secure the area surrounding the mutant experimentation base. From above, one could observe that the vicinity of the base was surrounded by numerous signal jammers, preventing anyone inside from sending out any messages. This place had already transformed into a forbidden zone. Yumu's assertion was indeed correct. At that moment, within the monitoring room of the mutant experimentation base, the figures of White Queen, Yumu, and others had long been captured on surveillance. Given that this was a military facility, it was impossible not to have a network of eyes monitoring for impending threats. William Stryker glared darkly at the screen displaying White Queen. "White Queen Emma. Huh. It seems that this little kitten could no longer resist. You dare to return? Have you found new allies? It appears the last lesson was insufficient. Thankfully, those minions you brought last time allowed my sentinels to achieve significant advancements." A cruel smile crept across William Stryker's face. "Your students are exceedingly fragile. This time, let your body serve as the catalyst for my sentinel's evolution, with the renowned White Queen Emma as the material. I can only imagine the extent of my sentinel's transformation." William Stryker gazed obsessively at the image of White Queen Emma on the screen and immediately commanded, "Sentinel robots, numbered 1 to 10, deploy at once. This time, not a single one will escape." "Yes, Colonel." In the forest, a crackling sound echoed as Yumu stretched his limbs and stepped out from the trees. His calm voice resonated in Gwen's ears. "From this moment on, we shall proceed as planned. Stand by, await my triumphant return. The moment the sentinels are breached will be your cue to strike." Yumu traversed approximately 30 to 40 meters before finally emerging from the thicket. Before him lay an expansive clearing, rising over 1,000 meters. This location must have once served as a logistical hub for a radar station. As Yumu gazed around, he observed countless deep tire tracks etched into the concrete pathway. Beep, beep, beep. An unidentified life form has entered the defense zone. The capabilities of this entity remain unknown. A series of mechanical sounds suddenly emanated from above the clearing. Thunderous roars reverberated as the iron gates of the distant mountains swung open. A row of sentry robots appeared, resembling silent warriors, marching in perfect unison. 1, 2, 3, 30. A full 10 sentry robots stood in defiance before Yumu. Within the base, William Strick, fixated on the large screen, issued commands to send but one individual. How underestimated I have been. Sentinels attack. Tear apart our adversary with ferocity. Chapter 0051. Kneel before me. Personnel from the Divine Spear Bureau. The Mutant Experimentation Base. 10 sentry robots stood sentinel at the entrance, each towering 3 meters tall, their bodies gleaming with a silver metallic sheen. Their faces were conical, with a pair of crimson eyes glaring ominously. Upon receiving William Strick's orders, the sentry robots activated, engaging their adaptive modules to analyze Yumu's abilities. Beep beep beep. Target capabilities unknown. 99 probability of being non-mutant. Target capabilities unknown. 99 probability of being non-mutant. The mutant adaptation attack module failed to initiate and reverted to standard combat protocols. The foremost 2 sentry robots opened their steel chests, beginning to gather energy. The next trio of sentry robots concentrated their crimson eyes, preparing to unleash lethal lasers. The remaining sentry robots ascended into the air, their silver metallic exteriors shifting into the forms of ice and fire beings. In an instant, the 10 robots completed their energy charging. In the monitoring room, William Strick's cruel gaze was locked onto the screen, unable to suppress a smirk. He could already envision the price the arrogant youth across from him would soon pay. What if the sentry robots had detected that the opponent was not a mutant, merely a human? The sentry robots, having clandestinely captured numerous mutants over time, had acquired a wealth of mutant genes. Each mutant gene equated to a distinct mutant form. Yet, this was insufficient, far from enough. All mutants must perish. Those who assist the mutants shall also be eradicated. As Dr. Trask's research progresses, the creation of sentinels capable of independent thought and action heralds the dawn of a nightmare for all mutants. Thus, today marks the inception of the end of the mutant era. From this day forth, this despised race of mutants shall only face annihilation. Charles, your mutant academy may revel for a few more days, but sooner or later, I shall unleash my army of sentinels to eradicate your heresy. In the forest, the distant figure of Emma Frost, the White Queen, bears a look of concern. The sentinels have undergone yet another transformation, and this iteration is evidently more formidable than its predecessors. Even having witnessed Yumu's prowess, Emma cannot suppress her anxiety. The haunting memories of her last assault on the base, where the sentinels cast a nightmarish shadow, continue to plague her thoughts. The agonizing cries of her comrades, the resolute expressions of those who fell behind, these memories linger vividly, as if it were yesterday. Emma finds herself silently praying for victory. It is imperative to triumph. On the battlefield, as the sentinels prepare to launch their assault, Yumu remains remarkably composed, exhibiting no fear in the face of the impending onslaught akin to Omega-level attacks. His fingers tremble slightly as the sword form of non-aggression materializes in his grasp, before consuming the peach of immortality. His only recourse against such Omega-level threats had been to rely on Tom's possession. However, he no longer needs that assistance. His current strength is astonishing. Bow before me. A thunderous command reverberates across the battlefield. In an instant, Yumu activates his 100% unarmed reception of White Blade ability. Thanks to his significant power boost, this extraordinary capability finally erupts forth. Although he cannot yet harness this ability to subdue a celestial-level entity, it still exerts a measure of influence. After all, the disparity in strength between the two is stark. If an Earth-level being can traverse a vast realm and dominate a celestial or a group thereof, it would indeed be an extraordinary feat, one that few geniuses would dare to conceive. As Yumu's furious declaration echoes, the excitement in William Stryker's eyes extinguishes, and his smile fades. Meanwhile, Emma Frost's eyes gleam with exhilaration, her lips curving upward. Before her, the 10 towering sentinels, gleaming with polished surfaces, suddenly shut down, as if they were akin to the grand entrance of Zhang Zhuiyue from the Iron Fist. In an astonishing display, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, they collectively bowed. Father, please accept this humble tribute from your child. In the monitoring room, William Strick and the researchers widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. How could this happen? Why had my sentinel robots suddenly gone awry? Had the connection between the sentinels and the subject been compromised? You incompetent fools! Act now. Investigate. I demand answers. William Strick's complexion fluctuated like a chameleon, oscillating between shades of blue and white. He was reluctant to accept the reality before him. How could the once invincible Sentinel robots, capable of annihilating anything in their path, have lost control? This was inconceivable. The connection between the subject and the Sentinel robots was the cornerstone of the entire Sentinel program, meticulously scrutinized at every level. William Strick was confident that even the world's foremost hackers would be unable to breach it during a simulated attack. Yet, the bewildering events before his eyes compelled him to entertain this unsettling possibility. Where had the flaw occurred? Reporting, Colonel, no anomalies detected. Reporting, Colonel, no anomalies detected. The personnel conducted their checks swiftly, relaying their findings to William Strick. The feedback indicating no issues only deepened his astonishment. It was as if he were witnessing a ghost. He gazed at the large screen, where Yumu was being honored by 10 kneeling Sentinel robots. Who was this individual? Why did my Sentinel robots heed his command? Queen Emma, that wretched woman. From where did she procure such a person? With his black hair and black eyes, he was unmistakably of Chinese descent. Could this be connected to the extraordinary organizations in China? Was he affiliated with the Divine Spear Bureau? In an instant, a myriad of conspiracy theories surged through William Strick's mind. Could it be that individuals from China had secretly dispatched powerful beings to assist the mutants in the United States, aiming to undermine the military's influence? Were they seeking to leverage the mutants to deliver a devastating blow to the U.S. military? This was a clandestine power struggle between two great nations. As a mere colonel, he was but a small fish destined to be swallowed. William Strick fixed his gaze on Yumu's impassive expression on the large screen. While his astonishment grew, so too did his apprehension. Who was this individual? Chapter 0052. The collapse of a superlative magical world, thunderous roars. William Strick's decisive moment. Outside the mutant experiment base, the atmosphere in the woods contrasted starkly with the tension in the monitoring room. Here was quite relaxed. They have arrived. Once again, Gwen watched with excitement as Yumu, sword in hand, commanded a group of Sentinel robots to kneel before him. Logically, in such a serious combat scenario, Gwen, as a lady, ought not to be smiling. However, this scene truly elicits uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, it is exceedingly humorous. Gwen feels her lips curling up uncontrollably, and she can only cover her mouth, producing a sound akin to that of a clucking hen. Each viewing leaves me utterly astonished. Tony resembles a master critic, meticulously analyzing the unfolding events on the battlefield. Simultaneously, he cannot help but lament, if only I possessed such an ability. Imagine delivering the utmost humiliation to my adversaries. This is a power I have long dreamt of. How splendid it would be. The beast licks its feline paw, having grown increasingly accustomed to this new form. At times, it even wonders what could possibly be wrong with such a cat's life. There are those who provide meals, others who tend to its needs, and some who offer massages. Unlike before, when it had to don various monstrous guises to attract the feeble-minded, it casts a sidelong glance at Tony, who, in his envy, is a talent utterly devoid of utility, incapable of recognizing its prowess. Indeed, for all those geniuses who have not embraced its power, the beast would readily label them as worthless. The beast muses to itself, truly, what a fuss over nothing. This is merely the beginning. If one speaks of strength, it is undoubtedly that miraculous power possessed by the leader. That is the force that even deities pursue. As for what lies before me, it is merely the power of rules, far from being comparable to miraculous might. Just as everyone is struck with awe by Yumu, he makes his move once more. On the battlefield, Yumu gazes at the kneeling Sentinel robots, sighing inwardly. 100% unarmed capture of the blade is indeed effective, but its shortcomings are glaring. Any individual or entity lacking hands or unable to clasp them together is immune to this skill's coercive control. Just as Li Jing's attempts against the Tyrannosaurus Rex were utterly ineffective. As for Li Jing's ability to vanquish the creature, it is due to the Rex's lack of hands, rendering it incapable of countering the blade, thereby allowing Li Jing, the foremost swordsman, to unleash his true power. Skills and strength are two entirely different matters. Moreover, when Yumu employs this technique, he is unable to move. The moment he stirs, the spell is nullified. This was also Li Jing's vulnerability when pursued by the witch and her army of the Blackheart Queen. Yumu has perfectly inherited these weaknesses. It seems that to swiftly conclude this battle, he must resort to the long-hidden skill he has preserved. After such a lengthy concealment, he can no longer keep it a secret. Yumu gazes indifferently at the kneeling Sentinel robots. You are fortunate. You shall face the ultimate move of my magical profession. The Thunder Mage, for the very first time, he begins to chant the incantation, thunderous judgment, the heavens shatter, the earth quakes, life extinguished, divine decree, superior magic, world-shattering thunder. Instantly, the power within him is wholly depleted. This technique originates from the world of the superlative magic of the Thunder Mage. For the first time, the world revealed itself. Yumu's thoughts were remarkably simple. Since he could not move his legs, he decided to use his voice instead. Moreover, could the Sentinel absorb energy? He was eager to see if his transcendent lightning could still be consumed by the Sentinel. In the realm of transcendent magic transcends the conventional definition of magic. It constitutes a command to the very fabric of reality. In simpler terms, transcendent magic is not merely a form of magic. It is an authority to invoke phenomena through commands directed at the world itself. At this moment, Yumu wished to summon a thunderstorm to obliterate the Sentinel robot. The world would conjure thunder at his behest, executing his will until the desired outcome was achieved. Naturally, the more formidable the power, the greater the restrictions. Much like the Bone King, who could employ transcendent magic only once a day and at the cost of magical gems, Yumu's own transcendent magic bore a price. In addition to depleting his entire strength, he faced a limitation of using it only once per day. Furthermore, the might of this lightning sorcery would not surpass Yumu's own capabilities. A power on Earth level would not manifest as that of a celestial being or a singular cosmic force. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. When Frog returned, he had not brought back any magical gems, resulting in each use of Yumu's transcendent magic costing him a year of his lifespan. If not for the previous consumption of the Peach of Immortality, which replenished a significant portion of his years, he would not have recklessly employed such a technique. After all, who would ever want to shorten their lifespan? This predicament led Yumu to predominantly rely on swordsmanship or physical prowess during battles, as the cost of being a lightning sorcerer was simply too exorbitant. On the battlefield, as Yumu unleashed his transcendent magic, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, as if an invisible hand had suddenly snatched away all the light from the heavens. Within the swirling clouds, streaks of lightning began to manifest, accumulating in intensity until, at a certain moment, the firmament seemed to collapse. Countless bolts of thunder appeared to be drawn from the sky, plummeting towards the struggling Sentinel robot below. Boom! 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 The cascade of thunder descended. The dim battlefield was instantly engulfed in a searing white light. Yumu's figure vanished amidst the blinding radiance, leaving only the relentless rain of lightning. This dazzling display of power could not shatter the silence and astonishment of those present. In the monitoring room, William Strick, who had thought nothing could shock him further, fell into another spell of silence. Through the last image displayed on the large screen, the overwhelming burden on the Sentinel robots, besieged by the unending thunder, became painfully evident. The surface of the silver metallic body of the Sentinel robot was marred by an abnormal darkness, signaling its imminent collapse. How could this be? William Strick muttered, struggling to maintain his composure as a storm of anger and disbelief brewed within him. He could scarcely fathom the scene before his eyes. It was well known that the Sentinel robots could absorb nearly 300,000 tons of equivalent energy, roughly akin to the catastrophic force unleashed by 7 tactical nuclear warheads detonating simultaneously. Yet, what he witnessed was nothing short of alarming. The Sentinel's body was beginning to show signs of disintegration. What a cruel jest from the heavens! William Strick swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he pondered, is it possible that this man possesses energy rivaling a nuclear explosion? Even more disconcerting is the fact that he isn't a mutant. Where indeed had they unearthed such a monstrosity in the East? In William Strick's mind, he had long equated Yumu, China, and the Divine Spear Bureau as one and the same. After all, in this world, a being of such formidable power could not have emerged without reason. If he was not a product of American ingenuity, but rather a clandestine weapon of another nation, the implications were dire. A sense of foreboding gnawed at William's strike as he gazed at the expansive white screen before him. For reasons he could not articulate, he sensed that the 10 Sentinel robots at the mutant experiment base were in grave peril. And if the most formidable assets of the base were breached, what would ensue? The fall of the mutant experiment base would be inevitable. The consequences of such a disaster were staggering. With this thought, William Strike's expression darkened ominously. Damn it! Everything within the mutant experiment base must remain concealed from public scrutiny. Fixated on the still glowing white screen, his resolve hardened. He shouted to everyone present, "All of you, immediately, right now, proceed to the Sentinel robot research site and obliterate all information, including every piece of mutant research data. If the mutant experiment base is compromised and anything that transpires here is revealed, do you need me to spell out the consequences?" The personnel in the monitoring room promptly set aside their tasks, saluted in unison, and declared, "Understood, sir." In the tranquil night, under a clear sky, the little eyes devoid of desires and demands gaze at the stars, while the lonely silence envelopes the scene. With a pen in hand, the desire to illustrate dreams awakens. The charming cat of home, the ruler of Yuang on Yapin Island, shares tales of mishaps. The white bamboo, fond of scallops with fragrant green onions, stands alongside the likes of Sinew, the blood emperor of the explosive gang, and the Grand Commander Zheng Bao of the Tiangong. All along, the journey has been effortless, carried along by fate. The formidable Shenyuan peak looms, while the emperor and the knight stand tall. A wild beast exclaims, "Behold, I shall perform the golden rooster stand alone." Chapter 0053. The mutant experiment base falls. Such is fate. In the forest, the dense canopy fails to conceal the blinding white light that rends the heavens. Boom! 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 Gwen, Tony, and others are illuminated by the brilliance, instinctively shielding their eyes. The black cat, Felicia, feels a surging warmth coursing through her, as if on the verge of bursting forth. It is exhilaration. It is excitement. Felicia feels as though she has glimpsed the divine. If God were to descend upon the world, it could only be akin to this. The thunderous sky and the cracking earth continuously reshape her understanding. Her past battles seem trivial, laughable in the face of such existence. If there truly is a deity, then Yumu must be the very embodiment of the thunder god descending onto mortal soil. With a mere gesture, the heavens change hue, and countless bolts of lightning encircle him. What are the limits of this being? Each time, Felicia believes she has seen through Yumu, yet each encounter unveils new, astonishing revelations. This intoxicating urge to peel back the layers of enigma leaves her utterly captivated. Like the ethereal spirit, the transparent butterfly Becky and the vengeful Guanyin exchange glances, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Through their time spent together, they have become inseparable, akin to close sisters. Their telepathic abilities awaken, allowing for a profound exchange of consciousness. Butterfly, do you feel it? This is not magic. It is the resonance of the world. Vengeful, he appears godlike, yet is more tangible than any deity. Butterfly, our battles have never encountered such power. There is no anger, no intent to kill, only an unwavering will. Vengeful, if he were an enemy, I would hesitate to draw my blade. If he were an ally, I would gladly guard his back. Nearby, Mobius cannot help but voice the sentiments of the crowd. As mere mortals, miracles require no explanation. They simply demand reverent gazes. On the battlefield, endless thunder rages for a full 3 minutes. Were it not for the extraordinary capabilities of transcendent magic, Yumu would be far from achieving the destruction of the Sentinel robots solely through his innate energy. Suddenly, an unknown moment arises. The 10 Sentinel robots, finally overwhelmed, reach their energy absorption limit. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds echoed. The Sentinel robots, now shrouded in darkness and severely damaged, released the absorbed energy into the ether, as there was no vessel to contain it. Despite the substantial energy absorbed, no explosive core akin to a nuclear detonation emerged. The pervasive thunder in the sky gradually subsided, and the ominous clouds began to disperse. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ground below. Those present could see the distant scene clearly. Igarakumo stood silently, and not far in front of him, the 10 Sentinel robots had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater. The soil above the pit had crystallized due to the terrifying energy blast. At the center of the crater lay the remnants of the Sentinel robots, shattered and unrecognizable. The Sentinel robots, once entrusted with high hopes by William Stryker, had been obliterated by Yu-Mu in mere 2 moves. Cough! Red Queen commenced takeover of the entire base. He commanded. Understood, Master, replied Red Queen, emerging from Yu-Mu's grasp as the vibranium mechanical beast, the Crimson Serpent. Upon reaching the ground, the Crimson Serpent swiftly glided into the open doors of the mutant research facility, disappearing from sight. Moments later, in the control room, the operational staff discovered that all systems had become non-functional. The base had been infiltrated. Outside the facility, Red Queen's voice resonated through the speakers, announcing that the base had been fully commandeered. Yu-Mu gestured to the individuals concealed in the woods to commence their actions, eliminate the minions, and rescue the young mutants. In the subterranean 3rd level of the mutant research base, explosions reverberated. In areas beyond Red Queen surveillance, all data concerning the Sentinel robots was reduced to ashes, along with the various experimental records that had exploited countless mutant lives. William Stryker, staring at the flames before him, breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he need not worry about the information being leaked. Colonel Stryker, the base has completely fallen into enemy hands. What shall we do? An officer beside William Stryker expressed his concern. He was acutely aware that among the intruders was Emma Frost, the telepathic mutant known as the White Queen. He could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited him should she capture him. Ah, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. It's all that damn man's fault. William Stryker shook his head and, gazing at the flames, abruptly asked, Reynolds, you have been with me for many years, haven't you? Yes, Colonel Stryker. Over a decade. Officer Reynolds promptly replied. Then you should understand that we cannot afford to be captured, correct? A sense of foreboding crept into Officer Reynolds' heart. Under the command of William Stryker for so many years, the number of mutants he has killed is countless. As William Stryker's words echoed, a realization washed over him. Officer Reynolds stared blankly into Stryker's eyes, only to behold an abyss of silence. A cold sweat instantly drenched Reynolds' garments. He stammered, Colonel. William Stryker's expression remained impassive. It is already too late. The base has been compromised. We can only surrender now. And you know too much. This is our fate. Bang! A gunshot rang out, blood splattered, and Officer Reynolds was struck in the chest. Coughing, blood flowed ceaselessly from his mouth and nose, pooling from his chest. In the final moments of his life, visions of the mutants he had captured and slain flickered before his eyes. Elderly men, children, couples. Officer Reynolds, in disbelief, gradually succumbed to the void. William Stryker holstered his pistol, his demeanor cold. He could not allow the White Queen to gain control over these individuals. With the base breached, he had no choice but to eliminate anyone who might divulge secrets. Stryker donned a helmet from nearby, the sole mind control shielding helmet within the mutant base. It was a pity, he mused, gazing at Officer Reynolds' lifeless body. If only there were another helmet, you might have survived a little longer, sparing me the necessity of intervening. Time was of the essence. It was time to initiate the contingency eradication plan. All soldiers in the base were to ascend and engage the enemy. Only I and the researchers remain on this level. Not a single researcher in the base shall be spared. William Stryker proceeded down the right corridor. From the inception of the base, scenarios of potential breaches had been anticipated. Now, it had become reality. Thankfully, foresight had prevailed. All captured mutants were housed on the 2nd level, granting him ample time. Enough for that wretched White Queen to search for a while. William Stryker's figure vanished into the dark passage, leaving only the mocking echoes of his voice resonating in the desolate space. How I wish to witness the expression on your face when you discover the grand gift I have left for you, the illustrious White Queen of Hellfire. Unaware of whether she has wept. How utterly delightful. Skills and power are 2 distinct realms. If anyone has questions, I shall clarify. The preceding text has been supplemented. Chapter 0054. This Deadpool is not right. The madness of William Stryker. This world is truly peculiar. This world is also exceptionally intriguing. At this moment, Yu-Mu finds himself pondering these thoughts. He has always felt a certain intuition that this Marvel Universe 9527 will undoubtedly deviate from the norm and surely play a grand jest upon him. Until he laid his eyes upon a figure before him, clad in a tight-fitting red and black combat suit, adorned with a white-eye mask and bearing twin blades. The silhouette seemed strikingly familiar. Yet what was this exaggerated curvature? Just a minute prior, Yumu had raced through the entrance of the base. Ahead, Gwen, Tony, and others fought their way through the corridor. Before them, these ordinary soldiers posed no challenge whatsoever, as they were effortlessly overwhelmed. Regrettably, the mutant base was riddled with antiquated facilities, with many areas lacking surveillance coverage. This necessitated the group's separation to investigate various locations. Having descended to the second underground level, Yumu stumbled upon a chamber guarded by soldiers. After dispatching the guards and extracting the password from their lips, he opened the door. There, he beheld a figure in classic attire, engaged in physical training. A female Deadpool? How intriguing. This revelation dispelled one of his lingering questions. It turned out that in this universe, Deadpool was female. Did this herald the dawn of a Deadpool legion? Could he potentially encounter Dogpool, Pandapool, or even traverse the multiverse to meet the charming Deadpool and the despondent Wolverine? At that moment, Yumu suddenly discerned a potential oversight. It appeared that another method of traversing the multiverse had emerged. Moreover, upon reflection, Gwen's presence could indeed represent another avenue. Might this world also give rise to a spider army, facilitating connections across the multiverse? He made a mental note to observe the developments ahead. This meant he must find a way to persuade the female Deadpool to accompany him, hitching a ride on her multiverse journey. The female Deadpool, Wanda Wilson, was engrossed in her yoga exercises, her form gracefully extended against the floor in a split, showcasing her curves. The room was remarkably well sealed. It wasn't until Yumu opened the door that she glanced up, spotting a casually dressed young man of Asian descent. Silently assessing him, Wanda mused, he possesses a commendable appearance, height, and physique that fall within her range of interest. Is he a new recruit of that wretched William Stryker? TSK, what a waste. If the opportunity arose, should she eliminate him? If only she could escape this accursed environment. She, Wanda Wilson, would ensure that everyone here paid the price. With a sigh in her heart, Wanda reflected, how are those little ones at the Hellfire Academy faring? If it weren't for William Stryker threatening her with their lives, how could the formidable Deadpool, Wanda, ever submit to anyone? Damn it. Do not let me find the opportunity. Just let me find the opportunity. And all those involved in the research here must perish. The female Deadpool, Wanda Wilson, rose to her feet, finally voicing her inquiry. Is that cursed fellow, William Stryker, about to commence his mutant experiments again? The last time I underwent the stitching ability, it was hardly long before I met my demise, my body exploding. How much time has passed, and you have already discovered a solution? Yumu was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. This woman had mistaken him for William Stryker. However, the notions of stitching ability, sudden death, and explosion? Goodness, she truly lives up to her title as Deadpool. Her words were indeed captivating. Yumu wasted no time and began to elucidate his intentions to the female Deadpool. Yet, to his surprise, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Her eyes fixed intently on him as she urgently inquired, have you seen William Stryker in person? Not comprehending her urgency, Yumu shook his head in negation. This is bad. That fellow must be on the third floor, erasing all traces of this inhumane experimental base. Hurry, I know where he is. The underground third level. Under Wanda's guidance, the two of them eliminated the lesser soldiers along the way. Finally, in a chamber on the third floor, they encountered William Stryker. This man had spent the majority of his life harboring a deep-seated hatred for mutants, conducting numerous inhumane and lethal experiments on them, believing that mutants were not human, but rather a virus to be purified and eradicated, his lifelong ideology. During the Hellbus incident, he had ordered the slaughter of an entire school bus of mutant students, with victims ranging in age from 6 to 17. He had also employed infected mutants, whose genes were in disarray, to attack one another, observing the critical points of their uncontrollable abilities, among various other incidents, making him one of the most notorious mutant butchers in history. Throughout their journey, Yumu had learned from Wanda Wilson that the purpose of this mutant laboratory was to conduct extensive research through numerous mutant experiments, aiming to develop a controllable modified mutant. Additionally, there was the optimization and debugging of Sentinel robots. The ideal experimental subject, of course, was the female Deadpool, imbued with immortality, an impeccable specimen for experimentation. Wanda's current objective was to prevent William Stryker from erasing the data of the experimental base. If they could intercept that data and release it to society, It would undoubtedly cause an uproar, revealing to the world that, beneath the facade of this seemingly peaceful era, inhumane and cruel experiments were still being conducted. Mutants were forcibly captured and brought into laboratories, dissected, implanted, and mutated against their will, regardless of age or gender. In Wanda's eyes, these data, it will undoubtedly compel the populace to reconsider the possibility of coexisting with mutants. Most importantly, it seeks to alleviate the fears surrounding them. Although Yumu harbored no particular interest in this matter, he decided to accompany the others. While he himself had no need for it, the White Queen and her mutants would certainly benefit. Yumu was also willing to lend a helping hand. At that moment, William Stryker sat leisurely in a chair, sipping red wine, surrounded by a multitude of bloodied corpses in lab coats. Prior to the arrival of Yumu and his companions, William Stryker had meticulously eradicated all potential sources of information that could be exposed to the outside world. Now, everything had been eliminated, leaving only the final act. With the mutant experimentation facility under siege and the presence of the White Queen, Emma, outside, Stryker had resigned himself to death. He would rather be consumed by hell than allow a telepath like Emma to control his thoughts and body. He would not permit those monsters to invade his mind, not even an inch. Yumu gazed at the gray-haired old man clad in military attire and the corpses strewn about. How resolute this man was. He killed without hesitation. Even those close to him, the title of an extremist hater of mutants was indeed well-deserved. It was an eye-opener for Yumu. Alas, he lamented the absence of that wretched White Queen. William Stryker set down his wine glass and expressed regret, stating that not witnessing the White Queen's downfall diminished his joy. He had constructed the stage, awaiting the actor's entrance. Regaining his composure, he fixated intently on the two newcomers, both of whom were familiar faces, particularly the dark-haired youth before him. William Stryker harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. In Stryker's mind, Emma must have paid a considerable price to secure such an ally, even going so far as to sacrifice her own body if necessary. Yumu had already been internally branded by Stryker as the White Queen's paramour. Alas, he had arrived too late. The female Deadpool, upon witnessing the scene in the room, uttered a sound of disappointment. What a pity. Yumu, however, paid no heed to this and prepared to confront William Stryker. As he advanced, he mused about his own laziness. He ought to have crafted more mechanisms, the red-scale snakes. After all, how could he be the one to handle such trivial matters of capturing someone? He resolved that upon his return, he would create several more. Speaking of which, the arms dealer, Claw, was also approaching. The time for the second shipment of vibranium was drawing near, and he wondered how much Claw would manage to transport this time. If he were to bring back all the raw vibranium, or would it be a case of black consuming black, or vice versa? As Yumu pondered these matters, he continued to walk forward. A sudden sound emerged from the left hand of William Strick, hidden within his pocket, jolting Yumu back to reality. Damn, that old bastard dares to play dirty? I recall he was rather fearful of death, wasn't he? Curse 9527. You led me astray. Boom! A blinding white light tore through the entire room, as flames erupted behind William Strick, surging forth in multitude. Yumu faintly heard Strick's last deranged words whispering in his ear. You won't fare badly either. It is because of you that I have lost everything. Dragging you down, we shall descend into hell together. If that wretched White Queen Emma discovers the grand gift I bestowed upon her, only to find you, my lover, slain here, will she not succumb to madness? A master of mind control, yet unable to save his own soul. How exquisite is that? Let us all perish together. The rapidly igniting flames instantly engulfed the figures of Yumu and his companions, an endless wave of scorching heat spewing from the doorway, akin to the ignition of a rocket booster. The fierce blaze persisted, unyielding. Chapter 0055, Title Edition, The Unpleasant Premonition of the Mouthy Female Deadpool. Gratitude to the Grandmaster MOO for the inspiration capsule. As the flames dissipated, the room lay in utter ruin, every object reduced to charred remnants. Under the searing intensity, the female Deadpool, Wanda, was left extensively burned, her body completely carbonized. Wanda, the female Deadpool, met her demise. Ahead, only Yumu remained, standing resolutely with a shield in a defensive stance against the explosion. The figure of William Strick had vanished entirely. This mutant butcher ultimately fell by his own hand. Yumu's body bore similar extensive burns, his clothing obliterated, his form charred beyond recognition, devoid of any sign of life. In this space, time seemed to have pressed the pause button, as everything appeared permanently frozen. At an indeterminate moment, a sound resonated. Thud, thud, thud. Initially faint, it grew progressively louder, akin to the heartbeat of a war drum, erupting within the silent room. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed. The carbonized exterior of Yumu began to flake away, revealing the continuously flowing flesh beneath, healing and reforming. This was the extraordinary regenerative ability granted to Yumu by the viral serum. In a brief moment, all traces of burns vanished from Yumu's body, restored to pristine condition. He emerged anew from the carbonized shell, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opening wide, unable to suppress a retort. Damn it, I was careless. I never anticipated that this old fellow, William Strick, would act with such decisiveness. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone, not even an ordinary person. Yumu reflected within himself. Though he had exercised considerable caution, rushing forward to subdue William Strick, the lion fights the rabbit with full force, and he was still a moment too late. He ought to have launched himself at William Strick the instant he laid eyes on him, delivering a decisive blow to subdue him completely, rather than meandering in thought and granting his opponent ample time to react. It seems that the complacency stemming from his newfound strength has ensnared even me. I have ultimately become the very person I despise, hesitating to take a life, plagued by indecision. Failing to seize the initiative leads to chaos. Yumu reflected with self-deprecation. Nonetheless, this incident illuminated a truth for Yumu. He remains insufficiently strong. His physical prowess may be formidable, yet harbors clear vulnerabilities, particularly in overall bodily defense. The viral mutation may bestow him with power, but strength does not equate to bodily resilience. They are two entirely distinct concepts. His physical defense is not nearly as impressive as his strength. The hexagonal warrior he had once envisioned now appears flawed. How could he not withstand a powerful explosive? It is utterly humiliating to be left unscathed. This simply cannot stand. He must grow stronger, must harden. He wonders if the frog can bestow upon him similar defensive capabilities. Yet, these considerations pale in significance compared to the furrow that creases Yumu's brow as he recalls the ominous words spoken by William Strick. A grand gift? What could possibly be deemed a grand gift, especially in relation to the White Queen, Emma? Just as Yumu pondered, a voice emerged from behind him. Wanda, the female Deadpool. Well, I never expected you to still be alive. Should I commend your luck, or is it your formidable strength? In my lifetime, I have never encountered a regenerative ability beyond a mere couple of fingers. A sharp whistle rang out, resonating with Wanda's exuberant cheer. Who would have thought that beneath your feeble exterior lies such hidden potential? Where it should be grand, it is indeed grand. Where it should be firm, is defiantly so. And those damned 8-pack abs, the rippling chest, emanating heat and glistening with sweat. By the way, are you single? Care to consider a partnership? You go on the offense, and I'll defend. Let us have a fiery match. Let us see if your skills outshine mine, or if my defense remains impenetrable. A contest of speed and strength. Yumu had yet to extricate himself from his thoughts when he was bombarded by the incessant chatter of the female Deadpool. A series of dark lines appeared on his forehead. Truly, how did such a mouth find itself attached to her? Just look at the absurdity of her words. Yumu could hardly bear to imagine, if he were not himself, devoid of his current prowess, would he be overpowered by the she-beast behind him, losing his virtue and surrendering his blood? Yumu, expressionless and displaying no semblance of kindness, retracted his non-aggression stance, turning to gaze behind him. A scene of pristine white met his eyes. The female Deadpool, Wanda, had also suffered the destruction of her attire in the explosion, with only tattered strips of fabric shielding her modesty. Her skin, as delicate as ivory, boasted a proud blossom, and her long, straight legs were adorned with crimson nail polish, rivaling a friend of Yumu's from an adult film he had once viewed. Moreover, the female Deadpool of 9,527 had not succumbed to the grotesque transformations that plagued Wade. Her skin remained unblemished. Yumu exhibited no reservations, even offering critiques of Wanda Wilson. TSK, not round enough, far inferior to the White Queen. And as for that waist and those legs, Gwen is far more alluring than you. And those feet, well, They are merely passable. Yumu spoke without an ounce of insincerity. Wanda displayed no hint of shame, even provocatively retorting, "Come on. When has a woman ever been so forthcoming with such favors? Aren't you grateful? You can look, but you must take responsibility. Alternatively, I could take responsibility for you if you prefer." Yumu was astounded, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, when women lost their wits, men had little say in the matter. Yumu fixed his gaze upon Wanda, exclaiming, "I currently have no time to indulge you. William Stryker just shared a few words with me that have me deeply concerned. I have a foreboding feeling. How long has it been since you last encountered those Hellfire individuals?" Wanda, who had been incessantly chattering and fervently imparting the ideals of love, paused momentarily. Soon after, she replied uncertainly, "It should have been about a week. Initially, we were confined together, but due to the fusion experiment, we could only meet every few days." "What precisely did Stryker convey to you? Why are you so unsettled?" It is essential to understand that in this veritable hell on Earth for mutants, those young men and women represented one of Wanda's few remaining hopes. Without the frequent reassurances from the students of Hellfire, she would have long lost herself amid the endless mutant experiments. After all, even if she could not perish, her spirit remained vulnerable. It was those younglings who had quietly supported her. Indeed, they were like younger brothers. When they were first confined together and began to interact, as the eldest among them, Wanda naturally seized the mantle of leadership. The scene of finding joy amidst hardship lingered in the mind of Wanda, the female Deadpool. No, this group of little ones must not face any trouble. The second level, she was acutely aware of where the little ones were confined. In an instant, her playful mood evaporated. Exchanging a glance with Yumu, she conveyed that she knew the exact location on the second level to find the Hellfire students. Without uttering another word, they hastily donned attire from other rooms and raced towards the location where the students were held captive. They sped along, and while Yumu wished to contact the White Queen through Red, it was simply unfeasible. That wretched William Stryker had already employed a signal jamming device, rendering all communications within the base inoperative. Consequently, Yumu could not reach the White Queen via any means. As for relaying messages through Red, that was equally impossible. On the second level, only a few rooms were equipped with broadcasting devices. Essentially, military control over the base was maintained through surveillance. And due to certain mutants possessing the ability to manipulate electronics, all activities were conducted manually. Manual password doors, hand-operated entrances, and unceasing patrols formed the suffocating environment of this mutant experimentation facility. These various factors compelled Yumu to resort to the most primitive method of communication, face-to-face interaction. This also illuminated the limitations of Red. Without a network or signal, even her formidable capabilities would be rendered utterly ineffective. Yumu and Wanda dashed onward, traversing the third and second levels, passing through one desolate room after another, stepping over fallen soldiers. Finally, they arrived at the deepest section of the underground second level. Upon entering, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the depths. Faintly, Yumu seemed to hear the piercing scream of the White Queen, Emma. "No." Chapter 0056, White Queen. "Do not weep. Emma, do not cry." 10 minutes prior, deep within the second level of the underground facility, the White Queen, Emma, utilized her telepathic abilities to control soldiers as she searched relentlessly. At last, she discovered the room where numerous Hellfire Academy students were imprisoned. This chamber spanned a substantial 300 square feet, enveloped in an entirely white ambience. For white walls adorned with white padding, and a ceiling of pristine white. The entire environment resembled the stark white rooms of a mental institution. Inside, more than 50 students of the Hellfire Academy, all under 18, wore white hospital gowns. Some lying down, others standing or sitting. Yes, she had finally found them all. The White Queen, Emma, gazed intently at the screen before her. The surveillance facilities here operated entirely independently from the rest of the base, functioning autonomously and free from the Red Queen's oversight. This arrangement was designed to mitigate the risks posed by potential mutant uprisings, preventing any connection with the main system and thereby minimizing danger. Emma, commanding the soldiers, activated the communication device linked to the large screen in the room, her voice brimming with excitement. "Children, I have come to bring you home." Inside the room, the multitude of students froze, momentarily believing it to be a mirage. Then, They beheld the image of Emma materializing on the illuminated screen. A wave of astonishment washed over them, quickly followed by exhilaration. "Teacher, it's our teacher come to rescue us," they exclaimed. "Emma, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. By the heavens, this is wonderful. We can finally leave this dreadful place. I miss my mom and dad. I want to go home. Emma, I'm scared. Please let me out quickly. I don't want to die a meaningless death like them. I still want to see the world." Evidently, the appearance of the White Queen Emma had finally prompted these seemingly resilient children to lower their defenses, revealing their most vulnerable selves. They were not as composed as they appeared. After all, they were merely adolescents. Since becoming mutants, they had known no respite, either being drawn into extremist organizations or subjected to experiments. Their young lives had been fraught with suffering. On the large screen, Emma smiled reassuringly. "Now that I am here, I will lead you out of this place. Rest assured, it won't be long before you savor the finest delicacies, don the most comfortable pajamas, and enjoy a restful sleep in a proper bed. Now I will set you free." This declaration immediately captured the students' attention, igniting a chorus of cheers. "Hooray! Emma, we love you. Emma, you are our goddess. Ha, let us eat heartily. After enduring such dreadful meals for so long, my stomach can hardly bear it." On the screen, the White Queen Emma beamed with joy before turning to walk towards the only entrance of the spacious room. She had already obtained the password from the soldiers under mind control. She intended to personally unlock the door and welcome the students. However, what Emma was unaware of was that William Stryker had left a contingency plan in place. Long before the students were confined in this room, he had planted an equivalent amount of explosives within. As he made his way to the third floor to clear all research materials, he had already activated the explosives in this room. The moment someone entered the password and unlocked the door, the explosion detonated with a resounding bang. Its force comparable to the explosives encountered by Yumu. Only the deceased William Strick and the officer Reynolds, who was gunned down by William Strick, were privy to this event. The White Queen, Emma, held the password gleaned from a soldier, her delicate fingers pressing the keys on the password panel repeatedly. 37,917. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sounds reverberated as the door to the room swung open. Amid the jubilant cheers of the students, the White Queen, Emma, entered the room with exhilaration. "Oh, how wonderful! We can finally escape. Long live Teacher Emma. You are the brightest star in the heavens. Teacher Emma, I have missed you so dearly during our time at the academy." The students, in a tumult of emotions, overjoyed, ecstatic, and frenzied, could scarcely believe that they would once again see the light of day. They had witnessed too much death in this laboratory, too many bodies of mutant beings dissected alive. Initially, they had resigned themselves to such a fate. Yet, just as they found themselves in the depths of despair, the sun that had long illuminated their path reappeared. In the moment they were about to embrace one another, an inexplicable beeping filled the room. A sense of foreboding gripped Emma's heart. The next instant, a blinding white light erupted from within the chamber. Fire. A raging inferno. In an instant, it engulfed Emma's vision. Helpless, she let out a piercing scream. No, the scene was one of devastation, thick black smoke permeating the air. When Yumu and the female Deadpool, Wanda, arrived, this was the sight that met their eyes. The White Queen, in her diamond form, knelt in silence, staring blankly at the charred remains of over 50 bodies before her. In her final moments, Emma instinctively transformed in her diamond form to shield herself. However, the students, whose powers were suppressed by the inhibitors, were not so fortunate. Upon witnessing this grim scene, Wanda felt a surge of sorrow. No, no, no. How could this be? It shouldn't have ended like this. These young lives had only just begun. How can it end so abruptly, in such a manner? Grasping her tattered mask in anguish, Wanda lamented, "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Humanity deserves to be cursed." The diamond-formed White Queen, Emma, paid no heed to the approaching figures. She remained transfixed, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the students, as if she could still perceive their voices and smiles, struggling to comprehend the sudden wave of grief that had overtaken her. The emotions within her body instinctively began to deny everything before her, a protective mechanism she could not resist. She found it difficult to believe that her beloved students, those she cherished as family, had departed from her forever at the very moment of her greatest joy and excitement. The White Queen, Emma, felt an endless abyss consuming her. And she did not resist the sensation. She experienced despair once more, a pain even more profound than the anguish she had endured when the military besieged the Hellfire Academy, witnessing her students being slaughtered and taken away. At that time, there was no hope, only despair. Yet this time, hope was visible, albeit intertwined with despair. Emma was utterly crushed. She yearned to weep, but in her diamond form, tears eluded her. This scene bore a haunting resemblance to the aftermath of the Hellfire's raid, when she sat alone amidst the ruins, cradling the lifeless bodies of her students, staring at the sea of corpses before her. Back then, she had understood that she could not cry, for that was precisely what her enemies wished to see. Thus, she refrained from shedding tears. She wanted them to know that the White Queen, Emma, could not be defeated. In her heart, she repeatedly told herself, "I cannot cry. A queen does not weep." Emma does not weep. She had believed that having endured such a dark moment, she would no longer feel pain. Yet she was mistaken. In this moment, the world of the White Queen, Emma, had been obliterated. She sat amidst the scorched earth, resembling a sculpture bereft of its soul. Chapter 0057, The Hope of Resurrection. It felt as though trouble was looming. Deep within the second level of the mutant laboratory, muffled curses echoed continuously. Unlike the silence of the White Queen, the female Deadpool, Wanda vented her frustrations through vehemently cursing this unjust world. What fault lay with the mutants? The wrongdoers were not they, but this world. All they sought was to live peacefully. What sin had they committed? They fought so hard to survive. Why must they endure such suffering? Why could those ordinary people not simply acknowledge their existence? They too possessed emotions, encompassing joy, anger, sorrow, and all the attributes of humanity. Why could these ordinary people not leave them be? Simply because of a power, simply due to the misdeeds of a few among the mutants. Must all mutants be condemned? Are there not also miscreants and terrorists among ordinary people? Why must the harm they endure and the persecution they suffer far exceed that of these others? Yumu gazed painfully at the two women engulfed in sorrow before him, and his own fury surged relentlessly. That old wretch, William Stryker. What a grand gift. A truly weighty burden, so heavy it felt suffocating. One can only say that William Stryker, the infamous mutant hunter, has truly outdone himself. Originally, Yumu believed that the worst fate awaiting them was the death of the students, merely waiting to be discovered by everyone. To his astonishment, Stryker has executed his plans with even greater thoroughness, simultaneously bestowing a glimmer of hope while plunging them into profound despair. The realm of emotions and the human heart has been deftly manipulated by this butcher. As Yumu gazes upon the chaos before him, he feels an intense desire to drag that old devil, Stryker, from the depths of hell and subject him to a luxurious version of the 18 layers of hell, forcing him to endure tribulations. If Yumu were not Yumu, if he had not traversed to this world, he might find himself ensnared in an insurmountable dilemma. Yet, who is Yumu? He is the man who has conquered the malevolent deity beasts. Why did Yumu fervently seek out the Hand in the beginning? Why was his first endeavor in the Marvel Universe to lead the Hand? Because, in his heart, the Hand represents a unique existence within the Marvel realm, possessing the extraordinary ability known as resurrection. In his previous observations, Yumu could not fathom why the writers had created such a power, yet chose not to utilize it, leading to much lamentation. Despite being part of the same Marvel Universe, the existence of resurrection seemed to go unnoticed by the myriad of gangs, heroes, and villains. What a magnificent invention! What a remarkable concept! With such power at hand, death ceases to be the ultimate end. Moreover, beyond this resurrection ability, Yumu is aware of another form of resurrection within the Marvel world, namely, the establishment of the mutant nation Krakoa and the concurrent resurrection protocols for mutants. The resurrection protocols signify a monumental milestone for mutants, allowing them to thrive through an alternative concept of immortality. This initiative, spearheaded by Professor Charles Xavier, involves a colossal machine capable of amplifying his brainwaves to scan for mutants worldwide. In the era of Krakoa, this has evolved into a backup system for mutant souls and brainwaves. In simple terms, it preserves the memories of mutants. Upon their death, they can be completely revived through the stored memories. The second crucial element of the entire resurrection protocol is the Five, a group of 5 mutants, each with distinct abilities. who synergistically combine their powers to create a miraculous revival of the mutant race. Through their diverse capabilities, the five can conjure a corporeal body for a deceased mutant out of thin air. Through the act of memory infusion into his corporeal form, rebirth was achieved. This was the extent of Yu-Mu's comprehension. Two resurrection abilities that he could undeniably command. The curses of the female Deadpool, Wanda, echoed in his ears, while the distant figure of the White Queen stood silent like a snow lotus. Yu-Mu did not linger. He swiftly brought hope to the two disheartened women. Ahem, ladies, please remain calm. I possess a solution. There is still a chance for them. They can still be saved. The space, once filled with vitriol, fell into an eerie silence, a silence that was both terrifying and unsettling. At that moment, Yu-Mu felt as though he were exposed beneath the gaze of two ferocious beasts, their verdant eyes fixed intently upon him. It seemed that should his words fail to satisfy their predilections, he would be torn asunder by their inexorable wrath in the next instant. What? What did you say? Almost simultaneously, the silence shattered, giving rise to two exclamatory voices. The White Queen, Emma, turned, her gaze piercing into Yu-Mu's eyes, reminiscent of a drowning individual clinging desperately to the last vestige of hope, however minuscule it might be. Emma's body regained its former vitality as she sprang to her feet, rushing to stand before Yu-Mu. With a tremor of anticipation, she inquired, "Is what you say truly real?" The lifeless depths of her eyes sparked with a glimmer of light, her ice-blue lips, stained with color, bitten resolutely. She feared that this could merely be a figment of her imagination. She yearned to reconfirm this news from Yu-Mu's lips. As for doubt, given the circumstances, what reason would Yu-Mu have to toy with her? Despite their brief acquaintance, Emma held an unwavering trust in Yu-Mu. There was no rationale for this trust. It was as if his very being embodied the unity of knowledge and action. If he claimed it could be done, then it undeniably could be done. This was a trust devoid of reason, perhaps a testament to Yu-Mu's charismatic persona, a quality that inspires reliance, assurance, and admiration in others. Wanda, the female Deadpool, ceased her outburst. She scrutinized Yu-Mu from head to toe several times. Ultimately, she replied with a sullen tone, "Do not deceive me. If I discover you have tricked me, I shall pursue you relentlessly until one of us meets our ultimate demise." Wanda loathed deceit above all else. And should Yu-Mu betray her in this matter, she would indeed be driven to madness and violence. Yu-Mu gazed at the two hopeful women beside him, instilling in them a sense of strength. He asserted earnestly, "You can trust me." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second underground level, the beast sat languidly in a chair, yawning repeatedly, unable to halt his incessant yawns. What is happening? Why do I sense that trouble is brewing? He pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. How curious. Indeed, the beast's feline tail began to brush against the chair, swaying incessantly. Chapter 0058, Preparations for the Resurrection Ceremony. The third guest has arrived. The mutant experimental base. After a thorough search, aside from the female Deadpool Wanda, Gwen, Tony, and others managed to rescue nearly 100 mutants, ranging in age from 13 to 30. This number reflects only the living. According to the accounts of these surviving mutants, the base once boasted a population of over 1,000. This starkly indicates the multitude of remains left behind. Deep within the underground level of the base, the Red Queen, possessing the Crimson Serpent, dismantled the last signal jammer before her. Buzzing, the signal was restored. Outside the base, the beast observed the comings and goings of the heroic mercenary ninja squad with a sigh. Truly, it was a perilous situation. Initially stationed at the perimeter to guard the signal jammers, the elite ninja team of 4 transformed into a transport squad, carrying out charred corpses from the base. Enough with the frivolities. Tell me, what are the conditions for executing the resurrection ceremony? The beast confronted Yu-Mu, who was intently watching this disguised dark deity. Yu-Mu had never let his guard down around the beast. After all, a formidable evil god deserved a measure of respect. Moreover, what was this nonsense about the impossibility of performing the resurrection ceremony? Did he think the beast was unaware of his secrets? For a being like the beast, the resurrection technique was remarkably straightforward. Did Yu-Mu not sense the beast's current mood? The price was simply too low. This individual sought to exploit the situation for profit. The entire resurrection ceremony required not only the blood of the living, but also special sacrificial items. The blood of living, powerful individuals, and most crucially, an offering imbued with miraculous power. Only by gathering these elements could a complete resurrection ceremony be established, allowing communication with my essence hidden in the hellish dimension. The beast felt utterly drained. While the other requirements seemed manageable, the possession of a miraculous offering posed a significant challenge. Although the beast was aware that this figure before him possessed such power, he was uncertain whether Yumu would part with it. After all, an item containing miraculous power would be fiercely guarded. Why would one be so generous as to relinquish it for the sake of completely unrelated individuals? The beast was also unsure if his superior would make such a choice, fearing that the leader might covertly suspect his loyalty, merely to pry into the power he held. Indeed, he thought, I do entertain such notions. Yumu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The other aspects are easily comprehensible. Miraculous power? What exactly do you mean by that? Yumu inquired, nodding in response. Aside from this, is there anything else? Please, share everything at once. However, I must make it clear that those who are resurrected this time must not have their consciousness stripped away, reducing them to mere puppets under your control. Should I discover that even one student's memories are incomplete and that you are secretly manipulating them, you should ponder the consequences. Yumu's tone was calm, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet, the heart of the beast cat began to race with trepidation. Damn it, how does this fellow understand himself so well? How did he know I would attempt to intervene during the resurrection ceremony? Initially, the beast harbored such thoughts, but it immediately abandoned them. Those who have undergone its dark magic resurrection would indeed become subject to its control. However, this was merely a standard operation for the dark deity. Leaving a hidden door was already quite lenient. If those malevolent deities with numerous followers were involved, they would even possess your soul and bind you to a contract. Much like Mephistopheles, the ancient demon lord of hell, as a lesser dark god, it had no choice but to lower its standards to survive, reducing the risks of followers believing in it and increasing its own adherence. It aimed to make its followers understand that faith in it was beneficial and low risk. Yet, even so, it only managed to exert control over the Fronthand Alliance. At times, it engaged in self-reflection and assessed its performance. Was it due to its insufficient ruthlessness? Were these humans the type that relished being mercilessly trampled by whips? It did not comprehend. It truly did not understand. Humans are so complex. The beast sighed inwardly, marveling at the peculiar nature of humanity. After its musings, the plump cat head turned to Yumu. Boss, regarding the sacrificial offerings, I have an idea that I am uncertain whether to share. Speak. The 16 miraculous powers within you can also serve as a substitute for the divine powers. If you can extract them, they would make the finest offerings for the resurrection ceremony. Yumu was gazing at the white Queen Emma, the female reaper, next to the charred corpses in the distance when he paused in astonishment. Indeed, the count of the 16 miraculous powers aligned. A thought struck Yumu, and he became instantly alert. The only things worthy of being called miraculous powers, exactly 16 in number, must undoubtedly be the rat poison concocted by Tom and Jerry. Yumu had not anticipated that this substance could also be utilized in the resurrection ceremony. Tom and Jerry had truly been lifelong friends to Yumu. Merely a batch of rat poison had continued to benefit him to this day. He wondered if Frog had gone on a trip to revisit or to explore the vast and beautiful new world. If it were a visit, would it seek out Tom or Tianyan? In less than a day, he was already beginning to miss Frog. He was indeed a person who adored frogs. His hands itched again. Yumu gazed intently at the beast's feline head, unable to resist the urge to reach out and stroke it. Teasingly flicking his fingers under the creature's chin, the beast shuddered in delight, narrowing its eyes in bliss. No problem. How much do we need for the ritual? Yumu inquired, directing his gaze towards the corpses that the ninjas were swiftly transporting away. Just a single dose of power will suffice. Just one will do. The beast was perplexed by its own feelings. What had begun as a small ember of resentment within it dissipated entirely in the face of this inexplicable wave of comfort. No problem. Once everything is prepared, we shall commence the ceremony. The blood of the strong. Will the blood of these mutants suffice? Yumu pointed towards the gathering of nearly 100 mutants in the distance. The blood of mutants could indeed be considered the blood of the strong. The beast nodded in agreement, but then hesitated, saying, yes, but it is insufficient. Boss, we still require the blood of a true powerhouse. The expression on its face reflected a deep conflict. It did not voice its thoughts explicitly, but Yumu instinctively understood. Pointing at himself, he asked me. Lowering his gaze to the beast, he was met with the adorable expression reminiscent of the shoe-wearing cat, a swordsman cat. The beast was desperately trying to convey that it did not intend to betray its master. Truly, it was compelled by the needs of the ritual to take such drastic actions, to make the boss bleed. Really, it was not out of desire for revenge stemming from being beaten by Yumu. How could it commit such an outrageous act? One that would be scorned by the gods and demons of the path? It was merely a pure cat, and what malice could a cat possess? After all, it was the boss's #1 feline companion. Having confirmed the understanding in their eyes, Yumu sighed, realizing there was no turning back. Well then, if the sky falls, let the tall one bear it. At that moment, Yumu found himself to be that fortunate tall one. Who would have thought that just a few days into the Marvel world, he had already become the kind of person who could shield others from storm? Perhaps this was the essence of leadership. He could not take all the benefits for himself. He also needed to provide shelter for those around him. Yumu aspired to carve out a sanctuary of his own in this Marvel universe, which meant he must offer more than the average person. To gain the favor of the White Queen, Emma Frost, he had already invested significantly, both in effort and resources, to the point where he was putting himself on the line. He hoped that Emma Frost would help him manage the White Moo workshop that was still in its infancy. Just as Yumu was lost in contemplation, a sudden interruption occurred. Ribbit, a new guest has arrived for the Frog Tadpole. Please attend to the guest diligently. There's a chance of receiving a gift in return. A guest? Yumu's thoughts were abruptly disrupted. He had not anticipated a visitor at this hour. Tom, Tianyan, who is the third? Yumu glanced at the distant corpses yet to be moved, and preparations for the resurrection ceremony were still underway. Yumu casually remarked to Beast Path, I will take a moment to rest. You shall oversee the matters of the resurrection ceremony. A glint of coldness flashed in Yumu's eyes as he continued. As for the living, we shall utilize those soldiers from the base. Not a single one is innocent among them. Consider this a reclamation of waste. It is what they deserve. Upon receiving a response from the beast, Yumu found a spot to lean against the wall and succumbed to slumber, his body still not having regained its strength. Before long, Gwen and the others approached, staring in astonishment at the sleeping Yumu. Wasn't he supposed to announce something to them? Why had he fallen asleep? Hey, Yumu, Yumu, Gwen gently called out, but received no reply. Let him rest. After all he's been through, he must be utterly exhausted. Talp, talp, talp. The White Queen, Emma, approached in her light blue high heels, followed closely by the female Deadpool. Wanda, yes, the boss said he needed a break. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The beast hopped down from its chair and sauntered into view, walking with feline grace. In front of Yumu, it was an unrestrained cat, while before the others, it embodied a proud and sinister feline deity. In that moment, surrounded by the crowd, it was the brightest star in the room. Chapter 0059, The Bone King. Resurrection begins, mysterious night. 2-in-1 in the abode of Frog. As soon as Yumu's consciousness emerged, he eagerly opened the door to investigate the visitor, eager to quell his curiosity. Outside stood a towering figure casting a shadow over Yumu, dressed in an opulent black cloak adorned with vast golden patterns. He wore numerous magical rings on his fingers and wielded a staff entirely of gold, entwined at the top by 7 golden serpents, each clutching a magical gem in its mouth. He was devoid of flesh, his entire being composed of bone, with 2 clusters of crimson flames flickering in his hollow eye sockets, reminiscent of wrath from the depths of hell. He was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, the man mockingly dubbed the Bone King by the people. As the skeletal figure saw the door open, he slowly spoke, I am S.H.I.E.L.D, the king of the undead, the ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth, the last remnant among the 41 supreme beings. I have heard of your connections with the offspring of the traveler frog. Thus, I have traversed into this realm to behold you. You may call me Flying Squirrel or Ains. What should be the reaction upon witnessing the Bone King? Perhaps joy, excitement, or something else? Yumu was unaware of others' reactions, but he was acutely aware of his own. He stared blankly at the magnificent curved horns adorning the top of the Bone King's head. To him, these horns were simply captivating. There is one more thing. Can the Bone King converse normally? Isn't it exhausting to speak this way? Igarakumu. Having perused the tale of the Bone King, was well aware of the peculiarities surrounding this ancient being. Was the Bone King not grappling with a tempest of thoughts within? Alas, he lacked the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. He could not discern the Bone King's inner musings. It would have certainly been entertaining otherwise. Please enter. The ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth, S.H.I.E.L.D. Yumu sidestepped to allow the Bone King passage. The Bone King scrutinized the doorframe for a moment. Then, after a brief silence, sidled in sideways, moving like a crab. Once seated, the Bone King initiated the conversation. Is the frog not home? It appears I have come at an inopportune moment. The frog has gone on a journey, S.H.I.E.L.D. You have arrived rather late. The Bone King's expressionless skull showed no sign of life as he replied, no matter. My purpose for visiting is to express my gratitude to the frog for accompanying me upon my awakening. The sentiment alone suffices. The Bone King's crimson eyes fixed on Yumu, and he spoke calmly. I have long heard of you from the frog, and seeing you today, you are indeed remarkable. After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, could it be that you're also a traveler from another world? Yumu maintained his cheerful demeanor, gazing at the Bone King with a smile as he countered, how did you come to know? The Bone King stroked his chin with a bony hand, stating, the frog's ability to perfectly replicate my item, the ring of S.H.I.E.L.D gown, is indicative. Furthermore, what solidified my certainty was my observation of this space. As Yumu nodded, the Bone King seemed to transform, beginning to converse freely with Yumu, shifting from the formal I to a more personal me. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, covering the first encounter of the Bone King with the frog, discussing their shared experiences in reclaiming the great tomb of Nazareth, and even venturing into the realm of adventurers beyond this world. The conversation continued unabated for a considerable time, and the Bone King appeared to release the burdens that had weighed heavily upon him, his entire being radiating with newfound brilliance. Eventually, the Bone King rose to take his leave, and Yumu bid him farewell with enthusiasm. It must be said that conversing with this ancient being was indeed intriguing. As the Bone King's figure approached the boundary of the small dimension, he melded into it and vanished from sight. A familiar system notification echoed once more. Ding! Due to the host's exemplary hospitality towards the Bone King S.H.I.E.L.D gown, he is exceedingly satisfied. The reward tier has been automatically elevated by 1 level, now reaching the highest rank. Please check your inbox promptly to receive your reward. What a delightful surprise. Yumu had not anticipated that being an attentive host could lead to such an elevation in rewards. Then, Tom, what on earth is Tianyan? While I can comprehend Tom's lack of preparation, this tempestuous cat, swift as the wind, departs as it pleases. But what of Tianyan, this woman? Could it be that he failed to cater to her needs? Can their mutual affinity still flourish? Is there room for improvement in his companionship skills? Goodness, one can only say, is she not a woman of many intricacies? Yet, one can understand her perspective. To reveal one's hand entirely upon first meeting would render one a mere pawn in the web of intrigue. This is the nature of the environment. It stands to reason that this woman has grown accustomed to concealing her true feelings regardless of whom she faces. Nevertheless, it pales in comparison to the unadulterated camaraderie that exists between men, direct, unfiltered, and devoid of any impurities. At present, the foremost priority during a guest visit is to ensure their utmost enjoyment. Bone King, that old fellow, truly excels. Now, Yumu begins to privately anticipate the abilities that this character might bestow upon him. Without hesitation, he opens his mailbox to check the information. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the advanced profession of Death Mage, S.H.I.E.L.D gown. Ding! Satisfaction threshold met. The advanced Death Mage automatically ascends to the Master of Death. In the mutant experiment base, on the surface, Beast is directing the red-clad ninjas in the arrangement of the Dark Deity's ritual. Thankfully, the open space outside the base is ample. A mere 200 to 300 meters can be cleared effortlessly. At this moment, less than 50 meters from the entrance of the base, Yumu, leaning against the wall in slumber, stirs at the slightest movement of Beast's cat ears. Suddenly, it pivots to gaze upon the sleeping Yumu. From his being, threads of black silk, imbued with the essence of death, converge and radiate outward, gathering, accumulating, and gathering once more. Under the astonished gaze of Beast, a plume of black smoke shoots skyward, distinctly visible against the azure sky. This spectacle captures the attention of all present. Gwen, Tony, Natasha, and others who are calming the rescued mutants are equally shaken. The mutants themselves are stunned. A younger mutant points at the towering black smoke in awe, exclaiming, "Is that big brother also a mutant? How impressive. Mutant? This seems a bit off." Someone questions. I feel an extraordinarily pure force of death. A sensing mutant's expression shifts dramatically. "Heavens, look over there. What is that?" Someone points to the sky. Before their eyes, the black smoke coalesces in the heavens, gradually forming a colossal black dragon with a diameter of over 10 meters, with a roar that reverberates across the desolate expanse. The dragon's cry instills fear within a 10-mile radius. Subsequently, the dragon's form dissipates into nothingness, and the sky returns to tranquility. The black threads emanating from Yumu's body have completely vanished. Mobius, standing in the shadows, murmured to himself, "Death, I can sense the immense power of death." The beast, embodying an evil god, exclaimed in astonishment, "Such a dense aura of death. How many lives must have been extinguished to achieve this? Has the boss grown stronger again? Does he gain power merely by sleeping?" Frank, embarking on his first mission with Yumu, tightened his grip on the infinite bullet revolver, unwilling to become a burden. Gwen covered her mouth in disbelief, wondering how this individual seemed to enhance his power as effortlessly as quenching thirst. Inside his iron armor, Tony analyzed the energy data, realizing that the energy Yumu had just unleashed rivaled the strength of his new reactor. Meanwhile, Natasha remained unfazed, focused solely on comforting the children, seemingly indifferent to the spectacle above. Emma, the White Queen, and Wanda, the female Deadpool, exhibited excitement. Their comrade had finally awakened, and the resurrection ritual could soon commence. As for the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Yumu's outburst, they had neither the time nor inclination to ponder such matters. Felicia, Spirit Butterfly, and Revenge displayed varied reactions. But one sentiment was unanimous. Yumu had finally roused from slumber. This was the crux of our undertaking. Upon awakening, Yumu did not linger. He gathered everyone to inform them of his forthcoming actions, including all relevant details of the resurrection ceremony. He concealed nothing, as they were all allies. And there was no need for secrecy. Even the necessity for a blood sacrifice from the living was disclosed without hesitation. This served as a minor test for Yumu, a means to gauge how his companions would perceive this matter, which was crucial in determining whether to incorporate them into his inner circle. After all, differing ideologies could inevitably lead to divergence. Yumu had witnessed too many relationships fracture due to ideological discrepancies. He wished to avoid such discord in his vicinity. Conducting an ideological assessment sooner rather than later was essential. Should anyone fail to pass, he would treat them as he had in the past, but nothing beyond that. In Yumu's heart, there was nothing amiss with the resurrection ceremony. However, he was uncertain if the others would share his perspective. As his words faded, the Punisher, Frank, was the first to express his agreement. Subsequently, Cat-Legged Beast, Spirit Butterfly, Revenge, the White Queen, and the female Deadpool followed suit. Mobius soon joined in. Gwen, Tony, Natasha, and Felicia were left to ponder their internal struggles in silence before ultimately conceding their agreement. The blood sacrifice of soldiers would initiate the resurrection ceremony for the students. Everyone had passed. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after more than 2 hours of diligent effort from the ninjas, a 300-meter diameter resurrection ritual formation has been meticulously completed, comprising 3 layers of intricate runes intricately overlaid upon one another. Each layer features distinct runes and patterns. At the very center of the formation lies a vial of rodenticide crafted by Jerry. Yumu specifically tested it with Beast, confirming that both the strength potion and the shrinking potion would suffice. Moreover, due to their identical appearances, Beast could not discern even the slightest difference. Only sensing the same miraculous energy, Yumu casually placed the currently less useful shrinking potion at the center, as the strength potion was a precious resource to be conserved. Surrounding the potion were the charred corpses of students, radiating outward from the vial. Encircling them were over 70 soldiers from the base. While the outermost ring consisted of the mutants and the White Queen Emma, alongside the female Deadpool, Wanda. The base soldiers were now under Emma's mental control, standing there in serene calmness. This was Yumu's greatest act of mercy, allowing them to pass silently into the illusion of death without witnessing their demise. In truth, it was also a means of avoiding complications. If these 70 individuals were not mentally subdued, what chaos would ensue as they faced death, wailing or cursing? How could one possibly execute them? Such turmoil would surely disrupt the ritual. Presently, the situation was perfectly orchestrated. However, ultimately, he still needed to take action himself. Yumu cast a glance at Frank, who stood beside him with an expression of tranquility. The choice of executor for the slaughter had been decided. Yumu and the Punisher, Frank. Frank had volunteered for the task, while Yumu felt compelled to do so as well, for regardless of who carried out this massacre, Yumu would accompany him in the act. This served as a form of protection, preventing any rifts or invisible repulsion within the team. Beast glanced at the oppressive sky, shrouded by heavy clouds that obscured the sun, then turned to Yumu and exclaimed, "Boss, we can commence." "Very well. Let the resurrection ritual begin." Upon receiving the command, a flicker of excitement shone in Beast's cat-like eyes. Finally, he could fully bask in the sunlight once more. If time lingered too long, he feared he would completely merge into the essence of a cat. Outside the formation, Beast's feline form slowly collapsed. A dark shadow gradually emerged above, growing larger and larger. In mere moments, a figure towering 10 meters in height materialized, possessing an extraordinarily bizarre visage, with goat-like horns, a dragon snout, and eyes as deep as abysses. This being bore a pair of symmetrically spiraled horns, approximately 2 meters in length, curling outward. Its upper body resembled that of a human, cloaked in dark red skin, while its lower half remained ethereal and elusive. The dimensional aberration, the embodiment of destruction and corruption, the malevolent deity known as Beast had arrived. The once dim sky darkened further. The malevolent deity, amidst the astonishment of the mutants, began to chant, "O great Beast, King of Dimensions, with the horns of a goat and the roar of a dragon, I offer 70 lives as my beacon, and with the elixir of miracles as my key, I unlock the chains of rebirth. From the depths of darkness, I summon the power of the resurrected to bring their souls back." The blood sacrifice commences. Upon hearing the command, Yumu and Frank did not hesitate. Approaching the unaware soldiers, they brandished their blades. With a swift thrust, Yumu's sword-like weapon pierced the hearts of the soldiers. Bang! Frank's revolver, equally precise, struck true to their cores. 70 souls were many, enough to fill both sides of an entire street. Yet, they were few, as Yumu and Frank dispatched them all in under 10 seconds. The soldiers' blood flowed, drawn by an unseen force, encircling and illuminating the runes of the resurrection array. Soon, it enveloped the entire summoning circle. Outside, Gwen, Tony, and others beheld this life-altering spectacle. At that moment, the roar of a heavy motorcycle echoed from outside, accompanied by an enraged exclamation. "You shall pay for this. How dare you conduct a blood ritual for the malevolent deity?" It is well known that the only way to hasten the process is to write more. When the word count is insufficient, one must simply write more. Chapter 0060, The Spirit of Vengeance, No One Can Judge Me. Virus Mutation, Dual Fusion. At the outskirts of the mutant experimental base, Danny Ketch seethed with fury. As the Ghost Rider, he was meant to attend the gathering of the Midnight Suns. Little did he expect to sense an extraordinary force of death along the way. The spirit of vengeance within him guided him to this place. This spirit, a supernatural entity, derives from various sources: hell, heaven, otherworldly existences, the arcane, and more. Legends claim it to be a creation of God. It exists in the form of a soul, selecting those with intense feelings of vengeance, a sense of justice, and fury as its hosts, bestowing upon them formidable power. Danny Ketch's spirit of vengeance differs from that of his predecessor, Johnny Blaze. Danny's power emanates from a mysterious amulet, while Johnny S. was acquired through a soul transaction with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. This distinction grants Danny greater control over his transformations, unlike Johnny, who could only transform at night. Although later, Johnny gradually broke free from this constraint. Just moments ago, in the forest, Danny Ketch witnessed Yumu and Frank ruthlessly slay the soldiers, observing the vile blood ritual of the malevolent deity. His anger surged within him. The power of vengeance was activated within him, and Danny Ketch willingly transformed. The hellfire, imbued with retribution and punitive force, surged from his being, enveloping him instantaneously. His flesh dissolved, giving way to a skeletal form ablaze with fierce flames. The Ghost Rider had arrived, complete with a chariot, chains, and an unquenchable inferno. With a thunderous roar, Ghost Rider Danny tightened his grip on the handlebars and charged towards the malevolent beast engaged in a dark ritual. The metallic chains dragged along the ground, scorching black trails in their wake, accompanied by a resonant, clanging sound. Unbeknownst to Gwen, Tony, and the others waiting on the periphery, a fiery figure astride a heavy motorcycle suddenly burst forth, interrupting the ongoing ceremony. "Damn it, why is this guy, the Midnight Sun, here?" Gwen's expression shifted in alarm. This was trouble. Living in New York and serving as a vigilante, Gwen had certainly heard of the Ghost Rider, although she had never witnessed him firsthand. Tales of his exploits had reached her ears. A burning skeleton, a motorcycle, chains, these were his trademarks. However, it was not merely this that made him memorable to Gwen. The previous Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, had been a formidable warrior who battled against the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and Satan, emerging victorious. Though the Hell Lords hadn't reached their peak strength on Earth and were significantly restrained, they were not foes to be trifled with. It was said that the Ghost Rider's hellfire could inflict harm even upon Mephisto and Satan, a truly extraordinary power. What was this troublesome figure doing here? This was a critical moment for Yumu and the others as they performed the resurrection ritual. They could not afford even the slightest disturbance. As the Ghost Rider approached, he swung his arm, sending the iron chain hurtling towards the malevolent beast in an attempt to interrupt the nefarious blood ceremony. Yet, the beast merely cast a disdainful glance at him, continuing the resurrection ritual without acknowledging this insignificant insect. The beast was confident that someone would intercept the Ghost Rider, allowing it to focus on the task at hand. With a resounding clang, Yumu positioned himself at the edge of the resurrection array. In his aerial form, he ensnared the chain, preventing any further advance. The Ghost Rider Danny was forced back to the perimeter of the array. Meanwhile, the malevolent beast spoke once more, blood cut. The surviving mutants and the White Queen Emma, along with Deadpool Wanda, began to offer their blood, each one slicing their fingertips. The blood that flowed formed delicate crimson threads, converging towards the center of the array, coalescing into a blood orb that floated in the air. Seeing the blood offering ritual commence, Yumu impatiently fixed his gaze upon the uninvited guest, the Ghost Rider. Yumu spoke first. "This is the resurrection ceremony for the deceased underage mutants. And those who were killed were soldiers who inflicted harm upon these students. Each and every one of them bears guilt. None are innocent." He explained to the Ghost Rider before him. If this fellow could be reasoned with, it would not pose much of a problem. Once the resurrection ceremony commenced, during the blood offering phase, all participants were bound to remain within the confines of the formation. Any slight misstep could result in the failure of the ritual. He could not allow the Ghost Rider to disrupt this sacred event. Otherwise, the resources he had invested would be rendered futile and lost forever. Moreover, his own blood offering segment was imminent, and Yumu wished to avoid any disturbances. Additionally, there was a crucial point to consider. If this individual was indeed the Ghost Rider that Yumu was familiar with, it would be anything but straightforward. Though there are several iterations of the Ghost Rider in Marvel Comics, each version possesses formidable abilities. Unlike the television adaptations that portray him as weak, the most iconic and well-known cinematic version is Johnny Blaze. Following him is the second iteration, Danny Ketch, who is the Ghost Rider free from the control of the Hell Lord Mephisto. The subsequent versions, third and fourth included, are all troublesome characters in their own right. They wield the power of vengeance, enabling them to confront the Hell Lord Mephisto, Satan, and other dimensional deities, making them unique on Earth. In Marvel Comics, the Ghost Rider employs the powers of the Penance Stare and Hellfire, having even driven away the Wrathful Hulk. The ability of the Penance Stare is particularly grotesque. It bypasses defenses and directly targets an individual's soul, inflicting immense agony and torment. The heavier the sins borne by the individual, the more intense the suffering inflicted. Only those who feel no remorse for their actions can escape this punishment. Hellfire is not merely the fire of the underworld. It represents a form of supernatural energy that embodies purification and retribution. It can effortlessly melt steel and scorch the target's soul and psyche. One of its most notable highlights includes breaching the Hulk's defenses and burning his flesh and bone. The Hulk, relying solely on his regenerative abilities, was ultimately forced to retreat. Moreover, the Ghost Rider is endowed with immortality. His near-immortal trait renders him akin to an unkillable cockroach. Without extraordinary means, such as celestial weapons, cosmic-level powers, or soul-level assaults, one cannot hope to eliminate the Ghost Rider completely. This formidable being, with his potent offensive capabilities and blood-locking powers, was not someone Yumu wished to provoke. It was of utmost importance to execute the resurrection ceremony smoothly. If a verbal resolution could suffice, he would refrain from resorting to violence. "Boss, it's your turn," the dark-eyed beast called out. Yumu inwardly lamented his ill fortune. How did the Ghost Rider come to fixate on him? In this desolate expanse, the odds seemed exceedingly slim. Furthermore, being discovered by anyone would be preferable to being targeted by the Ghost Rider. Before the Ghost Rider could respond, Yumu inflicted a wound upon his left hand. A stream of crimson blood emerged from the injury, connecting to a distant orb of blood suspended in the air. The Ghost Rider appeared to awaken from a dream, feeling deceived. He gazed upon the ongoing ritual, his fury intensifying. He rejected this ceremony. He could not accept that the evil deity was benevolent. Those before him were surely either blinded by the malevolent god or were outright minions of the dark entity. The notion of resurrecting the dead at the expense of living sacrifices filled Danny Ketch with profound rage. He growled softly, "This is a desecration of life, a perversion of justice and vengeance. The lives that have passed cannot be reclaimed. This is their fate. You are playing with fire. Step aside, or I shall slay you as well." Communication had failed. Yumu sighed inwardly, realizing that matters had become complicated. He was now trapped within the formation. While the Ghost Rider could not be killed, it seemed the only option was to restrain him and strike first, delaying until the resurrection ritual concluded. Having learned from William Stryker's missteps, Yumu was determined not to allow a similar fate to unfold again. With an impassive expression, he summoned the non-attack ability, activating 100 empty-handed reception. Before the Ghost Rider could react, he swung his sword down. Thud! The Ghost Rider, Danny, fell to his knees. His skeletal visage was agape, astonished. The flames atop his head flickered wildly. What was happening? How could his body act so inexplicably? He was kneeling before the very one he intended to kill. Moreover, he was presenting a posture of reverent supplication with his bony hands clasped upward. Was there truly such magic in this world? The Ghost Rider, Danny, found himself immobile, compelled to speak. This magic, or rather, this sorcery, was astonishing beyond belief. It surpassed even the capabilities of the demons of hell. Not even the denizens of hell possessed such power to compel kneeling and render someone motionless. Yumu remained silent, quietly counting the seconds in his mind. 3 minutes. There were 3 minutes remaining in the entire blood sacrifice ritual. If he could endure this period, the beast would take care of the aftermath. By then, the Ghost Rider before him would pose no threat, allowing him to deal with him freely. Did he truly believe that with the spirit of vengeance empowering him and his indestructible form, he was beyond his reach? The Ghost Rider, Danny, writhed in madness, his bones twisting desperately. Struggling, and struggling again, he felt his body firmly restrained. The Ghost Rider, Danny, roared, "You have brought this upon yourself." Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Soul Gaze. Hellfire, with his body immobilized. He had no choice but to release his powers to escape the dire predicament. Flames engulfed Danny, and the hellfire ignited upon Yumu's body, ignited by the connection between them. Simultaneously, the ability of Soul Gaze activated, initiating Yumu's judgment of causality and sin. 1 word, pain. 2 words, excruciating pain. 3 words, unbearably painful. Although Yumu had mentally prepared himself for the inevitable strike from the Ghost Rider's skill, he never anticipated the intensity of the agony. It was not merely physical. It pierced his very soul. The hellfire began to sear his body, transforming him into a being of flame. Under the relentless assault of hellfire, Yumu's flesh was laid bare, bloodied and charred by the flames. Thanks to the accelerated healing granted by the virus, the damaged flesh continuously regenerated. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Wolverine's confrontation with the uncontrollable Jean Grey. As he stepped closer to her, his body perpetually damaged. However, one was fueled by telekinesis, while the other was consumed by fire. In the distance, onlookers witnessed this spectacle and rushed forward to assist. Unexpectedly, A red viper emerged from Yumu, approaching the crowd. Hong Ho halted their advance, calmly stating, "My master bids you to remain patient. He can withstand this minor inconvenience. But you are different, lacking my master's strength. It would be perilous for you to intervene." Yumu, wielding the non-attack, was entirely enveloped in hellfire. Strangely, the bloodline connecting him to the blood cells remained unaffected. As the beast commanded the resurrection ritual, the sacrificial vial of rodent poison was unleashed in full force. In an instant, a colossal projection manifested before the crowd. In the air stood a brown flower mouse, upright. Its short, round body boasted prominent eyes and ears. It was Jerry, a projection summoned by the power of the resurrection ritual. The malevolent deity, the beast, gazed at the projection, incredulous. What is this creature? A mouse, infused with miraculous power? Could this mouse be a hidden overlord? A rodent demigod of ancient times? For a full minute, Yumu endured. Now he was completely immersed in the effects of soul gaze. His memories were being perused, starting from the first life he had taken in his past life. One, then another, and yet another. The soul gaze allowed him to experience the sensation of being slain. However, though he faced immense suffering, Yumu harbored no regrets. In both his past life and this one, he had slain those deserving of death. Yumu felt no remorse whatsoever. If heaven were to grant him another opportunity, he would choose to continue his path of destruction. Enduring the inferno from without and the searing agony of his soul from within, Yumu sensed that he was reliving the hardships of his past. His body ached profoundly, a testament to the heavens' apparent reluctance to allow him an easy triumph. Unbeknownst to him, at some point during this ordeal, Yumu erupted into a fit of laughter, wild yet serene. If this was to be his life, then so be it. He was determined to see what further tribulations fate would bestow upon him. Each challenge would only serve to fortify him. He would evolve, growing ever stronger, until he wielded complete dominion over his existence. For now, this was merely a trivial trial. No one could judge him, as if in response to his defiance, his body, continuously scorched by hellfire, seemed to awaken in fury. His body, altered by viral agents, erupted with newfound vigor. Within the unseen depths of his being, cells fractured and reformed in an endless cycle until a pivotal moment arrived. The hellfire acted as a catalyst, inciting the virus, an entity of infinite potential, to revolt. With a thunderous crack, the virus, pressed by the relentless flames, evolved from its initial form into a second stage. All the hellfire, emblematic of vengeance and retribution, was gradually absorbed by Yumu's body, dissipating into nothingness. The fallen knight, kneeling in astonishment, could scarcely believe his eyes. For the first time, the malevolent knight, Danny, gasped, "How is this possible?" Chapter 0061. The ritual concludes, students awaken, grant me pain, I bestow you death. A convergence of fate. Danny Ketch had never anticipated that what he considered a mere sacrificial incident, occurring casually on a journey, would unfold into such a complex series of events. The youthful, cold-eyed figure before him was capable of absorbing his once infallible hellfire. This revelation ignited a tempest of disbelief within Danny's skeletal visage. Why? How could an ordinary passerby possess the ability to absorb hellfire? The young man's remarkable resistance to the flames had already astounded him. Yet, he had encountered individuals of similar prowess before. Perhaps it was the influence of the distant deity's power. However, the notion of absorption was beyond his comprehension. The hellfire, a blaze so ferocious that even the formidable lord of the underworld, Mephisto, and the devil himself cannot withstand, is being absorbed by the individual before me. As I watch the flames gradually dissipate, even as the young man lets out a satisfied belch, a shiver of trepidation courses through the heart of the Ghost Rider. Danny Ketch, what kind of being have I inadvertently entangled myself with? When did such a powerful entity emerge in New York? Could it be that a new, ancient demon has descended upon the earth? Is the young man before me possessed by a demon? Human sorrow and joy are seldom uniform. Pain and pleasure coexist. This is the genuine sentiment of Yumu. He had not anticipated that the pressure exerted by the hellfire would catalyze a breakthrough in his body. This revelation alleviated a lingering doubt within him. The virus could indeed evolve. Much like William Birkin from the Resident Evil series, who underwent multiple stages of evolution. Could he too have such an opportunity? The second stage form he now possesses is merely a stepping stone, not the pinnacle of his potential. In this light, he has truly turned misfortune into fortune. Simultaneously, Yumu could not help but feel fortunate, reminiscing about the frog. At the moment the virus transcended its limits, he experienced an inexplicable epiphany. The original capabilities of the virus were undoubtedly lesser, insufficient to evolve to withstand the hellfire. Yet, due to the last return and the Millennium Peach bestowed upon him by the frog, everything had changed. This time, Yumu managed to avert disaster and achieve a significant enhancement, largely attributable to the pseudo-immortal form he acquired after consuming the peach. The pseudo-immortal form greatly amplified the virus's inherent potential for infinite evolution and directed it favorably towards his essence. Furthermore, the innate energy within Yumu's body, an almost imperceptible force, quietly contributed to his resistance. The confluence of these three elements, interacting harmoniously, unleashed a potential greater than the sum of its parts, enabling Yumu to complete this bodily evolution. Yumu silently acknowledged his fortune. It was indeed thanks to the hellfire of the Ghost Rider. Without this force, he might still be unaware of when he could fully unleash the vast potential within him. If pressure is the root of evolution, then struggle is the spark that ignites that potential. The pseudo-immortal form, an intangible entity, presented itself before Yumu in a strikingly vivid manner for the first time. Consider this. Even Hulk could not withstand the searing effects of hellfire on his body and soul. Yet, Yumu has accomplished what many deemed impossible. The pseudo-immortal form, what a terrifying gift of nature. His body is no longer comparable to its former self. After evolving into a second-order form, the virus significantly enhanced physical defenses. If he were to encounter the previous explosion at the base once more, Yumu's current physical strength would allow him to emerge unscathed. Henceforth, he would not face issues stemming from an excessively rapid increase in power outpacing his physical resilience. During this evolution, Yumu's strength did not witness a remarkable enhancement. Instead, the entirety of the evolutionary focus was directed towards fortifying his defenses against the hellfire. The increase in physical strength was merely a supplementary benefit. Yumu's icy gaze fixed upon the kneeling spectral knight before him. Observing the incessantly trembling jaw of the skeleton, he pondered whether it was always thus or if it was merely a reaction to his presence. This matter was far from concluded. Yumu was not one to suffer losses lightly. It was not merely the significant setback inflicted by the spectral knight that troubled him, but rather the fact that he was entirely unaware of the identity of the kneeling figure. Were it not for his unwavering conviction in his actions, the ability of soul gaze might have faltered. Under the dual influence of hellfire and the two instances of soul gaze, he could have truly encountered peril. No wonder even the enraged Hulk could not withstand it, forced to retreat by the sheer might of these abilities. Having personally experienced their effects, Yumu resolved never to mock Hulk again. We are all lost souls in this world. Why should one tormented man make it harder for another? These two abilities were indeed formidable. The crimson thread in Yumu's hand continued to siphon his blood, allowing him to distinctly sense that the resurrection ritual persisted. He looked down upon the kneeling spectral knight, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he coldly declared, "I care not who you are. Today, you have overstepped your bounds." Meanwhile, far outside, Gwen, Black Cat, and others who were aware of the spectral knight's exploits fell into silence. The hellfire of the spectral knight had been absorbed. Gwen was astonished, unable to fathom how Yumu could absorb hellfire. It was hellfire after all. How could it simply be absorbed without consequence? This was astounding. Could it be that Yumu possessed some form of cheat? Such ferocity. Black Cat, Felicia, and Natasha exchanged grave glances. This was beyond the realm of humanity. Even Mobius displayed a look of astonishment. Initially, prior to his imprisonment, he had contemplated joining the Midnight Suns team, which included the first and second generations of the Spectral Knight, Blade, the Night Werewolf, the Vampire Detective, and the Night Stalker, a group dedicated to combating supernatural evil forces such as magic, hell, demons, vampires, and the undead. However, fate had other plans. Ironically, after being incarcerated, he found himself stumbling upon the organization. Mobius no longer required the Midnight Suns. Only Tony remained utterly bewildered. Having just encountered the extraordinary, he was oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Meanwhile, the resurrection ritual of the sinister beast had reached its final stage. the remolding of the body and the restoration of the soul. In the sky, a colossal blood core, measuring 3 meters in diameter and nourished by the blood of many, began to stir. From the blood core, 53 crimson threads shot forth, piercing the charred corpses of the mutant students below. This connection resulted in a surge of energy from the blood core, flowing incessantly into the lifeless bodies of the students. Life was rekindled within them. The darkness slowly receded as skin began to emerge and regenerate. Those with missing limbs saw their bodies restored to wholeness. Under the watchful eyes of Emma, the White Queen, and Wanda, the Deadpool, within mere moments, the 53 students had completely regained their former selves. They lay quietly on the ground, as if in a tranquil slumber, poised to awaken and reclaim the vitality of youth at any moment. At this pivotal juncture, the power of the resurrection ritual reached its zenith. The sigils etched upon the ground erupted in a crimson radiance. The gates of hell swung open, and dark forces descended. In the name of the beast, I grant you rebirth. Flesh reshaped, souls restored. Arise. With the beast's thunderous cry, ethereal figures resembling phantoms emerged from the blood core, rushing towards the students below. Outside the resurrection array, Gwen, Tony, Natasha, and the others were bathed in an eerie red glow, their expressions distorted by the unnatural light. The sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds, showing no signs of abating. At that moment, an orange ring of fire materialized out of thin air. To their astonishment, the Ancient One, clad in a yellow robe, emerged. Frowning, she fixed her gaze upon the distant figure of the sinister beast. Freshly returned from the dark dimension, she immediately sensed the presence of the dimensional demon, her heart racing with the fear that Earth's surveillance and protective systems had failed. To her surprise, she discovered that this matter was somehow connected to Yumu. The Ancient One's brow furrowed once more as she observed the Ghost Rider locked in a standoff with Yumu. What is this fellow doing here? Ancient One was certainly no stranger to the Ghost Rider, having had numerous encounters with the original Ghost Rider. She had assisted him in battles within the infernal dimension and had played a role in sealing the entrance to that realm. However, upon encountering Yumu, she chose not to intervene, recognizing that the matters at hand were beyond her jurisdiction. She had merely come to observe the unfolding events. With a serious gaze, Ancient One surveyed the distant malevolent beast, the blood core suspended in midair, and the lifeless bodies of students arrayed upon the ground, their souls lingering like phantoms. A frown creased her brow as she contemplated the resurrection ritual taking place. It was all becoming clear. As a master well-versed in various magical systems, she immediately comprehended the nature of the sacrificial scene before her. Observing the Ghost Rider, Danny Ketch, rigid and kneeling before Yumu, a dawning realization flickered within her. She pieced together the sequence of events. Yumu was conducting a resurrection ritual, which had been discovered by the vengeful and unyielding Danny Ketch. This was a battleground of sorts, where both parties were engaged in a contest of offense and defense. Although Danny Ketch's demeanor was indeed peculiar, one could speculate that he harbored some undisclosed eccentricities. It appeared that the situation no longer required her intervention. Yumu had embarked upon his own path. Ancient One felt an inexplicable confidence in Yumu. From countless visions of possible futures, she had glimpsed fragments of his truth and understood that he would not allow the subdued, malevolent deity to wreak havoc freely. As Ancient One departed amidst the astonishment of Gwen and the others, she conjured a fire circle and vanished like a fleeting breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance. Perhaps it was due to Yumu's presence that she chose to conclude her duties early and savor the essence of life. Gwen pinched her fair cheek in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did I see that correctly? Is that a sorceress? A sorceress capable of teleportation? And she knows Yumu?" The Black Cat, Felicia, marveled as well. That teleportation ability seems incredibly useful. Where did Yumu meet such a sorceress? I wonder if he could introduce me. If I could obtain that power, wouldn't it make even the most secure estates and museums vulnerable to my stealth? Tony, Mobius, and the others were equally astonished. The fact that Yumu knew someone of Ancient One stature seemed to affirm the adage that like attracts like. Witnessing her effortlessly conjure a fire circle confirmed that she was no ordinary individual. Ancient One departed with poise, just as the students' souls began to merge back into their bodies, one after another awakening. The resurrection ritual concluded abruptly. Are we still alive? I thought I had perished. Is this heaven? What is happening? Have we been saved? The suddenness of the ceremony's conclusion left them bewildered. Earlier than anticipated, Yumu observed the crimson thread on his left hand snap. He gazed at the students in the distance, stirring from their slumber, and at the re-emerging smiles of the white Queen Emma and the female Deadpool Wanda. In that instant, he comprehended that the resurrection ceremony had finally concluded. Following the ritual, Yumu, the sole figure embroiled in conflict, became the undeniable focal point in the presence of the Ghost Rider. Unbeknownst to the crowd, among the nearly 100 rescued mutants, a girl had been covertly scrutinizing Yumu since the beginning. She possessed short, dark green hair, fair and delicate skin, and a tall, statuesque figure, seemingly assessing something with keen interest. Now is the moment to settle the score. Yumu abruptly turned his gaze, his eyes fixed ominously upon the flickering flames within the Ghost Rider's skull. It was our turn now. The confrontation, no, it could scarcely be termed a battle, was an absolute one-sided domination by Yumu. From the instant his two core abilities became ineffective, the defeat of Ghost Rider Danny Ketch was all but assured. After all, the Ghost Rider's prowess relied entirely upon hellfire and soul gaze. Stripped of these, he resembled a toothless paper tiger, impressive in appearance, yet utterly ineffective. Yumu, with the full power of 100% empty-handed white blade, brought the Ghost Rider Danny Ketch crashing to the ground. At that moment, Yumu, amidst Danny Ketch's astonished stare, began to absorb the essence of hellfire through his body, continuously siphoning the flames from Danny Ketch. As he consumed the fire, the spirit of vengeance within the Ghost Rider seemed to sense the impending threat and instinctively tightened its grip on its remaining power. Seizing the opportunity, Yumu did not allow Danny Ketch's skeletal form to utter a single word. With a decisive stomp, he shattered the feebly lingering skeleton. Gazing down upon the scattered bones of the fallen Ghost Rider, Yumu spoke with a calm detachment. "You have inflicted pain upon me. I grant you death. This is only fair." Chapter 0062, Beastly Thoughts. "Frank, this is your chance." His gaze converged into a singular focus. At the resurrection ceremony, a scene reminiscent of purgatory unfolded. Whether the recently revived mutant students, the liberated mutants, or the likes of Gwen and Tony, all stood transfixed, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and awe at the bizarre spectacle before them. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes reverberated within the hearts of the onlookers. In the distance, Yumu's garments were charred by hellfire, exposing his well-defined upper body. He was enveloped in the power of hellfire, his entire being ablaze with fierce flames. His countenance strikingly indifferent. With eyes devoid of any emotion, it fixated on the ravaged form before it, the Hell Knight, incessantly reborn from the inferno. He knelt upon the ground, his right fist relentlessly striking. One punch, followed by another, as if he were a soulless automaton, faithfully executing the task of annihilating his target. Regaining composure, he transformed back into the familiar beast, licking his claws and excitedly executing a backflip. Yes, precisely. Let this young one witness the might of the master. It was impossible for the beast not to feel exhilarated. Initially, it had yet to recall its past. But as the ritual drew to a close and all its focus shifted to Yumu and the Hell Knight, a sudden realization struck. What the hell? Was this not the very hellfire that even the formidable Lord Mephisto could be harmed by? Yet, what transpired before it? The flames capable of scorching such an invincible entity were being disregarded by the master? What did this signify? It implied that the master had surpassed even the likes of the Hell Lord Mephisto, at least in some regard. This revelation left the beast in a state of astonishment, nearly causing it to lose control. What incredible fortune had it stumbled upon to encounter the master? Initially, in the beast's eyes, Yumu was merely a fortunate individual endowed with miraculous powers. However, in this moment, everything had changed. It was entirely different. The beast perceived a potential within Yumu, a tremendous potential that far exceeded that of the lords of the hellish dimension. Since the beast began to accompany Yumu, it had witnessed his gradual growth. And how long had this transpired? How long had those invincible lords of the hellish dimension existed? Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in the beast's mind, to seize the opportunity, as the saying goes, to ingratiate oneself. If it could make Yumu feel at ease, then one day, if Yumu's strength were to ascend to the level of the Hell Lord Mephisto, or even surpass him, could it not implore Yumu to assist it in establishing a foothold within the hellish dimension? Its own essence had been rendered nearly obsolete. There was no room for improvement. To break through in the stratified realm of demons, one could only rely on external forces. The beast was unwilling to remain perpetually beneath the demons. Nobility and rank are not determined by birth. The beast, also harbored grand ambitions as a malevolent god. It yearned to command legions and indulge in the company of countless enchanting demonesses, changing companions daily. The beast refused to remain a mere pawn, unwilling to be relegated to the status of an inconsequential footnote in the hellish realm. Otherwise, it shall not transcend the myriad of challenges to descend upon earth and harvest souls for power. It has long yearned to defy fate and alter destiny, its own and that of others. At this moment, the beast's mind raced. Witnessing the scene of Yumu mercilessly slaughtering the malevolent spirit knight, a surge of inspiration erupting within. The gaze directed at Yumu was as if he beheld the entirety of existence. Unbeknownst to Igrekumu. The absorption of hellfire and his sheer resilience had compelled a demon from the hellish dimension to submit utterly to him, aspiring sincerely to become his devoted servant. Igrekumu, with an austere countenance, regarded the skeletal malevolent spirit knight beneath him, who could scarcely muster any flames. Initially, this knight had uttered cries, yet after countless deaths, he fell silent, merely undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth, seemingly for eternity. This triggered a distant memory within Yumu. If he recalled correctly, the control over the body in the form of the malevolent spirit knight was exerted by either the host or one of the vengeful spirits. The initial outcries were likely from the host, while the subsequent silence indicated that a vengeful spirit was now in command. This led Yumu to ponder a crucial question. What would occur if this malevolent spirit knight did not meet the vengeful spirit's criteria for a host? Moreover, casting a sidelong glance at the indifferent Frank in the distance, a daring notion sparked in his mind. He contemplated persuading the vengeful spirit to abandon this ineffectual entity, allowing it to select another host. Fortuitously, there stood one who met the vengeful spirit's standards. Should this plan succeed, Yumu's ranks would welcome a malevolent spirit knight version of Frank. With this thought, the murderous intent within Yumu waned significantly, and his original plan transformed. Taking a life was a simple feat, achievable in an instant. Yumu resolved to seize the source of power from the malevolent spirit knight before him. Stripping him of power would inflict far greater harm, more profound, more complete, and more despairing than mere death. Yumu mused, "Consider yourself unfortunate, who invited trouble by provoking me." The next step was to drain the strength of the vengeful spirit. "I refuse to believe your power is limitless. I can already sense your resurrection speed diminishing." In the distant hellish dimension, a realm among the myriad of hells within the Marvel Universe, countless volcanoes surged with black magma, flowing like blood into the deep crimson fissures that hung in the sky. The firmament bore no stars, only immense lava crevices. At this moment, the instinct of this infernal dimension trembles. It perceives the continuous depletion of its power, siphoned away to an unknown realm. Lacking consciousness, it instinctively begins to obstruct the entity that drains its strength. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless bombardment from Yumu persists. Yet, it is visibly evident that the frequency of his strikes has markedly diminished. Where he once recovered in a second, it now takes 7 or 8 seconds. The resurrection of the Hell Knight is not merely compressed. It has been grievously severed at its very core. Even the long-silent spirit of vengeance begins to vocalize. "What do you intend to do? You are not mortal. You are an existence beyond my judgment. Hell has provided me no answers, yet you are a conundrum. Why do you not face judgment? Are you innocent, or have you transcended sin and punishment?" Yumu pays no heed to the lamentations of this weakling. His conviction in his actions grows ever stronger. As long as he relentlessly continues his assault, the spirit of vengeance, crafted with semi-conscious intent to punish the guilty, will inevitably succumb, freeing itself from its inept host. Yumu senses that this opportunity is drawing near. As the spirit of vengeance wanes, a discord between the Hell Knight's host and the spirit is bound to arise. With the passage of time, Yumu's thoughts prove prescient. A frenzied confrontation unfolds within the consciousness of the Hell Knight. Amidst persistent death, Danny Ketch learns the essence of compassion. He suddenly realizes he need not fixate solely on the resurrection ritual. That ritual has long since elapsed. The presence of the malevolent deity has dissipated. For the sake of survival, Danny Ketch fixates on the spirit of vengeance before him. He bellows in desperation. What exactly do you want me to do? You urged me to seek vengeance, and I have done so, but do you see the results? This man, he is beyond our capacity to kill. He is no longer an adversary we can confront with our strength. We must retreat. The spirit of vengeance replies calmly. You have wavered. You question the very essence of judgment. Danny Ketch clenches his fists and shouts. He is neither evil nor good. He transcends. He is a monster. If even you cannot judge him, what are we but mere avatars of justice? Perhaps we were wrong from the very beginning. Your punitive rules are overly rigid. The spirit of vengeance falls silent for a moment before saying, I sense your fear. You have fractured. You have betrayed the sacred covenant. You are unworthy to be my knight. The spirit's words leave Danny Ketch momentarily stunned, an unsettling feeling rising within him. What does this mean? No, you cannot abandon me. We are not finished. I am your host. The mountains endure, and thus one need not fear the lack of firewood. As long as we escape, opportunities shall abound. You cannot forsake me. It was you who compelled me to become this wretched, spectral knight. And now, you seek to abandon me? Return to me. Yet, the spirit of vengeance has already turned away, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. You are no longer worthy of igniting my wrath. Hell shall no longer grant you the authority to judge. In the outside world, the malevolent night has been shattered once more, and Yumu has been waiting for a full minute. The anticipated rebirth of the spectral knight has not transpired. Unable to contain his doubts, Yumu murmurs, have I miscalculated? Has the spectral knight truly been undone by me? Just as this thought crosses his mind, a moment of resurgence occurs. Boom! The flames upon the knight's remnants blaze fiercely, merging into a towering inferno of golden-red hellfire that pierces the very skies of the battlefield. Danny Ketch's human form materializes within. Yumu's eyes brighten, halting his actions. Could it be that he has not failed after all? Has his vision succeeded? The ground beneath the resurrection ritual begins to tremble. Above the pillar of fire, in midair, an indescribable fiery entity emerges from the inferno. It possesses neither flesh nor soul. It is the judgmental will forged from endless sin and wrath. The spirit of vengeance manifests. A tremendous wave of energy radiates outward, far away at the mutant research facility. Dozens of kilometers distant at Charles Academy, Professor Charles, who is teaching students, suddenly furrows his brow, gazing toward the direction of the spirit of vengeance's emergence. For reasons unknown, he senses an inexplicable event unfolding in that direction. Today marks Scott's training day, and the lake where he hones his abilities lies in that very direction. I hope my intuition is mistaken and that no grave issues arise. At the mutant research facility, all present are astounded by the astonishing pillar of fire before them. Just resurrected, the young students gathered around the White Queen, Emma, turn their gazes in awe. Perhaps due to their youthful disposition, the pain of loss is swiftly forgotten. The students chatter excitedly. Wow, this power far exceeds that feeble flame you can only use to light a cigarette. What are you saying? It's merely because I'm too young. If only I were the same age as this friend of teacher Emma, I could unleash flames even grander than this pillar. Do not underestimate the youth. Ah, what do you think the connection is between this handsome figure and teacher Emma? Ouch. The speaker receives a sharp reprimand from the White Queen, Emma, who feigns anger, pouting. How dare you pry into your teacher's affairs? Do you wish to meet your demise once more? With gentle eyes, the White Queen Emma gazes at Yumu's distant silhouette. It is he who, on this day that has plunged her into despair, has utterly rescued her. Without him, Emma dares not envision what she would have become, a mere shell of a human, devoid of emotion, or perhaps entirely engulfed in darkness, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity. The White Queen, Emma, shudders at the thought. Presently, the only way she can repay Yumu is by silently supporting him from behind. As for the students who secretly mock her, the White Queen, Emma, neither rebuts nor opposes. She offers no response. Instead, she smiles softly, silently. Nearby, Wanda, the leader of the mutant students, witnesses this moment and, as if uncovering a hidden truth, a smile of amusement creeps beneath her mask. Further back, Tony and his companions, gathered together, feel as though they are spectators in a grand performance. The resurrection of the Dark God, the revelation of the Ghost Rider. This unfolding drama captivates Tony, a technological genius, who is fervently engaging his artificial intelligence, JARVIS, to conduct a meticulous analysis of everything before him. Tony yearns to harness the power of technology to explain it all. Should he succeed, it would signify his ability to master such powers in the future. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency wells up within him. His good friend Yumu is simply too formidable. The pride of a genius compels Tony to confront this reality. He wishes to stand alongside Yumu rather than remain silently in his shadow. Just then, a booming voice echoes forth. Yumu calls out to Frank. Frank, this is your chance. Do you desire power? Do you wish to possess the strength of the Ghost Rider before you? Rage, unleash your rage. Vengeance, embody your will for revenge. Quickly, Frank, on the other side of the resurrection ceremony, is momentarily taken aback. Power? He could obtain the strength of the Ghost Rider. Having witnessed the battle between Yumu and the Ghost Rider, he certainly envies the latter's formidable abilities. To his astonishment, an opportunity has arisen. Frank chooses to place his trust in Yumu, the taciturn man who has quietly purged evil from shadows. He begins to recall the most painful and anger-inducing scene etched in his memory, the moment his wife and daughter were gunned down. It is sudden, akin to a long-suppressed volcano erupting. Frank effortlessly taps into his boundless fury. Hatred ignites in his eyes. Though he is merely an ordinary man, devoid of any superpowers, the intensity of Frank's wrath is palpable. The spirit of vengeance seems to sense something, its gaze shifting beyond Yumu. Gaze upon the distant figure, seemingly as silent as ice, yet internally consumed by a raging inferno. His fiery eyes suddenly ignited, radiating brilliance. For the first time, his tone bore the hues of emotion. You harbor a fierce blaze. Your soul remains untainted. Your enmity is not born of personal grievances. Your slaughter is not driven by fear. You are the true host I have sought. Frank Castle, Chapter 0063, The Astonished Crowd, the Machiavellian Duo. No sooner had the words left his lips than the spirit of vengeance descended like a blazing comet from the heavens, targeting Frank with unwavering intent. A thunderous crash echoed as they collided. An invisible force manifested as a fiery circle around Frank. He screamed. His flesh and blood began to dissolve and separate. He transformed into the Ghost Rider. Unlike Danny Ketch's orange-flamed Ghost Rider form, Frank's incarnation was enveloped in a deep crimson blaze, reminiscent of a resplendent sunset. It was the hue of vengeance. It was the dye of retribution. Unlike Danny Ketch, a man of feeble will, Frank's arduous life had forged a spirit of unyielding steel. He could master the Ghost Rider form with impeccable precision, unaffected by the spirit of vengeance. If Danny Ketch's Ghost Rider was led by the spirit of vengeance, then Frank's Ghost Rider was entirely under his own command. As Frank transformed, his weapon, the Tom Brand revolver, underwent a metamorphosis. The gun was engulfed in flames. This enhanced revolver now fired bullets imbued with hellfire, incinerating and punishing his foes. This heightened Frank's aggression significantly. In the distance, Dr. Mobius observed with a sense of satisfaction. Had Frank finally achieved his long-desired goal? Among the team, Mobius was the one closest to Frank, the one who understood him best. He was aware that Frank ventured into New York daily, dispensing justice upon criminals. Indeed, Mobius had personally aided Frank in healing his gunshot wounds. As he gazed upon the reborn Ghost Rider, Frank, he also watched as the flames enveloped Yumu at the edge of the resurrection circle. The man he initially regarded merely as a means of escape had garnered profound camaraderie. This was a bond of mutual respect between men. As the mutant brethren collectively revived, the female Deadpool, Wanda, had already unraveled her emotional knots. She reverted to her manic personality. Wanda gazed at Yumu's alluring, muscular upper body amid the flames, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This was akin to how men regard women, a gaze of pure appreciation, unmarred by any impurities. Even Natasha found herself taken aback by Yumu's actions. She had not anticipated that Yumu would turn out to be such a person. She never expected the devious, treacherous, and cunning Yumu, as she had always perceived him, to possess such a facet. For the sake of a promise, he dared to take risks. For the sake of a friend, he exerted every effort. As a former agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, she was privy to numerous secrets. Naturally, She understood the preciousness and terror of the spirit of vengeance. Gwen, Tony, and Felicia all fixated on their teammate Frank's newly transformed body. After the spirit of vengeance departed from the fiery pillar, Danny Ketch appeared before them in the guise of an ordinary person. The towering inferno dissipated as well. Danny Ketch was, at that moment, a seemingly average middle-aged white man. He remained speechless, staring vacantly at the ground, cradling his head in his hands, as if he had yet to recover from the loss of the spirit of vengeance. He appeared utterly distraught. At this juncture, Yumu found no inclination to act against an ordinary individual. After all, the actions of the Ghost Rider were still governed by the spirit of vengeance. The transformation of his opponent into an ordinary man was, in fact, the finest gift Yumu could bestow. Furthermore, as Yumu gazed at the figure kneeling not far away, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. This fellow was rather interesting. You may leave now. Igreku mokamli edrest Danny Ketch. It is time to clear the area. Upon hearing Yumu's words, Danny Ketch glanced up at him without uttering a word. Silently, he rose, started the heavy motorcycle that lay nearby, and drove away. As the vengeance ritual concluded, the ominous clouds that shrouded a 2-kilometer radius dispersed. The warm sun of dusk emerged, painting the horizon in hues of red. Igreku mostrecht legacies. In the slanting sunlight, all present silently observed the man bathed in the dying rays. They scrutinized this man, unfamiliar to the majority of them. Despite his disheveled appearance and the weariness etched upon him from countless battles, he could not obscure the unique allure that enveloped him. He merely stood there, exuding an immense sense of stability. Like a mountain, like a tower, like an abyss. It was he who liberated the unfortunate mutants subjected to inhumane experiments by the American military. It was he who resurrected the mutants cruelly slain in explosions. It was he who wrested powers not meant for the earthly realm from the hands of the hellish emissary sent by God to punish the sins of the world. In the distance, the beast could no longer contain itself, beginning to yowl. Boss is mighty. Boss is incredible. Boss, you are formidable. Simultaneously, the beast chuckled derisively in its heart. These humans were truly lacking. Such a moment was the most opportune for flattery. Yet, astonishingly, they failed to cheer. Their level of enthusiasm appeared to require improvement. In its excitement, the beast remained oblivious. Yumu's body momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. Thunderous sounds echoed. Far from the base, Danny Ketch, stripped of his powers, was no longer the maniac he once was. All his anger had dissipated. He regained his composure and even wore a smile imbued with an inexplicable meaning. He had succeeded. He had truly liberated himself from the spirit of vengeance. From this day forth, he could live as an ordinary person, leading a normal life. Danny Ketch felt an immense sense of relief. It turned out that everything prior had merely been an act. As the host of the spirit of vengeance, he had never actually relished this power. He simply yearned for a mundane existence. When he witnessed Yumu's overwhelming strength, which even instilled fear in the spirit of vengeance, he realized this could be his opportunity to break free from the curse. He cleverly utilized the rigid nature of the Spirit's rules to provoke it into declaring that he was unworthy. By deliberately inciting the spirit of vengeance, he prompted its departure. The apparent fear and loss of control he displayed were, in truth, part of a meticulously orchestrated separation. From this moment onward, he was finally free. He no longer had to bear those heavy shackles of responsibility. He truly owed a debt of gratitude to that individual. He had not anticipated encountering such a creature during what he thought was a mere ordinary demonic ritual. When had New York become home to so many monsters? The smiling face from last night was also a monster. However, why did he have the nagging feeling that that individual had seen through something? Danny Ketch rode his bike through the wind, filled with boundless joy. It was the essence of freedom. Yet, as an ordinary person, he failed to notice that a mechanical bat was monitoring him from above. Chapter 0064, News of the Tadpole. Polaris's request. The War Police emerges. News of the Thunder God. Ah, so it is. Listening to the report from Red Queen, Yumu revealed a hint of understanding. He found it rather incongruous for a formidable spirit knight to possess such a poor mentality. So this was the case. However, this former spirit knight would likely come to regret his actions sooner rather than later. The withdrawal symptoms from losing power only intensified for those who had once wielded it. Moreover, this world was inherently tumultuous. Sooner or later, this fellow would rue his current choices. It seemed that the mechanical bats he had strategically placed around the periphery were indeed useful. Once Claw brought in the second batch of vibranium, he would thoroughly explore the fusion of mechanical arts and modern technology. These elements could serve as the guardians of his envisioned maritime academy city. Yumu gazed at the ninjas coming and going at the entrance of the base, unable to suppress his sense of reflection. This chapter had finally come to a close. So many unexpected changes. Now, Yumu was preparing to withdraw, intending to detonate the mutant experiment base and erase all traces of its existence. As Yumu sat beneath the tree, gazing at Gwen, Tony, and the White Queen as they distributed food to the mutants, a sudden notification caught his attention. Quack! Your tadpole has sent you a commemorative photo. Please check promptly. What? In less than a day, the frog had already sent photographs? Yumu's mind jolted. Realizing he still had some time before reaching the demolition base, he promptly opened the system to view the images. 3 photos? The first photo that captured Yumu's gaze was a comical scene set in a forest. The frog, dressed in explorer attire, struck a cheerful pose for the camera. On either side, 2 non-human entities were laughing heartily. To the left stood a gray-furred rabbit, upright on its hind legs, donned in white gloves, with a prominent set of buck teeth. To the right was a duck, adorned in black feathers with an orange beak and webbed feet, sporting a rather peculiar grin. Yumu was taken aback. Could this be the rabbit and duck he recognized? The classic appearance made it unmistakable. This was, without a doubt, a combination of Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. Yumu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He never expected the industrious frog to venture into such a whimsically conceptual realm. His mind raced with possibilities. What wonders would the frog bring back from his cartoonish world? His curiosity surged to an all-time high, and he found himself wishing fervently for the frog's swift return to unveil its newfound abilities. The subsequent second and third images featured the frog alongside Tomcat and Tian Yen. Indeed, the frog was diligent. He had unexpectedly sought out Tom and Tian Yen during this journey. If that were the case, had the frog traversed 3 worlds already? Would further exploration yield additional rewards? It seemed he would have to await the frog's return to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached from behind Yumu, accompanied by a cool, feminine voice. Hey, I heard you started a hero contracting company where one can commission any task. May I enlist your services? Yumu's train of thought was interrupted as he exited the system and turned to face the source of the voice. There stood a girl, striking a rebellious pose, her prison attire failing to diminish her allure. With short, dark green hair and skin as translucent as freshly fallen snow. Her exquisitely beautiful face was nearly harsh in its perfection. Her deep green eyes sparkled like glass, creating an enchanting blend of purity and beauty that beckoned one willingly into temptation. She was Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, who had learned about the hero contracting company from Felicia Hardy. The subsequent resurrection ceremony culminated in a fierce battle with the Ghost Rider, ultimately solidifying Polaris's resolve. She approached Yumu with a request. Yumu, observing the girl before him, approximately 20 years of age, noticed the slight tension in her expression, evidently provoked by his gaze. He refrained from responding, as a vague suspicion stirred within him regarding this uniquely captivating girl. If she were indeed the person he suspected, Yumu sensed that this commission would not be straightforward. Having just emerged from a fierce conflict, he was not inclined to seek further trouble. He yearned for a moment of respite. Seeing Yumu's silence, Polaris assumed he doubted her ability to pay. She spoke again, this time with considerably more reticence. I am Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, and I possess the funds for the mission. Should you fear my inability to compensate you, there is no need for concern. After a brief pause, she continued, I implore you to save my father, Magneto. He has been ambushed and taken by the military. As Yumu gazed into the hopeful eyes of the girl before him, he inwardly acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was a troublesome matter. Yet, curiosity also blossomed within him. Magneto had been captured by the military? Such a momentous event had seemingly gone unspoken, were it not for Polaris's presence. Yumu would remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Magneto's disappearance. This train of thought led Yumu to consider the similarly vanished Black King Shaw. Were both individuals apprehended by the military, or was there some external force at play? How vexing. For reasons unknown, Yumu felt as though he had entered a state of detachment, disinterested in everything surrounding him. All he desired was a moment of peace. Perhaps this was the emptiness that followed a grand conflict. Simultaneously, he pondered what he might gain from the situation or what price he might have to pay. Given the lack of information, Yumu could not make an informed judgment. He resolved to delay his response, intending to enhance his own strength before considering further actions. As he contemplated how to reply to Polaris, he heard the familiar rumble of a motorcycle approaching. The sound startled everyone present. Some even speculated that the individual who had just departed was returning. A heavy motorcycle burst into the mutant research facility, this time devoid of any skull motifs. Upon hearing that familiar noise, Yumu couldn't help but mentally lament. Perhaps I should have checked the almanac before stepping out today. Is it a day ruled by fire? While I, Yumu, belong to the element of water, fire's dominance over water is ill-fated for travel. Why does trouble seem to follow me incessantly? I have already exerted myself throughout the day. I am utterly fatigued. Even the strongest ox requires rest. With that thought, Yumu turned his head. Upon witnessing the arrival of two familiar figures, Cyclops Scott and Colossus Peter Rasputin, a sense of recognition washed over me. Having previously acquired photographs from Wolverine's engagement, I had already familiarized myself with the members of the X-Men attending the celebration. While the connection was one-sided, wherein they did not recognize me, yet I was well aware of their identities. This time, thankfully, there was no need for conflict. Emma Frost, the White Queen, stepped forward as a representative to engage in dialogue with Cyclops and Colossus, meticulously detailing the circumstances at hand, albeit omitting any mention of the vengeful spirit incident. Upon hearing the news, both gentlemen were incensed, equally outraged by the military's brutality and the fact that these events transpired right under their noses. Simultaneously, under my distant guidance, Emma proposed that the rescued mutants be taken in by the Academy. This suggestion astonished both Cyclops and Colossus. Nonetheless, they ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the immense survival pressures faced by mutants today and the Academy's pressing need for personnel. Moreover, a significant number of the rescued mutants were minors, which was crucial for replenishing the ranks of the X-Men. The adults among them could serve as staff. Yet both men emphasized that only those who passed rigorous evaluations would be allowed to join the Academy. After all, the institution was selective. Individuals who rejected Professor Xavier's ideals, opposed human coexistence, had caused extensive civilian harm, and had no remorse for their actions were not welcome. Emma Frost readily concurred, aware that the majority of those at the mutant experimentation facility would likely meet the criteria. Furthermore, her students had finally found a refuge, with a shared understanding. Those who wished to leave did so, while mutants with their own plans discreetly withdrew. Cyclops and Colossus took all remaining mutants with them, utilizing military vehicles stored at the base for their departure. Observing the mutants following Cyclops and Colossus, I felt a burden lift from my shoulders. As for why I did not retain these individuals, my current focus did not allow for the oversight of these relatively powerless mutants who lacked even Omega-level abilities. It was prudent to consolidate and entrust them to the Academy, where I was certain Professor Charles would be immensely pleased. As I watched the convoy fade from view, devoid of any malicious intent, a red-clad ninja approached, whispering to me, "Leader, the location you were concerned about has indeed seen visitors." My eyes narrowed at this revelation, and I silently mused. It seems my speculation was correct. Thor has indeed made an appearance in Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. Thus, does non-aggression have an opportunity to evolve? The divine metal, you are you. This is the material that Yumu intends to integrate into non-aggression. Non-aggression continuously upgrades and evolves. A small expectation that has always lingered in Yumu's heart. He envisions possessing his own Mjolnir, much like Thor. Setting aside other considerations, the mere aspect of autonomous flight is sufficient for Yumu to devote his energy to discovering methods for non-aggression, evolution, not to mention the other benefits it entails. As for the present, Yumu observes the gradually darkening sky. The explosive devices within the mutant experimentation base have all been meticulously arranged. He departs with the others. As for Thor, there is still time. Yumu has a premonition. Frog is returning soon. The day Frog returns will mark the moment Yumu takes action. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resonate from the rear of the convoy. The mutant experimentation base, this site of tragedy, is ultimately obliterated. Yumu gazes at the bright stars emerging in the night sky. contemplating a significant matter in life. What to eat tonight? Chapter 0065. Establishing the Illuminati. We are the light. We are also the darkness. The villa base is brightly lit. Yumu observes Polaris and the female Deadpool, Wanda, indulging in a feast. Deep in thought, why are these two so casual? It's as if they consider this place their home. Oh, it's his invitation. That clarifies the matter. So, I merely extend an invitation, and you all agree without hesitation? Yumu did not expect these two to be so agreeable. Don't you wish to deliberate further? Polaris and Wanda simultaneously roll their eyes, having discovered through their time with Yumu that he is quite amiable and possesses a sense of humor. Their true natures are thus fully revealed. Polaris takes a swig of milk, pouting, I am already a lost soul. If I do not seek refuge with you, where else can I go? Shall I head to our old adversary Charles Academy? My father may be able to afford that, but I certainly cannot. Yumu has already conferred with Polaris en route, indicating that the matter of rescuing her father is not urgent. Moreover, from Polaris, he learns that she only knows Magneto has been captured by the military, but is unaware of his whereabouts. Therefore, his quest for his location is not something that can be resolved quickly. As for compensation, it will be determined by the difficulty of the task upon completion. If, after the task is accomplished, they lack funds or relevant resources for remuneration, Yumu asserts that it is straightforward. Polaris and the freed Magneto shall work for him until their debts are settled. Yumu has long held great admiration for the abilities of Polaris and Magneto. He is indeed a master of infrastructure. This realization has ignited within Yumu the possibility of constructing a maritime metropolis, reminiscent of the Academy City from a certain magical index. It is a grand endeavor. Furthermore, do not even think about claiming ignorance of architectural science. If you lack knowledge, then immerse yourself in learning. Strive with fervor, with boundless energy each day. Instead of indulging in futile battles to conquer the world, channel that vigor into your studies to realize his vision. All of this hinges upon Mu's capabilities. He must be able to confront Magneto. Only then can we avoid the situation where debtors become recalcitrant and refuse to acknowledge their obligations. What? You, Magneto, do not wish to fulfill your debts? Huh. I regret to inform you that your daughter has already sold both your remaining years and her own to me. The female Deadpool, Wanda, incessantly stuffed her mouth with food, resembling a chubby-cheeked hamster, nonchalantly remarked, Did you not establish some sort of hero employment agency? I wish to join. After all, I have no funds after my release, and since you're the proprietor, it is your duty to assist your employees in times of need. Manicure, coloré de contact, cosmetics, skincare products, whitening masks, lipsticks, and the regular skincare routines. All of these require financial resources. Sigh, being a woman is so challenging, unlike you men, who can simply use a few products and be done with it. Moreover, shouldn't the employee benefits include meals, accommodation, and commuting expenses? Isn't that a responsibility for you as the employer? Wanda, with her mask removed, bore an innocent expression, yet her words carried a sharpness that would leave any employer astounded. Yumu clicked his tongue, conceding, all right then. However, doesn't the dining table seem a bit small now? He surveyed the scene. Gwen, Tony, Emma the White Queen, Natasha, Mobius, the newly minted Punisher, Frank, Black Cat Felicia, Spirit Butterfly, and Avenging Quan Yin were all gathered around the table, eagerly lapping up the milk from their plates. Unbeknownst to him, this group had grown increasingly formidable. Perhaps it was time to bestow a name upon his team? Otherwise, they would lack any semblance of prestige. When others inquire about their identity, others boast. I am a sentinel. I am a child of midnight. I am an avenger. And when it comes to Yumu, he would have to say, I am an unnamed hero. What a disgrace. Inspired by the thought, Yumu cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention and proclaimed, Our team is expanding rapidly. He scanned the gathering, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. But there is one issue. We still lack a name. Does anyone have suggestions? A name? The assembly paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining their composure and eagerly contributing their ideas. Tony set down his knife and fork, wiping his mouth before being the first to speak. In my opinion, we should call ourselves the Stark Future Tech Squad. It's succinct and clear, immediately indicating who the core is. Wanda, the female Deadpool, quickly countered, her mouth full of beef, her eyes sparkling. How kitsch. It's far too mundane. Why not name us Beauty and the Beasts? Now that's vivid. Polaris, the rebellious girl, coolly suggested, "Magnetic front." Gwen, ever the mood maker, tilted her head in contemplation and, with her slightly idealistic nature, proposed, "What about Phantom Guardians? We can protect the unseen light like phantoms." Emma Frost, the White Queen, elegantly swirled her wine glass, parting her red lips with an air of inherent arrogance. "Why not call it Ivory Tower? Only true elites have the right to dictate the course of the world." A cacophony erupted at the dining table, with a plethora of unreliable names being tossed about. Yumu raised his hand, gesturing for silence. "Enough of the bickering. Truth be told, I have pondered this name for quite some time. It shall be known as—" He raised his wine glass and proclaimed loudly, "The Illuminati." As he observed the astonished faces around him, a radiant smile spread across his features. "In this world, who defines the villains and the righteous? It is the victors." He stood, his gaze piercing, sweeping over each individual present. "This world is shrouded in too many shadows. Rather than playing hide and seek with those fools in darkness, why not become the greatest shadow ourselves? Let's establish new rules. We shall be the unseen hand that brings forth true illumination. Beneath the light, darkness will always persist." Emma Frost's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her lips slightly parted as she gazed at this seemingly radiant man. Frank remained silent and composed, yet his fervent gaze seemed capable of igniting a blazing fire, clearly stirred by Yumu's impassioned words. Natasha felt a tremor within her heart. What was this man truly saying? Light? She realized that the more she interacted with Yumu, the less she understood him. Had he forgotten his identity as a fugitive? How could he? How dare he? "The Illuminati, the Illuminati," Tony murmured, bursting into laughter. "You're truly a complete madman. Yet I damn well love it." The beast stood atop the dining table, raising his meaty paw in allegiance, loudly proclaiming, "The Illuminati, the Illuminati. Our leader is magnificent. Our leader is mighty. This name has the potential to rule the world." Yumu gazed at the astonished crowd, voicing his heartfelt declaration. "From this day forth, we are both light and darkness." Chapter 0066. Banner, do you wish to change? Yumu's discovery of Mobius had rekindled his second spring. After the banquet, in the subterranean prison of the villa, Yumu arrived to inspect the imprisoned Banner, the Green Goblin. The time spent indulging in exquisite cuisine always seemed to elapse swiftly, prompting Yumu to reflect on the fleeting moments. As he gazed at the imposing underground door before him, it creaked open. Before his eyes sat Banner, adorned with a white silk scarf around his neck, calmly seated at a dining table, wielding a fork as he savored a succulent steak. Nearby, Hawkeye Kate and the Green Goblin occupied 2 adjoining cells, consuming liquid nourishment. It was not Yumu's intention to torment them. Rather, Kate's lingering odor had diminished her appetite, while the Green Goblin was merely fed enough to survive. It is noteworthy that the cells had been fitted with glass partitions, effectively containing Kate's unpleasant scent. The nocturnal mode of Mobius had thoughtfully activated ventilation, striving to provide Kate with a relatively odor-free environment. After a day had passed, Yumu finally beheld Dr. Banner again. Following Iron Man Tony and Black Widow Natasha, Banner had now become Yumu's next target. Life, it must be said, was indeed delightful. One could only ponder the expression on the egg-headed fellow's face if he were aware that his beloved Avengers were gradually being dismantled by Yumu. Unfortunately, he lacked the foresight to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Coulson Hill, Hawkeye, and the egg-headed man cherished S.H.I.E.L.D. Along with the Skrulls and the secretive Sky Sword Bureau he was clandestinely establishing. These were all within Yumu's sights. He had vowed to leave his adversaries isolated, and he would remain true to his word. Banner, engrossed in his meal, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yumu, a surge of fear washing over him. It was this very man who had nearly driven Hulk into a state of isolation. Now, Banner's threshold for anger was significantly higher than before. Previously, even a slight provocation would summon the Hulk. Yet now, he could manage his emotions unless faced with overwhelming fury. This revelation jolted Banner, who had been in search of a remedy. Perhaps he had previously erred in his approach. He ought to adopt a new perspective. He needed to convince Hulk that the world was perilous. The moment Hulk emerged, he would be met with suffering and punishment. Just imagine if it were Banner himself. The instant his persona surfaced, he would confront the same fate. In that moment, clarity dawned upon Banner. It became apparent that all of this paled in comparison to physical humiliation. His method of dealing with Hulk was to subject him to relentless degradation. It dawned on him that he had been wandering down the wrong path in his research all along. Lost in thought, Banner was suddenly roused by the man's greeting. "Dr. Banner, are you comfortable here? I'm a master here, you moo. Is Dr. Banner satisfied with everything?" Banner is indeed content. As long as the Hulk does not make an appearance, he is willing to comply with any request. Banner set aside his utensils and quickly responded, "Satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. I cannot recall the last time I slept so soundly." Banner spoke the truth. During the years of his escape, he had not experienced a single night of peaceful slumber. Being confined in this basement marked the most restful sleep he had known in a long while. Yumu did not hesitate to convey his intentions. He fixed his gaze intently upon Banner's eyes and earnestly asked, "Banner, do you wish to alter all of this? Do you desire to understand the Hulk and harness his power? Do you long to fully control your transformation, so that you can only change when you truly need him?" Yumu's words struck like hammers upon Banner's heart. Everything he articulated was a yearning that Banner had longed for yet could not attain. He certainly wished to command it all. He deeply desired to be free from the torment of transformation, to engage with his loved ones without the fear of losing control. He yearned to return to a normal human existence, rather than the relentless chase of survival. However, this was a feat he had been unable to achieve despite years of research. Who was this man before him, capable of uttering such confident assertions? Although Banner felt gratitude for the fact that the other had managed to instill fear within the Hulk, he remained skeptical that this individual could resolve his issues. Yet, he could not restrain himself from inquiring, "What method?" Yumu smiled and replied, "This method is somewhat ruthless, and I cannot disclose it to you. If I reveal it prematurely, it will lose its efficacy." At that moment, Yumu regarded Banner with a penetrating gaze and added meaningfully, "You must contemplate what you are willing to sacrifice for this matter, even if it entails anything." Banner was taken aback. He seemed to discern the underlying implications of Yumu's words. Anything? What did that encompass? Did it include his life, his persona, his dignity? Or is there a price to be paid? What cost could be so significant that it remained unspoken? In a moment of contemplation, Banner's thoughts surged, rendering him unable to respond immediately to Yumu's inquiry. However, after a prolonged period of reflection, he murmured to himself, "If this truly allows me to master the Hulk and liberate myself from the agony of uncontrollable transformations, if it offers even the slightest hope of returning to a normal life, I refuse to relinquish it. Betty is still waiting for me." As Banner spoke, his eyes grew brighter and his confidence swelled. Bruce Banner ultimately chose to acquiesce, regardless of what method Yumu had in mind. Even if this matter requires sacrificing his dignity, his character, and everything he possesses, Banner unexpectedly acquiesced. Yumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today, it felt as though he had completed the workload of an entire year. It was overwhelming. Now, Yumu was determined to embrace his newfound leisure time. No one was allowed to disturb him. He had no intention of lingering, allowing Banner to stay here for the time being. When a moment was right, Yumu would undoubtedly take him out. As for the Green Goblin, Yumu decided to let him bask in the fresh air for a few days, leaving him to stew in his predicament for a while longer. Just as Yumu was preparing to depart, the underground prison chamber opened. Morbius entered, pushing a food cart. Upon spotting Yumu, he greeted him and proceeded into the locked room of the Green Goblin and Hawkeye Kate. As Morbius passed by the Green Goblin's cell, the latter leaned closer to the iron bars, tapping with his fingers and displaying a peculiar, maniacal grin. Look, is that not our esteemed Dr. Morbius? A former Nobel Prize candidate dedicated to saving humanity, now reduced to delivering meals to someone like me? Huh, you truly have the leisure to even keep a female pet. Are you considering adopting a female dog? Ha ha ha. Do you think that confining me here will grant you peace of mind? Before the Green Goblin could finish, Morbius swiftly brandished a stun baton and delivered a jolt, rendering him incapacitated and convulsing. Morbius cast an indifferent glance at the foaming Green Goblin and coldly remarked, "Fool." He then entered Hawkeye Kate's room. Having grown accustomed to the acrid stench, Morbius felt no aversion as he pushed the cart towards the tearful, pitiful figure of Kate, whose eyes were brimming with unshed tears. After all, she was a vibrant young woman, and enduring such torment akin to a biochemical gas attack. without losing her sanity, was a testament to Kate's inner strength. You haven't eaten in a long time. This is specially prepared for you by the kitchen. Eat it while it's hot. From a distance, Yumu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Morbius feeding Kate. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the seemingly aloof and stoic Morbius was far more complex than he appeared. Kate had been confined here under Morbius's watch, and, in an instant, a bold thought flickered in Yumu's mind. Could it be that the 30-something Morbius was not as he seemed? How intriguing. Yumu had presumed this man to be eternally detached from the mundane world, but perhaps he simply had yet to encounter the right person. Yet Yumu gazed at the young maiden Kate, who had only recently blossomed into adulthood, assessing her arduous journey towards a breakthrough in her development. A daring thought flickered in his mind. Whether to voice it or not remained uncertain. For reasons unknown, Yumu observed the meticulous attention Mobius bestowed upon Kate. Sensing an unsettling nuance in his gaze, a primal instinct unique to men, could it be that Mobius was drawn to Kate's youthful innocence? An inclination that starkly contrasted with his own interests? Yumu stroked his chin, contemplating the struggling girl as she attempted to eat, with Mobius standing idly beside her. A hint of an amused smile gracing his lips. Should Mobius truly harbor such sentiments, Yumu would not hesitate to facilitate Hawkeye Barton's premature entry into the joys of fatherhood. He fixated on the seemingly well-matched pair in the distance, pondering whether he should orchestrate more opportunities for their interaction. After all, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst, and a solitary man cannot meet a solitary woman. True affection blossoms over time, and he relished the thought of playing matchmaker. Chapter 0067, Tadpole, The World of Bugs Bunny Return. The following day, at Stark Tower, Yumu was utilizing Tony's laboratory to construct the mechanical beasts. Why not use the lab at his villa? Because Yumu needed Tony to witness the entire process of creation firsthand. He aimed to ensure that Tony comprehended every design detail, enabling him to create a prototype of mechanical beasts that integrated modern technology based on their mechanical principles. Yumu required Tony to devise a model imbued with technological barriers. Presently, Yumu resembled a demanding client incessantly presenting requests to the genius inventor, seeking solutions to his challenges. Yet, this was merely the beginning. This new series of mechanical beasts should be capable of combat, and not just in reality. Tony, don't you possess holographic projection technology? In my vision, each mechanical beast would have a unique design. Have you ever watched UGIO? My ultimate concept is akin to that, a family-friendly virtual reality battle game featuring mechanical beasts. The intricate designs, the various styles of the mechanical beasts, and their corresponding virtual personas. All of these ideas flowed forth from Yumu to Tony in a matter of moments. Naturally, Yumu understood that Tony was not omnipotent. There were certain challenges even he could not address. However, it was imperative for Yumu to convey his vision, ensuring that unique technological barriers were integrated at every pivotal stage. It must be said, even Tony was astounded by Yumu's ambitious vision for a virtual reality game centered around mechanical beasts. Through Yumu's description alone, a sense of urgency stirred within Tony. With his keen sense of smell, Tony immediately discerned the immense business opportunity concealed within. He was resolute. If this game could be developed, and if the design of the mechanical beast could be perfected, this virtual reality game featuring the mechanical beast would undoubtedly achieve monumental success. An absolute sensation. There was no doubt. Leave it to me, Tony proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Now that Yumu needed him, how could he possibly refuse? His gaze was fixed intently on the mechanical beast, Breaking Ground 7, recently crafted by Yumu and resting on the experimental table. Breaking Ground 7, inspired by a lizard, was a small, bronze-colored creature, roughly the size of a palm. Its body was adorned with metallic scales, and its limbs were equipped with sharp claws. Frequently employed by the Gongshu family in Qin's Moon, it was used to launch surprise attacks on enemy lines or to assist larger mechanical beasts in combat. Had Tony not personally participated in the construction of this mechanical marvel, he would never have imagined this petite creation could possess such formidable capabilities, breaking locks, reconnaissance, and confronting foes, all in one. Seeing Tony's enthusiastic agreement, Yumu recognized that he was one step closer to establishing his company, the Bai Mu Workshop. With matters settled here, Yumu prepared to pay a visit to the unfortunate Thor, who had been cast down to the mortal realm. The situation regarding the URU alloy relied heavily on Thor to break the impasse. Just as Thor descended into the mundane world, he found himself in a state of disarray. With Yumu's exceptional acting skills, gaining Thor's trust would be a trivial endeavor. At that moment, a familiar voice chimed in. Croak, your tadpole has returned from the world of Bugs Bunny, bringing back travel, souvenirs, and local specialties. Unexpected gains from visiting friends await. Go take a look. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Yumu's eyes. His heart raced. The frog had returned. At last, he would discover what abilities the frog had brought back from the world of Bugs Bunny. Subsequently, he instructed Tony to continue his research while he opened the system and noticed the number Specialty 3. Goodness, the frog had once again exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the frog never returned empty-handed. This implied that the frog had revisited previously explored worlds, effectively re-entering them to extract abilities. Let me see what these 3 abilities are. Upon opening it, the first thing that caught Yumu's gaze was Daoist Tianzong's secret technique, specialty from the world of Qin's moon. Note, this secret technique encompasses the core heart methods of Daoist Tianzong, Wang Quan Xiushui, Xian Ruo Ji Shui, and Guang Tong Chun. Daoist Tianzong heart methods? Yumu was momentarily taken aback, and then exhilaration surged within him. This was the same heart method as that of Master Xiaoming. Wan Chuan Xiao Shui, mastering the currents, projecting immense power. Xian Ruo Ji Shui, stabilizing the mind, refining the inner demons. The most renowned scene is the competition of inner strength between Xiao Ming and Fu Nian, where they manipulate the water in a pool and engage in a discourse through swordplay. He Guang Tong Chun, possessing abilities akin to invisibility, teleportation, and shifting forms. Furthermore, the user can conceal their presence and aura, achieving a state of unity with all things. If I were to cultivate these mind techniques to their utmost, would I not be able to forge my own unparalleled mastery of the world? The mastery of the world, after all, is a unique domain skill of Master Xiaoming. When a mastery is enacted, it releases a pure wave of inner strength that swiftly envelopes a vast area, transforming the scene into a monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray. Within this domain, impurities are purified, and colors are entirely absorbed. The second ability, Black Hole Sticker, a commemorative item from the world of Tom and Jerry. Note, the magical black holes drawn by Jerry or Tom on walls or floors can serve as passageways, capable of folding and containing. Yumu gazed at the 10 stickers, representing 10 opportunities for teleportation. This is akin to Jerry evading Tom's pursuit by drawing a black hole with a black pen on the wall and then leaping into it. When Tom follows, he gets stuck at the entrance or crashes into the wall. These 10 opportunities, in Yumu's eyes, symbolize a large teleportation portal that defies distance. For the first time, Yumu could gain the ability to teleport beyond New York. The final ability, Verbal Enchantment, a specialty from the world of Bugs Bunny. Note, Bugs Bunny, the master of clever speech, can distract enemies and even lead them to make foolish choices, particularly effective against villains. Is this the legendary wit of Bugs Bunny? I recall an episode where Bugs Bunny, confined in a prison cell, cleverly told the guard that the guard was the one imprisoned while he was outside. The bewildered guard then inexplicably opened the cell door and set Bugs Bunny free, only to find himself locked inside. Thus, with the verbal enchantment ability, can his words now passively lower others' intelligence? What was once deemed impossible or unreasonable may now be accepted. Truly, this is a remarkable windfall. The abilities that Frog brought back are all of immense value. This is Yumu casually checking the panel information. Host, Yumu, power level, Earth grade, Clover, 2100, abilities, Legacy of the Sword, Saint Gainia, Comprehensive Mechanism Arts, Lightning Sorcerer, Unarmed Parry of Blades, Viral Mutation, Stage 2. Insightful Perception, Master of Death, Persuasive Eloquence, Items. Rat Poison Type, Strength 7 bottles, Rat Poison Type, Shrink 8 bottles, Supreme Mechanism of the MO Family Non-Aggression. Ring of Ainzul Gown, Bound Location. New York, Artificial Intelligence Red Queen, Rice Cooker, Custody by Tony. Black Hole Stickers. Tenyamu glanced at the abilities brought back by the frog and casually purchased a luxurious package of 100 clovers as a reward. Since it resembled a mystical technique of the celestial sect, this time my facade of a false immortal would finally find its purpose. Due to working overtime, there would only be one update tonight. The remaining will be supplemented during the day. With no drafts prepared, I can only write on the same day. Exhausted. I shall sleep now. Good night, everyone. Chapter 068 Iumus terrifying talent. On the top floor of Stark Tower. Frog, this time when you travel. The Bone King will come to visit. Having received the message, Frog quickly finished the food prepared by Yumu, took a sip of water, and continued on its journey without pause. Ribbit. The frog has set off on its journey. Seeing the frog work so diligently, Yumu began to prepare for the cultivation of the Taoist celestial sect's secret technique to fully absorb the gains brought back by the frog. Yumu intended to practice the 3 heart techniques of the Qin Shi Yu Taoist celestial sect's secret technique. Wanchuan Xiu Shui, Xi and Ruo Ji Shui, and Higuang Tong Chun. He wondered if this time he would break through to the master level after his cultivation. Immediately, his heart technique cultivation commenced. The Taoist celestial sect heart techniques Wanchuan Xiu Shui, Xi and Ruo Ji Shui, and Higuang Tong Chun each comprised 10 levels of cultivation. To simplify, they can be categorized into entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection realms. Each breakthrough occurs every 3 levels, with the 10th level achieving completeness. The difficulty of mastering these 3 heart techniques is evident, as the vast majority of celestial sect disciples find them daunting. Xiao Ming, a prodigious talent, defeated 6 elders of the Taoist celestial sect by the age of 8, aside from the sect leader, Qi Songzi. She possessed the cultivation level of ordinary disciples after 20 to 30 years and was taken as a closed-door disciple by Bei Mingzi, a remarkable genius. Yet even she required 10 years of cultivation, emerging at 18 to become the sect leader, possessing the strength of the foremost in the celestial sect. The difficulty of mastering these 3 heart techniques is glaringly apparent. Yumu sat cross-legged, breathing naturally, as the vital energy within him circulated like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. Being a system item, Yumu could comprehend and learn directly, disregarding other conditions. While ordinary celestial sect disciples require 10 years to sense the surrounding qi, he, in merely 3 breaths, glided into the flow effortlessly. However, that was not all. The lingering effects of the peach of immortality and the facade of a false immortal began to manifest continuously. The energy surged with unparalleled swiftness. In the 2nd layer, comprehension. In the 3rd layer, comprehension. In the 4th layer, comprehension. Mysteries arise spontaneously, and the essence of breath circulates. In the 5th layer, comprehension. In the 6th layer, comprehension. In the 7th layer, comprehension. In the 8th layer, the journey of cultivation begins. When Yumu reached the 8th layer, an intuitive premonition stirred within him. He feared he might encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation. Indeed, after a while of practice, he sensed a stark contrast to the seamless flow he previously experienced. His current state of mind limited him to this level of cultivation. To progress further, he needed to elevate his mental state accordingly. Though the guise of a minor immortal could enhance his potential, allowing for the possibility of advancement, it could not instantaneously elevate his state of mind. Nevertheless, Yumu felt exceedingly satisfied. Even a genius like Xiao Ming took a decade to reach a state of semi-perfection, while he had achieved such prowess in less than a day. What more could he desire? Subsequently, Yumu followed suit, cultivating heart like still water and harmony with light and dust to the 8th layer of perfection, entering the realm of great accomplishment. Should any outsiders have been present, they would have witnessed Yumu emanating a faint white luminescence, a manifestation of qi overflowing from his being. He could already sense that he was on the threshold of the master realm, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of earthly existence. If Frog were to return next time with further cultivation methods or elixirs to enhance his power, rather than skills, he would surely break through. Yumu's taut eyes opened, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing within. The white garment he wore billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, while his black hair appeared slightly disheveled. Was it already night? Yumu gazed upward at the descending twilight and the scattered stars, unable to suppress his awe. Time in cultivation seems to stand still. It felt as if he had not practiced for long, yet a day had passed. Fortunately, he had no urgent tasks to attend to. It seemed he must pay closer attention to time during future practices. In this session of cultivation, Yumu harmonized the Taoist heavenly sect secret method, 10,000 rivers autumn water, heart like still water, and harmony with light and dust, all simultaneously achieving the 8th layer of great accomplishment. Now, the chi within him flowed thickly, like mercury spilling forth. As he activated the 10,000 Rivers Autumn Water technique, a sword form, non-offensive, materialized in his hand. He swung the sword fiercely towards the heavens, unleashing a golden sword chi that sliced through the night sky for 100 meters before vanishing from sight. This was merely the weakest manifestation of chi released by 10,000 Rivers Autumn Water. The cultivation of heart like still water further fortified Yumu's already formidable mental strength. If his previous mental prowess was akin to a thatched cottage supported by instinct, upon the enhancement of the heart's tranquility technique, the mental prowess woven by this method resembles a lavish mansion, capable of withstanding the formidable mental assaults and illusions from even the strongest adversaries. For instance, consider the divine. The current mental fortitude is incomparable to that of the past. At that moment, a melodious song resounded. In a world devoid of self, I am everywhere, in harmony with the light, in unity with the dust, profoundly and vaguely existent, mysterious beyond mystery, the gateway to myriad wonders. With a single step, Yumu vanished, his form seamlessly merging with the cosmos. Though he occupied the space, his presence eluded visibility. In the emptiness of the uppermost floor, Yumu's voice echoed. Is this what it means to be one with the light and dust? How intriguing. His power had reached an impasse, and it was time to seek out the foolish giant, Thor. Moreover, the S.H.I.E.L.D had surprisingly failed to contact him for an entire week. During this time, only Natasha had been dispatched. Had they underestimated him? Did he not even warrant the same treatment as Banner? Truly, he felt belittled. Or perhaps that fool with the egg-shaped head had pressing matters at hand. Regardless, why dwell on such trivialities? There is no issue that cannot be resolved through combat. Subsequently, Yumu lingered no longer, the ring of Enzu, Ergon, flashing in his hand. A radiant white array illuminated the pinnacle of Stark Tower, where shadow of a figure could be faintly discerned. In the next instant, Yumu completely disappeared. If one has not witnessed it, there is no need to wait. It simply remains unwritten. Chapter 0069. Who dares ambush the son of Odin? In the early morning, in New Mexico, in the town of Puente Antiguo, the elite red-clad ninja squad of the Hero Employment Company had been vigilantly monitoring the area day and night. The moment Thor made his appearance in the town, he was promptly detected by the ninja team. At that time, in the local hospital of Puente Antiguo, a peculiar group of visitors arrived. 6 women and 5 men, accompanied by a rather unrefined plump cat, were none other than the Brotherhood led by Yumu. In this universe, where the Brotherhood had yet to exist, Yumu seized the opportunity to claim the rightful position of this name. Without a trademark, he had to ensure that his subordinates rushed to secure it. Gwen, Emma, Natasha, Felicia, Betty the Butterfly, the vengeful Guanine, Mobius, Frank, Tony, and Banner, all were present. This time, Yumu intended to broaden their horizons. The chance to traverse the divine realm was not afforded to everyone. Is this the place? Yumu inquired, observing the busy doctors and nurses around him. Indeed, master. The voice of Red echoed in his ear. Upon receiving confirmation, Yumu followed Red's guidance to the room where Thor was being held. Finally laying eyes upon this alternate version of the golden-haired Lion King, Thor. Ah, this fellow appears to be resting quite peacefully. Confirmed. Yumu issued orders to the ninjas through Hong Ho. Take this individual away. Additionally, Hong Ho, erase all traces of our arrival. Very well, master. However, such a commotion, of course, caught the attention of the hospital's nurses and doctors. Who are you? What are you doing? You cannot take him. This person's identity is unknown, and he has yet to receive treatment. A hurried Caucasian doctor rushed over. Upon seeing the unconscious Saul, who had been administered a sedative, he pointed at the group, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. Faced with obstruction, Yumu was determined to experiment with his newly acquired ability of verbal enchantment. Doctor, we are from the Disaster Emergency Affairs Agency. This patient is classified as a level anomaly and has triggered the Local Stability and Maintenance Protocol, Article 77. Allowing him to remain here is irresponsible towards the hospital and all of you healthcare professionals. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? If he loses control in your hospital, you cannot bear the consequences, can you? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu articulated something so extraordinary that it would be hard for an ordinary person to believe. This was also a test of the boundaries of his verbal enchantment ability. Would even the most unconventional assertions be acknowledged? In the next moment, Yu witnessed the terrifying efficacy of this ability. The male doctor paused, his brow furrowing. He instinctively sought to refute, yet his mind became engulfed in confusion, as if drawn by some invisible thread of logic. He even began to recall having heard of this so-called disaster emergency affairs agency before. 1 second, 2 seconds. The doctor's demeanor shifted. He gradually nodded, murmuring, "It is our hospital that is not an emergency unit. The patient should indeed be taken by you. The patient should indeed be taken by you." Subsequently, Yu and his companions departed without further hindrance. Any remaining objections were easily dispelled by Yu's casual fabrications. Unbeknownst to him, the feline beast beneath him was gleaming with brilliance. The creature mused internally. I have learned. This is the legendary truth, that as long as I remain unflinching, even lies can become truths. It turns out my lack of success was not due to insufficient ability, but rather a deficiency in confidence. From this day forth, I shall be a self-assured, malevolent cat. One day, I too shall mesmerize the masses, compelling all to bow before the feline. As for Gwen, Tony, and the others, they were utterly baffled as to why Yumu's nonsensical utterances yielded such remarkable results. But upon contemplating the irrationality of the situation unfolding around Yumu, they found themselves at a loss for comprehension. How could they possibly make sense of it? All they could say was, as expected of Yumu, right? In the town of Puente Antiguo, a temporary stronghold, Gwen stared in astonishment at the bound figure of Thor, the god of thunder. Is this fellow truly a deity? And what manner of place is Asgard? The 9 realms? Is our Earth merely one among them? Afterward, Yumu briefly introduced the life of Thor to the gathering. This left Gwen, who had skipped class, utterly bewildered. Her education had instilled in her the notion that gods do not exist. Yet today, she found herself fortunate enough to encounter a genuine deity. Although this god seemed to be in quite a predicament, banished and stripped of his powers, reduced to an ordinary man. It appeared that being a god was not as glorious as it seemed. Yumu chuckled and continued to elucidate. In truth, the 9 realms defined by Asgard conceal a hidden 10th realm, the realm of angels. Tony, entranced by the revelation, blurted out, "Angels? Are they the winged beings? Each a paragon of beauty, clad in scant attire?" Yumu glanced at Tony's excited expression, perplexed by his peculiar focus. One could only say, such was the nature of the notorious playboy Tony. How could the mere mention of an angel lead to such a distortion of its essence? Just as the audience was captivated by the tale, Thor, the god of thunder, awakened. Who dares to ambush Odin's son? Chapter 0070. The god of thunder finally confronts reality. Thor found himself shackled and unable to move, his gaze wandering to his surroundings. He observed a moderately sized room adorned with various wooden furnishings. In the distance, a group of men and women stared at him as if he were a rare specimen. Particularly, a tall girl clad in white leather with golden hair caught his eye. She resembled the first sight of his beloved hammer, Mjolnir. "You have finally awakened, Thor." A refined voice resonated, causing him to pause. He was taken aback that someone recognized him. Had he inadvertently revealed his identity while unconscious? And what of that wretched woman who dared to use electricity against him? Such audacity! It was utterly humiliating for the god of thunder to be subdued by mere electricity. Thankfully, none of his comrades in the halls of Asgard had witnessed it, lest he become the subject of ridicule for eternity. Thor scanned the crowd and quickly identified the man who had spoken. He was strikingly handsome with a hint of mischief, his lips curled into a slight smirk. Yet his eyes held a dispassionate gaze. Unlike the astonishment displayed by others, this man showed no sign of being affected by Thor's divine status, treating him as if he were merely an ordinary passerby. "Who are you? What do you seek?" The corners of Thor's mouth were parched, and his voice was hoarse. Having gone a considerable time without water, he was experiencing the limitations of humanity for the first time. Yumu, observing the immobile Thor, understood that he would not act recklessly. Channeling his internal energy, he deftly unleashed a slender blade of sword aura from a distance, which did not harm Thor in the slightest, but precisely severed the white restraints binding him. Thor shifted his body and rose, descending from the bed, awaiting Yumu's response. Yumu began with an introduction and then proposed, "Thor, let us strike a bargain. I shall restore your divine powers, provided you agree to 3 conditions." Thor stood as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place, staring blankly at the man before him who wore a faint smile. How could he possibly know his secret? No, this was not the time for such thoughts. Thor had recently attempted once more, realizing that his divine powers were indeed sealed by his father Odin, rendering him incapable of harnessing even a fraction of his strength. In Thor's understanding, he had merely lost his hammer, Mjolnir. If he could reclaim it, he was certain he would restore his full divine might. Thus, Thor declined the offer, believing it unnecessary to acquiesce to such demands. Refusal? Yumu showed no signs of discouragement, having anticipated this outcome. "Follow me, and I shall illuminate the reality." He produced a large circular black sticker from his hand and affixed it to the wall. This dark visage transformed into an unknown black passageway leading to an uncertain realm. Yumu had earlier entrusted a similar black hole sticker to the ninjas, instructing them to set it up at the location where Mjolnir had fallen. As for the residents who happened to be passing by, they had long been expelled by the ninjas. Meanwhile, the Red Queen was diligently erasing all information related to the site of the hammer's descent. Yumu gazed at the black hole sticker on the wall and was the first to step into it, followed by Ling Dai and Vengeance. Thor stared in astonishment at the black hole sticker before him, wondering where it might lead. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to follow. The site of Mjolnir's fall was now completely under the control of the ninja squad. Beside the hammer stood a vertical wooden door, also adorned with a black hole sticker. Yumu and the others emerged from it. The moment Thor stepped out, his gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Mjolnir at the far end. His eyes alight with excitement. He saw Yumu gesturing for him to lift the hammer and swiftly made his way through the throng to stand before it. He reached out and exerted a forceful pull. "Thor, I will try again with greater effort." Yet still it did not budge. "Thor, in 5 minutes. For no particular reason. Am I truly confined within Midgard, unable to return to the divine realm of Asgard? Ah, beside me, Yumu observes Thor, the god of thunder, as he passionately bellows. Indeed, it is not without reason that Thor and Star-Lord share a similar level of intellect. Hey, have you forgotten something?" Yumu finally interjects, exasperation evident in his tone. Thor, taken aback, halts his lamentation. He then fixates intently on Yumu, lost in reminiscence. It seems that this individual, Yumu, had once proclaimed the ability to assist him in reclaiming his divine powers. Indeed, confirming this once more, Thor could hardly contain his excitement, rushing to stand before Yumu at an unprecedented speed. "Whatever the terms, I am agreeable, as long as you can aid me in regaining my powers. You shall be my closest friend, Thor Odinson. Moreover, Asgard shall regard you as its staunchest ally." Chapter 0071. Farewell, Master Gu-E. In the vast crater formed by the fall of Thor's hammer, the god of thunder gazes intently at Yumu. At this moment, he is unconcerned with the nobility that accompanies divinity. He craves strength. He yearns to demonstrate to his father that he is not mistaken. This world is indeed ill-suited for his father's antiquated philosophy. Peace has always been achieved through the suppression of force. Endless forbearance is not a viable option. He intends for his father, Odin, to witness the realities of this world firsthand. The path of righteousness lies in retaliation. Upon witnessing Thor's nod of agreement, Yumu prepares to take his leave. He requires a series of preparations to ensure that Thor's awakening occurs without a hitch. Furthermore, Yumu plans to involve Banner in this awakening. If one pig is to be raised, why not two? Thus, when Thor regains his powers, Banner can also find reconciliation with the Hulk, mastering the transformation perfectly. Upon their return, Yumu intends to find an individual whose presence will ensure the successful awakening of both mighty beings. At that moment, he is interrupted by Gwen, who has followed him. "Hey, is that the weapon of a god? A hammer?" Gwen has removed her mask, the heat proving too oppressive. Had she known, she would have opted for more comfortable attire rather than her battle suit. After all, there was no combat, and she could have worn something more refreshing, like the cute little skirt she had spent hours selecting. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Gwen gazes curiously at Thor's hammer. It's merely a small hammer. What could possibly hinder her from lifting it? With a disdainful glance, she regards the towering Thor, who stands foolishly beside her. To her surprise, the seemingly unimpressive hammer proved to be utterly useless. Such a disappointment. If one wishes to give it a try, They may do so. This hammer poses no danger. Yumu chuckled, observing Gwen's eager expression. Gwen, feeling a surge of competitive spirit, approached the mighty hammer and reached out to grasp it. She attempted once more. This time, Gwen finally comprehended the true nature of this unremarkable-looking hammer. Upon witnessing Gwen's defeat at the hands of the hammer, the members of the Illuminati behind Yumu were filled with eager anticipation. One by one, Tony, Felicia, and Frank stepped forward to attempt to lift the hammer. Yet all met with failure. Felicia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the hammer, contemplating the allure it would hold if one could indeed lift it. Many would surely covet such an object. In her eyes, the monetary value of the hammer soared. Tony, on the other hand, was intrigued by the material of the hammer, pondering what kind of metal could possibly possess such weight. As everyone faced failure in their attempts, Thor, for reasons unknown, felt his sorrow dissipate. A smile returned to his face. Yumu shook his head, leading the way into the black hole sticker, striding forth. The others followed suit, eager to witness how Yumu would restore the powers of a god banished to the mortal realm. At the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, an unexpected group of visitors arrived. Coincidentally, today marked the Sorcerer Supreme's shift at the Sanctum. "Who are you?" the Sorcerer Supreme inquired, regarding Yumu and his companions with a puzzled expression. "I seek Master Gui, or perhaps you could convey a message to her on my behalf. Inform her that I am invoking one of the 3 conditions of our pact." Master Gui was certainly aware of how to proceed. The Sorcerer Supreme felt a jolt of surprise. To his astonishment, the newcomer seemed quite familiar with Master Gui. He began to scrutinize Yumu more closely. Indeed, a young, mysterious Chinese man. The more he observed, the more he sensed that this youth was extraordinary. The Sorcerer Supreme could not quite articulate his feelings. It was as if an ethereal being had descended from the heavens, otherworldly and transcendent. This was the impression Yumu left upon him. Unbeknownst to the Sorcerer Supreme, Yumu's aura had not always been thus. It had emerged only after consuming the peaches of immortality and, more recently, mastering the Taoist celestial secret arts, which imbued him with a quality that resonated with the very fabric of the universe. After a moment of contemplation, the Sorcerer Supreme said, "Please wait." Subsequently, without hesitation, he summoned a fiery circle and vanished from sight, showcasing the prowess of a magician once more. Gwen felt a twinge of envy at witnessing the sorcerer's abilities. She tousled her golden hair and sighed. What an incredibly useful skill. If only I could possess such power. I wouldn't have to rush back and forth to school. I could sleep in as much as I pleased. Oh, just the thought of classes tomorrow makes my head spin. Ha ha ha. Little Gwen, would you like to drop out of school and join me as a true free spirit? The black cat, Felicia, giggled behind her hand, reveling in the notion of boundless freedom and unrestrained liberty. Gwen, however, loathed being referred to as little, her temper flaring instantly. "Little? Who are you calling little? You big cow," she retorted. "Oh, wait, did I just see a plane landing?" Coughing, Yumu interjected, "Could you all keep it down?" He was exasperated by the incessant bickering between these 2 unruly team members. Fortunately, today the ever-chaotic Wanda, the female Deadpool, was preoccupied with personal matters and did not show up. Otherwise, Yumu would be subjected to the cacophony of hundreds of quacking ducks in his ears. Amidst the daily clamor of the squad, an orange fire circle suddenly materialized before the members of the Illuminati. Emerging from it were the figures of Master Gui and the Sorcerer Supreme. With a smile, Master Gui regarded Yumu and said, "You have finally come." Chapter 0072. The first request Yumu makes of Gui. Gazing into the enigmatic eyes of Master Gui, Yumu furrowed his brow. "Master Gui, at this moment, I wish to invoke the first of the 3 conditions." Without overthinking, he asserted, "Restoring Thor's divine power and enabling Banner to fully control the Hulk is paramount. Everything else is trivial." "No problem. Then please state your first condition, and I shall fulfill it, provided it is within my capabilities." Master Gui, hands clasped behind his back, stepped closer to Yumu. "My first condition is that I wish to use your Eye of Agamotto to create a time domain that continuously rewinds. This is quite simple for you." Without hesitation, Yumu articulated his request. His intention for Thor and Banner to fully master their powers was to utilize this realm that could rewind time, allowing both to awaken completely within it. This was also Yumu's attempt. If it failed, it would matter little, for according to the timeline, both would ultimately gain their powers. The only difference was that Yumu did not intend for Banner to become the weak Hulk under Banner-esque control in the future. He sought the warrior that is Hulk. Master Gu, he cast a deep glance at Yumu. Only a select few were aware of the Eye of Agamotto, and they would never divulge its secrets. The fact that Yumu could mention it so easily, even specifying its purpose, was remarkable. This young man exhibited extraordinary qualities at such a tender age. It was no wonder he would grow into a formidable force. Moreover, Master Gu, he could acutely sense Yumu's aura. He was significantly more powerful than when they last met. The rate at which he grew in strength was indeed astonishing. The time and place are yours to designate. The Ancient One did not refuse. She refrained from pondering the true purpose behind Yumu's utilization of this time reversal domain. In due course, she would come to understand. Very well. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the town of Punta Antiguo, New Mexico, I shall await the arrival of the Ancient One. Departing from the sanctum in New York, Yumu and his companions returned to Punta Antiguo, New Mexico. It must be said that since acquiring the black hole sticker, Yumu no longer feared the lengthy journey. All that was required was to have someone set up the black hole sticker at the destination in advance, allowing Yumu to traverse between the two locations effortlessly. Upon returning to the temporary base, Yumu's elite ninja squad approached him, reporting, "Leader, the person you requested has arrived. She is in the room." A faint smile graced Yumu's lips, a fortuitous coincidence indeed. He had a few matters for the newcomer to attend to. As Yumu entered the room, he beheld a woman standing by the window, staring blankly at Banner behind him. Banner, momentarily taken aback, gazed dreamily at the distant woman. It was his girlfriend, Betty Ross. Bruce, Betty. The two lovers, overwhelmed with emotion, stepped forward and embraced each other. Tears glistened in Betty's eyes as she clutched the hem of Banner's shirt tightly. The reunion can be discussed later. Today, I summoned Betty not to witness your affectionate display. Yumu chuckled, interrupting their tender moment. Indeed. Resolving the issue is of utmost importance. Let us prioritize that. Banner wore a foolish grin. Observing Banner's blissful expression, Yumu silently hoped he would retain this joyful demeanor in the afternoon. Yumu dismissed the others, granting them freedom until the 3 o'clock assembly. Subsequently, he led Betty to an empty room. The words he was about to utter must not be overheard, for he was preparing to employ a rather cruel method to enable Thor and Banner to harness their powers. Let me be succinct, Miss Betty. Yumu stood by the window, gazing at Banner who awaited his girlfriend below. Are you willing to sacrifice your life for Banner? Initially, Betty had speculated on what Yumu might discuss during their private meeting, but she never anticipated such a shocking proposition would escape his lips. To sacrifice her life for her boyfriend, Banner? In an instant, she was rendered speechless. She scrutinized the striking man before her, whose handsome visage and extraordinary bearing were accentuated by his white casual attire, which could not conceal his ethereal charm. This was Betty's first impression of Yumu, yet she could not fathom why he would utter such a bewildering statement. Before Betty could respond, Yumu continued, "Rest assured, while you may give your life, you will not truly perish." However, Yumu fixed his gaze on Betty, who looked at him with a bewildered expression and said solemnly, "Indeed, you may perish. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to awaken and master Banner's powers? You must understand that Banner currently cannot control the immense energy within him. Yet I possess a method, a rather unconventional one, that can enable him to fully accept his powers in a short time. No longer will he resist. He will completely master them. Betty, can you do this?" Noticing the hesitation in Betty's eyes, Yumu discerned her lingering doubts. He proceeded to explain to her the temporal realm of the Ancient One. In that realm, one may die, yet death is not permanent. Upon hearing this, Betty immediately grasped Yumu's intentions. With astonishment, she exclaimed, "You wish to use my death to provoke Bruce into mastering his powers?" "Precisely, and you need not worry about Banner spiraling out of control. I will intervene. Furthermore, I have prepared a special medication that will render you impervious to physical pain for a certain duration, should that concern you. Now, please articulate your choice, Miss Betty. This is the sole opportunity for you both. If Banner can fully command this power, he will be able to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. You can partake in all the experiences that couples cherish." With that, Yumu fell silent. He felt that his words had sufficed. It was now up to Betty to decide. Even if she refused, Yumu would understand, though it would compel Banner to endure other hardships, such as witnessing death before his eyes. However, He could not guarantee the outcome of such an approach. Betty appeared lost in contemplation, and Yumu was unaware of the internal battle she fought. At long last, she made her decision. With a resolute gaze, Betty Ross addressed Yumu. I agree. As long as it allows Bruce to return to a normal life, I will wholeheartedly support your endeavor. Chapter 73. The God of Death, Betty. At 2:57 p.m. in New Mexico, at a desolate expanse outside the town of Puente Antiguo, Yumu stood atop a hill, basking in the sunlight while gazing at the distant scenery. Behind him stood Thor, Banner, and Betty, while the members of the Illuminati lingered at a distance. The moment of truth was at hand. Everything was prepared. They were merely awaiting the Ancient One. Indeed, the Ancient One was quite punctual. Thor, standing behind Yumu, voiced his concern. So, what exactly are we to do? Why have you yet to provide me with an answer? He looked at Yumu, who appeared at ease. He merely sought to understand the specific activation method. Was that too much to ask? His curiosity was insatiable. What is the hurry? We have 3 minutes until we commence. Then you will see. Yumu offered no explanation, merely requesting Soul to wait a moment longer. Banner and Betty, devoid of any doubts, found solace in each other's presence. The 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. Master Gu-E arrived punctually, stepping into the circle of sparks. Yumu discreetly approached Gu-E, confiding his intentions regarding Betty. Master Gu-E, I have an additional, rather delicate request. Once we enter the realm of retrospection, could you reset Betty's memories, erasing the painful ones? As for us, 3 men, it suffices that our memories remain intact. Regarding our exit, to be honest, I am uncertain. Igrekum spoke calmly, undisturbed by the impending brutal acts he was about to undertake. Upon hearing Yumu's plan, Master Gu-E did not refuse. As a supreme sorcerer who sustained life through the energies of the dark dimension, she understood that some actions were unavoidable, especially with the foresight provided by her time retrospective abilities. The dead? They do not exist. Master Gu-E proclaimed. Then let us commence. Igrekum replied serenely. Upon his words, Master Gu-E clasped her hands together, and the eye of Agamotto, suspended before her chest, opened in response. Good luck, as long as you do not call for a halt. This realm of retrospection will not pause. Her calm voice resonated. Yumu shrugged nonchalantly, reaffirming, Master Gu-E, I will require your assistance within. Please do not refuse. A resplendent green light erupted from the eye of Agamotto, enveloping Yumu and the other 3, imbued with the mysteries of endless time. Subsequently, the hill where they stood appeared to be severed from the world, starkly contrasting with the areas untouched by the green luminescence. In the distance, Tony donned his specialized glasses, the lenses flickering with frantic data streams. Good grief, this energy response isn't merely releasing energy. It is rewriting the temporal rules of our current space. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, laden with uncontainable astonishment, reaching every member of the Illuminati. Gwen watched intently, murmuring softly, what on earth is Yumu planning? Felicia's eyes glimmered with curiosity as she pondered, why doesn't Yumu allow us to enter the realm and observe? Is there a danger in awakening divine powers? The beast seemed to sense something, his expression one of shock. This is the essence of miraculous power. In the realm of retrospection, the surroundings mirrored those of the small hill. Yumu's gaze remained steady upon Thor and Banner, finally articulating words that left them astounded. Do you know why I have refrained from informing you two until now? It is because the actions I am about to undertake may not necessarily receive your consent. As for now, once we enter the realm of retrospection, your input will be moot. Thor's brow furrowed in confusion. So, what exactly do you intend to do? Yumu revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, but did not respond to Thor, the god of thunder. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of Tom's version of strength-enhancing rodent poison from the system space. Thanks to the time stone wielded by the Ancient One, even if he consumed the potion in the realm of time, the reset of time would restore the potion he had consumed. Yumu gazed at the rodent poison in his hand, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This fortuitously spared him the need to expend a dose of the potion. He downed the Tom's strength-enhancing rodent poison in one gulp. 1 times, 2 times, 10 times, 100 times, 500 times. In an instant after cultivating the Heavenly Sect secret method, Yumu unleashed his full power for the first time. His strength had reached an astonishing 100,000 tons. Such pure physical strength had never been witnessed in the world before. What? You mentioned the Hulk? The current Hulk is merely an infant, having yet to engage in any great battles, lacking the ability to infinitely stack rage. This should not be a height achievable by a mere human. A force of 100,000 tons has already reached the tonnage of a super aircraft carrier. Feeling the overwhelming impact of his explosive physical strength, Yumu finally revealed the truth to Thor and Banner. In Yumu's perspective, the method for Thor to awaken his divine power lay in accepting his own death, understanding the lessons within the cycle of constant death, and comprehending the trials Odin had set for him, thus regaining the right to wield Mjolnir. As for Banner, he needed to reconcile with the Hulk by confronting death head-on. You two do not blame me. In this realm, you shall face your deepest fears and despair. Only those who truly awaken can emerge. Yumu's expression turned icy and merciless as he fixed his gaze upon the three before him. With a cold smirk directed at Thor and Banner, he declared, "Now, let us commence the true training." Before his words could fully settle, Yumu summoned non-aggression and, without hesitation, swung his sword towards Thor. In that moment of blood splattering, Thor's eyes widened in shock as he slowly collapsed, losing his life. A god dead? Banner stared at the fallen Thor, utterly astounded. A deity had perished so easily? Now it is your turn. Without hesitation, Yumu next thrust his sword through Betty's heart before Banner's incredulous gaze. Fortunately, the drugged Betty felt no pain. Bruce, Betty gazed at Yumu as he plunged non-aggression into her chest, attempting to reach out to caress Banner's face beside her. However, before she could make contact, she departed this world with a serene expression. No. Banner's face contorted with grief and fury as he let out a desperate howl. Due to the tragic demise of his girlfriend and the sudden assault by Yumu, Banner was instantly consumed by rage. His skin began to turn green, and his physique swelled dramatically. The Hulk emerged. "You shall pay," roared the Hulk, filled with an extraordinary fury. As he manifested, before he could unleash his wrath, Yumu's fist struck. Simultaneously, with a voice as indifferent as the void, Yumu declared, "From this moment forth, Banner, you must fully embrace the power of gamma rays. I shall relentlessly slay Betty before your eyes and mercilessly pound the Hulk. As long as you and the Hulk remain at odds, this game shall persist, forever and ever." Chapter 0074. The Thunder God and Banner's Awakening. In the realm of temporal regression, a thunderous clash resounded as two formidable figures engaged in a brutal confrontation. Yet, it was a one-sided massacre. Yumu, endowed with immense strength, relentlessly pursued the Hulk, delivering a colossal blow that sent the green giant soaring, crashing into the rocky wall beyond the hillside, debris scattering in all directions. The Hulk's fury was mounting. He roared in defiance, finding himself once again overpowered. The last time he had endured such humiliation was in New York at the hands of the man with the smiling mask. Why did these two figures feel so familiar? Even the force of the blows bore an uncanny resemblance. No, this was different. This individual possessed a strength far more terrifying than that of the masked man. When the world was happening, why were there so many monsters stronger than the Hulk? In that moment, the Hulk recalled the dread he felt when dominated by the man with the smiling mask. What sin had he committed to warrant such treatment? Yumu, with one hand, suppressed the Hulk, embodying the fearless spirit of a youthful god of war, with no one standing before him. He gazed at the Hulk, who was driven into the hillside, seemingly afraid to emerge, and frowned. "You hesitate to come forth? Are you attempting to surrender? Since you choose not to show yourself, I shall advance. We have ample time to indulge in a game of hide and seek, as long as you and Banner remain unyielding towards one another. The fate of relentless beatings shall endure." With a single step, he shattered the ground beneath him, causing it to crack and collapse like an asteroid colliding with Earth, creating a massive crater. In the next instant, his form vanished, leaving only swirling sands in the air, accompanied by the Hulk's anguished roar. Unable to fight back, unable to escape, the Hulk's fate within this realm of temporal regression had long been sealed. He was destined to heed Banner's words and to love him dearly. There would be no opportunity for the Hulk to accumulate endless fury. With iron fists, Yumu relentlessly struck Hulk's head, rendering him unconscious. Simultaneously, 10 minutes elapsed, marking the conclusion of the first-time loop, and the state reset. The four of them found themselves once again as they had just entered the realm of temporal regression. Every position they occupied, along with the once devastated terrain, reverted to its original state. Betty retained no memory of the past events and had forgotten the manner of her demise. She gazed lovingly at Banner beside her. Thor seemed to awaken from a dream, pondering, am I dead? Am I alive? He meticulously examined his body with his hands, finally confirming he was still among the living. The experience of death had been overwhelmingly terrifying. Having never faced such an ordeal before, he was confronting the specter of mortality for the first time, all for the sake of awakening divine power. Banner, his complexion ashen, glared at Yumu as he resumed consuming the potion. No wonder Yumu had withheld the truth about what he would do to control Hulk. Yumu was a devil. How could he conceive such a method? If he continued to reject Hulk, and Hulk likewise rejected him, would he be forced to witness Betty's death repeatedly before his eyes in myriad gruesome ways? While remaining utterly powerless, Banner's teeth nearly ground to dust. Just moments ago, Yumu had stated that as long as he and Hulk did not acknowledge each other, the heart-wrenching scenes would persist. No, this cannot be. Banner fixed his gaze on Yumu's indifferent eyes, realizing that he was not jesting. If he did not completely master Hulk, he would be eternally trapped in this cycle. Having finished the potion, Yumu observed the realization dawning upon Thor and Banner about their circumstances. Initially, he approached them with gentleness, but soon he would unleash his power. For the first time, Yumu explained to Thor, Thor, do you not wish to understand why your divine power has vanished? Why you cannot lift the hammer? It is because you are unworthy. At this moment, you are merely an arrogant, conceited madman, fixated solely on battle. You are utterly unfit to be the king of Asgard. Your father, Odin, exiled you for this very flaw in your character, transforming you into a mortal. He seeks to teach you the essence of true kingship, the responsibilities of a ruler. Without granting Thor a moment for contemplation, Yumu swung his sword, non-aggression, unleashing a crimson blade of energy that instantly pierced Thor's body. A gaping wound appeared in Thor's abdomen, plunging him into the brink of death. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, unable to be staunched. Pain, excruciating pain, the kind of pain that makes one wish for death. Thor, the god of thunder, had never anticipated that he would endure such excruciating pain on the brink of death. Perhaps it was the impending demise that evoked these feelings. In a fleeting moment, Thor seemed to traverse the corridors of his life, reflecting upon his existence. His memories crystallized at the scene of a quarrel with his father, Odin, upon the Rainbow Bridge. Once more, Thor faced death. Whether it was the impact of Yumu's words that resonated, he could not say. As he stood on the precipice of death, tears of regret streamed down his face. Yumu no longer paid heed to Thor. He approached Banner, exuding an overwhelming presence, locking eyes with him, and calmly stated, it appears that you have once again failed to master the Hulk. Banner, remember, the Hulk is but a facet of your being, a manifestation of your multifaceted identity. You are him, and he is you. You are, in essence, one and the same. From this moment forward, you must endeavor to accept him and communicate with him rather than seek his annihilation. You must learn to acknowledge him. Yumu disregarded Banner's shocked reaction to this revelation. This is the consequence of your failure to gain control, he exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu struck down Betty once more. In Banner's anguish, Betty met her end again. Her blood, under Yumu's deliberate control, stained Banner drop by drop, trickling down his cheek to the ground. Chapter 0075. The Awakening of Two Drenched in Blood. Banner had never loathed himself more than at that moment. He no longer wished to contemplate whether Yumu's methods would prove effective. He simply yearned to escape this place. He could not bear to witness the repeated slaughter of his beloved, feeling utterly powerless. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms, blood seeping slowly. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. The Hulk is me? I am the Hulk. We are one. He silently echoed Yumu's words in his mind. He began to approach his own power, striving to control the Hulk. He attempted to suppress his rage, but it proved uncontrollable. If it were that simple, he would not have been fleeing for years without any progress. As Banner's body turned green once more, the Hulk emerged, bellowing, "The Hulk is back." Observing this, Yumu advanced, delivering a series of blows to the Hulk. The ground trembled beneath the might of Yumu and the Hulk, cracking and collapsing under the pressure. This time, having been struck repeatedly and gaining experience, the Hulk learned to shield his head with his arms, determined not to succumb to unconsciousness. Like a boxer in a relentless match, he could only defend against the onslaught. The Hulk thought he was clever, But reality was unforgiving. Even as he sought to mitigate the attacks of that devilish man through defense, it proved futile. His defenses merely prolonged the time before he lost consciousness. Hulk's defensive maneuvers were ultimately deciphered by Yumu, who would not allow Hulk any respite. Subduing Hulk was Yumu's true intention. Once more, Hulk was rendered unconscious by Yumu. Simultaneously, the cycle of time rewound once again. Thor, the god of thunder, and Betty were resurrected anew. Hulk reverted back to Bruce Banner. Yumu fixed his gaze upon the incredulous face of Thor. What have you come to understand, Thor? Thor, in deep contemplation, took a long breath and replied, I believe I am beginning to grasp my father's intentions. Under the weight of death and suffering, Thor finally commenced to engage his mind, contemplating the significance of kingship. He sensed the benevolence of his father's intentions. Meanwhile, Yumu showed no mercy with a flash of his sword. He did not directly slay Thor, but first incapacitated his limbs. Thor cried out in agony as he fell to the ground, his blood staining the yellow sand. A true ruler must learn to endure suffering and bear responsibility, Yumu declared, gazing at Thor. Not merely a brute who wields a hammer. He then disregarded the pain-racked Thor. This time, Yumu did not hasten to attack Betty, instead nodding to Banner and saying, You and Hulk are inseparable. You must collaborate and reconcile. Only then can you genuinely protect those you love. Come, Banner, attempt to control Hulk. Try to communicate with him within your mind. Thus began an endless cycle of trials, slaying Thor, assaulting Hulk, and utilizing Betty to manipulate Banner in various ways, incessantly probing at a singular weakness. Thor's intellect was refreshed as frequently as Hulk's fury. Under the duress of impending death, Thor endeavored to ponder the essence of Asgard's air, contemplating why his father had erupted in fury. Under the mounting pressure, Banner also began to reach out to Hulk. After a round of torment, Banner painfully closed his eyes and once more attempted to summon Hulk. Hulk, we need to talk. The voice of the green giant echoed in his mind. Banner. Hulk is tired. It hurts to be beaten. I understand, Banner replied apologetically. I have always sought to eradicate you, but now I realize you are a part of me. You are me, and I am you. Together, we can protect Betty. We need to reconcile. Hulk remained silent for a moment. Really? Indeed, Banner affirmed resolutely. We are one. Only in this way can we awaken from this hellish nightmare. You do not wish to be subjected to Yumu's humiliation indefinitely, do you? We need to communicate. We are not enemies. Yumu observed the flickering green light emanating from Banner, aware that they were engaged in a mental communion. He refrained from interrupting, recognizing the necessity of this process. Time passed slowly, and suddenly Banner opened his eyes. A faint green glow shimmered in his pupils, yet his expression remained remarkably serene. I understand, he began, his voice steady after the reboot. Hulk and I have reached a preliminary consensus. Oh, Yumu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then allow me to witness it. No sooner had he spoken than he launched a powerful punch toward Banner. Naturally, Yumu afforded Banner the time to evade. However, Banner did not retreat. Instead, he extended his hand. In the next moment, his palm transformed into a vibrant green and enlarged, heralding the emergence of Hulk. For the first time, Banner chose to transform without succumbing to extreme rage. Yet this time was different. The destructive capacity of the Hulk had significantly amplified. I am Banner, the green giant declared, his voice deep yet clear. I am also Hulk. We are one. With a thunderous clash, their fists met, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that swept across the temporal realm. Yumu watched, astonished, as Hulk was sent crashing into the hillside. Banner had begun to gain control over Hulk. He no longer needed to rely on fury to initiate his transformation. Fascinating. Was this the true mastery of Banner? Hulk did not respond, but instead strode purposefully toward Betty. Betty, do not be afraid. He spoke gently, a tone unexpected from such a colossal figure. I will not lose control again. I will protect you. Betty stood transfixed, her heart surging with emotion. In her memories, Hulk had always symbolized destruction. S.H.E.L.D, marked. Retracting his non-attack stance, a satisfied smile gracing his features. It seems you have truly reconciled. Therefore, this round concludes here. Time began to rewind once more, but this time, Banner carried with him a precious experience, a newfound understanding of coexisting with Hulk. Meanwhile, Thor, having endured countless deaths, finally began to reflect earnestly. What have I truly lost? He pondered. Father, what must I do to return to Asgard? You deem me unworthy. I have come to realize that. But what then is your ideal? At that moment, Thor knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward, his voice heavy with realization. Father, I understand now. What I have lost is not strength, but inner peace. What I have lost is not the hammer, but the character deserving of it. A true king should protect his people, not conquer his foes. He should embrace responsibility, not seek glory. As his words hung in the air, the distant rumble of thunder echoed through the real world. As the crowd looked up, they beheld a sky thick with dark clouds, interwoven with flashes of lightning. A golden beam of light descended from above, striking directly towards Thor. With wide eyes, Thor felt the long-dormant power within him awaken. Has my divine strength returned? Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Mjolnir began to tremble uncontrollably. Whoosh! It instantly soared into the air, heading in the direction of Thor. Chapter 0076, The Arrival of Loki. Above the arid expanse of New Mexico, the sky was a pristine blue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of ancient war drums, erupted without warning. Several kilometers away, a black Chevrolet SUV came to an abrupt halt, its tires carving deep ruts in the sandy ground. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson leaped from the vehicle, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed into the distance. Just moments ago, he had received reports of an unidentified flying object crashing in the area, yet the scene before him surpassed any contingency plan he had ever envisioned. What had he witnessed? An ancient-looking war hammer, accompanied by a torrent of thunder, tore through the air and ascended skyward. It was as though the sky had been punctured by this hammer. Thick clouds gathered at an alarming rate, silver serpents danced, and electric light intertwined, plunging the entire realm into darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. My God! Coulson felt a dryness in his throat. Throughout his career, he had encountered various bizarre events, but he had never witnessed a spectacle so mythic. He had seen aliens, encountered gamma monsters, yet he had never experienced such an outrageous physical phenomenon. This transcended the realm of scientific explanation. It was a proclamation of myth intruding upon reality. This was not technology, it was a miracle. With trembling hands, he pressed the communicator, his voice altered in tone. Calling Director Fury, we have a significant problem. That thing has taken off on its own. Yes, along with a thunderstorm. At the center of the tempest, that radiant streak tearing through the heavens surged directly into the temporal domain maintained by the Ancient One. The members of the Illuminati were utterly captivated by the sight before them. The specialized lenses of Tony Stark's glasses displayed a frenzy of data streams, ultimately culminating in a blinding array of red gibberish. Damn, the energy index is off the charts. Is the space being disrupted? He fixated on the area engulfed in green light, which appeared to exist independently from the world around it, its time completely out of sync with the external realm. This was utterly unscientific. Tony's voice was filled with the frustration and fervor of a scientist witnessing the collapse of his worldview. Gwen Stacy's lips parted slightly, her azure eyes reflecting the tumultuous lightning above. As a top scholar, she found herself confronted with the stark realization that the physical laws she had studied seemed utterly feeble in the presence of such a being. Is this what divinity is? Is he truly creating a deity? Felicia Hardy, the black cat, licked her lips, her violet eyes shimmering with a dangerous and avaricious glint. What she beheld was not a divine miracle, but rather an invaluable treasure. That hammer, with the power to awaken deities. If it could be clandestinely obtained, even if it merely meant winning the heart of the man within, it would surpass all the diamonds in the world. Frank did not utter a word. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the grip of his holstered gun, his muscles taut, a primal reaction to an incomprehensible and formidable threat. Flames gathered in his eyes as the strength of the regional night slowly emerged, a passive response to the force of the thunder god. Even the beast, lying at Gwen's feet, now anointed as the fat cat, bristled with alarm, its golden pupils narrowing to pinpricks. It sensed a miraculous power emanating from a higher dimension, a force that defied reason. It was not a single source, but a multitude of powers converging. What manner of creature was their leader? What deeds had transpired within? Amidst the astonished and varied thoughts of the onlookers, the green veil of distorted time and space dissipated like melting snow. Within the realm of time reversal, thunder roared as the hammer of the thunder god was seized by Thor himself. The might of the thunder god manifested. Yumu displayed a look of satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. Thor and Banner had finally awakened. However, their awakening came at a cost, one that Yumu had agreed upon early on. They were to become his eternal allies, acknowledging only him. This was Yumu's subtle retaliation against the troublemaker, anger him, and he would ensure his enemies understood that there existed individuals in this world who should never be provoked. Upon witnessing Thor and Banner mastering their abilities, Yumu instructed the Ancient One to withdraw the time reversal field. His objective had been achieved. The air shimmered with ripples, and the figures of Yumu, Thor, Banner, and Betty gradually emerged from the void, returning to the realm of reality. Time appeared to have passed only 10 minutes. Yet the members of the Illuminati keenly sensed that something had irrevocably changed. Thor, the once disheveled and destitute giant, now donned an invisible armor woven from lightning, his eyes sparkling with electricity. In every gesture, he exuded a formidable divine presence. Clutching the hammer of the thunder god, the recklessness and arrogance of your had faded, replaced by dignified authority and reverence for Yumu. Bruce Banner remained the genteel doctor, yet his gaze had transformed into an abyss of depth and tranquility. The feral green beast within him now lay dormant, resembling a docile house pet. Intertwined with Betty's fingers, he bore the serene countenance of one who had survived calamity. All was settled, the task complete. Yumu clapped his hands, a look of ease and satisfaction gracing his features. Was this truly the conclusion? Gwen was the first to rush forward, her face a canvas of uncontainable curiosity and admiration. In just 10 minutes. Yumu, how did you accomplish this? Can we now travel to Asgard? Tony joined in, adjusting his energy-detecting glasses and lowering his voice. The realm of the gods? How do we reach it? It lies light years away from Earth, and our current technology is evidently insufficient. They all tacitly refrained from probing into the events of those 10 minutes, understanding that such secrets belonged to the strong, and the cost of uncovering them was likely beyond their means. Standing silently to the side, Master Gu remained aloof. Her eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving the ages, were now filled with an unprecedented gravity. She observed Yumu's nonchalant demeanor as the sole witness to the entire ordeal. Her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. During those fleeting 10 minutes, she had witnessed countless cycles of death, hundreds, thousands. She had seen Yumu, expressionless, repeatedly slay Thor, using Betty's demise to provoke Banner, dominating him with the raw, brutal force of his iron fist until the Hulk yielded. The fusion of extreme cruelty and chilling calmness within him created a disquieting terror. He was not merely crafting deities. He was, in the most savage manner, harnessing two beasts with a vicious bridle. What manner of creature had this young man emerged as from the rifts of time? While others perceived miracles, she discerned horrors more terrifying than the dark dimension itself. Yumu was not pleading for time. He was enslaving it. Utilizing the eye of Agamotto he had forged, he constructed a merciless purgatory where death could recur infinitely, and suffering was amplified 1,000-fold, reshaping souls into his desired forms. This method transcended the realm of magic, resembling a conceptual path. This child was no mere fish in the pond. The future had become chaotic because of him. Indeed, every individual capable of standing in the multiverse was no ordinary figure. Just as Yumu was about to respond to Gwen and the others, his smile faltered abruptly. The space before him rippled unexpectedly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by an invisible stone. A slender figure emerged slowly from the void, clad in an exquisite dark green suit, handsome yet pale, exuding a sickly elegance. A playful, wicked smile danced at the corners of his mouth. The visitor was none other than Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. A fleeting shock crossed his eyes. He had come to announce the news of his father S.'s demise and to glimpse his brother S.'s fallen state, only to encounter the thunderous god, restored in power and majesty. How could this be? The seal placed by his father was not easily broken. He did not even cast a glance at his beloved brother, who had regained his powers, but instead, his emerald-like eyes were captivated by Yumu. With his intellect, he swiftly discerned that all this intrigue stemmed from the cold, dark-haired youth who bore an appearance comparable to his own. Conceitedly believing he remained undetected, he remarked in a melodious voice, "What a splendid spectacle indeed! A mere mortal can conjure divinity at will. It ignites within me an unprecedented curiosity. Chapter 0077. Loki recollects his humbling encounter. Upon his arrival, Loki was enveloped in an ethereal mist of illusion. He stood gracefully amidst the crowd, resembling a sovereign surveying his garden, a devilish and playful smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he revealed himself, the ever-silent Ancient One narrowed her all-seeing eyes slightly. The scent of this magic was distinctly Asgardian, yet intertwined with the chilling essence of deceit and frost. The visitor bore ill intentions. The Ancient One comprehended this, but remained composed. Her duty was to uphold the laws of Earth, and as long as he did not transgress her boundaries, she would remain merely an observer. Simultaneously, Ymu lifted his gaze. Due to the heightened sensitivity granted by the Taoist celestial sect's secret arts, Loki's prideful illusions appeared to him as nothing more than the Emperor's new clothes, laughably transparent. A mere mortal? The term almost elicited a chuckle from Ymu. Coupled with the ostentatious green suit and theatrical intonations, Loki's identity was glaringly apparent. The mischievous god Loki. How fortuitous that he was bound for Asgard. Loki's arrival likely heralded Odin's slumber and his own usurpation, effectively isolating him within the realm of the gods. As these amusing thoughts coursed through his mind, Yumu's gaze toward Loki inadvertently bore a hint of pity and mockery. Coincidentally, Loki's eyes met his, and the elegant smile on Loki's face faltered. This mortal can see me? No, what does that look? Pity? How dare he regard me with such disdain? Yumu paid no heed to the turmoil within Loki. Instead, he flashed a radiant and innocent smile. Yet, this expression inexplicably sent a shiver deep within Loki's soul. Loki, at this moment, the newly empowered Thor finally laid eyes on his brother. The overwhelming joy shattered the imposing aura of his regained strength, and he stepped forward, eager to embrace this long-lost kin. At that precise instant, the Ancient One's scrutinizing gaze landed squarely upon Loki. Under the weight of dual gazes, Loki realized he had been thoroughly exposed. Shock coursed through him like an electric current. He could comprehend a supreme sorcerer piercing through his illusions. But that young man with raven hair, what was his story? Of course, Loki failed to notice the plump, orange cat at Gwen's feet, casting a disdainful glance at him, as if regarding a third-rate street magician. How dare he toy with space in front of the master? It was nothing short of hubris. Having been discovered, Loki resolved to abandon his illusions, solidifying his form before the onlookers. Good heavens! Another one. The data streams on Tony's glasses instantaneously transformed into a chaotic array of red gibberish, sounding alarms in frenzy. Gwen's mouth formed in astonishment. Her worldview felt as if it had been shattered into countless pieces that very day. A living person appearing out of thin air. Natasha and Frank instinctively assumed battle stances, poised for confrontation. Only Felicia's violet eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, as though she had stumbled upon a new toy even more captivating than Thor's hammer. Loki, entirely unfazed by the commotion among the mortals, felt his plans unraveling. At that moment, he yearned to cut through the chaos with swift resolve. He turned to Thor, speaking in a cold and scornful tone. "Brother, I have come for you. Father is utterly disappointed in you. Your recklessness has brought shame upon Asgard. Now, I'm the rightful heir to the throne. As for you," Loki chuckled, brimming with the superiority of a victor. "Without Father's command, you shall not return to the realm of the gods. Relish your time in this filthy, backward Midgard, and see out your days." Gasps erupted among the crowd. A brother? A divine family drama? Just as Loki reveled in the pleasure of verbally undermining his brother, Ymu made his move. This time, he had absorbed all the lessons learned. Dealing with an adversary who thrived on schemes and verbal sparring rendered any exchange of words a futile endeavor. The only truth lay in the strength of his fists. The energy within him surged like a tempest, seamlessly merging with the Taoist heavenly sect's secret arts, and then infusing his body, now honed beyond human limits. Boom! The ground beneath Yumu's feet erupted, fissures spider-webbing outward in chaotic frenzy. He transformed into a blur, a shadow imperceptible to the naked eye, and in a split second, traversed a 10-meter distance, appearing before Loki as the latter gasped, his expression twisted in astonishment. Then, before all present, including Thor and the Ancient One, whose eyes widened in sheer disbelief, Yumu seized Loki's slender ankle. The ensuing scene became an indelible memory etched in the minds of all witnesses. Yumu wielded the god of mischief like a human hammer, bringing him crashing down against the solid ground beneath. Boom! My waist. Boom! My visage reverberated with a thunderous cacophony, as Yumu, akin to a formidable beast of yore, wielded Loki with an impassive countenance. The earth became his finest drumhead, each collision erupting into a resounding thud and a cloud of dust that shrouded the air. Loki's cries, once filled with shock and fury, morphed into a primal, physiological wail. After a prolonged moment, Yumu nonchalantly hurled Loki aside, akin to discarding a tattered doll, leaving the beleaguered trickster on the ground, breathless and defeated. The world fell into an eerie silence, save for the gaping crater where Loki had been struck, his countenance betraying a profound existential doubt, his eyes void of life. A solitary, scalding tear of shame meandered down his dust-laden cheek. From his elevated vantage, Yumu regarded the god of mischief, whose face was etched with confusion, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, relishing the moment. It was as if the universe had conspired to deliver him a pillow when he was weary. For he had been pondering how to traverse Asgard, and now Loki had unwittingly provided him passage. Initially uncertain whether Thor would regain his place in Asgard, the acquisition of Loki as a hostage, especially in such a disheveled manner, was undoubtedly advantageous. A swift calculation crossed Yumu's mind. According to the timeline, Loki's rather unfortunate progenitor, the frost giant King Laufey, was likely being duped into preparing an assault on Asgard. This promised to be a splendid spectacle, one that would isolate Loki within the realm of gods, rendering him a pariah, a wretched creature loathed by all. As Yumu's gaze transcended Loki, it seemed to pierce the depths of the cosmos, where a cerulean cube floated amidst the void. The inaugural gathering of the Avengers, instigated by Loki's alien incursion? How mundane. Since he had arrived, the narrative of this tale was to be authored by him alone. In the further reaches, the purple titan seated upon his throne flickered into Yumu's mind. A glimmer of profound, almost cruel delight danced in his eyes. Thanos, a maniac obsessed with cosmic population control. Yumu suddenly found himself curious about the expression on the face of this titan, who believed himself an arbiter of universal truth. Upon realizing that his cherished universe was but a mere speck of dust amidst an infinite multiverse. What if he were to learn that in another universe, he was merely a pitiable sycophant, striving for the favor of the goddess of death, unworthy even to be considered backup? Would the resolute heart he had forged to maintain cosmic equilibrium shatter in that moment? Contemplating this, a radiant smile illuminated Yumu's face, sending a chill down the spine of a nearby Ancient One, as if she envisioned some ominous scene. This man truly wished to transform the entire universe into his playground. Chapter 0078. The Collapse of Loki's Spirit. Loki lay ensnared in confusion, battered by Yumu's assault, unable to discern direction or purpose. He sprawled on the ground, his gaze vacant, fixated on the endless azure sky above. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I come here? He had clearly intended to mock his foolish brother with the demeanor of a victor. He envisioned countless reactions from Thor, rage, despair, or resentment. Each scenario could serve as a splendid embellishment to his coronation. Yet, he never anticipated that the script would unfold in such a manner. The man, that dark-haired mortal, found his mind engulfed in chaos, with intense pain radiating from every inch of his body. Yet it paled in comparison to the tremors of humiliation and dread resonating deep within his soul. He could scarcely perceive the other's movements. It was neither magic nor divine power, nor any energy he could comprehend. It was a raw, primal force devoid of reason, like a star endowed with will. It struck him with all its mass, landing a devastating blow to his visage. His proud deceptions, the intricate illusions he had woven, crumbled before that overwhelming power. Fragile as mere tissue paper, easily pierced. In the gaze of that man, Loki still remembers it. It was not the gaze directed at an enemy or a deity. It was a look reserved for a jester, replete with pity, mockery, and a hint of impatience, as if his presence were merely a tedious prelude to a meal. He, the prince of Asgard, the future god-king, the god of mischief Loki, reduced to a mere jester in the eyes of a mortal? This realization inflicted a pain far greater than being struck into the ground 100 times. More terrifying was the implication that this man seemed to know everything. His insight into Loki's trivial tricks was no mere coincidence. In that moment, What rose within Loki was no longer anger, but a profound, unmasked fear of being utterly exposed. He felt he was not confronting a man, but rather a lofty playwright, with all his struggles and performances merely a farcical footnote already scripted by the other. The Ancient One gazed intently at the languidly emanating Yumu, her expression more grave than ever. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly harmless young man had just subdued a deity, repeatedly pummeling him to the ground as if he were a mere chick. She had witnessed Loki in the River of Time. Though this god of mischief was not the most formidable, his magic and illusions could vex the majority of the strong. However, before Yumu, he resembled a 3-year-old child, stripped of all his toys and soundly spanked by a grown man. A pretty facade that proved utterly ineffective. This was the most immediate assessment the Ancient One had of Loki in that moment. Yet, what concerned her more was Yumu. She had acquiesced to Yumu's terms, initiating a temporal rewind, in hopes of discerning the essence of this variable. However, what she beheld was a chaos and madness more pure than the Dark Dimension. He had forged the most ideal result through the most brutal of means. He enslaves time and toys with life and death, exhibiting a demeanor devoid of any reverence for the laws that govern existence. He resembles a mischievous child trespassing in a porcelain shop. Yet he himself possesses a resilience surpassing that of all the porcelain combined. Now he has effortlessly subdued Loki once again. Ancient One understands that the farce in New Mexico has reached its conclusion. However, what Yumu has unveiled is merely the prologue to a tempest that will sweep across the 9 realms. It is time for her to depart. The guardianship of Earth is her solemn duty. As for Yumu, he may emerge as an entity more unpredictable than any dimensional deity. She cannot linger in his presence too long, for it would expose her to visions of futures that should remain unobserved, futures that are being forcibly altered. The matters here shall be entrusted to you. The Ancient One cast a deep glance at Yumu, uttering no further words. With a swift motion, she inscribed an orange circle of fire, rippling the fabric of space, and her figure melded into it, vanishing from sight. The Ancient One took her leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor, having just regained his divine powers and wielding Mjolnir, was awakening from stupor. He gazed blankly at his brother, who lay in a pit, his face etched with despair. Strangely, Thor felt not the anger of a brother witnessing humiliation, but rather an unexpected sense of relief. His brother, who had long delighted in tormenting him with various pranks and lies, was finally experiencing the taste of being crushed by absolute power. This sensation was, in fact, more exhilarating than the act of lifting Mjolnir once again. Yet, soon after, Thor was engulfed by a wave of profound astonishment. He turned his gaze to Yumu. Who was this man truly? The physical strength he exhibited within the realm of time surpassed Thor's comprehension of what it meant to be mortal. He even felt that, during his own peak divine prowess, he might not have been able to best him in a pure battle of strength. Furthermore, Yumu effortlessly penetrated Loki's illusions, indicating that this individual was not merely a physical behemoth. His mental fortitude, or rather his perceptive abilities, were equally formidable. Thor suddenly realized that Yumu's assistance in restoring his divine powers was perhaps not the result of any negotiation. He simply found it amusing. Indeed, amusing. The awakening of himself and Banner, Loki's emergence, were merely an entertaining spectacle to him. He held no standing to bargain with such a being. Coming to this realization, Thor felt not humiliation, but rather a surge of gratitude for his choices. Opposing such a presence would lead him to witness Loki's fate in the pit. At this moment, Yumu brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, his dark, fragmented hair dancing lightly in the breeze, and a faint, elusive smile graced his nearly ethereal visage. His deep-set eyes calmly surveyed Loki, who was questioning the very essence of his existence in the pit. In my theater, Loki, the jester, lacks the authority to improvise. He spoke in a subdued tone, yet his words resonated clearly in every ear present. Allow me to speculate. Have you struck a bargain with the frost giant King Laufey? Did you arrange for him to stealthily infiltrate Asgard while your father lies in slumber, thus orchestrating a crisis of moderate scale? Then, in the guise of a savior, you would emerge heroically to vanquish them, thereby solidifying your claim to the throne? As his words lingered, Loki abruptly lifted his head from the pit. His hollow eyes instantly filled with boundless dread. How could this be possible? This scheme was the pinnacle of his life's work. His meeting with Laufey occurred deep within the frozen ruins of Jotunheim, with no third party in sight. How could this mortal possess such intimate knowledge? Is he perhaps an incarnation of the Norns, the Fates? In that moment, Yumu's image in Loki's mind transformed from that of a terrifying brute to an omniscient. Ineffable terror. Yumu paid no heed to the tempest within Loki's heart. Instead, he turned to Thor and issued a command. Thor, take your useless brother. We must return to Asgard. It is time to address some minor inconveniences posed by the frost giants. The god of thunder, Thor, felt a surge of resolve and nodded emphatically, grasping Loki by the collar as one would a sack of refuse. He led the members of the Light Brigade towards the crash site several kilometers away, where Coulson and others were conducting their investigation. There lay the focal point of Heimdall's gaze, the spot most amenable for the arrival of the Bifrost. Upon arriving at the scorched earth, Thor raised his hammer high. Heimdall! His voice thundered, echoing through the heavens. Open your eyes. Behold me. I, Thor, the god of thunder, have returned. Asgard is on the brink of crisis. Activate the Bifrost. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant beam of multicolored light tore through the clouds above, enveloping all within its luminous embrace. Imdad Granted Passage. In the resplendent glow of the Bifrost, Yumu led all members of the Light Brigade, along with Loki, treated as a prize, into the beam, transporting them toward the divine realm of Asgard, deep within the cosmos. Chapter 0079. The jester lacks the authority to improvise. The brilliance of the Bifrost resembled solidified seven-colored glass, constructing a dreamlike path to the divine realm. As the light dissipated and the solid ground returned beneath their feet, the world unfolded before the eyes of the Light Brigade. What they beheld was a golden city beyond description in earthly tongues. Majestic spires pierced the skies, harmonizing with the celestial rivers of the universe above. Palaces forged of pure gold and white jade shimmered under a stellar radiance, while waterfalls cascaded from floating islands, transforming into ethereal, colorful mists in midair. The atmosphere was suffused with a pure and ancient energy. Oh my heavens! Gwen's petite mouth fell agape, her azure eyes reflecting the grandeur of the divine city before her. In that moment, she felt as though all the science fiction films she had ever watched had been rendered mere children's plays in comparison. Jarvis, analyze the building materials here. No, never mind, don't analyze. I fear my server may overload at any moment. Tony adjusted his glasses. The frantic red gibberish dancing upon the lenses already spoke volumes. He murmured to himself, this defies any known laws of physics. It is as if an entire Dyson sphere has been crammed into a city. Where do they source their energy? Felicia, the black cat, licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with the symbols of wealth. Is this bridge truly paved with rainbow-hued gems? If I were to chip off a piece, would it suffice to sustain my lavish lifestyle for a lifetime? Even the orange cat beast, lounging at Gwen's feet, momentarily abandoned its usual languor. Its golden slit-like pupils were filled with gravity, sensing the formidable power emanating from the depths of this land, rooted in the world tree. Only Yumu remained composed, as though he had merely traversed from the Queens of New York to Manhattan, the divine realm of Asgard. Quite remarkable indeed. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery, it eventually loses its allure. His purpose for this journey was abundantly clear. The more you metal, the better. He turned his gaze toward Loki, who was being hoisted like a rag by Thor, the latter staring despondently at the sky. When do the frost giants arrive? Loki's eyelids flickered. He attempted to uphold some semblance of divine dignity. Yet, upon glimpsing Yumu's handsome yet frigid visage, his mind involuntarily replayed the horrifying image of being used as a human hammer, intimately acquainted with the barren earth. A profound pain and humiliation surged within him. He shuddered, and his meager sense of pride evaporated in an instant. A true man can bend and stretch. Damn that. A wise man knows when to act accordingly. A hero does not suffer needless losses. I, Loki, am merely choosing a more dignified path strategically. Tomorrow, Loki replied in a voice barely louder than a whisper, as if uttering another word might summon that devilish fist once more. Excellent. Yumu nodded in satisfaction, patting Loki's shoulder, a gesture that made the latter tremble like a leaf. The following day, the morning sun cast a warmer halo over the Golden City. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the air shimmered like the surface of water, and a cerulean portal quietly opened. A chill instantly enveloped the area. The frost giant King Lao Fei, wielding a colossal battle axe forged from ancient ice, was the first to step through. His blue skin was adorned with frost patterns, and his crimson eyes burned like embers. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, he exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Behind him followed hundreds of frost giant soldiers, brandishing ice blades, their expressions fierce and menacing. Lao Fei greedily inhaled the air of Asgard, gazing at the distant, resplendent palace. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Odin, I can sense your decaying, aged essence. Did you ever imagine that I would ultimately set foot in your realm? This time next year shall mark your day of sacrifice. Just as Lao Fei reveled in the fantasies of victory, preparing to deliver an impassioned pre-battle speech, a languid voice abruptly interrupted him. It seems you shall never witness the sun of next year. Stepping onto this rainbow bridge is the pinnacle of your achievements in this life. Lao Fei spun around sharply. At the central console of the rainbow bridge, a group of individuals had appeared unbeknownst to him. At the forefront stood a young man with raven black hair, clad in a modified Asgardian black ensemble, tailored impeccably, with silver runes faintly shimmering at the hem, embodying both the classical grandeur of the divine realm and a touch of modern, earthly elegance. He casually perched on the edge of the console, one leg crossed, a playful smile gracing his handsome features. Behind him, a number of men and women donned similar Asgardian attire, all displaying relaxed expressions, some cleaning their weapons, others curiously scrutinizing the band of blue-skinned giants, and even a rotund orange cat, adorned with a round hat, nonchalantly grooming its paws. This group exuded an aura entirely devoid of the tension that accompanied impending battle, giving Lao Fei the peculiar impression that they were simply on an outing. Who are you? Laufey's brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Loki stepped forth from behind his companion, casting a complex gaze upon his biological father. Lao Fei, your time of demise has arrived. Spare me your words. A thunderous roar descended from above, as Thor, the god of thunder, wielding Mjolnir, transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking fiercely at Lao Fei. Only the slain enemy is a good enemy. Boom! Boom! Endless arcs of lightning surged towards Lao Fei, who bellowed in fury, conjuring a massive ice spear to barely deflect the onslaught. The hammer of the thunder god clashed violently with the ice axe, sending forth a shower of sparks and shards of ice. In an instant, a great battle erupted. Heimdall, wielding the sword of protection, silently emerged from the opposite side of the rainbow bridge, quietly reaping the lives of the frost giant soldiers. Just as Lao Fei prepared to retaliate, he caught sight of the raven-haired youth, extending his hand with a weapon known as the sword of non-aggression, guaranteed to disarm. He declared. In that moment, Lao Fei felt his worldview shatter. An inexplicable, irresistible force enveloped him instantaneously. His body became entirely uncontrollable, as if imbued with a life of its own. And it willingly knelt before the young man. Yes, indeed, he knelt. What sorcery is this? A tempest of turmoil surged within Laufey's heart. Simultaneously, Lao Fei roared in fury. How dare you make the esteemed king kneel? This spectacle left all the Asgardians present in a state of stupor. Thor, the god of thunder, exclaimed, "By Odin's name, what in the world is this?" Loki interjected, "Not only can he crush me with brute strength, but he can also control his enemies in this bizarre manner. This is not magic. It defies all reason." Heimdall, engaged in battle, widened his eyes, which were said to perceive all things across the 9 realms. At this moment, they bulged in disbelief. His vision could see everything, yet he could not comprehend the events that had just unfolded. Even the frost giant soldier he was fighting became entranced. What they witnessed, their king had actually knelt? Seeing the dazed crowd, Ymu could only helplessly remind them that the battle was still ongoing. Ultimately, it was Thor and Loki who first regained their composure. They exchanged glances, seizing the opportune moment while Lao Fei was under this strange control, and with a hammer and a dagger, they effortlessly brought an end to the life of the frost giant king. Lao Fei fell on the rainbow bridge, a look of confusion and reluctance etched on his face. He could not fathom how he had lost. In the distance, Heimdall silently dispatched the remaining minions. The unprecedented crisis in the realm of the gods had come to a close. At that very moment, deep within the celestial palace, in a heavily guarded chamber. The king of the gods, who lay upon the golden throne in Odin's slumber, slowly opened his long-closed eye. Chapter 0080. News of the Tadpole. Odin, I have claimed your son. Upon the rainbow bridge, golden divine blood intermingled with icy blue blood, yet to congeal. Ymu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing Thor directing the Asgardian soldiers as they cleared the ravaged battlefield. His expression remained serene, as if the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired was merely an inconsequential game. At that moment, a crisp croak, audible only to him, resonated in his mind. Croak, your tadpole has sent you several commemorative photos. Please check them promptly. The tadpole had written again. With a thought, Ymu seized the opportunity during the lull following the fierce battle and immersed his consciousness into the system interface. In his mailbox, 2 photos lay quietly, vivid and lifelike. In the first photo, a woman clad in sheer pink fabric reclined languidly on a soft couch, her delicate feet bare and as pale as jade. She was a breathtaking beauty, youthful and possessing a lovely visage. With a light touch of makeup, her lips shimmered with brilliance. She resembled an ethereal sprite emerging from the depths of darkness, akin to a thorny rose, bewitchingly beautiful. Gazing upon her evoked both fear and an irresistible urge to cherish her, to hold her gently in one's embrace, unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, our tadpole sat upon one of her pristine feet, being playfully teased by her toes, amusingly engaged with the silly little frog. In the second photo, in a grand hall, a woman sits regally, her beauty unmatched and her presence exuding an air of nobility. Her skin, as flawless as white jade, showcases a delicate pallor, and as she sits, she reveals an exquisite grace that captivates all who behold her. Anyone who lays eyes upon her cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of admiration and awe. She is ethereal, draped in garments as white as snow, embodying a transcendent elegance reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Beside her, a froglet perches atop an ancient sword sheath held delicately in her jade-like hand. With just a glance, Ymu instantly recognizes these remarkable women. Their striking beauty is undeniably vivid. Is this not a scene from Huang Yi's world? Specifically from the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty? The enchanting Demoness, WNWN, a disciple of the Yin sect and the saintly maiden. S.H.E.L.D, an heir of the compassionate voyage quiet chamber. A subtle smile curves Ymu's lips as he contemplates the martial arts abilities at play. Could it be the celestial demon great method or the compassionate sword classic? If fortune favors him, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to break through his shackles and ascend to the fabled realm of a grandmaster. Moreover, within Huang Yi's martial arts universe, the 4 extraordinary tomes, the Battle God Codex, the Longevity Scripture, the Celestial Demon Treatise, and the Compassionate Sword Classic, if he could obtain even one, the path to mastery would be effortlessly within reach. As he gradually withdraws from the system, his profound gaze remains tranquil as a still pond. At that moment, a voice, ancient and commanding, reverberates through the air above the rainbow bridge, carrying the weight of the cosmos itself. What have you done in my domain? The voice, though not loud, resonates with the primal laws of the universe, striking deep within the souls of all present. A figure clad in golden armor, wielding the eternal spear, materializes at the end of the rainbow bridge. Adorned with a fearsome helm, his single eye reflects the weight of ages past, brimming with both wisdom and indifference. It is Odin, the All-Father. As his solitary gaze sweeps across the assembly, turbulent waves of emotion surge within him. The body of the Frost Giant King, Laufey, lies before him, while his mortal son, Thor, regains his divine power, yet harbors an unspoken awe towards the dark-haired youth. Meanwhile, Loki, whom he had high hopes for, appears pale and trembling, curled in a corner like a frightened rabbit. Particularly concerning is the youth at the forefront, devoid of any divine power. He emanates a primal terror that quickens Odin's heartbeat, as if he were not merely a man, but a slumbering ancient dragon capable of devouring worlds. Upon witnessing Odin's presence, Loki feels the very fabric of reality twisting, as if the sky were collapsing. It is over. The All-Father has awakened. He sees everything. He knows all. Has the king already discerned his collusion with the Frost Giants, his ambition to usurp the throne, And the utter culmination of it all? The coveted throne, the dignity befitting a deity. At this very moment, they have been reduced to mere dust. How shall the king exact his punishment upon him? Will he confine him eternally in the dungeons of the celestial palace? Father, the god of thunder, Thor, beheld Odin, and his eyes radiated with uncontainable joy. He cast aside his hammer and, like a child, rushed forth, arms wide open, embracing his father with fervor. You have awakened. You have finally awakened. Odin gazed upon the transformed Thor, feeling the essence of regal authority that had settled upon him, and nodded in approval. My child, you have passed the test. In that moment of embrace, the previous estrangement melted away. Thor then recounted to Odin how Loki had conspired with the frost giants, and how Ymu had unleashed his thunderous might, not only restoring Thor's divine power, but also saving the entirety of Asgard in a moment of dire peril. A flicker of astonishment crossed Odin's single eye as he turned to Ymu, solemnly performing an ancient Asgardian gesture. Warrior from Midgard, Asgard is grateful for your aid. Were it not for you, the flames of war would have engulfed the entire realm of the gods. Upon concluding his words, Odin's gaze finally landed upon the forlorn figure of his adopted son, Loki. Odin's voice brimmed with disappointment. I bestowed upon you the title of prince and showered you with my love. Yet you repay me with treachery and deceit. I did not. Everything I did was for you. For Asgard. Loki shrieked, nearly deranged. It is you. You have always favored that fool, Thor. I shall forever dwell in his shadow. Odin wearily closed his eyes. Enough. In light of your transgressions, I declare you to be permanently exiled. Just as Odin was about to pronounce the final verdict, a calm voice interjected, light as a feather. He cannot leave. Igarakumo spoke slowly. I require him. In an instant, all eyes turned to Ymu. Ignoring the incredulous stares from the denizens of Asgard, Ymu harbored a wild scheme, a plan that necessitated Loki, the god of trickery, as its central test subject. Should this experiment succeed, the ambitions of that purple giant, who sought to impose population control upon the universe with a mere snap of his fingers, would be utterly thwarted. It was akin to playing a game. With foreknowledge of the narrative, Ymu discovered various loopholes within the game. Now was the moment to exploit those variables and utilize the glitches to satiate his curiosity. Meeting Odin's scrutinizing gaze, Ymu showed no sign of retreat. His tone was indifferent, yet carried an undeniable authoritative command. Odin, relinquish your troublesome and ineffectual son to my supervision. Trust me, he is crucial to the future safety of this universe. Chapter 0081. By the way, Your Majesty Odin, where have you sealed the angel from the 10th realm? Odin fell silent. The ruler of the 9 realms for millennia, who had observed the ebb and flow of the cosmic rivers, never imagined that one day a young man from Midgard would demand his son with such a nonchalant tone. It felt utterly absurd. In the past, he had always taken offspring from others, like Loki, the spawn of Laufey. He had never experienced such a passive and orchestrated situation. A cold glint, capable of freezing stars, flickered in Odin's single eye, only to be quickly replaced by deeper contemplation. He gazed at his foster son in the corner, whose spirit was on the brink of collapse. It was not that he no longer loved Loki. On the contrary, perhaps this was the best arrangement for him. Deep within Odin, an ancient voice sighed. Throughout his life, he had granted Loki the title of prince, yet also provided him with an overly comfortable environment, which had fostered ambitions and jealousy potent enough to upend the divine realm. It was time for this unrefined iron to endure true fire and hammering. The toughest steel is forged in the most intense flames and with the harshest beating. Odin looked into Yumu's calm and lifeless eyes and made a decision. Perhaps this man, who even he could not fully comprehend, was the destined crucible for Loki. Very well. A trace of weariness tinged Odin's voice, but it was resolute. Loki, from this day forth, is entrusted to your care. With his words, he sealed the fate of the god of deceit. Yet this was not the end. Ymu seemed oblivious to Loki's face, momentarily as pale as parchment, and disregarded the astonished gazes of the gods of Asgard surrounding them. He spoke again, beginning to bargain with the king of the divine realm before him. Now, we should discuss my compensation. Your Majesty, assisting Thor in regaining his powers, while also resolving an invasion that should have been handled by you, is not without cost. His words were akin to openly demanding high-interest repayment from a king. Upon hearing this, even Thor, who had just been reveling in the joy of a father-son reunion, was momentarily taken aback. Odin's single eye narrowed slightly. Ymu cast a brief glance at Thor. The thunder god, as if awakening from a dream, quickly grasped the situation. He stepped forward and spoke solemnly to Odin. Father, Ymu is right. It was he who helped me rediscover myself when I was lost. It was he who ended Laufey at the most perilous moment for Asgard. This favor must be repaid. It is a debt owed to Ymu, and also one that Asgard owes him. Odin's gaze returned to Ymu, his voice deepening. What do you desire? A wider smile spread across Ymu's lips. Quite simply, I want the URU medal of the divine realm. In an instant, the air upon the rainbow bridge seemed to freeze. Odin's pupils abruptly contracted. URU medal. This mortal dared to demand the very foundation of Asgard. It is not mere gold or silver from the realm of man, but a divine metal forged only in the dying cores of stars, birthed in the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir. Each ounce is imbued with the power of Elos, serving as the very bedrock upon which Asgard stands tall amidst the 9 realms. His eternal spear and Thor's Mjolnir, all crafted from URU metal. This request truly caught him off guard. After all, URU metal can only be wielded effectively by those from their divine domain. Without divine enchantments or the incantations set forth by the All-Father, URU metal is merely a harder form of metal. If it were merely URU metal, could he refuse? Certainly not. How could Odin deny a man who had just salvaged Asgard? A man whose strength even he found somewhat unfathomable. Ultimately, Odin exhaled slowly, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. The divine treasury contained no ready-made ingots of URU metal, only some broken weapons once wielded by past kings. Ymu, upon hearing this, waved his hand nonchalantly. It matters not, I am not particular. Even scrap metal can be made to shine anew. The treasury of Asgard, resplendent and magnificent, displayed countless treasures from the 9 realms. Under Odin's scrutinizing gaze, Ymu treated the place as if it were his own backyard, casually selecting 3 cracked and dim URU weapons from the dust-laden racks, an axe, a long sword, and a shield. However, his heart burned with fervor. Success. His non-aggression was finally poised for its next ultimate evolution, merging the energy adaptability of Wakandan vibranium, the indestructibility of adamantium, and now, the divine power-conducting properties of URU metal. Would the future non-aggression also be capable of moving at will, like the hammer of the thunder god, striking down foes from 1,000 miles away? From this point on, rounding it off, would he not also be a sword immortal, soaring through the skies? No. Ymu quickly regained his composure. He understood that the hammer of the thunder god flew and responded to summons due to the magical enchantments Odin had placed upon it. He could not allow his own fated weapon to be tainted by the will of another. How then could he realize his dream of a flying sword? A flash of insight crossed Ymu's mind, recalling the powers he had acquired from the world. Could the magic of the storm sorcerer and the negative energy of the master of death, these high-tier spells, replicate Odin's enchanting effect, or even create a unique activation incantation solely for his own weapon? It was worth a try. As Ymu prepared to depart with his humanoid trophy, Loki, he collected 3 pieces of URU metal weaponry into the spatial system. Just as he turned, a fragment of information, long buried in the recesses of his memory, flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. He paused, turned back, and fixed his gaze upon Odin. Indeed, your majesty, the king of gods, I have one final question. A pure and curious smile graced Ymu's face. Were the coordinates of the 10th realm, the angelic realm, which you personally severed and concealed within the crevices of time and space? The moment the words left his lips, every expression on Odin's face, be it the majesty of a god-king, the tenderness of a father, or the facade of calmness, shattered in an instant. For the first time, a sentiment named fear surfaced in his singular eye. The term angelic realm pierced through the deepest wounds of Odin's soul like a venomous thorn. It was not merely a place of sin's seal. It was the graveyard of war, the source of his eternal anguish. Thousands of years prior, before he ascended as the guardian of the 9 realms, a brutal war erupted between Asgard and the angelic kingdom, sweeping through the starry seas. At the war's conclusion, his newborn daughter, the child Otterlif, was abducted and murdered by the angelic queen. In the depths of unending sorrow and fury, he, the king of the gods, exhausted his divine power to perform an act that defied the laws of the universe. He tore the entire angelic realm from the world tree and banished it into the unknown crevices of time and space. Furthermore, in the name of the God King, he erased all memories of the 10th realm from the minds of all beings across the 9 realms. This secret, older than Loki's origins and darker than the years of his battles, was a cosmic lie that had buried a father's deepest wound for millennia. Who was this man? He not only knows the past and the future, but he is also acutely aware of the history he personally obliterated from existence. Odin felt his very soul tremble. For the first time in countless years, he sensed that he was completely transparent, like a glass bottle, where all his glory and scars were laid bare for all to see. Finally, the king of the gods, with trembling lips and a voice akin to a fevered dream, uttered, "How do you know of the angelic realm?" Chapter 0082, Non aggression breakthrough. In the treasure vault of Asgard's divine domain, the radiance here shone more brilliantly than the stars. The dust here once bore witness to the glories of a bygone civilization. Odin's question echoed within the expansive vault. How do you know of the angelic realm? In response to the inquiry of the king of gods, Yumu's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Explanation? Only the mundane require a reasonable explanation. He, however, is the one who establishes the rules. Moreover, he could scarcely articulate a single point. Should he simply declare himself a time traveler? Yumu did not even glance at the storm brewing in Odin's solitary eye. He merely smiled, a smile that was untainted yet imbued with a hint of sinister insight. A person privy to too many secrets often finds their life cut short. Yumu spoke with calm composure. Yet, a god-king capable of safeguarding secrets, similarly, does not endure for long. He took 2 steps forward, his gaze settling upon Odin's hand, firmly clutching the spear of eternity. That hand, which had once rent the stars asunder and subdued the 9 realms, now exhibited a barely perceptible tremor, a sign of aging. Your lifespan, or rather, how many more times can you succumb to the Odin sleep? Boom! This statement struck Odin's soul like an invisible thunderbolt. His single eye widened in shock. The tranquility of his mind, unwavering for eons, was stirred for the first time by a colossal wave. This mortal not only knew of the erased histories, but could also distinctly hear the footsteps of death pursuing him. Furthermore, I am quite curious. Yumu disregarded the sudden surge of divine majesty emanating from Odin and continued unperturbed. I also know that the time of convergence among the 9 realms is fast approaching. No, perhaps I should say the convergence of 10 realms? When the boundaries of worlds become blurred, when ancient foes awaken from slumber, when the laws of the universe begin to unravel, and when opportunities for interconnection among various worlds emerge. Yumu turned, locking eyes with Odin, his gaze unsettlingly serene. At that juncture, as the god-king of the 10 realms, this guardian nearing the end of his life, what will you employ to quell the chaos that will sweep across all? Odin fell silent, a profound silence. He gazed at Yumu before him. That face, strikingly handsome to the point of being otherworldly, bore traces of a playful malevolence, yet was complemented by an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being cast down to earth. The juxtaposition of the celestial and the wicked reached a heart-stopping perfection in this enigmatic man. He felt he was not confronting a mere individual, but a concept cloaked in human skin. A terrifying concept known as the unknown. Why does this mortal from Midgard possess knowledge of secrets that even the seers of Asgard cannot fathom? Whence does his intelligence derive? What is his purpose? Odin's heart brimmed with a multitude of unuttered thoughts and countless questions. Yet, Yumu's next words became the final straw that broke the back of this god-king. That straw, though light, bore a weight greater than the world tree itself. Some debts must ultimately be repaid. For instance, the debt owed to your eldest daughter. Yumu's voice floated lightly, yet each word pierced the heart. The prophecy of Ragnarok had already begun to quietly sprout at the roots of the world tree. Your Majesty, when do you intend to inform Thor that he has an elder sister, a death goddess, imprisoned by your own hand, whose ultimate aim is the annihilation of Asgard? Are you truly prepared to leave this mess, along with a shattered Asgard, to your children at the very last moment of your life? Do you not perceive the selfishness of your actions? Odin finally closed his single eye in anguish. Before this young man, he felt devoid of any secrets. The glory of his life, his countless conquests, and the lies and sins he had borne were laid bare, as if perused in an ancient storybook. After a long silence, the vulnerable Odin reopened his eye. The divine light that once resided within had dimmed, replaced by the weariness and acceptance of a father. The weight of secrets can sometimes be more burdensome than the spear of eternity. It seemed he had come to a realization. Since everything was already fated, concealing these secrets served no purpose. Odin revealed the coordinates of the angelic realm, hidden deep within the folds of time and space, to Yumu. A ludicrous thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps this man before him could indeed resolve the nightmare that had haunted him for millennia. For this man defied conventionality. An unpredictable variable might just be the sole key to unlocking this inextricable deadlock. Yumu effortlessly acquired the location of the angelic realm. A fervent flame ignited within him. Angels, such a sacred term, representing a race renowned throughout the cosmos for their beauty. In Yumu's perception, the angelic realm was a civilization of immense intrigue. There, everything could be measured and purchased. They revered the purest form of power, believing that power itself constituted order. If he could, in that domain, openly vanquish all angels, he would rightfully ascend to the throne of the Angel King, even as an outsider, a mere human from the feeble Midgard. Emerging from the divine treasury, nightfall had descended. To commemorate the end of the invasion and the return of Thor, the celestial palace hosted the grandest banquet in a millennium. The golden long table was laden with delicacies that could prolong mortal life and wines that could intoxicate the gods. Yumu, without doubt, became the focal point of this feast. He sat quietly, drawing the gaze of all present. Countless graceful Asgardian maidens, shy yet bold, approached him with goblets in hand, their eyes sparkling with admiration and affection for the strong. Witnessing this scene, Gwen, the White Queen Emma, and several other women felt an inexplicable pang in their hearts, finding even the mead in their cups slightly bitter. Yet, on this night, Yumu declined all the maidens' invitations. He merely raised his glass in a courteous gesture, his deep-set eyes devoid of any mundane desires, as if these exquisite beauties bore no distinction from the flowers and grass by the roadside. The shadows that clouded Gwen and Emma's faces dissipated, replaced by radiant smiles. This man seemed to harbor within his gaze something far grander and more intriguing than mere carnal pleasures. That night, Yumu, within his resplendent palace, summoned forth an unassuming artifact, yet one possessing extraordinary capabilities, the rice cooker. He placed within it a fractured URU metal weapon acquired from Odin's treasury, alongside his own fated weapon, the non-aggression. With a press of the unremarkable fusion button, a gentle hum ensued. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no cataclysmic energy fluctuations. The rice cooker simply emitted a soft glow, reminiscent of preparing the most ordinary bowl of rice. However, within that mundane illumination, three metals from disparate realms, embodying the pinnacle of both physical and magical realms, were undergoing a miraculous amalgamation. The energy adaptability of Wakandan vibranium, the indomitable strength of adamantium, and the limitless potential of URU metal, which bore the laws and divine power. As the light faded, a chime resonated, synthesis complete. Yumu reached into the cooker, and a brand new sword, the non-aggression, lay quietly in his palm. Its blade shimmered with a profound, dark golden hue, as if it encompassed an entire starry sky. Ancient Mosi runes flowed along the blade, infused with an aura of age and majesty belonging to the divine realm. The sword's edge sang softly, akin to a dragon's roar. Yumu could distinctly feel that this blade seemed to have forged a connection with his very soul. It appeared to possess life. Chapter 0083. That person, dancing alone in the air. Yumu caressed the rejuvenated non-aggression. With the fusion of URU metal, it had transcended the realm of mere weaponry. It had become an invisible conduit of magical energy, a second source of magic exclusive to Yumu. The magic within him surged like rivers flowing into the sea, seamlessly entering the blade, only to be purified and amplified in an instant, poised for an explosive release of power. If previously, casting a spell required the recitation of an awkward incantation, now a playful smirk graced Yumu's lips. He had become a walking spell machine gun. Having acquired such a treasure, it was time to showcase its might. True power never seeks to remain concealed. It merely requires an appropriate stage to unleash a brilliance that would make the gods tremble. and the eternal moonlit night of Asgard was undoubtedly the finest backdrop. Yumu's figure emerged on the balcony of his palace, a platform as expansive as a square, hewn from solid white divine stone, overlooking the slumbering golden city. In the distance, the celebration banquet remained ablaze with lights, the raucous melodies and peals of laughter carried by the night breeze. Yet they did nothing to disturb the tranquility of this place. Tranquility serves as the prelude for the emergence of the strong. Yumu slowly raised his hand. Since acquiring the class of Master of Death from the Bone King Ainz-Ul-Gaon, he had yet to truly unleash its most formidable powers. True strength lies not merely in conquering foes, but in rendering spectators incapable of even contemplating enmity. He murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. It resonated as a proclamation to the world. In the next moment, the death magic within him erupted violently. The seventh-tier spell Dragon-Bone Summoning. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Beneath Yumu's feet, a colossal magic circle, over 100 meters in diameter, materialized from thin air. Its inky black runes swirling with frenzied energy, exuding a terrifying aura capable of freezing souls. A vast spatial rift was forcibly torn open at the center of the magic circle, from which emerged a gigantic claw composed entirely of pure white bones. Following it was its head, and then its massive body, a bone dragon exceeding 100 meters in length, descended from the death realm of another dimension into the divine domain of Asgard. Each of its bones gleamed like the finest jade, radiating a chilling light of death, while its enormous eye sockets burned with two orbs of ghostly blue soul fire, reminiscent of two spectral moons from the underworld. Roar! The bone dragon unleashed a silent roar towards the heavens. This roar emitted no sound, yet transformed into a pure mental shockwave that instantly engulfed all of Asgard. Within the banquet hall of the celestial palace, the raucous music ceased abruptly, and the joyous gods froze in place, their golden goblets clattering to the ground. The patrolling guards in the streets, alongside their divine beasts, uneasily pawed the ground, emitting mournful cries. All Asgardians, regardless of their location, felt a tremor originating from the depths of their souls at that moment, as if the grim Reaper himself had descended, brushing his icy fingers along their necks. At the highest balcony of the palace, the All-Father Odin stood side by side with Queen Frigg, savoring the tranquility following battle. When that pure aura of death enveloped them, Odin's single eye erupted with unprecedented horror. He abruptly gazed at the colossal entity looming in the night sky, feeling a deathly power more pure than the abyss and older than the void itself, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. This power, Odin's mind involuntarily conjured the image of his imprisoned eldest daughter, Hela, the goddess of death. But no, Hela's deathly power was imbued with cruelty, destruction, and a desire for conquest. Yet, the force before him was of a higher dimension. It bore no emotion, no desire. It embodied the very concept of death itself. It was the law, the end, the inexorable fate of all things. The lips of Odin quivered slightly as he gazed upon the black-haired youth, standing with his hands clasped behind his back atop the skeletal dragon. A tempest of emotions surged within him. What manner of being was this? Odin had once believed he understood this man, yet the current circumstances were utterly confounding. The palpable aura of death surrounding him was overwhelming. How had he achieved such a presence? Frigga clutched her husband's arm tightly, the regal queen's visage paling in terror. From the skeletal dragon, she sensed an unparalleled threat to all life. In a nearby chamber, Thor, the god of thunder, admired his muscular physique in the mirror. A foolish grin plastered across his face. However, as the dragon's roar echoed, he felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his soul, rendering him immobile. Rushing to the window, he beheld the colossal skeletal dragon and the figure of Yumu, his mouth agape, in disbelief. My heavens! Could it be that Yumu is the lord of the underworld? Meanwhile, Loki, imprisoned in another guest room, collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. His once proud schemes and meticulously crafted plots now seemed utterly ludicrous and naive in the face of such overwhelming power. A devil. He is a devil. Loki muttered in a daze, relinquishing any thoughts of escape or resistance. Odin drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock. He suddenly perceived that entrusting Loki to Yumu's oversight and divulging the secrets of the angelic realm might have been the wisest decision of his life. Perhaps it was the true variables that could shatter the predestined stalemate. Odin's gaze upon Yumu grew increasingly complex. The prophecy of Ragnar, K, might indeed be subject to revision. Outside the brilliantly illuminated banquet hall, the members of the Illuminati had already been drawn out by the earth-shattering spectacle. My God, what is this? An undead creature? No. Its energy structure surpassed anything within my comprehension. The intoxication on Tony Stark's face faded significantly. This was the Sovereign of Death. Mobius's eyes sparkled with unprecedented shock and reverence. The essence he sensed resonated with his own vampiric powers, yet it existed on a level far beyond his understanding. He had never fathomed that death could manifest in such a pure and ancient form. This was not a death he could wield, but death itself. Around them, the Asgardian maidens, who had previously cast flirtatious glances, now fixed their gazes upon the distant figure standing atop the dragon's head. Look, it's Lord Yumu. Good heavens. He can summon such a terrifying creature. He is the true deity. As Tony and the others absorbed the whispers of awe and adulation surrounding them, rather than feeling envy, they felt a sense of pride. Tony cleared his throat and, feigning profundity, explained to a striking girl beside him, with golden hair and piercing blue eyes. Do you see? This is merely a customary practice among our people. In the vernacular of our Earth, we refer to it as dragon riding, a rather elementary form of transportation. The girls, upon hearing this, gazed at Yumu with even greater fervor. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the figure that transcended the realm of divinity. The young man's garments fluttered fiercely in the brisk wind, while the newly acquired non-aggression sword was held casually in his hand, its dark golden blade reflecting the ethereal glow of the moon. He stood atop the massive dragon's head, his demeanor impassive, as if the divine city beneath him were but a common landscape. That aloofness and indifference, gazing down upon the multitude, became an eternal imprint, indelibly etched into the souls of all witnesses that night. The following day, as the first rays of dawn cloaked the golden city in hues of dawn, Yumu and his companions prepared to depart. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the members of the Light Brigade, alongside the ashen-faced Loki, readied themselves to return to Earth with the spoils of their journey. Thor, do come visit me on Earth whenever you have the chance. I shall introduce you to a delicacy known as spicy crayfish, which I assure you is far more exhilarating than your realm's barbecued meats, Yumu said, patting the Thunder God's shoulder with a light-hearted manner. Absolutely, Yumu. You shall forever remain Asgard's most esteemed friend, Thor replied with a vigorous nod, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. This excursion to the divine realm had left every member of the Light Brigade exhilarated. They not only bore witness to the world of deities, but, more importantly, alongside Yumu, had inscribed their own indelible legends upon the canvas of this celestial domain. Heimdall twirled the Guardianess sword, and a vibrant rainbow light surged skyward, enveloping them all, before they vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, chaos reigned supreme. In the office of the King of Agents, Nick Fury, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could freeze a person in place. He had just returned from a secret base located on the surface. There, his Ultimate Insight Project spacecraft was nearing completion. 3 brand new space carriers, integral to the Insight Initiative, were also in the final stages of testing. Everything was under his meticulous control, save for those unforeseen variables. A group of incompetent fools who seemed more adept at creating problems than solving them. Fury's one eye glimmered with a cold disdain as he viewed the encrypted communication request from General Ross on the screen. The message detailed the obliteration of a military research facility and the need for S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance. According to top experts within the military, this devastation was not the handiwork of mutants. Of course, General Ross had omitted to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. that the site was a horrific living experiment research facility. Fury scoffed softly. He had long been aware of the military's devastated secret base. The inhumane experiments concealed in the shadows were well known to him, yet political pressures rendered him powerless to intervene. Now, this band of fools had made a grave misstep and still expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to clean up their mess. When the Guardians of Order themselves harbor filth, The so-called order is merely a grander deception. Fury scoffed, promptly severing the communication. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded as the office door was violently kicked open. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, entered with eyes of flame, resembling a provoked lion. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he slammed a tablet onto Fury's desk. The screen displayed the files of Natasha Romanoff and his protégée, Kate Bishop, glaringly marked in red with the words missing. Nick Fury. Barton's voice was hoarse and filled with rage, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Do not feed me that official nonsense. I have but one question for you. He leaned in, locking his gaze onto Fury's calm single eye, and demanded, "Where are my family, Natasha and Kate?" Chapter 0084. Capture Coulson Hill. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion building, the atmosphere in the director's office felt as though it had frozen into ice. Clint Barton's fist struck Fury's desk with force, indenting the sturdy alloy surface. I do not wish to hear any drivel about procedures and regulations. His bloodshot eyes bore into Fury's tranquil gaze, like a beast cornered with no escape. Natasha and my student Kate last made contact in the land of cherry blossoms. Now, they are missing. I demand an explanation, Nick, now, immediately. Fury's expression remained unchanged as he calmly regarded the nearly unhinged ace agent before him. Agent Barton, remain calm. We are both well aware of Natasha's capabilities. She may simply be executing a deep cover mission, severing contact for the sake of better camouflage. Camouflage? Clint scoffed with a raspy laugh, rife with disappointment and fury. I've followed you for 10 years, Nick. I know what official rhetoric tastes like. You know nothing, or you are deliberately concealing the truth. Without further ado, he pivoted sharply and strode out. If S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot provide me with answers, I shall seek them myself. I will bring them back, regardless of the cost. Watching Clint's resolute figure disappear beyond the door, a flicker of imperceptible coldness passed through Fury's single eye. He casually discarded a report from General Ross requesting assistance regarding an incident at a military base that had been reduced to rubble into the shredder. A pack of inept fools. His gaze fell upon the dossier of Yu-Mu on the screen. A Hydra remnant, injected with an unknown enhancer, possesses a modicum of cunning, yet ultimately remains a mere rat in the gutter. Fury is unwavering in his judgment. As for Natasha, he has complete faith in the elite agent he meticulously trained. However, to err on the side of caution, he activates internal communications, instructing Hill and Coulson to assemble their finest team and investigate the given address, reminding them that he desires her alive. Meanwhile, at Yu-Mu's villa in New York, a cascade of radiant hues descends from the heavens, ensnaring the members of the Illuminati, bound as if in a festive dumpling, while a dazed Loki appears on the lawn. The journey to the realm of gods has left everyone yearning for more, particularly Tony, who feverishly sketches designs for the rebellious dragon armor on a luminous screen, murmuring incantations. Yet, before they can catch their breath, alarms blare. 5 Quinjet fighters have encircled the villa, and ground assault teams are approaching. The calm voice of Red alerts them. Coulson's signature, gentle tone emanates through the loudspeaker, imbued with undeniable authority. Those inside, we are S.H.I.E.L.D. You are suspected of the illegal detention of our agent, Natasha Romanoff. Please surrender immediately. Inside the villa, the group exchanges glances, and as Tony prepares to activate his armor, Yu-Mu raises a hand to stop him. No need to rush, he says, a curious smile gracing his face, as if he has stumbled upon an intriguing toy. Just as well, the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are delivering themselves to their doorstep, perfect for the Illuminati's inaugural team-building event. Leisurely, he picks up the plump feline at his feet and settles into a lounge chair at the villa's entrance, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Apart from me, everyone go greet our guests. Remember, don't kill them. Coulson is someone I quite like. The stage is set for battle. When Natasha's figure emerges in the sight of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, both Coulson and Hill are momentarily stunned. Natasha, are you all right? But Natasha offers no reply, instead demonstrating her stance through action. Like a bolt of black lightning, she charges toward her former colleagues, her formidable combat skills swiftly incapacitating 2 agents. I, Natasha Romanoff, hereby officially sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Her icy voice strikes like a hammer upon the hearts of Coulson and the others, shaking their convictions. This, however, is merely the inception of a nightmare. The White Queen, Emma, remains rooted, unleashing an invisible mental onslaught that washes over the agents like a tide, causing several to become disoriented and turn their weapons upon their comrades. Tony's miniature armor unleashes a torrent of firepower, weaving a lethal web of energy beams and mini-missiles. Gwen transforms into a white specter on the battlefield, her webs ensnaring enemies, disarming and binding them with ease. The most terrifying presence was that man, engulfed in the flames of hell. Frank, transformed into a vengeful specter, unleashed bullets ablaze, eliciting screams of agony from battle-hardened operatives as if their very souls were being scorched. This was no mere skirmish. It was an overwhelming onslaught. The elite team of S.H.I.E.L.D appeared as fragile as paper before the Illuminati. Retreat. Fall back. Coulson's eyes blazed with fury as he drew forth his long-preserved prototype energy weapon, crafted from the remnants of an unknown creature, and leveled it at the man who had been leisurely petting a cat by the entrance all along. He was the source of it all. Don't move. The muzzle of Coulson's gun flickered with a dangerous glow. Yumu finally lifted his gaze. He regarded the barrel with a gentle, innocent smile, reminiscent of a frightened young man who adored cats. He spoke, his voice soft yet crystal clear, reaching Coulson's ears. Agent Coulson, the Captain America you admire, the man who dares to confront the world for freedom and justice. If he were to see you, his most devoted follower, aiming a weapon at an unarmed cat lover, how disappointed he would be. Lower your weapon. We are the ones truly fighting to protect this world. We are the champions of justice. The words were beguiling. Buzz. In Coulson S.'s mind, the handsome, righteous visage of Captain America emerged, etched with profound disappointment. He felt that every word spoken by Yumu was imbued with an irresistible truth. Was S.H.I.E.L.D's conduct truly just? The lies, the secrets, the sordid dealings concealed beneath the facade of order. Coulson's resolute gaze rapidly crumbled, giving way to confusion and anguish. With a clang, the energy weapon, which he had deemed his final card, clattered to the ground. Within the Tricorp Tower, witnessing the scene unfold through real-time aerial surveillance, Nick Fury abruptly rose from his chair, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. His most loyal and capable subordinate had been swayed so easily by mere words. This was not the effect of a strengthening agent. It was a form of incomprehensible, indefensible, almost law-like psychic power. The danger posed by this Yumu far exceeded his highest estimations. A chilling sense of crisis washed over the king of operatives, drowning him in an icy tide. He realized that the world was slipping from his grasp. No longer hesitating, Fury pressed a covert communication button. The call connected. The voice of the Eggman, cold and hoarse, bore a hint of frenzied determination. Initiate the Insight program. Immediately. Now. This distorted world demands our rectification. Chapter 0085. Invasion of the Cosmic Cube Base. The elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, including Coulson and Hill, now stood like puppets devoid of souls upon the verdant lawn of a villa, awaiting their ultimate fate. Yumu leisurely rose from his recliner, affectionately patting the head of the plump feline creature nestled in his arms, as if he had just dispatched not a premier intelligence organization, but rather a swarm of bothersome salesmen. His gaze roamed with keen interest over Coulson and Hill, who represented the right and left hands of Nick Fury, the very egg that held the reins of control, managing all the grim and arduous tasks. To eliminate them outright? Such an endeavor would be dreadfully dull and a waste to boot. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Yumu's lips. Simply slaying Nick Fury paled in comparison to transforming him into a mere figurehead, confined to a wheelchair, issuing commands while helplessly watching his limbs betray him. Severing his arms would render him a paralyzed commander, a true artistry, indeed. He surveyed the members of the Illuminati he had personally assembled. Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with fervor for unknown technology, while White Queen Emma wore an elegant and confident smile. Gwen and Felicia were eager, still caught in the adrenaline of their recent skirmish. Frank stood like a silent statue, yet the fire in his eyes proclaimed that his thirst for vengeance would never extinguish. Everyone, the warm-up is over. Yumu's voice, though soft, penetrated the air with clarity. It is time to procure a truly fascinating toy. He paused, scanning the group, and finally uttered a name that rendered the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Our next target is the Cosmic Cube. He proceeded to elucidate the cosmic cube to the bewildered assembly. The cosmic cube, a treasure of myth and legend, imbued with boundless spatial energy and the highest secret of S.H.I.E.L.D, boasting a defense level unparalleled on Earth. Insanity. You are truly insane, Tony murmured to himself, yet in the next breath, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. The challenge befitting a genius inventor and top-tier hacker. A challenge? No, this is not merely a challenge. This is the ultimate tribute to Tony Stark, the mightiest intellect on Earth. In his view, S.H.I.E.L.D's so-called Skynet system was merely a collection of antiquated components cobbled together, a ludicrous assembly of blocks. He struck his thigh with fervor, the blue of his eyes ablaze with the fire of genius, audacious and fervent. I adore this plan. The firewall of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just give me 10 minutes, and I shall transform Nick Fury's database into my personal cinema, endlessly screening Britney Spears. I am in love. He struck his chest with fervor, his face radiating arrogance and confidence. The S.H.I.E.L.D. firewall? Before me, it is as fragile as a mere sheet of toilet paper. For a true genius, what is deemed impossible is merely an excuse employed by the mediocre to console themselves. Yu-Mu nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the fervor he sought. He slowly articulated his true intention. Acquiring the cube was merely the first step. I intend to use it to lure forth a mysterious organization whose name would send even Thanos into a fit of despair. Henceforth, let that purple tuber's dreams of population control rot within his own mind. Observing the bewilderment of the assembly at the newly emerged term purple tuber, Tony Stark's brain experienced an instant overload. Purple tuber? What is this? A code for a novel composite material? Or perhaps a colloquialism for a top-tier hacker organization thriving in the dark web? To his dismay, his esteemed database yielded no entries related to it. This sensation was akin to a top student encountering an exam question so far beyond the syllabus that they could not even comprehend its wording, leaving them utterly uneasy. The White Queen, Emma, elegantly held her wine glass, gently furrowing her brow. This term is indeed vulgar, lacking in refinement, replete with the essence of Eastern street food. Gwen and Felicia exchanged glances, their beautiful faces mirroring identical confusion coupled with a suppressed amusement. Purple tuber? Why does it sound so much like an endearing but inconsequential creature from a children's bedtime story? Could Yu-Mu possibly use such a term to describe a figure of little significance? As for Frank and Mobius, they showed no interest in the name. They distilled from Yu-Mu's words two keywords: enemy and the greatest crisis of the future. That was sufficient. Resolving the greatest crisis of the future once and for all was where Yu-Mu found his true delight. That evening, the meeting room of the Illuminati was ablaze with light. A plan for infiltration, a work of art in its own right, rapidly took shape through the clash of minds. The White Queen, Emma, gracefully held her glass of red wine, closed her eyes, and her invisible mental tendrils had already delved deep into the minds of the controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, vividly presenting a series of classified blueprints regarding the structure of the cosmic cube's hidden base, its defensive deployments, personnel shift timings, and other top-secret information on a holographic projection. Intelligence is the sharpest weapon. Emma parted her lips, her words imbued with absolute confidence in her abilities. Leave the network to me. Tony's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, leaving a blur in their wake as countless lines of code cascaded like a waterfall. Before they realize it, I will transform their system into my own private garden. Gwen and Felicia exchanged another glance, excitement shimmering in their eyes as they prepared to act as the cutting edge, tasked with clearing all physical obstacles beyond the electronic systems. Mobius and Frank were designated as the assault team, serving as the final assurance. Once the plan encounters an unforeseen circumstance, these two figures, one embodying the fangs of the Dark Knight and the other representing the wrath of hell, are capable of tearing apart any adversary daring enough to obstruct them. Yu-Mu languidly reclined in his chair, yawning with ennui, as if the raid on the planet's mightiest organization was merely a trivial diversion after a meal. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Sankey Tower, Nick Fury's solitary eye was fixated on the images being relayed to him. The disappearance of Coulson's team and Natasha's betrayal, made him acutely aware that he was confronted with an unprecedented foe. He foresaw Yumu's foresight, though it was in truth Yumu's deliberate act of allowing the fool to overhear him. When one is fully cognizant of what their opponent desires, yet remains unable to thwart even the slightest advance, such agony is the exquisite surprise gift Yumu prepared for the fool. The cosmic cube. Fury's voice was hoarse and frigid, each word seeming to be extricated through clenched teeth. This damned lunatic! How dare he? How'd he know? That scoundrel had audaciously treated S.H.I.E.L.D's most profound secrets as mere items on a shelf to be plucked at will. This was the most egregious humiliation for S.H.I.E.L.D. and, moreover, the most vicious mockery directed at him. Nick Fury, the king of agents. The flames of fury threatened to erupt from his solitary eye, ready to incinerate everything before him. Yet ultimately he smiled, a smile chilling to the core, brimming with madness and a desire for destruction. Very well, since he desires it, I shall grant it. I will prepare for him the grandest funeral in history, with the energy of the entire universe. I shall compose the most magnificent and costly requiem for his soul. He commanded the deliberate exposure of the location of the Joint Dark Energy Task Facility within several leaked pieces of information. That place was the true resting ground of the cube, a site he had already transformed into an inescapable steel tomb. He even activated the ultimate weapon of the base, a prototype energy cannon powered directly by the cosmic cube, capable of obliterating an entire city in an instant. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. But this time, within the abyss, lies the cannon I have prepared. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Fury's mouth. Inside the villa, Red completed the compilation and analysis of all intelligence, presenting it before Yumu. Yumu gazed at the data on the screen. Instantly, those cold words and images underwent a wondrous transformation in his eyes. It was as if he transcended time and space. Witnessing Nick Fury's shadowed face as he devised his plans, he glimpsed the glint of satisfaction in Fury's single eye, and more strikingly, he perceived the unabashed, palpable intent to kill. It had become so evident. Surely the fool would not set no traps at all. If that were the case, his joy would diminish significantly. What could be more intriguing than knowing precisely what is about to transpire, yet being utterly powerless to intervene? This is the grand prologue to a magnificent game. Igarakumu, rather than being cautious, wore a delightful smile. A gracious host ought to prepare a splendid, welcoming ceremony. He languidly waved his hand at the crowd. According to the plan, we would proceed to the host's abode to receive this grand gift. As night fell like ink, the operation commenced. Remarkably, everything unfolded seamlessly. Empowered by the Red Queen and Jarvis, Yumu and his companions traversed the premises as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. The layers of firewalls, which the S.H.I.E.L.D. prided itself on, appeared as fragile as mere paper before them. They neutralized all surveillance and alarm systems, which now merely looped last night's footage. Tony snapped his fingers. The White Queen's mental prowess wafted through the entire base like a silent spring breeze. Within the control room, the agents on duty wore vacant expressions, collectively succumbing to the sweetest of slumbers, with happiness dribbling from the corners of their mouths. The patrolling guards brushed past the Illuminati members, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Deep within the base, in a makeshift command center, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. He observed the motionless subordinates on the surveillance screen and the unsettlingly calm data. A wave of intense unease surged within him. His keen single eye scanned the array of monitoring screens before him like a hawk surveying its domain. Everything appeared normal. The patrol unit moved along the designated route with steady, powerful strides. The personnel in the monitoring room sat upright, their eyes fixed intently. The data streams flowed as smoothly as a slumbering line, with no red alerts emerging. It was too normal. So normal, it resembled a meticulously crafted artwork titled Absolute Safety, drawn with ruler and compass. And therein lay the greatest abnormality. Fury's fingertips lightly tapped the console, bringing up the real-time surveillance of Corridor 3. On the screen, a fully armed squad of agents had just passed through, their gazes fixed ahead, harboring no suspicion of the empty corridor. Fury's pupils abruptly constricted. He rewound the footage 3 seconds, magnified and magnified again. In the angle between the patrol unit and the wall, a nearly invisible white thread, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Swayed imperceptibly with the airflow. That was the intruder's trace. His soldiers, his most elite guard, had walked past the enemy's visage like a group of blind men, utterly unaware. Fury's heart sank sharply. This was not defense. It resembled a farcical stage play. His S.H.I.E.L.D, the impenetrable shield he had painstakingly crafted, was now akin to a marionette, zealously collaborating with the enemy in a grotesque performance titled Inviting the King into the Trap. All of his elite personnel, along with himself, were laughably oblivious actors ensnared in the ruse. That man, Yumu, he not only aims to seize the Tesseract, but also seeks to humiliate himself in the most blatant manner. He intends to trample the dignity of S.H.I.E.L.D underfoot, reducing it to mere dust. A chilling fury, laced with incredulity, surged from Fury's core. The members of the Illuminati advanced resolutely, ultimately arriving at the core laboratory housing the cosmic cube. In the center of the vast circular chamber, the cube, emanating a ghostly azure glow, floated quietly within a complex restraint apparatus. It resembled a pulsating heart of the universe, each fluctuation of light appearing to breathe, exuding a captivating yet lethal allure. How beautiful! Tony's eyes brimmed with obsession. It was not greed, but the reverence of a scientist encountering the ultimate truth. Ready to act. Just as Tony's fingers were about to graze the virtual interface, a chilling voice echoed throughout the laboratory via the intercom. Welcome, Vidras Iumu. It was Nick Fury. Boom! Accompanying his words, the heavy alloy gates descended from the walls, ceiling, and floor of the laboratory in an instant. Each gate was several meters thick, with a combined weight exceeding 10,000 tons. In that moment, the laboratory transformed from a scientific enclave into an impenetrable steel coffin. You and your men have been thoroughly sealed in. Fury's voice dripped with a hint of cat-and-mouse mockery. Now, please savor the energy from the cosmos. As soon as the words left his lips, the dome of the laboratory slowly opened. A colossal energy cannon descended from the darkness. Its body was adorned with intricate energy patterns, and the barrel's diameter surpassed 3 meters, so deep it seemed capable of devouring all light. Blinding blue energy was wildly coalescing at the barrel's mouth, illuminating the entire laboratory in a ghastly white. The scent of ozone filled the air, a sign that the immense energy had ionized the atmosphere. Confronted with this annihilating weapon that could vaporize them all in an instant, the faces of the Illuminati turned grave. Tony's armor surged with power, bracing for impact. Frank had drawn his weapon, ablaze with hellfire. Everyone fell into a battle-ready stance. Yet, Yumu remained contemplative, frowning at the earlier words spoken by the egghead. Hydra? Him? What outrageous jest. Shaking his head, Yumu tilted his gaze towards the colossal cannon, which brimmed with world-ending energy. Rather than fear, his face radiated a benevolent, innocent smile. Then, in the midst of all eyes upon him, including Nick Fury's scrutinizing gaze through the surveillance, he leisurely retrieved a small, seemingly childish sticker from his pocket. The sticker depicted a comical, pitch-black circle. Under the astonished gazes of all, Yumu nonchalantly tossed the black hole sticker. The sticker floated gently, akin to a weightless feather, drifting towards the mouth of the colossal cannon that was accumulating terrifying energy. Chapter 0086. The Cosmic Cube in hand departing. In the puzzled view of Mr. Egg, the sticker, adorned with a comical black circle, floated effortlessly like a weightless leaf, precisely yet casually affixing itself to the cannon's mouth, capable of obliterating a city. This scene was absurd to the utmost degree. Nick Fury, seated hundreds of meters below in a clandestine command center, fixated intently on the screen. For the first time, his brain, the proud command hub of this king of spies, experienced a 3-second freeze. What was that? A new type of energy diversion shield? Some alien high-dimensional technology masquerading as a sticker? Or merely a frenzied act devoid of meaning in the face of impending demise? He gazed at Yumu's face on the surveillance footage, calm to the point of serenity, and his intense unease reached its zenith. No, there could be no further delay. Whatever trickery was at play, before the infinite energy torrent of the cosmic cube, all conspiracies would be vaporized into the most fundamental particles. Fire. Nick Fury's teeth ground together as he forcefully pressed the launch button. Buzz. The cannon began to charge. The entire steel bunker vibrated with a resounding hum, as within the profound darkness of the cannon's mouth, a blinding azure energy surged and compressed, as if a miniature supernova were on the verge of exploding at any moment. The air was ionized, emitting a hissing lament, and the acrid scent of ozone permeated the enclosed laboratory. The oppressive force of that energy even penetrated several meters of alloy walls, causing the instruments in the command center to emit alarms of distress. Yet, the figures of Yumu and others on the screen displayed no trace of fear. Yumu remained in his languid posture, as if the impending eruption was not a world-ending beam, but merely a tedious fireworks display. He was assuredly safe. The so-called cannon attack, merely a grand salute prepared by Mr. Egg to welcome his arrival. In the face of absolute absurdity, any grand plan becomes nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated jest. And he was the one tasked with puncturing the joke and relishing the astonished expressions of the clowns. The others from the Illuminati, however, were far from as composed as Yumu. The energy index has exceeded the limit. My calculations indicate we will be utterly vaporized in 0.001 seconds. The shield is utterly meaningless. Within the armor of Tony Stark, Jarvis's voice conveyed urgency for the first time. Tony's countenance was as pale as a ghost, his remarkably intelligent mind racing at an unprecedented speed, yet failing to yield a single conclusion that offered a glimmer of hope for survival. In an instinctive gesture, he glanced at Yumu, only to behold a serene profile. That tranquility seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly soothing his inner turmoil. Madness. We have all succumbed to this man's insanity. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the temple of the White Queen, Emma. The mental shield she had exerted all her strength to erect felt as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, poised to be torn apart by the sheer force of the overwhelming energy. She could distinctly sense the shadow of death looming over the souls of everyone present. In Frank's eyes, the flames of hell danced with fervor. He was prepared to use his immortal body to buy even a fleeting moment for his companions. Gwen and Felicia huddled closely together, their bodies trembling slightly, yet their gazes remained steadfastly fixed upon the imposing figure standing at the forefront, as if he were a deity. As long as he stood, the heavens would not fall. In the next instant, fire. There was no cataclysmic roar, only a pure, blinding white beam of light that shot forth from the cannon at a speed surpassing thought itself. That beam was the wrath of the cosmos, the manifestation of the laws of nature, a force potent enough to pierce through the very core of this planet, pure annihilation incarnate. However, the anticipated scene of everything turning to ash did not unfold. That energy beam, capable of rending the heavens and the earth, vanished the moment it encountered the flimsy, absurd black sticker. Indeed, it disappeared, as though it had never existed at all. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even the faintest whisper of sound. That diminutive black hole sticker seemed to be an actual gateway to an infinite void, greedily and silently consuming the destructive energy without leaving a trace. The torrent of energy from the colossal cannon lasted a full 10 seconds, an eternity for Nick Fury, who felt as if he were trapped in a century-long nightmare. He watched in disbelief as the energy capable of leveling a city surged forth from the screen, only to be silently devoured by that inconspicuous sticker. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence, everyone frozen as if under a petrifying spell, staring blankly at the incomprehensible scene on the monitor. As the energy output ceased and the cannon's light dimmed, the members of the Illuminati remained unscathed in the laboratory. Yumu even stifled a yawn. This is impossible. Nick Fury muttered in a daze, feeling as though his worldview, along with all the pride and cunning that came with being the king of spies, had been utterly shattered by that small sticker. What on earth was that? What was that thing? That was neither technology nor magic. Such a force does not belong to any known power within this universe. It is devoid of reason. Yumu slowly raised his hand, and the black hole sticker gently detached from the muzzle, soaring back into his palm before he casually tucked it into his pocket. He turned his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating layers of obstruction, precisely locking onto the hidden camera in the command center that was directed at him. He smiled. That smile, still innocent, sent a chill from the depths of Nick Fury's soul as he watched from the screen. Then, Yumu raised his right hand, bringing his index finger and thumb together to form the shape of a handgun. He slowly pressed this imaginary gun against his temple, facing the camera. Facing Nick Fury. Bang! He silently mouthed the word. An ultimate humiliation, a wordless mockery. In that moment, Nick Fury's face transformed from pale to dark, then to green, ultimately becoming ashen. The man was conveying to him, "Your strongest card, the trap you take pride in, is nothing more than a mere performance to me. And your life, like this, can be taken at any moment." The base now stood for the entire Illuminati as a girl stripped of her clothes, bound and defenseless, devoid of any secrets or defenses. However, Yumu did not pursue further. He had acquired what he sought, having witnessed the performance he desired. As for Nick Fury, to kill is to pierce the heart. Like boiling a frog, watching him gradually lose everything in despair, only to finally send him on his way. That is what is truly entertaining. Yumu aimed to strip away everything he had built, everything he had protected, everything he took pride in, piece by piece with his own hands. When this fool becomes utterly destitute, it will be time for him to depart. "Retreat," Yumu said lightly to those behind him. The crowd responded in a resounding agreement. Once Tony skillfully unlocked all the gates, the Illuminati, with the cosmic cube radiating a bluish glow, swaggered away as if strolling through their own backyard. Inside the secret command center, Nick Fury watched the carefree figures of the departing individuals on the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. More than that, it was a deep-rooted shame. Every image of Yumu's assault on the base replayed in his mind. Those subordinates, mentally controlled and akin to somnambulists. The firewall, effortlessly penetrated and rendered ineffective. And finally, that silent gun pressed against his temple. That gesture seared into his soul like a branding iron. When your ultimate weapon cannot even breach your enemy's toy, what is dubbed a trump card is merely the final lamentation of one's own ineptitude. The brute slammed his fist heavily onto the control panel, causing the sturdy alloy surface to crack instantaneously. "Damn it, that bastard!" His furious roar echoed within the silent command center, sounding so feeble, so powerless. Chapter 0087. In representation of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, I hereby officially arrest you. Loki Odinson. The following day, Yumu's villa base appeared to have transformed into an exhibition center for the wonders of the universe. The Tesseract, borrowed from S.H.I.E.L.D, floated serenely in midair, emanating a profound and enchanting azure glow. It resembled a captured miniature star, the ebb and flow of its radiance seemingly mimicking the breath of the cosmos. For the first time, the members of the Illuminati found themselves in such close proximity to this legendary Infinity Stone. My heavens! Tony Stark leaned against the energy shield, his eyes burning with an unprecedented fervor beneath his helmet. Countless streams of imperceptible data surged from his armor, attempting to decipher the structure of the cube. However, the moment these data streams made contact with the Tesseract's glow, they vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the ocean. Incredible. This is not the energy structure of our dimension at all. The energy it harbors is infinite, truly infinite. The calm voice of Jarvis resonated within his helmet. Data stream overload. The underlying logic is being rewritten. Immediate cessation of analysis is advised. Yet, Tony remained oblivious, murmuring to himself like a drunken man, rambling, or a devotee on a pilgrimage. True deities scoff at adhering to the physical laws crafted by mere mortals. Today, however, we have confined a god within a cage. Emma Frost, the White Queen, elegantly held a glass of red wine. She did not approach, but instead closed her eyes, utilizing her formidable psychic abilities from a distance. A slight furrow formed on her brow, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of gravity. I cannot perceive thoughts, yet I sense a will, a vast, ancient, and pure spatial will. It resembles an endless ocean. Any psychic force attempting to probe its depths would be instantaneously assimilated and submerged. Emma opened her eyes, gazing at Yumu with a newfound reverence, a sentiment she herself scarcely recognized. To manipulate such a terrifying entity with such ease, how unfathomably deep must this man's soul be? Gwen and Felicia, like curious kittens, felt the oppressive energy, yet were irresistibly drawn to its exquisite beauty. Frank and Mobius stood silently in the shadows, sensing from the azure glow the purest form of annihilation, a power capable of reducing everything to nothingness, even erasing the flames of hell with ease. As the onlookers were captivated by the might of the tesseract, Yumu strolled over nonchalantly. He extended his hand and effortlessly plucked the tesseract from its azure glow, as if selecting an utterly ordinary apple from a fruit bowl. Then, amidst the astonished gazes that seemed to threaten the very detachment of their jaws, he approached Loki, bound in the corner like a wretched dog. A hint of malevolent yet innocent amusement graced Yumu's countenance. He squatted down and carelessly placed the cosmic cube, capable of igniting an interstellar war, into Loki's embrace. Activated. Yumu's voice was nonchalant. In an instant, the air within the entire villa base seemed to freeze. Madness. This was the singular thought echoing in the minds of the Illuminati. They had gone to great lengths, risking annihilation at the hands of S.H.E.L.D. to acquire this cosmic treasure, only for Yumu to hand it over to their adversary? To Loki, that duplicitous trickster, known for his deceitful nature? Tony's lips twitched. He felt as if his mind had completely combusted. Are you certain you are not jesting? This is Loki, the god of lies from Asgard. Handing him the space stone, he could vanish to the farthest reaches of the universe and return with a Chitauri army to obliterate us all. It defied all logic. This was 1,000 times more absurd than using a sticker to block an energy cannon. Even Emma Frost could no longer maintain her poise. She attempted to probe Yumu's thoughts, yet all she sensed was a serene, spectator-like delight. It was as if everything unfolding before her was scripted perfectly in his grand design. This sensation sent an unprecedented shiver through Emma's heart. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying of all, and Yumu embodied that very unknown. Gwen watched Yumu with concern, though she trusted him unconditionally. This action was utterly unfathomable. Allowing him to activate the cosmic cube could lead to his escape. Loki, too, was bewildered. He gazed at the cube, radiating a chilling touch and boundless energy in his arms, then lifted his eyes to meet Yumu's smiling visage. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. A tempest raged within him. What did this mean? What was this devil plotting? This was a trap, an insidiously cruel trap. Perhaps, at the moment of activation, he would be torn apart by the violent spatial energy? Or was this contraption merely a bomb masquerading as the cosmic cube? Countless horrifying thoughts flickered through Loki's mind, each sending shivers down his spine. Fear gripped him, genuine fear. Before this man, his prideful tricks and intellect appeared as childish scribbles, naive and laughable. Yet, should he refrain from activation, death awaited him. Activating it might offer a glimmer of hope. The allure of freedom ultimately triumphed over the terror of the unknown. Very well. Loki ground his molars, a flicker of mad resolve flashing in his eyes. He mustered all his strength and infused his divine power into the cosmic cube. Buzz! A blinding burst of blue light suddenly erupted, forming a colossal spatial wormhole that completely engulfed Loki's figure. As the brilliance dissipated, Loki, along with the cosmic cube, vanished without a trace. See? I told you he would flee, Tony exclaimed, spreading his hands in a gesture of affirmation. Gwen could not help but inquire, Yumu, why are we doing this? Yumu merely waved his hand, signaling the others to remain calm, his smile becoming increasingly enigmatic. A true chess master never fears that his pieces will escape the board. He merely guides them to their destined positions. Now, the real performance was just beginning. Everyone should sit down and quietly watch the show. In an uncharted, desolate desert, space tore apart, and Loki's figure tumbled clumsily from the wormhole, landing awkwardly in the sand. Spitting out mouthfuls of sand, he struggled to rise. He looked around at the endless expanse of yellow dunes and spotted the cosmic cube rolling a short distance away. In the next moment, he froze. A surge of ecstatic joy overwhelmed him, and he could no longer contain himself, laughing maniacally towards the sky. Ha ha ha! I escaped. I truly escaped. He had succeeded. He had liberated himself from the clutches of that devil. Although he had no idea what machinations Yumu had devised, he was free at last. Loki ran and rolled across the sandy ground like a madman, inhaling the gritty air and basking in the scorching sunlight. He had never realized how sweet the taste of freedom could be. Exhausted, he lay on the sand, gazing up at the brilliantly blue sky, feeling as though he had been reborn. However, he remained oblivious to the black serpent, inscribed with ancient runes, silently emerging from the sand behind him. It was Yumu's mechanical creation, the red serpent. Its eyes gleamed ominously with a red glow, coldly observing the god still reveling in his illusory freedom. Within its body lay a black hole sticker, ensuring that Yumu, far away in New York, could arrive at any moment. Loki believed he had escaped from the Five-Finger Mountain, unaware that he had merely leaped from Yumu's left hand to his right. Just as Loki's elation began to wane, and he prepared to retrieve the cosmic cube to plot his revenge, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The space before him suddenly illuminated with several orange, spark-emitting circular portals. Men and women clad in uniform, wielding peculiar batons, emerged from the portals, surrounding him completely. At the forefront stood a stern-looking black woman, who glanced at a curious device in her hand, locking her gaze onto the bewildered Loki. Temporal anomaly confirmed, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. Loki furrowed his brow, eyeing the unexpected intruders with suspicion. Who are you? What nonsense are you speaking? He could sense that these individuals exuded no energy fluctuations, yet they imparted an overwhelming sense of peril, as if they were not of this world. The African-American woman paid no heed to his inquiry. Instead, she lifted her gaze and regarded him with an objectifying stare, continuing in a matter-of-fact tone. I represent the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, and I hereby arrest you, Loki Odinson, for the grave offense of violating the sacred timeline. Chapter 0088, Deities as Bait. Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau? Sacred timeline? What absurdities were these? Loki's mind swirled in chaos. These terms sounded like the ramblings of a lunatic, utterly ludicrous and devoid of logic. He was Loki, the prince of Asgard, the god of mischief and deceit. How could he be ensnared by such trivial trickery? Mortals, your ignorance is truly amusing, he scoffed, brushing the dust from his attire, the arrogance befitting a deity returning to his visage. He was even too lethargic to retrieve the nearby tesseract, intent on imparting a profound lesson to these audacious insects. However, as he stepped forward, the leading African-American woman's eyes flashed with impatience and disdain, and she swung her baton at a speed that was not particularly swift. Loki instinctively attempted to evade, already preparing a counterspell. Yet, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The entire world seemed to be pressed into slow motion. He could distinctly perceive the baton enlarging within his pupils, while his body felt as though it had become ensnared in solidified amber. Each movement rendered excruciatingly sluggish. Thud! A dull impact reverberated. The baton struck his cheek with formidable force. Time at that instant was stretched to its utmost limits. Loki's handsome visage was contorted in a most humiliating manner, the tremendous force distorting his features into a grotesque, yet vivid expression of agony. In that moment, the dignity of a deity lay in ruins. Pathetic, the African-American woman derided, casually fastening a cold metallic collar around Loki's neck with a decisive click. This was no ordinary metal. It resembled a shackle of cosmic law. The instant the collar clasped around him, Loki felt the torrent of divine power within him, the magic he so cherished, and all connections severed forcefully. He was reduced to a complete mortal. As the slowed passage of time resumed its normal pace, a wave of excruciating pain and helplessness surged through him, causing him to stagger and fall. How could this be? How is it possible? His once proud divine power, his ever-morphing magic, felt as fragile as soap bubbles beneath the blazing sun, rendered powerless before the absurdity of the baton and collar. The ecstasy of freedom had not yet dissipated when it was abruptly doused by the chilling reality that enveloped him. The African-American woman let out a disdainful huff and gestured to her subordinates to escort the time offender away. Just as the agents were preparing to lead the disoriented Loki toward the orange portal, a languid yet playful voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. The Time Variance Authority truly carries an impressive air. Do you believe my toy can be whisked away at your whim? Who goes there? The leader, the African-American woman, felt a shiver run down her spine and spun around abruptly. There, atop a nearby sand dune, stood a group of individuals who seemed to have materialized from thin air, as if they had been there all along, coldly observing the unfolding farce. At the forefront was a young man with dark hair, clad in a well-tailored black casual suit, his tie absent and two buttons of his collar undone, revealing a glimpse of his fair skin. His almost otherworldly visage exuded a perfect amalgamation of ethereal charm and a hint of malevolence, while his deep-set eyes regarded them with an unsettling calm. Wow! Before the woman could utter a word, a girl clad in a white spider suit from the opposing group exclaimed in astonishment. Is this what you call the time variance authority? It doesn't seem so extraordinary. Just 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 nose. And 1 mouth. I thought you were some kind of bizarre anomaly. Gwen's voice brimmed with curiosity. Yumu affectionately tousled Gwen's short hair and patiently elucidated. Never mistake the doorkeeper for the master of the house, Gwen. They may wield control over time, yet they lack an understanding of it. Much like a gardener prunes branches, yet never comprehends the essence of a tree's growth. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an air of detached insight that sent an inexplicable chill through all present. Yumu could scarcely be bothered to cast another glance at them. He merely exchanged a casual look with the White Queen, Emma. In the next moment, a graceful smile graced Emma's lips, and an intangible mental force, akin to the gentlest spring breeze, swept over every agent in attendance. There were no screams, no resistance. The agents, who had just moments ago bore stern expressions while wielding temporal weapons, suddenly found their faces frozen in an expression of rapture, as an uncontrollable, blissful smile spread across their countenances. Their gazes became vacant and dazed, as if they had fallen into the sweetest dream of their lives, with some even beginning to dance in place, emitting incoherent giggles. Meanwhile, Loki, bound and tethered like a dog, felt his eyes widen to their utmost limit as he beheld the man approaching with an air of nonchalance. He watched as those who had instantaneously transformed into fools, the so-called masters of time, were rendered utterly oblivious. A wave of icy terror surged through his spine, racing toward the crown of his head. He understood. He finally comprehended the truth. There was no chance of escape. This devilish man had thrust the cosmic cube into his hands, not as a test or an oversight, but as bait for a trap. He was the meticulously chosen lure, meant to draw out a cadre of mysterious hunters. From the very beginning, he had merely been a piece on this man's chessboard, calculated and manipulated with precision. Loki's body began to tremble uncontrollably, not from the chill of the air, but from an ultimate terror that emanated from the depths of his soul, a fear of an incomprehensible and invincible force. Yumu disregarded Loki's shattered gaze as he approached an agent lost in maniacal laughter. Nonchalantly, he retrieved a small device, akin to a tablet, from the agent's waist. The time tablet. With it, one could traverse the sacred timeline at will, rewind, reset, or even excise entire segments of time and space. It was a divine artifact that allowed for the manipulation of time itself. Yet, what Yumu sought was far beyond mere temporal play. He understood the true value of this device lay in its ability to connect to the forgotten void at the end of time. There resided the genuine treasure, the malevolent sister of the professor, Cassandra Nova, along with countless heroes and villains from various timelines. It was a vast amusement park brimming with perilous toys. As an ultimate Marvel reveler, how could Yumu resist this grand carnival that could make the entire universe dance? A pure and delightful smile curved upon his lips. Order was meant to be shattered. History was meant to be rewritten. Let us introduce a touch of unpredictability to this mundane world. Chapter 0089. The Truth of the God of Lies. In the desolate expanse of the desert, the air grew thick with anticipation due to Yumu's words. The members of the Illuminati gazed intently at the small time tablet in his hand. Just moments ago, Yumu had depicted a future so enticing that it would drive any ambitious soul to madness. This little device held a value far exceeding that of the Infinity Stone beneath their feet. Yumu's voice carried a hint of lazy amusement. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, self-proclaimed gardeners of the sacred timeline, pruned away every possible weed. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this very shears could also cut open the door to the back garden. He paused, his profound gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if he could pierce through endless time and space, gazing into a forbidden realm unknown to mortals. Behind that door lay a vast landfill known as the Void, the terminus of all severed timelines. There imprisoned were the most dangerous, intriguing, and powerful failures from countless timelines. Imagine a telepath more formidable than Charles Xavier, a super soldier who has never been frozen in time, having pierced through the fabric of World War II, alongside countless versions of Loki, all gathered for a tea party. Yumu's description quickened Tony Stark's breath, not from fear, but from exhilarating thrill belonging to the realm of genius. My God, Tony murmured, that is not a junkyard. It is a living treasury filled with unknown technologies and mutated beings. Emma Frost, the White Queen, allowed a tantalizing smile to curve her lips. A flock of wayward lambs awaits a true master to guide them. It certainly sounds intriguing. Gwen and Felicia sparkled with starry-eyed wonder. Captivated by the tea party Yumu spoke of, in their eyes, he always seemed to unearth the most exhilarating and entertaining experiences in the world. Following him, they would never know boredom. The essence of order exists solely to be supplanted by a far more fascinating chaos. Yumu mused with a light chuckle, summarizing his thoughts. Yet, as the crowd reveled in the grandeur of the future, Loki, forgotten by all, fixated on the faint smile gracing Yumu's face, feeling as though his very soul had been crystallized into shards of ice. A shiver coursed through him. That smile bore no trace of a victor's arrogance, no thrill in a scheme's success, nor contempt for an adversary. It was a pure delight, like a bored deity stumbling upon a wholly new game that could evoke genuine laughter. Loki had witnessed Odin's majesty, Thor's recklessness, Frigga's compassion, and even the indifference of Thanos, who viewed all life as mere fodder. Yet, Yumu's smile transcended all of this. It embodied an absolute, detached playfulness that regarded the cosmos as mere toys. He was neither plotting nor battling. He was simply playing. And Loki, from the throne of Asgard to the deserts of Earth, was merely an amusing trinket he had casually selected from his toy chest. All of Loki's proud schemes, his ecstatic liberation from constraints, and his yearning for freedom were merely components of this game. Each of his self-important struggles was precisely and perfectly propelling the script Yumu had long since penned. The terror of being thoroughly seen through, utterly controlled, with even one's soul treated as a plaything, was a fear 1,000 times more dreadful than death itself. Loki finally comprehended the truth. He was not Yumu's enemy, for he was simply unworthy of such a role. The baiting scheme was executed flawlessly. Yumu surveyed the agents entranced in dreams, their faces adorned with blissful smiles, and nodded in satisfaction. Emma, erase their memories, Yumu commanded, erasing all traces of our existence, allowing them to believe that from beginning to end, they merely succeeded in capturing a foolish time criminal. The White Queen, Emma, nodded, her formidable mental prowess poised to sweep across the entire scene. She cast a glance at Loki, who was ensconced in a corner, his once vibrant gaze now entirely devoid of luster, resembling a broken puppet, and inquired, "What of him?" As a deity, Loki's mental fortitude far surpassed that of mortals, making it exceedingly difficult for Emma to effectuate a flawless modification without obliterating his consciousness. Upon hearing her words, he extended a finger, directing it towards the forlorn trickster god. "Have you all forgotten what this esteemed Mr. Loki Odinson's most illustrious title is?" The assembly paused momentarily. "The god of mischief and lies," Tony instinctively replied. Indeed, Yumu's smile grew ever more enigmatic. A man who spun lies throughout his life. Who would ever believe his words? When deceit becomes his sole identity, then, should he one day cry out the truth with all his might, that very truth would morph into the most significant and absurd lie of his existence. We need not erase his memories. In fact, we must ensure he remembers every detail of today's events. For his suffering, his despair, and the truth he knows to be untrustworthy will serve as our most perfect alibi. As his words settled, the members of the Illuminati regarded Loki with a hint of sympathy. This, indeed, was more cruel than simply ending his life. It was a heart-wrenching torment. At the center of their discourse, the overlooked Loki, upon hearing Yumu's declaration, witnessed his complexion shift from pale to green, then to purple, ultimately settling into a pallid gray. He comprehended. He fully grasped the reality that Yumu intended not only to consign him to that so-called time prison, but also to strip him of his final weapon, language. He was to become a living warning, an embodiment of a cautionary tale, illustrating that the words of a madman are unworthy of belief. His fury, his hatred, and the truths he unveiled about this devil, named Yumu, would be perceived as nothing more than the delirious ramblings he rightfully deserved. How malicious! How cruel! Loki opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. A profound sense of despair enveloped him, akin to frigid seawater, drowning him entirely. Subsequently, Yumu, accompanied by the others, turned and departed under Loki's shattered gaze, their figures dissipating into the air. Moments later, the agents slowly regained consciousness. The leading African-American woman shook her head, her expression momentarily clouded with confusion. Strange. She furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable void. It felt as though a continuous tape had been abruptly severed, leaving a minor, yet disconcerting disjunction that unsettled her spirit. What could it be? She surveyed her surroundings. Everything appeared normal. The mission target had been successfully subdued, and the Tesseract remained unscathed. Her gaze ultimately rested upon Loki, who was shackled by a collar and glaring at her with a mixture of overwhelming hatred and endless despair. Ah, so does this fellow. The African-American woman instantly comprehended the source of her unease. Surely, it was the recent fierce resistance of this time offender that had induced a fleeting illusion within her. She approached, impatiently tapping Loki's cheek with her time baton. What are you staring at, criminal? Prepare to repent before the judge. It is you. It is that group of individuals. Loki, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, finally erupted, bellowing with all his might. This is a trap, from beginning to end. A demon named Yumu. He used me to lure you out. He has taken your time tablets. He intends to. The African-American woman regarded the seemingly deranged Loki with disdain and contempt, confirming the descriptions in the files. Indeed, he was a liar and a madman. She could scarcely be bothered to listen further. She glanced up at the sky. The weather was splendid today, unclouded and clear. Suddenly, she felt a craving for the headquarters beef burger, a double with extra cheese and pickles. With one last look at the desolate desert, she waved her hand to her subordinates, issuing a command. Withdraw, as Loki's desperate and piercing roar echoed, threatening that they would regret this. The orange portal engulfed everyone's figures. The desert returned to silence, accompanied by the solitary space gem that remained in this universe, taken into the mysterious prison that transcended time. Chapter 0090, Tadpole. Returning to the villa base in New York, Yumu casually tossed the time tablet, obtained through a deft act of thievery, onto the table. It still bore the cold aura of another timeline. A meticulously orchestrated play, manipulating the trickster god Loki, the S.H.I.E.L.D, and even the Temporal Anomaly Management Agency had finally drawn to a close. Yet, there was little joy of victory upon Yumu's countenance. For a true player, the conclusion of a game often heralds the beginning of tedium. He languidly sank into the sofa, lifting a glass of wine that the White Queen Emma had prepared at some unknown moment, gently swirling the amber liquid. Order is the most fragile porcelain in the world. A light tap shatters it into chaos. He murmured softly, savoring the lingering echoes of the recent farce. Just then, a crisp croak, audible only to him, resonated within his mind. Ding! Your tadpole has concluded its journey and has returned home. A genuine, pure smile finally graced Yumu's lips. Ah, his beloved tadpole. It always managed to deliver new toys right on time, whenever he felt boredom encroaching. With a flicker of thought, the system interface quietly unfolded. The familiar, endearing frog reclined upon its designated little wooden table, wielding a disproportionately miniature brush with fervor, diligently chronicling its travels. Its earnest demeanor was irresistibly adorable, evoking an urge to pinch its cheeks. Yumu's gaze, however, was firmly drawn to the section labeled Specialties. There, 3 items radiating distinctly different glows were quietly displayed, akin to seeds from diverse civilizations. The first item was a flawless piece of white jade. Not a mere object, but rather a manifestation of light, an imprint of history. Through it, Yumu could sense the grand momentum of mountains and nations, hear the joys and sorrows of the populace, and the ambitions of emperors. It represented the embodiment of power, a key leading to the extraordinary. S.H.I.E.L.D, a souvenir from the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, imbued with extraordinary abilities that could aid one in unraveling the mysteries of life and death, cleansing the marrow and severing veins, significantly enhancing both spirit and internal strength. Note, mortal beings who possess it for long will inevitably suffer its backlash. Only those destined by heaven may wield it. Destiny? The greatest destiny in this world is none other than myself. His gaze shifted to the second item, which was not a physical object, but rather an image directly etched into the depths of his soul. 7 human figures, each in varied postures, still or in motion, seemed to elucidate the most ancient principles of yin and yang in the cosmos, illustrating the cycle of life from birth to flourishing. Changshengju, a specialty from the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, a supreme Taoist art, learning from heaven and earth, sensing yin and yang, allowing practitioners to extend their lifespan and generate fundamentally different innate vital energies, directly pointing towards the path of immortality. The third item, however, caused Yumu's expression to turn genuinely solemn for the first time. It was merely a palm-sized, fragmented piece of bronze, marred by ancient marks of sword and axe. The seemingly chaotic engravings came to life as Yumu focused intently. He witnessed an indescribable war. Stars as chess pieces, the galaxy as the board. Towering giants capturing stars and moons, battling fiercely. Each clash shattered the very fabric of time and space. Fragment of the War God Codex, a hidden drop, originating from the highest achievements of Huang E.'s martial arts universe, consisting of 10 fragments in total. It is said that gathering the complete War God Codex grants insight into the ultimate mysteries of the universe, allowing practitioners to break the barriers of time and space, reaching the realm of void breaking. The playful glimmer in Yumu's eyes gradually transformed into a profound flame known as ambition. He slowly rose, striding to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling lights of New York. In his eyes, this steel forest bore no essential difference from Asgard's Golden City or the headquarters that transcended the timeline. They were all cages. Whether grand or humble, ornate or simple, they remained cages nonetheless. The pinnacle of technology is conjecture, and the endpoint of magic is law. Yumu extended his hand as if to grasp the entirety of the city's nightscape within his palm. Whether it be Tony's prideful arc reactor or Odin's guardianship of the world tree that has stood for eons, their powers possess both origins and limitations. They are manifestations of utilized strength. Yet, from the Eastern legacy, his gaze returned to the 3 items displayed on the system interface, and his eyes burned with fervor. They signify true power, not the harnessing of energy, but the embodiment of it, not merely the mastery of laws, but the essence of the laws themselves. This represents an entirely different civilizational paradigm, a path of transcendence that is starkly distinct. In the Marvel Universe, the might of its heroes, be they deities, mutants, or cosmic overlords, often stems from bloodlines, serendipitous encounters, or powerful artifacts. Their strength is sought externally. In contrast, the pinnacle of martial arts is an inward quest. Within oneself, one can forge a universe. In the confines of a single thought, one can encompass the vastness of existence. While deities boast of their bloodlines, mortals have long been delving into the boundless depths of the soul. How intriguing indeed! Yumu chuckled, a genuine laughter emanating from within. He could scarcely contain his anticipation for the moment when Thanos, adorned with the gauntlet of 6 infinity stones, would snap his fingers, only for Yumu, with a mere fingertip, to effortlessly extinguish the very force capable of erasing half the universe. What a delightful expression that would evoke. With the gift delivered, Yumu was devoid of any hesitation. The feast was about to commence. He settled into a meditative posture, his thoughts coalescing. As the ethereal, S.H.I.E.L.D materialized from the system space, transforming into a stream of pure light that integrated into his third eye. Boom! An indescribable, colossal force erupted within him. This was not merely raging energy, but a will of a higher dimension. It resembled a cold sovereign surveying its realm, methodically organizing, suppressing, and consolidating the chaotic energies of viruses, necromantic forces, and lightning that resided within him. Soon after, the 7 illustrations of Changshangju began to operate autonomously in his mind. A refreshing coolness and a searing heat, 2 distinctly different yet fundamentally intertwined primordial energies, were birthed from the depths of his being. They coursed through his meridians like 2 playful yin-yang fish, and wherever they swam, every cell within him rejoiced and metamorphosed. His bones became more resilient than URU metal, glimmering with a faint jade luster. His blood flowed like mercury, imbued with an immense vitality. His soul, tempered by the spiritual force of the S.H.I.E.L.D, became translucent and resilient, akin to an eternal diamond. In this moment, Yumu's consciousness soared to unprecedented heights. He perceived the movements of earthworms beneath the villa's lawn, felt each subtle undulation in the soil. He heard the faint sounds of cosmic dust colliding beyond the atmosphere. He sensed that, at the far end of the universe, The Bifrost of Asgard was emanating a unique vibration belonging to the laws of space. The cosmic cube, which he had cast aside and deemed taboo by the Illuminati, now appeared to him devoid of mystery. It resembled a noisy, energetically unstable toy. That was all. With a soft crack, it felt as though some invisible shackles had been utterly shattered deep within the essence of his life. Yumu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained that profound shade of black, yet within it, a vast expanse of starry skies seemed to reflect. The aura surrounding him coalesced entirely. Gone was the chill of the Reaper, the fury of the Storm Sorcerer, and the malevolence of the virus. He simply sat there in quietude, as if he had become the very center of this realm. He existed in harmony with the light, yet transcended it. He had attained the Master Realm. This state bore no distinctions of novice, intermediate, advanced, or pinnacle. Once entered, it was a definitive passage. A single step forward rendered all differences vast. A master is one of a generation, the inception of forging one's own path. Prior to this moment, Yumu's power had been additive, continuously stacking various abilities. From this instant onward, his journey transformed into one of subtraction. All methods converged into one, melted into a single crucible, ultimately realizing a path that was uniquely his own. Earth level? As he felt the inexhaustible force within him resonating with the cosmos, a subtle smile graced his lips. The so-called Earth level was merely a milestone set by those who came before. A master is one who possesses the qualification to personally shift such milestones. His next destination was the demigod level, the so-called Grandmaster. Yumu understood that this was merely another new starting point. His gaze finally fell upon the fragment of the war god's codex. That was the key to the ultimate. Host, Yumu, Strength, Earth Level Master, Clover, 5000, Technique, Longevity Decision, Taoist Celestial Secret, 10 Rivers in Autumn, Heart Like Still Water, Harmony with the Light, Abilities, Inherited Legacy of Sword Saint Gainia, Mastery of Mechanisms, Storm Sorcery, Absolute Parry, Virus Mutation, Phase 2, Insightful Perception, Reaper as Control, Persuasive Speech, Items, Rat Poison Type, Power 7 bottles, Rat Poison Type, Shrink 8 bottles, MO Family Supreme Mechanism Non-Aggression, Ring of Angel Gown, Bound Location, New York. Artificial Intelligence Red Aftermath, Rice Cooker, in Tony's Custody, Black Hole Stickers, 10 pieces. Chapter 0091, Mortals Cultivating Immortality, God's Retreat. Nightfall. The clamor of New York was isolated from the tranquility of the villa. Yumu stood on the lawn of the backyard, allowing the cool moonlight to pour over him like liquid mercury. He stood bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening under the moonlight, as though he were not flesh and blood, but a flawless jade statue sculpted by divine hands. His inky black hair danced with an unseen breeze, framing a visage that melded ethereal grace with a hint of wickedness. Now, tranquil like an unfathomable, cold pool, mortals gazed upon the resplendent moon, which in turn caressed him. Although he had ascended to the realm of the masters, his journey of elevation was far from complete. The Taoist secret art, 10,000 Rivers in Autumn, with a heart as still as water and harmonizing with the dust, had previously been cultivated to the 8th level. Following his breakthrough into mastery, his previously stagnant cultivation could at last resume. Moreover, this recent advancement had solely drawn upon the energy of the S.H.I.E.L.D. The Longevity Sutra had yet to commence its formal practice. As he entered a meditative state, the world around him seemed to be muted. The whispers of the wind, the chirps of insects, and the distant pulse of the city faded into oblivion. No, it was not obliteration. Rather, it was replaced by a grander rhythm, the cadence of his breath. Inhale, exhale. It felt as if he had achieved perfect synchronization with the very essence of this realm. The Longevity Sutra within him finally broke free from its last constraints, beginning its ascent to a higher echelon. If his previous cultivation had been the carving of streams within his being, then now, it was the confluence of rivers into a vast ocean. A coolness and a searing heat, two completely distinct primordial energies, no longer chased each other in stark contrast, but began to truly merge. They spiraled through his meridians like two primordial dragons, intertwining, and with each collision, birthing a more magnificent and pure life force. His body was undergoing a monumental transformation. The Longevity Sutra, 1st level, shattered. 2nd level, shattered. Like a bamboo splitting effortlessly, there was no obstruction. This supreme Taoist art, under the dual empowerment of the guise of a celestial being and the S.H.I.E.L.D, unveiled its most primal and generous aspect to him. When the technique reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, an invisible barrier subtly emerged. That was the chasm leading to the 9th level, the final threshold between mortals and immortality. Yet, a serene smile played upon Yumu's lips. A door? In my world, doors are unnecessary. With a mere flicker of thought, that eternal life force transformed into an unstoppable torrent, boldly crashing against the intangible barrier. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint, crisp sound emanating from the essence of life. Crack! It shattered. Longevity Sutra, 9th level. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged through his entire being. As Yumu felt as if he had cast off some burdensome shackles, his soul becoming light as a feather. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing deep within his pupils. Is this what the 9th level of the Longevity Sutra feels like? Upon reaching this juncture, Yumu felt an intangible sense of completeness, as if he had attained the current pinnacle of his cultivation, with the remainder hinging upon his insights. Moreover, he sensed that after practicing the eternal life technique, his life form had fundamentally diverged from that of mere mortals. His lifespan had been extended indefinitely. The relentless passage of time, that most incisive of sculptors, would now struggle to leave its marks upon him. More crucially, his connection with this world had become exquisitely clear. He extended a finger, gesturing toward the nearby poolside where a once vibrant leaf lay, now a desiccated yellow. A nearly imperceptible wisp of golden-tinged, vital energy emanated from his fingertip, permeating the fallen leaf. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The lifeless, withered leaf began to rejuvenate at a visible pace. The desiccated veins filled anew, the shriveled edges unfurling, while a vibrant green swiftly supplanted the lifeless yellow. It was even more lush than during the height of summer. Yumu retracted his finger, a playful smile gracing his face. The cycle of life and death, creation born of intention, he murmured. This was the power bestowed by the eternal life technique, a nearly divine authority of creation. Though merely a rudimentary application, its significance was enough to drive the so-called deities of Asgard into a frenzy. Their divine power could obliterate and reshape, yet could not conjure life from nothingness. But now he could. While Tony employed a reactor to animate cold steel, I could converse directly with the essence of life itself. This was the dimensional disparity between differing civilizational paradigms. With a mere wave of his hand, water from the pool surged skyward, yet peculiarly, it made not a sound, coalescing in midair into a vast mirror of water. Reflected within it was not his own image, but the nocturnal panorama of New York City. Every street, every illuminated lantern, and every hurried passerby was rendered with astonishing clarity in the mirror. He could even discern Tony at the pinnacle of Stark Tower, fervently grasping his hair as he stared at a virtual screen, muttering incantations as he appeared to study the time tablet he had retrieved. Quite intriguing, Yumu chuckled. This was no mere manipulation of energy, but an extrasensory perception birthed from the resonance of eternal life chi with the primordial energies of the universe. Should he wish it, the majority of the secrets of this planet would lay bare before him. Having become acquainted with the power of the eternal life technique, Yumu then delved into the other 3 methods of cultivation: the Taoist secret arts of Tianzong, autumn waters of 10,000 rivers, heart like still water, and harmony of light and dust. He had already reached the 8th layer of these techniques, but now, with a breakthrough in his realm, no barriers remained. Breakthrough. Silently intoned. The 3 methods surged forth, simultaneously breaching their final thresholds, attaining the complete perfection of the 10th layer. With a stillness in his form, Yumu sensed an instantaneous and profound transformation in the ambience of the entire backyard. The essence of Wanshuan Qiushui reached its zenith. His gaze fell upon a colossal water mirror formed by the pool, which began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. No longer merely a flat surface, it disintegrated into countless crystalline droplets, each resembling a flawless diamond, elegantly suspended in midair. They revolved along an enigmatic trajectory, refracting the moonlight and illuminating the backyard as if it were celestial paradise. This was not merely water manipulation. It was a complete mastery over the very concept of water itself. Yumu even sensed that with a mere thought, he could shape the flowing water into myriad forms, even suffocating an ordinary person with his command. Such a mundane method of killing bored him, and he shook his head to dispel the horrifying notion. Soon after, the essence of S.H.I.E.L.D attained its fullness. Everything around him underwent another transformation within Yumu's perception. If before he had the clarity of a high-definition camera, now he possessed the acuity of a quantum microscope. He could hear the vibrations of dust particles in the air, discern the trajectory of each photon in the moonlight, and feel the ancient groans of the rocks deep beneath the villa, enduring under the pressure of tectonic plates for millennia. His heart resembled a mirror polished to perfection, reflecting the myriad phenomena of the universe without a trace of dust. To Yumu, Emma's mental prowess appeared akin to a barbarian violently rummaging through another's home, whereas his own S.H.I.E.L.D allowed him to perceive the intricate layout and decor of the room from outside. The distinction was stark, absolute defense on the mental plane and the insight to comprehend all things. He was immensely satisfied with this. Finally, with Iguang Tong Chun, when this technique reached its ultimate perfection, Yumu's figure abruptly vanished from where he stood. He made no movement, nor did he employ any spatial abilities. He remained there, yet the light around him, the shadow beneath his feet, the breath he exhaled, and the essence of his existence seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment. He became the wind, the moonlight, the shadows, and the air, one with the light and dust, wandering through the world. As long as he willed it, even Heimdall's eyes, capable of piercing through the 9 realms, would be unable to trace his presence. This was the pinnacle of stealth, the epitome of assassination. With a single thought, Yumu's form re-emerged, as if he had never left. The culmination of these 3 techniques elevated his understanding of power to a new echelon. He no longer merely stacked abilities. He began to forge them into a singular essence for his own use. Whether it be technology, magic, or divine power, all ultimately relied on external factors. Martial arts, however, focused on self-cultivation, seeking mastery of one's own being. When one embodies an entire universe, why seek strength from the external world? Yumu stood at the center of the courtyard, feeling the boundless energy within him that resonated with the heavens and the earth. A sense of unprecedented control surging forth. The aura surrounding him was completely retracted. He stood there in tranquil silence, as if he had become the very nucleus of this realm. In that moment of solitude, a hesitant yet faint sound of footsteps approached from the distant corridor. Yumu did not turn around, yet he had already perceived the arrival of the guest. Clad in a pristine, sleeveless dress, she elegantly delineated the slender and exquisite silhouette of a young girl. The moonlight cascaded upon her signature golden short hair, seemingly bestowing upon her a halo of purity. It was Gwen. She stood vivaciously at the threshold of shadow and moonlight, her fair complexion adorned with 2 charming blushes. Her lake-like, clear eyes furtively studying Yumu with a blend of nervousness and shyness. Gwen felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She merely sought some fresh air, unable to sleep at night, yet she had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. Although she could not comprehend what Yumu was engaged in, she could sense the transformation. The Yumu of moments ago was different from the one she beheld now. If the former was a peerless weapon, sheathed yet radiating an undertone of chilling might, the latter was the very essence of nature itself. Mountains, flowing waters, the bright moon, and gentle breezes. He stood there, yet seemed to be omnipresent. That transcendent aura instilled in her a sense of inexplicable tranquility, yet simultaneously evoked an unbridgeable distance. She clenched her small fist, rallying her spirits. Tomorrow was the freshman ball at the Imperial State University. Initially, she had no desire to attend. Such raucous occasions, along with the boys buzzing around her like flies, only served to irritate her, especially that fellow named Lightning Thompson, who, basking in his status as a football star, persistently imposed himself upon her. However, her mother insisted she go, claiming it was a crucial part of university life, encouraging her to forge new friendships. Friends. Gwen's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Yumu. Ever since encountering him, she found herself utterly disinterested in her peers. Those so-called campus stars paled in comparison to the true brilliance he exuded. Their boasts and pursuits seemed juvenile and laughable in the face of Yumu's effortless charm. If only a bold thought, uncontrolled, sprang forth from the depths of her heart. What if she could invite Yumu to be her dance partner? The moment that idea surfaced, her cheeks flushed as if they might ignite. Oh dear, what am I thinking? He is Yumu. He is the man who can effortlessly obliterate elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is the leader whom even Tony Stark willingly follows. He is the being who can manipulate deities at will. How could she dare to disturb him with something as trivial and tedious as a dance party? Would he not find it laughable? Or perhaps he would regard her with the gaze of one observing an amusing toy, and Gwen dared not contemplate further. Yet, if she refrained from extending an invitation, she could almost foresee the scene that awaited her the following evening. She would be encircled by countless tedious boys, relentlessly pursued by Lightning Thompson, forced to navigate the evening with polite yet distant smiles, fending off unwelcome advances. Merely imagining such a scenario left her breathless. However, if Yumu were by her side, merely his presence would render any football star or wealthy heir too intimidated to approach within 3 meters. It would be an evening of unparalleled tranquility and comfort. The temptation was overwhelming. Ultimately, her yearning for peace triumphed over her inner shyness and fear. Gwen took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, and finally stepped out from the shadows. She walked deliberately toward the figure standing like a deity beneath the moonlight. Yumu slowly turned, a faint smile gracing his features, calmly observing her. Is there something you need? His voice was gentle, betraying no hint of emotion. Gwen's tongue seemed tied, the carefully prepared words evaporating upon meeting the depths of his all-seeing gaze. Her cheeks flushed deeper as she lowered her head, her gaze fixated on her white canvas shoes, her fingers unconsciously intertwining. The girl's voice, delicate as a whisper, resonated with remarkable clarity in the quiet courtyard. Tomorrow, our school is having a dance. I lack a partner, so I was wondering if you would be willing to accompany me. Chapter 0092, Beyond the Chessboard. A partner? Yumu observed as Gwen approached him step by step. The moonlight enveloped her like a sacred gown, while shadows trailed behind her shyly. As she drew near, a blend of youthful fragrance and the subtle scent of gardenia wafted through the air, like an ethereal mist that reached Yumu's senses first, gently lingering at the tip of his nose. It was neither overpowering nor intrusive. The delicate aroma was delightful. Why would Gwen seek him out? Yumu's thoughts raced like lightning, and in an instant he grasped the answer. It felt as if he had traversed time itself. He glimpsed a parallel stream of existence, where a girl named Gwen was intricately woven into the life of a boy named Peter Parker. They would chase and frolic amidst towering webs, sharing the purest love and the most poignant farewells. Perhaps it was because he had inadvertently severed her destined thread with that little spider. He gazed upon the girl before him, the moonlight adorning her pure white dress with a silver trim, illuminating the slight blush on her ears brought on by nervousness. The intertwining of her innocence with an inherent stubbornness created a captivating paradox, known as pure desire. And that smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a frozen lake, instantly melting the chill that lingered in the courtyard. He raised his hand. His long fingers, imbued with a tenderness he himself had not fully recognized, gently ruffled Gwen's soft golden hair. Good. A single word, spoken lightly. Yes, there was no issue here. Recently, having escaped the confines of a cold prison, whether it was executing plans against S.H.E.L.D. in Japan or enticing others, he had indeed felt the tension mounting. Moreover, there remained a series of matters to address. The venomous woman in the cherry blossom realm, Alexandra, had yet to reveal anything significant during interrogation. He had already instructed Alexandra to transfer her to New York. With the telepathic Emma Frost, the Queen of Hearts, the interrogation would be exceedingly simple. Additionally, there were the lurking figures of Matsuo, Tsurugi, and Masterman, whom he did not appreciate having constantly lurking in the shadows, contemplating him. Enemies, after all, are most reassuring when they are deceased. And then there were the unpredictable incursions from S.H.I.E.L.D, the alternate dimensions in the UK, and the impending appearances of the Multiverse Deadpool Corps and the Multiverse Spider Corps. All these matters loomed heavily before him, a plethora of tasks yet to be accomplished. After listening to the grand symphony of the cosmos for so long, it was refreshing to occasionally indulge in the playful melodies of the mortal realm. Indeed, even the most fascinating toys can become tedious with endless play. Upon hearing that single word, good, Gwen felt as though her heart was cradled by a warm hand, instantly finding solace. Her tense shoulders relaxed, and her clenched fists unfurled, as an immense, indescribable joy and reassurance washed over her like a tidal wave. He had agreed. He truly had. She scarcely dared to lift her gaze to meet Yumu's eyes, fearing that the elation might spill forth in an unguarded manner. Only at this moment, with her defenses lowered, did Gwen finally muster the courage to stealthily direct her gaze toward him. Previously weighed down by her thoughts, she had perceived him as a deity, distant beneath the moonlight. But now, her eyes traced from the chiseled contours of his collarbone to his broad, flat chest, and then to the 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles, as if hewn by the hands of a master artist. These were not mere bulging muscles forged in a gym, but rather a flawless embodiment of art, adhering to the golden ratio. Every inch of his skin exuded a warm, jade-like luster, and each undulation of muscle seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. Within his physique, there appeared to be no trace of superfluous impurities, pure as the legendary forms of deities. Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson, even more fervent than before, as warmth surged to the crown of her head. In a fluster, she averted her gaze, acutely aware of her heart racing as if it sought to break free from its confines, leaping forth from her throat. Goodness, the lady had crossed the line. Amidst this ambiguous and tranquil atmosphere, a sound, audible only to Yumu, resonated in his mind. Ding! Your tadpole has prepared its belongings and has chosen to visit an old friend. The journey has commenced. The corners of Yumu's mouth curled slightly upward in Gwen's view. The following day, as evening descended upon the Imperial State University, the annual Welcome Masquerade Ball was in full swing within the university's grandest hall. A magnificent crystal chandelier cast a dazzling and dreamlike glow, while the lilting strains of waltz music flowed through the air. The hall teemed with people, a bustling sea of vibrant attire and fragrant perfumes. Young scholars donned an array of exquisite masks, some opulent, others bizarre, and a few whimsical, adding an air of mystery and obscurity to this youthful celebration. It was a carnival of hormones, a hunting ground for the young to liberate themselves and seek serendipitous encounters. At that moment, the ornate carved wooden doors of the hall were gently pushed open. A pair of figures entered, moving in rhythm with the music, captivating the attention of all present. In an instant, the previously raucous hall fell into an eerie silence. Every gaze was irresistibly drawn toward them. There stood a girl in a moonlit white off-shoulder gown, her skirt adorned with delicate silver sequins, which shimmered as if she wore an entire galaxy upon her. She sported a minimalist silver butterfly mask that concealed the upper half of her face, yet accentuated her exquisitely sculpted jawline and a pair of lips as red as cherries. Her bare shoulders and collarbone, illuminated by the light, shimmered blindingly, and her swan-like neck traced the most graceful of arcs. She exuded a unique aura, a blend of youthful purity and divine sanctity, laced with a hint of lethal allure. Beside her stood a male companion, whose presence momentarily left every woman in the vicinity breathless. He was clad in a flawlessly tailored, pure white suit, devoid of any superfluous creases. His face was obscured by a simple, unadorned white mask that revealed only a pair of deep, starry eyes. He merely stood there, devoid of ostentation. Yet he radiated an incandescent charm that rendered all the campus stars and affluent airs around him mere shadows, fading into indistinct backgrounds. It was an indescribable, transcendent quality, ethereal, almost magical. It felt as though this individual had not come to partake in the ball, but rather was a deity passing through the mortal realm. Pausing momentarily to witness an intriguing spectacle. Who on earth are those two? That girl possesses an extraordinary grace. Do we have such a figure in our school? And the man beside her, he is the focal point. Behold the aura he exudes, utterly uncharacteristic of someone our age. They resemble princely figures and princesses, as if they have stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Whispers weave through the crowd, quietly spreading. The stunning couple captivating everyone's attention is none other than Peter and Gwen. In a corner of the gathering, Peter Parker awkwardly attempts to fill a champagne glass for his new girlfriend, a red-haired girl named Mary Jane. They have just embarked on their romantic journey, their emotions aflame with fervor. Not far away, Eddie Brock, a fellow classmate, is playfully flirting with his own girlfriend. With keen observation, Eddie, who shares an internship with Gwen in Dr. Kurt Connor's laboratory, quickly recognizes the moonlit goddess-like figure. "Hey, Peter, look. Isn't that Gwen Stacy?" At the mention of her name, Peter Parker's hand trembles, spilling some champagne. Following Eddie's gaze, he spots Gwen standing in the center of the dance floor, capturing the attention of all, alongside that divinely perfect man. Peter's heart feels as though it has been seized by an invisible hand, overwhelming him with a pang of sorrow. There exists a saying: the greatest regret in life is not in never having attained something, but in having embraced the brilliance of the stars, only to be left grasping at dim lights. Though Gwen has explicitly rejected him, stating that they are not suited for one another. And despite his efforts to move on with the passionate Mary Jane, the girl who once illuminated his youth remains a tender, unhealed wound in the depths of his heart. He gazes at the genuine, dependent smile on Gwen's face, an expression he has never witnessed before. Peter bitterly realizes that the chasm between them is no longer merely a street or a city, but an entire world. Mary Jane, perceptive to Peter's sudden despondency and stiffness, follows his gaze and spots the dazzling couple. An unnamed fire, a mix of jealousy and resentment, surges from within her. Grasping Peter's arm, she strides boldly towards the center of the dance floor, ignoring his startled exclamation. Like a queen asserting her claim, she lifts her chin defiantly, positioning herself before Peter and Gwen. Her gaze is filled with provocation as she fixes her eyes on Gwen, forcing a strained smile. "Gwen Stacy, isn't it? Allow me to introduce myself." She deliberately leans closer to Peter, speaking with a tone of ostentation. "I am Peter's current girlfriend, Mary Jane." Chapter 0093, A Mortal Farce. Within the ballroom, the melodious waltz is abruptly pierced by a dissonant sound. Yumu had not anticipated that. Having just stepped into the realm of mastery and experienced the transcendent profundity it offered, he would soon confront such a melodramatic and earthly affair. Mary Jane? He regarded the fiery-haired girl who had abruptly entered his life with keen interest. She resembled a blazing flame, adorned in a daring, deep crimson gown that accentuated her youthful and alluring figure, with a high slit that tantalizingly revealed glimpses of her thigh with each provocative step. Her visage was obscured by a scarlet fox mask, leaving only her eyes, enhanced with thick mascara and now ablaze with jealousy and combativeness, visible. An unabashed, aggressive vitality radiated from her, starkly contrasting with Gwen's ethereal, moonlit grace. She exuded an exuberance brimming with life, intertwined with a palpable, unmasked ferocity. How intriguing! Beneath his pure white mask, a subtle smile played at the corners of Yumu's lips. He could distinctly perceive the unmitigated hostility that this girl, Mary Jane, was directing toward Gwen. This animosity did not stem from hatred, but rather from a more primal and lamentable sentiment: jealousy. People often harbor resentment toward those who effortlessly possess what they ardently desire. Yumu cast another glance at the flustered and helpless Peter Parker beside her. This would-be legendary neighborhood hero appeared, at this moment, like a child caught in wrongdoing, too ashamed to even lift his gaze. In Yumu's eyes, there was no scorn, only a near-scientific detachment. Fate truly is a remarkable playwright. It endows one with the power to shake the very foundations of the world, yet at the moment one should stand tall. It reveals the most cowardly side of one's character. For some, destiny is irrevocably sealed the moment they choose to relinquish their aspirations. In Yumu's perspective, Peter Parker had lost his most vital possession, not Gwen, but the courage to face all that life presents. Behind him lingered a male and female companion, presumably their friends, who stood a short distance away with expressions of amusement, observing the predicament of Peter. Yumu felt no inclination to discern their identities, as they were merely inconsequential props in this unfolding drama. "Greetings." In response to Mary Jane's provocatively delivered introduction, Gwen's reaction was unexpectedly tranquil. She merely inclined her head slightly, her voice cool as moonlight, devoid of any discernible emotional turbulence. "Gwen Stacy." She did not cast a glance at Peter, treating him as if he were an inconsequential stranger. This utter disregard struck Mary Jane and Peter like a resounding slap, more impactful than any heated words. Although Gwen's heart was not entirely unperturbed, she acutely sensed the malice emanating from her opponent, as if it sought to ignite her, akin to a myriad of tiny needles pricking her resolve. However, at this moment, the malice seemed utterly absurd to her. Meaningless provocations often stem from an inescapable inferiority complex. When your world is graced with a true expanse of stars and seas, how could you be troubled by the mere ripples in a pond? The presence of Yumu is her source of confidence, granting her the right to gaze down upon all of this. The tension between women often arises so suddenly and silently. Mary Jane clearly did not anticipate Gwen's reaction. Her prepared words fell flat, like striking cotton, lacking impact. Reluctantly, she intensified her tone, flaunting the intertwined hands with Peter. Peter often speaks of you, saying you were his most unforgettable friend from high school. She deliberately emphasized the phrase, most unforgettable, as if to remind and declare war. Peter's complexion turned pale in an instant, cold sweat threatening to bead at his temples. He never imagined Jane would be so direct, so unyielding. Upon hearing this, Gwen finally diverted her gaze from Mary Jane's face, looking directly at Peter for the first time. Her eyes held no resentment, no lingering attachment, only a pure and polite detachment. She smiled, her expression flawless, as if taken from a textbook, yet devoid of warmth. Is that so? How fortunate for me. However, one must always look forward, mustn't one? Dwelling on the past will only render the present into a past unworthy of remembrance. How could they utter words of sub-zero temperature with their 38-degree mouths? A mere moment of confrontation left Peter gasping for breath. On one side, his current girlfriend's aggressive jealousy. On the other, his former love's light-hearted sarcasm. He felt as though he were caught between two eternal glaciers, each breath laced with icy shards. He knew he could no longer remain silent. If he did, the night would devolve into a complete disaster. Under Yumu's curious gaze, Peter Parker finally summoned a semblance of masculine courage. He firmly tugged at Mary Jane's arm, redirecting her anger toward himself. "Jane, enough." His voice, though soft, resonated with unyielding determination. Then, taking a deep breath, he met Gwen's calm gaze and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Gwen, I'm sorry, Jane didn't mean it. She just hopes you won't take offense." A genuine warmth finally flickered in Gwen's smile. She shook her head, her tone light. "It's all right, I didn't take offense." The words "I didn't take offense" signaled the dismal conclusion of Mary Jane's one-woman show. Her face flushed crimson, and she shot Peter a fierce glare. But seeing the near-pleading look in his eyes, her anger ultimately dissipated into a swell of grievance. In Peter's earnest attempts to soothe and placate her, she finally fell silent, though her gaze towards Gwen remained fraught with wariness and resentment. A mutual disdain lingered between them, though Mary Jane had been calmed. Her eyes still brimmed with hostility and suspicion towards Gwen, as if Gwen were a monstrous threat poised to snatch away her cherished toys. To Gwen, however, the red-haired girl's behavior was imbued with an absurdity that was utterly perplexing. She could not fathom the origins of such profound animosity. Perhaps, when one grapples with their inner dragon for too long, they themselves become a dragon. This girl might have wrestled with her own insecurities for so long that everyone appeared to her as a potential foe. At that moment, Eddie Brock, who had been observing the scene, seized the opportunity to approach, 2 glasses of wine in hand, his face adorned with a bright smile. "Hey Gwen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." He greeted her warmly, his gaze discreetly scanning Yumu with a hint of curiosity. "Eddie," Gwen replied politely, then turned slightly to introduce, "This is Yumu, my dance partner. Yumu, this is Eddie Brock, an intern with me at Dr. Connor's laboratory." Igarakumu. Eddie mused inwardly as he savored the name of this Eastern visage, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yumu reciprocated with a gentle handshake, her face adorned with her usual innocent smile. "Hello." Yet in that fleeting moment of contact, a subtle glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yumu's eyes, unnoticed by others. Eddie Brock. So it is he, the man who, in the future, would merge with the alien symbiote Venom out of jealousy and resentment, becoming Spider-Man's lifelong adversary. Yumu could keenly perceive the ambition veiled beneath Eddie's genial smile. A relentless yearning for success and acknowledgement, a soul riddled with fissures. For certain visitors from the depths of the cosmos, he was the perfect breeding ground. Another intriguing plaything had come knocking at her door. As Yumu released his hand, her mind had already devised several fascinating scenarios for this future host of Venom. Just then, a commotion erupted from the opposite end of the ballroom. "You dare touch me. Lightning, don't be impulsive. Get away. Today, I shall teach this arrogant monkey a lesson." Chapter 0094. Your sister's colleague. Yumu's gaze, concealed beneath her pristine white mask, turned towards the fray with keen interest. How amusing it is that, in any world, adolescent males are always eager to assert their fragile egos through the most primal means. At the heart of the conflict were two young men, each strikingly distinct in style. On one side stands Eugene Lightning Thompson, the renowned star quarterback of the Imperial State University S football team. He is a towering figure, muscles taut, his face flushed like a bull whose territory has been encroached upon. Opposite him is a handsome young man clad in a finely tailored suit, with a tall, upright posture and flaxen short hair. Even in this tense standoff, he maintains an innate aristocratic elegance, though the slight furrow of his brow and the tightness of his lips betray his displeasure and arrogance. Yumu can discern the cause of this farce without resorting to any powers. Jealousy, the oldest and most tiresome of humanity's original sins. The young man is named Brian Braddock, an exchange student from the Sunless Empire. He is handsome, wealthy, and possesses a witty charm, exuding the demeanor of an old-world nobleman. From the moment he stepped onto campus, he became the focal point of admiration for countless young women. Once someone becomes accustomed to the spotlight, they cannot tolerate it being stolen by another. Lightning Thompson, the reigning king of the campus, feels his throne has been challenged. His jealousy ferments into rage, especially as he observes the cheerleaders, whom he fancies flocking around this newcomer. After all, who can endure the humiliation of seeing the most beautiful blossoms courted by an outsider? Lightning's inner turmoil rages, believing his authority has been trampled. The gazes of the onlookers, to him, morph into silent mockery. He is convinced that only brute force can defend his dignity. Little does he know, the louder the dog barks, the more fear lies within. Meanwhile, Brian Braddock feels deeply insulted. Born into nobility and educated in elite circles, he views Lightning Thompson, a simple-minded athlete, as nothing more than a barbarian who thinks with his muscles. Engaging in a dispute with such a person is, to him, beneath his dignity. However, as the other S words grow increasingly vulgar, even descending into nationalistic slurs, it crosses the line for him as a member of the Braddock family. A lion never bows to barking curs. As the specter of physical conflict looms, Gwen furrows her beautifully shaped brows. As a member of the Student Council's disciplinary committee, she feels it is her duty to quell such behavior that disrupts the ambience of the ball. More importantly, she does not wish for this childish spectacle to disturb the man beside her. She cannot fathom the depth of disinterest and disappointment Yumu would feel as he observes his peers, akin to dogs fighting over a bone. She yearns for her world to remain unsullied in his eyes. Enough! Gwen's cool and authoritative voice pierces the air as she strides through the crowd to position herself between the two adversaries. This is a welcome ball, not a boxing ring. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Braddock, should you have any personal grievances, I implore you to resolve them outside, without disturbing others. Gwen exuded an aura of confidence and composure that she had never possessed before. Upon recognizing Gwen, Lightning's bravado diminished. Gwen Stacy was a goddess among peers at school, and a member of the student council whom he dared not offend. Gwen, he collided with me first, and didn't he even offer an apology? Lightning hastily accused. You were deliberately provoking me, Brian retorted coldly. At that moment, Yumu, who had been following Gwen, stepped forward with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing Gwen utter that name, a flicker of genuine intrigue crossed his eyes. Brian Braddock. So it was him, the younger brother of Becky Braddock, the future Captain Britain, heir to the lineage safeguarding the portals between Britain and otherworldly dimensions. Yumu's gaze fell upon this proud British youth, who appeared to be in his early 20s. Tall and well-proportioned, unlike Lightning, who was brimming with explosive energy, Brian possessed a harmonious elegance. Beneath his tailored suit lay muscles that flowed with the grace of a cheetah. Most striking were his eyes, a deep blue reminiscent of the purest locks of the Scottish Highlands, now stirred by anger. Yumu sensed a faint yet profoundly pure energy emanating from the depths of his soul, a trace of magic, an imprint of lineage. An entirely new and intriguing plaything had unexpectedly presented itself. In an unforeseen twist of fate, he found himself encountering Brian Braddock in this very scenario. With Gwen's reasoned mediation, the farce concluded rather anticlimactically. Lightning Thompson spat a few parting words before leaving, reluctantly pulled away by his friends. The matter was settled. Brian adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar and, after courteously thanking Gwen, prepared to depart. "Mr. Brian Braddock, please stay a moment," Yumu interjected, his voice imbued with an irresistible magnetic charm. Brian halted, turning with curiosity towards the enigmatic figure in the white mask. Yumu approached him, extending a hand, adorned with his customary, innocent smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yumu." He paused, then continued, "A colleague of your sister, Becky Braddock." The calm and alert demeanor on Brian S.'s face was instantly shattered, replaced by unabashed astonishment. His eyes widened as he gazed at the man before him. Sister S. colleague? The exotic aura of this Eastern man perfectly aligned with the bizarre world his sister had occasionally mentioned during their conversations. Instinctively, he grasped Yumu's hand and nodded. "Hello, hello." Immediately, he seemed to have found an outlet, unable to restrain his grievances. "That irresponsible woman. She hasn't messaged me in nearly a month. I thought she had run off to some obscure corner to undertake a perilous mission and lost herself." Brian's tone was rife with complaints. Yet Yumu could discern the underlying worry and concern concealed within. This proud young noble seemed to reveal such genuine emotions only when speaking of his troublesome sister. She always prioritizes others' affairs over her own, never learning to care for herself. With a sigh, Brian expressed his helplessness. He felt that, as her younger brother, he bore more worry than she, the elder sister. Chapter 0095. The Divine Invitation. One cannot choose their family, but one can decide how to protect them. This unwavering dedication to guardianship constitutes the most resilient core of Brian's soul. "She is well." Yumu released his hand, his calm voice imbued with a persuasive strength. "And she has found a job that truly brings her joy. If you wish to see her, I can arrange it." Brian's eyes sparkled instantly, the joy radiating so authentically. Just as he was about to inquire for details, a delicate arm, tinged with dissatisfaction, gently tugged at his sleeve. It was his dance partner, a girl with golden hair and blue eyes, exquisitely resembling a Barbie doll. She had been left to the sidelines, watching her partner, the illustrious Brian Braddock, exhibit unprecedented interest in another masked man, her discontent reaching a boiling point. She was the true star of the evening, was she not? "Brian." The girl's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, carrying an unmistakable urgency. "The ball isn't over yet. You can't just chat with this gentleman forever." Interrupted, Brian's brow furrowed slightly, yet he patiently prepared to soothe his partner. However, Yumu smiled first. He gave a slight nod to Brian, his eyes behind the mask seemingly penetrating all. "Go on, the night is fleeting. Do not let the fair maiden's waiting go to waste." Yumu's understanding and grace further elevated Brian's admiration for him. This man was powerful, mysterious, yet reasonable. Compared to him, the so-called rivals Brian had been entangled with felt like mere dust. In an instant, Brian made his decision. His gaze towards Yumu was now infused with genuine respect, and even his address had subtly shifted. "Brother Mu, it's settled then." He turned to his dance partner, offering an apologetic yet still enchanting smile. "We shall indulge in our own world." Yumu chuckled and waved his hand in response, saying, "Young man, one should enjoy youth to the fullest." Yumu had also forgotten that he was merely 22 years old. The small tempest subsided, akin to a signal. Peter Parker and Mary Jane, along with Eddie Brock and his girlfriend, seized the opportunity to quietly withdraw from the realm that enveloped them with an intangible pressure. At the moment Peter turned to leave, he could not resist casting one last, profound glance at Gwen. That gaze was as intricate as a silent film, transcending mere reluctance. It resembled a drowning soul, witnessing, in the final moments of its descent into the icy depths, a vessel that could have carried it far away. Now instead ferrying others towards a sun-kissed haven forever beyond its reach. It was infused with regret, jealousy, and a helpless resignation to fate. Soon, in the heart of the dance floor, the whirlpool they had ignited was left with only Yumu and Gwen. The melodic waltz seemed to finally discover its true protagonists, and the lights softened, transforming the modest dance space into an isolated golden dreamscape. Everything else faded away. Here, only Yumu and Gwen remained. The once vivid, intense emotions that had constituted Gwen's youthful world now faded in her eyes, resembling an old newspaper soaked in water, the text blurred and devoid of meaning. She stood there quietly, enveloped in the profound tranquility brought forth by Yumu's presence. It was a remarkable sensation, As if just yesterday, she had been racking her brain over a complex mathematical formula, fretting over an unsatisfactory experiment result. Her world had been shackled by the burdensome chains of exams, relationships, and future uncertainties. Yet today, she stood at the center of the universe, witnessing the divine plucking the strings of fate. The world was a grand stage, and ironically, the vast majority of actors remained oblivious to the scripted play they were enacting. Gwen's gaze instinctively drifted towards the direction Peter had departed. Within her heart, there was no resentment, nor a ripple of emotion. Only a faint, nearly compassionate pity remained. Poor Peter. She hoped this time he had not made the wrong choice. She truly did not harbor feelings for him. She merely regarded him as her closest friend. Gwen's heart felt an unprecedented sense of calm. Once one has seen the sun, how could one be stirred by the flicker of a firefly? She could distinctly sense that the man beside her exuded no trace of the mundane. He wore no fragrance, yet his breath seemed to carry a serene essence of nature that could still the soul. His mere existence embodied a form of order, an absolute order that transcended all rules. Thus, she was able to remain so composed, to disregard all provocations and malice, because she was aware that as long as this man remained, any attempt to disturb the tranquility would be crushed to dust. This sense of security was 1,000 times more substantial than her father's uniform or the entire New York Police Department. At that moment, Yumu moved. He turned to face Gwen, and beneath the gaze of that pure white mask, he slowly extended his hand in an elegant and quintessential gesture of invitation to dance. Gwen felt her heart skip a beat. She gazed at that long, distinctly knuckled hand, its skin as fair as the finest mutton fat jade, the very hand that had recently tenderly caressed her hair. This hand had effortlessly brushed aside the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D. and toyed with the divine at its whim. Now, it was quietly and patiently awaiting her response. Gwen felt her cheeks begin to flush once more. But this time it was not from shyness. Rather, it was an indescribable, profound sense of honor and joy. She understood that Yumu's invitation was not merely for a dance. It was a permission, a grant allowing her to truly step into his fantastical world, where gods and demons entwined. She lifted her skirt, slightly bent her knee, and performed an impeccable curtsy. She gently placed her cool fingertips into the warmth of his palm. At the moment their fingertips touched, a warm, dry sensation surged through her, akin to a faint electric current coursing throughout her being. Gwen felt as though she held the entirety of the world in her grasp. With a gentle pull, Yumu guided her into his embrace. They danced, spinning and intertwining, as the entire world seemed to blur into a cascade of flowing light and shadow. In Gwen's eyes, there was no one else. She saw neither the dazzling crystal chandeliers nor the envious or jealous gazes surrounding them. In her world, there was only him, the depths of his starry eyes behind the mask, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and the faint, comforting breath that enveloped her. While others danced to the music, they seemed to enchant the very melody itself. Time slipped away amid their whirling steps. As the last notes of the final waltz faded, the ball came to a close. Yumu did not employ any extraordinary abilities. He simply accompanied Gwen as an ordinary partner would, leading her out of the bustling hall. The night was serene, the moonlight as frost. They walked side by side down the quiet street leading to Gwen's home. The street lamp elongated their shadows, sometimes separating, sometimes intertwining, until they ultimately merged, indistinguishable from one another. The air was thick with a tranquil, sweet ambiguity. Gwen's spirits soared to unprecedented heights as she recounted amusing tales from school and discoveries from her experiments, her laughter ringing through the empty street like a cascade of silver bells. Yumu listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two, yet his unwavering attention made Gwen feel as though she were the most significant person in the world. At that moment, a shadow abruptly darted from the corner of the street, swift and infused with the sharpness born of years of training. "Don't move." The shadow brandished a dark Glock pistol, firmly aimed at Yumu. "Raise your hands, kid." The voice was deep and authoritative, tinged with an uncontainable fury reminiscent of a concerned father. "I will count to 3, and you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Why is my exceptional daughter destined for a Nobel Prize wandering the streets at this hour with a fellow masked like the Phantom of the Opera?" Upon recognizing the intruder, Gwen covered her mouth in shock and embarrassment. "Dad." Chapter 0096. A precise strike from the father-in-law. In the living room of the Stacy household, the wall clock mercilessly ticked past midnight. Each tick resonated like a heavy hammer, pounding against the anxious heart of George Stacy. He, the chief of police in New York City, a man whom both the underworld and the law feared, now paced like a caged beast in the small room. His uniform remained unchanged, his tie pulled loose in frustration, and his normally imposing countenance was overshadowed by an anxiety that could engulf the entire borough of Queens. His precious daughter, Gwen, had yet to return home, and tonight marked the occasion of a university's grand ball. The phrase university ball, not home all night, was, for any father with a daughter, akin to the highest level of terror. Having attended university himself, George was all too aware of what that entailed. Alcohol, hormones, dim lighting, and the foolish bravado of youth believing they could conquer the world. He could vividly recall how, emboldened by a few drinks at a similarly raucous university ball, he had mustered the courage to take Gwen's mother by the hand. Had it not been for that ball, for the moonlight and intoxicating atmosphere of that night, Gwen would not exist. This thought slithered through his mind like a venomous serpent, sinking its fangs deep into his heart. The more he pondered, the paler his face became, fear washing over him like icy seawater from his feet to the crown of his head. No, absolutely not. His beloved daughter, the jewel he held so dearly, the girl who had kept her schoolwork pristine throughout her upbringing, must not fall prey to some unknown scoundrel. Time was the only thief that could not be apprehended. It had stolen his daughter's childhood and was now attempting to seize the last vestiges of a father's security. George could no longer remain seated. He took a resolute breath, grasped the car keys resting on the sofa, and prepared to personally confront the wretched ballroom, intent on handcuffing all the wayward youths. Just as he charged toward the door, a melodious, bell-like laughter wafted in from the silent street outside. It was Gwen. The sound struck George like an electric current, igniting a nerve within him, akin to a key unlocking the switch of his anxiety. He could discern the joy and relaxation in that laughter, a happiness he had never witnessed on his daughter's face, one that was utterly disarmed. Yet this joy felt like a searing brand, drawing blood from his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed into the bedroom, retrieving his firearm from the safe with fluidity and purpose. Like a stealthy cheetah, he slipped out of the house, merging into the shadows of the street corner. "Hey, kid, I've finally cornered you." A dark figure suddenly sprang from the shadowy thicket at the corner of the street, moving with the swift precision of years of training. The ominous barrel of a gun steadied itself upon Yumu. The voice was deep and authoritative, yet tinged with an unmistakable, suppressed fury of a father. "Have you been leading my good daughter astray? Speak. What is your purpose in approaching her?" Gwen recognized the intruder and instinctively covered her mouth with her delicate hand, letting out a startled, embarrassed gasp. "Dad!" She instinctively attempted to shake off Yumu's grasp. The youthful bashfulness and the awkwardness of being caught by her father turned her cheeks crimson, as if they might bleed. However, Yumu's hand merely tightened gently, imparting an undeniable warmth that calmed her frantic heart somewhat. Yumu felt no offense. On the contrary, he found the scene before him exceedingly amusing. He observed the man who perceived him as the primary villain, muscles taut and eyes ablaze with paternal protectiveness. What a vivid and genuine expression of human emotion. It was 1,000 times more interesting than the hypocritical deities of Asgard or their numb instruments. Yet, as George beheld the two still clasping hands, he felt his heart constrict as if grasped by an invisible hand, and his blood pressure surged to its zenith. Something seemed to be slipping away from him. "Don't move." George's pupils contracted in fury, and he let out a low growl. At that sound, the amused smile on Yumu's face faltered slightly. His body experienced an almost imperceptible, minuscule stumble. An inexplicable, jarring dissonance invaded the otherwise harmonious symphony of his soul, as if someone had struck a discordant note within. His mind felt as though it had been gently prodded by an unseen force. Fragments of shattered, frigid images, wholly alien to him, flickered and vanished. Amidst the shards of memory, it appeared that he was pledging allegiance to a figure clad in black. The surroundings were dark and solemn. "Raise your hands, boy," George barked, advancing a step closer, his voice growing increasingly severe. This command acted as a second key, unlocking the chains that bound his soul. A click echoed. Yumu's mind began to involuntarily flash with a multitude of fragmented scenes. He saw himself tightly bound to a cold metal chair. Before him stood a hazy figure in a white coat, slowly injecting an unknown serum into his arm with a syringe. He found himself in a dim training ground, engaged in a brutal life-and-death struggle against a group of silent individuals wearing identical masks. He realized that memory was not a river, but an ocean. One could never predict what debris the next tide would bring. Against the wall, "Don't move." George had approached them, delivering a final ultimatum in an interrogative tone. This statement detonated like the unlocking of an ancient curse, long sealed for millennia. In Yumu's mind, a dam of memories, deeply buried and unnoticed even by himself, crumbled with a resounding crash. It was the entirety of the memories belonging to the Hydra. "Yumu, don't move. Raise your hands. Stay against the wall." This was not the roar of a father. It was an order meticulously crafted by the upper echelons of Hydra, designed to ensure that he could flawlessly bypass the exceedingly rigorous psychological evaluations. This set of commands was both mundane and insidious, for they were standard protocols employed in every prison during weekly inspections of the cells. They guaranteed that the will of Hydra S. Yumu would be thoroughly awakened within that impregnable cage. An endless torrent of memories surged forth like a breached river, carrying with it the rage, loyalty, pain, and bloodshed of another soul, violently eroding and assaulting Yumu's consciousness. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of mastery, and his spirit was as unyielding as diamond, he could not withstand the overwhelming resurgence of another self arising from the very essence of life. The sudden storm of memories hit him with such force that his vision darkened, and he immediately lost all awareness. His body slumped forward. "Igrikumu," Gwen's voice, tinged with desperation, rose in a cry. She had never witnessed him in such vulnerability. In her world, this man was meant to be eternal, invincible. Without a moment's hesitation, she gathered all her strength, spreading her arms wide to catch his collapsing form, cradling him in her soft, warm embrace. Yumu's final consciousness lingered in an abyss of profound darkness and chaos. Chapter 0097. Awakening in the living room of the Stacy household, illuminated brightly. The midnight tranquility was dispelled. This should have been a time for family slumber. Instead, the atmosphere was taut, like a violin string on the verge of snapping. George Stacy, the chief of the New York City Police Department, stood bewildered at the center of the room, gazing at his irate daughter. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The unfolding events had completely surpassed his expectations. He merely wished to wield the authority of a father and the badge of a police officer to intimidate the young man who had stolen his daughter's heart, to make him comprehend that Gwen was not a mere plaything for his affections. Who would have thought that the boy, so easily frightened, would collapse before him without even a bullet chambered in his gun? What was this? An act? Yet after the initial shock, an inexplicable sense of relief quietly took root in George's heart. He felt reassured. Though the lad possessed an appealing visage and an enigmatic aura, his physical prowess appeared rather mediocre. Glancing at his daughter, resembling a ferocious tigress ready to devour, George found himself preemptively sympathizing with a young man named Yumu. Should circumstances take a turn in the future, one could never tell who would be the oppressor and who the oppressed. This boy was undeniably a quintessential submissive type. An odd sense of calm enveloped the heart of this concerned father. "Humph," Gwen huffed disdainfully, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fury. She had no desire to engage with her incompetent father, who seemed to cause more trouble than he resolved. With a basin of freshly drawn, cool water in hand, she swiftly ascended the staircase to her bedroom. Gwen's room mirrored her essence, tidy, bright, and brimming with a wild spirit. Shelves were meticulously lined with various scientific tomes, while the walls displayed a periodic table and several band posters. A delicate fragrance, reminiscent of youthful femininity, wafted through the air. This was Gwen Stacy's realm, a rational, orderly microcosm. At this moment, however, at the heart of this order lay a presence that did not rightfully belong. Yumu. His eyes were tightly shut, long lashes casting a serene shadow beneath the lights. His striking visage, a blend of ethereal grace and mischievous allure, had shed all playfulness and sharpness, leaving only a pure, almost artistic beauty in slumber. He appeared as a deity fallen to earth, so sacred that one dared not profane it. When approached the bedside, wrung out the towel, and gently began to wipe the slightly elevated temperature of his body, an action carried out with a tenderness she herself was unaware of. As the cool towel glided across Yumu's cheek, tracing the line of his prominent nose and finally resting at the edge of his sharply defined lips, Gwen's movements came to a halt. In that moment, the young girl's heart raced like a drum. She gazed at his serene visage, so close that she could study him without restraint for the first time. She had witnessed him play with deities at a mere snap of his fingers, observed him effortlessly looking down upon the masses. Yet, she had never seen him like this, fragile, as if he could shatter with a single touch. Without those deep, all-seeing eyes, he was no longer the lofty puppet master, but merely a man in need of her care. This realization brought Gwen an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The sanctuary we seek is not always an indestructible fortress. Sometimes, it is merely a reason to stand tall when the storm approaches. Gwen's fingers, as if enchanted, gently and tentatively brushed over Yumu's lips. The warm, soft sensation coursed through her body like a current. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed with embarrassment. Her gaze began to wander nervously around the room, landing on the desk, then the moonlight outside, before uncontrollably returning to his face. A wild, uncontrollable thought surged from the depths of her heart. Ultimately, it seemed she had made a decision. All her reason and restraint were cast aside in that moment. She leaned down, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Closing her eyes, driven by an inexplicable impulse, she pressed her lips against his. It was cool and refreshing, carrying a hint of the crisp scent of grass and trees, with a touch of sweetness. This was the bravest and most delightful secret of 18-year-old Gwen. Just then, a faint sound from the staircase at the door echoed like thunder in the silent room. Gwen startled, her body jolting like a frightened fawn, and she straightened up instantly. Flustered, she grabbed the towel and pretended to diligently continue wiping Yumu's arm. But her flushed cheeks and the heartbeat threatening to leap from her throat betrayed the tumult within her. George entered, carrying a tray that held a cup of warm milk, several slices of buttered bread, and a small plate of cut fruit. "Gwen, you should eat something." His voice was filled with awkward concern. "Don't wear yourself out." Gwen, without lifting her head, responded with a muffled tone, imbued with a hint of unrecognized grievance and stubbornness. "He hasn't woken up. How could I possibly have an appetite?" At that moment, Yumu's consciousness dwelled in an endless sea of chaos. Countless torrents of memories intertwine, collide, and merge here. There lies over 2 decades of life belonging to the traveler, Yumu, and 22 years that belong to this world, filled with bizarre phenomena and decisive violence. Now, a third torrent, one that has been sealed away, cold and cruel, bursts forth with a thunderous entrance. It is the memory belonging to the Hydra, Yumu. A chilling oath reverberates explosively within his mind. Numerous fragmented images, akin to shattered glass, violently pierce his soul. He sees himself kneeling before a leader whose face remains obscured, enduring the harshest mental branding and memory confinement. He witnesses the command branded deep within his memory by the Hydra being activated. Yumu's neural network is generating, intertwining, and reorganizing at an unprecedented speed. 3 forces, his past life S.H.I.E.L.D, his present life S.H.I.E.L.D, and the Hydra S branding, ignite an unparalleled storm within his mental realm. His former self, his current self, and now, the Hydra S self. Time passes, though the duration remains elusive. It feels both like an instant and an eternity. As the cacophony and chaos subside into silence, all fragments of memory are seamlessly reforged, perfectly assimilated by Yumu. A soft moan escapes from his lips, which have slumbered through the night. Yumu slowly opens his eyes. The first rays of morning sunlight pierce through the curtain's crevice, transforming into a golden beam that gently cascades into the room. Before him lies an entirely unfamiliar space, infused with the essence of youth. The pink wallpaper, adorable dolls, and a timetable affixed to the desk create a whimsical atmosphere. His gaze gradually shifts, ultimately resting at the bedside. A girl lies there, her head cradled in her arms, soundly asleep. Her golden hair, illuminated by the morning light, appears to be enveloped in a warm halo. She sleeps deeply, with long eyelashes seemingly adorned with remnants of unshed tears and faint shadows under her eyes, clearly having endured a sleepless night until finally succumbing to a heavy slumber. It is Gwen. Yumu moves with utmost delicacy, merely twitching a finger, yet he inadvertently disturbs the lightly sleeping girl. Gwen groggily raises her head, rubbing her drowsy eyes. As her gaze focuses on Yumu's now open eyes, deep and starry, all traces of weariness vanish in an instant, replaced by pure, untainted joy that shines as brightly as the sun. Igurekumu. The girl's voice carries a hint of huskiness. You're finally awake. Chapter 0098. The Son of Hydra. Yumu gazes at her genuine smile, yet his heart remains calm, merely observing in silence. His consciousness has just wrested itself from a tempest that swept through his soul. It was not a dream. Rather, it is another life forcibly infused and ruthlessly torn asunder. Countless cold, cruel fragments of memories steeped in iron and blood are currently being forcibly suppressed, organized, and archived by his masterful and powerful soul's will. Like a supercomputer, it processes a vast expanse of redundant data with an efficiency that transcends the speed of light, data so immense it could shatter the psyche of any mortal. To his astonishment, the original owner of this body was indeed a member of Hydra, specifically a highly esteemed agent entrusted with a covert mission in the prison known as the Refrigerator. Within Yumu, there stirs not a single ripple of emotion, only an absurd, extreme indifference. He perceives this alien memory as an outsider. The mission's purpose was to liberate mutant criminals imprisoned within, such as the infamous Sebastian Shaw. Simultaneously, classified intelligence revealed that the renowned Magneto, Eric Lensher, had also been secretly transferred to the third level of the Refrigerator. Had he not traversed into this realm, the original owner of this body, loyally devoted to Hydra, might have indeed ignited a world-altering tempest within that very prison. A cold, imperceptible arc tugged at the corners of Yumu's lips. He mused that fate is indeed a capricious trickster, always pulling the rug from beneath one's feet just when one believes to be in control, revealing the true visage of oneself. Intriguingly, this Hydra descendant, Yumu, hailed from a lineage of remarkable prowess. He was not part of the well-known scientific division entangled with Captain America, but rather a more clandestine and enigmatic branch, the Hydra Magical Division. This sect was obsessed with the study of various forms of magic, dark rituals, and the veneration of malevolent deities from alternate dimensions. The serpent god set was but one of their many beliefs, and he, Yumu, was the scion of this magical division, a being whose status eclipsed all save for the division's leader. The method that sealed his memories so profoundly, unbeknownst even to him, was a rare collaboration between the scientific and magical divisions, codenamed Ouroboros, a plan that was both flawless and insidious. As Yumu absorbed this revelation, he felt neither anger nor fear, but rather the thrill of a chess player discovering a new board. He thought of Polaris, the woman who had long yearned to find her father. Unconsciously, his fingertips lightly tapped the sheets, producing a barely audible sound. It must be said that she was indeed enviably fortunate, having done nothing but remain obediently within the Illuminati. News of her father had serendipitously come knocking at her door. A myriad of schemes flashed through Yumu's mind. This intelligence could not be given away for naught. He never engaged in charity. Every gift bore its price, marked discreetly in the shadows. How to leverage this information to extract the utmost benefit from Polaris, coaxing her into willingly dedicating herself to his service, required meticulous planning. Soon, his thoughts delved into deeper matters. Hydra. This identity must not be squandered. Yumu's gaze grew profound. People often strive to escape their past, yet the truly astute transform their history into a stepping stone. Since he inherited the identity of the Chosen One, why not turn the entire Hydra into his plaything? A colossal organization that spans the globe, infiltrating the upper echelons of various nations, endowed with countless resources and loyal assassins. This was a force tailor-made for him. He could effortlessly leverage the connections within the magical branch to reach out to the higher-ups of other divisions. With the White Queen, Emma, a master of telepathy at his side, the concept of loyalty was merely a programmable script, subject to alteration at any moment. He could easily discern friends from foes. As for those who defied him, a glimmer of icy malice flickered in Yumu's eyes. He firmly believed that only the deceased enemy could be deemed a true adversary. Hydra need not possess many heads. One would suffice, his own. Once this thought emerged, it grew like a rampant vine, swiftly consuming all his contemplations. To wield control over Hydra, reshaping it into his exclusive blade and shadow, was far more exhilarating than the petty Illuminati he had previously established. Just then, a muffled phone call from downstairs caught his attention, as George Stacy deliberately lowered his voice. Yes, Norman Osborn of the Osborn Group had been missing for several days, and there were suspicions linking his disappearance to the recent alien invasion. They sought his cooperation in the investigation. Yumu raised an eyebrow. Osborn? He suddenly recalled that the Green Goblin, whom he had nearly beaten to a pulp, was still confined in the basement of his villa, forgotten in the chaos. When one is overwhelmed, trivial characters often slip through the cracks of memory. Just as Yumu was plotting his grand next steps, contemplating how to consolidate his resources and further enhance his power while simultaneously dealing with the Osborn nuisance, a familiar system notification chimed crisply in his mind. Ding! Your tadpole companion has returned from visiting friends, bringing back a souvenir. Please collect it promptly. It had arrived. Yumu's spirit surged instantly. With a mere thought, his consciousness sank into the system space. The familiar tadpole, adorned with a small package, squatted before an ornate yet eerie throne, waving its tiny paw at him. Behind the throne loomed an abyssal darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all. The souvenir the tadpole had brought back was a magical rune, suspended in mid-air, pulsating with an inky glow. Commemorative gift, Supreme Magic Skyfall. Description, a gift from the Supreme Being of another world, embodying absolute dominion over sky and earth. This is one of the most formidable supreme magics mastered by S.H.I.E.L.D, capable of summoning colossal, pure energy entities to descend from the heavens, delivering a devastating area-wide strike to a designated location. For a fleeting moment, Yumu's breath faltered. Following that, an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy surged from the depths of his heart. Supreme magic, and it is Skyfall. He gazed at the ominous rune, envisioning a scorched earth purified by holy light, where beneath that radiance, all foes would be reduced to ashes. It was as if he had been gifted a pillow, just as he was about to doze off. He had been lamenting the absence of a decisive, large-scale destructive method to clear the field. Now it had arrived. With this spell, whether facing a structured army or any potential multiversal legions that may emerge, he now possessed a trump card to overturn the game. At that moment, Tony's call came through. Chapter 0099, The Era of Battle Companions. In Gwen's pink girlish room, the phone rang incessantly. After receiving the skills brought by the frog, the tempest capable of devouring souls within Yumu's eyes had just begun to settle. He mused to himself, fate truly is a jester of the highest order. It always pulls the rug from under your feet when you believe you have everything under control, revealing your true self. The identity of the Hydra Magic Branch's saint was indeed intriguing, and amidst this absurd memory, a magic rune, shimmering with an inky glow, hovered silently. Supreme Magic Skyfall. This was a gift from the Supreme Being of another world, an ultimate trump card capable of overturning the chessboard. Power is always the finest sedative. Yumu collected his thoughts, refocusing on the present. He picked up his phone, the screen flashing with Tony Stark's name. Hello, I did it. Igre kumu. I succeeded. Tony's voice burst forth, brimming with exhilaration, accompanied by Jarvis's comm system prompts in the background, resembling a wild symphony dedicated to science. A perfect automaton masterpiece, an absolutely unbreakable technological barrier. Your company can now, at this very moment, open for business. Come see for yourself. With that, Tony hung up hastily, not allowing Yumu a chance to respond. This guy. Yumu heard the clamor on the other end and shook his head. He ought to see it for himself. Yumu turned his gaze to the bedside, quietly observing Gwen, as the ocean of memories that had just been forged in blood and fire now lay unexpectedly tranquil. He could acutely sense the genuine concern and relief emanating from the young girl, a feeling untainted by any impurities. He contemplated that perhaps true wealth does not lie in power or might, but rather in the ability to find a beam of warm light that continuously illuminates one's path in this frigid universe. He extended his hand and gently patted Gwen's head, his gesture imbued with an extraordinary tenderness. I'm fine now, he murmured softly, yet his voice carried a reassuring strength. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly. She could sense that after awakening, Yumu seemed somehow transformed. His eyes remained profound, yet there was an inexplicable weariness, as if he had glimpsed a millennium's worth of landscapes in a single night. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open. Director George Stacy entered cautiously, bearing a tray, his face a canvas of the awkwardness and clumsy concern characteristic of a middle-aged man. When he noticed that Yu-Mu had awakened and was regarding him with a half-smile, the seasoned police chief felt his face flush deeply. Ahem. Well, young man, it's good to see you awake. George placed the tray on the bedside table, which held warm milk and a sandwich. It was all a misunderstanding yesterday. He still couldn't comprehend how fulfilling the sacred duties of an old father could have led to such a fright. Oh, a misunderstanding? Yu-Mu raised an eyebrow. Slowly sitting up, the sheets cascading down his sculpted muscles, revealing his robust upper body. He looked at George, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. I find your welcoming ceremony quite unique and exceedingly warm, Mr. Director. George's forehead began to perspire. He could discern no resentment or anger in Yu-Mu's gaze, only a scrutinizing demeanor that suggested he was not a powerful police chief, but rather a hapless clown on stage, performing desperately while being seen through by the audience. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, a pressure stemming from the hierarchy of existence that rendered his hands, which should have been steady with a weapon, weak. Dad, Gwen, both embarrassed and angry, shot a fierce glare at George. Enough, Gwen, Yu-Mu interjected, taking her hand, the warmth of his palm instantly calming her. He turned to George, his tone becoming flat yet more imposing. Mr. Director, I understand a father's feelings, but you must realize there are realms that cannot be reached with a gun. And Gwen, she is destined to witness a starry sky far broader than the neon lights of New York. He paused, his smile deepening. And I am the one who will show her the stars. You cannot obstruct that. These words struck George's heart like an invisible hammer. He opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless. His pride, experience, and authority felt as fragile as a piece of paper in the presence of this young man. Ultimately, he could only nod awkwardly and retreat in disarray. Observing her father's retreating figure, Gwen's heart was a tumult of mixed emotions. She felt a sense of security in Yu-Mu's assertiveness, yet she could faintly perceive that the ordinary and stable world she shared with her father was being ruthlessly torn apart by him. However, she harbored no regrets, for she understood that one cannot step into the same river twice, nor return to that blissfully ignorant and safe past. The path she chose lay ahead, a vast ocean of stars brimming with the unknown and perilous adventures. I must take my leave. Tony is waiting impatiently, she stated. Umugenti pinchet herchik, his smile reverting to its usual warmth. With reluctance, Unwin nodded and anxiously inquired, Are you truly all right? Fear not, Yu-Mu replied as he stood, a faint glimmer of light reflecting off the black ring on his finger. The world is vast, fraught with troubles, yet I am the terminus of all troubles. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his figure had vanished, leaving behind a ripple of ethereal space. At the Stark Tower, in the top-floor laboratory, Yu-Mu materialized out of thin air. You finally arrived. Come, behold my masterpiece, Tony Stark exclaimed like a child with a new toy, pulling Yu-Mu toward a colossal holographic projection. In the center of the projection floated a mechanical creation, palm-sized and sleek. Its exterior a flawless amalgamation of matte black and gleaming silver, exuding both the precision of ancient mechanisms and the stark, cutting-edge essence of futuristic technology. Its form resembled a poised cheetah, with blue energy lines exposed at its joints, and its electronic eyes sparkled with lively brilliance. I have named it the modern incarnation of buried Earth-7, Tony proclaimed proudly. Look at this design, this texture. The core is the pinnacle of Stark Industries' arc reactor miniaturization technology, with a unique soul crafted by Jarvis and your Red Queen that no one can decipher or replicate. A flicker of admiration flashed in Yu-Mu's eyes. One could not deny Tony's unparalleled talent in creating toys. He had masterfully fused the classical essence of mechanisms he provided with the avant-garde technology of this era. It ought not to be called buried Earth-7. Igrekumum used Fotfeli. It is a novel species, a companion of the future. I have decided to name it the mechanized battle pet. Tony savored this name, his eyes growing brighter. What a splendid name. Cool. Absolutely fantastic. But that's not all. Tony interjected with a snap of his fingers. The laboratory lights dimmed instantly, and the surroundings transformed into an expansive primordial jungle through a play of light and shadow. Where this, he said, handing over a slender neural interface device. Upon donning the device, the scene before Yu-Mu became astonishingly vivid. He He could feel the wind caressing his cheeks and inhale the earthy fragrance of soil and foliage. The mechanized battle pet loomed before him, magnified into a colossal creature indistinguishable from a true leopard, emitting a deep roar infused with metallic resonance and primal strength. Welcome to the era of battle pets. Tony's voice echoed in his ears, proclaiming that here, your battle pet could evolve, acquire skills, and engage in combat with players from around the globe. This was a truly immersive experience, an entirely new virtual realm. Yumu beheld the scene before him. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves of fervor and passion. He envisioned a colossal commercial empire rising from the ground. As a pivotal figure in this game and a household mechanical beast accessible to the masses, Yumu harbored high hopes. This was not merely a game. It was the key to presenting extraordinary concepts to the world in the safest, most universal, and most captivating manner. People would go mad, willing to spend extravagantly to enhance their battle pets. Those funds would incessantly transform into clovers within the system, allowing his tadpole to ascend to a higher realm, bringing back greater power. He could almost see himself behind the scenes, smiling as he turned the gears of the world, drawing everyone into the tide of entertainment he had crafted with his own hands. While all were immersed in virtual might, he alone stepped towards the true divine throne in reality. Tony Yumu exited the virtual mode, gazing at his eagerly anticipating confidant. "You are a genius." This heartfelt compliment elicited a radiant smile from Tony Stark. For him, there was no greater satisfaction than the acknowledgement from a kindred spirit. Chapter 0100, The Prodigal Son Returns. That evening, in Yumu's villa, core members of the Illuminati gathered. "I have decided that our company shall officially commence," Yumu announced, surveying the assembly with a calm yet resolute tone. The company was named the White Moo Workshop. He cast a glance at Queen Emma Frost, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Emma, you shall assume full responsibility for the company's operations. Tony, you will temporarily serve as the Chief Technical Officer, overseeing product iterations and technical support." Emma Frost, once the queen of the Hellfire Club, now shimmered with excitement and ambition. She had long awaited this moment. To her, while power was indeed significant, the true artistry lay in transforming that power into the authority to influence the world and establish rules. She abhorred violence. Instead, she relished the invisible battlefield, deftly manipulating her adversaries with intellect and cunning. "It is my honor, Yumu." Emma gracefully rose, offering a slight bow. Without a moment's hesitation, she embraced her role, showcasing her remarkable business acumen. "Our most substantial resource is the vast legacy of the former Han Alliance, encompassing global real estate, connections, and illicit industries. I shall immediately begin the integration process to convert these into the company's initial capital." Her voice was crisp and powerful, her thoughts remarkably lucid. "Our first objective must be to make a resounding impact. In 2 weeks, the Global Technology Exposition will commence, drawing the attention of the world to its magnificent venue. We shall exhibit under the banner of the White Workshop, utilizing mechanized combat pets to utterly revolutionize the landscape of both the technology sector and the entertainment industry." Observing Emma's strategic brilliance and spirited demeanor, Yumu nodded in satisfaction. He recognized that he had found a most fitting bearer of the sword. Having concluded his business affairs, Yumu ventured alone into the basement of the villa. It was time to address some forgotten remnants. The damp, chilly air enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the opulence and brightness above. In the deepest cell, Norman Osborn sat quietly in a corner. Unlike the previously frenzied and violent Green Goblin, he now appeared lucid yet worn, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man drained of all vitality. Upon Yumu's arrival, he struggled to rise. Then, to Mobius's astonishment, this chairman of the Osborn Group and New York's elite billionaire collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Mr. Yu." Norman Osborn's voice was hoarse and trembling, imbued with a tone of humble supplication. "I am willing to submit. I am prepared to offer everything. The Osborn Group, all my research, I shall relinquish. If only you could save me." Yumu regarded him with keen interest, refraining from immediate response. He understood that the only thing capable of stripping a man like Norman Osborn of his dignity was sheer desperation. In recent days, the enigmatic Dr. Mobius had complied with Yumu's instructions, daily instilling in the awakened Norman a singular notion: the profound strength and mystery of Yumu. Yet, It was Mobius's tantalizing bait that truly shattered Norman's resolve. Mr. U, there may be a way for you to rid yourself of the Green Goblin persona forever. This revelation struck Norman like a divine oracle, obliterating his final vestiges of pride. He had endured enough. He had grown weary of the demon roaring within his mind, compelling him to commit acts of insanity. He yearned for freedom, for the chance to reclaim his life, and for this, he was willing to pay any price. You are astute, Norman, Yumu finally spoke, his voice revealing no trace of elation or ire. You comprehend the singular value you possess. He perceived the ambition concealed within Norman's gaze. Even as the man pleaded, a flicker of opportunism lay beneath. Yet, Yumu remained unperturbed. For a true hunter, the struggles of prey before ensnarement are of no consequence. I can assist you, Yumu said slowly, but not at this moment. He turned to Emma, administer a temporary personality blockade to him, allowing him some peace for a while. Emma understood, her eyes igniting with a brilliant glimmer. An invisible psychic force surged into Norman Osborn's mind, erecting an indomitable mental barrier deep within his psyche, forcefully suppressing the madness of the persona known as the Green Goblin. Simultaneously, a shackle was placed upon him. From this moment forth, every thought of his shall serve me. Norman's body trembled violently, and then an unprecedented sense of liberation engulfed him. He was free. The incessant, maddening screams in his mind had vanished. He inhaled the air of freedom greedily, tears streaming down his face. He understood that he had merely leaped from one cage into another, larger one. Yet, this new master could at least offer him the peace he so desperately craved. After learning about the White Pastoral Workshop from the White Queen, Emma, Mr. U, Norman lifted his head, his eyes brimming with fervent gratitude and submission. The Osborn group would, from this day forward, become the most loyal vassal of the White Pastoral Workshop. Everything had fallen into place. The pieces were set, and the board was laid out. In the stillness of the night, Yumu entered a secret chamber alone. It was devoid of anything, shrouded in absolute darkness and silence. He finally turned his attention to the most concealed aspect of his soul, the identity of the serpent S.H.I.E.L.D's son. Closing his eyes, he summoned a faint yet remarkably pure essence of dark magic from within, guided by the awakened memories. This power was starkly different from all he had learned. It was chilling, enigmatic, imbued with the essence of decay and depravity. He traced this strand of magic along an ancient and intricate path in the void before him. A rune, interwoven with serpents and skulls, emerged, imbued with a sinister beauty. The moment the rune ignited, it emitted neither light nor sound. Yet it seemed to toll an ancient bell in some undiscovered dimension. An invisible beacon transcended the barriers of space, quietly dispersing into the shadows of the world. The message contained within was but an ancient cipher. The Ouroboros has awakened. The Holy Sun has returned. Chapter 0101. The Return of the Holy Sun. Divine Retribution descends. In the secret chamber, the eerie rune woven from serpents and skulls spread through the void like a drop of ink in clear water, merging into an unknown dimension. Yumu awaited in silence, like a fisherman who had laid his bait, patiently anticipating the ripples beneath the surface. According to the awakened memories, this beacon should attract the most secretive emissary of the Hydra magic branch. However, what he received was not whispers or probes, but a surge of magical energy infused with violence, panic, and murderous intent, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood, locking onto his position in an instant. Immediately, a hoarse, frenzied roar, tinged with a hint of false bravado, erupted in his mind. "Traitor, you dare to return." Before the words faded, the space before Yumu was violently torn apart by 3 pitch-black fissures. 3 Hydra sorcerers, clad in heavy, rune-embellished armor and wielding serpentine-styled staves, stepped forth from the rifts. A chilling and chaotic aura of dark magic surged around them, their faces obscured by grotesque serpent masks, revealing only their eyes, ablaze with fervor and murderous intent. There were no superfluous words, no need for hesitation. 3 wands were raised in unison, conjuring shadowy energies imbued with malevolent curses, transforming into 3 vicious serpents that coiled in a triangular formation, sealing off all avenues of evasion for Yumu as they lunged forth to devour him. The response to Yumu's position was not a welcoming ritual, but rather the merciless highest bounty issued by the Hydra's magical branch. Yet, on Yumu's face lingered an innocuous smile, though within the depths of his gaze, a chilling amusement began to crystallize. How intriguing! In the face of these 3 spells, capable of instantaneously corroding steel and extinguishing souls, Yumu did not budge an inch. He merely raised his right hand slowly, pointing it like a sword. The essence of the eternal life technique flowed within him like a gentle river, perfectly harmonizing with the transcendent Tao rhythm of the heavenly sect's secret arts. In that fleeting moment, his demeanor transformed. No longer a mingling of sinister and ethereal, but a pure, absolute essence that seemed to encompass all of existence. Myriad rivers and autumn waters. The intent of the sword was formless, yet surpassed all tangible swords in the world. As the 3 shadowy serpents surged menacingly towards him, the instant they approached within a meter of Yumu, it was as if they collided with an invisible wall, a wall of size constructed of absolute order. The violent magic that constituted their forms was effortlessly untangled, soothed, and ultimately dissolved by an ancient, pure power closer to the very source of existence. The entire process transpired in silence, akin to a searing iron plunged into the frigid depths of the ocean. The pupils of the 3 sorcerers, hidden beneath their masks, constricted in sheer disbelief at this incomprehensible scene. Their combined strike, potent enough to instantaneously slay a battle-hardened mutant captain, had stirred not even a ripple before this traitor. Fear coiled around their hearts like creeping vines. Yet, the Hydra's rigorous training quelled their terror, and they roared in defiance, attempting to summon greater magical strength. However, it was too late. Yumu's figure appeared before one of the sorcerers like a specter under the moonlight. He continued to point his finger as if wielding a sword, casually directing it towards the sorcerer's brow. Instinctively, the sorcerer conjured several overlapping magical shields, the runes upon them swirling and flashing with ominous light. Yet, Yumu's fingertip seemed to disregard all spatial and energetic constraints. The intent of myriad rivers and autumn waters was not to pierce, but to assimilate. It compelled the brutal dark magic to instantly comprehend tranquility and void. Thus that seemingly indestructible shield melted away silently, like snow under the spring sun. His fingertip gently rested upon the sorcerer's cold forehead. "Tell me, who is your master?" Yumu's voice, delicate yet imbued with a beguiling charm, pierced like a probe into the fervently devoted mind of his opponent. The sorcerer's body quaked violently, his eyes behind the mask losing focus in an instant. Loyalty and fear clashed fiercely within his psyche, but ultimately, the instinctive dread emanating from the essence of the sun overshadowed all else. Yes, the Grand Sorcerer Legacies. He stammered, words spilling from his trembling lips. Yumu obtained the answer he sought, applying a slight pressure with his fingertips. Crack! A faint sound echoed as the sorcerer's body stiffened. The light in his eyes extinguished entirely, and he fell limply to the ground. The entire process transpired in less than 3 seconds. The remaining 2 sorcerers were utterly shattered by fear. They finally comprehended that the man before them was not a traitor they needed to eliminate, but rather a returning deity, or perhaps a devil. They turned to flee through a portal, but Yumu was swifter. 2 gusts of wind sliced through the air silently, precisely piercing their vulnerable backs. The encounter, from initiation to conclusion, could scarcely be deemed a battle. It resembled a unilateral cleansing. Yumu approached a still-warm corpse, crouched down, and began to extract deeper information from the sorcerer's mind through his beguiling words and absolute mental coercion. The truth soon became vividly clear before him. The beast of power, as expected, excelled at devouring its own nurturers. During Yumu's absence, the magical division had undergone a drastic transformation. The leader of the Hydra's magical branch, an ambitious yet second-rate sorcerer named Legacies, had swiftly usurped supreme authority. To solidify his position, Legacies shamelessly slandered Yumu, the rightful second-in-command revered as the sun by countless lower-tier members, accusing him of betraying the serpent god and allying with the traitorous S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. After all, how could anyone perceive the sun, destined to execute an undercover mission, who not only failed but also escaped from the impregnable prison, as anything but the most egregious traitor? This news plunged the entire Hydra magical branch into profound confusion and fury. They could not comprehend why the esteemed sun, destined to lead the division, would make such a foolish choice. Legacies expertly capitalized on this confusion and anger, transforming it into unwavering support for himself. The human heart is truly a more intricate and unfathomable entity than the most profound magic. As Yumu processed this information, a cold smile graced his lips. Legacies? He could hardly muster the effort to recall the face that bore that name. For when a speck of dust dares to covet the sun's brilliance, its fate is sealed from the very beginning. Intriguingly, intelligence reports indicate that today, Malekith is orchestrating a grand dark ritual at the headquarters of the magical branch. A serpentine castle concealed within an interdimensional rift. The purpose of this gathering is to forge a deeper connection with the serpent deity S.H.E.L.D, thereby solidifying his claim to the usurped throne. A welcoming ceremony prepared for me? Yumu rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. How impolite that would be. He resolved to turn the situation to his advantage. Rather than seeking out troubles within the branches one by one, he would directly attend this grand affair. In the presence of all, he would announce his return in the most straightforward and sanguinary manner. After all, the Hydra is a steadfast entity, yet its leaders are ever-changing. The traditional virtues of this organization must not be lost under his watch. He approached the lifeless body of a sorcerer, extending his hand as pure dark magic surged from his fingertips, activating a concealed teleportation rune embedded in the armor. This was the exclusive teleportation network of the Hydra's magical branch. In the next moment, his figure was engulfed by a twisting shadow. The Serpent Castle stands as a magnificent fortress built from the bones of an unknown behemoth and obsidian, suspended within an eternal, purplish-black dimension of chaotic void. Countless grotesque, serpentine statues occupy every corner of the castle, exuding an ancient and sinister aura. At this moment, within the castle's innermost chamber, a grand ceremony unfolds. Hundreds of Hydra's magical department members, donned in standard black robes, fervently kneel, chanting ancient hymns towards the towering altar at the center of the hall. Upon the altar, the newly appointed leader, the Grand Sorcerer Malekith, extends his arms, basking in the tangible dark energy surging from the altar's core, his face alight with the ecstasy of power. He relishes the sensation of worship from the masses, reveling in the thrill of holding the fates of all within his grasp. As the ritual reaches its zenith and all succumb to fervent faith, the entrance of the hall warps without warning. A figure materializes silently at that threshold. He stands there casually, exuding no remarkable aura. Yet his presence interrupts the cacophony of the death metal symphony like a sudden, serene pause. The clamor of the entire hall instantly freezes. All eyes are irresistibly drawn to him. They behold a visage so strikingly beautiful it seems otherworldly. With eyes as profound as the starry sea, clad in a perfectly tailored white suit, he appears jarringly out of place amidst the surrounding darkness, malevolence, and chaos. Yet, the pure and ancient aura emanating from him, as if it originated from the very depths of his bloodline and soul, the essence of the second-in-command, struck each lower-tier member's heart like an invisible hammer. This was the source of their once fervent faith. This was the prince they had been told had already been betrayed. A tremor of surrender and reverence, rooted in their souls, surged uncontrollably, clashing violently with the concept of treachery instilled in their minds. How could this be? How could he return? Atop the altar, Malekith's complexion turned as pale as death upon recognizing the visitor. Following a brief, intense shock, an uncontrollable fury ignited by fear consumed him. He understood that once fear took root, it would sprout faster than any wild weed. He had to crush this seed of dread with the utmost ferocity before anyone could react. Traitor! Igedekumu! Malekith roared, his voice resonating throughout the hall. As he pointed his staff directly at Yumu, his tone brimming with righteous indignation. How dare you betray the serpent god and return here? Today, I shall represent the great serpent god and enact divine judgment upon you. Your blood shall cleanse your sins. Divine judgment, an ancient tradition of the Hydra magic branch that determines supreme authority, a fight to the death, where neither party may live. Yumu gazed at the man atop the altar, who appeared to be driven mad, and a broader smile crept across his lips. Some foolish knots can indeed only be severed by the sword. This farce required a magnificent conclusion, and he was always delighted to take on the role of director. Very well, he replied softly, his voice not loud, yet crystal clear to all present. just the opportunity to stretch my limbs. I accept. The duel commenced in an instant. Malekith dared not show the slightest hesitation, striking his staff heavily upon the ground, drawing forth the dark energies of the entire hall. The devouring of 10,000 serpents. He bellowed, as countless magical serpents composed of pure shadow energy surged forth from the ground, walls, and stone pillars, converging into a black torrent rushing towards Yumu. Faced with a sight that could induce instant demise in those with a fear of dense spaces, Yumu merely raised a hand. From the depths of Ainz-Algown, his professional ability, Master of Death, emerged to play. Behind him, a vast, deeper fissure, filled with the essence of death and decay, split open. A colossal dragon, entirely composed of ivory bones, began to slither forth from the chasm. Each skeletal fragment gleamed like white jade, adorned with countless ancient runes symbolizing death and finality. In its hollow eye sockets burned 2 orbs of ghostly blue soul fire, radiating an absolute indifference towards all living beings. The bone dragon, it emitted a silent roar, and in an instant, a realm of death spread forth. The torrent composed of shadow serpents, upon breaching the domain of death, writhed as if plunged into a caustic acid, lamenting and struggling, ultimately dissolving into the most primal form of energy, dissipating into nothingness. With a mere gesture, it dismantled Malekith's most formidable strike. This was the sheer force of absolute power. The terror in Malekith's eyes could no longer be concealed. He had been defeated, utterly, laughably so. No, I have not yet lost. I am a master here. In his desperation, Malekith made the most reckless decision. He tore open his chest, extracting his heart, and raising it high. Great serpent god Set, I offer half my life, half my soul as sacrifice. Please bestow upon me your power. He bellowed, forcefully pressing his still-beating heart into the eye of the serpent statue at the altar. Boom! A surge of deep green energy, filled with chaos and malevolent divinity, erupted from the statue, flooding into Malekith's body. His form began to grotesquely expand and distort. Dark green scales sprouted from his skin, his legs fused into a robust serpentine tail, and his visage transformed into a grotesque hybrid of man and serpent, with his pupils morphing into icy vertical slits. An aura of dread, belonging to a dimensional demigod, radiated from him. Feel despair, traitor Yumu. The transformed Malekith's voice became a cacophony of hissing serpents, imbued with malice and madness. Witnessing this hideous transformation, Yumu's smile finally faded. In its place lay an icy indifference. He resolved to conclude this tiresome game. With a grand display of fireworks, he would announce his official dominion over the Hydra. Before creation, there must be destruction. Yumu slowly raised his right hand, palm facing the heavens. He softly chanted an incantation from an otherworldly supreme being, one not belonging to this universe. This marked his first use of such power in battle. The cost was a year of his life, but he remained unfazed. Having practiced the longevity technique, his lifespan was steadily increasing. This minor expenditure was trivial for him. Transcendent magic, Skyfall. In an instant, the entire Serpent Lair castle, this eternal chaotic void, trembled violently. Above the castle, the purplish-black firmament was violently torn open by an invisible force, creating a gaping chasm of unimaginable size. On the other side of the chasm was not the void, nor the universe, but a realm of pure, sacred, and blindingly radiant white. A colossal, indescribable pillar of pure, white energy, seemingly compressed from countless suns, descended slowly from the rift. It radiated no heat, yet instilled a soul-chilling essence of purification, an absolute concept that sent tremors through the spirits of all dark beings. This force represented the ultimate nemesis to all dark magic and malevolent entities. What is this? This cannot be. Just moments ago, the invincible Malekith now gazed upward with his frigid serpentine eyes, filled with terror and despair as he beheld the descending white beam, emitting a cry that transcended human sound. Within the Grand Hall, all members of the Hydra were paralyzed, gripped by fear and trembling uncontrollably, unable to muster even a thought of resistance. Before such overwhelming power, all schemes and ambitions appeared utterly feeble. Yumu observed the scene with a stoic expression, then gently waved his hand. Boom! The white beam crashed down with a thunderous roar. The sacred light instantaneously engulfed the entire altar, swallowed Malekith's desperate howls, consumed the sinister castle, and obliterated all darkness within the chaotic void. The world became a canvas of pure white. Chapter 0102. The Ascendance of a New King. In another dimension, above the ruins of the Serpent's Lair castle, silence reigned supreme. The holy light that pierced the heavens and the earth gradually dissipated, leaving behind a vast, unfathomable pit with edges as smooth as glass. At the bottom lay an abyss of nothingness. Standing unscathed at the edge was Yumu, his white suit untouched by even a speck of dust. The cataclysmic divine retribution seemed but a gentle breeze, akin to brushing off dust from a shoulder. The pure, sanctified aura that still lingered around him, intertwined with his dualistic nature, created a hauntingly beautiful and paradoxical allure that resonated with the very souls of onlookers. The surviving members of the Hydra, fortunate enough to escape the direct impact of the beam due to their positioning, remained as still as specimens pinned to a board. Their faces bore no trace of fervor, anger, or even fear, only an extreme, profound emptiness born from the shattering of their worldview. A seasoned sorcerer, trembling, raised his gaze toward the divine figure at the center of the pit. Echoes of Malekith's furious roars lingered in his mind, and the malevolence of the serpent god Set had yet to fade. Yet, all of this seemed laughable and pitiable in the presence of that light. It became evident that the darkness and power they had desperately pursued throughout their lives were but dust before a true miracle. All proved to be a more formidable chain of bondage than any physical restraint. In that moment, he understood. Plop! He was the first to kneel, burying his head deep into the frigid ground, expending all his strength to emit a hoarse, distorted syllable. The chief. His action served as a signal. Panic is contagious, and the collapse and reconstruction of faith spread at an even swifter pace. Chief. Hail to the chief. The thunderous acclamations arose from all directions, imbued with the tremors of those who had survived calamity and the fervor of discovering a new deity. They fell to their knees, their postures infinitely more devout than when they had worshipped Malekith. For what Malekith had offered them was a promise rooted in self-interest and fear, while Yumu bestowed upon them divine retribution, a cataclysmic destruction and rebirth that shattered all their previous understandings. Yumu felt no surprise. He merely cast a calm glance over the prostrate devotees, his heart unperturbed. He understood human nature. They did not fear tyrants, but they revered the divine. And he was precisely both. With a snap of his fingers, the Hydra summoned dark magic, and a portal to another realm quietly opened before him. He required a sword-bearer to assist him in managing these toys. Moments later, the White Queen, Emma Furster, clad in a form-fitting white gown, gracefully stepped through the portal with the elegance of a catwalk. Upon witnessing this mythical tableau, even she could not conceal a flicker of astonishment in her sapphire eyes, which usually sparkled with wisdom. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, and the shock was swiftly supplanted by a deeper excitement and ambition. Her gaze towards Yumu transformed. It was no longer merely the reverence of a subordinate to a superior. It was the elation of a chess player who had discovered the most exquisite ally, capable of overturning the entire world as strategy. Power was something she was well acquainted with. The world of mutants was never devoid of strength. But she had only seen Yumu wield power with such artistry, precisely dismantling the old order and establishing a new faith. In the realm of thought, I am the sole tyrant. This had always been Emma's creed. Yet today, she understood that this kingdom welcomed a true god. Clean it up. Yumu's voice was unruffled. I do not wish for my serpents to harbor any disobedient vipers. As you wish, Emma slightly bowed, a cruel yet elegant smile curving her lips. In the next moment, her eyes ignited with a brilliant diamond light, and her terrifying mental prowess surged like an invisible tsunami, instantly sweeping over all members of the Hydra present. A silent cleansing, occurring deep within their minds, commenced. Countless memories were forcibly sifted, rewritten, and reshaped. Those who still harbor illusions about legacies, those with ulterior motives, and those who question the return of the sun, their consciousness, in the face of Emma's queen-like mental prowess, is as fragile as parchment. All inappropriate memories are obliterated, and all disloyal thoughts are crushed. Some individuals' gazes instantly turn vacant, followed by their soft collapse to the ground, their life force extinguished completely. Meanwhile, many others, after a violent tremor, find their eyes become exceptionally clear and fervent, directed toward Yumu with a gaze filled with unwavering loyalty unto death. The entire process is efficient, elegant, and merciless. Following a brutal and efficient purge, the entire Hydra magical branch transforms into a flawlessly polished tool, obedient to a singular master-esque command. Yumu firmly grasps the entirety of the Hydra magical branch in his hands. In Maleki's chamber, adorned with various statues of malevolent deities, Yumu discovers the true foundation of his usurpation. It is a pulsating, fist-sized, flesh-like crystal seemingly composed of innumerable eyeballs and tentacles, an artifact of a malevolent deity capable of faintly opening a multiverse portal. Beside it lies a research notebook bound in human skin. As Yumu flips open the notebook, he finds it meticulously chronicled in ancient runes, detailing Maleki's research achievements over the years. A coordinate, repeatedly marked in blood by Malekis, captures Yumu's attention: the zombie universe. A world consumed by a virus where all life has been reduced to ravenous corpses. Malekis' greatest discovery is a coordinate leading to this deathly realm known as the zombie universe. According to the notes, that world has been engulfed by a terrifying virus, transforming all life, including once mighty superheroes, into mindless husks driven solely by hunger and slaughter. Malekis' original plan was to summon an endless army of zombies from this death world using the artifact as his trump card for world conquest. Alas, he never had the chance to realize his grand blueprint before encountering Yumu. How foolish and tragic a trump card it was. A true player never relies on overturning the chessboard to achieve victory. Quite intriguing. To unexpectedly come across news of the zombie universe here is remarkable. One must admit, Malekis was indeed a genius. Yumu closes the notebook, his fingertips lightly tracing the coordinates inscribed within. A glimmer of excitement akin to a chess player discovering a new board flashing in his eyes. Though Yumu is aware of the existence of the zombie universe, he remains ignorant of its precise location. To his astonishment, here lies an unexpected boon: the zombie universe. Within it, there should be countless untapped resources. If he could cleanse the earth of the zombie universe, it would yield unimaginable wealth, the entirety of a planet. Moreover, in the realm of the undead, how does the potency of his virus compare? And what of his ability, the Master Death? Is it possible that the zombie universe serves as a bespoke source of troops tailored specifically for him? I have yet to experiment and remain uncertain. I truly wish for the opportunity to explore this someday. Concurrently, within the highest echelons of the secure computer system, Yumu uncovered comprehensive intelligence regarding the prison refrigerator. Magneto, Eric Lenshare, is indeed confined in the innermost non-metal cell. More significantly, a classified document reveals that a faction within the military hierarchy, led by General Ross, is planning to discreetly transfer Magneto to a secret base located in outer space in the near future. This intelligence is invaluable. The resolute face of Polaris flashed momentarily in Yumu's mind, eliciting a smile. He has never engaged in charity. All his gifts are discreetly marked with a price. This card must be played at the most opportune moment to elicit the greatest loyalty from others. A week passed swiftly amidst efficient consolidation and strategic layout. Under the decisive measures of White Queen Emma Frost, the entire Hydra magical division underwent a thorough cleansing and reorganization, transforming into a finely tuned war machine that heeds only Yumu's command. Meanwhile, on the side of the White Mu workshop, with the full support of technology and resources from the Stark and Osborn conglomerates, the mass production and promotion of mechanized battle companions progressed methodically. Yumu moved like a phantom, issuing orders within the sulfurous and magical confines of the Serpent's Lair, only to appear moments later in a high-rise office in New York, finalizing the details of the business blueprint with Emma. Power and wealth converged upon him at a terrifying pace. His existence oscillated between the shadows of the Hydra magical division and the brightness of the White Mu workshop, maintaining a remarkable equilibrium. He relished the dissonance brought by his dual identity, akin to an actor donning various masks, passionately performing a drama uniquely his own upon the stage of the world. On this day, after attending to all his affairs, he returned to the tranquility of his villa, preparing for meditation. The familiar and melodious system notification sound arrived as anticipated. Ribbit, your tadpole has returned, bringing along travel souvenirs and travel mementos. Hurry and take a look. Chapter 0103, Divine Arm of Magic. In the tranquility of the villa, the tadpole had finally returned. Yumu felt a surge of exhilaration. His consciousness delved into the system space, where the tadpole, adorned with a small package, proudly waved its paw at him. This time, the world the tadpole visited seemed imbued with an atmosphere of martial fervor. 3 mementos, each exuding a distinct aura, floated quietly in the specialty list. 3 parts of the primordial essence, wind and cloud world, S ultimate skill. In an era dominated by a formidable hero, he devoted his entire being to the creation of an unparalleled martial art, driven by the ambition to unify the world. This technique forcibly amalgamates 3 distinct forces: wind of the unseen, clouds of the unstable, and frost of the unfeeling, transforming them into an all-encompassing essence of primal energy, capable of annihilating any obstacle. Upon its execution, it manifests an absolute domain, deconstructing all matter within and reverting it to its most elemental form. Fire Qilin Arm, a rare treasure from the world of Fengyun, born from the essence of one of the 4 auspicious beasts of the divine land, the Fire Qilin. When the Qilin arm merges with the mortal body, it bestows upon its bearer the supreme power to scorch mountains and boil seas, alongside dominion over flames. However, this formidable power is not without its cost. It harbors the overwhelming malevolence of the Qilin, and should one S will falter, they risk being consumed by the beast's blood, descending into a path of relentless slaughter. It is both a divine weapon and a curse. Sword 23, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world of Fengyun. Forged by the legendary sword saint, Dugu Jian, in the final moments of his life. This blade embodies the enlightenment gleaned from his spirit-s transcendence, a sword capable of annihilating heaven and earth. When drawn, time itself halts, and all existence within the domain is frozen. Only the wielder's sword intent reigns supreme. It transcends mundane martial arts, representing a technique that can sever causality, obliterate existence, and consign opponents to an eternal silence amidst absolute stillness. Thus, it is a sword of unfeeling amidst a world of sentiment. For a fleeting moment, Yumu's breath stilled. Then, an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy erupted from the depths of his heart. The fruits of this endeavor far exceeded his expectations. 3 parts of the return to origin energy. This was a technique tailor-made for him. Within him, the longevity technique, Qi of the heavenly sect, dark magical energies, and even the biological energy of viruses had long sought a perfect unifying method. The Fire Qilin arm would serve as the most direct and ferocious enhancement to his physical form. As for the final Sword 23, Yumu gazed upon the unremarkable card. It seemed to unveil a still, grayish world. This was no mere technique. It was a rule, an ultimate trump card capable of reversing fate at critical junctures. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to integrate them immediately. First, the 3 parts of the return to origin energy. The instant that tricolor vortex merged within him, the previously serene flow of his longevity technique erupted violently. Boom! His body jolted, his visage paling instantaneously. This was not a gentle infusion of energy, but rather a domineering plunder and reorganization. The will of the hero was unrivaled, sovereign above all. Naturally, his martial art bore this unmistakable dominance. Yumu felt as though his Dantian-S energy sea had been forcibly torn into 3 independent battlefields, a force transformed into an unrelenting gale, ruthlessly carving through his meridians. A force transformed into ever-changing flowing clouds, attempting to devour and assimilate his will. Another force became the frost that freezes all things, seeking to completely encase his soul in ice. These 3 powers clashed and battled amongst themselves, turning his body into a battlefield to determine supremacy. Does this mere remnant of martial will dare to act insolently before me? Yumu's gaze instantaneously turned frigid. He was neither Niefeng nor Bu Jingyun, and certainly not a mere mortal to be manipulated by fate. With a heart as tranquil as still water, the secret arts of the heavenly sect activated, restoring his tumultuous heart, shaken by agony, to absolute serenity in an instant. All distracting thoughts were severed. Subsequently, his master-level, formidable soul will descended upon this chaotic battlefield like an unyielding monarch. Merge for me. He did not seek to soothe or guide. Instead, He forcefully compelled the three raging powers to be thrust together in the most domineering and unreasonable manner. Wind, I command you. Clouds, I drive you. Frost, I wield you. Under Yumu's tyrannical will, the three forces emitted reluctant wails, ultimately being compelled to commence their fusion. This was an excruciating process. Every inch of his meridians, every cell, underwent the torment of tearing and reconstituting. Yet, there was no trace of pain on Yumu's face, only a sense of conquering ecstasy. True strength has never been a gift from others. It is something one seizes from the depths of hell with one's own hands. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when the tricolored vortex completely dissipated, a new essence, far purer and more domineering than before, began to take shape in Yumu's Danteon sea of energy. Threefold return to origin Chi, first layer complete. He felt that his control over energy had reached an entirely new realm. Before Yumu could savor the sensation, the second memento, the fire Chilan arm, began to merge automatically. Roar, a primal will, steeped in madness and the desire for slaughter from the ancient wilderness, surged into his mind like a catastrophic flood. Yumu's right arm instantaneously turned crimson, fine red scales emerging upon his skin, radiating a heat so intense it could melt steel. His eyes were instantly shrouded in a layer of blood-red hue. Kill, kill, kill. Countless chaotic thoughts assailed his reason with wild fervor. This was the curse of the Chilan demon. However, just as this primal instinct was about to completely seize his consciousness, a cold and sinister smile curled at the corners of Yumu's mouth. Playing this game with me? Executor of Death. He directly invoked a professional ability from S.H.I.E.L.D, a purer, colder will of the Death Monarch, transcending all life, thunderously descended. If the will of the Kiran demon is akin to a raging magma, then at this moment, Yumu's will resembles an eternal ice, capable of freezing all. Abominable beast. Kneel. That ferocious, primal instinct, upon sensing the aura of the Death Monarch, emitted a fearful whimper, reminiscent of a mouse encountering a cat, and was instantly subdued into submission. Yumu effortlessly suppressed this force, transforming it for his own use. His right arm reverted to its original state, yet with a mere thought. The arm of the fire Kiran, powerful enough to annihilate heaven and earth, would once again manifest. Finally, there was Sword 23. The moment that sword-shaped mark fused with his soul, Yumu's consciousness was drawn into an absolute, still void. Here, time, space, matter, energy, all lost their significance. Only a solitary swordsman repeated a technique of obliteration. This sword does not kill, it strikes at the heart. It is the ultimate elegy dedicated to the fabric of time and space. In the presence of this sword intent, Yumu's soul felt an insignificant diminutiveness. He understood that this sword technique had transcended the realm of skill, reaching a level of Tao. With his current strength, he could not truly wield it. Yet, the seed had already been sown. One day, when he swings his sword again, the entire world shall come to a standstill. Slowly opening his eyes, the quiet room lay in disarray. Yumu clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming, newfound power coursing through him, as well as the terrifying energy hidden within his right arm, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Excellent. I can already sense the threshold of the Grandmaster. With my current strength, I would fear not even facing Magneto or Black King directly. It is time to consider sharing Magneto's information with Polaris. Chapter 0104, The Devil's Price. Within the exclusive training ground of the Illuminati, the air resonated with the sharp hum of metal distorting. Polaris, Lorna Dane, floated midair, her dark green hair moving as if ignited by an unseen flame. Her eyes shimmered with the same hue, radiating pure, untamed magnetic energy. Under her will, dozens of metal objects, various sized weights, steel targets, even discarded car parts, transformed into a chaotic ring of stars, swirling, colliding, and contorting around her with rapidity. This was her way of venting emotions, and the sole path to her self-improvement. The abilities of mutants are a gift bestowed by the heavens. Yet they may also be a curse from which one can never escape. Only through relentless effort can this curse be forged into a personal dominion. Yet at this moment, her face displayed unmistakable frustration and a sense of stagnation. She could feel, deep within her veins, the presence of an even broader, more magnificent ocean of power. Yet no matter how hard she tried, She could only linger in the shallows of this vast sea. It was as if an invisible wall had completely severed her from that true legacy. At that moment, the cacophony of metallic buzzing abruptly ceased. The metallic tempest encircling her seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand, choking it into stillness, defying all laws of physics, and freezing in midair. Lorna's complexion changed dramatically. This was not under her control. She whipped around, only to behold the spectral figure that had appeared behind her. Igarakumu. He stood there quietly, clad in a well-tailored casual outfit, an innocuous smile gracing his face, as if merely a passerby. Yet the air surrounding him seemed to constitute a realm of its own. Yumu did not glance at her. Instead, he raised his right hand with keen interest, gently grasping the suspended metallic rings. Boom! There was no magnetism, no telekinesis, but an eruption of a more domineering, primal, and unreasonable pure force field. 3 parts returned to the original chi. Wind without form, clouds without permanence, frost without sentiment. 3 distinctly different forces harmoniously converged in Yumu's palm, transforming into an overwhelming essence of returning energy, establishing an absolute dominion. Crack, crack, crack. The suspended metallic objects emitted anguished groans in an instant. They were neither attracted nor repulsed. Instead, under an absolute force, they were forcibly disassembled. The sturdy barbell plates were twisted into spirals, heavy steel targets compressed into iron spheres, and massive automobile parts reverted to a heap of contorted scrap metal, helplessly plummeting to the ground with a series of thunderous crashes. The entire process was filled with a violent beauty. Lorna's pupils constricted sharply at this incomprehensible spectacle. From the texture of that power, she sensed a breath both familiar and foreign. Familiar, for that domineering essence resonated with the very source her bloodline yearned for. Foreign, because this force was purer, more fundamental than her own magnetism. What have you done? Her voice trembled. The pulse of her bloodlines, awakening, rendered her unable to maintain her composure. Only then did Yumu turn his gaze toward her. His innocent smile tinged with a hint of devilish allure. He did not respond directly. Instead, he activated his ability of verbal enchantment, his voice softening, yet piercing like a needle into the softest recesses of Lorna's heart. I am merely imitating a man forgotten by the world, imprisoned in the deepest darkness, yet still a king. Boom! The word king thundered in Lorna's mind like a bolt of lightning. Her body trembled violently as a green magnetic storm erupted uncontrollably around her, carving deep ravines into the ground. My father. She momentarily lost control, her voice a guttural roar, her beautiful eyes filled with bloodshot madness. You. Why do you mimic him? Do you know where he is? Tell me. The last 3 words erupted from her throat like a feral cry. Igarakumu stood unflinching, allowing the tempestuous magnetic storm to billow around him, yet it stirred not a single ripple upon his presence. He merely gazed at her, akin to a predator observing its prey on the brink of a trap, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity, but predominantly the cold detachment of a strategist. He gently shook his head. Information is the most precious commodity in the world. His voice, though soft, cut through the tumult of the storm with clarity. Particularly, the information that could alter the course of your life. He stepped forward, disregarding the magnetic field around Lorna that could shred steel, and approached her directly. The distance between them was mere inches. Lorna could distinctly perceive the depths of his starry gaze, devoid of fear or desire. Only an overwhelming calm that seemed to encompass omniscience. This tranquility bore down upon her with unprecedented pressure. Do you understand, Lorna? Yumu's tone deepened in one's lifetime. There occur moments when your choices will dictate the direction of all your future paths. And now, we stand at such a crossroads. He extended his hand, as if to brush aside the disheveled strands of hair from her cheek, yet it hovered suspended in the air. I shall orchestrate a grand family reunion for you. And as the price, his gaze sharpened, imbued with an oppressive intensity, like an invisible blade poised against Lorna's very soul. From the moment your father was rescued, your loyalty, your strength, your future shall belong to me. You, alongside your father, akin to a king, shall become the sharpest and foremost pair of spears beneath my throne. His voice resonated like the whisper of a demon, laden with an undeniable command. Do you agree? In that moment, Lorna's breath came to a complete halt. Within her, a tempest surged. To submit to another? This was in stark opposition to the unyielding pride she had inherited from her father. Yet her father, the man who existed only in legend, yet influenced her at every turn. Finding him, seeing him had become her sole obsession in life. Yumu did not rush her. He merely awaited in silence. He understood that when a person is driven to the brink, any straw offered will be perceived as an oracle. Yet what he extended was not a straw, but a staircase to paradise, laced with venom. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Lorna bit down on her lip tightly, until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She lifted her head, her reddened eyes fixed intently upon Yumu, as if she sought to etch his visage into her very soul. In the end, all her pride and struggles crumbled before the insatiable yearning for her father. She forced her answer out, word by word, through clenched teeth. I promise. These two words drained her of all strength. A satisfied smile finally graced Yumu's face. He understood that the seed had been sown, awaiting a grand ceremony to take root and flourish. He turned away, his figure slowly dissipating into the ether. Gather everyone for a meeting. Moments later, in the strategic conference room of the Illuminati, Queen Emma, Tony Stark, Norman Osborn, and several newly sworn core sorcerers of the Hydra Magic Division convened. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. A colossal holographic blueprint of the icebox prison loomed like a ghost of icy blue, suspended above the conference table. The icebox prison, officially known as the High-Intensity Isolation Prison Beneath the Dome, was a joint creation of military and Stark Industries' previous generation of technology, theoretically impervious to external assault. Tony Stark's fingers danced rapidly across a virtual keyboard, torrents of data flashing before him. Theoretically? Yumu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, theoretically. A confident smirk curled at the corners of Tony's mouth. Anything designed with my father's input is like an open textbook of solutions to me. I have already identified 7 exploitable backdoors and 2 structural weaknesses. Give me 10 minutes, and I can incapacitate its security system for at least 3 minutes. I will handle the military's internal defense protocols. Beside him, Norman Osborn quickly interjected, his gaze filled with eagerness to please and awe. I have backups of General Ross's defensive deployments and emergency plans. Yumu nodded in satisfaction, shifting his gaze to Queen Emma. Emma, what about the psychological aspect? Emma Frost elegantly held a glass of red wine, maintaining her regal composure even in this pre-battle meeting. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, her voice cold yet melodious. I have conducted a preliminary psychic scan of the prison's perimeter guards. The will of the ordinary soldiers is feeble, but the trouble lies in the prison's most formidable force, which is not the military. Her gaze sharpened slightly. It is a singular individual. Codename, Red Tank. Real name, K. Marco. A living weapon of destruction blessed by the dimensional dark god, Sidorak. On the holographic display, an image of a man grotesquely muscular appeared. He donned heavy red armor and a massive, completely sealed helmet. His helmet could nullify all forms of psychic penetration, rendering my abilities ineffective against him. Simultaneously, Sidorak's deep crimson magic bestowed upon him near-infinite strength and an unstoppable charge capability. Physical attacks were virtually ineffective against him. Once he charged, none could withstand his onslaught. Emma's voice instilled immense pressure upon all present. A creature immune to mental assaults, fortified with maximum physical defenses, and equipped with an invincible charge. How could one possibly contend with such an adversary? Yet, upon hearing that name, a cruelly exhilarating smile crept across Yumu's lips. A red tank, was it? He had encountered it before during his escape from prison. The last time, he had relied on an almost sinister method, consuming a potent rodent poison to drive it back. However, this time, Yumu's gaze fell upon his right hand. Though it appeared ordinary, he could distinctly sense a primordial beast capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas lurking beneath his skin. It was time to let this Qilin taste the flavor of blood. As for the nefarious ability he had kept under wraps, 100 catching a blade with bare hands, this time he had no intention of employing it. A thought flashed through Yumu's mind. Battle, after all, epitomizes the pinnacle of a man's fervor and romance. If every conflict were to be resolved through such rudimentary and unskilled means, it would be utterly mundane. He would become jaded. True strength never relies on shortcuts. The true warriors relish the process of shattering obstacles inch by inch with their own fists. Moreover, there are many formidable foes in this world, including those who lack hands. He craved an exhilarating battle to fully harness the newly awakened, unparalleled power within him. He yearned for a genuine victory to proclaim his potential, unassisted by any underhanded tactics. Unstoppable was he. Yumu mused softly, a glimmer of excitement shining in his profound eyes, akin to a chess master poised to make a winning move. He was eager to see whether his opponent's charge was more unyielding than the heat of his fists. The meeting concluded, and Yumu appeared before Lorna, tossing a detailed action plan into her hands. His voice was cold, yet brimming with anticipation. Prepare yourself. Your letter of intent has arrived. We shall herald the king's return with a grand spectacle of fireworks. Chapter 0105, Divine Power Showdown. S.H.I.E.L.D versus Red Tank, the Icebox Prison. A steel fortress deeply buried beneath the permafrost of the Rocky Mountains was abruptly shattered by a heart-wrenching alarm. Yumu chose not to employ any cunning schemes for his infiltration. With an almost haughty demeanor, he, accompanied by his newly formed, rune-clad Hydra Sorcerer Battalion, manifested before the prison's main entrance like a deity descending to the mortal realm. He reigned supreme. Within the monitoring room, General Ross, who arrived for inspection, felt his weathered face twist in an instant at the sight appearing on the screen. That figure, that iconic visage adorned with a faintly sinister smile behind a white mask. It was him, the man who had toyed with S.H.I.E.L.D, effortlessly strolling out of this so-called impenetrable fortress. You again. General Ross trembled with rage, his knuckles whitening from the pressure of his grip, veins bulging like worms on his stout neck. This was not merely a provocation. It was an affront, a blatant scorn directed at him and the entire American military. He had always believed that order must be established upon absolute force. While the world often claims that power leads to corruption, he maintained that power merely reveals one's true nature. His nature, indeed, was to crush any rogue daring to challenge the established rules with an iron fist. He would not repeat the same mistake. Last time he had been absent, allowing those fools at S.H.I.E.L.D to falter. This time, he would witness the downfall of this white mask and his ludicrous confidence. Reduced to mere pulp beneath the mightiest weapon at his disposal. Grabbing the communicator, he almost roared as he issued his highest command. Release the Red Tank. Crush them for me. The moment the command was given, the entire prison began to tremble violently. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying rumble that shook the earth. A 10-meter-thick containment wall, forged from a special alloy, was shattered by an irresistible force from within. Countless shards of stone and metal erupted outward. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a towering figure clad in deep crimson heavy armor emerged, resembling a moving mountain, advancing step by step. Each footfall cracked the solid frozen ground and caused distant surveillance cameras to sway violently. He emitted a beastly, guttural roar, his voice brimming with unleashed ecstasy and pure destructive intent. No one shall stop me. I'm the Red Tank. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his massive form transformed into a crimson blur, disregarding all vile curses and shadow energy unleashed by the Hydra sorcerers. Those magics, capable of corroding steel and extinguishing souls, evaporated upon contact with the invisible deep red aura surrounding him, like water splashing against a red-hot iron, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. He charged directly toward Yumu, the sheer, unreasonable destructive force, as if intent on piercing through the very world, caused the air to emit a sharp wail. Faced with this annihilating power that could instill despair in any hero, the corners of Yumu's mouth curled into a fervent smile. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He felt his blood boiling within him, every cell quivering with excitement at the impending pressure. A sword of unparalleled excellence, if merely hung upon a wall, shall forever remain a mere ornament. It is only through the taste of blood, through clashes with equally formidable forces, that its worth can be substantiated. The power he had recently acquired was akin to a ferocious beast confined within a cage, yearning to proclaim its rebirth through a resounding battle. To be completely unarmed against a blade? No. Such an aesthetically void decree would be a sacrilege against the banquet of conflict that lay ahead. Combat should embody a romance of visceral impact, a primal symphony of strength and will. He longed to savor, with his own fists, the essence of what this so-called invincibility truly entailed. With resolve, Yumu slowly raised his right arm. A roar erupted from within him, not akin to human utterance. but reminiscent of a primordial beast bellow, resonating powerfully throughout his being. Flames of a vivid crimson surged skyward from his right arm. Subsequently, intricate, sturdy scales glimmering with metallic luster rapidly appeared, enveloping his entire arm and ultimately transforming it into a fearsome, majestic arm of a Kirin, brimming with explosive might. Fire Kirin arm. The intensely scorching waves of heat radiated outward from him, instantly vaporizing the millennia-old ice and snow beneath, distorting even the very air itself with ripples of high temperature. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in Yu Mu's eyes as he faced the torrent of deep crimson destruction, unleashing a powerful punch. Halt! The flames encapsulated within the Kirin arm, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, collided forcefully with the unstoppable charge of the red tank. A thunderous roar erupted, enough to shatter eardrums and make the entire Rocky Mountains tremble. The pure might of the Kirin clashed with the sheer destructive magic in the most primal and savage manner. A visible shockwave, intertwined with crimson flames and deep red magical energy, surged outward like a tsunami, leveling all remaining structures and alloy walls in its path. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the red tank's charge, capable of breaching all, was abruptly and unreasonably halted by this singular blow. Even a momentary pause. In the control room, General Ross's sinister grin instantly froze. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, leaning forward as if to press his face against the cold screen. How could this be? That was the red tank, the earthly avatar of the malevolent deity S.H.I.E.L.D, the most powerful living siege hammer in the military's arsenal. Its strength derived from another dimension, a conceptual invincibility. How could it be stopped by a mere fist? On the battlefield, the helmet-clad face of the red tank was now etched with incomprehensible shock and fury. A disgrace. This is a profound humiliation. Last time right here, he was vanquished by an unknown youth employing enigmatic tactics, an incident he has long regarded as the most egregious blemish on his illustrious career. Yet this time, he is operating at full capacity. The power of the malevolent deity surges within him like an unrelenting tide. How could he possibly be thwarted again? A roar of fury escapes him, not merely a manifestation of his wrath, but a declaration of the divine majesty, incensed from a distant dimension. In the crimson dimension, the realm of S.H.I.E.L.D, upon a throne formed of endless blood-hued crystals, a colossal entity, ineffable in form and composed of pure crimson energy, gradually opens its eyes. It senses the disturbance. Its earthly avatar, its most cherished instrument of destruction, is being directly confronted by a force equally domineering and ancient. How intriguing, S.H.I.E.L.D whispers, its voice reverberating throughout the dimension. A being has emerged in the mortal realm capable of contending with the might of the S.H.I.E.L.D. It perceives that this power is imbued with the essence of flames and the majesty of divine beasts, starkly contrasting with its own crimson magic, yet attaining a similar pinnacle of ferocity and strength. Perhaps it is time for its progeny, who have slumbered for far too long in the crimson dimension, to witness this increasingly fascinating world. They have grown excessively arrogant. With a mere thought, a surge of far greater, purer, malevolent energy transcends dimensional barriers, flooding into the red tank's being. On the battlefield, empowered by the full might of the malevolent deity, the crimson flames enveloping the red tank swell exponentially. He bellows in rage, summoning his strength anew. Begone! Boom! Yu Mu feels an overwhelming force, far surpassing the previous onslaught, crashing upon him, suppressing the blazing flames of the S.H.I.E.L.D arm. The sheer might sends him hurtling backward several meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he struggles to regain his balance. He realizes that the current red tank is no longer merely a blessed mortal. He has become a vessel, a temporary shell through which the malevolent deity S.H.I.E.L.D can project its power into this world. This battle has transcended the realm of mortals and escalated into a divine confrontation. Intriguing. The playful excitement in Yu Mu's eyes slowly wanes, replaced by an extreme, emotionless coldness and indifference. However, the game ends here. He slowly raises his left hand, pointing it as if it were a sword. There is no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling display of light. Only an invisible, serene terror emanates from him, a sword intent so chilling it seems capable of freezing time itself. The intent of Sword 23. The power of 3 points returning to vitality. Yumu was not yet capable of unleashing the complete and cataclysmic sword of the primordial spirit that could annihilate heaven and earth. However, merely by harnessing a fragment of the stillness sword intent, which had the potential to alter the very rules of existence, and infusing it with the nascent, disintegrating energy of the returning vitality within him, he was poised to enact divine judgment. In an instant, an invisible domain radiated from Yumu, enveloping the roaring and charging red tank. The space surrounding the red tank became extraordinarily viscous. His mind raged with an insatiable desire to tear everything before him into shreds. Yet his body, once invulnerable and propelled by the power of the dark god, seemed to plunge into an eternal amber of stasis. Each of his movements was slowed to an excruciating crawl. Time itself was severed. Why can't my body move? For the first time, the red tank's brutal will encounter the emotion known as fear. It was a sensation more terrifying than death itself. He watched helplessly as he lost control over himself, abandoned by the world and frozen in that eternal moment. Amidst his overwhelming horror, Yumu strolled through the stillness he had imposed, arriving before him. With a gentle stroke, he brought down the sword. No sound, no resistance. The red tank stared vacantly at Yumu, watching as he retracted his hand, motion frozen in place, muttering mindlessly, "Impossible. This cannot be." He could not comprehend his defeat. He was supposed to be unstoppable. A fine line of blood appeared at the junction of his indomitable helmet and neck. The next second, his colossal head slowly separated from his massive body. In the monitoring room, General Ross's complexion drained of color, becoming paler than that of corpse. What had he witnessed? He beheld a deity, beheaded by a mere mortal. The shock barely encapsulated his feelings. It was sheer terror. A profound dread emanated from the depths of his being, born from the shattering of his worldview. The man before him, clad in black, with a white smiling mask, had grown even stronger, and in a manner utterly unfathomable. General Ross was among the select few who understood the source of the red tank's power. Thus, he was acutely aware that Yumu had not merely severed a neck. He had ripped apart the chasm between mortals and deities. Who was this man? He was neither a superhero, nor a mutant, nor an extraterrestrial. He was a god walking among men. A surge of crimson, malevolent energy erupted from the dismembered remains of the red tank, enveloping its head and body in a desperate attempt to forcibly restore and reconnect them. Yet, Yumu approached with an air of nonchalance, the searing heat emanating from his right arm having long since dissipated. In its stead, a sphere of energy, intricately woven from the hues of wind, cloud, and frost, spun relentlessly, exuding an aura of finality. This was the threefold return to the source. Yumu gently pressed this embodiment of disintegration and restoration against the chest plate of the red tank, which writhed in a frenzy of repair. There was neither explosion nor deafening sound. In General Ross's terror-stricken gaze, the red tank's nearly indestructible form, constructed from the power of the malevolent deity, crumbled into nothingness before the trifling sphere of energy, silent and unceremonious, like a sandcastle dissolving under the sun. From scales to flesh, and finally to bone, it was utterly reduced to the most primordial particles of energy, dissipating into the frigid air. The essence and spirit obliterated, Yumu stood amidst the void, as though he had merely brushed away an unsightly speck of dust. He turned, gazing toward the depths of the prison, his calm voice resonating clearly across the desolate battlefield. The appetizer has concluded. Now, let us welcome our Magneto. Chapter 0106, A Stare Between Kings. In the control room of the icebox prison, an oppressive silence reigned. General Ross pressed his bloodshot face against the icy monitor, his pupils constricted to mere pinpricks from sheer terror. On the screen, the deep crimson light that signified the life signs of the red tank had vanished completely. In its stead stood a man clad in black, adorned with a smiling mask, quietly poised amidst the ruins now laid to waste. How is this possible? General Ross's throat emitted a rasping sound, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows. That was the red tank, a living siege engine, blessed by a malevolent deity, and in a conceptual sense, unstoppable. It was the United States military's ultimate trump card, the cornerstone of his order that he wielded to instill fear in the entire extraordinary world. Yet, this very force, this proud bastion of power, had just been erased by a man in a manner he could neither comprehend nor envision. Not defeated, erased. Like an artist effortlessly erasing a flaw from a draft, with grace and artistry, devoid of any semblance of conflict. In this moment, General Ross finally grasped that the most formidable barrier in existence was not forged of steel or alloy, but rather the insurmountable chasm of understanding that lay between mortals and the divine. He slumped in the command chair, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. The worldview he had devoted his life to constructing, rooted in power and order, crumbled in an instant. The alloy corridors within the prison are cold and profound. Yu Mu and his companions stroll leisurely towards the innermost depths. Their footsteps echo in the vast passage, clear and rhythmic, as if tolling the final bell for the demise of an era. Trailing behind him, the serpent sorcerers remain silent as shadows, their robes adorned with runes seemingly capable of devouring light, each exuding an aura of absolute obedience and fervent devotion. They are no longer a rabble, but a legion dedicated solely to the service of the new deity. The prison's defensive systems, rendered obsolete by the intrusion of Tony Stark, have become mere illusions. The military's internal protocols appear more like a jest in the face of the intelligence provided by Norman Osborn. The once impregnable fortress, before Yu Mu, resembles a paper labyrinth, easily penetrated. Along the way, countless prisoners cheer, beseeching Yu Mu for assistance. He pays no heed to their trifling pleas. They are simply too feeble. On the third underground level, Yu Mu passes a cell constructed from materials that suppress extraordinary energy. Inside, a middle-aged man with golden hair sits gracefully on the edge of a modest bed. Though clad in prison garb, his innate nobility and arrogance remain undiminished. He is Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. Upon seeing Yu Mu and his entourage, a flicker of surprise flashes in his eyes, quickly supplanted by a deep-seated disdain and a sense of entitlement. He presumes this to be another faction of mutants come to rescue him, their former king, a notion both ludicrous and yet entirely reasonable. A myriad of thoughts surge within Sebastian Shaw. He is too indifferent to discern the identity of his visitors. In his view, any powerful mutant should ultimately submit to him, the founder of the Hellfire Club. He begins to contemplate how to exploit this new group to reorganize his influence. Perhaps he could promise them a position within the inner circle, or, leveraging his invincible ability to absorb energy, he could conquer them outright. He has always believed that control over energy equates to control over the world. He has never considered that there exists a force transcending energy itself. Much like a frog at the bottom of a well can never fathom the vastness of the ocean. "You have arrived at the perfect moment," Sebastian Shaw says as he slowly rises, adjusting the collar of his prison attire as if it were an exquisite garment. In a tone reminiscent of condescension, he speaks haughtily, "Release me, and I shall overlook your recklessness." In return, when the Earth is once again in the hands of us mutants, the dominion over North America can be shared with you. He regards Yu Mu as one might, a promising subordinate worthy of recruitment. Yet, the only response he receives is a profound silence. Yu Mu halted his steps, tilting his head slightly, the pristine white mask of a smiling face appearing particularly eerie at that moment. Within him, not a ripple of emotion stirred. He found it rather amusing. There are always certain insects that stubbornly regard their nest as the entirety of the universe. "What qualifications do you possess?" Yu Mu's voice, soft yet distinctly audible, reached Zhao's ears. "To negotiate terms with me?" This seemingly casual remark struck like an invisible slap, landing harshly upon Sebastian Zhao's face. His complexion instantly flushed crimson, the trampled arrogance transforming into a towering fury. "Ignorant fool," Zhao fumed, unleashing the energy within him in an explosive surge. He aimed to absorb every ounce of energy, light, kinetic forces in the air, even the bioelectricity coursing through the bodies of those around him, before utterly reducing this young man, who was blissfully unaware of his own limitations, to ashes. However, Yu Mu merely flicked his finger nonchalantly. Whoosh! An almost imperceptible force, undetectable by any instrument, bypassed the energy suppression field of the cell and directly penetrated Zhao's body. This was not mere energy. It was the three-point return chi, a seed of order, a source of chaos. Sebastian Zhao's body stiffened abruptly. In terror, he realized that the profound connection he had with the overwhelming energy within him had been forcibly severed by an external, overwhelmingly dominant power. No, it was not a severance. It was a manipulation. The ability he had prided himself on, akin to an extension of his arm, had betrayed him in that very moment. The chaotic energy he had absorbed spiraled out of control, like wild stallions rampaging through his veins and cells, colliding with one another. No, this is impossible. For the first time, fear graced Zhao's features, a terror more dreadful than death, the loss of control over his own existence. His body swelled uncontrollably like a balloon, the surface of his skin fracturing with crimson cracks, blinding energy surging forth from the fissures. A wail filled with resentment and despair escaped his lips. Ultimately, a muffled explosion reverberated through the air, as this once mighty king of hellfire was obliterated within his own cell, reduced to a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his former self. Disruptive, Yumu did not spare a glance at the crimson aftermath, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome fly. Continuing his stride forward, the eyes of those behind him, including Emma, the White Queen, were now filled with an even deeper reverence for Yumu. They had finally reached the end of the corridor. Here stood the final cell, a prison cage entirely composed of special plastics, ceramics, and high-density polymers, an absolute non-metallic enclosure. Lorna Dane stood before the door, her body trembling uncontrollably from extreme excitement and tension. Her hand clenched tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Yet she felt no pain. Behind the door lay the obsession that had consumed her life, a man who existed only in legend and blood, yet had shaped her entire existence. For this moment, she had sacrificed her loyalty and wagered her future. She was unaware whether the imminent reunion would bring redemption or mark the beginning of another descent into the abyss. All she knew was that throughout life, one inevitably encounters pivotal crossroads, and she had already made her choice. Queen Emma stepped forward, eschewing any tools. Her sapphire eyes glimmered with a dazzling brilliance, and her formidable psychic power, akin to an invisible master key, silently delved into the intricately complex lock of the prison door. Click! A soft sound echoed as the door gradually swung inward. Inside the cell, the light was dim. A gaunt middle-aged man, his hair and beard somewhat disheveled, yet his spine still erect, slowly lifted his head. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, seemed capable of piercing through the world's illusions. Upon seeing the familiar, dark green figure at the threshold, a fleeting flash of indescribable complexity crossed his hawk-like eyes. There was astonishment, the warmth of a long-lost reunion. But more than that, a profound, unspoken guilt buried deep within his heart. He had spent his life fighting for the future of mutants, led the Brotherhood, and stood against the world, revered as a king, yet feared by many. Yet he understood that he alone owed a debt to the daughter before him. Lorna, the voice of Magneto, Eric Lenscher, was hoarse and dry, as if each syllable bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The father and daughter, separated by a door and decades of time, finally locked eyes. However, this tender moment did not linger long. Eric's gaze slowly drifted past his daughter, beyond the men and women behind her emanating an aura of danger. Ultimately, his focus like a sharp arrow, fixed intently upon the young man adorned with a white, smiley face mask. All present, including his own daughter, subtly gravitated around this man. A sudden heaviness weighed down Eric's heart. From a young man, he sensed none of the familiar energy signatures. No magnetism, no telepathy, no emanation of power, nothing at all. It was as if an absolute void resided there. Yet, it was this very emptiness that imparted an unprecedented, abyssal terror upon him. He understood that true power never clamors for attention. It simply exists quietly, enough to silence the world. He also realized that rescuing him had never been the young man's intention. Both he and his daughter were merely pawns on this man's chessboard. Eric slowly rose to his feet. He extended his hand, meticulously adjusting the tattered prison garb that adorned him, his movements precise, as if it were a regal robe symbolizing supreme authority. The formidable presence belonging to a legendary figure returned anew, enough to make the world tremble. Ignoring everyone around him, he strode to the cell door, locking his piercing gaze onto Yumu's eyes. It was a silent confrontation, a gaze exchange between kings. "You," Eric began, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable scrutiny and authority. "Who are you?" Chapter 0107, The Price of Kingship. Confronted by Magneto, Eric's judgmental stare. Yumu's pristine white mask appeared particularly eerie under the dim light. Beneath the mask, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. He refrained from answering, for the answer itself would signify weakness. Instead, he countered with a tone that was nearly mocking yet resonated with supreme authority. Who I am has never been of consequence. What matters is, Eric Lensher, do you wish for the name Magneto to decay alongside your bones in this plastic cage? Or do you aspire to reclaim your crown and stand in the new world I have prepared for you? His words struck Eric's heart like a heavy hammer. Crown. Such a familiar yet distant term. Eric's gaze sharpened like a blade in an instant. His life had been one of relentless battle. From the barbed wires of concentration camps to his rift with Charles and the rise and fall of the Brotherhood. Like a solitary lion, he had sought to tear apart the world's hypocrisy with his magnetic might, yearning to carve out a realm where his kin could breathe freely. He had witnessed the depths of human depravity and wielded power capable of reshaping the world. He understood well that to earn respect, one must first instill fear. Before him stood a young man, radiating an aura akin to his own, an absolute contempt for established norms, an insatiable thirst for ultimate power, and the audacity to treat the entire world as a chessboard. This was kinship. Yet, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. One throne cannot accommodate two kings. His lifelong pride forbade him from bowing to an enigmatic youth. Even in chains, for the dignity of a king remained unblemished. Just as the air thickened to a point where even light seemed to freeze, a trembling yet resolute voice shattered the silence. Father. The North Star, Lorna, stepped forward, placing herself between the two kings. Her body quivered, not from fear, but from a torrent of emotions long suppressed, now on the verge of eruption. She dared not meet her father's complex gaze, fixating instead on the ground. I promised him, for the sake of today, for the opportunity to stand here and behold you, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Within Lorna's heart lies a tumultuous battlefield. She is acutely aware of her actions, wagering not only her own future, but also that of her father, treating them as mere stakes in a grand gamble. Yet, she finds herself devoid of choices. When one has groped through endless darkness for far too long, any beam of light that pierces through is perceived as the entirety of the sun. And Yumu is that light, a brilliance potent enough to scorch all, yet utterly irresistible. Eric abruptly turned his gaze towards his daughter, his hawk-like eyes reflecting a rare display of shock, heartache, and an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Having traversed a life of battle against the world, he had never known a moment of weakness. But at this instant, witnessing the stubborn yet fragile silhouette of his daughter, he felt as though his heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He had fought his entire life for the future of mutants, yet he had neglected his own bloodline. This debt, this irreplaceable paternal love, had now become the sharpest of blades in another's grasp, precisely piercing his only vulnerability. Yumu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see into the depths of one's soul. He let out a soft chuckle, reverberating through the empty corridor, imbued with the poise and mockery of one in power. Do not regard me with such eyes, Magneto. This is not a threat. I have no desire to engage in such base antics. This, my friend, is a transaction. I offer you a reunion with your daughter, a chance to emerge from your prison. In return, you and your infinitely potential-laden daughter shall repay the price of this newfound freedom with your strength. Yumu's voice paused, taking on a deeper tone, laden with devilish allure. I shall establish an entirely new order, one where mutants no longer need to hide, where they shall not be regarded as outcasts or monsters, but can stand under the sun, looking down upon those who once discriminated against them. And you, Eric Lensher, shall be the cornerstone of this new order, the most formidable judge beneath my throne. His words acted as a poisoned key, precisely unlocking the shackles of Eric's deepest ideals. Had he not fought, bloodied hands and all, for such a world? A world where mutants would no longer shed tears. Yet to place hope in the hands of another, was this truly Eric Lensher? As if perceiving his final struggle, Yumu slowly raised his right hand. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, no suffocating magnetic field changes, only a faint, delicate force, woven from the hues of wind, cloud, and frost, beginning to emanate from his fingertips. Buzz! The air surrounding Eric underwent an inexplicable, essential transformation. It is no longer a mere gas, nor a collection of particles. It has transformed into a minuscule realm, utterly still and completely disassembled. In that moment, Eric's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He felt none of the familiar forces, be it magnetism, gravity, heat, or kinetic energy, were present. Yet, from that insignificant breath of energy, he sensed a terrifying presence that made his very soul tremble. It was a dominion possessed solely by a creator deity, a power capable of disassembling all things, disregarding the rules, and even erasing existence itself, emanating from a higher dimension. In an instant, he comprehended the truth. The young man before him was fundamentally different from himself, from Charles, and from any mutant he had ever known. They were kings who operated within the confines of rules, wielding power to its utmost potential. But this man, he was the architect of those very rules. From a very beginning, they existed on entirely different planes. Father, Lorna's voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of sorrow. This may be our only opportunity. Rather than decay in this prison, allowing pride and ideals to rot together, it is better to witness the birth of a new era under the new king, even if it is merely as a cornerstone. Ultimately, Eric slowly closed his eyes. On his weathered face, all struggles, anger, and resentment gradually faded in the face of this harsh reality. He recalled the cold iron bars of the concentration camp, the despairing gazes of his brethren, and Charles's naive yet shattered dreams. He understood that great endeavors often demand sacrifice. He had already sacrificed so much. He no longer cared to stake his dignity once more. When he opened his eyes again, all emotions had transmuted into a decision as deep as an abyss. He was not yielding. He had merely chosen a path he believed would be more beneficial for the future of mutants. I promise you, Eric's voice was hoarse yet resolute, but my loyalty shall be devoted solely to the future of mutants. Excellent. Yumu nodded in satisfaction, a radiant smile blossoming beneath his mask. For him, the object of loyalty was of little consequence. For when power reaches a certain magnitude, all loyalties ultimately converge in the same direction, toward him. Your strength, directed for my use, is all that matters. He turned away, the hem of his black coat tracing an elegant arc, leading a terrifying force capable of making any nation tremble. As they advanced beyond the refrigerator, behind him lay the curtain of an old era. Before him was a new world soon to be disrupted by his own hand. News spread like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, engulfing the upper echelons of America within mere hours. The refrigerator had been breached. The red tanks had been obliterated. Black King Sebastian Shaw has perished within his own cell. The most terrifying news, however, is that Magneto, Eric Lensher, has regained his freedom. The entire military and political landscape of the United States has been plunged into a state of unparalleled panic and upheaval. General Ross has been urgently relieved of his duties. His face twisted in fear has become a nightmare of countless individuals in the weeks to come. The red alert at the Pentagon blares throughout the night. An unprecedented nationwide manhunt for the enigmatic figure donning a white smiling mask has officially been issued. At S.H.I.E.L. DS Trident headquarters, Nick Fury's singular eye fixates intently on the holographic screen displaying the enlarged visage of the masked man, adorned with an unsettling grin. Behind this masked figure stand two solemn sentinels, Magneto, Eric Lensher, and Polaris, Lorna Dane, one a former sovereign of mutants, stirring the very fabric of the world, and the other, a new generation princess inheriting his lineage and power. Yet now, these two royals willingly stand in the shadow of another. Fury recognizes the individual beneath the white mask. A wave of dizziness washes over him as his temples throb with intensity. The disappearances of Hill and Coulson have already left him in despair, and the current chaos has presented him with unprecedented challenges. For the first time, he feels regret, a profound, bone-deep regret named fear. He laments not having spared any effort to eradicate this unpredictable threat when he first encountered it in New York, failing to utilize all available resources to quash it in its infancy. Instead, he squandered his energies on the illusory Insight program, focusing on the Skrulls lurking in the shadows. The result? His arrogance has birthed a true dragon he can no longer control. Such is the nature of humanity. It is only when one loses control of a situation that they are filled with regret. Just then, the door to his office gently creaks open. Fury snaps back to reality, a fleeting glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes, but upon recognizing the newcomers, his taut nerves relax slightly. His most trusted allies, Maria Hill and Phil Coulson, enter. Their expressions remain as composed and resolute as ever, as if they could face the collapse of the world with equanimity. Yet, in the eyes of these familiar subordinates, a fleeting, inhuman, cold glimmer reminiscent of a creeping creature flickers. Director, Fury's spirit lifts. His aides have arrived. Chapter 0108, Shadows of Snakes and Stars at S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident headquarters. Fury is acutely aware that before him, these are not the true Hill and Coulson. They are Skrulls, those adept at shape-shifting, cosmic exiles in disguise. However, their capabilities and loyalty at this critical juncture are even more dependable than those of true humanity. As the chessboard teeters on the brink of collapse, he can only rely on these equally perilous pieces. Commander. The returning Hill's voice was urgent, each word striking like a nail upon Fury's nerves. The situation is dire. We must invoke the highest authority. She stepped forward, her eyes revealing an unmasked determination. The military has become a complete farce. They are unreliable. We must immediately initiate the Insight program, globally targeting both Mook and all his accomplices, once and for all. The phrase once and for all bore a sanguinary weight. At her side, Coulson immediately concurred, his tone chilling, akin to a blade tempered with poison. We can no longer afford any sentimentality in dealing with such adversaries. Any hesitation is an act of cruelty towards ourselves. We must employ thunderous measures. The two harmonized like a pair of bellows, fanning the flames of anxiety and murderous intent within Fury's heart, intensifying it further. Fury remained silent. He understood that when a man possesses but a hammer, all issues appear as nails. Presently, the only hammer in his possession was the Insight program, capable of placing the world beneath the gun. Driven to the brink, and spurred on by his two confidants, the heart of the king of spies was ultimately encased in ice. He slowly raised his head, and in his singular eye, the last vestige of hesitation was replaced by a resolute glint. Activated, he intended to unite the remaining radicals within the military at any cost, to command those 3 airborne motherships to execute a thorough cleansing of this unruly world. Concurrently, he entered an absolutely confidential chamber alone, bearing the weight of secrecy. He activated a long-dormant communication device, shrouded in dust. A complex series of encrypted messages transformed into intangible waves, piercing the atmosphere and reaching into the profound depths of the cosmos. That was his final trump card, a card he had never envisioned nor wished to employ. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. The meeting concluded. Nick Fury boarded a black Chevrolet armored vehicle, flanked by a convoy of escort cars, departing from Trident headquarters. He was en route to a secret stronghold to meet with the remnants of General Ross's forces, consolidating the last vestiges of armed power. What he did not know was that when the divine decrees your downfall, it first entraps you in madness. An assassination plot against him had already been set in motion. The convoy traversed the desolate highway, landscapes rapidly receding on either side. Suddenly, several similarly black vehicles, emerging like ravenous wolves from the depths of hell, charged from a side road with an unreasonable ferocity, instantly forcing Fury's vehicle to a halt. The shrill sound of brakes pierced the air. From the vehicle, a throng of well-trained, well-equipped agents surged forth like a tidal wave. Their movements were synchronized, their gazes cold as ice. The insignia on their tactical uniforms bore a grotesque skull-octopus emblem that had no place here. Hydra. The sound of gunfire erupted violently. Yet, the adversaries clearly had no intention of allowing him any opportunity to engage. With a whoosh and a boom, a rocket trailing flames struck Fury's vehicle with pinpoint accuracy. The ensuing explosion transformed the so-called fortress, reputed to withstand all conventional assaults, into a towering inferno. Amidst the chaos, on a nearby overpass, a mysterious figure donned in a metallic mask and long hair coldly observed the scene with emotionless eyes. Beside him stood an impeccably dressed, distinguished elder, Alexander Pierce, the highest-ranking official of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the most deeply embedded leader of Hydra. As he gazed upon the flames, a satisfied smile crept across his face, revealing the fangs he had concealed for decades. Simultaneously, a Quinjet descended gracefully upon a military airfield in Washington. The hatch opened, and a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man emerged, exuding the purity of midday sunlight. Clutched in his hand was a circular shield adorned with blue, white, and red stripes. His eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and determination that seemed out of place in this era. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had returned to this city, both familiar and utterly alien, in pursuit of his dear friend Bucky Barnes. Little did he know, a storm capable of upheaving the entire nation was about to unfold. In the shadowy stronghold of Hydra's magical branch, the White Queen, Emma Frost, clad in an elegant white gown, reported the freshly gathered intelligence to the man seated upon the throne. The chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D. was palpable. Nick Fury had been ambushed in broad daylight, his fate uncertain. Hydra, led by Pierce, sought to exploit this turmoil and seize control. Her tone remained calm and graceful, as if narrating an inconsequential morning news update. Upon finishing her report, the man on the throne, Yumu, emitted a soft, disdainful chuckle. Pierce, a mere pawn, adept only at manipulating power from the shadows, relying on information asymmetry and treachery to amass gains. He was a mortal who had never grasped the essence of strength. How absurd that he dared to call himself Hydra. Yumu rose slowly from his throne and walked to the center of the Grand Hall, where a colossal mirror, constructed of pure dark energy and towering several meters high, floated. Its surface resembled an abyss, capable of devouring all light. He extended his right hand, his slender fingers gently pressing against the cold mirror. A hum resonated as a primal power, born from his bloodline and the depths of his soul, belonging to the scion of Hydra's magical branch, was fully awakened. The entire mirror suddenly rippled with an eerie disturbance. Within its depths, blurred figures emanating an aura of malevolence, antiquity, and power began to materialize one by one. They represented the true core of Hydra, the genuine masterminds scattered across the globe, wielding extraordinary powers and commanding terrifying legions. Among them was Baron Strucker, his visage marked by sinister intent as he conducted inhumane experiments, the enchanting Madame Hydra, exuding a toxic allure, and other spectral remnants of a bygone era lurking in the corners of the world. Yumu gazed at these ominous and imposing figures reflected in the mirror, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing increasingly frigid. He resolved that it was time for these relics of past glories to comprehend who truly held dominion over Hydra. His voice, though soft, resonated through the magical network like a divine proclamation, penetrating the very souls of each mastermind present. In the name of the leader of Hydra's magical division, I hereby convene the highest council of Hydra. Yumu's gaze swept across each formidable presence in the mirror, his eyes resembling those of one surveying a collection of dust destined for eradication. The old era had come to an end. Now, prepare to welcome your new sovereign. Chapter 0109, The Claim to the Throne. The highest council of Hydra convened in a manner that transcended the imagination of the mundane, within a realm where spirit and magic intertwined. This was a grand Gothic hall, constructed solely from pure will. Above, restless shadows of energy swirled, resembling a condensed cosmos devoid of stars. The pillars of the hall were adorned with carvings of past Hydra leaders and the nameless ancient deities they revered. The air was thick with a heady mixture of power, conspiracy, and the intoxicating scent of blood. Figures radiating immense willpower emerged from the shadows, taking their seats around a circular obsidian table. They were the true core of Hydra, lurking beneath the world's shadows, commanding technology, finance, military might, and extraordinary forces. Among them was Alexander Pierce, who had recently seized control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Insight program through a bloody coup. His manifestation of will appeared most substantial, brimming with satisfaction. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over his diverse colleagues. Baron Strucker, with his sinister demeanor, obsessed with inhumane experiments, and Madame Hydra, whose form seemed to be woven from poison and deceit. A smirk of unabashed contempt graced his lips, a hallmark of the victor. He had always believed that power merely revealed human nature, and his nature was to place the entire world upon his chessboard. To him, the so-called magic and mutation were nothing more than unstable forces, difficult to control. Only order, the ironclad order he had forged through absolute surveillance and precise eradication, represented the ultimate form of dominion. At that moment, at the apex of the Grand Hall, upon the throne forged from bones and runes, a symbol of supreme authority, a youthful figure coalesced silently into being. Clad in black, with a pale visage, Alexander Pierce gazed upon the sudden apparition of the young man, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing, a deeper scorn illuminating his eyes. He was the first to strike, his voice slicing through the hall's oppressive silence like a chilling blade. The Chosen One? What an antiquated and laughable title. His tone was rife with the condescension of modern rulers towards ancient traditions. While I manipulate power and infiltrate the world, turning the greatest malignancy, S.H.I.E.L.D, to my advantage, you self-proclaimed noble mystics remain in your shadowy castles, toying with trivial illusions. He slowly rose, his presence radiating an overwhelming sense of authority, a confidence befitting a high-ranking official of the World Security Council and a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that Nick Fury is but a corpse, S.H.I.E.L.D. belongs to me, the Insight program is mine, and soon the entire world shall be mine. Therefore, the leadership of Hydra rightfully belongs to me, Alexander Pierce. As his words echoed, the cold voice of Baron Strucker immediately chimed in. Pierce is correct. The future belongs to technology and the power we can command. What qualifies this so-called Chosen One, of unknown origins, to lead us? The other leaders nodded in agreement, their faith firmly placed in tangible weapons and armies, harboring instinctual distrust and hostility toward the ephemeral figure of Yumu, the newly emerged leader of the mystical faction. On the throne, Yumu remained unmoved by the united onslaught of these remnants of a bygone era, finding the situation somewhat amusing. They resembled a group of self-important ants, bickering over who would inherit land soon to be trampled. He refrained from engaging in grand narratives regarding ideology and the future, for there was no need to explain to those who were already doomed. With a mere snap of his fingers, a crisp sound resonated throughout the vast spiritual hall. In the next instant, from the shadows behind Yumu, two figures gradually materialized. To his left stood the White Queen, Emma Frost, adorned in a resplendent white ceremonial gown, her demeanor cold and haughty, resembling an untouchable statue carved from diamond. To his right was Magneto, Eric Lenscher, who simply stood in silence, his iconic dark red helmet, capable of nullifying all mental powers, sent a chilling wave of dread through the minds of all present. As these two figures vividly emerged within the gaze of the assembled leaders, the spiritual realm trembled violently. It is Emma Frost and Magneto. Eric Lenscher. Wasn't he imprisoned in ice? Shocked thoughts erupted throughout the hall, reverberating in a cacophony of disbelief. The leaders of Hydra may not fully comprehend the arcane arts, yet they cannot possibly be oblivious to the presence of these two individuals. Each of them possesses the formidable power to single-handedly overturn the governance of a small nation. They are classified in intelligence reports as cataclysmic threats of the highest order. Now, these two harbingers of disaster stand silently as the most devoted guardians behind the young man. The confidence and arrogance on Pierce's face instantly froze. His pupils dilated sharply, fixated on Eric's iconic helmet, a sense of foreboding coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent. At that moment, Yumu's voice finally broke the silence, remaining as flat and devoid of emotion as ever. Am I worthy? Pierce's complexion turned a ghastly shade, as if the blood had surged to his very essence, leaving him dizzy. However, his decades of political maneuvering compelled him to suppress the tempest within. He understood that retreat signified utter defeat. One only truly loses when they abandon the fight. After all, they're merely two mutants. He stubbornly maintained his bravado, though his voice betrayed an unintentional tremor. No matter how formidable they may be, they are still individuals. Once my Insight program is activated, 3 aerial motherships can eliminate thousands of targets every minute. In the face of absolute technological prowess, they are but moving targets. Is that so? Igrecumu smiled. The pure white mask of his smile appeared chillingly sinister at that moment. He even grew weary of speaking, casting a casual glance at the White Queen beside him. Emma Frost understood immediately. Her ice blue eyes ignited with a dazzling brilliance. Boom! An overwhelming, vast wave of terrifying psychic power descended like a tsunami from the realm of the mind. leaving no room for reaction as it brutally tore through the defenses of all Hydra's leaders. In the next instant, the ruins of the refrigerator prison, once leveled to the ground, bore witness to a scene reminiscent of a battle between gods and demons, imprinted in each leader's soul through Emma's almost torturous means. They were not merely spectators. They were experiencing it. They felt the unstoppable charge of the red tank, raw and despairing. Then, they sensed Yumu's Kirin arm, ablaze with infernal flames, embodying sheer dominance and ferocity. As that sword struck, it seemed as if all their thoughts were drawn into an absolute stillness, a gray-white void. Time, space, and causality, all were severed before that obliterating sword intent. That was the sword 23. Immediately, as the tricolor vortex at Yumu's fingertips pressed against the form of the Black King, Sebastian Shaw, they were plunged into a visceral experience of ultimate dread, the annihilation of all existence, where matter and energy were utterly reduced to nothingness. This was the essence of the three parts return to origin chi. In that moment, the self-proclaimed tyrants, who fancied themselves beyond the grasp of life and death, felt for the first time a soul-deep tremor and fear, akin to facing a celestial adversary, an overpowering sensation that was inescapable. Their manifestations of will flickered and twisted under the weight of this terrifying memory, as if on the verge of collapsing into oblivion. Pierce, struck as if by lightning, found his manifestation of will collapsing back into his seat, his expression a tableau of incomprehension and horror that shattered his entire worldview. What power was this? This was no strength a mere mortal could possess. It was divine retribution. As the tempest of consciousness gradually subsided, Yumu remained seated upon the throne. As if nothing had transpired, his icy gaze swept across the long table, lingering on each trembling manifestation of will, akin to soul stripped bare, paralyzed by terror. Now, who was in favor? Who was opposed? This time, no one dared to utter a sound. The entire hall of minds fell into a silence, so profound it seemed as though the very flow of will had ceased. Fear, far more reliable than loyalty or self-interest, served as the foundation of dominion. Satisfied, Yumu nodded and snapped his fingers once more. He wielded the supreme authority inherited from the Hydra magical branch, in conjunction with the clandestine backdoor program already embedded within the S.H.I.E.L.D. system by Tony Stark. An imperceptible command transcended the boundaries of reality and cyberspace. High above Washington, the three aerial motherships, resembling swords suspended in the heavens, experienced a silent transfer of ultimate control in an instant. No. Pierce's manifestation of will emitted a roar filled with bitterness and despair. That was his life's work, his greatest leverage over the world, his everything. Yet, his fury was met only with a casual gesture from Yumu, as if brushing away a bothersome speck of dust. Pierce's formidable manifestation of will, along with all his ambitions and schemes, was effortlessly obliterated, vanishing into the void before the gaze of all present. Yumu rose slowly from his throne, gazing down upon the prostrate and quaking souls beneath him. With an air of undeniable authority, he issued his first and only decree to the submissive leaders. From this day forth, I am Hydra. The Insight program is to be recalibrated, with priority targets, Steve Rogers. Additionally, at any cost, locate the Winter Soldier. His voice paused momentarily, and beneath his mask of mirth, a fleeting glimmer of a hunter's excitement danced in his eyes. Bring him before me, intact. The scene shifts back to reality. In a long-abandoned safe house in Washington, the air is thick with the acrid scent of blood and disinfectant. Nick Fury, gravely injured and barely clinging to life, trembles as he hands a data chip containing the entire truth to Steve Rogers. His solitary eye fixates intently on this man from 70 years past, whose righteousness borders on naivete. With his remaining strength, his voice raspy and urgent, he implores, "Do not trust anyone. S.H.I.E.L.D. has succumbed to Hydra." Shock and confusion etch themselves onto Steve's face as he grapples with the revelation that the organization he has fought for has rotted from within. Yet, Fury's subsequent words plunge his heart into icy despair. But the true enemy is not Pierce. It is the one who controls Magneto. For the first time, fear flickers in Fury's eyes, a terror greater than that he faced against Loki's army. He is not seizing power, Steve. He is ascending to godhood. Chapter 0110. My winter demon, in a dim, clandestine chamber, one of Hydra's most profound layers. Every inch of the walls is steeped in over half a century of conspiracy and bloodshed. Bound tightly to a specially designed restraint chair is the winter soldier, Bucky Barnes. Concealed by Hydra's branches, his gaze is hollow, akin to two fathomless pools of ice, devoid of any brilliance. He sits there quietly, like a meticulously maintained puppet of destruction, breathing steadily, his heartbeat muted, as if life itself were merely a state of readiness for him. Yet, in the depths of that silence, there occasionally arises an imperceptible ripple, a remnant of Bucky Barnes' spirit, futilely struggling in the boundless darkness. A footstep approaches, breaking the suffocating stillness. Yumu strides forward, clad in a tailored black trench coat that seems to meld with the surrounding shadows in the dim light. He halts before the restraint chair, and then before Bucky's gaze. He slowly removes a pure white mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful, almost otherworldly Eastern visage. A playful smile graces his lips, as if he were admiring a masterpiece. And within his profound eyes lies a blend of celestial indifference and a devil's delight in manipulating souls. In that fleeting moment, Bucky's pupils undergo a minuscule constriction. This is the instinctive response of the winter soldier. Any unauthorized target appearing within a secure distance triggers his alert mode. A murderous intent, like a fuse buried beneath the ice, silently ignites. Yumu senses that wave of animosity directed at him, yet he remains unfazed. He paced around Bucky, akin to an artist on the brink of creation, scrutinizing his most exquisite material. His voice was soft, imbued with a peculiar magnetism that seemed capable of penetrating bone and reaching the very soul. They brainwash you to render you a mere tool, a weapon devoid of thought, history, and only obedience. Yet I, Yumu, halted my steps, leaned slightly forward, and gazed intently into Bucky's eyes, which endeavored to conceal all emotion, came to liberate you. Liberation? That word sent a shiver through the frozen depths of Bucky's consciousness, the remnants of his soul momentarily quivering. How ironic. Yumu disregarded the flicker of wariness and confusion that crossed Bucky's gaze, as if all his reactions were rehearsed in a script. He eschewed Hydra's crude methods of electric shocks and brainwashing. They were far too primitive and mundane. A true artist never resorts to brute force. He slowly extended his hand, his elongated fingers gently pressing against Bucky's temple. The sensation conveyed was not cold, but rather a warm vitality, teeming with the potential to nurture all life. That was the power of the eternal life technique. With this force, Yumu, like the most robust dam, tenderly safeguarded Bucky's tormented and nearly shattered cerebral cortex. He intended to execute the most intricate and merciless of surgeries, ensuring that his masterpiece could maintain absolute clarity amidst excruciating pain. Emma, Yumu called softly. From the shadows behind him, the figure of the White Queen, Emma Frost, quietly emerged. She remained adorned in a gown of white, symbolizing purity and pride. Her diamond-like eyes filled with unwavering loyalty and affection for Yumu, as well as anticipation for the impending drama. Tear it apart, Yumu commanded, his words simple and unequivocal. As you wish, my king, Emma replied with a slight bow. In the next moment, her vast mental prowess transformed into an invisible, razor-sharp diamond probe, unhesitatingly piercing into Bucky's mental realm. Boom! The memory barriers that Hydra had constructed over 70 years through countless electric shocks, freezing, and psychological manipulation crumbled before Emma's overwhelming and precise force, as fragile as paper walls, shattered in an instant. In that fleeting moment, all memories belonging to James Buchanan Barnes surged forth like a torrential flood unleashed. The sunlight of Brooklyn, the aroma of the corner bakery, and every moment fighting alongside the frail Steve, the biting cold wind as he fell from the train, and the desperate cries of his dear friend, the excruciating agony at the juncture of his metal arm and flesh during the transformation, and every time he was awakened from stasis, the chilling echoes of Russian commands ringing in his ears. And, for 70 years, in every mission, the faces of the innocents whose necks he had twisted and hearts he had pierced loomed vividly in his mind. Their terror, their pleas, their blood, all of it as clear as if it had transpired just a moment ago. A primal roar erupted from the depths of Bucky's throat. This was not the roar of the winter soldier, but the lament of Bucky Barnes. His body convulsed violently in the restraints of the chair, the metallic bindings creaking under the strain of his horrific power. The cold-blooded instincts of the Winter Soldier clashed with Bucky Barnes' humanity, remorse, and agony, igniting a brutal battle of life and death within his psyche. His soul was being rent asunder. At that very moment, Yumu unleashed his ability, the word enchantment from Bugs Bunny. His voice, akin to a devil's whisper, resonated with precision in the chaotic battlefield of Bucky's mind, reaching every fragmented self engaged in the struggle. Do you see it, Bucky? This is you, a cowardly good man and an efficient killer. You despise him for his blood-stained hands, which rob you of peace. Yet he equally scorns you for your kindness, your hesitation, your suffering. All are futile, laughable weaknesses. Yumu's voice, calm yet imbued with a twisted sense of truth, laid bare the deepest contradictions within Bucky, exposing them brutally for him to behold. You cannot escape either, for you are, in essence, one and the same. To deepen the victim's torment, sometimes it is unnecessary to fabricate lies. Merely presenting the most cruel truths in the sharpest manner suffices. With a mere thought, Yumu conjured more images, deftly projected by Emma into Bucky's mind. There stood Steve Rogers, basking in the spotlight, relishing the adoration of the masses, becoming America's icon, the leader of the Avengers. He conversed and laughed with comrades, striving to find his place in an era of peace. And on the other side was Bucky himself, submerged in icy liquid, subjected to repeated memory wipes. Treated like a dog sent out to execute the most sordid tasks, he reveled in the world's glory, while you bore the weight of all sins and torment in the shadows alone. Yumu's voice, like the most venomous curse, amplified the suppressed bitterness and sense of abandonment within Bucky. Why? Why? Bucky's roar gradually subsided, replaced by heavy, labored breaths akin to a worn-out bellows. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. I can help you. In that moment, Yumu's voice became extraordinarily gentle, filled with temptation. I can erase the Winter Soldier, allowing you to become that kind, pure Bucky Barnes once more. However, the cost is that you shall forever bear the immense burden of 70 years of blood on your hands, tormented each night by the faces of the departed, enduring an eternity of nightmares and remorse in the twilight of your existence. This is a choice, a path to redemption steeped in endless suffering. A flicker of yearning flashed in Bucky's eyes, swiftly overshadowed by deeper dread. He had tasted that flavor moments ago. It was not salvation, it was damnation. Waimu discerned the shift in his gaze, a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his lips. Or, he paused, lowering his voice to a serpentine whisper. You could choose to embrace him. Allow the Winter Soldier to consume all your frailties, all your anguish, all your guilt and confusion. You shall no longer suffer, no longer regret, but will be left with pure power and absolute purpose. I shall bestow upon you the might to avenge all who have harmed and exploited you. This is yet another choice, a liberation that demands the forsaking of one's soul. Bucky's gaze flickered rapidly between clarity and madness. The humanity within him cried out in despair. It was his last tether to Steve, the final testament of his humanity. Yet the instinct of the Winter Soldier roared in madness, proclaiming that only strength could end this ceaseless torment. Ultimately, at the conclusion of that unseen battle for his soul, 2 streams of tears, laced with crimson, slowly cascaded from the corners of his bloodshot eyes. That was the last tear shed by Bucky Barnes. Exquisite pain birthed an exquisite choice. When the traces of tears dried, the final glimmer of warmth belonging to his humanity extinguished entirely. In its place arose a coldness deeper, purer, and more profound than ever before, a murderous intent that no longer belonged to a mere tool, but to a conscious demon. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze finally focusing intently on Waimu's face. In a voice so hoarse it was nearly unrecognizable, as if each syllable were extracted from shattered fragments of his soul, he labored to utter a single word: power. I seek power. Waimu smiled, a genuine and heartfelt expression of delight. A wise choice. He released his grip and sat upright, proclaiming with a tone of declaration the final definition of his new creation. From this day forth, the Winter Soldier shall cease to exist. Only my Winter Demon remains. Chapter 0111. The Winter Demon. The return of the tadpole. Within the confines of the chamber, the air had grown thick with stillness. Bucky's roars had long since ceased. His mental landscape lay in ruins, a wasteland ravaged by the fires of war. Emma, the White Queen, had begun to harness her powers for the fusion of personalities. Every tender memory belonging to Bucky Barnes has transformed into a searing brand upon his soul. Conversely, each merciless act of the Winter Soldier has morphed into a chilling blade that pierces the essence of humanity. He once believed he gazed into the abyss. Yet only now does he awaken to the realization that the abyss has long since taken residence within him. He is the abyss itself. Pain, endless pain, remorse, boundless remorse. He understands now. He is truly confronting his own identity. The process of integration proceeds smoothly. Before Bucky lies a path leading to the relinquishment of weakness, a path to liberation through pure strength. No, it is not divinity, it is demonic essence. By what right? It is often said that what does not kill you will ultimately make you stronger. Well, ludicrous lie. Those things that have not killed him have merely compelled him, time and again, to confront the stark reality of his own nature. He is an object, discarded once used, sullied and tainted. He is a ghost, forgotten by the world, left to rot in the shadows. Amidst the merging, Bucky is on the brink of resistance. His bloodshot, nearly vacant eyes oscillate violently between lucidity and madness, ultimately surrendering all emotion before the completion of his personality integration. At the terminus of that unseen war of souls, Bucky slowly raises his head. Two streams of blood tears silently cascade from the corners of his now utterly dimmed eyes. That is the final drop shed by the name Bucky Barnes in this world. Ultimately, as the traces of his tears dry, all traces of humanity, all struggles, all pain and confusion within him are wholly consumed and incinerated by a will that is deeper, purer, and colder. What remains is nothing but absolute reason and the primal, frenzied thirst for power. He gazes at Yumu, his eyes no longer reflecting the numbness of a tool, nor the fear of a prisoner. Instead, they embody the gaze of a newborn, looking upon its creator, filled with scrutiny, understanding, and acceptance. With a voice as hoarse as if wrought from metal's friction, each syllable painstakingly extracted from the shards of his soul, he articulates a single word with both clarity and difficulty. King. Igrecumusmais. A genuine expression of joy akin to an artist who has completed a masterpiece. Bang. Crack. The restraints of specialized alloy binding Bucky shatter at once. He does not struggle. He merely stretches his body calmly, and that terrifying power crushes the mundane iron. He then descends from the restraint chair, his movements steady and powerful, as if he has shed 1,000-pound burden. Approaching Yumu without a trace of hesitation, he kneels on one knee and declares, "From this day forth, the Winter Soldier shall no longer exist in this world." Bucky, no, he must now be referred to as the Winter Demon. He slowly lowered his head, embodying an absolute posture of submission. He was no longer a mere puppet, for he had acquired complete memories and an independent will. Nor was he a servant, as his eyes burned with a fire of ambition that was distinctly his own. He was the first true general under Yumu's command, a blade of the king who chose to embrace darkness after returning from the depths of hell. Very well. Yumu nodded in satisfaction, flipping his palm. An ancient-style rice cooker materialized out of thin air, quietly suspended in the air. He casually tossed in several pieces of dark-hued vibranium, seemingly capable of absorbing light, followed by a small shard of shimmering adamantium, its edges sharp enough to slice through space itself. Finally, he produced a piece of URU metal, radiating a faint starlight and adorned with ancient runes, one of the spoils from his last raid on the treasury of Asgard. Buzz! The lid of the rice cooker closed, and an eerie glow emanated from within as it began to operate at a high speed, defying the laws of physics. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a brand new arm resting quietly inside the open cooker. It possessed a profound blackness, reminiscent of dark matter in the universe, with a surface devoid of any reflection. Upon the arm, the runes of URU glimmered subtly, flowing like a galaxy. The properties of vibranium rendered it unbreakable, while the integration of adamantium endowed it with an edge capable of severing anything. URU provided it with limitless potential to harness magic and divine power. This is your rebirth, and also your scepter. Yumu presented the arm before the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier lifted his gaze, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, not gratitude, but a fervent sense of having found a home. Without hesitation, he aligned the new arm with the interface of his shattered, old metallic limb, a symbol of shame and control. SSS, the new arm, as if alive, sent forth countless fine nanofibers that penetrated his flesh and nerves, completing the connection and integration in a manner far surpassing Hydra-S technology. The Winter Soldier gradually clenched his fist. An unprecedented, terrifying power surged from the arm, as if capable of crushing stars, radiating throughout his body. He felt an unbroken bond with this arm. It was a part of him, no, a stronger part of him. "My king," he spoke again, his voice no longer hoarse but deep, cold, and imbued with a metallic edge of murderous intent. "Please give your command." As Yumu admired his flawless creation, the White Queen, Emma Frost, received external intelligence and slightly inclined her body. "Yumu, everything is in place. Alexander Pierce and his faction have been thoroughly eradicated on both physical and mental levels. All databases and control systems within S.H.I.E.L.D have been completely seized by Red. The highest authority of the 3 celestial motherships has been firmly established under your dominion. The old Hydra, those unwilling to embrace the new sovereign, have had their names expunged from the annals of existence. Now, Emma raises her diamond-like gaze, fervently fixating on Yumu. The entire world hangs upon your utterance. Yumu remains unresponsive, quietly absorbing the intangible force of authority, which flows ceaselessly into his will from around the globe. The names of S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra, once tumultuous forces that stirred the world, have now become mere cornerstones beneath his throne. The world has finally become intriguing. However, at that very moment, a crisp system notification, audible only to him, resonated within his mind. "Ding! Your tadpole has completed its journey and has safely returned. Please be attentive to the specialties and photographs it has brought back." A flicker of emotion crossed Yumu's eyes. With a mere thought, a photograph materialized vividly in his consciousness. The backdrop of the image was an expanse of pure, despair-inducing darkness of the universe. Amidst this void floated not merely a vessel, but a colossal creature, immeasurable by any earthly unit, composed of shell, spikes, flesh, and biological tissue, a terrifying cosmic behemoth. It resembled a living fortress adrift in the cosmos. His tadpole, donning its familiar little lily pad hat, sat adorably atop the creature's armored head, flashing a peace sign to the camera. Below the photograph, a note, painstakingly scrawled by the tadpole's tiny claws, read, "Pass by. What a gigantic bug." A commemorative photo, a corner of the Tyranid hive fleet. Boom! Yumu's breath caught in that instant, utterly suspended. His pupils, aflame with shock and elation, contracted into 2 dangerously sharp pinpricks. The Tyranids, those cosmic calamities whose goal is to devour entire galaxies, perpetually hunting, consuming, and assimilating all superior genes for endless evolution. He gazed at the menacing bio-vessel in the photograph, the ultimate embodiment of consumption and evolution. A singular thought, akin to a divine thunderclap, erupted in his mind. He might have the opportunity to acquire the most fearsome and alluring authority in this universe, the path to divinity known as evolution. Chapter 0112. Let the world heed the new deity's mandate. Ding! Your tadpole has returned with a travel memento, Leviathan Gene Essence. Item description: a genetic sample extracted from the Leviathan of the Tyranid hive fleet, containing fragments of the cosmic laws of consumption and evolution. Warning: this elixir possesses a formidable aggressiveness and assimilative nature. Direct use by non-divine beings carries the grave risk of being devoured in reverse, reducing them to mere monsters driven by slaughter and consumption. In the interface of the traveling frog, Yumu discovered that the frog had returned, indulging in a bath. With a mere thought, a vial, approximately the size of a thumb and shimmering with an eerie purple luminescence, materialized in his palm. Within the vial, a viscous liquid writhed slowly, as if it possessed its own life and will. Merely gazing at it, a cacophony of anguished cries from countless beings at the brink of death echoed in Yumu's mind, mingled with an insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. Such is the essence of cosmic calamity. Risk? A cold yet fervent smile curved at the corners of Yumu's lips. In his life, he had never feared the notion of risk. A true warrior does not shy away from danger. Rather, they transform the very essence of risk into a component of their strength. The world trembles before the abyss. Yet they fail to realize that only by embracing the abyss can one become its master. Without the slightest hesitation, he uncorked the vial. An odd scent, a blend of sweetness tinged with sulfur, instantly enveloped the air. Yumu chose not to consume it directly. He was no fool. Extending the index finger of his left hand, he summoned forth the abundant vitality generated by the longevity technique, coupled with the secret arts of the Taoist heavenly sect, coalescing into an imperceptible yet indomitable golden aura that formed a protective membrane. Then, he gently dipped his fingertip into the purple genetic elixir. Boom! An indescribable torrent of brutality and hunger surged from the depths of his genes, racing through his fingertip and into his body. Devour, 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 evolve, evolve, evolve. Countless chaotic and ferocious wills roared within his mind, attempting to taint his soul, to drag him into the primal abyss of bestiality. The golden membrane, forged by the true chi of longevity, barely withstood for less than a millisecond before being utterly shattered. His skin began to dissolve instantaneously, flesh contorting and proliferating wildly, striving to transform into a grotesque form, armored and clawed like some alien monstrosity. This power was overwhelmingly tyrannical, utterly relentless. It disregarded all existing systems of power within Yumu, its sole principle being to assimilate all, to consume all. Iumwes once bathed in the divine radiance of the peaches of immortality, tempered by myriad viruses and enhanced by various martial arts to withstand even the might of the Hulk, let out a cry of unbearable strain in that moment. Yet, there was no trace of pain upon Yu Mu's countenance. How intriguing! His gaze remained unfaltering, brimming with a scholarly curiosity. With a cold snort, his heart became as tranquil as water. The supreme heart method of Taoist Tianzong transforms his will into an eternal, unyielding glacial essence, isolating all spiritual pollutants from his being. His Tao heart, empowered by the confluence of myriad autumn waters and a tranquil mind, becomes an ancient, immutable divine mountain, steadfast against the relentless onslaught of spiritual torrents. Simultaneously, the Long Life Sutra and the threefold returning chi within him surge into action, akin to a raging river, forcefully suppressing the tumult of foreign energies. In the next moment, his threefold returning chi reaches its zenith. This ultimate force of disintegration and restoration turns inward, manifesting as countless invisible vortices, precisely confronting the invading Tyrant gene. If the principle of the Tyrant gene is assimilation, then the principle of the threefold returning chi is disintegration. A war of laws erupts within Yumu's very being. The purple aberrant flesh, newly formed, is immediately disassembled into primordial energy particles by the invisible energy. The furious gene chain attempts to taint his cells, but is forcibly interrupted, dismantled, and restructured by the returning chi. This is a pure war of attrition, a contest between will and instinct. The seemingly boundless vitality of a Long Life Sutra becomes the most solid backing in this conflict, continuously mending his battle-scarred body and providing an inexhaustible fuel for the operation of the threefold returning chi. Yumu closes his eyes. He is not passively resisting. He is analyzing, learning, and reverse devouring. What he seeks is never mere accumulation of power. He desires to master the very principle of evolution itself. You wish to consume me? Then let us see who truly devours whom. Yumu's will, like an invisible blade, plunges fiercely into the tumultuous gene current. He begins to analyze, to strip away, and to reverse absorb the fragments of the law of evolution contained within. This is a battlefield devoid of smoke, and the battlefield lies at his fingertips. Minutes later, all returns to tranquility. Yumu raises his left index finger. Its appearance remains unchanged, still pale and slender. Yet he can distinctly feel that within that finger, the cellular structure has undergone a dramatic transformation. They have become more resilient, more active, and imbued with greater aggression. With a thought, the skin at his fingertip hardens instantly, covered by a layer of purple biological keratin gleaming with a metallic luster, while his nails silently extend, morphing into sharp bone blades capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. With another thought, his fingertip returns to its original state. An impressive display of power indeed. Yumu nods in satisfaction. However, his contemplation does not cease with the alteration of his fingertip. On the contrary, a grander storm is brewing deep within his consciousness. Poised to erupt, he could clearly perceive that the purple gene emanating from Leviathan had not been entirely obliterated by the threefold return to origin. Instead, it had merely been decomposed and dispersed, transforming into countless minute and elusive seeds, akin to the most patient of hunters, lying in ambush within every vein and cell of his being. The virus within him, once a rebellious beast, upon encountering these seeds, did not resist. Rather, it emitted a near-submissive, fervent roar of excitement. In that moment, the chaotic and disorderly mutations found their sovereign. The consuming, directed evolution discovered its most perfect vessel. The two were merging. A novel evolutionary principle, far more domineering than the virus and more enigmatic than the tyrant gene, was quietly taking shape within Yumu. The erosion had not ceased. It had merely adopted a more sophisticated and covert manner, initiating a silent and thorough remolding from the very foundations of his existence. Yumu could feel an invisible ripple spreading from his fingertips throughout his entire body. This was not destruction, but an elevation. Every cell in his being rejoiced, yearned, and welcomed this sacred pollution emanating from within. The true energy of longevity technique within him was no longer merely restorative. It had transformed into the nurturing ground and fuel for this evolution, rendering the metamorphosis swifter and more exquisite. While mortals fear change, he would become the very embodiment of transformation. Yumu slowly closed his eyes, his perception transcending the confines of flesh and blood, entering an unprecedented microscopic realm. He seemed to hear the genetic sequences of the dust particles in the air. He could sense the life signals of the mold upon the walls. He could even visualize the fragile and delectable genetic strands within the winter demon beside him, twisted by the Hydra and reshaped by his own hands. The entire world, in his eyes, was no longer composed of mere matter, but was a colossal recipe constructed from innumerable genetic codes. Thus, a near-manic smile of realization crept upon Yumu's lips. He finally comprehended the essence of what he had gained from the gene essence Leviathan. It was not merely a power, but an authority, an exalted dominion known as the gene throne. Firstly, plunder. He no longer needed to learn or imitate. He merely had to consume. By devouring a mutant, he could seize its genes and optimize them. By consuming an Asgardian, he could unravel the mysteries of their divine bloodline. By devouring the Hulk, he could transform that boundless fury into fuel for his evolution. The authority of the gene throne granted him the qualification to consume. Yet, this was not a buffet to be enjoyed at will, but a grand feast wagered with one's very soul. Each act of consumption transcends mere physical contact. It is not akin to the savage act of devouring flesh. Rather, it unfolds as a brutal and sanguinary conflict at the genetic level. Initially, there lies a trial of worthiness. He must, with unwavering resolve, forcibly breach the genetic barriers of his target. The more formidable the target, the more steadfast their will, rendering these barriers nearly indestructible. To consume a weaker being is akin to plucking fruit from a tree with ease. However, to attempt to engulf the Hulk, he must confront the sheer, planet-rending force of unadulterated rage and willpower. Next comes the duel of wills. Every potent gene bears the indelible imprint of its original bearer's spiritual echoes. These are not mere memories. They are instinctual remnants. Spider-Man's immense power is entwined with the burden of responsibility. Captain America embodies an unyielding tenacity, and Thor's lineage is steeped in a fervor for glory. To devour a gene means grappling with the taint of these spiritual echoes. He must wield his primordial resolve, as unyielding as ancient ice, to shatter, obliterate, and purify these echoes, leaving only the most pristine seed of power. A moment's carelessness could lead to the corruption of his will and a distortion of his identity. One day, he might awaken to find himself inexplicably compelled to uphold community peace or to brandish a shield and cry out for freedom. This is not the growth of strength. It is the demise of self. Lastly, and most perilously, lies the balance of cost. Consumption incurs a debt. Each act of plunder constitutes a pollution of his own perfect genetic chain. Like a drop of ink in a glass of pure water, Even dilution cannot restore its original purity. Unrestrained consumption would transmute him into a grotesque amalgamation, burdened by countless conflicting genes, poised on the brink of self-destruction. Thus, he is not invincible. On the contrary, he treads a tighter wire than ever before. Beneath him lies an abyss, and each step must be taken with meticulous calculation. Every action must weigh the benefits against the risks. He requires prey, but more crucially, he seeks the pinnacle of perfection, worthy of incurring his debts. This is invigorating. This is profoundly intriguing. Power, after all, is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in harnessing power, selecting adversaries, and transforming risk into reward. This is the game of a king, and he is a born player. Secondly, the mandate. This is not an authority conjured from nothingness, but rather a directive that distorts reality, stemming from a profound understanding of the laws governing the evolution of life. He cannot compel a rock to bloom, for that contradicts the principles of creation from void to existence. However, he can issue a decree to a seed, urging it to exhaust its potential in an instant, completing its cycle of life and decay. He cannot make pristine steel decay instantaneously. Yet, he possesses the ability to command the molecular structure within metals, at the cost of his own energy, forcibly accelerating the processes of oxidation and disintegration, allowing it to traverse a century's worth of corrosion within mere breaths. This constitutes an unequal exchange, an intervention of astonishing dominance predicated upon information asymmetry. However, this interference is not without its own costs. Firstly, regarding resolution. The precision and efficacy of his commands are entirely contingent upon the depth of his analysis of the target's genetic information and material structure. When confronting a species he has thoroughly consumed and deciphered, his edicts are akin to divine proclamations. Yet, when faced with an entirely unfamiliar and formidable life form, such as the Asgardians, his commands may be obscured, distorted, or even retaliated against by the ancient laws inherently tied to their divine lineage. Secondly, concerning opposition. All life harbors an instinct for survival. Will is the most formidable fortress of genes. His commands essentially represent a forceful incursion into the will and instinct for existence of the target life. Issuing orders to an ordinary soldier might result in instant demise, but directing such an edict at the Hulk entails confronting an overwhelming torrent of pure, wrathful will capable of shaking the very heavens. His command may be utterly shattered upon contact with this ferocious intent. Thirdly, in terms of consumption. Distorting reality necessitates an expenditure of energy. The greater the scale of change and the deeper the violation of intrinsic laws, the more colossal the energy drawn from his own essence. Condensing air into blades is effortless. However, attempting to reverse a torrential downpour back into the sky may drain a significant portion of his strength in an instant. The command is not an omnipotent divine punishment. It is the sharpest surgical scalpel in his hand, requiring meticulous calculation to wield effectively. It seeks to extract the greatest death with the least cost. This is the artistry of the throne. Most crucially, the aspect of infinite evolution emerges. He is no longer constrained by bottlenecks or limits. Each act of consumption, each act of plunder, serves as sustenance propelling him toward higher echelons. His existence is an interminable expedition toward the ultimate life form in the cosmos. While mortals yearn for eternal life, he shall become life itself. As he opens his eyes, those profound orbs shimmer with a brilliance surpassing the stars of the universe, yet colder than the abyss. He has finally discerned the most direct, blood-soaked path leading to true divinity, one devoid of shortcuts. For this path is paved with the bones and genes of all things. The world is a grand feast, and he is the sole diner. He has glimpsed the vistas along the path to godhood, and he senses, with each capability returned by the frog, faint signs of impending breakthrough. The Grand Master may very well be a moment of epiphany for him, perhaps the precise ability that the frog had returned with. This newfound capacity within the realm of Warhammer has significantly diminished the time required for his ascension to Grandmaster, akin to half a day of paternal time. At that moment, the voice of the White Queen, Emma, resonated behind him, laced with a subtle thrill. "Yumu, our eyes have detected the trail of an old friend." Yumu turned around, his expression calm and composed. "Who?" "Steve Rogers." Emma's crimson lips curled into a cruel smile. revealing that he seemed to be attempting to contact the remnants of Nick Fury's forces, seeking to defy your will. Defy? S.H.I.E.L.D. A tinge of pity evident in his laughter. He recalled an ancient saying, "In the face of absolute power, any resistance is steeped in poetic tragedy and absurd ignorance. Let the Winter Soldier go," Yumu instructed indifferently. Allow him to reunite with his old friend. With his newly forged arm, let him convey to that outdated hero that the times have irrevocably changed. At a desolate dock warehouse, Steve Rogers, dressed in civilian attire, gazed solemnly at the communication device before him. The collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonishingly rapid, as if overnight. The organization that had safeguarded the world for decades had rotted from within, crumbling to dust. He could not reach a single trustworthy comrade. The entire world seemed shrouded in a vast shadow. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger sent his body into a state of heightened alert. He spun around, raising his vibranium shield defensively. Bang! A deafening sound accompanied by a terrifying force sent Steve hurtling backward, crashing against a shipping container. His hands tingled, and he stared in shock at what lay ahead. From the darkness emerged a figure both familiar and foreign, with a metallic arm, a cold visage, and hollow eyes. Bucky? Steve's voice trembled. Yet, the Winter Soldier before him offered no response. He merely tilted his head, his gaze akin to that of one observing a lifeless object. In the next instant, his form vanished from sight. Too swift, Steve's super soldier serum could not possibly track his movements. He relied solely on his combat instincts to raise his shield once more. But this time, the Winter Soldier did not strike his shield. A frigid arm, adorned with dark crimson energy patterns, seized his wrist at an impossible angle. Crack! Steve felt his wrist bones cry out in unbearable agony beneath the grip of that formidable strength. The power he once took pride in felt as fragile as that of an infant in the presence of his opponent. With effortless ease, the Winter Soldier disarmed him of the star shield, casting it aside, where it landed with a sharp clang. The sound resonated like the shattering of hope. Steve found himself grasped by the neck with a single hand, pinned against the shipping container, his feet suspended above the ground. A suffocating sensation enveloped him as he gazed into Bucky's emotionless eyes, a wave of unprecedented despair surging within him. This was not his Bucky. This was a killing machine, reforged by the devil's hand. In a clandestine Hydra stronghold in New York, upon a throne, Yumu observed Captain America, discarded like refuse by the Winter Soldier. With palpable interest, Steve coughed violently, fire igniting in his eyes, a testament to his indomitable spirit. "You demon, what have you done to Bucky?" Yumu paid no heed to his outburst. He never squandered time on the barks of the vanquished. He merely lifted his chin slightly. Emma Frost, the White Queen, approached with graceful strides. She knelt and extended her gloved hand, adorned with white lace, gently pressing it against Steve's forehead. "Get out of my head!" Steve cried out in agony. His will was as steadfast as steel, yet Emma's psychic abilities seeped into him like an omnipresent ocean. His memories, thoughts, and deepest secrets laid bare, akin to pages of an open book. Moments later, Emma rose, inclining her head slightly. The whereabouts of Nick Fury had been confirmed. Excellent. Yumu's gaze drifted past the disheveled Captain America to the world beyond the window, now under his silent dominion. The cleansing and renewal within S.H.I.E.L.D, aided by the Red Queen, was efficient and discreet, with not a whisper of it escaping to the outside world. To the public, today was merely another ordinary Wednesday. It was time for his new world to let out its first cry. In a spacious conference room, the once divided Hydra leaders stood like the most docile sheep, heads bowed in solemnity. The insubordinate had turned to dust. In their eyes, no trace of ambition or defiance remained. Only a profound reverence and fear for the young figure upon the throne. Yumu's gaze swept slowly over each individual. In our last meeting, I declared that the old era must come to an end. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, as if striking directly at their souls. Today, I shall usher in a new era. He rose and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below. The name Hydra had once epitomized infiltration and subversion. But from this moment forth, it would symbolize order and dominion. Our aim is no longer to lurk in the shadows. We shall emerge into the light and become the very essence of sunlight. He turned, his eyes shimmering with a divine radiance. I command you to instill our will into the very heart of this nation with utmost urgency. The military, the government, and Wall Street, places capable of determining the fate of this nation, must resonate with our voice. I do not seek mere infiltration. What I desire is assimilation. I aim to transform the Hydra into the very nervous system of this nation, its brain, its singular will. In ancient myths, when a hero severed one of Hydra's heads, two would emerge in its place. A frigid smile crept at the corners of Yumu's lips. Now, I intend for each head of the Hydra to embody the essence of this world itself. Go forth. Let the world heed the new deity's decree. Chapter 0113. Mecha Battle Pets, a reality. Time flew swiftly, a week passing in the blink of an eye. As the Hydra diligently infiltrated the political and military spheres of America, the technology conference commenced. In New York at the Global Technology Expo, the air was imbued with the scent of ozone, an expensive perfume mingled with caffeine, encapsulating the essence of the future. Enormous holographic projections slowly rotated above the venue, showcasing cutting-edge technologies poised to alter the world as flashes of light danced like artificial stars, illuminating every corner. This place is a sanctuary of technology and a hunting ground for capital. At the very center of the venue, a brand-new exhibition booth captured everyone's attention, the White Moo Workshop, designed with minimalism and infused with Eastern Zen. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding booths that seemed eager to display every parameter in neon lights. Meanwhile, not far away, an event hosted by the established arms giant Hammer Industries was fervently underway. Justin Hammer, clad in an expensive yet somewhat constricting suit, stood on stage, passionately speaking to the audience. He began by boasting about his company's deep-rooted collaboration with the military, then shifted his focus, directing his criticism towards the White Moo Workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, technology exists to solve problems. It is meant to make our world safer. Hammer spread his arms wide, his exaggerated gestures reveling in the attention as if he were the Tony Stark of this era. Yet, there are always those attention-seeking individuals who treat technology as a mere game, squandering precious research resources on frivolous endeavors. His voice dripped with unabashed disdain as he cast a scornful glance at the simplicity of the White Moo Workshop. I have heard that this newly opened workshop is bringing forth what? Mecha Battle Pets? Just listen to that name. How charming. How childish. When did a toy maker gain entry into this temple of technology? A suppressed wave of laughter rippled through the audience. Hammer felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. He had always believed that true power is only attained when everyone acknowledges your strength, and he craved this validation. Forgive my candor, but what the world truly requires are valiant guardians of our homeland, rather than mere electronic trinkets to amuse the masses. In the upper lounge, Yumu reclined on the sofa, his gaze indifferent as he observed the absurd spectacle below, akin to a clown's solitary performance, through the one-way floor-to-ceiling glass. He found it somewhat amusing. Fools incessantly attempt to interpret the vastness of the world with their meager imagination. He stood here today not to peddle a few toys, but to cast an invisible net, known as the era of battle pets, across the globe. The game is merely a fade, the foolish chase after wealth, while the wise are forever forging the chains that bind it. Through this game, he would establish his commercial empire within billions of devices worldwide. He would create an unprecedented global network of consciousness and an information empire that transcends borders and physical limitations. Each player serves as his eyes across the globe, and every recharge contributes to the fortification of his throne. As for the provocations of Hammer, a mere jester, they were merely a lively offering for his grand entrance. Tony, Yumu lifted his cup of red tea, taking a delicate sip, his voice devoid of emotion. It is your time to take the stage. Go forth and make him realize that sometimes it is the seemingly insignificant trinkets he scorns that possess the power to change the world. In another corner of the lounge, Tony Stark set down his tablet, adjusted his tie, and donned his signature charismatic smile. He approached the stage of the White Moo Workshop. The moment he appeared, he eclipsed the entire venue, the frequency of the flashing cameras multiplying exponentially. It seems some minds remain entrenched in the Stone Age, measuring worth by the weight of metal. Tony's opening words dripped with unrelenting mockery. Hammer's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. Stock, are you endorsing a model toy company? No. Tony shook his finger. his smile radiant. I am here to demonstrate how the future ought to be played. As his words concluded, the massive screen behind him illuminated. Ladies and gentlemen, I proudly present the Mecha Battle Pets. As he spoke, several transparent display cases slowly ascended from the center of the stage. Within them were numerous mecha models, each no larger than the palm of one's hand, crafted with exquisite precision. Each piece of armor, every joint, radiated an aesthetic of science fiction, resembling top-tier art collectibles. Upon witnessing this scene, many in the audience displayed expressions of confusion. Is this the star of the presentation? A collection of models? Hammer outright laughed. Ha, Stock, are you jesting? Is this your revolution? A bunch of plastic figures? Tony paid him no mind and simply picked up one of the cheetah-shaped battle pets, cradling it in his palm. Who says that battles must be fought in the realm of reality? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Buzz. Instantly, the entire venue was enveloped by a vast projection of a virtual battlefield composed of light and shadow. The scenes of cities, ruins, and jungles were rendered with such realism that one could almost feel the atmosphere. Following this, the palm-sized cheetah battle pet in Tony's hand had its data swiftly read and uploaded. A beam of light descended, and in the center of the virtual battlefield, a formidable virtual cheetah mech, towering 10 meters high and exuding an air of dominance, materialized with a resounding crash. The venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this miraculous spectacle. Now, Tony turned his gaze towards Hammer, inviting, "Shall your bulky machine join the fray?" Hammer's face turned ashen as he glanced at his cumbersome physical drone stationed on the stage, then at the virtual battlefield above, feeling for the first time the stark contrast of being out of place. Under the urgent operations of the technicians, the data of his drone was scanned, and a similarly sized virtual representation awkwardly appeared on the virtual battlefield. On one side was the agile and vibrant cheetah, while on the other stood the rigid and sluggish hunk of iron adorned with superfluous decorations. The disparity was evident. The duel commenced. However, the conflict could hardly be termed a battle. It was a one-sided, artistically orchestrated display. The virtual incarnation of the cheetah mech darted gracefully across the battlefield, effortlessly evading all of Hammer's sluggish attacks. It occasionally took cover behind structures, executing a stylish tail whip that produced dazzling sparks as it slashed against the opponent's armor with its energy blade. In contrast, Hammer's mech resembled a clumsy bear being toyed with, unable to even touch the shadow of its adversary. Ultimately, the cheetah mech leaped into the air, and before the gaze of all, it precisely clawed open the core of Hammer's mech's virtual representation, which erupted in a flurry of data garble. On the virtual battlefield, the cheetah mech let out a soundless roar towards the heavens, proclaiming its victory. Meanwhile, on the real stage, Hammer's physical mech remained intact, not even losing a single screw. Yet it appeared more absurd than a heap of scrap metal. Boom! The venue erupted in sheer chaos. Cheers, screams, and applause nearly threatened to lift the roof off the exhibition hall. People finally understood that they were witnessing the dawn of a new era. Did you see that, Justin? Tony's voice resonated like a final judgment throughout the hall. When your weapon is so easily defeated by a mere toy in the virtual realm, it does not signify that your weapon lacks power. Rather, it indicates that you lack even the qualifications to stand at the table of the new era. This statement struck Hammer's face like a resounding slap, impacting all those old-school arms dealers who worshipped raw firepower. Justin Hammer stood agape, as if a hand had constricted his throat, rendered utterly speechless. In that moment, his worldview lay in tatters. Tony basked in the thunderous ovation and applause, reveling in the glory that accompanies victory. The audience soon realized that although Hammer's mechs boasted formidable firepower, their movements were sluggish, and their targeting systems utterly incapable of locking onto such agile targets. What kind of intelligence is this? A military expert exclaimed in disbelief. In the next instant, the counterattack commenced. It was not a chaotic melee, but rather a one-sided dismantling imbued with artistry. The Raptor battle companion swooped from above, expertly severing the ammunition supply chain of one mech with its high-frequency wing blades. Meanwhile, the Leopard battle companion, like a phantom, flanked another mech, incapacitating its central system with electromagnetic pulse claws in an instant. The beetle-shaped battle companions formed a robust formation, activating their energy shields to withstand a barrage of attacks, thus creating the perfect opportunity for their comrades to strike. A combined strategy, autonomous coordination. This was not a preordained performance, but a true display of intelligent predation. In less than 30 seconds, the numerous imposing drones of Hammer Industries lay scattered, reduced to smoking, precisely dismantled components. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Justin Hammer's smile had long since frozen. He stood there, mouth agape, as if his throat had been seized, utterly at a loss for words. His worldview had been irrevocably shattered. Yet this was not the end. Tony snapped his fingers once more. On the large screen, the image of an ordinary player donning equipment appeared. On the training field, a leopard battle companion began to execute movements in perfect synchrony with the player, flowing seamlessly, running, jumping, rolling, even forming a heart gesture with its mechanical claws. Flawless synchronization. Zero latency. Boom! The venue erupted in absolute chaos. This was more than just a weapon. It was an entirely new mode of entertainment. A brand new world. Tony reveled in the tumultuous cheers and applause, basking in the radiance of a victor. By Multiverse Mech Battle Companions. Achieving fame in a single battle. Chapter 0114. The Zombie Universe Strikes. The technology conference was akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that swiftly engulfed the globe at a pace beyond anyone's imagination. When victory becomes bland, it ceases to be victory, becoming merely an outcome. Yumu had anticipated this long ago. By Multiverse. This name, imbued with Eastern Zen essence, overnight became an inescapable term in the realms of technology, finance, entertainment, and even military. Battle Companion Era. This game, designed for all ages in virtual competition, spread like a virus, infecting every corner of human civilization with precision. Its official website, after the conclusion of the launch event, was inundated with access requests from around the globe, teetering on the brink of collapse. Within 10 seconds, downloads surged past 10 million. In just a minute, it wreaked havoc upon the rankings of all application stores worldwide, obliterating every former titan beneath its relentless advance. Analysts on Wall Street toiled through the night, endeavoring to appraise this sudden commercial behemoth, ultimately arriving at a conclusion so absurd that it left them incredulous. It was beyond valuation. For true worth has always eluded the grasp of monetary measurement. To the average person, it appeared as a groundbreaking game, a masterpiece of intricate battle pets that could be cradled in one palm while transforming into virtual colossi. Capitalists, however, perceived the terrifying capacity for wealth generation that lay beneath it, capable of constructing a vast empire. Each beheld what they wished to see, yet none could discern the true chessboard within the gaze of Yumu, seated upon the throne. In the Hydra castle within the throne hall, Yumu reclined against the throne, the dark energy mirror before him reflecting not the prostrate souls of a bygone era, but a global map illuminated by countless points of light. Each point represented an activated player of Battle Pet era. From the skyscrapers of New York to the crowded subways of Tokyo, from the ancient streets of London to a signal tower deep within the Amazon rainforest. A profusion of red dots spread like wildfire, visibly staining the entire globe crimson. A faint, indifferent smile curled at the corners of Yumu's lips. The greatest chains are forged not from steel, but woven from desire. He bestowed upon the world an unprecedented joy, and in return, the world willingly offered him a staircase to the divine throne. Each player stands as a witness to his ushering in of a new epic. As for wealth, it is merely the most mundane byproduct of this grand game. He gazed at the system panel displaying the clover that had surpassed 30,000, his heart unperturbed. The good days for the tadpoles would indeed come, but not yet. He needed to await an opportunity, a true investment capable of catalyzing a qualitative transformation for the tadpoles. At that moment, within him, the gene throne, a supreme authority of evolution derived from the tyrannid race, quivered slightly. A sensation arose in his consciousness, not through sight or sound, but from a more primal, gene-level tremor. It was as though, in some corner of the world, a famished, equally formidable predator had unleashed its first roar of arrival. The genetic information bore a scent of decay, death, and a twisted obsession that both resonated with and baffled Yumu. The sensation elicited an instinctive nausea within him, while simultaneously igniting a fervent, trembling desire within every cell of his being. The voice of Red, the AI, resonated with an unsettling calmness. "Sir, I am here." The global surveillance system of the S.H.I.E.L.D is immediately scanning all areas with anomalous life signals and network discrepancies. The command has been executed, and a global data comparison is underway. There was no trace of delay in Red's voice. In less than a second, on the map dotted with crimson points, an area in the heart of Nebraska, USA, abruptly transformed into a void of profound darkness. "Report, sir. In Oakdale, Nebraska, all life signs, network signals, and satellite signals were interrupted 37 seconds ago. The disappearance of the signals was not due to jamming or interference," Red articulated, devoid of emotion, revealing a chilling truth. Rather, they instantaneously reverted to zero. As he gazed upon that stark void, the smile at the corners of Yumu's mouth turned increasingly frigid. Silence does not equate to emptiness. Sometimes, it is merely the absence of all that once made a sound, consumed by an unseen force. "Send Bucky," Yumu instructed calmly. "Take the Phantom Squad. I demand to know what dares to pilfer from my table." A sleek, entirely black Quinjet, devoid of any insignia, sliced through the clouds at supersonic speed, hovering above Oakdale. The hatch opened. Bucky, along with 12 agents from the Hydra Ghost Division clad in state-of-the-art stealth combat suits, descended silently along ropes like phantoms. Bucky issued commands, synchronizing the town's holographic map and tactical instructions to every team member. His newly crafted arm, forged from vibranium, adamantium, and URU metal, absorbed light in the dim twilight, exuding a quality akin to a black hole. As they set foot in the town, an eerie stillness seized everyone's breath. It was too quiet. Vehicles were haphazardly parked along the streets, doors wide open as if their owners had merely stepped away momentarily. In a nearby CAF, steaming coffee remained on the table, accompanied by a half-eaten sandwich. In the distance, a swing in the children's park swayed stubbornly back and forth in the wind, emitting a creaking sound that sent shivers down the spine. The entire town felt as though a colossal pause button had been pressed, leaving behind an empty stage once vibrant with life. Split up and search. Maintain communication. Eliminate any anomalies without hesitation. Bucky's cold voice echoed through the communication channel. He himself took measured steps towards the heart of the town, his senses heightened to their peak. He could hear the faint sound of a faucet dripping 3 streets away. He could detect the faint, sweet yet pungent scent of rust and decaying flesh permeating the air. Suddenly, a static-laden image flickered across a tactical visor, momentarily obscured by a flurry of snowflakes. "Ghost 7, report your status." The communication channel was engulfed in an eerie silence. Buck's footsteps ceased as he slowly raised his gaze towards the rooftop of the 2-story building where 7's last signal had vanished. It lay barren and desolate. "Ghost 3, 4. Proceed to recon the target structure." Acknowledged. The 2 agents moved swiftly, akin to leopards, as they infiltrated the building. Yet in the next heartbeat, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the communicator, an agonizing cry that transcended human expression. Following, there was the sickening crack of bones being grotesquely shattered by an unfathomable force. Silence reclaimed the scene. The remaining agents instinctively tightened their formation, back to back, weapons aimed at every conceivable shadowy corner, their breaths growing heavy for the first time. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly lunged from the shadows of the building. It was alarmingly swift, beyond the realm of human capability, like a streak of red and blue lightning. It tore through the air. Open fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, with specialized bullets capable of shredding armored vehicles pouring forth like a torrential downpour. However, the figure's movements defied the laws of physics. It contorted and folded in midair at an impossible angle, effortlessly evading all projectiles. A sudden thrust. One agent barely had time to react before the figure closed in, its hand piercing through his specialized ceramic armor and crushing his heart with ease. Blood stained the attacker's hands. At that moment, Buck finally locked onto the figure. He charged. The ground beneath him fractured as he transformed into a blackened blur. Rushing forward, his arm, imbued with the arcane brilliance of URU metal, descended with a force to obliterate. However, the assailant flicked their wrist. Whoosh! A resilient white thread shot forth, ensnaring Buck's arm with precision. An overwhelming force emanated from the thread. Buck's momentum, potent enough to overturn a tank, was abruptly halted. For the first time, a grave expression flickered in his icy gaze. Utilizing the thread's power, the assailant violently hurled Buck against the adjacent wall. Crash! The entire wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. The camera, caught in the turbulence of the impact, focused on the assailant's face. The final image relayed to the throne room froze at that moment. Yumu, the White Queen, and all the elite members of Hydra, who were granted the privilege to witness this scene, clearly discerned the visage of the assailant. It was a face, a countenance that should belong to a hero, now grotesquely decayed. Great swathes of flesh had rotted away, exposing the grim white bones and darkened muscle tissue beneath. One eye had become a hollow, gaping void, while the other, clouded and glazed, burned with an insatiable, relentless hunger for warm, living flesh. The signature red suit he wore was tattered and soiled, stained with dried blood and various unspeakable filth. Yet, the sinister black spider emblem upon his chest remained strikingly distinct. Spider-Man, no. Zombie Spider-Man. Yumu gazed upon that face, and the smile that adorned his visage gradually faded. In its place arose an exhilarating fervor, akin to that of a hunter finally encountering a worthy prey. He slowly rose from his throne, his gaze piercing through the screen as if he could see above Oakdale Town. There, a pitch-black, minuscule black hole, akin to a wound in the cosmos, ominously spun. More twisted, staggering figures were struggling to emerge from that profound darkness, one after another. "The feast," Yumu whispered softly, his voice brimming with uncontainable delight. "It begins." Chapter 0115, The Gluttonous Feast. Within the throne room, an oppressive silence prevailed. All the high-ranking members of Hydra, observing this scene, found their breaths suspended in that moment. The terror reflected in their eyes was thick enough to suffocate. The face frozen upon the energy mirror was all too familiar to them. It belonged to the friendly neighbor of New York City, the guardian of the metropolis who swung through the air, trading witty banter. Yet now, that face had become the most visceral manifestation of a nightmare. Putrid flesh, stark white bones, hollow eye sockets, and within that murky eyeball burned the most primal, pure thirst for all living creatures. This was the most vile desecration of the very term hero. Emma, the White Queen, whose face was perpetually adorned with pride and elegance for the first time, betrayed a hint of incredulous pallor. She felt not fear, but an instinctual revulsion and repulsion, as if confronted by a nemesis that existed on a fundamental level of the laws of nature. Only Yumu remained unfazed. He rose slowly from his throne. The smile on his face, upon fully recognizing the countenance, not only remained but intensified, growing ever more vibrant and joyous. It was not a smile of schadenfreude, but rather that of a supreme gourmand who, after a prolonged wait, had finally encountered a legendary dish worthy of his personal tasting. His gaze transcended the screen, piercing through the boundaries of reality and illusion, and landed precisely above Oakdale Town. In that moment, a minuscule black hole, as dark as a festering scar upon the skin of the cosmos, ominously and slowly spun. It regurgitated the decay and despair of another realm into this pristine plate. A staggering figure was expelled from the depths of that profound darkness. The star-spangled uniform he donned was tattered, resembling a shroud, marred with dried and darkened blood and brain matter. In his grasp, a shield that once symbolized indomitable strength was now half embedded in his own decaying chest, serving as a badge of disgrace. His gait was unsteady, yet bore the unmistakable cadence of a soldier, a rhythm that even death could not extinguish. The zombie captain. Then, with a thunderous crash, a suit of steel armor fell heavily to the ground. Its flight system long malfunctioned. Once resplendent in red and gold, it was now riddled with jagged, violent tears, grotesque, and mutated flesh sprouting from the gashes, merging the metallic with the putrid in an uncanny union. The arc reactor in its chest no longer emitted the blue light of hope, but instead glowed with a sickly, spectral green. Through the shattered visor, one could discern a rotting visage that belonged to Tony Stark. Those eyes, once aglow with intelligence and pride, were now devoid of anything but a ravenous hunger for energy and flesh. One after another, the Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon, figures once revered by millions on television as guardians of humanity, now emerged from the dark rift, staggering forth in the most distorted and vile manner. They were the Avengers from Hell. Panic spread faster than any virus. When the first footage from Oakdale, orchestrated by Yumu, forcefully infiltrated every screen connected to the global network of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, the order of human civilization was momentarily suspended. Times Square's colossal billboards, showcasing a dazzling promotional clip of Tony Stark endorsing a mech battle pet just a second prior, abruptly shifted. The image transformed to reveal a zombie Spider-Man, his grotesque, claw-like appendages effortlessly tearing apart the tactical armor of a Hydra ghost agent. Then, before the gaze of billions, he lowered his head and ravenously devoured the twitching body. Blood and flesh cascaded from the corners of his decaying mouth. The entire square fell into a deathly silence lasting 3 seconds. Then erupted a cacophony of screams, mingled with terror and disbelief, piercing the heavens. In that moment, the world was dragged into the deepest abyss. The greatest fear of mortals does not stem from the unknown, but rather from their stark realization of the world upon which they depend for survival. It was never designed for them. Command. Within the Hydra stronghold, Yumu's voice, cold and clear, reverberated in the ears of every high-ranking Hydra member, forcibly pulling them back from the chilling grip of their souls into the stark reality. With the utmost authority of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, a cataclysmic disaster alert was issued globally, codenamed Gluttony. Command Magneto to immediately proceed to the outskirts of Oakdale, establishing an absolute physical quarantine at all costs. Tell him I do not wish to see a single insect crawling out of my plate until I give my consent. Red Queen, mobilize all military satellites to monitor all anomalous energy points around the globe in real time. Any similar fissures that appear must be reported to me immediately. One order after another, like the most intricate of mechanical gears, began to set the enormous war machine into a thunderous motion. Yumu could not allow Base 9527 to be invaded by the zombie universe, especially now that he had seized control of Hydra. The upper echelons of the United States were gradually being occupied by Hydra. The Pentagon, the underground strategic command center. Here lies the heart of the most powerful military empire on Earth, where the air is perpetually infused with the cold, rusty scent of war. Yet at this moment, this heart was trembling violently, spiraling out of control. God, what is that thing? Confirm the target's identity. Repeat. Confirm the target's identity. All communications in Oakdale have been severed. The drones we dispatched lost contact the moment they entered the airspace. General, urgent communications from the White House. The president demands an explanation. Roars, alarms, and ringing phones merged into an apocalyptic symphony. Each massive tactical screen displayed the same footage forcefully pushed by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, a recording from hell. The grotesque sight of a zombie Spider-Man devouring the living was magnified to the extreme. Each tear of his decaying jaws seemed to shred the sanity of all the high-ranking generals present. Enough! A thunderous roar quelled all the clamor. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, known for his firmness and volatility, now bore a face the color of liver. His fist slammed heavily onto the alloy conference table, producing a dull thud. I don't care what kind of damned hero or monster that is. General Ross's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast on the verge of rampage. I only know that something is in my country, consuming my people. He pointed at the main screen, his voice hoarse and brutal. I authorize a heavenly strike. Use tactical nuclear weapons to eradicate that cursed little town and everything within it from a map. Now, immediately. Execute. As the order was given, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. No one moved. Every face bore an expression mingled with terror and bewilderment. Are you all deaf? General Ross's fury was nearly potent enough to ignite the ceiling. My orders are futile, General, a colonel responsible for strategic weapon systems managed to utter, his voice dry as sandpaper. We have lost access. What? Just 5 minutes prior. The colonel's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he gestured towards the crimson control panel before him, symbolizing denied access. Every military satellite, every strategic missile silo, and all else had been wholly usurped by an entity known as the Red Queen. It had locked down all our weapon systems. General Ross stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The wrath that could instill fear in any adversary was extinguished in an instant by an overwhelming chill. At that moment, the screens within the command center flickered once more. The gruesome footage vanished, replaced by a pitch-black backdrop and a sinister emblem of a nine-headed serpent formed by countless twisted serpents that slowly emerged. A cold, emotionless voice, akin to a divine decree, resonated through every speaker in the command center. To the armed forces of the United States, the Devourer incident has been fully subsumed by the new order. Oakdale has now been designated as the first page of the divine recipe. Any unauthorized probing or interference will be regarded as a blatant affront to the New World Order. Warning: any unauthorized military units daring to approach within 50 kilometers of the quarantine zone will be eliminated on the spot. As the words echoed, the main screen shifted to a real-time aerial view of Oakdale. Before the astonished gaze of all the commanders, a figure levitated at 10,000 meters above ground. With a mere lift of his hand, the earth surrounding the town responded as if summoned by a deity. S.H.E.L.D, vehicles, structural reinforcements. And even the metal veins deep within the soil erupted, twisting and merging into a colossal torrent of steel that blotted out the sky. Ultimately, under the terrifying will of Magneto, this conglomeration transformed into an immense metallic dome, shimmering with electric light, completely enveloping the town. It severed all connections and rendered judgment upon all. In the command center, an eerie silence prevailed. General Ross slowly slumped into his chair, gazing at the metallic cage that had risen like a miracle in mere seconds. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of helplessness. It was not a mere gap in weaponry. It was a crushing of dimensions. Their aircraft and artillery appeared laughably akin to children's toys in the face of such power. The old deities had perished. A new era had dawned. Chapter 0116, The Divine Recipe. The apocalypse did not arrive quietly. It unfolded in an ostentatious and ferocious manner, heralding its arrival simultaneously in every corner of the globe. In Tokyo, Shibuya, at the heart of the world's busiest intersection, a pitch-black void suddenly rent the fabric of space, swallowing countless fashionably attired men and women before they could even utter a scream. In London, above the River Thames, decayed tendrils emerged from another rift, effortlessly ensnaring a sightseeing cruise ship and dragging it into an unknown dimension amidst the terrified gazes of its passengers. In Cairo, atop the pyramids, a tempest of yellow sand and flesh surged forth from an ever-expanding black hole. This was not an invasion. It was an unending war between two universes. In the town of Oakdale, Nebraska, it was merely the first dish served at this global banquet. On the outskirts of Oakdale, Magneto, Eric Lensher, hovered in midair, his expression grim and arms outstretched, single-handedly shifting the tectonic plates of the entire region. An endless torrent of metal surged from the depths of the earth, transforming into an iron canopy that enveloped the town completely. Above this canopy, electric arcs danced and magnetic fields roared, a marvel of modern physics and a testament to the will of an Omega-level mutant. Yet, Eric's heart remained as frigid as the isolated ground beneath him. He once believed himself to be a god among mutants, the sovereign of the future, until he bowed before the man adorned with a white, smiling mask. It was then he understood that some individuals gaze into the abyss because they were born of it, and he was but a pitiful creature standing at the abyss's edge, mistaking his limited view for a comprehensive understanding of the world. A roar erupted from the black hole at the town's center, a sound that transcended humanity, brimming with boundless rage and hunger. In the next moment, a colossal, morbidly green figure, akin to a meteor, violently collided with the iron canopy above. The metallic dome, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, visibly dented under the impact, creating an immense imprint. Countless metal structures groaned under the unbearable strain, cracks spiderwebbing across their surfaces. The Hulk, a grotesque undead. Eric's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense the physical power within that rotting body, potent enough to tear apart planets. Yet the force propelling it was not mere anger, but a more primal and terrifying hunger for law. "You shall not pass," Eric bellowed, pride forbidding his retreat. He clasped his hands together with fervor. Instantly, the entire metallic canopy sprang to life. Tons of steel transformed into a tempest of fury, a storm of razor-sharp metallic shards poised to obliterate all in its path, hurtling towards the undead Hulk. This was the ultimate confrontation of magnetism and brute force. However, the zombie Hulk merely cast a glance at him with its hollow, decaying eyes, and then unleashed a second punch, a third punch, a fourth punch. Each blow was imbued with pure, unrelenting destruction. Crack, accompanied by a resonant sound, akin to the world shattering. The absolute defense line that Eric painstakingly constructed was utterly breached. A colossal gap appeared in the firmament, resembling an unsightly scar upon the visage of a deity. Immediately, the virus known as hunger surged forth, akin to a deluge breaking through a dam, pouring down through the breach. In the town, the last surviving residents let out screams that lasted barely 3 seconds before being replaced by a chilling, flesh-devouring sound. Then, pairs of murky, pale eyes glimmered from behind the windows of every household. They staggered out of their homes, merging into the streets, becoming a new tide of corpses surging toward the gap. The collapse of civilization does not always require artillery. It merely necessitates allowing people to witness, firsthand, the frailty of all they hold dear. The globally broadcast images faithfully transmitted this scene to every corner of the world. Was that Hulk? How could he? Oh God, he broke through that metallic shell. That mutant has lost. Run. Run for your lives. On the internet, the barrage of comments transformed rapidly from initial shock to an overwhelming tide of despair. People watched as their familiar hero morphed into a creature that feasted upon its own kind. They beheld the seemingly indestructible defense line being effortlessly torn apart. Faith was shattered in that moment. Panic reached its zenith across the globe. In Latveria, Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom, sat quietly upon his throne. He observed the screen displaying a biotechnological mothership, composed of flesh and steel, slowly emerging from the black hole, his gaze devoid of calculation for the first time, replaced only by pure gravity. He watched as the harbinger of doom descended, along with the Avengers from Hell standing upon it. He understood that this was a war beyond his reach. Beyond the universe lies another universe. Carol, Earth is in peril. I require your assistance. Deep within the cosmos, a golden stream of light pierced the darkness, hurtling toward Earth at faster-than-light speed. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, received Nick Fury's final message. Upon her arrival on Earth, however, she was met with a doomsday scene that would leave even her breathless. In the Hydra Castle, in the throne room, Yumu gathered his Illuminati. Tony, Emma, Natasha, and Gwen, all core members, stared gravely at the hellish panorama reflected in the energy mirror. Yumu remarked, "This phenomenon is spreading faster than all models predicted." Tony's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet was unstoppable. In the midst of this profound despair, Yumu's voice emerged, calm and unassuming, akin to a divine proclamation that instantaneously dispelled the bewilderment of all present. He rose slowly from his throne, his expression no longer merely one of joy or fervor. It was the serene composure of a connoisseur who had finally decided to approach the banquet table, poised to grasp the knife and fork with a sense of ritualistic gravity. Black hole sticker activated. Location connected. Oakdale Town. The tide of corpses surged like an ocean, engulfing the land. Magneto, Eric, floated in midair, his complexion pale as he struggled to control the metallic storm, grappling with the tireless zombie Hulk and the endless horde of the undead, barely managing to uphold the last line of defense, while the tide of corpses continued to expand. Just as all those watching this scene via satellite succumbed to utter despair, the sky was torn asunder. Yet, this was not the filthy, distorted black hole of the zombie universe. A vortex, seemingly capable of devouring all, thunderously opened above the battlefield. It resembled a sacred expanse, forcibly imprinted upon the hellish tapestry of war. In the next moment, a figure emerged, stepping forth from the void. With long black hair billowing without wind and a face of striking beauty, marred only by a white, smiling mask. He appeared as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Yumu graced the battlefield. Following closely were the White Queen Emma, Polaris Lorna, the female Deadpool Wanda, the God Beast, Dr. Mobius of the Dark Knight, and the Ghost Rider Frank, core members of the Illuminati, resembling apostles in the wake of a deity, forming a line behind him. Each of them emanated an absolute calmness and confidence that seemed entirely out of place amidst the chaotic battlefield. It was as if they had not come to confront the apocalypse, but to claim a victory that had long been predetermined. Their confidence in Yumu was wild and unrestrained. No matter the adversity they faced, with Yumu as their backing, everything became trivial. The roar of the corpse tide momentarily halted upon their arrival. Those monstrous beings, driven by primal hunger, seemed to sense some pressure from a higher order of existence that sent shivers through their very souls. The zombie Spider-Man reacted the fastest, letting out a piercing shriek as it lunged toward Yumu like a streak of red and blue lightning. Yumu did not even cast a glance in its direction. He merely continued forward, strolling with an air of nonchalance. Just as the creature's claws, capable of rending tanks, were about to make contact with Yumu, a soft sound resonated. An invisible force, the 3 points return to vitality, radiated from Yumu's side. The swift figure of the zombie Spider-Man suddenly froze mid-air, then, as if crushed by an invisible hand, it disintegrated from head to toe, transforming into the most primitive dust, dissipating in the wind. An instant kill. It could hardly be termed a battle. It resembled more the casual act of a person squashing an insect that dared to approach. Yumu treaded upon the ashes of the monster, advancing steadily towards the recently descended, decaying mothership. He halted, slowly raising his gaze. On the deck, the zombie Captain America and zombie Iron Man, along with all the other undead heroes, fixated their hollow, greedy eyes upon him, as if looking at an unprecedented feast. Yumu extended his right hand. Gene, throne, activate. He did not intend to attack. Rather, he was savoring the essence of a virus named hunger. It was wild, chaotic, imbued with the most malevolent curse against all life. Yet beneath this endless chaos, Yumu detected a hint of a familiar flavor, one that shared its origin with the gene essence Leviathan within him, yet was entirely distinct, a different principle of devouring. So it was. A cold smile crept across Yumu's lips. This was neither a virus nor a curse. He turned to face his stunned and bewildered subordinates. His voice calm, yet imbued with a soothing magic capable of pacifying all. It was a prayer, a humble yet cruel supplication from a universe starved to the extreme, yearning for sustenance. At that moment, the black hole of Oakdale Town suddenly expanded. The decaying, bioorganic mothership finally forced its massive form fully into this world. Countless figures stood densely upon its slimy deck. The zombie Captain America had plunged half of his shield into his chest. The zombie Iron Man's reactor burned with green, ghostly flames. The zombie Black Widow, Hawkeye, and thousands of undead agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms stood ready. They were avengers from hell, the new gods this world was about to confront. Global panic reached its zenith at that instant. Everyone was suffocated by an overwhelming despair. Only Yumu remained unaffected, only the Illuminati. As he gazed at the slowly descending arc of doom, his smile grew ever more joyous and fervent, resembling a long-awaited hunter finally beholding worthy prey. Excellent, Yumu whispered softly, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement. The appetizers have finally been served. Chapter 0117. The Feast of Gods and the Despair of Mortals. Roar. On the deck, the rotting figure of the zombie captain, draped in a tattered stars and stripes, emitted its first ravenous roar. Its lingering instincts precisely locked onto Yumu. In its murky perception, this figure appeared as a star radiating boundless life energy, an unprecedented delicacy. With a fierce swing of its arm, it hurled the decayed, blood-soaked vibranium shield with all its might. Whoosh! The shield tore through the air, accompanied by a gust of deathly wind, whirling and howling as it aimed directly at Yumu's head. This strike was the final echo of a bygone era's spiritual symbol. However, Yumu did not even flinch. Behind him, Bucky took a single step forward. Just one step. His face, occupied by supreme rationality and coldness, bore no expression. He raised the arm forged from vibranium, adamantium, and URU metal, finger splayed, and grasped the incoming shield mid-air. There was no cataclysmic collision. Crack! A sound, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, resonated. The once indomitable vibranium shield abruptly froze in mid-air, its surface adorned with a web of cracks. The next moment, it shattered with a resounding explosion. Bucky's hand remained steady, showing no sign of tremor. He merely flipped his wrist indifferently. Countless irregularly shaped metal fragments, as if imbued with life, spiraled back with a swiftness surpassing their initial flight. Thud, 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 thud. A tempest of death unleashed by the metallic shards engulfed the deck. The zombie agents, who had just charged forward, collided with an invisible wall of a meat grinder, instantly torn apart and transformed into a flurry of flesh and bone. One strike cleared the front row of the deck. Bucky slowly retracted his arm and returned behind Yumu, once again becoming a silent statue. as if all he had done was brush away a speck of dust from his master's shoulder. Boom! On the other side, the reactor in the chest of the zombie Iron Man suddenly overloaded, unleashing a sickly green light cannon filled with decaying energy that circumvented Bucky's defense, angling towards Yumu. Oomph! A cold snort escaped from Magneto, Eric. In that moment, he gazed at Yumu's nonchalant figure, and the last vestiges of pride and reluctance in his heart dissipated completely. He had once believed himself to be the destined king, aspiring to establish a throne for mutants in this world. Only now did he truly comprehend that his lifelong pursuit was akin to standing at the foot of a mountain, foolishly attempting to construct a mound of dirt to rival a true divine peak. How utterly laughable. True power has never been about controlling the rules, but rather about writing them. For the first time, a new light ignited in Eric's eyes. He raised his hand sharply, targeting the energy cannon. He was no longer merely manipulating metal. His will, his strength, extended infinitely along the magnetic field, forcefully dissecting and distorting the composition of that energy cannon. Return at once. The ghastly green energy beam twisted at a completely unphysical angle, turning abruptly by 90 degrees in midair. Like an uncontrollable venomous dragon, it crashed violently into the horde of corpses on the flank. A tremendous explosion instantaneously vaporized hundreds of zombies. Eric gasped for breath, his face pale, yet his eyes sparkled with a fervor akin to rebirth. He realized he had pushed open the door to a new world, bestowed upon him by the man before him. Meanwhile, a cold yet elegant smile graced the lips of the White Queen, Emma Frost. Her battle transcended the material realm. My dear world, her voice resonated through the broadcast, her omnipresent psychic power echoing in the ears of every sentient being on Earth, be it the civilians trembling in bomb shelters or the generals in the Pentagon rendered helpless. Before everyone appeared two starkly contrasting images. On the left, the gruesome scene of zombie heroes devouring their kind, tearing flesh and blood. Pure hunger and cruelty enough to shatter any steadfast mind. On the right, their past moments of glory, celebrated and revered by the populace for saving the world. Behold, Emma's voice, like the gentlest poison, corroded the rationality of all. This is the hero you worship. This is the guardian you rely upon. When disaster strikes, they're no different from you, perhaps even more grotesque. Faith, the most fragile armor in existence, once cracked, can provide no further shelter. In that moment, countless individuals gazed upon the stark contrast, their mental worlds collapsing. Hope was publicly executed. The faith of a bygone era was meticulously disassembled in this psychological slaughterhouse, crafted by Emma's own hands. She was not instilling fear. She was clearing the way for the arrival of a new deity, sweeping away the remnants of faith with utmost thoroughness. Yumu had long since lost interest in the battle among these minions. His gaze traversed the chaotic battlefield, ultimately locking onto the largest green monstrosity, the zombie Hulk. An intriguing specimen, Yumu murmured softly, extending a finger. A barely perceptible strand of threefold returned chi, akin to a living thread, silently entwined itself around the roaring zombie Hulk. He was not attacking. He was savoring, using the genetic throne to analyze the newly birthed genetic sequence. A fusion of gamma rays, boundless rage, and an interdimensional hunger virus, ferocious and chaotic, yet imbued with an unyielding vitality. This was the essence he sought. At the corners of Yumu's mouth, a deeper smile blossomed. The authority of the gene throne was invoked for the first time. Plunder. A growl? In the distance, the zombie Hulk, amidst its chaotic thoughts, experienced a fleeting emotion known as confusion for the very first time. It sensed that something of paramount importance, something intrinsically linked to its very essence, was being forcibly stripped away from its life source. This was a theft more agonizing than the tearing of flesh and bone. A fundamental plunder. Within Yumu's body, the virus surged to a boil. A pure strand of gamma gene, shimmering with a green luminescence, was forcibly seized and instantaneously fused perfectly with his genetic sequence. Boom! An indescribable explosive force erupted within Yumu's limbs and bones. His body visibly swelled slightly before dissipating. The virus and gamma gene merged into a singular entity. Power. Yumu clenched his fist, feeling the novel, pure destructive force coursing through him, and nodded in satisfaction. He casually threw a punch at the empty ground beside him. No sound. No soclave. Yet, the space before his fist shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly adorned with a web of black cracks. Subsequently, that expanse fractured silently. 100 meters away, the 20-story building that served as a backdrop seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, its foundation obliterated and reduced to the finest powder, scattering into nothingness with the wind. Roar! The theft of its essence plunged the zombie Hulk into an unprecedented fury. It abandoned all adversaries, transforming its massive form into a green meteor, hurtling towards Yumu with the intent to shatter the earth. Yumu gazed at the oncoming figure and merely shook his head. Too noisy. He too raised his fist to meet it. One, a colossal fist imbued with the wrath of the planet. The other, seemingly unremarkable, encased in 3 parts returned to origin chi. The fists collided. The anticipated earth-shattering roar did not ensue. Time appeared to freeze at that moment, under the astonished gaze of the world. The zombie Hulk's immense body began to disassemble from the point of contact with Yumu's fist, inch by inch. Muscle bone, tissue, every material was utterly dismantled and obliterated by an invisible force, disintegrating at the most fundamental level. It couldn't even muster a cry of despair. That furious expression remained frozen on its decaying visage, while its body was reduced to ash, dissipating in the wind. Both form and spirit extinguished. Yumu casually withdrew his fist, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing through time and space, locking eyes with every trembling soul before screens across the globe. Then, through the Red Queen, he issued the first and only divine edict to the world. The old gods are dead. The new god must rise. From this moment forth, I shall be the sole entity to which you must look up. The instant these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the globe, a stillness akin to death itself. Despair reached its zenith at that moment. And it was then, a dazzling golden stream of light, seemingly embodying all the hopes of the universe, tore through the cloud from the heavens above, descending like divine retribution. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, floated midair. Her golden locks danced amidst the radiant energy, her fists clenched tightly, and her eyes blazed with an anger potent enough to incinerate all in its path. She gazed down upon the town, hellish in its destruction, witnessing the slaughtered heroes, and ultimately, her gaze fixated upon the man who had proclaimed himself a deity. Yumu slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards this uninvited guest, a smile growing ever more pronounced upon his face. Oh, another delightful appetizer. The last hope of the world stands at this moment, confronting the new god from afar. Chapter 0118. Captain Marvel's helplessness and the return of the tadpole of the sky was rent asunder by a pure golden light. This brilliance was resplendent and searing, as if it had coalesced all the hope and justice since the dawn of the universe, descending with the weight of divine judgment. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, hovered in the air, her golden hair thrashing wildly in the surging photon energy, each strand alight with flames capable of melting stars. Her eyes shone like 2 burning suns, fixating on the figure below wearing a white, smiling mask. Rage, unprecedented in its intensity, threatened to consume her reason entirely. Captain Marvel recognized the man before her, clad in a white, smiling mask, as a far greater danger than the inexplicably arisen zombies. Amongst the undead, she spotted some comrades with whom she had once fought side by side, now transformed into flesh-eating monstrosities. It was evident she had misjudged the situation. She also perceived the land being devoured by a plague from another realm. The virus was insidious, permeating everywhere. Yet, these were mere lifeless entities, solvable in time. However, that man, the one who declared himself a deity, represented a far graver threat than the zombies. Over the phone, Fury divulged everything he knew to her. In her heart, eliminating this man was more advantageous than eradicating the zombies. Carol's voice trembled with profound fury, each word seemingly forced from between clenched teeth. Damn it. No further words were necessary. Action would provide the answer. Boom. Carol transformed into a golden spear of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Forsaking all technique, channeling every ounce of her energy, fury, and protective conviction into this cataclysmic strike. The overload of photon energy instantaneously ionized the air around her, creating a vacuum of destruction. This strike possesses the power to shatter a small planet. Confronted by this beacon of annihilation, Yumu did not even lift his eyelids. He stood in tranquil silence, as if even a gust of wind or a grain of sand were more deserving of his attention than the radiant golden light before him. Just as the Golden Doom was about to make contact with his mask, a gossamer shield, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet imbued with the profound essence of the universe's genesis, quietly manifested around Yumu's form. The azure energy of the longevity technique served as the foundation, evolving into the rhythm of all creation. The white three-parts returning essence circulated with the might to deconstruct all things. These two energies fused seamlessly, forming a perfect, self-contained microcosm. In the next instant, the light collided with the shield. There was no cataclysmic explosion as anticipated, nor was there a doomsday tempest born of energy collision. The golden torrent, capable of obliterating all, upon touching the shield, resembled a fist striking an illusory mirage that did not exist, or perhaps like an enraged hand thrusting into the boundless void. All force, all energy, all fury was effortlessly dissipated, smoothed, and returned to nothingness by an incomprehensible, higher-dimensional law. There was no world-shattering explosion, no shockwave to rattle the earth, and not even a whisper sound. The ferocious energy that could annihilate everything seemed as though it had never existed. Time stood still in that moment. Carol remained poised mid-lunge, frozen in the air, her golden flame-tinged eyes reflecting pure, incomprehensible astonishment for the first time. How could this be? She had traversed the cosmos, encountered countless formidable civilizations, and battled myriad terrifying foes, yet had never experienced such absurdity. Her most potent strike had failed to even stir her opponent's finger. This was no mere disparity in strength. It was a chasm of existential dimensions. Is this the extent of your power? Yumu slowly raised his gaze, his expression behind the mask tranquil, as if he were admiring an intriguing piece of art, absorbing energy only to release it. Fundamentally, you are merely a highly efficient, mobile living battery. His voice was calm, yet akin to the sharpest scalpel, incisively uncovering Carol's most profound secret. A jolt of shock coursed through Carol, a chill ascending from her spine to the crown of her head. The man before her had, with a single glance, penetrated the essence of her power. A good battery must know when to charge and when to discharge. A playful lips. But if you cannot even control the circuitry around you, what significance does an abundance of energy hold? As his words fell, he invoked the supreme authority of the gene throne. Command, an intangible command, transcending the laws of physics, instantly enveloped the area surrounding Yumu. In this place, the efficiency of photon energy accumulation dwindled to nothingness. A hum resonated as Carol's mind fell into a void. She sensed that something fundamental, the very essence that supported her existence, was forcefully extracted. The indomitable link between her and the cosmic energy was severed by an invisible hand. The resplendent golden aura enveloping her began to flicker violently, becoming exceedingly unstable, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Soon thereafter, a more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The energy within her, bereft of restraint, began to leak uncontrollably outward. Streams of golden photons escaped from her pores, tracing beautiful arcs in the air before vanishing without a trace. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Indeed, the strongest fortress is often breached from within. In that moment, her body was that crumbling bastion. This was not a battle. It was an execution. The man before her was not engaging her on the same plane of existence. He was establishing the rules. He was rewriting reality. And she was merely a pathetic prop, used to showcase his dominion to the world. Behold, Yumu's voice reverberated through the Red Queen's broadcast and the White Queen's psychic network, echoing clearly in the ears of every survivor across the globe, resonating in every dark corner. On the screen, Captain Marvel's brilliance flickered and dimmed, her face etched with agony and despair. This is your final hope, a mortal who cannot even master her own power. The hero you venerate, the deity you rely upon, is utterly fragile before the true laws of existence. The flames of the old era have been extinguished, for I have ushered in an eternal night. Yumu's words, like the most malevolent curse, extinguished the last ember of hope within the hearts of the world. Faith was publicly executed. The world plunged into an unprecedented, profound silence. At that moment, a dark void in the center of Oakdale, connected to the realm of the undead, suddenly expanded violently. A thunderous roar erupted. An aura far more terrifying than 1,000 zombie Hulks or zombie Avengers seeped forth. It was a pure, ancient hunger that transcended the very concepts of life and death. It felt as if a colossal beast, feeding on planets, was casting its gaze upon this new, delectable world. Before this will, the steel dome constructed by Magneto began to warp and wail as if made of paper. The White Queen, Emma, turned pale, as if her mental realm were pierced by countless steel needles. Even the typically cold winter demon Baki found that the runes on his demonic arm began to flicker uncontrollably. The smile on Yumu's face gradually faded for the first time, and a slight furrow appeared on his brow. From that ominous aura, he distinctly sensed the laws governing the devouring of planets. It was a power of consumption that shared a common origin with his gene throne. It was far grander and more domineering. This was an adversary that transcended the current dimension of his strength. Just as all life on the planet succumbed to a new wave of profound despair, possibly the last, a melodious chime, audible only to Yumu, resonated in his mind. Ding! Your tadpole has completed its journey, traversing the shattered void to bring you a memento, wishing you a pleasant life. Instantly, Yumu's consciousness plunged into the system. A brand new photograph lay quietly in his inventory. The backdrop of the image was a fragmented, desolate starry sky, the remnants of countless stars forming a magnificent yet melancholic tableau. At the center of this shattered cosmos stood a solitary figure, proud and unwavering. Merely standing there, he seemed to be the very nexus of the universe. Memento, Tao Seed, Demon Method. Technique characteristics. This method transcends mere accumulation of internal energy. It is a supreme pathway involving the transformation of spirit and matter. By refining one's spirit into a demonic seed and implanting it within a uniquely gifted individual, the seed will absorb the host's essence, energy, spirit, and even their lifelong learning and enlightenment. Once matured, it will be retrieved and fused by the Tao Heart. The Tao Heart serves as the body, while the demonic seed is the application. Yin and Yang complement each other, ultimately transcending life and death, breaking the void of time and space, and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, breaking the void. Ilmu's breath momentarily halted. He gazed at the description of the technique in his hand, then lifted his eyes to the ever-expanding black hole, exuding an insatiable aura of consumption. Within the black hole, an incomprehensibly vast, terrifying silhouette was slowly descending. A frenzied thought, like thunder, erupted in Yumu's mind. He intended to plant a demonic seed in the impending devourer of planets. What is a demon? To seize heaven and earth, to plunder all beings, to use the garments of others to fulfill one's own path. Is there a more perfect furnace than this approaching planet devourer? White Queen Magneto. For the first time, Yumu's voice bore an undeniable gravity. At all costs, by me time. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight, entering the deepest state of seclusion. He needed to forcibly merge with this supreme demonic skill, one that could elevate him to the divine realm. Chapter 0119. Tao Seed Demon, the Grandmaster Realm. The mind is a seed deeper than the universe itself. The moment Yumu's consciousness sank into the Tao Seed Demon Method, he plunged into the darkest trench of this ocean. Without the mantras of cultivation or the diagrams for the flow of true energy, what awaited him was an endless cacophony of malevolent spiritual howls. Young one, surrender your flesh. I shall guide you to experience the sublime allure of the demonic path. A formidable and unparalleled intent materialized as a demon wielding a colossal blade, descending upon him with ferocity. Such a pure soul, truly a top-tier cauldron. United with me, you shall attain all the beauty and power in the world. Another seductive intent manifested into myriad enchanting demonesses, exhaling like orchids, wrapping around him. These were the spiritual imprints of countless practitioners of the heart of Tao cultivation, remnants of those who had failed, madmen consumed by their own delusions. Their lingering souls, bound by their own techniques, formed the first and most perilous trial for the successors. They yearned for possession, longing to be reborn through this perfect vessel, Yumu. Even the most resolute warrior, when faced with such an assault originating from the depths of the soul, would have their mind torn asunder. Yet, The corner of Yu Mu's mouth curled into a chilling arc within that sea of spiritual consciousness. Possess me? A flicker of mockery crossed his mind. Those who could not govern their own minds would ultimately be enslaved by the will of others. His heart remained as tranquil as still water. The secret techniques of the heavenly sect roared into operation, transforming Yu Mu's spiritual realm into a placid ancient well. Regardless of the myriad demonic shadows howling and crashing against him, his heart of Tao remained unperturbed. It seems you have misunderstood something. Yu Mu's voice echoed coldly within his own spiritual realm. I'm not here to accept a trial. I am here to feast. The instant the words fell, his tranquil sea of consciousness abruptly morphed into a furnace that devoured all. The heart of Tao became the furnace, and demonic thoughts served as fuel. You remnants, entrenched in your techniques, dare to call yourselves demons? Yu Mu stepped forward to confront the demon wielding the colossal blade, unwavering and unflinching. The true demon is one who seizes the heavens and plunders the lives of others, achieving their own path through the garments of others. His spiritual force transformed into an invisible hand, crushing the demon in a moment of sheer terror. The pure and tyrannical spiritual power was absorbed by the furnace, nourishing the expansion of Yu Mu's soul. The strength of his soul surged at a geometric rate. His spirit began to influence reality. The eternal life technique, and 3 parts returning to origin chi, within him began to forcibly meld under this immense spiritual might, evolving towards a higher dimensional form, unifying. Outside, in the town of Oakdale, the apocalypse had already descended. Hold firm. Magneto, Eric, his hair and beard standing on end, eyes ablaze with crimson, pushed the power of the magnetic field to its utmost limit. Yet, the terrifying pressure seeping from the black hole loomed like an invisible mountain, causing the steel dome he had constructed to crumble inch by inch. The sky had been tainted a nauseating, putrid hue of flesh and blood. He once fancied himself a deity among mutants, aspiring to establish a kingdom on Earth. It is only now that he comprehends the folly of his pursuits, realizing that he has merely stood at the base of a mountain, attempting to construct a mound of sand that could rival a true divine peak. How utterly laughable. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, finds herself embroiled in a fierce battle. Alongside her arch-nemesis, Magneto, they are forced to stand back to back, uniting against an unending tide of relentless, death-defying zombies. Her photon energy can effortlessly vaporize swathes of the undead, yet her power is not limitless. Even more terrifying is the insatiable hunger emanating from the depths of a black hole, steadily eroding and tainting her strength. Hope, the cruelest poison in existence, perpetually promises an unattainable dawn. For the first time, Carol tastes the bitterness of this toxic elixir. Suddenly, a hand adorned with shimmering URU metal runes is viciously bitten by a zombified beast. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, wears an impassive expression. He does not even glance at his wounded arm. Instead, his other hand transforms into a blade, deftly severing the head of the zombie. He battles against several second-tier heroes, once seen only on television, now reduced to mindless monsters driven solely by bloodlust. A weapon never questions the hand that wields it. It merely awaits and executes commands. Bucky's gaze is as frigid as Siberian permafrost, his mind singularly focused, to hold the line until his master returns, not yielding even a step. Within the crucible of the mind, as the final vestige of mental imprint is refined and absorbed, Yu Mu's consciousness regains an unprecedented clarity and tranquility. His soul has burgeoned to an extraordinary magnitude, as if a mere thought could shift stars and warp time and space. All power, all insights, all acts of violence and plunder coalesce at the core of Yu Mu's spirit into a singular point, a seed. Upward. Profound seed that seems to embody the fundamental truths of the universe's cycle of creation and destruction. It is entirely black, yet appears capable of swallowing all light. The demon seed has come to fruition. In the depths of the Hydra castle, within a secret chamber, Yu Mu slowly opens his eyes. At the moment of his awakening, every ounce of energy within the castle, be it electricity, magic, or ley line essence, is instantly siphoned, bowing before him. He steps forth. The man has returned to the skies above Oakdale. He remains himself, black-haired, black-eyed, possessing a striking visage and an aura so restrained that he seems just an ordinary young man. However, at the instant of his emergence, whether it be Magneto, Captain Marvel, the Winter Soldier, or the White Queen Emma Frost. All engaged in their respective struggles, or observing from afar, are profoundly affected. All souls simultaneously experienced an unutterable tremor, emanating from the very depths of existence. It was not fear, but rather a primal reverence felt by lesser beings gazing upon a higher existence. They comprehended that Yumu had ventured into a domain far beyond their understanding, a chasm separating mortals from deities, the realm of the Grand Master. Yumu's gaze traversed the battlefield below, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The tide of corpses surged, a cacophony of roars resonating through the air. He merely uttered a single word: silence. As he spoke, a law was set into motion. An intangible path radiated from him, rippling outward. In an instant, the entire world was suspended in time. The roaring zombies froze at the moment of their open jaws. The winter demon, mid-strike, hung in the air, blood and flesh splattering, remained suspended in a blossoming pose. The flowing air, swirling dust, and flickering lightning, all elements of time, space, matter, and energy, were ensnared in an absolute, timeless stillness. Only Yumu remained in motion. He disregarded the breathtaking yet eerie apocalyptic tableau below, slowly lifting his gaze to penetrate the barriers of time and space. He directed his attention toward the ever-expanding, malevolent void. He sensed that a truly terrifying presence was poised to descend from the darkness beyond. Yumu gradually raised his right hand. In his palm, the nascent, obsidian seed of magic pulsed with an unsettling glow that stirred all things. He aimed the seed toward the cosmic scar in the heavens above, his expression reflecting the utmost delight of a hunter confronting its ultimate prey. Chapter 0120, The Descent. The Planet Eater of Zombies. The cosmos emitted a lament, not merely a sound, but a tearing anguish transcending auditory perception, directly affecting the soul. The dark void expanding above the town of Oakdale was violently rent apart by a hand emerging from within, a decaying, planet-sized appendage. Its skin had long since rotted away, revealing swirling, purple cosmic energy beneath, with shattered remnants of stars caught between its fingers like soiled adornments. The mere appearance of this hand caused a visible deviation in Earth's orbit. Then, a head slowly emerged from the cosmic scar. The once iconic, fearsome purple helmet was now battered and torn, while the visage beneath, it was a nightmare capable of shattering the sanity of any sentient being. The Planet Eater, Galathus, or rather, his corpse. The face that should have been indifferent to all life was now riddled with festering holes. One eye had long since burst, transforming into an unfathomable black void, while the other murky orb flickered not with consciousness, but with an insatiable hunger, a primordial craving that regarded the entirety of a universe as sustenance. Silence enveloped the globe. In Times Square, all the colossal screens froze in a tableau of this otherworldly descent. Countless spectators gazed upwards, mouths agape, yet no sound escaped their lips. The mind, unable to process this horror that transcended the dimensions of understanding, instinctively shut down the function known as thought. In the subterranean command center of the Pentagon, General Ross stared blankly at the screen. The cigar in his hand had burned down to the nub, singeing his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. Fear, in that moment, appeared so utterly powerless, for fear still harbored a glimmer of hope, whereas the spectacle before them was the most definitive and public execution of that very concept. Fear is not merely the absence of hope, but rather its inevitable testament to demise. In the next instant, true despair arrived. As the body of the cosmic devourer further intruded into this world, an invisible law spread like a plague. Hunger. In the Amazon rainforest, lush greenery visibly withered and decayed at an alarming rate. In the oceans, pods of whales inexplicably turned belly up, their vitality inexplicably drained. Across the globe, countless humans hidden in shelters suddenly felt a soul-wrenching hunger emanating from the depths of their being. This was not the emptiness of the stomach, but a fundamental yearning, a primal thirst for the essence of life itself being stripped away. The earth was dying. It had been laid upon the table, with a hellish diner seated across from it. Amidst the global wails and eerie silence, only Yumu remained tranquil, as if savoring a grand fireworks display. He once believed he was gazing into the abyss of humanity, only to discover he stood merely at the edge of a puddle, while the true deity had already emerged from the depths. This was precisely what he had anticipated. A perfect cauldron, a magnificent offering capable of bearing his supreme arcane powers. The moment the colossal form of the cosmic devourer fully descended into the Earth's atmosphere, Yumu moved. He did not make any extraneous gestures. He merely flicked his fingers toward the immense silhouette that pierced the heavens and the earth. At his fingertips, the nascent, abyssal demon seed, deep enough to seemingly devour all light, vanished quietly. It disregarded space, ignored distance, and overlooked the energy storm potent enough to rend planets asunder, like a speck of non-existence, silently melding into the decomposing chest of the cosmic devourer, which was as massive as a planet. The gargantuan maw of the cosmic devourer, capable of consuming stars, hesitated slightly. Within its chaotic, primal consciousness, a fleeting flicker of indistinct confusion crossed its mind, as if something small and bothersome had burrowed into its being. Yet this sensation was fleeting, swiftly submerged by an insatiable hunger akin to an endless cosmic black hole. He did not delve deeper. A famished beast would not concern itself with the possibility of a needle hidden within the bread it was about to devour. Slowly, he opened his colossal maw, capable of obscuring an entire continent, aimed at the alluring blue planet below, pulsating with the essence of life. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Yumu turned around, gazing at his subordinates, who were engulfed in soul-shaking terror due to the impending celestial consumption. His voice was calm, yet possessed a power capable of soothing all. While beings prayed to the divine, a few sought to become gods. It was the true madman who yearned to devour the divine. His eyes swept across each individual. Today, in the name of the divine, I shall hunt the gods. As his words fell, he disregarded the astonished expressions of his followers, settling cross-legged in the void, hands forming a seal. The great art of demon seed he initiated, Magneto. Eric observed Yumu's composed figure before the divine and demonic. His entire being trembled, not from fear, but from sheer fervor and excitement. So, this was the view from the throne. This was the god of the new world. Within the zombie star devourer, a silent war erupted abruptly. The primal hunger virus, representing the laws of cross-universal hunger, instinctively sensed the foreign invader. It embodied a pure, chaotic, and savage will to consume, akin to countless ravenous locusts, intent on tearing apart and digesting that tiny seed. However, the demon seed was not a physical entity. It was a path, a principle. It did not resist or oppose. It simply took root quietly, and then, in a manner more domineering and unruly than hunger itself, began to siphon. Two supreme laws from disparate cosmic systems engaged in a fundamental struggle within the once mighty body of the planet devourer. A howl pierced the air. The zombie star devourer emitted its first anguished roar. The sound transcended mere hunger, imbued with confusion and excruciating pain. Its immense form began to tremble involuntarily. The decaying flesh akin to weathered rock, crumbling away in chunks to reveal crystalline bones coursing with cosmic energy. In the void, a trickle of blood escaped Yumu's lips. To wield divine power with a mortal body, the backlash was unimaginably severe. Yet, in that moment, his gaze shone with terrifying brilliance. It worked. Through the demon seed, a conduit of perfection, purest essence from the planet devourer's primal force surged relentlessly into his being. That was the power of planetary consumption. That was the law of hunger. He was absorbing everything from this cosmic deity in reverse, transmuting it into his own sustenance. His gene throne rejoiced. His three-point return to vitality surged, and the profound rhythm of his longevity technique transformed, fueled by this cosmic energy, into an astonishing metamorphosis towards an unimaginable realm. This unprecedented battle of mortals devouring gods, occurring at the fringes of the solar system, sent ripples of law that instantly reverberated throughout the entire universe. On the dark side of the moon, the observer Otto opened his enormous eyes, revealing a look of astonishment for the first time. It was inconceivable that a mere mortal could consume Galatis. Deep within the cosmos, in the eternal sanctuary, three faces seated in judgment upon the throne turned simultaneously towards Earth. They beheld that tiny planet, the decaying giant, and the dark-haired figure meditating in the void, daring to shake the very foundations of divinity with an ant-like existence. Earth teetered on the brink of collapse. The clash of two supreme laws rendered the planet's spatial structure exceedingly unstable, with countless fissures appearing in the sky and the ground groaning in agony. Just as the confrontation between Yumu and the Star Eater was about to shatter the planet completely, a little boy clad in a blue bear onesie materialized above the apocalyptic battlefield. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, gazing bewilderingly at the purple giant howling in pain below and at Yumu, who sat cross-legged, blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, with a voice as sweet as a child's, tinged with the irritation of being awakened, he mumbled, "You are so noisy." Chapter 0121. Franklin's Dream and the Flight of the Gods. The little boy in the blue bear onesie appeared out of nowhere. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, standing on the solidified battlefield of doom, with the sky above being devoured by a living planet. The entire world resembled a desperate oil painting splashed with thick ink, and he was the sole vibrant and jarring splash of color in this grim tableau. He yawned widely, seemingly displeased with the purple giant below, who was howling in anguish, and the bloodied Yumu sitting cross-legged. Then, with a voice as soft as a child's, laced with the annoyance of being disturbed from slumber, he muttered, "You are so noisy. You woke me up." At the moment his words fell, an unfathomable, unexplainable, and even imperceptible force descended. It was neither energy nor law, nor any known physical or mystical phenomenon. It resembled a modification at the cognitive level. The child believed the world should be quiet, and thus the entire universe acquiesced to his notion. The howling, driven mad by pain and plunder, of the zombie Star Eater, which could shatter stars, abruptly ceased. Within its chaotic consciousness, wholly consumed by the law of hunger, a crack was formed for the first time, akin to ancient ice being chiseled open. A strange, frigid emotion, named fear, permeated the atmosphere. He found himself unable to comprehend it. Yet, he recognized that the diminutive boy before him, so inconsequential that he could easily be overlooked, possessed the power to erase him entirely. Not merely to kill, but to obliterate. To erase him from the timeline, from the laws of causality, from every conceivable notion of existence. The greatest terror in this world is not death, but the haunting realization that all traces of your existence could be utterly forgotten. A ghastly wail, tinged with profound dread, escaped the lips of the devourer of stars. The boy's cognitive power was akin to an invisible pair of scissors, severing the connection between the demon seed and himself. In that moment, a torrent of blood erupted from Yumu's mouth, a bizarre mixture shimmering with hues of gold and black, radiating a heart-stopping energy. The forcibly interrupted, God-devouring ritual unleashed a terrifying backlash. The fragile balance between him and the devourer shattered, and the nascent, unassimilated power of planetary consumption surged through his veins like an uncontrollable flood. "Il was faltered," waning in an instant. Franklin wrinkled his small nose, casting a glance at the massive, decaying purple figure, and then at the unstable Yumu. He tilted his head, seemingly discerning something. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. "You two are not appetizing. Move away." This child's whisper was akin to a divine decree for the devourer of stars. He felt as if he had been granted an immense reprieve. The fear emanating from the depths of his soul overwhelmed his insatiable hunger. He dared not spare another glance at the boy, summoning every remnant of his strength to tear apart the space behind him, heedless of everything. His actions bore no trace of the majesty of a cosmic deity, only the desperation and disarray of a lost creature. His colossal form tumbled and squeezed through the newly opened rift, retreating in a disheveled state to his decayed universe of the undead. As he vanished, the immense black hole connecting the two worlds quickly contracted, as if smoothed by an invisible hand, ultimately sealing itself shut. After all was said and done, the young boy Franklin appeared to grow weary once more. His figure began to fade into transparency, becoming ethereal, akin to a watercolor painting on the verge of fading. In the wind, only a light, dreamlike whisper remained. "Mommy, I think I had a nightmare." And then he vanished entirely, as though he had never existed. The suffocating pressure that had pervaded the realm dissipated. The stillness of the domain that Yumu had established crumbled away, and the once stagnant battlefield regained its flow. Yet, the greatest threat had already departed. The land lay in ruins, deeply afflicted by the merciless laws of hunger, with a desolate environment withering away, and countless zombies still howling in confusion. Yumu slowly descended from the void, raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained significant injuries, perhaps the most severe setback since his arrival in this world. Yet, in his eyes, there was not a trace of despondency. Instead, they sparkled with an unprecedented, radiant fervor. It was the light of an ambitious soul discovering a new continent, the glimmer of a connoisseur unearthing a new recipe. Heavenly Father level, he murmured softly, savoring the vast secrets of power he had glimpsed through the demon seed. More importantly, it was about that child. The distortion of reality. That was the true power of commanding the very fabric of existence. It was not about influencing reality through energy or laws, but directly defining it. True strength never complains about the environment. They create it. Yumu's lips curled into a familiar, mischievous, and confident smile. He was not one to passively endure blows. If the zombie universe conveyed their realm, why could they not retaliate in kind? To seize the initiative is the eternal privilege of the hunter, not the prey. Where were the vast resources required for him to transcend to the Heavenly Father level? In Yumu's mind, the answer was already clear. It lay in the very zombie universe he had just escaped from. What significance does amassing wealth through a mere company hold? What if one possessed the resources of an entire planet, or even a whole universe? By gathering the essence of two worlds, he could foresee that this zombie crisis would no longer be a crisis, but rather his singular opportunity to ascend to divinity. Not far away, Captain Carol, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, felt her mind completely falter. In merely a few minutes, everything had transpired, from the descent of a deity to mortals devouring gods, followed by a child retreating from divinity and ultimately a deity fleeing. This whirlwind of events was more astonishing and subversive than anything she had encountered in her decades traversing the universe. Her worldview was shattered and forcibly reshaped. She realized once more that the masked man before her was 1,000 times more dangerous than the entire zombie universe combined. The zombies were merely hunger, while he contemplated how to transform another universe into his banquet. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless. All her strength, all her pride, seemed laughable and insignificant in the wake of that divine confrontation. Just then, a deeper chill coursed through her, raising the hairs on her body. She felt a gaze upon her. Yumu's calm eyes settled on her, devoid of hostility, malice, or even desire, only a scrutinizing glance. Like a skilled artisan examining a well-crafted tool, assessing its hardness, resilience, and potential for utility, Carol's heart plummeted. Chapter 0122, The New Dog of the Gods. The Queen's Collar, 1. The embers of the apocalypse drifted slowly over the ruins of Oakdale. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, mingled with the stench of decay and dust. The celestial expanse, once devoured by the undead, bore the remnants of an unhealable, grotesque scar, as if the very fabric of the world had been rent asunder, silently narrating the horrors of the recent clash between divine beings. Yumu's gaze traversed the ravaged battlefield with serene composure, ultimately resting upon the golden figure, dimmed yet valiantly, suspended in midair, Captain Carol Danvers. Yumu observed her quietly. This gaze, more chilling than any tangible assault, pierced through Carol's very being. The photon energy within her had long been depleted during the confrontation with the divine, rendering her weaker than an ordinary mortal. However, the frailty of her body paled in comparison to the collapse of her spirit. The strength she once cherished now seemed trivial before a mere child. The earth she had sworn to protect had become a battleground and banquet for monsters from another universe. And she, the illustrious Captain Marvel, was akin to a child stumbling into a coliseum of giants, ridiculous and powerless. The greatest tragedy in the world is not the lack of strength, but the painful realization that the stage upon which you stand is far grander than you ever imagined, leaving you unworthy of even the role of protagonist. At that moment, under the weight of Yumu's gaze, the last flicker of pride within Carol extinguished completely. It was not a gaze of enmity or predation. It was a gaze that perceived all as mere objects. In Yumu's mind, thoughts flickered with electric swiftness. Captain Carol Danvers, the living conduit of cosmic energy, the final deity guarding Earth, now resembled nothing more than a beautifully crafted piece of scrap metal, drained of power. To kill her? That notion flickered momentarily before being dismissed by Yumu himself. Such an act would be wasteful. Slaughter is the method of butchers, the art of brutes. the least efficient means of resolving conflict. He, however, was a connoisseur seated upon a throne, poised to inscribe a new world order. Death is a cheap end, while submission is the eternal brand. A deceased Captain Marvel might serve as a totem warning the remnants of a bygone era, yet its value would be limited. In contrast, a living, tame Captain Marvel would possess immeasurable worth. Yumu's thoughts began to dissect the utility of this tool from multiple perspectives. Firstly, she represented a perfect lighthouse. S.H.I.E.L.D. Danvers is renowned throughout the cosmos. Her energy signal and her very existence constitute a singular coordinate. As long as she breathes, those who care for her, those who despise her, and those who covet her power, Kree, Skrulls, and even numerous unknown civilizations and formidable beings within the universe, will follow this beacon to Earth. Furthermore, she is a precious key. Her mind harbors intelligence regarding the major powers of the universe. Her bloodline flows with the secrets of the Kree Empire's pinnacle of technology. These elements serve as invaluable keys to unlocking the interstellar gates, enabling a reverse invasion of the zombie universe to plunder its celestial resources. Upon the ruins of faith, the most robust temples can be erected. The White Queen shattered humanity's belief in heroes with her psychic dominion. Thus, let this once radiant heroine kneel at the steps of the temple, becoming the most loyal sentinel of the new god. This act will be the final straw that breaks the faith of the old era, marking the most splendid and sanguinary coronation of the new deity's arrival in the world. Ultimately, she herself represents a prime material. The throne of genes yearns to decode her unique genetic sequence that resonates with cosmic energy. Even if replication is not immediately feasible, an in-depth study alone could elevate his understanding of energy to new heights. It may even allow for her transformation into a controllable, inexhaustible energy core, providing a continuous source of power for his future war machines. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile finally graced Yumu's lips. He relished the sensation of having everything under his control, of utilizing every piece to its fullest potential. This is the posture befitting a new god. He stepped forward, descending from the void with an air of leisurely grace, ultimately standing before Carol. Each footfall seemed to resonate with the rhythm of Carol's heartbeat, heavy and irresistible. Gazing upon her pale, beautiful visage, rendered so by weakness and despair, Yumu's voice emerged, calm yet imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment. You are fortunate, S.H.I.E.L.D. Danvers. In my design, you have been moved from the main course to the utensils. Carol's pupils constricted sharply. She comprehended the cruel significance of this statement. Far more brutal than any insult, she yearned to resist, to ignite the last remnants of her life in defense of her dwindling dignity. Yet, under the penetrating gaze of Yumu, which seemed capable of piercing her very soul, she found herself incapable of even lifting a finger. She realized that she had been stripped of even the right to choose death. Struggling against the tumult within her energy and the tremors of her soul, Carol hoarsely uttered, "Who are you? What do you truly desire?" As she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms in an attempt to maintain her final shred of dignity. She inhaled deeply, her once starry eyes now filled only with the last remnants of defiance and warning. "I care not what you are. The universe is far grander than you can fathom. There exist beings more powerful than that creature you just mentioned. Your atrocities shall surely lead you to annihilation, rather than a mere warning." These words served as her final injection of courage. She needed to believe that an order capable of holding this man accountable still existed in the world. Otherwise, all that she cherished and upheld would be rendered a mere jest. A soft chuckle escaped Yumu's lips, the sound subtle, yet distinctly reaching Carol's ears. Gentle as a feather, yet sharp as a steel needle. A formidable existence. He stepped forward, strolling leisurely toward Carol, each stride resonating like the rhythm of her heartbeat. "Are you referring to that oversized purple brute who fled in terror from a child's dreams? Or perhaps to yourself?" Yumu halted, gazing at her, the white mask of laughter upon his face appearing exceedingly sardonic at that moment. Bewitching words commence. "Carol Danvers, all your pride, everything you hold dear today here, seems utterly ludicrous." His voice was low yet imbued with a soul-piercing magic, effortlessly circumventing all of Carol's defenses. "Your invincible power holds no merit before that child. It lacked even the qualification to draw a frown from him. Has your savior's identity ever rescued anyone in this town? No, it has not. He extended a finger, gently shaking his head. What you have brought forth is merely a more violent destruction resulting from your clashes with enemies. You, like those zombies, are merely a fragment of this calamity. You're simply the more aesthetically pleasing part. Carol's body trembled violently, her complexion draining of color. She wished to retort, but found herself rendered speechless, for he spoke the truth. Lift your gaze. Behold the world you seek to protect. Yumu's voice dripped with seduction. Through the global network of the Red Aftermath, countless images of survivors were projected before Carol, their faces devoid of relief, only reflecting the complex emotions of fear and a twisted hope as they beheld the man proclaiming himself a god. Do you see? They no longer desire an old hero who brings destruction and chaos. When the apocalypse descends, what people yearn for is not an ethereal hope, but a new deity that can establish ironclad order, even if this god emerges from the flames of hell. Faith is the most fragile armor in existence. Once it bears a crack, it can no longer offer protection. And your faith, Carol, has been shattered to pieces. Yumu extended his hand towards her, as if issuing a benevolent invitation. Now, I present to you a choice, an opportunity to redefine yourself. Surrender to me and become the sharpest blade of purification in my grasp, tasked with cleansing this planet of all its sordid remnants and eradicating the pitiful souls still ensnared in the illusions of a bygone era. In return, I can empower you, granting you strength sufficient to truly wield your own capabilities, rather than remaining, as you are now, a battery on the verge of failure from Overlord. An insult. Carol spat the words through clenched teeth, as golden flames ignited once more around her. This was her final, all-consuming rage. To submit to a demon? Such a notion was more humiliating than death itself. Oh, is that so? Yumu's tone remained unchanged as he slowly raised his other hand. Genetic throne, activate. Decree. I am the law. Here, I sever all your links to the energy of the universe. Buzz. Carol's mind was instantly engulfed in a void. It felt as though an invisible, frigid scissor had penetrated the depths of her soul, ruthlessly severing the energy umbilical cord that connected her to the vast cosmos and sustained her demigod form. This was not merely a suppression of power. It was the extinguishing of its very source. The golden flames that had just ignited upon her form were extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving only a few feeble sparks that flickered in defiance before fading into nothingness. An unprecedented sense of weakness engulfed her, akin to a flood breaching its dam, submerging her limbs and core in its relentless flow. She fell helplessly from the air, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, she found her body weighed down as though it were filled with lead, even the slightest movement of her fingers an insurmountable challenge. She had become mortal, no, even more feeble than a healthy, ordinary person. How does it feel? Yumu looked down at her with an air of superiority, his voice devoid of emotion. The essence of power is never possession, but dominion. If you cannot even safeguard the source of your own strength, how can you hope to protect others? With a casual gesture, he summoned the intangible energy link that had just been severed from Carol, and it coalesced into a brilliant sphere of light in the palm of his hand, as if it were a living entity. Without a glance, he flicked the orb towards a wandering zombie nearby. A gift for you. Before the zombie could react, the sphere merged with its body. In the next moment, the zombie's form swelled grotesquely, akin to an inflated balloon, as blinding golden light radiated beneath its skin. The violent energy tore through its muscles and shattered its bones. Boom! With a muffled thud, it erupted into a dazzling display, a conflagration of flesh and energy that painted the sky in a grotesque array of fireworks. Not a trace of complete remnants was left behind. Yumu seemed to have merely performed a trivial act, hardly casting a glance at the blood mist. He simply observed the collapsed Carol in silence. Behold, the power you so pridefully possess is utterly meaningless to me. I could create or obliterate 100 of you at any moment. Carol's pupils narrowed to the size of pinpricks, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Her weakened body and the loss of power relentlessly assailed her already crumbling will. Yet, it is always the final straw that breaks the camel's back. You are a nostalgic soul, Carol. Yumu's voice resounded once more, akin to a devil's whisper. He raised his hand, and Red immediately projected several holographic images before Carol. The scenes depicted Monica Rambeau, her family, and the few friends she still cherished on Earth. They were hiding in a secure refuge, oblivious to the sudden emergence of zombies. Currently safe, at least for now. Yumu's voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable weight. Reject me, and in the next moment, I shall personally visit each one of them. I will make them experience firsthand what it feels like to be infused with the kind of power you possess, right before your eyes. This is not a threat. It is a statement. A chill enveloped Carol. She could sense an absolute madness beneath that mask, one that promised to deliver on its word. Do you believe your power is a gift? A stroke of fate? Yumu's voice sliced through her last vestiges of pride and identity like the sharpest of blades. Do not be foolish. It was merely a failed experiment of the Kree, a collar imprinted deep within your soul, branding you as a war dog. They deceived you, exploited you, transforming you into a mindless weapon. The power of verbal seduction magnified all the pain from her memories of deceit and being used as a tool. Those suppressed, haunting recollections flooded forth like a deluge, instantly breaching the dam of her will. Yet I am different. Yumu's tone suddenly turned profoundly sincere. I never deceive my tools. My intent is to enslave you, to mold you into the sharpest blade in my hand, the most obedient of dogs. I will free you from the shackles left by the Kree, granting you a true and mightier power of your own. But this power shall forever serve me. I call this act liberation, enslavement masquerading as freedom, brutality disguised as honesty. Carol's defenses crumbled utterly. It became clear that the most merciless reality is not a lie, but the revelation of a bloody truth, ripped open and presented to you as your fate, with no choice left to make. She gazed at the worried expression of Monica on the screen, then turned her attention to the man before her, who appeared almost otherworldly. In that moment, all her pride and steadfastness melted away, transforming into the most tragic of jokes. A single, scalding tear of humiliation slipped from the corner of her eye, splattering onto the dust-laden ground and leaving a dark mark. This was soon followed by a second and a third. Ultimately, she surrendered all resistance, her once proud spine bending inch by inch. She knelt before Yumu. Yumu stepped closer, extending his finger. At its tip, a pure essence, imbued with a consuming darkness, slowly coalesced into a seed no larger than a grain of rice, as dark as ink, a manifestation of the Tao seed of demonic transformation. From this day forth, you shall be reborn, he whispered, gently pressing the demonic seed against Carol's smooth forehead. In that instant, as the seed entered her body, it faced no resistance, vanishing as effortlessly as a drop of water merges with the sea. Carol's body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. The pain, struggle, anger, and resentment, all emotions belonging to Carol Danvers, were in that moment consumed like starlight by a black hole, utterly erased. In their place arose an absolute, profound silence, a submission and reverence emerging from the depths of her soul. The once vibrant, golden flames in her eyes were completely devoured by the profound darkness. Gradually, she stood up again, bowing her head behind Yumu. The once astonishing Captain Marvel was no more. Present here was merely Yumu's sharpest and most obedient hound. In the next moment, she knelt once more, her posture perfected as if honed through countless trials, respectfully lowering her head, her voice devoid of any emotion. At your command, my master. Chapter 0124. Onward to the zombie universe. In Oakdale, Magneto, Eric, gasped heavily, one knee pressed to the cracked earth, his hand supporting him against the fissured ground. Sweat from his forehead mingled with dust, carving disheveled grooves across his aged cheeks. He lifted his gaze, staring at the sky that had just been torn apart and forcibly smoothed over, his eyes reflecting the shock of surviving a cataclysm, mingled with a primal awe at the incomprehensible power. When the divine descends, the innocent retreat. In the struggle of deities, the greatest mercy afforded to mortals is to be utterly forgotten. He had once believed he glimpsed the view from the throne, only to realize at this moment that he merely stood at the threshold of the throne room, feeling his very soul tremble at the sight of that exalted figure. Meanwhile, the White Queen, Emma Frost, maintained an elegant posture, yet the fine cracks on her diamond-like hand silently testified to the peril she had just faced. Her telepathic abilities allowed her to perceive the confrontation more vividly than anyone else. This represents the obliteration of concepts and a concession of laws. Reason dictated to her that such an existence was insurmountable, even unfathomable. Yet, all her attention was irresistibly drawn to the man who had landed with effortless grace. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yumu, under such divine authority, he not only survived but also tore a piece of flesh from that cosmic deity. This evoked within Emma a profound shudder and exhilaration, far more intense than the god itself. The instinct to follow the strong is inherent to all beings. To follow a madman who dares to wield a blade against the divine and profit from it, however, is a gamble of all that one possesses. She had wagered correctly. At this moment, the loudest clamor on the battlefield emanated from the lowly zombies who had lost their king. They howled in confusion, like puppets with severed strings, driven solely by the primal thirst for flesh as they aimlessly wandered through the ruins. Yumu's gaze swept across the devastation, his expression betraying no emotion. Like a glutton who has just relished a sumptuous meal, he showed no interest in the crumbs left on the table. He raised his hand and softly commanded the air. Red Queen, sir, I am here. Contact our most loyal allies in the Pentagon and S.H.I.E.L.D. A playful smile curled at the corners of Yumu's mouth. Inform them that the terrorists in Oakdale have been severely wounded by a mysterious hero, but numerous remnants still require extermination. Now is the time for them to emerge on behalf of America and humanity to save the world and claim this monumental achievement. In distant Washington, several high-ranking generals and officials in secret offices received encrypted messages from the highest leader of Hydra almost simultaneously. After a brief moment of shock, an uncontrollable ecstasy surged within them. Through internal channels, they had already been terrified to the core by that battle between gods and demons, lamenting how to explain this catastrophe to the world. Now, their leader had personally paved the way for them. This was not merely an accomplishment. It was a badge of allegiance. It was their capital for advancing further in the New World Order. Immediately mobilize the National Guard S.H.I.E.L.D. and 7th Armored Divisions. Seal off all exits from Oakdale. Order the Global Hawk drones to take flight and seize all media broadcasting signals. We must let the whole world witness how the American military protects its people. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This is our best opportunity to wash away the shame and restore our glory. A carefully orchestrated, heroic spectacle of the old era began its farcical curtain rise under the gaze of global live broadcasts. Meanwhile, the true players had long been prepared to withdraw. Yumu turned around, his gaze falling upon the figure standing silently behind him, like a shadow, Carol Danvers. Emma's brow furrowed slightly as her psychic intuition instinctively reached out toward this former adversary. In the next moment, Emma's complexion suddenly drained of color, as if struck by lightning. Her mental fortitude retracting sharply. Her probing was akin to a droplet of water plunging into an abyss of darkness. There was no anger, no resentment, nor any emotions belonging to Carol. In that realm of consciousness, only one essence remained, a pure, absolute, and untainted loyalty. It resembled a religious fervor, with all thoughts and wills revolving around a singular core in worshipful reverence. That core was none other than Yumu, the master. The most formidable prison is not wrought from steel, but rather constructed from the crushed remnants of free will. Emma beheld Carol's hollow, yet devout gaze, and, for the first time, felt a genuine fear emanating from the depths of her being toward the man before her. This was not mere control. This was a rebirth. A rather intriguing revelation, is it not? Yumu seemed to penetrate Emma's thoughts, smiling as he addressed the members of the Illuminati. Just like these fascinating little entities on this land. He raised his hand, and within his palm, a mass of writhing, ever-changing substance. A blend of inky black and blood red gradually emerged. This was a sample of the interstellar hunger virus that he had thoroughly analyzed and captured in the moment of battling the Devourer through the Gene Throne. I have dissected it. Yumu's voice was calm, yet it caused Tony Stark's eyes to widen in astonishment, his breath quickening. Tony fixed his gaze on that substance, his brilliant mind racing with fervor. That was not merely a virus. It was a form of informational pollution on a fundamental level. Something beyond the capabilities of current human technology to even observe, let alone analyze. And yet, Yumu, it is quite fascinating. Its essence is a predatory law that transforms existence into energy, both humble and cruel. Yumu's fingers slowly curled, forcibly kneading and reshaping the viral sample in his palm. His own virus, like a sovereign from a higher dimension, began to devour, envelop, and assimilate this foreign law. Thus, I made a slight enhancement for it. Yumu opened his hand, revealing that the chaotic virus had transformed into a translucent, flawless blood crystal, seemingly imbued with the very principles of life itself. I prefer to call it the viral evolution entity, an overlaid antidote. It not only eliminates the zombie virus entirely, but also converts the infected into higher-order viral entities under my control. Tony's Adam's apple bobbed laboriously. He instantly comprehended the terror of this creation. This was not an antidote. This was a transfer of ownership agreement, from one devil's grasp to that of an even more fearsome deity. Now, Yumu stowed away the crystal and surveyed the core of his formidable forces. Magneto, White Queen, Polaris, Tony Stark, and his latest divine canine, Carol. The first phase of the grand feast has concluded, the appetizers now at an end. We now embark upon the second stage. A fervent smile, both thrilling and unsettling, graced Yumu's face, sending shivers down the spines of all present, including Tony. A reverse invasion, the near-extinct zombie universe, where everything shall become the ultimate repository for my transcendence to the father level. To invade a universe? This phrase resounded like a primordial thunderclap in the minds of every individual. Tony opened his mouth, intending to declare him insane, to assert the impossibility of such a notion, to invoke countless physical laws to illustrate its absurdity. Yet, as he beheld Yumu's calm, yet frenzied gaze, and the hollow-eyed Captain Marvel behind him, all words lodged in his throat. He had witnessed mortals devouring gods. He had witnessed heroes reduced to naught. Now, he was about to witness a madman conquer the cosmos. Magneto, Eric, after a brief moment of shock, felt a surge of fervor ignite within him. This was the deity he had chosen to follow. To conquer Earth? To establish a mutant nation? How trivial, how laughable. His king, his god, sought to conquer the stars and the vast oceans of existence. Simultaneously, survivors around the globe were glued to their screens, watching armed American soldiers advance into Oakdale, ruthlessly exterminating the sluggish zombies with overwhelming firepower. God bless America. We have triumphed. Thank you to the military. They're the true heroes. Cheers erupted in shelters worldwide. People often praised the false dawn while remaining oblivious to the true ruler of the night. High-ranking officials in various nations observed the clumsy performance on their screens, sinking into a silence and fear deeper than that of the apocalypse itself. They comprehended that the masters of the world had changed. Upon the ruins of Oakdale, a grand coronation was quietly unfolding in an obscure corner, unbeknownst to all. The heroes of the old era basked in hollow accolades, while the gods of the new age commenced their authentic hunt in the shadows. Tony. Yumu's voice roused Iron Man from his reverie. Activated. Tony inhaled deeply and pressed a button on his wrist. Not far away, a massive arc reactor, secretly modified by him, emitted a low, rumbling sound, its core infused with the energy of the space stone, causing the surrounding space to begin to warp slightly. Eric and Lorna, Magneto and Polaris, exchanged a glance and simultaneously extended their hands. An invisible magnetic field surged upward, transforming into a colossal energy force field, forcibly stabilizing the increasingly unstable space due to the reactor's activation. The final preparations were complete. Yumu turned to Carol. Use your powers to locate the coordinates of that universe. Open it. As you command, my master. Carol's voice was devoid of any emotional resonance. Without hesitation, she lifted her head, her eyes, once ablaze with golden flames, now glimmered with a foreboding dark golden light, tainted by the abyss. At her brow, the invisible Tao seed emitted a faint glow, establishing a tenuous, almost imperceptible causal link with the fleeing zombie, the devourer of stars. This connection now served as the most precise beacon, locking onto its coordinates. Carol raised her hand, palm directed towards the heavens. A beam of energy, no longer pure photon energy but a dark, ink-like force infused with the corruptive power of the Tao seed, surged skyward. This beam struck precisely into the core of the arc reactor activated by Tony. Two forms of universe-level energy, originating from disparate systems, converged, collided, and annihilated each other. The space tore open like a black cloth sliced by a sharp blade. A black portal, more stable and profound than the previous gateway to the zombie universe, slowly opened before Yumu and his entourage, exuding a rich stench of decay and death. Behind the door lay the wails of another universe. Standing before this portal, Yumu felt the encroaching atmosphere of death, his smile growing ever more sinister. He adjusted his collar, as if he were not about to conquer a universe, but rather attend an elegant soiree. He issued his final command to the diverse expressions of those behind him. The feast has officially commenced. With those words, he took the first step, unhesitatingly stepping into the deep darkness that symbolized the unknown and death. His figure was completely engulfed by the shadows. Tony, Magneto, the White Queen, and finally Carol followed in succession, entering the cosmic gateway. The new deity had been crowned, and his first battle was to conquer hell. Chapter 0125, The Arrival. Death in New York and the Plague of Magic. The instant they crossed the cosmic portal, it was not merely a physical displacement, but a profound detachment and reconfiguration of their very souls. It was as if they were plucked from warm, flowing waters and abruptly tossed into solidified ice. Beneath their feet lay New York. Yet this New York was already dead. The sky bore a sickly, solidified dark red hue, reminiscent of a universe's great artery being severed and bleeding its final drop of blood. The wind was still, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of dust, a blend crafted from corpses and time. Inhaling it brought a sharp, scratchy sensation to the throat. Tony Stark's armor visor immediately sealed shut, and the filtration system emitted a piercing alarm. His gaze fixated on the distant, dilapidated skyscraper, the Stark Tower. His name, his pride, now stood like an abandoned gravestone. The illuminated sign atop the edifice has extinguished, and upon its letters hangs a desiccated corpse, unrecognizable in form, swaying slightly with a non-existent breeze. Tony's atoms apple-bobbed, as an icy dread, emanating from another version of himself, permeated his armor and seeped into his very marrow. He had once believed that hell was a realm of flames and wails, but in this moment, he comprehended that true hell is a profound silence, an eternity devoid of even echoes. The severed right arm of the Statue of Liberty sank into the murky, stagnant waters of the Hudson River, while her left arm, once triumphantly holding a torch, had vanished without a trace. The visage that symbolized hope and freedom was marred with deep, bone-visible claw marks, as if it had witnessed the utmost terror in its final moments. This city is a grave, a vast tomb that entombs an entire civilization. Magneto, Eric, slowly closed his eyes, feeling no familiar pulsing of life's magnetic field. Only silence prevailed. The metal wept soundlessly, tainted by the breath of death, losing all its luster and vitality. He had once envisioned establishing an earthly paradise for mutants, yet the scene before him revealed that in the face of true apocalypse, all ideals and realms are but fragile castles of sand, easily washed away by a single wave. He involuntarily glanced at Yumu's silhouette. Perhaps only by following such an entity could one avoid being swept into the abyss when the tide comes crashing in. Emma Frost, the White Queen, appeared the most pallid. She needed no eyes to see. Her spiritual realm had been utterly submerged by the echoes of this city of death. It was the silent scream of billions of souls being torn asunder in unison. It was fear, despair, hunger, these purest negative emotions like invisible radiation penetrating her mental barriers, causing fine cracks to surface upon her diamond-like palms. Instinctively, she retreated half a step, as this shock, originating from the depths of her soul, was more unbearable than any physical assault. Meanwhile, Carol merely stood in quietude. She beheld an alternate New York, witnessing another fate for the land she had sworn to protect with her life. Yet within her, there was no turbulence. The seed of darkness nestled deep in her brow had long since transmuted all her emotions into absolute loyalty to her master. This ruin, this land of death, held but one significance for her. It was her master's next hunting ground. Only Winter Soldier, Bucky, with his arm glimmering with URU metal runes, flickered to life, as if responding to the dense aura of death that enveloped this land. His gaze was cold, akin to a beast entering a new jungle, instinctively assessing every shadow, every corner. Yumu inhaled deeply, a look of rapture gracing his face. What a splendid air it was. He could distinctly sense this subtle shift in the physical laws of this world. Gravity and the speed of light were divergent from those of the realm they had departed. More importantly, the familiar law of hunger, omnipresent like oxygen, relentlessly erodes the very essence of life in every living being. Here, mere existence itself constitutes a form of consumption. A roar. The silence is shattered. It is as if the scent of fresh flesh has wafted in the air and from the depths of the streets within the buildings. And beneath the earth, countless zombies surge forth like a black tide, erupting from every pore of the city. Tens of thousands, a rabble. A glimmer of cold ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of Magneto. Eric. He needed to vent, to assert his worth through action. He raised his hand and clenched it fiercely. The ground trembled. The very steel of the city responded to his summons. Twisted rebar erupted from the depths, transforming into spears that pierced everything. Abandoned vehicles were compressed into lethal metal projectiles, hurtling into the horde. Countless metallic shards converged to create a cataclysmic storm of death. In an instant, thousands of zombies were shredded to pieces. The figure of Winter Soldier, Bucky, moved like a specter, weaving through the gaps in the storm of steel. His demonic arm became the sharpest of blades, each swing leaving behind a trail of dark afterimages, precisely severing heads. He was not fighting, he was reaping. The appetizers were swiftly cleared away. However, at that moment, a strange and heart-pounding spatial fluctuation abruptly descended. Not far away, an ancient building that should have been the Temple of Greenwich Village distorted violently, as if stones had been thrown into a pond. The structure itself collapsed silently, reducing to a cloud of dust. A figure emerged slowly from the twisted space and debris. Clad in a tattered blue robe, the once ethereal floating cloak lay in tatters, feebly draping over his shoulders. His eyes no longer possessed the wisdom and insight of humanity, but instead flowed with two viscous streams of chaotic green energy akin to hellish magma. Zombie Doctor Strange. His parched lips parted slightly, uttering incantations incomprehensible to mortals, fully distorted by the will of hunger. Beware! Tony's armor emitted the highest level of alert, detecting violent reactions from the laws of space and unknown energies. The zombie Doctor Strange raised his hand adorned with the eye of Agamotto, now dimmed. What he unleashed was not any known form of magic. It was a series of dark green, writhing energy runes that did not target anyone, but directly merged into the air. In the next moment, Magneto's expression changed dramatically. The metallic constructs he controlled began to visibly rot at the instant they came into contact with this force. The hardened steel surface revealed green spots akin to a plague, swiftly becoming mottled with rust, ultimately transforming into a foul, green metallic pus. This was not merely a physical degradation. It was a magical contagion. My energy shield is being eroded. Tony's voice brimmed with astonishment as the energy readings of his armor plummeted, as if being relentlessly siphoned by an invisible black hole. This plague could even directly infect energy entities. Allow me. The White Queen, Emma, narrowed her gaze, unable to tolerate the existence of this unknown, uncontrollable force. Her formidable psychic power coalesced into an invisible blade, piercing towards the brain of the zombie Doctor Strange. However, the cognitive core she anticipated did not materialize. Instead, she encountered chaos and fury, an unadulterated storm of ravenous will. Ugh! Emma let out a muffled groan, her complexion instantly paling to that of paper, as her mental realm felt as if it were being devoured by millions of starving worms. She staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The adversary's thought itself was a most insidious form of mental pollution. Carol Danvers finally spoke, her tone devoid of inflection. As you command, my master. A flicker of dark, golden light, tainted by shadows, flashed in Carol's eyes. She transformed into a streak of inky darkness, tearing through the silent sky, striking faster than sound itself, delivering a punch towards the zombie Doctor Strange. The murky, green magical plague immediately entwined around her obsidian energy fist. Sizzle. Her energy, too, was being corrupted and tainted. Yet, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The magic seed embedded deep within her brow emanated a faint, ethereal glow at that moment. The contaminated energy not only failed to weaken her, but was actively consumed and analyzed by the magic seed, transmuting it into a more peculiar and domineering dark power. Yumu refrained from hastening into action. With keen interest, he activated the gene throne, akin to a mad scientist who had discovered an entirely new species, greedily dissecting the power composition of the zombie Doctor Strange. Fascinating, truly fascinating. To forcibly amalgamate the predatory laws of hunger with the white magic of the Vishani, the dark magic of Dormammu, and a myriad of arcane knowledge from alternate dimensions, this fellow had transformed himself into a mobile, living source of rule pollution. Yu extended his hand as a flawless virus, embodying the essence of all his viral knowledge, began to coalesce and rotate slowly within his palm. Since your world venerates plague, allow me to introduce you to the true god of contagion. Yet soon, a more audacious thought struck him. The resonance of the heart of Tao's demonic seed informed him that amidst the chaotic storm of hunger within the zombie Doctor Strange, a faint trace of the original Stephen Strange's obsession still lingered. It was an insatiable thirst for knowledge and power, pure and unyielding. This was the ideal breeding ground for the magic seed. In an instant, two plans concurrently took shape in Yumu's mind. The first was to unleash an evolved virus to envelop and dominate the army of the undead, transforming the entire world into his armory and laboratory for viral experimentation. The second was to cultivate this formidable, law-level entity known as the undead Doctor Strange into the second perfect furnace following Carol. Yumu's voice did not traverse the air. Instead, it pierced through the cacophony of magic and the barriers of space, resonating like a demon's whisper within the chaotic mind of Doctor Strange. Do you yearn to escape this insatiable hunger? Do you long to grasp the true pinnacle of magic obscured by your ravenous desires? Submit to me. I shall bestow upon you the mysteries of the entire universe. For a fleeting moment, the frenzied motions of the undead Doctor Strange stilled. Deep within his eyes, flowing with chaotic energy, a flicker of profoundly human struggle emerged. In the depths of his soul, the thirst for knowledge waged war against the primal instinct of physical hunger. Yet at that very moment, boom! Carol's iron fist, shrouded in darkness and tainted power, collided violently with the hastily conjured chaotic magic shield of the undead Doctor Strange. The clash of pitch black and deep green energies erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. The ferocious shockwave obliterated half a city block, abruptly disrupting Yumu's soul manipulation. Chapter 0126, The Viral Catastrophe, My Zombie Legion. The explosion resulting from the collision of black and green energies was not merely a thunderous roar, but an instant of absolute silence. Sound, light, and even the very fabric of space were utterly erased at the collision's core, creating a fleeting realm of pure nothingness. Following that, the destructive shockwave awakened with a fury, cascading outward in all directions. Half a city block was reduced to dust and silence. Inside Tony Stark's armor, alarms blared with a shrillness akin to the wails of the damned, as countless data streams transformed into a chaotic cascade of crimson on his holographic screen. In that moment, his iron form did not perceive the shock as force, but rather a terrifying sensation of existence being diluted. Magneto, Eric, exerted all his strength to coalesce countless steel remnants into a wall of lamentation before him, only to watch helplessly as the seemingly indestructible metal peeled away in layers under the gentle caress of the energy's aftermath. For the first time, he truly felt the fragility of his prideful control over a planetary-level magnetic field when confronted with the clash of true laws. When deities engage in battle, mere mortals must contend for the right to spectate with their very lives. On the diamond form of Emma Frost, cracks spread like a spider's web as she staggered backward. Her complexion pale, her mental realm was thrown into disarray by the chaotic storm of will unleashed by the explosion. Yet, amidst this soul-rending tempest of destruction, a voice quietly emerged. It traversed not through the air, nor did it rely on any medium. Instead, it ignited directly within the chaotic, ravenous, and frenzied sea of consciousness belonging to the zombie Doctor Strange, akin to a flicker of ethereal flame beneath ancient ice. Hunger, being but the basest of desires, serves as a prison for the soul. The voice of Yumu, imbued with the unique, primordial allure of the Tao Heart Seed Demon technique, pierced through the very essence of Doctor Strange's soul, targeting a barely perceptible fissure birthed from the explosion like an invisible needle. What you yearn for has never been mere consumption. It is understanding, mastery, and the ability to touch the true pinnacle of magic obscured by hunger. Surrender to me, and I shall bestow upon you the secrets of the entire universe. This fragment of dark thought, akin to a seed, was silently sown within. Having accomplished this, Yumu did not cast another glance at the zombie Doctor Strange, who struggled amidst the tempest of energy. He slowly raised his hand, resembling a saint poised to sow hope. Yet, in his palm, the flawless crimson crystal emanated a malevolence deeper than hell itself. He released his grip. The viral mother strain of the covering antidote dispersed quietly, akin to dandelion seeds. It shattered into countless invisible particles, glimmering with a scarlet light, riding the residual waves of energy like a silent crimson drizzle, enveloping the endless tide of corpses below. Tony's armor scanning system emitted an overload hum. Warning: unknown life pheromones detected. Commencing covering infection. Infection efficiency 100. This is impossible. Tony's voice brimmed with incomprehensible horror. The deployment of the virus began. Those scarlet particles, as if animated by a life of their own, penetrated the body of every zombie with precision. They did not slay the host. Rather, they voraciously, dominantly consumed, enveloped, and assimilated the pre-existing interdimensional hunger virus. A chilling roar erupted from every corner of the horde, no longer merely hunger, but a scream filled with excruciating torment. The infected zombies convulsed violently, as if electrified, their bodies writhing in spasms. Beneath their skin, dark veins surged like venomous serpents. Bones cracked and reformed within, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. The most notable transformation emerged from their eyes. The once murky, hollow orbs, reduced to instinctual gray, were utterly replaced by bloodthirsty crimson, burning with an unwavering will of absolute obedience. The first viral zombie slowly rose to its feet. No longer did it stagger uncertainly. Its movements were now agile, fluid, and imbued with explosive power. It surveyed its surroundings, and within its scarlet gaze flickered a hint of calmness, as if evaluating the battlefield. He casually picked up a broken steel rebar from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and then hurled it with great force. Whoosh! The rebar transformed into a streak of black lightning, piercing through the skull of an uninfected, ordinary zombie several dozen meters away with precision. Following this, one after another, hundreds and thousands of viral zombies emerged from their agonizing metamorphosis, heralding the birth of a legion. In the next moment, under Yumu's godlike will that enveloped the battlefield, all the newly born zombies ceased their hostility towards the members of the Illuminati. They turned in unison, directing their gleaming, bloodthirsty crimson eyes towards their former kin. Thus began a reverse, bloody harvest. The dynamics of the battlefield were instantaneously reversed. No longer was it a chaotic siege, but rather a grotesquely efficient, organized slaughter and transformation. Yumu's viral legion, like a snowball, grew stronger with each battle, frantically converting the ordinary zombies, who knew only to bite, into his soldiers. Their numbers surged at a geometric rate. In the skies above, the cataclysmic collision of energies finally subsided. Carol's figure emerged, her dark energy surging, though a trace of blood marred her lips, indicating she had not emerged unscathed from the clash. The zombie sorcerer fared even worse. The tattered robe he wore bore the dimming green, chaotic energy. Yet he did not cast another glance at Carol. His molten eyes fixated on the streets of New York below, now engulfed by a crimson tide. For the first time, a clear emotion known as fear manifested within his chaotic thoughts. The magical plague he wielded was fundamentally rooted in pollution and corruption, while the virus brought forth by Yumu represented a force of renewal and dominance, a plague that was more advanced, more tyrannical, and more perfect. The most profound fear does not arise from the unknown, but from the realization that someone has achieved the pinnacle of what you dare not even dream of, using your own expertise. What Yumu unleashed was far more terrifying than the hunger he commanded, also far more enticing. Deep within his soul, the seed of magic began to quietly sprout in that moment. Yumu seemed to sense his wavering resolve, and to accelerate this process, he calmly issued a command to Carol. Carol, demonstrate your power. Clear a broader path for my children. As you command, my master. Carol bowed respectfully, then transformed into a dark meteor, tainted by the abyss, crashing down into the densest part of the zombie tide. Boom! She employed no technique, merely unleashing the ferocious dark cosmic energy within her, transformed by the magical seed, without reservation. A pitch-black pillar of light surged skyward. instantaneously forming an energy vacuum zone with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. Tens of thousands of ordinary zombies, caught within this radiant beam, were vaporized before they could even emit a mournful wail. A vast corridor of death was brutally carved through the city, establishing optimal conditions for the virus's spread. In a mere half hour, when the last ordinary zombie of New York was transformed into a viral creature, the entire city succumbed to an eerie silence. Over 100,000 viral zombies ceased to be a disorganized mob. Under the formidable information processing capabilities of the Red Queen, they arranged themselves into meticulously organized formations that sent shivers down the spine. They stood quietly atop the ruins. 100,000 scarlet eyes simultaneously fixed upon the pinnacle of the tallest building at the city's center, awaiting the command of their king. Yumu stood atop the skyscraper, his dark hair tousled by the fierce winds. He spread his arms wide, surveying his creation with an expression of profound delight. He issued the first oracle to all of New York, his voice resonating through every corner of the city via the Red Queen. From this moment onward, this city is under my dominion. All survivors shall bow to me or become sustenance for my legion. At that instant, the voice of the Red Queen echoed in Yumu's mind. Sir, a high-intensity spatial energy barrier has been detected deep underground. Within the barrier, over 5,000 concentrated life signals have been scanned. Oh, Yumu raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this dead city concealed a group of surviving rats. Just then, a figure slowly descended from the air. The arcane flames enveloping him dissipated, revealing the tattered and weakened form of the zombie doctor, who drifted before Yumu. Without a hint of hesitation, he knelt slowly on one knee under the watchful gaze of the 100,000 viral legion. He lifted his head, his once chaotic eyes now filled with an unadulterated thirst for power. In a voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, he uttered a few words. I crave power. Chapter 0127. The arc beneath Yumu's gaze settled upon the figure kneeling before him, his eyes reflecting the pure satisfaction of an artist admiring his masterpiece. The zombie doctor, the most powerful mage in this universe, a being who had transformed himself into a source of law corruption, now resembled the most devout of followers, offering everything he had to a new deity. I crave power. This hoarse whisper was the most primal cry of the soul, and the perfect resonance of the path heart seed, demon method. Yumu chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his laughter. He never hesitated to reward tools, especially those of limitless potential. Very well, as you wish. He extended his finger, and upon its tip, the second seed of profound depth slowly coalesced. This seed was more solid and sinister than the one bestowed upon Carol, embodying Yumu's newfound comprehension of the hunger laws that governed this zombie universe. This seed served both as a shackle and a key. With a flick of his finger, the arcane seed disregarded the barriers of space and silently embedded itself into the forehead of the zombie Dr. Strange. Boom! Dr. Strange's fractured form trembled violently as his eyes, once engulfed by crimson chaos, were instantaneously consumed by a deeper darkness. The tempest of ravenous hunger within his soul was utterly subdued and calmed by an undeniable will of a higher dimension at the moment the seed descended. All chaotic magical knowledge and twisted laws of understanding were forcibly reorganized, returning to a state of order. A novel, absolute order, with Yumu as its sole core, emerged. Dr. Strange gradually rose, his tattered robes moving as if caught in an unseen wind. His eyes, now flowing with chaotic energy, had transformed into two unfathomable pools reflecting the silence of extinguished stars. His aura, more restrained yet terrifying than before, radiated a sense of latent power. If he had once been an uncontrolled nuclear reactor, he now resembled a blade held by a deity, poised to sever the fabric of reality at any moment. He inclined deeply before Yumu, marking his submission. Henceforth, the most formidable guardian of the zombie universe became the second servant beneath the new god. The White Queen, Emma, observed this scene, her diamondized hand instinctively clenching. She sensed that Dr. Strange's mental realm had transformed into a temple, with Yumu's will as its sole object of worship. The most robust cage is not forged from steel, but is formed from the shattered fragments of free will. Beside her, Tony Stark's expression beneath his armor was a complex tapestry of emotions. Heroes like Captain Marvel and Doctor Strange, who could alter the course of worlds in his reality, now appeared as mere commodities on a shelf, casually marked as sold by Yumu. He suddenly realized that his decision to collaborate was perhaps the wisest yet most audacious he had ever made. Yumu paid no heed to the tumult of emotions behind him. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the desolate city at his feet. Red Queen, coordinates locked. Sir. Located 1,800 meters beneath the city center, constructed from ultra-high-strength vibranium composite material, with an energy barrier robust enough to withstand a nuclear explosion. Ah, a nuclear explosion. Yumu let out a disdainful chuckle before issuing a command to Magneto, Eric beside him. Eric, open a window for our new friend. A morbid fervor flickered across Magneto's aged visage. He yearned to showcase his worth, to prove to this new deity that he was anything but useless. As you command, my king. He extended his arms as if to embrace the entire city. In the next moment, the earth began to lament, not with violent tremors, but with a silent yielding that emanated from the very depths of matter. A resounding roar reverberated, centered around the buildings beneath Yumu and his companions, the rigid crust. The solidified concrete, the tangled underground networks were torn apart like a canvas by invisible giant hands, layer by layer. The soil, rock, and metal lost their weight and stubbornness, obediently retreating to either side. A vast chasm, unfathomably deep, was forcibly ripped open, reaching down to the heart of the earth. At the end of the crevice lay an enormous metallic construct, pulsating with an eerie blue energy aura, exposed beneath the dark red sky. It resembled a colossal ship overturned on the ocean floor, imbued with a surreal sense of science fiction, its surface smooth as a mirror, etched with countless intricate energy circuits. The Arkansas, the last refuge of human civilization. Inside the Ark, in the command center, a piercing alarm blared, echoing like a death knell in the ears of every survivor. Hundreds of massive monitors were simultaneously broadcasting the terrifying scenes of earth-shattering chaos. A man, clad in a worn blue uniform, with graying hair and deep-set eyes, clutched the edge of the control panel, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. He was the enigmatic Mr. Reed Richards, the most brilliant mind on Earth, and perhaps the most despairing soul in the entire universe. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with profound exhaustion. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful moment of sleep. He designed the Ark, saving the last tens of thousands of survivors, exhausting his lifetime of wisdom to devise methods of combating the undead. He once believed that the greatest enemy was the insatiable horde of mindless zombies. Until half an hour ago, through satellite surveillance, he witnessed the entirety of Yumu's arrival. He saw how this man, wielding a more advanced plague, had transformed the zombie legion into his own possession. He witnessed how, with mere words, he had compelled the most powerful sorcerer in the universe to bow in submission. In that moment, Reed Richards finally understood. When the apocalypse descends, true fear does not stem from destruction itself, but from a higher dimensional being capable of defining that destruction. The zombies are a natural disaster. Yet this man before him is the god who creates such disasters. Reed, they've breached the crust. Our position has been exposed. A fellow scientist in uniform shouted, his voice trembling. Within the Ark, tens of thousands of survivors were crammed into narrow living quarters. Gazing at the images on the public screen, their faces frozen in a deeper fear and bewilderment than when confronted by zombies. They were the last embers of human civilization, scientists, engineers, and even a few second-tier heroes who had survived the cataclysm. They evaded the claws of the undead, only to find themselves ultimately awaiting the judgment of the divine. As Yumu, accompanied by his followers from the Illuminati, descended leisurely from the precipice of the abyss, they hovered before the colossal gates of the Arkansas. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire structure. The legion of 100,000 viral zombies stood like the most loyal honor guard, arrayed along the chasm's edges. Their crimson eyes silently fixated upon this final bastion. The weight of their silent presence was more suffocating than any roar. Reed inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tremors within. He was the leader, the last hope. He could not falter. Connect external communications, he rasped, commanding with a voice that echoed with resolve. The immense gates projected the weary yet resolute visage of Reed Richards. He gazed at the black-haired man adorned with a white smiling mask, feigning calm as he spoke. Who are you? What brings you here? His voice reverberated through the vast chasm, sounding pale and powerless. I care not what you are. This is the final sanctuary of humanity. We have endured hell, and we shall not bow to any new tyrant. This proclamation, rather than a confrontation, resonated as a solemn declaration. He needed to ignite the long-dormant courage within himself and all those aboard the Ark, courage long submerged in despair. Yet Yumu merely chuckled lightly. That laughter, transmitted through the communicator, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone aboard, laced with a mocking, cat-and-mouse playfulness. A tyrant? No, no. My dear Mr. Richards, you misunderstand. Yumu shook his finger, his tone as carefree as if attending a grand celebration. I'm not a tyrant. I'm a liberator. Chapter 0128. The despairing Mr. Wonderful. He uttered no further words but exchanged a knowing glance with the White Queen, Emma. She stepped forward, her icy blue eyes glimmering. A tremendous psychic force surged forth like a silent tsunami, penetrating the Ark's heavy metallic shell, precisely enveloping every survivor within. She did not attack. Rather, she magnified the repressed emotions that already resided in their hearts. The fear of zombies, the uncertainty of the future, the hunger for sustenance, the sorrow for lost loved ones, and the despair deeply buried within their souls, which even they were reluctant to acknowledge. In an instant, the interior of the Ark transformed into a hellish realm. Some clutched their heads, emitting pained whimpers. Others glared at their companions, their eyes beginning to glimmer with a ravenous green light. Some huddled in corners, their wills collapsing silently, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. The collapse of faith is often not shattered by external forces, but decays from within. Yumu quietly savored the scene before him, waiting until he deemed the moment ripe to speak again. His voice at that instant resonated like a divine proclamation to the survivors who were drowning in despair. Do you see? Your so-called perseverance, your so-called dignity, is utterly fragile in the face of primal desires. Yet, I can grant you liberation. He raised his hand, and a viral zombie, under his command, stepped forth from the horde. It approached the gate of the Ark, its crimson eyes vividly reflected on the surveillance screen. My children, they're no longer driven by base hunger. They possess wisdom, they possess power, and more importantly, they possess order. They're the future of this new world. Yumu's voice brimmed with devilish temptation as he extended an exceedingly benevolent proposition to Reed. Reed Richards, you are a perceptive man. Surrender all technological data within the Ark to me, and lead your people to pledge their allegiance. In return, I shall heal you. I will transform you all into this superior life form. You will gain strength, eternal life, and the right to survive amidst this wreckage. You shall become the inaugural citizens of the new world. This proposal detonated like a bomb among the survivors, igniting fervent debate. Transform? Become that kind of monster? I would rather die, an elderly scientist exclaimed in indignation. And what of your daughter? Will you let her starve, or be torn apart by the outside world? Retorted another middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with emotion. I do not care what I become, as long as I can survive, as long as I can protect my family. This is a betrayal of humanity. We cannot forsake our dignity. Can dignity feed you? Hope, at times, is a more potent poison than despair. Yumu's proposition instantaneously cleaved the survivors into two stark factions. One group, having endured endless despair, was willing to pay any price to seize this lifeline. The other held steadfast to humanity's last bastion, resolute in their refusal to yield. Reed gazed upon the command center, where former comrades now hurled accusations at one another like adversaries, and his heart plummeted. He realized that Yumu needed no forceful breach of the Ark with mere words. He had effectively dismantled them from within. I refuse. Reed managed to force out those 3 words through clenched teeth, his eyes flashing with a final glimmer of frenzied resolve. He abruptly turned and dashed toward the core of the command center, pressing his palm against a heavily protected red button. You will never enslave the free will of humanity. Initiate the end system. Buzz. The entire Ark emitted a deep, resonant rumble as an invisible force field, imbued with an aura of annihilation and void, radiated from its core, forming a colossal energy shield. This was the anti-life equation force field I had painstakingly devised after deciphering countless cosmic constants with my utmost intellect. Reed roared at the screen in a frenzied manner, nearly exhausting the last vestiges of his strength. It possesses the power to obliterate all forms of life. This is our final gambit against you abominable creatures. However, As Mu observed the seemingly indomitable force field, his smile deepened. He did not even need to intervene personally. He merely turned his head to glance at the new servant beside him. Strange. At your command, Master. The zombie Dr. Strange stepped forward, raising his hand adorned with the Eye of Agamotto. He uttered no incantations, but made an exceedingly bizarre and contorted magical gesture. It was as if he gently brushed his fingers across the canvas of reality. With a swift motion, the force field, which Reed had pinned all his hopes on, claimed to annihilate all life energy, was effortlessly torn apart like fragile paper, creating a vast, unhealable gash. The crushing of dimensions is devoid of reason. No, it cannot be. Reed Richards stared blankly at the hideous tear displayed on the screen, watching the figure that had so easily dismantled his lifelong endeavor. The ultimate weapon he had crafted through a lifetime of wisdom was rendered less than a child's toy in the presence of true divine power. When mortals attempt to comprehend the divine through logic, it becomes the epitome of absurdity. Reed's body swayed and ultimately collapsed to the ground, his pride, wisdom, and hope shattered in that moment. Mu appeared to have lost his final patience. His monotonous voice resonated like the final judgment in the ears of every survivor. I have offered you a choice. Regrettably, your leader has made a foolish decision. He raised his hand, extending a single finger. 10 minutes. I grant you 10 minutes to contemplate my proposal. After 10 minutes, should you refuse to submit, his gaze swept across the 100,000 crimson eyes on either side of the chasm. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My legion will raise this place to the ground. At that time, you shall no longer be citizens, but mere fodder. Chapter 0129. The Zombie King, the Golden Underworld. 10 minutes. For those engulfed in despair, time can sometimes serve as redemption, while at other times, it becomes the most merciless of tortures. Within the ark, the gaping wound in the terminal force field effortlessly rent asunder, mocked the limits of human intellect. Reed Richards sat slumped upon the cold metallic floor, his brain, the most brilliant on Earth, now reduced to a mere mush. Logic, formulas, and the laws of physics, everything he had devoted his life to believing, stood before that man, as fragile as a child's building blocks. When your adversary begins to reason with you, it signifies that you still possess a chance of victory. However, when he resorts to discussing physics, it indicates that he is already assured of triumph. Yet, when he foregoes even that and alters the very rules, all that remains is the choice of how to kneel. Within the command center, the arguments had ceased, replaced by a profound silence. The survivors had split into the most primal of factions, those yearning to live and those clinging to their dignity. But as the countdown to death ticked away and outside the chasm, 100,000 scarlet eyes bore down on them like the searchlights of hell. The notion of dignity grew lighter and more absurd. A mother, cradling her child, knelt before Reed, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. Mr. Reed, I beg you. My daughter is only 5 years old. She cannot die. We have lost everything. Dignity? Do we still possess dignity? What does it matter if we become monsters? As long as we can survive, I am willing. Each plea struck Reed's already battered heart like a dull blade. He slowly lifted his gaze, peering through the screen at the man suspended in mid-air like a deity or a demon. Suddenly, he understood. The strongest fortresses in the world are often not breached from without, but eroded from within by a poison called hope. He had lost. From the moment that man descended, he had been utterly defeated. Reed Richards struggled to rise, each step feeling as though he were dragging the coffin of an entire civilization. He approached the console and gazed at the switch representing humanity's final line of defense, a sardonic smile crossing his face. Sometimes, the bravest act is to acknowledge that the war has already been lost before it even begins. With a trembling hand, under the gaze of thousands, he resolutely pressed the button. A hum enveloped the ark as the energy shield, drained of its last vestiges of strength, flickered twice and dissipated completely. The massive alloy gates groaned heavily, slowly opening, like a tomb unveiling its door to welcome a new master. Reed Richards personally presented a data core to Yumu. Within it lay the final technological culmination of human civilization in this universe. We surrender. Yumu accepted the data core without even casting a glance at Reed. His eyes instead fixed on the survivors inside the ark, whose expressions were a mix of complexity, fear, and a morbid longing. Excellent. You have made the wisest choice. He snapped his fingers, Initiate purification. From the ranks of the virus-infested zombie army that had long been standing by emerged squads of special individuals. They raised their arms, which had been modified with structures resembling sprayers. The scarlet virus mist, akin to a benevolent holy rain, permeated every corner of the Arkansas. Help! It hurts! My bones! The anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Those survivors who chose to submit, transformed by the virus, experienced a profound metamorphosis from flesh to spirit. Beneath their skin, dark veins slithered like venomous serpents, their eyes replaced by a sanguine hue, imbued with both wisdom and bloodlust. Meanwhile, the defiant heroes and scientists who resisted were ruthlessly torn to shreds by their newly evolved counterparts. Their flesh and blood became the most immediate sustenance for the legion of the virus. There was no mercy, no judgment. In the New World Order, those unwilling to evolve were destined to become mere fodder. Emma, the White Queen, observed this scene with an unperturbed heart. She had long since acclimated to this efficient, emotionless cleansing. To follow the strong is to adhere to the laws of the strong. In contrast, Magneto, Eric radiated fervor. This was the stance befitting a deity. Compassion only breeds treachery and chaos. Tony Stark instinctively closed the visor of his armor, unable to bear witness to this tableau. His reason whispered that it was a cosmic tragedy, yet his scientific instinct fervently analyzed every detail of the virus's alteration of the human form. An overwhelming and perfect force that sent shivers of obsession coursing through his very soul. He found himself inexorably sliding towards the abyss. Yumu paid no heed to this. He cast Reed Richards' memories, along with the database, to the Red Queen for integration and analysis. Soon, an intriguing piece of intelligence emerged in his mind. Sir, according to the data, the zombies of this universe are not a disorganized rabble. In New York, there exists a meticulously organized zombie empire. Yumu raised an eyebrow, intrigue evident on his countenance. An empire? Indeed, sir. The ruler of this empire is Wilson Fisk, an individual who retained complete intellect amidst the apocalypse. Known in this world as Kingpin. A holographic image projected by the Red Queen revealed a massive, bald figure clad in a distinctive white suit. Even in his undead state, he maintained an air of dignity and authority, though his decaying skin and hollow eye sockets rendered him all the more ghastly. He sat upon a throne forged from gold and bones, idly toying with a staff adorned with a massive diamond. Fascinating, Yumu mused, his smile widening. A rotund figure playing at crime in the ruins? Not merely child's play, sir, the Red Queen continued to report. Kingpin has utilized his former wisdom and ruthlessness to consolidate the most formidable zombie factions near Hell's Kitchen. He established a stringent hierarchy, emulating the structure of the Mafia, with ordinary zombies as his subjects, mere cannon fodder. Some formidable mutated zombies have been designated as the Godfather and the Chief, each governing their respective territories while pledging allegiance to him. He rules this desolate realm by the laws of the underworld. Your arrival, along with the emergence of the Virus Legion, has long been detected by his informants. In Kinbing's eyes, you are an intruder encroaching upon his domain. A more playful smile creeping across his face. He relished this sensation. It was akin to a top-tier player who had just conquered the novice village, poised to unleash their prowess, only to discover that a local guild leader had already claimed the territory. This made the conquest all the more intriguing. At that moment, a virus zombie approached to deliver a report. A special envoy had arrived outside the rift, seeking an audience. Chapter 0130. I have no interest in being some ridiculous general. Yumu waved his hand, signaling for them to be allowed through. Moments later, a figure traversed the crimson honor guard formed by the 100,000 Virus Legion, slowly approaching. Behind him trailed a few other zombies, equally cold and lethal in presence. The leader bore a distinct target mark upon his forehead, even with half of his cheek decayed. Revealing stark white bone, he moved with a steady gait, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk fixated on its prey. The zombie with the target eye. His eyes swept over Yumu, then over the inscrutable Magneto and the White Queen behind him, ultimately lingering for a brief moment on the hollow-eyed Carol and Doctor Strange. A flicker of deep trepidation flashed through his pupils, but it was swiftly replaced by an ingrained arrogance. He halted 10 meters away, his voice emerging like sandpaper scraping against metal. Outsider, our king, Mr. Wilson Fisk, has sent me to extend his greetings to you. His words were measured, yet carried an oppressive weight reminiscent of underworld negotiations. His Majesty appreciates strength. He rules this land, bringing the only semblance of order to these once chaotic ruins. The target I paused, seemingly awaiting Yumu's response, but Yumu merely regarded him silently. The corners of his white-masked mouth suggesting a faint, elusive smile. The target, I continued, his tone now imbued with a hint of condescension. His Majesty states that New York is vast enough to accommodate 2 kings. He acknowledges your power and is willing to delineate boundaries, sharing this city with you. However, the prerequisite is, the corners of the target I twisted into a sinister grin, revealing his yellowed fangs. You must comprehend who the true master of this place is. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the entire rift. Tony Stark nearly believed his auditory modules had malfunctioned within the armor. A zombie gang leader was conversing with a deity who had just enslaved Captain Marvel and Doctor Strange, employing a tone of territorial division. This was not an invitation. It was a warning. What a profound absurdity. What a reckless disregard for life. In Magneto's gaze, a murderous intent ignited. The terrifying magnetic field causing the metallic debris beneath the target's feet to hum and levitate. Yet, Yumu merely gestured gently, halting everyone in their tracks. He did not smile, nor did he emit a sound. With an air of nonchalance, he strolled deliberately towards the target. Beneath the mask that bore a semblance of a smile, his eyes were an abyss of coldness, reminiscent of the universe's finality. He admired Jean Bing's ambition and cunning. To maintain order and establish a kingdom amidst the apocalypse is, in itself, a testament to one's capabilities. However, admiration does not equate to endorsement. A crocodile reigning in a pond cannot fathom the thoughts of a dragon soaring in the heavens. Yumu casually seized the head of a newly transformed viral zombie. Once a human survivor, under the astonished gaze of the target, he effortlessly crushed the head, along with the spine, as if it were a ripe tomato. Blood and matter splattered. Then, an even more soul-chilling scene unfolded before the target's eyes. From Yumu's palm surged a more potent and radiant viral source, enveloping the decapitated corpse as if it were a living entity. Amidst the disconcerting sounds of cracking bones and writhing flesh, a new, more grotesque head sprouted from the corpse's neck, radiating a far more formidable presence than before. Its eyes glowed a deep crimson, resembling 2 blazing rubies, flickering with intelligence and savagery. Upon completing this grotesque act, Yumu treated the newly birthed creature as if it were mere refuse, casually pushing it aside. He brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and, addressing the now paralyzed target, revealed a smile that was dazzling yet sinister in its extremity. Go back and inform that rotund king of yours. I have no interest in delineating boundaries. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable, godlike decree. However, I must admit, I quite fancy that chair made of gold and bones. The target's remaining, I shrank to the size of a pinhead, overwhelmed by sheer terror and humiliated rage. He fixed his gaze upon Yumu, as if attempting to etch the man's visage into the depths of his soul. He refrained from uttering another harsh word, for he understood that in the presence of absolute power, any utterance is but a futile whisper. With a lingering glance at Yumu, he abruptly turned, leading his equally terrified subordinates away in a frantic retreat. The clarion call of war had been sounded. Yumu turned to survey the newly transformed Ark and the fresh tools behind him. Tony Reed, utilizing all the resources of the Ark, I intend to witness the emergence of a modern Steel Legion capable of subduing this planet within 12 hours. Tony and Reed exchanged glances, each recognizing the ineffable complexity of emotions reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that they had irrevocably embarked upon this vessel of madness, with no path of retreat remaining. Yumu was acutely aware that a mere skirmish of conventional armies was merely an appetizer. The true determinant of victory in this royal contest would be the direct dialogue between him and Kingpin. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the arrogant rotund figure would reveal his expression upon encountering the divine. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, within the throne room of Kingpin, Bullseye knelt on one knee, meticulously reporting everything that had transpired. On the vast throne, the zombie Kingpin listened in silence, his decaying visage betraying no discernible emotion. He rhythmically tapped his intact hand, adorned with a massive diamond ring, against the skeletal armrest. Top, top, top. Only after Bullseye concluded his report did the hall descend into a profound silence. And he finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant, laced with a peculiar, almost omniscient cold chuckle. An intriguing adversary. Your Majesty, he has humiliated you. We must immediately rally all our forces to make him pay for your indignity. Exclaimed a nearby zombie advisor, his voice sharp and insistent. Patience. Kingpin raised his hand, silencing the clamor of his subordinates. A strange smile, a blend of cruelty and pity, appeared on his face. Does that outsider truly believe he has seized control? Does he think he has secured victory? He can create life and enslave the strong. Yet he remains oblivious to the true source of this world's insatiable hunger. Kingpin's voice brimmed with absolute confidence. He is even less aware of what I have fed to quell that ultimate hunger. As his words lingered in the air, from the darkest shadows of the throne room, a towering, suffocatingly powerful figure slowly rose. The blue uniform he wore was tattered and frayed, yet the enormous emblem upon his chest continued to emit a disquieting glow in the dim light. His skin was largely decayed, revealing beneath it dark red muscle tissue, reminiscent of forged steel. Most terrifying were his eyes. What should have been blue orbs symbolizing hope and light now burned with two golden flames, infused with insatiable hunger and the brutality of divine wrath. He merely stood there, and it seemed as if the very laws of physics within the hall groaned under the weight of his presence. Chapter 0131. The corpse of the Legion's Sentinel War. In an almost artistic manner, consumed the ruins of Manhattan. It was not a chaotic roar, but rather a cold symphony composed of steel and flesh. A brutal orchestration of destruction. Like two utterly distinct plagues, they spread wildly across the corpses of this city of death, colliding until only one fungus emerges victorious. The empire of the undead, a chaotic torrent of sheer numbers, surges forth from every street and every dilapidated building, inexhaustible and undaunted by death. Their singular tactic is to drown all living beings within sight in putrid flesh and blood, a barbaric logic of war belonging to a bygone era. In stark contrast, Yumu's viral legion epitomizes order and efficiency. Formed into squads of 100, they advance and retreat with calculated precision, exuding a cold, machine-like exactitude. No longer mere beasts driven by instinct, they have evolved into true soldiers, adept at utilizing terrain, coordinating crossfire, and even sacrificing small units to lure the enemy into their depths. A war reminiscent of a meat grinder has commenced in the steel jungle of Manhattan. All drone formations are executing the Hive extermination protocol. Within the Ark, the frigid voice of Tony Stark resonates through the communication channels, devoid of any semblance of emotion. His eyes reflect the torrents of data cascading across the vast display before him, a twisted amalgamation of a scientist's fervor and a humanitarian's compassion. He had once vowed to protect life through technology, yet now, his creations have become the universe's most efficient instruments of slaughter. When truth is stripped of morality, only efficiency remains. In the skies, thousands of bat-shaped drones, modified in collaboration with Reed Richards, traverse the abandoned skyscrapers like a dark cloud. Their underbelly-mounted Gauss rifles do not belch fire. Instead, they unleash invisible, lethal kinetic steel needles that silently carve through the throngs of corpses below, leaving behind a field of precisely perforated skulls. This is silent, elegant slaughter. On the ground, Magneto, Eric, slowly raises his hands, levitating in mid-air, his aged visage illuminated by a near-divine fervor. While mortals chase thrones, he chooses to follow the deity that forges them. He once believed his life's pursuit was to establish a terrestrial paradise for mutants, but at this moment, he comprehends the pettiness of such aspirations. His king, his god, seeks to conquer the stars and the vast cosmos. Arise, he bellows, and the entire city responds to his will. The ground trembles, deep within the earth. Twisted subway tracks morph into a grotesque spinal column of steel. Buried rebar emerges from the depths, weaving into an indomitable muscular fiber. Countless discarded vehicles are forcefully compressed and forged into heavy outer armor. In that instant, all metal is imbued with life. A grotesque colossus, towering 100 meters tall and composed of steel and concrete, slowly rises from the heart of Manhattan. With each step it takes, the earth quakes beneath its weight. It swung a colossal fist composed of dozens of subway carriages, each strike reducing countless zombies to a splatter of flesh. This was a massacre devoid of suspense. A seamless blend of aerial and ground assault. The advantage of the viral legion quickly became apparent, as they exhibited remarkable tactical acumen under the unified command of the Red Queen. One formation feigned an attack at the front, drawing in enemies that outnumbered them several times over, while two other formations silently flanked from the shadows of the surrounding buildings, executing a flawless encirclement and annihilation within mere minutes. The front line advanced steadily towards Hell's Kitchen at a pace visible to the naked eye, while the empire of Jinbing was gradually consumed. In Hell's Kitchen, within the throne hall, the expressionless Jinbing, seated upon a massive throne forged from golden bones, observed the battlefield projected by a magical projection from an alternate version of Doctor Strange. He watched in dismay as his once mighty army was harvested like ripe wheat before the disciplined ranks of the enemy's monstrous legion. The faces of the zombie warlords beside him betrayed their growing anxiety. Your Majesty, their assault is relentless. Our defenses are on the brink of collapse. That mutant who can control metal is an unyielding war machine. Our people cannot even approach. Yet, Jinbing merely raised his hand slowly, silencing his subordinates. A cruel and sinister smile emerged on his half-decayed face, as if he possessed all the wisdom of the ages. When your enemy begins to flaunt their strength, they have often already stepped into the grave you have prepared for them. Addressing a zombie scientist responsible for operating the machinery, he commanded in a melodic tone, "It is time. Let our guests witness what true despair entails. Deploy the ace." As his words resonated, the sky above the battlefield was abruptly torn open by a blinding, ominous golden rift. A celestial object, resembling a meteor, trailed along, golden tail reminiscent of the sun's core material, crashing through the rift and plummeting towards the heart of the battlefield. The impact was thunderous, but it was not an explosion. Rather, it was a proclamation at the level of cosmic laws. A purer, more concentrated, and overwhelmingly domineering hunger surged forth, akin to an invisible tsunami sweeping across the arena. From the unfathomable depths of the impact crater, a towering figure gradually rose. He made no movement, merely inhaling deeply, a breath so profound that it seemed to draw in the very life force of the world itself. On the battlefield, hundreds and thousands of virus zombies, engaged in combat, suddenly froze in place. Immediately, their robust bodies withered at a visibly rapid pace, as if the formidable viral essence within them encountered a higher dimensional nemesis. Emitting a silent lament, forcibly extracted and consumed. Ultimately, within mere seconds, they transformed into a handful of ash, scattered by the wind. Their vitality, their viral essence, was entirely drained by that golden figure from afar. The golden harbinger of death had arrived. Zombie Sentinel. Chapter 132, Cataclysmic Confrontation. He slowly raised his head. Those blue eyes, which ought to symbolize hope and illumination, now blazed with twin infernos of gold, intermingled with insatiable hunger and the wrathful nature of annihilation. Warning. Warning. An unidentifiable ontological threat has been detected. Data model failure. Reality constants anomaly. When God's name is that? Inside Tony Stark's armor. The piercing alarm no longer resonated as a cold mechanical sound, but was instead a primal scream simulated from the data collapse. All data streams before him transformed into a meaningless cascade of red, as the Armor-S scanning system attempted to analyze the existence of the foe, only to incinerate several core processors in a fraction of a second. Some entities, by their very existence, utterly negate the comprehension of such actions. The gaze of the zombie sentinel did not focus on any individual, but indifferently locked onto the towering metallic colossus, 100 meters high, formed by the will of Magneto, suspended in the sky. Hiss! There was no earth-shattering display, no cataclysmic energy fluctuations. Two beams of golden light, hotter and purer than the sun's core, erupted from his eyes. Where those beams traversed, space did not warp, air did not ignite. Everything was tranquil as if in a dream. Magneto's pride. The colossal statue forged from countless steel remnants, upon contact with the beams, could not even muster a second of struggle. It simply vanished, as if gently erased from the canvas by an artist, silently and completely, from its metallic structure to atomic form, and even its very conceptual existence. It was utterly obliterated. Poof! In mid-air, Magneto, Eric, felt as if struck by lightning. His body jerked violently, and a torrent of blood mixed with visceral fragments erupted from his mouth. His aged face instantly drained of color, pale as parchment. This was not a confrontation of power. It was a repudiation of law itself. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the decades-long, soul-deep connection he had with those metals, as natural as breathing, severed by an unreasonable force, utterly incinerated at its roots. It was as if a deity proclaimed to him, "You are unworthy." One of the four fundamental forces of the universe that he had commanded throughout his life appeared as feeble as a jest before that golden figure. The deepest despair in the world does not stem from a disparity in power, but from the realization that the truths you have cherished your entire life are rendered fallacies in the face of your adversary. Immediately, the Sentinel's gaze languidly drifted towards the swarm of drones in the sky. He merely raised his hand nonchalantly. A soft hum resonated as a delicate golden energy ripple emanated from him, spreading like a gentle breeze. The thousands of lethal machines, embodiments of Earth's pinnacle technology, crafted by Tony and Reed, disintegrated into their most primitive form, dissolving in a scattered atomic dust without a single explosion at the caress of that ripple. He resembled an inexorable divine retribution, sowing the gospel of annihilation across the battlefield. Stop him! The White Queen, Emma, stifled a tremor that seemed to freeze her very essence. Exchanging a glance with Polaris, Lorna, before they struck in unison, a colossal surge of psychic energy transformed into an invisible spear of souls, forged from countless grievances, piercing directly into the Sentinel's mind, disregarding physical distance. Meanwhile, emerald magnetic energy coalesced into myriad entangled chains of law, striving to imprison every particle of his being at a more fundamental level. However, faced with this assault potent enough to topple a nation, the zombie sentinel merely furrowed his brow in impatience, as if disturbed from a tranquil slumber by two bothersome flies. Boom! A more terrifying, invisible golden energy storm erupted from his surface. This was not mere energy. It was an absolute domain, a realm that rejected all external interference. Emma and Lorna's attacks collided with an intangible, yet eternally existent wall of size, and upon contact, they were utterly annihilated, crushed. Ugh! Both emitted a painful groan, akin to flies swatted away by an unseen divine hand, hurtling away as streaks of light, crashing heavily into the debris hundreds of meters away, their fates unknown. Emma's supposedly indestructible diamond form was riddled with terrifying cracks, nearly disintegrated. In the shadows, a dark figure flickered like a specter, attempting to approach the Sentinel from behind. Winter Soldier. Bucky. Yet his arm, capable of slaying gods and adorned with shimmering URU runes, emitted a piercing cry of distress as he neared the 100-meter perimeter of the Sentinel. The runes on his arm flickered erratically, a primal force of absolute repulsion emanating from the very essence of life, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction further. That arm trembled in fear, conveying to its master that ahead lay a divine forbidden zone, a place where life itself came to a halt. The Illuminati, a force formidable enough to conquer a planet, was utterly crushed within a mere minute, plunging into unprecedented despair. Atop a towering building, Yumu quietly surveyed the one-sided massacre below, the corners of his white-masked visage curving upwards, not in restraint, but in an even more pronounced smile. His genetic throne is operating fervently, akin to the most avaricious gourmand, dissecting the unreasonable composition of the Sentinel's formidable power. Truly, perfect material is indeed perfect material. In Yumu's eyes, there sparkles of fervor, more intense and obsessive than that which Tony exhibits upon discovering new elements in his laboratory. The synthesis of the purest essence of energy, the power of a million stars, with the predatory abstract concept of the law of hunger, forcibly stitched together with Gaia's consciousness, has indeed birthed an intriguing ultimate life form, far more fascinating than that gluttonous being who merely devours stars. To him, the Sentinel is not a threat. Rather, it is an unprecedented delicacy, worthy of his personal indulgence. At that moment, the colossal holographic image of Jean Bing finally appeared in the skies above the battlefield, his visage radiating the arrogance and madness of a victor. Outsider, do you see now? His voice thundered like a tempest, resonating across the expanse of Manhattan, each word dripping with condescension. This is power. This is divinity, a true god. walking among mortals. Kneel, swear fealty to your new king. Otherwise, my sentinel shall reduce you, along with your pitiful toys, to the most inconsequential cosmic dust. However, in response to his triumphant declaration, Yumu erupted into an even more excited and unabashedly joyous laughter. A sound that was clear, yet imbued with a captivating charm that would freeze Jean Bing's very soul. Jean Bing's manic laughter came to an abrupt halt. Yumu slowly turned his head, scarcely glancing at the Golden Reaper, instead fixing his gaze upon the most perfect and obedient creation behind him, Carol Danvers. He extended his hand, gently brushing her smooth forehead, his voice as bland as if instructing her to perform a trivial task. Go, my divine hound, show your new companions, and our generous king, the true worth of your role as a vessel. A cruel smile curved at the corners of Yumu's mouth. The moment his words fell, a silent yet potent chain, wrought by the Tao Heart's demonic great method, shattered deep within Carol's soul. This was the limitation Yumu had imposed upon her earth-shattering power, meant to enhance her utility. In that instant, the shackles were released. A surge of destructive cosmic energy, far surpassing her peak binary form, and thoroughly optimized, mutated, and remolded by the Tao Seed's demonic essence, erupted within her. Carol slowly lifted her head. Those eyes, which should have burned with an indomitable golden flame, had transformed into abysses that devoured all light, reflecting the dark void of the universe's end. Amidst a maelstrom of dark, purplish lightning, replete with the essence of obliteration and chaos, she became the epicenter of a violent tempest, tearing the surrounding space asunder, leaving behind numerous grotesque and irreparable black scars. In a mere second, her aura surged to a terrifying level that would make even the most formidable of beings tremble in awe, defying all laws of energy conservation. The once astonishing Captain Marvel had long perished. Now, standing before us was the embodiment of darkness, a sinister marvel, a divine harbinger of annihilation. Under the horrified gaze of King and the bewildered astonishment of Tony Stark, Magneto, and others, who were engulfed in a mixture of fear and confusion, the darkened Captain Marvel transformed into a black comet, cleaving through the crimson sky, trailing a tail of fractured space, boldly confronting the imperious golden deity of death. Two cataclysmic forces from divergent realms were on the verge of collision. Chapter 133. Divine Hound Devouring God. Silence reigned. Not a single utterance could be heard. At the moment when the black comet, rending the heavens, collided with the golden meteor, which seemed poised to incinerate all existence, the entire world felt as though an invisible divine hand had pressed the mute button. Time and space, at the nexus of their convergence, exhibited an uncanny, glass-like quality, teetering on the brink of shattering. Light twisted into grotesque, abstract hues, furiously smeared across an unseen canvas. The flow of time spiraled into chaotic disarray. One moment frozen in eternal stillness, the next accelerating to unfathomable speeds, eluding the grasp of thought. This was a collision of pure laws, a domain of divinity that mortal intellect could neither comprehend nor approach. Within the confines of Tony Stark's armor, alarms emitted a sound akin to a system's catastrophic failure before falling utterly silent. His once proud holographic display now lay barren, reduced to a stark white static representing the unknown and the absolute wrong. The technological marvel he had devoted his life to creating seemed trivial, akin to a primitive tribal priest attempting to calculate the cosmos with an abacus. It was absurd, impotent, and rife with sacrilegious implications. His throat constricted violently, a profound sense of helplessness, deeper and more complete than when facing Thanos on Titan, gripped his heart like a cold iron vice. When the limits of logic encountered the divine, all calculations became mere blasphemous noise. In mid-air, Magneto, Eric, struggled to maintain his balance, his aged eyes reflecting the horrific spectacle of the fracturing laws. His pupils contracted to mere points in response to overwhelming shock. He could acutely sense that the electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces of the universe that he wielded, had utterly failed within that tumultuous domain, brutally supplanted by a higher, more savage, and utterly unreasonable rule. He devoted his entire life to the pride of wielding planetary power, yet on the true chessboard of divinity, he lacked even the qualifications to be a mere pawn. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted towards the pinnacle of that towering edifice, fixating on the figure with flowing black hair who, from the very beginning, had simply stood with arms crossed, leisurely observing the unfolding spectacle. In that moment, the fervor in Magneto's eyes seemed poised to consume his very soul. Mortals pursue the throne, while he chose to follow the deity who forged it. Perhaps only by dedicating everything to such an existence could he one day truly grasp the magnificent gates leading to the realm of the divine. Upon the diamond form of the White Queen, Emma, fine cracks were spreading at a slow yet irreversible pace. Her telepathy resembled a small vessel adrift in a cosmic tempest, tossed about by the chaotic storm of will unleashed from the shattered realms of law, causing upheaval. Yet, she perceived the essence of the battle more clearly than anyone else. This was not a clash of energies. It was a primal and savage mutual consumption of two fundamentally divergent concepts. The golden hue represented pure, limitless energy release, a cycle of millions of stars being born and extinguished in a single instant, a manifestation of the law of hunger in its most ferocious form. It was an inexhaustible source. Conversely, the inky blackness was more sinister and foreboding. It was not a release, but a devouring force. It embodied a black hole, an abyss, the yawning maw of the universe at its end, seeking to return all to nothingness. The golden, thermal gaze of the zombie sentinels, capable of melting reality, upon contact with the chaotic black-purple energy field surrounding Carol, was akin to rivers merging into the sea, swallowed, absorbed, analyzed, ultimately transformed. The abyssal aura emanating from Carol not only resisted the punitive powers of the Sentinels, but visibly solidified, deepened, and intensified with a ferocity that was palpable. She was the most exquisite instrument in her master's hands, a living artwork meticulously crafted to savor the divine delicacies. Thus, this was not a war. It was a one-sided process of digestion. The Sentinel's power resembled an endless golden ocean, yet it collided with an unfathomable, insatiable black hole. Every ounce of energy he released only served to empower the enemy, rendering himself weaker while making him stronger. For the first time, within the chaotic sea of his hunger-driven consciousness, a minuscule ripple of confusion emerged. In Hell's kitchen, within the throne room, the deranged smile of Wilson Fisk's half-rotted visage solidified in the face of the victor. He fixated intently on the battlefield scene projected by the zombie Doctor Strange, and for the first time, the hollow, emotionless sockets of his eyes betrayed a flicker of genuine fear. The Sentinel. This was the ultimate safeguard of the universe. Unearthed from the most clandestine and long-forgotten laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was the sole trump card that emboldened him to crown himself king amidst the desolation. An immortal monstrosity wielding the power of a million stars, a walking, ravenous deity. He could not fathom why such a terrifying entity capable of directly contending with the Sentinel, even subtly suppressing it, existed in this world. This was illogical. It defied all the physical laws he had come to understand. At that moment, he felt akin to a gambler at a table, exultantly throwing down his final royal flush, only to discover that the man across from him simply smiled and overturned the entire table, gently informing him that from now on, he dictated the rules of the game. Just as he was engulfed in shock, his very soul trembling, atop the ruins of Manhattan, the figure of Yu-Mu finally stirred. He did not spare a glance at the cataclysmic divine battle. Instead, he observed his most perfect creation with keen interest, like an artist both discerning and utterly satisfied. His voice did not traverse the air nor rely on any medium. It resonated through the doubt seed, which had long since fused with Carol's soul, deeply embedded in her essence, reverberating clearly within her dark sea of consciousness. His core was void, a chasm yearning to be filled, yet eternally insatiable. Yu-Mu's voice was calm and gentle, yet possessed an undeniable allure that pierced the very essence of existence. Do not attempt to fill him with energy. It will only grant him fleeting, meaningless satisfaction. Utilize your will. A playful smirk curved upon Yu-Mu's lips. Pollute him, enlightened by the master's direct guidance. A glimmer of insight flickered in Carol's unfathomable, abyssal eyes, which mirrored the universe's end. In the next moment, her tactics shifted quietly. She ceased her relentless absorption and retaliation, instead allowing her will, now thoroughly tainted by the Tao seed, imbued with absolute submission and ultimate annihilation, to entwine itself silently around each of the Sentinel's attacks and energy releases. Much like a malignant parasite, if the Sentinel's previous assault was a pure, cataclysmic deluge, then at this moment, Carol's was a drop of venom capable of corrupting the very source of that flood. Boom! Once again, a cataclysmic clash of fists erupted. The Sentinel's formidable body trembled violently. In the chaotic ocean of pure hunger within him, it seemed as though some incomprehensible and alien impurity had been forcibly injected. It was fear. It was despair. It was a yearning and submission to a higher, irresistible existence. This was a plague of the soul. Chapter 134. Your empire is now mine. These negative emotions, which did not rightfully belong to him, spread uncontrollably in his pristine sea of consciousness like ink dropped into clear water. Fear, despair, more terrifying still, within that pure source of hunger. A new and distorted desire had been forcefully grafted, a yearning for submission to a higher existence. When the void itself begins to pray, it heralds the birth of a new deity. The golden flames in the Sentinel's eyes began to flicker violently, swaying like a candle in the wind. Tendrils of ominous black mist spilled forth from the depths of his pupils, ensnaring the last vestiges of gold like a spider's web. He let out a roar of unimaginable agony. In that sound, there was no longer the previous dominance and brutality capable of rending the heavens, but rather an expression of confusion, struggle, and a plea that even he could not comprehend. Opportunity, in Carol's dark pupils, the struggling figure of the Sentinel reflected, devoid of any compassion, only the absolute focus of a hunter locking onto its prey. The will of her master was everything to her. She seized this fleeting, almost willingly offered flaw. She gathered all the devoured, transformed, and tainted dark cosmic energy into her right fist. That slender fist now seemed to bear the weight of an entire dark dimension. At its tip, the black-purple energy no longer surged like wild lightning, but coalesced into a tangible essence, exuding the aura of death and finality. This punch contained not merely the physical strength to rend planets, but also the purest, most tyrannical demonic intent capable of tainting divinity. As taught by the heart of the Tao's demonic seed, even gods would fall before her. This was her silent vow to her master. As she struck, there was no earth-shattering roar, no spatial rift, not even the faintest sound. Silent yet earth-shattering. This punch struck with precision, landing squarely on the Sentinel's chest, the source of his million-star strength, the core of his hungry divinity. Buzz! The colossal body of the zombie Sentinel trembled violently in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Space appeared to solidify entirely. He slowly, stiffly lowered his head, his gaze fixating on the slender arm, enveloped in black-purple energy that pierced through his chest. He could sense an irresistible, incomprehensible will surging through that arm, flooding into the core of his divine essence. It was overwhelming, unstoppable. The golden flames in his eyes, which had once consumed the entirety of the apocalypse and filled countless lives with despair, flickered fiercely for a moment. Ultimately, they were extinguished, as if snuffed out by an unseen hand, leaving behind an utter void, a chilling silence, and an endless darkness of absolute obedience, reminiscent of Carol Danvers. The insatiable hunger within him was utterly shattered, tainted, and assimilated by that purest essence of magical intent. The old god was dead. The new servant was born. This scene was vividly broadcasted through various magical and technological means, laid bare before the eyes of all survivors on the battlefield. Whether they were the howling viral zombies or the beleaguered members of the Illuminati, they ceased their actions, gazing upward in shock. Under their astonished, fearful, and incredulous stares, the once invincible Golden Reaper, who had regarded all as mere sustenance, slowly knelt before the dark goddess, Carol Danvers, in the air. It was the posture of a knight swearing fealty to his sovereign. Immediately after, he turned to face the pinnacle of the city, in the direction where the shepherd stood. Before the multitude, he lowered his proud head, once impervious to even deities, to the ground in utter submission. In the throne hall of Hell's Kitchen, the impossible unfolded. Goldbin's face, half-rotted, once contorted with the laughter of a victor, was now left with nothing but a twisted, profound horror. He did not merely tumble from the throne in fright. Every muscle in his body betrayed the commands of his brain, rendering him a quagmire. Sliding down from that golden skeletal seat, he fixated on the magical projection and in the hollow sockets of his eyes. The last flicker of ambition was extinguished by a deluge of despair. The Sentinel, it was the ultimate insurance he had unearthed from the most secretive laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D, his trump card in declaring war upon the world, his claim to kingship. A creature imbued with the power of 1,000,000 stars. A walking deity of hunger, the ultimate embodiment of strength in his understanding. Yet his most formidable card, the incarnation of the power he revered, now knelt like the most docile of dogs before another. This impact was more devastating than 1,000 betrayals or failures. It obliterated Goldbin's entire worldview. He felt as though he were a gambler throwing down a royal flush, only to discover that his opponent had not even glanced at the cards, but instead smiled and informed him that this table, this casino, and indeed his very life had long since belonged to him. All his pride, all his schemes, were reduced to mere dust the moment the Sentinel knelt. Escape. This was the singular thought that consumed his mind. He yearned to flee, as far away as possible, to evade the gaze of this demon. Struggling, he propped his corpulent body with his hefty arms, rolling and crawling towards the secret passage deep within the hall. However, after merely 2 steps, he collided with an invisible barrier. No, it was not a wall. Stiffly, he lifted his head to behold a pair of impeccably polished, spotless black shoes. Following the tailored trousers upward, he discovered that the man adorned with a white smiling mask had, unbeknownst to him, leisurely taken his seat upon the throne forged from gold and bones. He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, resting his chin on one hand, tilting his head, gazing at the prostrate Jean Bing with the appreciation of an art connoisseur, as if observing a plump moth ensnared in a spider's web, struggling in its death throes. True sovereignty was never established upon the bones of the fallen, but rather upon the shattered hopes of the defeated. Jean Bing's hope, at that moment, lay beneath the feet of Yumu, emitting a faint, sorrowful whimper. "Where are you running from?" Yumu spoke with a smile, his tone as light-hearted as one greeting an old friend after a long absence. "The party has only just begun." A rasping sound escaped Jean Bing's throat. He wished to plead for mercy, to scream, only to find himself devoid of the strength to utter even a single syllable. From the man before him, he sensed no malice, no fury, only a pure, condescending mockery, as if a deity observed the futile struggle of an ant. Yumu extended a finger, gesturing toward Jean Bing's corpulent form. "Your empire is now mine. As for you," Yumu's tone grew softer, yet it sent tremors through Jean Bing's very soul. "You shall have the honor of becoming the first specimen of my new legion. I will make you intimately acquainted with what true hunger feels like." The last flicker of light in Jean Bing's eyes was utterly consumed by boundless terror. In the next moment, Yumu's voice transcended the air, traveling through the global network of the Red Queen, through the mystical mirror of Doctor Strange, echoing like an oracle throughout every corner of New York, resonating in the ears of every survivor. Jean Bing is dead. The Empire has changed hands. Submit or become sustenance. In response, the city erupted with the anguished wails of Jean Bing's remnants, more harrowing than ever before. The subdued zombie sentinels transformed into the most merciless overseers. He ascended slowly, the darkness in his eyes profound and unrelenting, leading an even larger army of viruses to execute the final purge and transformation of the remnants of the old era. A more formidable, efficient, and terrifying zombie empire began to rise under the reign of the new king, amidst the ruins of New York. Yumu reclined comfortably against the expansive backrest of the throne, his slender fingers gently caressing the cold skeletal patterns on the armrests. Sensing the lingering essence of fear and resentment that belonged to the former king, his gaze seemed to pierce through the dome of the throne room, transcending the ruins of New York and a virus-ravaged continent, reaching towards a more distant, profound starry sky. New York was merely an appetizer. He could distinctly perceive, in other corners of this planet, dormant forces that retained the same wisdom, perhaps even harboring a more potent hunger. A metal island floating in the air, where a familiar magnetic field belonging to the Brotherhood of Mutants was ravenously consuming the Earth's magnetic poles. An ancient castle shrouded in green gamma energy, where a tyrant clad in tattered armor was indulging in dreams of ruling the world once more. Even upon the shattered Rainbow Bridge, a group of long-decayed deities were brawling over who could gnaw at the roots of the world tree. The curvature of Yu Mu's lips grew increasingly sinister. The universe is so vast, yet it lacks even a single table that could accommodate everyone. How lamentable. He slowly rose, extending his arms as if to embrace the entire world. Thus, I shall transform the universe itself into my banquet table. Chapter 135. The Return of the Tadpoles. Mortal wars are too mundane. Let us hunt the divine. In the throne hall, the throne forged of gold and bones was cold and unyielding, perfectly supporting Yu Mu's languid form. He leaned against it, propping his chin with one hand, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, resembling a malevolent deity feigning rest in his divine realm. Beneath the throne, Tony Stark and Reed Richards stood side by side, a holographic projection before them cascading with data streams that illustrated the resource integration progress across New York. All industrial facilities had completed their takeover, and the energy systems were merged with the Ark's core. It was anticipated that within 12 hours, the first batch of war puppets would be operational. Tony's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. His eyes, concealed beneath his armor, fixated on the datapad in his hands, reluctant to make any eye contact with the figure upon the throne. Each time he attempted to comprehend the man on the throne through the lens of science, his worldview crumbled in anguish. He finally understood that some existences were meant to subvert the very essence of truth. Reed Richards appeared even more haggard. The most brilliant mind on Earth had become merely a highly efficient processor, executing every command from the new master. He had personally buried the old world and laid the first stone for the tyrant of the new world. Perhaps, when civilization reaches its end, the very concept of order is far more significant than the quality of that order. Flanking the throne, two figures exuding a divine aura stood silently, resembling the most exquisite sculptures. Carol Danvers, tainted by the darkness, was enveloped in a swirling, black-purple energy that devoured light. Her abyss-like eyes reflected only the solitary figure of Yu Mu, the newly born zombie sentinel, its golden flames extinguished by the encroaching darkness. Now bore the subdued power of a million trembling stars, akin to a hound restrained by a collar. Conquest, at times, is a monotonous affair. Yu Mu found himself needing not to lift a finger. Merely sowing the seeds of despair would yield the fruits of submission. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind like a clear spring. "Ribbit, your frog spawn has returned from its travels, bringing you a gift." A genuine, intrigued smile finally graced Yu Mu's lips. His beloved son had come back. With a mere thought, streams of information regarding two specialties flooded into his consciousness. The first was the compassionate navigation sword cannon. Yu Mu initially raised an eyebrow in disdain. This doctrine, which advocated the salvation of all beings and the self-sacrifice to nurture demons, was utterly incompatible with his own practice of the heart of the Tao cultivating demons. Yet, within him, the gene throne provided an entirely new interpretation in an instant. Warning: high-level mental mimetic reverse analysis completed. By practicing this method, compassion can be transformed into control, and salvation into enslavement. Its effects are more subtle and sophisticated than the Tao's seed, capable of reshaping the target's beliefs and perceptions from the very depths of their soul, making them willingly acknowledge you as the singular truth. How intriguing. The light in Yu Mu's eyes flared brightly. This was no mere orthodox scripture. It was a masterfully crafted brainwashing technique tailored just for him. Compared to the direct and domineering corruption of the Tao seed, this subtle enslavement was undoubtedly more artistic. The second gift made his languid form, reclined upon the throne, sit up for the first time. The War God Codex was a relief sculpture, a legendary tome not recorded in words but etched in 49 mysterious reliefs within the War God Temple. It did not belong to any school and contained the highest secrets of the universe's operation. Mastery of it could lead to an understanding of life's origins and the breaking of the void. Unlike the fragments of the War God Codex obtained previously, this relief could be directly contemplated. At that moment, it was not a physical entity, but an ancient, vast imprint etched into the deepest recesses of his soul. Upon the relief, a shadowy figure, indistinguishable in form, executed a punch in a manner that defied description by any language, embodying the purest and most primal essence. There was no earth-shattering might. Yet as Yu Mu beheld this punch, every ounce of his lifelong training, the 3 points of returning essence, the longevity, technique, and even the sword intent of the 23rd sword, quaked and lamented as if subjects bowing before their sovereign. That singular punch seemed to encapsulate the primordial laws of force, stretching from the cosmic explosion to the ultimate thermal death of the universe. Merely observing this, Yumu felt his comprehension of power utterly dismantled and reshaped. An idea, maddening in its intensity, surged uncontrollably within his mind. If the way is hypocrisy and the devil is extremity, then why must I choose? He intended to forge a path using the heart of the Tao to cultivate demons as a crucible, with the spirit of the reverse practiced compassionate navigation sword cannon serving as the fervent fire, forcibly refining and devouring the essence of power from the War God Codex. The path he sought was neither that of the Tao nor that of the devil, but rather one of dominion over all, a path that devours everything, where he alone stands supreme. Crimson Queen. Yumu rose slowly from his throne, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He commanded the entirety of New York, amassing over 300,000 virus legions into a unified bioenergy network. I shall ignite the flames. With a single step, his figure materialized high above the throne room, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. With a command, the ruins of New York instantaneously transformed into a colossal altar. 300,000 virus zombies, whether engaged in purging the remaining foes or patrolling, ceased their actions simultaneously, their bodies uncontrollably glowing with a sinister crimson light. Their life essence, their viral cores, were forcibly extracted under the direction of the Crimson Queen, converging into two torrents of blood-red energy that surged violently into Yumu's being, with all living beings as kindling. Sentinel and Carol ascended alongside him, flanking him on either side. The divine powers within them were stirred by Yumu's will, manifesting as two tempestuous energy storms, one dark and the other shadowy, akin to immense bellows, fervently fueling the winds of law for Yumu's breakthrough. With divine servants as bellows, above New York, the heavens and earth transformed, silence engulfing the realm. On one side, an endless surge of black mist ascended, teeming with demonic shadows, as if countless souls were lamenting in despair, descending into oblivion. This was the ultimate manifestation of the heart of the Tao to cultivate demons. On the other side, however, a supremely sacred golden Buddhist light illuminated the earth, with celestial flowers cascading and golden lotuses emerging from the ground, as if a compassionate bodhisattva recited scriptures, seeking to alleviate all suffering in this apocalyptic era. This was the false sanctity born from the reverse practice of the compassionate navigation sword cannon. The two diametrically opposed forces of law, irreconcilable as water and fire, clashed violently above Yumu's head, tearing at the fabric of space itself, threatening to shatter it. Below, the watching Magneto, White Queen, and others felt their very souls tremble beneath the terror of this conflict of the Tao and the devil, as if they could be torn asunder at any moment. Just as the confrontation between the Tao and the devil reached a stalemate, on the brink of mutual destruction, a low hum resonated. An ancient, ethereal shadow of the War God Codex suddenly materialized behind Yumu. The indistinct figure slowly merged with Yumu's own, delivering a punch that could shake the heavens and earth, yet remained unadorned. This punch shattered all laws. Boom! In the sky, the ethereal manifestations of demonic shadows and chanting bodhisattvas were utterly shattered, crushed, and subsequently consumed and merged beneath a singular, mighty strike. At this moment, Yumu's aura broke free from all constraints, surging uncontrollably. He reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, now merely a step away from the legendary state of unity with the Heavenly Father. Host, Yumu. Strength, half-step Heavenly Father, Grandmaster Pinnacle. Clover, 116. 000. Techniques, Eternal Life Decision. Taoist Heavenly Sect, Secret Art. 10,000 rivers and autumn waters, heart like still water, harmonizing light with dust. 3 parts return to Yuan Qi. Tao Heart Cultivating Demonic Method, Compassionate Navigation Sword Cannon, War God Codex, I Ability Sword Saint Guy Nyes Legacy, General Principles of Mechanisms, Thunder Mage, 100 Empty-Handed Blade Catching. Viral Mutation, Phase 2, Insightful Observation, Master of Death Persuasive Speech, Superlative Magic, Skyfall, Gene Throne, Items, Rat Poison Type, Power 7 bottles, Rat Poison Type, Shrinking 8 bottles. MO Family Supreme Mechanism Non-Aggression, Ins Olgon's Ring, bound location. New York, artificial intelligence Red Queen, rice cooker, black hole stickers. 10 pieces. He slowly opened his eyes. Within those orbs lay the birth and demise of the universe, the flow of laws. His gaze fell upon the Sentinel and Carol, instantly perceiving the flaws in the core of their powers. Sufficient strength, yet lacking in purity. The efficiency of absorption was woefully inadequate. Yumu raised his hand. A strand of newly birthed, chaotic yet majestic true energy, merging 3 supreme arts, swirling at his fingertips. He pointed, the tip of his finger resting upon the Sentinel's brow, employing the purifying essence of the compassionate navigation sword cannon. He utterly eradicated the last vestige of mortal hunger from the Sentinel's consciousness, leaving only the most pure, boundless power of 1,000,000 stars. With another gesture, he directed his finger toward Carol's chest, utilizing the destructive principles of the War God Codex. He forcibly restructured her internal energy cycle, enhancing her efficiency in absorbing and transforming cosmic energy tenfold. In an instant, the two formidable forces were reshaped from uncontrollable nuclear bombs into perfect divine weapons that could strike with precision. The terrifying energy fluctuations that accompanied his breakthrough, embodying the quintessence of Tao, demonic, and warfare, swept across the earth like an irresistible divine decree. Above the ruins of Asgard, the one-eyed zombie Odin, ravenously gnawing at the remnants of the world tree, abruptly lifted his decaying head, a flicker of unprecedented terror flashing in his eyes. Deep within the castle of Latvia, the zombie Dr. Destroyer, clad in tattered iron armor and enveloped in green gamma energy, crushed his staff, sensing an overwhelming will that surpassed all. In the Sky Sword Bureau space station, a girl whose skin bore the mottling of decay, the zombie wonder Lady Kamala, gazed in horror at the blue planet below, as if witnessing a formidable adversary. In that moment, the zombie kings of the world fell into a paralyzing silence of dread. In the throne hall, Yumu had once again taken his seat upon the throne. Tony and Reed respectfully presented a meticulously organized map depicting the distribution of various global zombie factions. Master, Reed's voice was hoarse yet reverent. Our analysis suggests that the most optimal strategy is to first consolidate Earth's forces, proceeding with caution. I propose our initial target should be Dr. Doom, the closest to us and possessing formidable technological prowess. Yumu gazed at the densely annotated map, a light chuckle escaping his lips, imbued with a playful cat-and-mouse delight. He shook his head. Under the bewildered gazes of Tony and Reed, he extended a long finger, traversing the territories of Earth, and pointed directly to the uppermost region of the map, the shattered yet still luminescent rainbow bridge, floating in the cosmos. Asgard. The smile at the corners of Yumu's mouth grew increasingly sinister. He regarded the assembly with an air of inevitability, as though proclaiming a profound truth, declaring his true objective. The wars of mortals are far too mundane. If we are to engage, let it be on a grand scale. His gaze seemed to pierce dimensions, landing upon the decrepit deities desperately clinging to existence. Moreover, I am quite curious. What intriguing entities could arise from using deities as sustenance? Chapter 136. I see you. Usurper Doom. The throne hall, forged from golden bones, lay silent as a grave. Yumu's seemingly casual words detonated like a star igniting within the minds of Tony Stark and Reed Richards, incinerating their remaining shards of reason and logic. To conquer the realm of Asgard. Tony's body stiffened beneath his armor, his eyes widening behind the visor. His brain, a supercomputer that had once placed him decades ahead of his time, now flickered erratically, inundated with a torrent of incomprehensible data, red error alerts flashing madly. Impossible, he instinctively uttered, his voice dry and hoarse. According to the fragmented information in my database regarding the realm of deities, even a decaying Asgard operates under fundamental physical laws and energy levels that far exceed those of Earth. Our fleet, our legions, even ourselves, we would be nothing more than fragile toys in such a place. This is suicide. Tony's voice, though subdued, carried the weight of a scientist's last stubbornness. It was a cold and absolute conclusion derived from data and logic. He dared not raise his eyes, afraid to meet the gaze of the man upon the throne, for he understood that logic held no value in the presence of that individual. On the other side, Reed Richards fared even worse. His brain, proclaimed to be the most intelligent on Earth, had completed trillions of battle simulations the moment he heard the word Asgard. Without exception, all paths led to the same conclusion: complete and irreversible annihilation. After all, in the realm of divinity, there exist deities of unparalleled power, akin to the zenith of celestial authority. Their chances of success appear insurmountably slim, almost non-existent. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat soaking the edges of his hair, his complexion as pale as parchment. This was not mere fear, but a profound sense of collapse. The wisdom he had cherished throughout his life, the logical frameworks upon which his existence depended, were rendered a complete farce in the face of a trivial objective set forth by the man upon the throne. It suddenly dawned upon him. When an ant gazes at the starry sky, it can only comprehend the tiny point of light within its own two-dimensional plane, never grasping the vast reality of the cosmos. Reed Richards, was that ant. You misunderstand, came the languid voice of Yumu, laced with a hint of amusement. Leaning slightly forward from his throne, his eyes, seemingly imbued with the essence of cosmic life and death, surveyed the two nearly incapacitated intellectuals below with keen interest. I am well aware that directly attempting to gnaw at a fragment of divinity would be akin to shattering one's teeth. Asgard is the main course. His voice paused, relishing the intense emotional fluctuations his words ignited in the two. However, before indulging in the main course, a discerning gourmand must first clear away the remnants upon the dining table, mustn't they? He extended a slender finger, gently gesturing in the air. Moreover, this dining table itself must be transformed into a sufficiently robust crucible to prepare ingredients of divine caliber. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Yumu's lips. Tony and Reed abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Clear the dining table? Crucible? Red Queen, Yumu offered no further explanations, instead issuing a direct command. I am present, Master. The girl's icy voice echoed within the throne room as a detailed report regarding Latveria materialized into a holographic projection before them. According to the intelligence, the last organized resistance force on Earth resided in Latveria, led by the formidable Dr. Doom. Within the projection, a fortress city, enveloped in a green magical barrier and menacing steel turrets, resembled a slumbering behemoth. The zombie Doom retained not only all the wisdom of his former self, but had advanced further still. He had reverse-engineered and harnessed gamma energy, perfectly merging it with his magical system to create unprecedented magical technology. His ranks included elite beings, such as the Zombie Abomination and the Zombie Master of Mimicry, while his apocalyptic robotic legion was thoroughly enhanced by magical runes. Presently, he had established an indomitable magical stronghold, declaring himself the Monarch of Doom. Simultaneously, in Latveria, within a throne composed of magical runes and exposed circuit boards, a figure draped in tattered green robes and adorned with a sinister iron mask mocked the image of Yumu's dominion over New York as it emerged from the magical crystal ball. Upstart, beneath the metallic mask of doom, a voice emerged, raspy as the friction of metal. A faux deity constructed upon external force, brimming with might, yet devoid of understanding what true dominion entails. At his fingertips, a strand of verdant gamma energy intertwined flawlessly with a deep violet arcane essence, radiating a disquieting aura of destruction. The gravest folly of mortals lies in their misapprehension of power as authority. And I, Doom, shall ascend as the sole true deity of this moribund world, through the exquisite amalgamation of magic and science. In the throne room, Yumu gazed upon the diminutive nation depicted on the map, emitting a soft chuckle. Engaging in a protracted siege against Doom? To contest land inch by inch like a mundane monarch? How utterly tedious. He preferred a more direct, artistically inclined method to herald the end of an era. For instance, an indisputable coronation ceremony. Winter sorcerer Magneto, Yumu spoke with a calm demeanor. From the shadows beneath the throne, two figures silently emerged, kneeling on one knee. I command you to lead all virus legions alongside Tony's Iron Legion in a frontal assault on Latveria. I wish for Doom to witness the war he so eagerly anticipates, to hear the roar of all his magical artillery, and to see his doomsday automatons drown in a tide of blood and fire. At your command, Master. The Winter Sorcerer and Magneto vanished into the shadows without hesitation. Tony and Reed exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. A frontal assault? This was uncharacteristic of Yumu. It seemed he had discerned their thoughts, his smile widening. War is merely a spectacle for mortals. Rising slowly from the throne, he adjusted the non-existent folds of his sleeves. I intend to reclaim my spoils. His true weapon was never an army of thousands, but himself. He would personally lead the mightiest of his divine servants, the Dark Wonder Carol and Sentinel, directly to Doom's throne. Where the king is absent, only life and death remain. Moments later, war erupted abruptly at the borders of Latveria. The sky bled crimson and iron gray. The Virus Legion, led by the Winter Sorcerer Bucky, surged forth like an endless scarlet tide from the horizon, assaulting Latveria's steel defenses with primal claws and frenzy. Above them, Magneto Eric hovered in the sky, arms outstretched like a deity of doom. The very metals of the Eastern European plate lamented under his will, contorting. Countless abandoned tanks, aircraft, and steel were forcibly extracted from the earth, merging into towering iron giants, each standing 100 meters tall, marching heavily towards Doom's castle. In contrast, countless green shields rose within Latveria's borders. The ominous magic artillery platforms emitted a deafening roar, projecting energy beams infused with gamma radiation and destruction runes. Each strike clearing vast expanses amid the viral onslaught. Driven by magical runes, the apocalyptic robotic army surged forth from the castle, clashing with the colossal iron statues and a legion of viruses in a brutal melee. The sky was ruthlessly torn asunder by energy beams and metallic storms. The earth lamented and groaned amidst the chaos of explosions and collisions. The entire world seemed to tremble in the wake of this confrontation between the old and new sovereigns. Within the throne hall of the Doomsday Castle, Doom remained oblivious to the clamor outside, engrossed in the war unfolding within the confines of his crystal ball. At that moment, the space before him rippled unexpectedly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. Yumu, accompanied by his two strongest divine servants, strolled forth as if returning to his own garden rather than intruding upon the heart of a heavily fortified enemy realm. Yet, they were not met by a panicked ruler. Doom sat steadfastly upon his throne as if he had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Flanking his throne were two figures exuding an aura of terror. One was a grotesque zombie, its muscular form cloaked in a deep green akin to rock, enveloped in dense gamma energy. The other was a zombie mimic master, wielding sword and shield, with hollow eyes yet imbued with the traces of countless martial arts techniques. In that instant, the air within the hall crystallized. Doom's metallic mask emitted a raspy, triumphant laughter, reminiscent of a bellows. I, Doom, have seen you long before you stepped into my domain, usurper. Chapter 137, Doom's Apocalypse. A tyrannical feast as the three figures materialized, the atmosphere in the throne hall solidified into amber. Every particle of dust, every beam of light, was ensnared by an invisible force field, exuding a weightiness akin to lead. Doom remained firmly seated upon his grotesque throne, crafted from magical runes and exposed circuit boards. His metallic mask reflected the leisurely gait of Yumu, devoid of panic or astonishment, only a haughty arrogance akin to a hunter witnessing its prey step into a trap. Slowly, he raised a hand clad in a steel glove and grasped at the air. Suddenly, the entire hall trembled as countless deep purple magical runes ignited upon the walls, floor, and ceiling, forming an impenetrable net. While you engaged that fool gene, I analyzed the residual energy of your teleportation ability. A remarquably sophistiquée spatiale technique, but not without traces. Doom's voice brimmed with an air of intellectual superiority. Thus, I have secured my castle with a lock known as the anchor of reality. Here, space is defined by my will, and time flows according to my laws. What you take pride in as a transmission is, in this context, nothing more than a jest. He, Victor Von Doom, one of the most astute minds on Earth, the sovereign of magic and technology, never engages in warfare unprepared. He had long anticipated that Yumu would confront him with the same tactics. Only a foolish warrior would assault the castle walls with brute force, while a true monarch pins the conclusion even before the war commences. However, what awaited him was not Yumu's ire. Instead, Yumu regarded the swirling runes around him with keen interest, a playful smile curving his lips, as if he were admiring a fine piece of art. This dismissive contempt ignited a blaze of fury within Doom's heart. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he issued the command to attack. Roar! Beside the throne, a colossal figure, grotesque and monstrous, emitted a soul-shattering roar. Beneath his rock-like, dark green skin, gamma energy surged like molten lava, each step causing the sturdy castle's foundations to groan under the weight. His target was the golden figure of the sentinel, whose eyes burned with dark flames. In an instant, battle erupted. Boom! The dark flames in the sentinel's eyes flared, unwavering and unyielding, as he charged forth with the most primal and savage ferocity. The two behemoths, both fueled by gamma energy, collided violently like two meteorites, producing a cataclysmic impact. There was no finesse, no embellishments, only a raw clash of power that reduced everything movable within the hall to mere dust. The castle wailed, and the very fabric of space trembled. On the other side, a ghostly figure stirred. The master of mimicry, armed with sword and shield, advanced towards the dark enigma, Carol. The black-purple energy swirling around Carol transformed into a blade, descending with lethal intent. Clang! The master of mimicry, astonishingly, parried this strike with his shield at the same angle and force. A flicker of data-like brilliance glimmered in his hollow gaze as he instantaneously replicated a portion of Carol's energy manipulation. In that moment, the black-purple destructive energy intertwined with a myriad martial techniques coursing through the master of mimicry, leading to a fierce stalemate. Observing the evenly matched conflict, Doom's sense of control intensified. The battle of the divine servants was merely an appetizer. The true confrontation lay in the clash between kings. Behold, usurper! Doom slowly rose from his throne, the entire energy system of Latveria resonating under his command. The magic from deep within the earth, the energy from nuclear reactors, was drawn and fused by him in an unfathomable manner. Witness the perfect creation of magic and science. The paradox prison. He thrust his hands forward, summoning a cube composed of countless contradictory physical formulas and opposing magical runes, perpetually twisting and rotating, which materialized out of thin air and instantly enveloped Yumu. This cage did not exist on a physical plane. Rather, it was a conceptual prison. Its very existence was a paradox. Any life ensnared within it would have its essence, logic, and concept of existence torn asunder and dissolved by this contradictory force, ultimately returning to nothingness. This was Doom's most prized masterpiece, a weapon crafted for the slaying of gods. He intended to eradicate Yumu from this world, from the very roots of concept itself. He could almost envision Yumu disintegrating within the cage. However, within that prison, Yumu merely lifted his eyelids. In his profound gaze, there was no trace of panic, only a flicker of weariness. "It is too complex," he murmured softly. In the next moment, the overwhelming true energy within him, a chaotic force infused with the essence of Tao, magic, and combat, surged forth in its inaugural actual combat application. There was no rhythm of laws, no roar of energy. There existed only the purest, most primal, and most unreasonable strength. Yumu slowly raised his hand and, in a seemingly mundane manner, struck the interior wall of the distorted cage with a punch. Before absolute power, all intricate calculations appeared laughably futile. Boom! A sound beyond description erupted at the point of contact between Yumu's fist and the cage. The so-called paradoxical prison, a self-consistent and perfect loop woven from magic and technology, shattered like glass struck by a hammer. Countless fissures spread instantaneously, and then, with a crisp lament, it was utterly obliterated. Doom, as if struck by lightning, violently spewed forth a mixture of green energy and blood, the backlash from their spiritual link causing him to feel, for the first time, the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart. Impossible. This cannot be. Beneath his metallic mask, unrestrained horror surfaced for the first time. His paradoxical prison, which disregarded energy levels, targeted existence itself. Why? Why was it shattered by a single punch? Yumu's power system transcended any framework he had ever known, defying reason and rules, embodying only the most brutal destruction and the most domineering control. As Yumu advanced step by step toward him, the fear within Doom finally eclipsed his regal pride. Yet he was Doom. He always had contingency plans. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Doom erupted into maniacal laughter, spreading his arms wide as he transformed into a stream of data, merging with the throne beneath him. "You cannot defeat me, usurper." for I have long prepared my ultimate form." His voice resonated from all directions, echoing through every stone and every conduit of the castle. "I have long since fused my consciousness with the entire magical fortress of Latvia, intertwining with the ley lines of this land." Boom! In that moment, the Doomsday Castle, the entirety of Latvia, awakened. Countless energy networks surged forth from the ground and walls, transforming into tangible tendrils that rushed towards Yumu from all directions, seeking to invade his body and assimilate his soul. "Here, I am Latvia. I am divine. You shall be utterly assimilated and crushed by the power of an entire world." Faced with this cataclysmic sight, Yumu did not resist. Rather, he paused, a look of exquisite delight gracing his face, akin to a gourmet beholding the finest ingredients. Assimilation? Just in time, I find myself famished. He slowly closed his eyes, invoking the compassionate voyage sword cannon, which he had mastered in reverse. No aggressive energy was unleashed. Instead, a supreme and sacred thought radiated from him, imbued with compassion and tranquility. He presented to Doom's vast and chaotic collective consciousness a perfect vision of the universe's highest order. In that vision, there was no war, no chaos. Everything was in its rightful place, operating efficiently under a perfect and absolute will, achieving eternal peace and ultimate order. It was redemption, it was compassion, the ultimate destination fervently sought by all order-obsessed beings. This compassionate holy light struck at the deepest recesses of Doom's heart, igniting his most primal desire for order. The massive collective consciousness of Doom wavered for a fleeting moment upon witnessing that flawless order, a moment of longing and doubt. Perhaps this is true dominion? Yet beneath this guise of compassion, an invisible seed, embodying the essence of the Tao heart seed demon technique, silently took root, exploiting that fleeting crack, a fatal temptation, merely for a moment of dissent. In that very instant, the demon seed took root and sprouted. Like a cosmic vine embedded in the world tree, it began to ravenously and greedily siphon Doom's will, memories, knowledge, and his dominion over all of Latvia. Nourishing its own growth, Yumu was not destroying Doom. He was consuming this world, flesh and bone, from within. No. Doom finally comprehended what was transpiring, unleashing a desperate roar. But it was too late. Outside, the Doomsday robotic army, locked in a fierce battle with the Iron Colossus and Viral Legions, came to a sudden halt. Their electronic eyes flickered and dimmed. In the next moment, all robots aligned in unison, pivoting to kneel collectively before the Doomsday Castle, as if heralding the birth of a new king. Within the throne hall, a resounding clang echoed. The grotesque metallic armor of Doom lay scattered, reduced to a mere shell. Yumu stood in place, slowly opening his eyes. Within his gaze, countless arcane magical runes and intricate technological blueprints flickered before ultimately settling into profound tranquility. He had absorbed the entirety of Doom's legacy. Turning around, he beheld Sentinel and Carol, who had concluded their battle, casting the barely breathing abomination and the mimic master before him like two lifeless dogs, observing the struggling elite zombies. He declared in a tone that was dispassionate to the point of coldness, an undeniable herald of the new era. Doom is dead. Now, swear allegiance to your new master. Chapter 138. The planet as fuel. The tadpoles set sail within the throne hall. Silence reigned as deep as the void. When Doom's armor, a vessel of ambition and wisdom, transformed into a cold, empty shell, the final cries of resistance from this planet faded into nothingness. Earth had unified in the ensuing days. Miraculous scenes unfolded in every corner of the globe. You need not speak personally. His will traversed through the assimilated Latvian magical network and the global communications of the Red Queen, becoming the singular edict of this planet. The remnants of zombie forces entrenched across various continental plates, those self-proclaimed warlords, had not yet responded to the upheaval in New York and Latvia before their doom arrived. Endless legions of viruses, led by elite zombies under the new king's command, surged forth like a meticulously executed tide, sweeping across the world. There was no brutal slaughter, only efficient extermination and assimilation. Yumu had officially become the undisputed sovereign of this zombie Earth. Yet, conquest was merely the beginning. Latvia, once the citadel of apocalypse, had now transformed into the new heart of this planet. Yumu reclined leisurely upon the throne that melded magic and technology, while the holographic projection before him displayed a dazed Tony Stark and Reed Richards reporting the progress of a grand plan, the Ouroboros Project, a terrifying initiative aimed at material transformation on a planetary scale. Master, Tony's voice emanated through the armor, steady as an unperturbed audio file. But only he knew that each utterance required an exhaustive effort to suppress the tremors arising from the depths of his soul. According to your directive, all magical technology left behind by Doom has been fully analyzed. Reed and I have optimized the energy model of the planetary transformation device, increasing efficiency by 37%. He fixated on the data stream before him, daring not to let his gaze meet that of the figure upon the throne. The end of science is theology. Tony Stark had once regarded this statement as a jest, but now he found himself living within this jest, becoming the most humble of its punctuation marks. His prideful intellect, before that individual, was only worthy of calculating the most efficient means to dismantle a planet. Reed Richards' condition was even more dire. He had grown gaunt, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. The most brilliant mind on Earth resembled a supercomputer on the brink of combustion, fervently working to transmute the will of the new master into lines of cold, unfeeling code. He had personally interred the logic of the old world, while simultaneously laying the first cornerstone for the tyrant of the new world, paving the path to divinity. Perhaps, when civilization reaches its twilight, the essence of order itself becomes far more significant than the merits or flaws of that order. An undertaking so grand that even the deities would gaze upon it with awe had commenced. Under Magneto's command, tectonic plates were forcefully torn asunder, revealing veins of rare metals, ancient as time itself, wrenched from the Earth's crust like the spine of a colossal dragon. Beneath the Sentinel's divine might, mountains were razed to the ground, stubborn stones decomposed into the most fundamental atoms, converging into a river of elements. Under Carol's dark cosmic energy, oceans evaporated, the atmosphere filtered, and all matter was reduced to its purest form of energy and the very building blocks of existence. This planet was being treated as a gargantuan orange, squeezed for its last drop of juice. Meanwhile, the remnants of this desolate universe, as worthless as dust, were incessantly transported back to the primary world through the portal opened by Yumu, connecting the two realms. The Illuminati. Emma Frost, the White Queen, sat in the penthouse office of Stark Tower, gazing at the suffocatingly lengthy numbers on the financial terminal before her. For the first time, her mind, capable of manipulating hearts, felt the emotion of insignificance. Through thousands of shell companies, she unleashed resources from alternate realms, of an astonishing purity, flooding the global market like an unstoppable deluge. Gold, diamonds, vibranium, rare earths. The existing financial system crumbled under this dimensional assault without so much as a mournful cry. Utterly reshaped. Wealth amassed at a velocity that transcended the limits of human imagination. Truth exists only within the range of cannon fire, and money is the largest cannon with the farthest reach. Emma lifted a glass of red wine, gazing out at the vibrant New York skyline, murmuring to herself. She suddenly perceived that her past so-called business tactics resembled a child's play with sandcastles. At this moment, she was fortunate enough to inventory the spoils of a true deity. Within Yumu's system interface, the number representing the clover fluttered with unprecedented speed, each flicker signifying the rise and fall of a commercial empire. Soon, that string of numbers ceased its ascent. 1 million, a complete and tantalizing figure. Yumu's consciousness delved into the system space, turning towards the green figure that had been quietly waiting on a lotus leaf. His tadpole. It was time to grant you an upgrade as well. The system embarked on a fundamental upgrade for the tadpole, expending a staggering 1 million clovers to issue the command. That sum, sufficient to purchase several nations, transformed within the system into a brilliant golden torrent, surging into the diminutive form of the tadpole. Ding! Consumed 1,000,000 clovers. The travel dimension rank of the tadpole has been elevated. The tadpole's travel backpack has been expanded, capable of carrying conceptual-level specialties. The tadpole has acquired the ability to sniff out world coordinates, enabling it to actively pursue realms of higher energy levels. A cascade of notifications deepened the smile upon Yumu's lips. Conceptual-level specialties. This signified that what the tadpole would next retrieve might transcend mere techniques or items, perhaps embodying a principle, a dominion, or even the very concept of a world itself. Set forth, my little frog, Yumu mused contentedly, gazing at the rejuvenated tadpole, its verdant hue appearing more vibrant, imbued with a certain spirit. Quack! Your tadpole is exuberantly embarking on its journey. As he watched the tadpole transform into a streak of light, vanishing into the chaotic currents of unknown time and space, Yumu refocused his thoughts. The transformation of a zombie universe had entered a steady rhythm, akin to a vast factory operating under a predetermined program, no longer requiring his constant vigilance. With sentinels, Carol, and the entirety of the assimilated Latvian populace overseeing matters, all was well in hand. Stepping into the 95-27 universe, Yumu found the scene before him, shifting instantaneously from the desolate stillness of the Doomsday Fortress to the bustling and vibrant atmosphere atop the Stark Tower's terrace. The evening breeze, imbued with the warmth characteristic of urban life, caressed his face, while below, the relentless flow of vehicles resembled rivers of light coursing through the city. Human warmth, how long it had been, and how fragile a phrase it was. Pouring himself a glass of amber whiskey, he leaned against the railing, surveying what was nominally his domain, relishing this fleeting tranquility before the impending storm. He understood that when one begins to savor peace, it often heralds a greater tumult to come. Boom! Without warning, a robust, multicolored beam of light, potent enough to rend the heavens, tore through the New York night sky, crashing heavily onto the terrace before him with unparalleled ferocity. The entire Stark Tower, one of the most resilient edifices on Earth, quaked and moaned under the impact of this energy. As the blinding light dissipated, a figure clad in a red cloak, wielding Thor's hammer, emerged, radiating divine luminosity and formidable battle intent. It was Thor, the god of thunder. In his azure eyes, the arrogance and frivolity of your had vanished, replaced by a solemnity forged in the crucible of blood and fire. He did not spare a glance at the expanse of human civilization behind Yumu, his gaze, sharp as a drawn sword, fixated intently upon Yumu himself. Igdekumu. Thor's voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with the weight of thunder. I have found it. The legendary 10th realm, the angelic homeland, paradise, cast into oblivion by Odin and erased from the world tree. Yumu swirled his wine glass, the ice clinking against the glass in a melodious chime, his expression unwavering, as if the revelation that could astonish the 9 realms held no surprise for him. The thunder god inhaled deeply, sensing that the man before him, though physically present, seemed to exist across an infinite sea of stars. It was a profound disparity in the essence of life that even he, the prince of the divine realm, felt an existential pressure emanating from his very soul. Are you telling me my sister Angela is truly alive? Thor inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Yumu replied with a faint smile indeed. However, he lifted his gaze toward the heavens, as if his sight pierced through boundless distances, reaching directly to the 10th realm, the angelic homeland, paradise. But now that the angelic homeland has finally been discovered, it seems that my plans may require some adjustment. First, I shall journey to paradise and reclaim those angelic beings. This opportunity shall also allow me to learn the incantations of their weapons. Non-offensive tactics can finally be enhanced, transforming them into my signature mechanized weapon.